After crossing over, I personally created every missed opportunity with my wife Hua Xiaohan. When she chose to stay in Beiping for work, I got into a university in Beinan City. When she was transferred to Beinan City for household registration, I applied to study abroad, all because I crossed over into a peculiar hot post on the internet, becoming the handsome but extremely sinister domineering older brother inside. And my younger brother was the control group, obedient, sensible, hardworking, being used by me every day like a servant. After the two brothers encountered the female lead Hua Xiaohan, their fate underwent a drastic change. The female lead was originally set up as a blind date for the younger brother, but the original owner persistently pursued her, insisting on marrying her instead of his brother. In order to achieve this, the original owner even resorted to throwing himself into the lake, forcing the female lead to jump in and save him. Once the two had physical contact, he found ways to incite everyone in the village, spreading countless rumors to pressure the female lead into becoming his wife, leaving her no choice. With this, the female lead harbored extreme disgust towards the original owner. After getting married, she applied to transfer to the most remote area, and even carried a gun with her for years. As a result, the original owner didn't dare to get close to her at all. Surprisingly, the female lead took great care of her younger brother, not only introducing him to a new partner but also gifting him a 300 square meter villa on his wedding day. Later, her brother got married and had a child, living a very happy life. The stark contrast drove the original owner completely insane, to the point where she even caused the death of her brother's unborn child. Upon learning of this, the female lead kicked him out, sending him to a mental hospital where he suffered torment and ultimately died in humiliation, frozen in a pigsty. When I was deeply immersed in reading, I got so involved in the story that I fainted from the intense confrontation with the author. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself unexpectedly transported into this peculiar book. At this moment, the woman had just saved the original owner who had thrown himself into the lake. While outside the house, the father and villagers were instigating and pressuring the woman to marry me. Otherwise, the intimate interactions between her and me would spread throughout the entire town. Thinking of this, I quickly got out of bed, opened the door, and said to everyone, "Dad, Comrade Shin did nothing wrong. This is the medical first aid method taught in the army. We were not kissing. Comrade Shin was performing artificial respiration on me for first aid. Please don't spread rumors outside. I don't need Comrade Shin to marry me." As soon as I finished speaking, everyone in the room looked at me in unison, their expressions extremely shocked. After all, before that, I was desperately pursuing a relationship with Hua Xiaohan, insisting that he was mine. Not only did I claim all the letters Hua Xiaohan wrote to Lin Liang as my own, but I even almost caused a tragedy. How did I suddenly change my mind now? Mother Lin was the first to come over and touch my forehead, saying, "Son, are you delirious? Why are you saying such unusual things?" She then whispered in my ear, "Son, after causing such a commotion for days, isn't this the result you wanted?" I looked at Hua Xiaohan, dressed in a sharp and stylish military green uniform, her tall and graceful figure standing in front of the weathered yellow mud wall, adding a unique charm to the old adobe house. With a straight nose, clear and deep eyes, delicate and exquisite features, she resembled a freshly bloomed resounding rose, gorgeous and composed, even more beautiful than in the photos. No wonder the original owner instantly became infatuated, unable to see any other woman in comparison. "Thank you for saving me," I said earnestly. "I understand these medical knowledge. It's just that I have one more year before the college entrance examination. With this incident, I probably can't go back to my old school, and my classmates will surely gossip about us behind our backs. Can you please talk to Aunt Shin and see if I can go to Beijing to finish high school?" I boldly presented my idea. In the real world, I started my own business on Taobao right after graduating from college, experiencing a brief peak in life. However, as the economy declined, after barely surviving the 3-year-long pandemic, the era of refund only quietly arrived, which really got on my nerves. Now, all I want is to lay low, make good use of this great opportunity, work hard for a few years, get into a good college, and then be assigned to a good job. By then, not only will I have a Beijing hukou, but I will also get a house. During this time, I can save up some money, buy a few more houses. When the future housing prices soar, I can enjoy a high retirement salary while collecting hefty monthly rents, and eventually travel the world at ease. It's simply amazing. I won't have to worry about marriage my whole life, and if I get sick, the company will take care of it. Upon hearing this, Hua Xiaohan's cold gaze sharply turned towards me, not believing that it was my true intention. "If you want to attend high school in Beiping, I will help you transfer, but I hope you don't have any other ulterior motives." Hua Xiaohan's eyes were icy, filled with a warning. Comrade Xiao Shun, what are you talking about? In our community, with your situation, the natural course of action is marriage. My son is the most handsome young man for miles around here. Marrying you, you wouldn't be at a loss. Moreover, you are at least a female officer of such a rank. You can't speak so irresponsibly, Mother Lin said somewhat indignantly. Mom, Comrade Shin comes from a military officer family. I accidentally injured my brother's leg, and this situation won't pass the political review. Even if Comrade Shin is willing to marry me, it won't be accepted on the military side. I grabbed Mrs. Lin and didn't let her continue. I know Mrs. Lin's temperament from the book. In her eyes, boys studying is not important, marrying and having children to earn money is the most crucial. If Hua Xiaohan doesn't marry me, Mrs. Lin will definitely make the Shin family restless. I found it quite strange too. How did the original owner pass the political review with such deliberate intent to harm others? Mrs. Lin seemed visibly stunned, and even Hua Xiaohan looked at me somewhat unexpectedly. Indeed, this situation does not bode well for a marriage report unless she changes careers or leaves the military. I spoke with utmost seriousness. I want to attend high school in Beiping, far away from Qiantang village, so that no one will know about this. After I work hard to get into university, I can be assigned to work locally. As I continued, I deliberately lowered my voice, not wanting Mrs. Lin to cause any more trouble. I lied to her. By then, I can find a good match in Beiping. Mrs. Lin completely ignored the first part of what I said, but she listened intently to the last sentence. She believed that as her son, who was also a rare and outstanding individual, I would surely find a better marriage partner than Hua Xiaohan. So she nodded repeatedly, and together with Mr. Lin, they agreed. However, Hua Lingyan's ears are very sensitive, and he vaguely heard the words that Su Wan said, and his black eyes were full of mockery. So he really did end up rushing to climb the ladder. This kind of impure-minded and unorthodox woman brought to school in Peking will surely jeopardize other students who have good roots and great prospects. Then Uncle. Auntie. I'll go back to the army now to give my dad a call to open a letter of introduction. And when it's open tomorrow, I'll come and pick them up to go to Beiping. After saying this, Hua Linghan is about to leave. But now it is the mealtime. Hua Lingnan is a guest. How can you let Hua Lingnan go? Hard to leave him to eat a dinner. At the dinner table, Su Mother still locked Su Shelwei in the kitchen and didn't let her out. And of course Su Wan didn't let either. Su Shelwei looked at Hua Lingyan's handsome and resolute back like a green mountain in bamboo through the doorway. A heart pounding. A smile of triumph on her good little face. A young friend from the same village was worried about Su Shelwei and went around to the back of the Su's kitchen. Leaned in front of the window and asked, Shelwei, your blind date is tall and handsome. So he won't really be snatched by that bad sister of yours. Will he? She really hates it. No. Big brother Hua refused to marry my sister. Su Shelwei thought of her hiding behind the door, listening to the words Big brother Hua said, and was very happy in her heart. She is really quite afraid that Hua Big brother will agree. And also more afraid that her sister will make trouble. Otherwise. Su Shelwei lowered her head and touched her right leg that was trampled by the cow. Otherwise she would have suffered this for nothing. That's really great. Then your sister might not be able to marry in the future. And if she does, she can only marry a little farther away. Little friend Lu Tsuaping was happy for Su Shelwei. Don't tell anyone about this. The family won't allow it to be told outside. Su Shelwei's eyes flickered. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone else. Lu Tsuaping patted her chest to assure her, and turned her head to tell her cousin in the next village about this matter. Lu Tsuaping's cousin Su Chang and Su Wan is a junior high school classmate, dragging the family relationship and the supply and marketing agency to work. But also the first in the village to buy a bicycle. Su Wan like a lot. But because of the shortness of Su Wan simply do not see him. As soon as I heard the news, I immediately felt an opportunity. The next day he rode a polished 2/8 bar and came to the Su family with his own mother to propose marriage. As a result, he was blown off by Su's mother without saying a few words. Mother, Why don't you give a few dollars for the dowry? I really want to marry Wan Maisie, Su Chang said with his head hanging down. A broken shoe still wants a bride price? You just wait. When the time comes that Wan Maisie can't get married, it's their Su family that will come begging for us. And then all the money for the wedding banquet will have to be paid by their family. Su Chang's mom was a notorious iron rooster in the village. Not a hair out of place. And was herself running towards not paying the bride price. Walking to the junction of the two villages, she saw the army green jeep coming. It was the same officer who came from Peking. And when she thought of Su's mother saying that Wan Maisie was going to Peking to go to high school, she immediately felt bad. This is not going to high school in Beiping. It must be that this officer and Su's father agreed to bring Wan Maisie to Beiping to find her a new partner. Su Chang's mom's eyes turned. This to the mouth of the duck cannot let her run. And immediately pushed the bike to stop Huo Linghan, who just got off. Comrade. Are you Sister Hui's blind date? Are you here today to pick up Sister Wan and Sister Hui to go to Beiping? Huo Linghan glanced faintly at the visitor and closed the car door. Yes. Gu. I told you that when I went to the Su family today to propose marriage. How come Wan Maisie refused to marry? It turns out that she's going to go to Beiping to find a better match. Su Chang's mom wiped the corners of her eyes a few times in a fake manner. You don't know that before Wan Maisie saw that our family was in good condition. She had been secretly dating my son. Ate and spent a lot of my son's fruit candies and food stamps. And then she looked at you and ignored my son. Yesterday I heard that something had happened to Sister Wan. My son was infatuated with Sister Wan and dragged me to the Su family early in the morning to propose marriage. Only to be blown out without even entering the door. Saying that Wan Maisie is going to high school in Beiping. And will find a better match later on. Telling my son not to be a lousy toad trying to eat swan meat. Su Chang's mom threw dirt on Su Wan one by one. It is to make Su Wan's reputation completely bad and rotten. So that Su Wan can't go to Beiping. So that she can save a large amount of the dowry. And maybe even make the Su family dump a large amount of dowry money. Chapter 3, Finding a date is a top priority. Right. Sister Wan has been secretly dating me all along. And I helped her carry her desk and book bag when she went to school. Su Chang followed suit and nodded in agreement. Huo Linghan looked at the two men in their well-dressed clothes. And there were a few gifts wrapped in red paper hanging from the bicycle faucet. Which did fit the etiquette of a marriage proposal in the countryside. Coldly, the corners of his thin, chiseled lips curled up. That woman was even more hypocritical, snobbish, and smug than he thought. When he went to Su Wan's school just now to help her with her transfer certificate, he got her report card. And several of her assignments were in the single digits. So even if she didn't transfer, she would still be discouraged by the school. Enough to prove that yesterday Su Wan said to Su mother's words. He did not hear wrong. It is under the banner of going to Beiping to go to high school and take the university examination. Not only to climb the high branch but also to find a good image. Even when he left, her homeroom teacher said she wasn't in town for high school. She was in town to find a town date. Anything else? Huo Linghan raised his hand and glanced at his watch. Not having time to talk to them. And spoke coldly. Wan Maisie has never let my son say that they're dating. That they're just riding the donkey. Comrade. You mustn't be fooled by Wan Maisie. Su Chang's mom froze for a moment. And when she saw that Huo Linghan surprisingly didn't pick up on it, she bitterly added another sentence and pulled her son away. Su mother stood in front of her house. Across the wheat field. She saw the jeep parked at the entrance of the village. Hurriedly greeted her two daughters to pack their luggage. And rushed to the village entrance. It happened to meet up with Huo Linghan, who was heading towards Su's house. Halfway, Su Wan was wearing a floral short-sleeved shirt, tied with two long, smooth and shiny braids, with a few broken hairs scattered in front of her forehead. Carrying a large bamboo basket unique to the region. Standing in June under the blinding sunlight. Graceful and elegant. Skin as if peeled eggs. Tender. White and glowing. A delicate gooseneck face on the bright eyes clear. The nose bridge is quite good looking. Red lips fresh and full. As if sucked full of flower juice. At any time will percolate out. The whole person cannot speak of soft and pure. But also like spring flowers, like delicate and charming. Let a person look at the completely unable to move their eyes. And Su Xiaowei was big brother back on the back. The same combed 2 twisted pigtails. Hair on the end of each tied a child just picked off the gardenia. Wearing Su mother to her blind date specially bought brand new pink indeed short-sleeved shirt. The skin is a little darker. A little thinner. And when you compare it with Su Wan next to you, it looks like you don't have any distinctive features. Hello big brother Hua. Su Xiaowei shyly called out. That's what big brother Hua told her to call him in the letter. After Hua Linghan greeted Su's mother and Su's big brother, his line of sight skipped directly over Su Wan and landed on Su Xiaowei's body. The tightly pursed corners of his lips relaxing. Sister Xiaowei. Hello. Then he took over the basket on Su's mother's back. Good day comrade Hua. Su Wan reveals a mouthful of white and neat shell teeth and greets him graciously. Hua Linghan only nodded faintly and took her letter of introduction to her. Brother Hua. What about my letter of introduction? Su Xiaowei asked with some confusion. It's here with me. I'll keep it for you first. Hua Linghan's voice is low and flat, vaguely revealing the might of a strong man sheltering the weak. Su Wan could see that Hua Linghan was wary and repulsed by her. As if he was afraid that she would tear up Su Xiaowei's introduction letter. But with the kind of energy the original body had, it was really capable of such things. Good. Thank you big brother Hua. Su Xiaowei drops her shy eyes, her heart overflowing with pleasure. Big brother Hua should be looking at himself too. Right? She also saw that big brother Hua was protecting and backing himself up. Thinking of this, eyes couldn't help but look triumphantly at Su Wan, who had fallen behind. Su Wan just died ahead, planning her life to Beiping, to which she could only rely on herself for everything. Though a family side must know that the original body, for the sake of robbing the object to harm her sister, but also jumped into the river to commit suicide. She will not have a good attitude towards her. And she does not want to live a parasitic life. So she wanted to see if she could find a job that paid for her room and board, so that she could earn some money for her tuition and living expenses. You'll be living in school straight after school starts. And you just have to make it through until you get into college. Su mother thought of Su Chang mom came to propose marriage just now. One sister into broken shoes, no one wants to know how to spread the matter. I guess it won't be long before the whole village knows about it. She was panicked and uneasy. So she grabbed Su Wan's long and slender arm, and one by one urged her to hurry to find an object when she arrived in Beiping. And finding an object was her top priority to go to Beiping. And the soldiers couldn't be found. But some intellectuals could still be found. When the time comes to stay in Peking and have your in-laws find you a job, it's much better than studying. Aha! Su Wan's thoughts were disrupted. And knowing that it was useless to explain to her that she was going to college, she nodded her head in accordance with her wishes. You must find someone to marry in Beiping. If you can't get married after high school, you'll really have to marry an old bachelor when you return to Qiantang village. As she said this, Su mother's eyes reddened and she gripped Su Wan's hand tightly. Hui Meizi is a blessed and prosperous, she doesn't have to worry. But Wan Meizi is really close to the end now. Su Wan understood the thoughts of Su mother in this era, gently holding her hand to appease her anxiousness. Mother, don't worry. When I get to Beiping, I'm sure I'll be able to find someone within 3 months. She'd been rushed into marriage by her family in the real world as well. And it was almost predictable that it would only get tougher in this day and age. She felt that if she didn't give her mother a promise of peace of mind, she would probably write letters and send telegrams to her every now and then, and might even come directly to Beiping to look for her. In order to be able to go to school and prepare for the college entrance exam to get a good college, she decided to just tell a beautiful lie first. When school starts in Peking, write a letter back saying that you have found someone, but you can't get married until you graduate from high school. Stabilize Sue's mother first, and then tell the truth after she goes to college. Good. With those words, Sue's mother was much more at ease and sniffled her sore nose. I feel that my own one sister such a posture. As long as you do not make 3 months to find an object must be very easy. Listening to the mother and daughter behind him, who had been discussing the matter of finding a partner in low whispers, Hua Luohan quickened his pace. Want to find a good match and climb the ladder in 3 months? Hua Lingan's dark and cold eyes were a mixture of sarcasm and indifference. To the village before the jeep, Sue's mother reluctantly instructed the too many words. Red eyes. We sister can still go home after vacation. But one sister will be difficult to think of this before getting on the car and the family only a few eggs stuffed to Suwon. Hua Linghan sits in the driver's seat, watching the scene indifferently through the car's rearview mirror. After Suwon placed the egg in the blue satchel, she sat up straight, just in time to meet Hua Linggan's hawk-like sharp black eyes in the car's interior rearview mirror, her high and stern brow bones conveying a natural coldness that was extremely oppressive. Chapter 4, Sister. Don't hit me. After blinking her dark, curly eyelashes a few times, she closed her eyes in a gentle, quiet manner and placed a handkerchief over her face to block out the daylight from the window, revealing only 2 small, rosy, fresh mouths. Just peacefully leaned back in the seat and fell asleep. Su Xiaowei, who was riding in a car for the first time, looked more formal, sitting aside with her legs together, very curious about everything inside the car. But she forced down her inner excitement and novelty, and obediently and skillfully hung her head and sat in the back seat. From time to time, he peeked out of the corner of his eye at Big Brother Hua, who was driving in front of him, and his heart throbbed more than a little. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise when she thought that such an outstanding, tall, leggy, and beautiful man like Big Brother Hua would be disliked by her sister and become her blind date. As long as that stain is there, her sister won't be able to steal it from her. The car drove smoothly on the dirt road, and when it arrived in front of one of the city's side food stores, Hua Lord Han stopped the car and walked in. Come out with an old-fashioned buttercream cupcake in a red plastic box in your hand. This is the flour cream cupcake I mentioned to you in the letter. Eat it. Hua Linghan hands the cupcake to Su Xiaowei in the back seat. Thank you, Big Brother Hua. Su Xiaowei was very excited. She had never eaten a cake before. Then he glanced at Suwon beside him, who seemed to have fallen asleep. It's really just like a pig. All you do is sleep all day long. That's sister. It was bought for you. Hua Linghan expressionlessly restarts the car and drives towards the train station. Su Xiaowei was happy in her heart, once again looking at Suwon's eyes with a touch of smug mockery. Originally wanted to wait until Suwon woke up to eat, but she couldn't hold back for a while, really couldn't help it. Just carefully opened the clear plastic lid on top and scooped a piece of white cream around the edge with a small plastic spoon. It melted in her mouth and was so sweet and creamy. She had never eaten anything so delicious. Thank you, Big Brother Hua. The cream cake is so delicious. Hua Linghan did not say anything. Through the rearview mirror in the car to see Su Xiaowei as a treasure to eat. Next to Suwon's face is still covered with a handkerchief, revealing the 2 petals of humbly hydrated red lips naturally pursed. Both hands had been protecting the blue satchel containing the eggs in her arms, as if she was afraid that the eggs inside would be taken away by Xiaowei's sister. He withdrew his eyes coldly. When passing a section of pitted and bumpy dirt road, Suwon's handkerchief covering her face was turned down, And she could not sit steadily. She opened her eyes and was just about to bend down to pick up the handkerchief from the floor. Su Xiaowei then immediately fearfully handed over the uneaten cream cake in her hand, shrinking her head as if she was afraid of being hit. "Sister! Here you go. Don't be angry." Hua Linghan raised his eyes to the car's rearview mirror, his brows icy cold. Instantly the atmosphere in the car became extraordinarily quiet and oppressive. If Su Wan hadn't worn into this hot post, she would have really thought that Su Xiaowei was a lovable little wretch, when in fact she was a blooming white lotus. Yener bad. Always liked to sell out and act pathetic. It was obvious that the original body had no intention of competing with her. But she always made an appearance of being bullied and scared in front of people, so that people would misunderstand the original body and gain sympathy and pity from everyone. And the original body is a straight temper. Cannot explain it, can only force to suppress Su Xiaowei, trying to make her stop. Over time the image of the original as selfish, overbearing, and bullying his sister was formed. "Xiaowei, Comrade Hua is your blind date. Isn't it right to buy it for you to eat? Why should I be angry?" Su Wan blinks her cleansing clean eyes and asks in confusion and bewilderment. Su Xiaowei's eyelids jumped, not thinking that Su Wan would be acting in such a calm, subdued manner. In a few words, she reversed her attempt to make brother Hua misunderstand that she was trying to rob her of her cream cake and eat it. "I don't mean this. I've only eaten half of this cream cake. The other half, sis, you eat it?" Su Xiaowei looked like a good and understanding person, once again handing over the cream cake. It's no wonder she was the final winner. She can really act. "This is Comrade Hua's special detour to the city's subfood store to buy it for you. How can you let Comrade Hua down for you? And I don't like it. So you eat it." Su Wan curves her lips and smiles, revealing the shallow pear swirls on both cheeks. Her voice is soft and gentle. Not the slightest bit of hostility can be heard. When she bent down to pick up the handkerchief on the ground and recovered her face, she saw that Hua Lingyan's gaze in the car's rearview mirror was sternly scrutinizing herself. "I thought that I wouldn't cross paths with him in the future, and that I wouldn't see him again after arriving in Peking." She pretended not to see it, and covered her handkerchief to shield it from the hot, blazing sun coming in through the car window. Su Wan's words clearly indicated that she hadn't fallen asleep just now and had been awake the whole time. She also heard everything brother Hua said to her just now. This made Su Xiaowei unable to say anything else, blushing slightly as she withdrew her hand holding the cream cake, secretly gritting his teeth. This Su Wan after jumping into the river. How is it a little different from before? Soon the car was traveling to the train station. There were two troopers waiting there early. One is Shao Kai, a local soldier who has come to drive the troop car back to the military base. And the other is Han Wei, an entourage member who has followed Hua Linghan on his mission. When they saw Su Wan get down from the car, the eyes of both warriors could not help but light up. Boy! No wonder Chief Hua would come all the way from Beiping to this small county to personally carry out this mission, just for a blind date on the way. I heard that after completing his mission yesterday morning, Chief Hua went on a blind date in the afternoon and didn't come back until the evening. And after returning to the military base after the blind date, he hoofed it and talked to his family on the phone for 15 minutes. Which is supposed to return to Beiping to make a report for the marriage. No! It should be immediately after getting off the train to set up a banquet and enter the bridal chamber. Little sister-in-law, with her dark hair and red lips, peach cheeks and snowy skin, and slender figure, exudes a pure beauty and softness after the smoky rain of Jiangnan, and is even more beautiful and gentle than the actresses in the pictorials. The two soldiers went up and stood at attention with Hua Linghan and saluted. Then both ran to the back of the car to get their little sister-in-law's luggage. Comrade. Hello? May I ask if you know which way the restrooms go? Suwon stood in front of the car and looked around, not even finding the restroom sign, and inquired in a friendly manner to a warrior comrade who approached her. The voice is warm and soft, listening to the accompanying officer Han Wei's ears like slipping into a few drops of spring rain. Itchy? Cannot help but straight scratch the ears? Little sister-in-law's voice can be really good. With this little sister-in-law in the future, Huatuan shouldn't be so fierce when he disciplines them in the future. Thinking that Huatuan and little sister-in-law had just met last night. Such a good opportunity to spend time together. Of course the head of the group should be accompanied. So Han Wei told Suwon to wait, and quickly ran to the other side of the car door and said with a smile, Huatuan, little sister-in-law said she needs to go to the restroom. Why don't you accompany her? Huolingan's high and stern brows quickly furrowed, full of revulsion and intimidation, as he sternly reprimanded. Who is little sister-in-law? Which lesbian let you call her that? Chapter 5, Accidentally Touching. Han Wei was scolded, bared his teeth in a smile and immediately put it back. Then looked again at the back seat where Huatuan personally pulled open the door of the car. And there was also a beautifully dressed female comrade. That's when I realized I might have called my sister-in-law the wrong thing. Hastily shaking his head. Huatuan, I was wrong. I thought the lesbian who just got off the bus was your blind date. Pay attention to discipline. Don't just call female comrades names. You take comrade Suwon on a trip. Huolinghan warned sternly. Yes. Han Wei stood up straight. Some aggravation. How could he have thought that so beautiful? Like a heavenly fairy. Comrade Suwon was not Huatuan's blind date. Although the one sitting in the car just now is also good-looking and looks obedient and coquettish. She doesn't match Huatuan and is more like Huatuan's sister. Even if the two lesbians were standing in front of him at the same time, he would definitely think that Comrade Suwon was Huatuan's blind date. Han Wei scratched his head a bit embarrassed and came to Suwon. Sorry. Comrade Suwon. I'll take you to the restroom. It's fine. My sister Su Shelwi is your Huatuan's blind date. I'm going to school in Beiping. Suwon didn't care and responded graciously. This in turn makes Han Wei more and more embarrassed, but also more strange. General family arrangements for blind dates are not always from the eldest to the youngest? How is the younger sister and Huatuan phase off? Then the only possibility is that Comrade Suwon already has a date, and Huatuan can only meet up with his sister. Han Wei kind of felt sorry for his own chief. Big brother Hua. I also kind of want to go. Su Shelwi didn't want to go to the bathroom, but yet she also wanted them to know who the real sister-in-law was. Time may be running out. There are toilets on the train as well. Huolinghan raises his hand and glances at his watch. After all, Su Shelwi's legs are inconvenient. Big brother Hua. I can walk by myself. In fact, her right leg could walk normally a long time ago. It just still has a scar. And if she doesn't say anything now, she'll be found out when she gets to Beiping to see the doctor. Okay. I'll have Xiao Kai accompany you. Huolinghan still has an important phone call to make. Su Shelwi's expectant face collapses at once. She had thought that Big Brother Hua would accompany her. But now she can't go even if she doesn't. Could only limp in the direction of the restroom accompanied by Kai. After Suwon came out from the restroom, she saw Su Shelwi slowly walking this way under the leadership of another warrior. She pretended not to see it, keeping her head down and walking briskly towards the side. Han Wei also saw it, and his first reaction was, why isn't Huatuan accompanying him? Especially since Huatuan's blind date's legs and feet are still inconvenient. It seems that this little sister-in-law's name can't be shouted yet. I guess the 8 words haven't even begun yet. Woo-woo, the sound of the train coming in from a distance. Anxious to get on the train, people have rushed to the platform. Some picking a flat burden. Some carrying a snakeskin bag of luggage. There are also dragging the family. Carrying chickens, ducks and poultry. An uncle wearing a straw hat and picking a basket hurriedly walked past Soo-won. And with a sudden turn, the basket containing dozens of pounds of crops was thrown onto Soo-won's back. The sudden push made Soo-won stagger and plant herself towards the front. And she subconsciously clutched the flash of green in front of her. Both hands grabbed haphazardly at the belt around the man's waist. Huolinghan, 186 tall. Magnificent stature, stood in the noisy crowd looking for the two sisters' figure. A ball of soft on the unexpected collision on his rigid and solid back, followed by two tender arms around his waist. Everything happened too fast. Years of military career let the man have a moment of slight stun. Even with women rarely talk to the man, however with a woman so intimate. Especially still by a woman touch. The lean, strong muscles instantly surged. And his whole body stiffened and hardened. He quickly turned back his head to see Soo-won's tender and delicate side face close to his back. Red lips, fresh, delicate and soft. Fresh gardenia fragrance mixed with the unique sweet fragrance of young girls straight to his nostrils. For a time disrupted the rhythm of his breathing. Let go. In the next second, Lord Han's face darkens. His voice icy cold and unusually appalling. I did not expect that she even wanted to hit their own ideas, which has not yet arrived in Beiping. Dare to jump on men in the train station where people come and go. The ideological and moral style is seriously corrupted and degenerate. It's almost like a female hooligan. Soo-won also did not expect that it would be Huolinghan. The man's legs are really long. She thought that the arm around the waist. But the result is the crotch. The tip of the ear rolled hot. Embarrassed and flustered to stand firm. Huolinghan, however, stepped back tautly, not caring whether she stood still or not. And when he saw Soo-won's hand still grasping at him, he directly pushed it away coldly and mercilessly. Comrade Soo-won, you give me some peace and quiet. Put away your crooked mind that is not correct in style. Huolinghan's eyes are sharp as a sword. Soo-won fell on her butt and sat on the ground. Hanwei tried to help but was tripped by the child, who suddenly ran over. My mother Lu. Hua group training people, lesbian training, a little bit of emotion does not leave. No wonder we'll be under the warriors called Blackface Rakshasa. Sorry, Comrade Hua. I didn't do it on purpose. Soo-won rubbed her, but that hurt from the fall. Her expression somewhat helpless. Still not on purpose? Publicly in public, openly to the man's arms. Touch. Simply shameless to the extreme. I wonder how the Soo family actually educated her. He obviously had a warm and inviting face. But he had to do something like this. He should not have agreed to help her transfer to Beiping. And when he got there, he didn't know what kind of indiscreet things he would do. Shut up. From now on, pay attention to keeping the distance between lesbian men and women. If you dare to cross the line again, I'll immediately have someone send you back to Qiantang village. Huolinghan warns harshly, his cold and icy face full of insensitivity. If it wasn't for the fact that Papa Soo had saved his father's life, he would have arrested her now and sent her to the Public Security Bureau to do a good job of thought reform. Big Brother Hua. Don't be angry. Sis might be because she likes Big Brother Hua too much. There are so many people now. So don't talk about sis anymore. Just forgive sis this time. Right? Soo, shall we return directly after hearing the sound of the train entering the station? Just in time to see the scene where Huolinghan pushed Soo-won away. Then, dragging his injured right leg, he squatted next to Soo-won, with a knowing face for Soo-won's sake. Sister, I'm not going to meet with Big Brother Hua, that's it. You don't want to damage your innocence and reputation like this. I'm willing to fulfill you in Big Brother Hua. Although Huolinghan reprimanded fiercely, he also deliberately lowered his voice. And coupled with the chaotic and bombastic environment around him, The people around him didn't know what was going on. All that is known is that a young lesbian suddenly hugged her military comrade and then was immediately pushed away by him. However, Su Xiaowei purposely said it out loud, so that the surrounding people who did not know what was going on thought that it was the older sister who had taken a liking to her younger sister's blind date, and purposely used this kind of underhanded, throwaway way to force people to marry her, especially when the other party was a soldier. There was nothing to be done about being royally screwed like that. TSK. Such a pretty little girl. How can she be so shameless as to steal her own sister's man? Chapter 6, Reporting to the Public Security Bureau. Catching hooligans. That's right. Intentionally hugging a military comrade in a public place. In public. Just to falsely accuse a military comrade. This kind of person is too bad. People who were not in a hurry to catch the train pointed at Su Wan on the ground. Yes. Hurry to report to the public security. Sue her for hooliganism to arrest her. This kind of bad elements should be arrested in a good ideological reform, lest in the scourge of other innocent people. Someone else threw the melon shells in their hands at Su Wan in disgust. Su Xiaowei's heart was full of complacency. She just didn't want Su Wan to go to Beiping with her. She should have married the old bachelor in the village in his 40s. It would have been better if she had been arrested for hooliganism. Su Wan coldly hooked up her lips, pinched her thighs with force. The corners of her eyes instantly turned red. Her warm voice was full of heavy crying. Pulling Su Xiaowei's hand, she cried out in grief. Xiaowei, you're my own sister. And you weren't there just now. So how can you misunderstand me like this? I was just hit by a basket picked by an uncle and planted a heel forward. I didn't know that the person standing in front of me was Comrade Hua. I only saw that the person in front of me was wearing a green uniform. And out of the common people's trust in the military. That's why I grabbed Comrade Hua. I just didn't want to fall down, that's all. Comrade Hanwei can testify for me. Su Wan said while bark falling tears. Crystal clear teardrops rolled down the pink cheeks, as if the morning dew between the flowers. Especially aggrieved to the human heart. Yes. Hua Tuan. You really misunderstood Comrade Su Wan. Comrade Su Wan really didn't do it on purpose. Hanwei immediately explained from the sidelines, describing what had just happened in detail once more. He kept a distance from Comrade Su Wan, because it happened so suddenly. Hanwei was not able to react in time. But he called out to the uncle at the first opportunity. Yes. I'm really sorry. Just now my child called out to me. And when I turned around, the basket on my shoulder hit this comrade woman. The uncle, wearing a straw hat, had an apologetic face. Hua Linghan looked at Hanwei, who once again nodded his head vigorously, with a look that said, Hua Tuan, you really wronged people. Comrade Su Wan. Comrade Su Wan is innocent. Su Xiaowei also didn't expect a reversal, and immediately said with a look of self-reproach and guilt, I'm sorry, sis. When I saw Big Brother Hua push you to the ground and warned you about in lesbian relationships, I assumed that you still liked Big Brother Hua and wanted to have an affair with him. And it's all my fault. Xiaowei. Although I was the one who was matched with Comrade Hua in the beginning, but when my parents asked Comrade Hua to marry me later on, I said I wouldn't do it either. Didn't you hear all of this last night in the kitchen? If I want to be with Comrade Hua, why would I say that to my parents like that? Why do you still want to misunderstand me like that? Su Wan's articulate, dense water vapor eyes, full of hard feelings and incomprehension, look at Su Xiaowei. It was as if they had a deep sisterly love for each other, but were suddenly very hurt by their own sister's backstabbing. She knew that Su Xiaowei would take this up, and purposely didn't pick this out at first, just waiting for her to jump into the pit herself, to deal with this green tea little white lotus. You have to be more tender, pathetic and innocent than she is. It turns out that the one who was matched with the comrade officer in the beginning was the elder sister. It was the elder sister who didn't match with the comrade officer before the younger sister's turn. I told you that my sister was much prettier than my sister. Just like a fairy. How could she do such a thing? As soon as the people around them heard these words, they began to speak for Soo-won. Yes. The sister and the officer comrade, two people look very pair. This sister looks as if not grow up. Is not the officer comrade also did not like her? Deliberately said so. Really quite clever. Listening to the surrounding comments. How complacent Soo Shall-we was just now. How ugly her face was. Immediately making a pitiful appearance. Grabbing Soo-won's hand and hitting it against her face. Sister. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Hit me. I shouldn't have misunderstood you. It's fine. Since things have been said and done, then we shouldn't misunderstand me anymore in the future. Right? Soo-won drew back her hand and spoke in a gentle and soothing voice. There was not a hint of reproach or anger. But on the contrary, it was very tolerant and generous and friendly. Not only did it not make Soo Shall-we successfully sell up, but it also set her off as very reasonable and loving to her sister. It was also more so that she wouldn't be able to use it as an excuse to screw up next time. Soo Shall-we fiercely froze, clenched her fingers hard. Her eyes quickly crossed a flash of unwillingness, then pretended to be a good and soft appearance. Shook her head. No. It won't. This matter is my fault. I will do a review with you, Comrade Soo-won. The train is about to leave. Let's get on the train first. Hwo Ling-han tightens his jaw and walks forward. His cold hard voice line softening. The dark eyes stared at the teardrops that wanted to fall on Soo-won's curled eyelashes. And very frankly admitted his mistake. It is true that the public opinion pressure is good. High cold arrogant man will actively bow down and admit his mistakes. Okay. It's okay. Soo-won wiped away the teardrops on her cheeks and curled her lips into a soft smile. Rising from the ground, he patted the grime on his shirt and pants and headed for the spot where he had just parked. Hanwei is also ready to go up and persuade it. I did not expect people. Soo-won comrade is really gentle square. Temper is also really good. This is if you do other female comrades were so misunderstood. Will certainly cry. Will not give Hwo Mission a good face. I don't know why Hwo Tuan is so hostile to other lesbians. It can't be because comrade Soo-won didn't fall for him. Right? Hanwei thought it was impossible. And after glancing at Hwo Tuan he followed to help with the luggage. Big brother Hwa. I was afraid that my sister would make a scene like she did at home. But I didn't expect to misunderstand my sister. It's all my fault. Soo Shall-we drags her injured right leg and limps over to Hwo Ling-han, lowering her eyebrows as she speaks with difficulty. It's not your fault. Let's get out of here. Hwo Luohan thought of when Soo-won pounced on him just now. Both hands went directly into his arms. Dark eyes sullen. She had better really unintentionally touched, rather than take advantage of the situation under the guise of falling. Train tickets are Hanwei bought today. Because by rush has no sleeper. Can only buy 4 soft seats leaning together. But it's also much better than a standing ticket or a hard seat. After all, it's a 2-day, 1-night train ride. After getting on the train, Soo-won took the eggs that Soo mother stuffed her with. The weather is hot, things can't be put away. Exactly 4. Soo-won will be one person to give a share. Although Hwo Ling-han pushed her away and gave her a hard reprimand, making her angry and furious. But after all, she was the one who was careless. In these conservative and subtle 80s, it was really quite irritating. And she could understand that a man would get so worked up. Chapter 7, here's my review. As for the 7-year-old child, it is his elder brother's His elder brother and sister-in-law are both scientific research big brother. Has always belonged to the missing state. He then raised his niece as his own. So she's going to pretend she doesn't know. After Tan Tan divided the eggs, he pulled out the grits pancakes and green military kettle that Sue's mother had prepared, and sat down by the car window to eat his lunch in peace and quiet. Huo Linghan looked at the eggs that were handed over to him. His cold and deep eyes like black holes rotating in a dark and deep manner. Full of caution. His thin lips pursed slightly. Instead of selfishly hogging all the eggs, she took them out and shared them. Which was really something he hadn't expected and had misunderstood based on his subjective guesses. But a person's nature cannot be changed in a short period of time. And the perverse behavior suggests that she is hiding a greater conspiracy behind it. He made a point of going to the village clerk's house last night after coming out of Sue's house to verify what the villagers had said. And it was all true one by one. I can only say that this woman has a deep heart at a young age. And in order to climb up the ladder in Beiping, she has made every effort to put on this gentle and quiet appearance. But things are one size fits all. After he gave Su Xiaowei his eggs, he opened the blue workbook he had with him and took out a ballpoint pen and wrote something carefully on it. Han Wei knows that Huo Tuan has the habit of recording his work at any time. And with his afterglow he secretly glanced at the paper on which the 3 big words review were written with great vigor. Boy! This is a review for Comrade Su Wan. Although Huo Tuan had a blank face the whole day to train them to death. But who would not respect and love such a leader who was strict with himself and retreated to think about mending his mistakes? Han Wei bared his white teeth and smiled, taking the egg that was shared with him back to Su Wan as well. Comrade Su Wan, it's better for you to keep it. No. Used. Su Wan waved her hand at him, and just as she tried to speak, she choked on an egg yolk. Seeing this, Han Wei rushed to help her open the cap of the water bottle and handed it over. But for some reason Huo Tuan lifted his cold eyes and gave him a slightly warning look. This glance was extremely oppressive, startling Han Wei's back, not knowing which he had done wrong. Could it be that Huo Tuan is still interested in Comrade Su Wan and thinks he shouldn't be courting her? He's innocent. He's not. He had just seen that Comrade Su Wan couldn't unscrew the kettle. But he hadn't asked for help. So it wasn't good for him to take the initiative. Su Wan took the kettle and took a sip, feeling that her throat was much more comfortable. She gratefully thanked. Thank you, Comrade Han Wei. 1 egg is enough for me. Su Mother screwed the lid of the kettle to death, fearing that the water would leak out. She had just unscrewed it a few times and planned to do so later. Now drink the sweet cool white water. And hold the water bottle gulp 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 several large mouthfuls in a row, before finally quenched the thirst. It didn't take long for this water to make me want to go to the bathroom again. Train aisle on both sides piled up a lot of luggage. There are poultry cages. She took a lot of effort to walk to the toilet. Came out. And saw Huo Linghan that straight and tall posture board. Solemn standing in the aisle next to the... like a statue. Su Wan thought he was also here to use the restroom. So she walked past him with her head down. Comrade Su Wan, this is my review. Take a look at it. I can make additions if there are any omissions. Huo Linghan's gaze is cold and hard. No expression on his face as he hands her a piece of paper filled with densely written words. Su Wan was a little surprised, not realizing that he wasn't just talking when he said he was doing a review. Comrade Hua, you've already apologized to me. There's no need to be so serious. But Huo Linghan still brow immobile. Will review the book forward. Attitude resolute, apologize is one thing. Recognize the error is another thing. I made a mistake should be timely introspection review. The man is really quite straight and square and grudging. Su Wan didn't want to take it but couldn't. The freshly washed hands still had water stains, and soon left a thumbprint on the clean paper. Huo Luohan's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the pair of white, clean, and beautifully tender hands. But then they were terminated by him forcibly interrupting in the next second. "Sister, shall we said you took the letter I wrote to her? Please return it." The cold and hard man spoke again, permeated with metallic coldness and oppression. He had only just found out. And shall we sister didn't dare to ask her for it. Which is why she carefully told him about it. Huo Linghan and Su shall we know half a year. Only wrote 4 or 5 letters. The content of the letter is the same as writing a report. Boring and rigid. A tone of old cadres urging to study and strengthen physical exercise. This is one of the reasons why the original body didn't look at Huo Linghan. But those letters were long ago put into the stove by the original body and burned. When Su Xiaowei was watching from the sidelines and tried to salvage them back, thinking with her toes, she knew that Su Xiaowei saw that she couldn't take advantage of her in the open. So she took advantage of the fact that she went to the toilet, wanting to tear and poke the gentle and generous image that she had just set up in front of Comrade Han Wei. Let everyone know the ugly side of who she turned out to be. Su Wan's planning for going to school in Beiping is very clear. In addition to taking the university exam to be assigned an iron rice bowl with less work and more money, it is to sever all the original body's previous interpersonal relationships, and to re-establish a social network in which no one knows about her past. After all, in this conservative, information-closeted 80s, the mere fact that the original body had almost killed someone for the sake of robbing the object would be pointed at for the rest of her life, seriously affecting her life later on. And Huo Linghan, or even the entire Huo family, is on the list of people she cuts off. So she simply directly, frankly and generously admit this matter. "Sorry, Comrade Huo, those letters have been burned by me. Shall we?" Is also aware of it. Before the latter words were finished, the corners of Huo Lingnan's eyes pressed down, gloomy, and then he turned away indifferently, his back steep and stern. There's obviously no point in listening any further. Su Wan doesn't care. After all, Huo Linghan's indifference has already been seen in the hot post. When Su Wan returned to her seat, Han Wei looked at her with a hint of probing, but still smiled at her nervously. And she returned the smile. When the train arrived in Beiping, it was already 7:30, and it was completely dark and raining. Military compound. Huo family. A bright light from a car shines on the stained glass on the second floor. And Huo Jiangwo, who is sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper, knows that it's Huo Linghan who has brought the 2 Su sisters. Sitting on the other side of the sofa, the gray-haired old revolutionary Mrs. Huo took off her presbyopic glasses and skimmed the minivan outside the window, saying nonchalantly, "People are coming," then continued to look down impassively at the newspaper in his hands. In order for Su Wan to come to school in Beiping, Huo Jiangwo's lover, Xia Bailing, had a big fight with him, and strongly disagreed that a murderer who almost killed his own sister should go to school in Beiping and live in Huo's house. Chapter 8. You were so cute when you were a kid. But Huo Jiangwo is also very helpless, knowing that the rural ethos of feudalism and conservatism do not allow Su Wanyuan to transfer to Peking to study. She really has no other way to live. He also understands that Su Wan said she came to Beiping to go to school. But in fact she came to Beiping to find a partner to marry. And she can't go back to her hometown. Otherwise, we'd have to let our son marry Su Wan. The always gentle Xia Bailing was so angry that she went straight back to her mother's house, leaving Huo Jiangwo to clean up the mess he had made. Su Wan was drenched in a lot of rain. The hair strands in front of her forehead were wet. Carrying a basket on her back and following Huo Luohan into the Huo family, she immediately felt the heavy and depressing atmosphere, slightly curved her lips, and did a good job of building up her heart. Su Xiaowei is a lot better than Su Wan. Looking at the spacious and bright living room, just like with Lu into the grand view garden. Hands and feet do not know where to put it. eyes full of surprise. Cannot help but towards while Linghan leaned behind. The clean and tidy white walls were plastered with good-looking pictorials. And there were a few picture frames hanging, with pictures of people in green uniforms with murderous eyes, as if they had been in the military for generations. The brownish-red cabinet against the wall held a Panda television and a 2-card tape recorder, both covered with a white lace cloth. The blue-bladed twin horses fan turned its head back and forth in front of the reclining solid wood sofa cushioned with a cool mat. And when it turned to her side, a cool breeze hit her. She simply did not dare to think that Brother Hua's home was so luxurious. And then once she thought of her marrying Brother Hua in the future, she would live in this 2-story building every day. And her eyes jumped with excitement. Grandma! Dad! I'm back! This is Comrade Su Wan and Sister Su Xiaowei. Hua Linghan puts down Su Xiaowei's carrier and makes an introduction to the two sitting on the sofa. Scanning around the living room again, he didn't see Mom or his little niece and asked, "Mom took Cindy to bed? Come back. The school let your mom go on a business trip to the provinces for a few days. Cindy brought her along too." Hua made an excuse and looked up towards the two sisters. Even if Hua Linghan didn't introduce him, he instantly recognized Su Wan among the two sisters. 17 years ago, he went on a mission near Qiantang village and was unfortunately bitten by a poisonous snake in the mountain forest. It was Father Su who carried him back and picked herbs to bring him back to life. At that time Su Wan was still less than a year old. Was born with a pink sticky ball, blinking a pair of grape-like eyes. Rushed to him giggle smile. Cute and adorable. He would also hold the enamel teapot to feed him water. Milky voice called him uncle, inviting people like it. He was dying to let Father Su give this daughter to him to raise, and then returned to the army after he had been trying to give birth to a daughter. And gave birth, but unfortunately died at the age of a few years. Then the second son, who was sent to the northwest as soon as he graduated from the military school, was transferred back to Peking this year as the head of the regiment. And he thought at once to take his excellent son to return the favor of the Su family. If the two people look on, all happy, do not see Su Wan received in Beiping to arrange a job in Beiping to get married and have children. The future of their Hua family to take care of more. But I didn't expect the second son to write over the letter sinking into the sea. Or the Su family wrote over to say the situation. "Hello Grandma Hua. Uncle Hua. I've caused you trouble by coming to school in Beiping this time." Facing the sharp, majestic eyes of Hua Jiangwo, who had long held a high position in the military, Su Wan calmly took a step forward to greet him, finishing with a slight bow. A mouthful of fluent Mandarin, coupled with the gentle tones that were not too fast or too slow, made old Mrs. Hua, who was sitting on the sofa without ever raising her head, hold up her presbyopia glasses, and looked at Su Wan from top to bottom. "You are Sister Su Xiaowei? Grandma Hua. Uncle Hua. I'm Su Xiaowei. I came to Beiping to study at a junior college. To trouble you." Su Xiaowei on the side hurriedly spoke out. But in the end, she was just a little girl from the countryside who hadn't seen the world. Her voice was timid and small, and she followed Su Wan's words, stuttering a bit nervously. Although he also tried to speak Mandarin, he still had a strong accent. Old Mrs. Hua and Hua Jiangwo both showed some surprise in their eyes, which was just as different from what Hua Linghan had told them on the phone. "Uncle Hua. Thanks for your care for our Su family all these years. 3 years ago there was a big drought in our hometown. If it wasn't for the 10 city pounds of food stamps you sent over, my sister and I might have dropped out of school. And I am also very thankful for the opportunity you gave me to come to school in Beiping. This is the tea that my mother and I and our 2 big brothers got up at 3 in the morning to pick. It's a little bit of heartfelt thanks from my whole family. And I also hope that you will not be too shy about it." Su Wan put down her own basket, took out 2 iron boxes with large roosters printed on them, and courteously placed them on the table in front of the living room. With a subdued, modest smile on her face from the beginning. Setting aside the nervous, constricted Su Xiaowei, who was gripping the hem of her coat with her hands like a maid. Originally, Su's father and mother had prepared a few bags of homegrown corn, peanuts and potatoes, which are heavy. Not to mention that the most important thing is that the high-powered Hua family is not lacking at all. There is no take out of the material that should be highlighted enough heavy heart. Fried tea is not only easy to carry, but also to say good sound. Especially in the early hours of the morning up on the picking. Your family really has a heart. Back then it was also thanks to your father that I was able to retrieve this life. Hua Jiangluo's gaze falls on Su Wan with a hint of approval as well as probing. And then looks at his second son, seemingly asking if the Su Wan you spoke of on the phone and this current Su Wan are the same person? Hua Linghan hears Su Wan's fluent standard Mandarin that doesn't have a country accent. And his cold eyebrows follow suit. This way she speaks her hometown dialect. And has never heard her speak Mandarin. Especially her generous behavior is not at all like a girl from the poor countryside, but like a well-educated, intellectual daughter of a family. The bottom of his dark eyes were as deep as the heavy fog of a distant mountain. And the eyes that looked at Su Wan carried the same hint of inquiry. But he firmly believed that human nature would not change. Quickly sit down. Wu Ma brings 2 clean hot towels to wipe them down. Old Mrs. Hua gestures with her eyes for them to sit down. Her expression stern and unsmiling. Su Xiaowei tensed her body. Especially Su Wan, who had always been inferior to her, but behaved even better than her. With good manners, she was afraid that she might make a mistake. So she followed Su Wan's example, walked to the chair, and sat upright. Thank you, Mrs. Wu. Su Wan receives the handkerchief brought by Hua family's nanny, Wu Ma, and looks at Wu Ma with sincere eyes, politely saying thanks. No thanks. No thanks. Wu Ma was very happy to hear this warm and soft voice. And she had a very good impression of Su Wan. Thank you, Mrs. Wu. Su Xiaowei followed suit and thanked her. But her voice was still timid and small. A very well-behaved look. This Su family's 2 sisters can be really good. It is the other one is a little bit of courage. A little bit of small family. Not as big as her sister. After pouring another glass of water for the 2 of them, Wu Ma went to the kitchen to heat up the food. Chapter 9, One cold and hard, one warm and gentle. Su Wan, you are so fluent in Mandarin. Your academic performance should be very good. How many places did you take in your class? Old Mrs. Hua pushed the presbyopic glasses on the bridge of her nose. The old generation of revolutionaries? Crawling out from the mountains of corpses and the sea of blood. Although she is already more than 70 years old. But her speech is calm and powerful. Hale and hearty. And her eyes are sharp. It's as if it's a demon-spotting mirror that reveals your archetype in an instant. Originally, I had good grades in middle school. But when I went to high school, my mind was not on my studies. And I couldn't keep up with my studies. So my grades went down the drain. When Su Wan was weighing her words, Hua Linghan handed over Su Wan's transfer certificate, which not only has Su Wan's final exam results in all subjects, but also the comments of the class teacher. Mrs. Hua took over and looked at it, thinking that she had misread it, and took away the presbyopas. And the report card clearly read, Math, 9. Chemistry, 23. Language, 54. And Foreign Language, 3. And the column of the student's political and ideological performance reads, lack of intrinsic self-consciousness and motivation in study. Extremely poor self-control. Insufficient sense of time. Playfulness. And lack of concentration. He was late 15 times and skipped classes 5 times. And was recommended to withdraw from school. Hua old lady read it and then handed it to Hua Jiangwo. And after Hua Jiangwo, who often does not change his face even when Tarzan presses down on him, the corners of his majestic lips moved slightly. And he quickly put the report card on the table. It was just a matter of not coming to school. Per se. Anyway. And it didn't matter what grades you got on the test. As long as you could graduate from high school without any problems when the time came. Su Xiaowei looked at the report card on the table. Her eyes full of taunts and sarcasm. And she almost didn't laugh out loud. How thoughtful Rin Su Wan had been in her manners before entering the door. And how beautifully she had spoken. Such a report card was as hard as a slap in her face. She couldn't help but puff out her chest and slightly raise her chin. Pretending to speak for Su Wan. Grandma Hua. Uncle Hua. Maybe it's because sis happened to be unwell during that time. So the final exams were a little less than ideal. Sis's usual academic performance is still fine. Su Xiaowei is right. The original body was really uncomfortable at that time. Because the original body, for the sake of robbing the object, intentionally caused Su Xiaowei to be mad cow stepped on the leg. The adults know that the original body will be beaten up with a stretcher. Beating when hit her brain. In that period of time has been vomiting. Dizziness. It caused the original body to have a slight concussion and lost the memory of that day. Which also led Su Wan to now do not know what exactly happened that day. How the original body tied the red cloth to the back of Su Xiaowei. And how to induce the bull to go crazy. Only remembering some fragmented images of the beatings. Old Mrs. Hua and Hua Jiangwo looked at Su Xiaowei's injured right leg and quickly understood what she was referring to when she said Su Wan was not feeling well. And both looked at Su Xiaowei with a touch of heartache and compassion in their eyes. What a know-it-all kid. Almost getting killed by his own sister. And he'd even speak up for his own sister. Xiaowei? It seems like you and your sister are just a year apart. How come your sister is in her second year of high school and you've only graduated from middle school? Old Mrs. Hua's stern eyes have a touch more gentleness in them. There was a lot of work at home. And my father's back wasn't feeling well in those days. So I took 2 years off from school to help the family. Su Xiaowei said coyly and understandingly. This makes old Mrs. Hua and Hua Jiangwo more and more distressed upon hearing this. And then glances at the tall and fair-looking Su Wan next to her. While Su Xiaowei is dark and skinny. And has obviously suffered a lot at home. It also proves that Su Wan is lazy at home. And the skinny Su Xiaowei does all the farm work and housework. For a while everyone's attention was on Su Xiaowei. Taking 2 years off from school and still managed to get into a junior college. That's really impressive and smart. The unsmiling old Mrs. Hua reveals a rare smile. What's the #1 spot in the county? This era of secondary school than now 985. 211 gold content is higher. Only the county's top 40 can be admitted. Followed by junior colleges. And finally high school. Thank you Grandma Hua for your compliments. I didn't do too well. I was 29th in the county. Su Xiaowei pursed her lips and said in a pretense of modesty. Her waist straightened even more. And there was absolutely no nervousness or haste when she first came in. Instead, she inadvertently looked at Su Wan beside her with a hint of braggadocio and complacency in her eyes. Taking 2 years off from school and still managed to get 29th place in the county. That's pretty good. Hua also nodded his head in praise. These two sisters were both quite good. One was smart and understanding. The other was generous. Anyway, so far from Su Wan's behavior. It was completely different or even the opposite of what her own second son had said on the phone. All of this was in Su Wan's expectation. She just sat quietly by the side like that. Holding a towel to wipe the rainwater from her face and neck. Listening to Grandma Hua and Uncle Hua's compliments to Su Xiaowei. her two autumn watery eyes blinking gently. The incandescent light overhead shone on her freshly wiped clean face, as if enveloped in a layer of soft halo. Is indescribably soft and pure? Soft and quiet. Soft white greasy small hands will wipe the good towel refolded neatly. Fingers like green onion peeling. Armor like jade. Fingertips through the light powder. Huo Linghan lowers his eyes to look at her, his gaze falling on her small hands. Only one glance and then quickly and indifferently retracting his eyes. Grandma. Dad. I have to report back to my unit. So I'll wait until tomorrow when I'm taking Sister Xiaowei to the hospital for her leg injury. After Huo Linghan finished speaking, he crossed his long legs and went upstairs to get his things. Sister Xiaowei. This suitcase is for you as an opening gift. Huo Linghan comes down, carrying a brand new Shifeng brand dark brown leather suitcase in his hand, wrapped in aluminum strips on the outside, with a lock hanging on it. Very delicate and fashionable. High-end stuff that usually only rich students in the city can afford. Su Xiaowei is stunned, covering her mouth. Her eyes are straight. It's just like a dream. And she quickly says, Brother Hua. No. This is too expensive. I can't take it. When you live in school, you can carry this suitcase with you. The carrier is not very convenient. There is a lock on it to keep things locked up. Huo Linghan crosses Su Wan to deliver the suitcase to Su Xiaowei. Su Xiaowei touched it simply lovingly. Her face flushed red, and her eyes looking at Huo Linghan were filled with the shyness and delight of a young girl. Xiaowei. Don't be embarrassed. Take it. You got into a junior college. This is your brother's reward for you. From now on, treat this place as your own home. And come back to live here on weekends when you're on vacation. Huo Jiangwo understands that his second son is treating Su Xiaowei as a younger sister. And Huo Linghan's eyes look at Su Xiaowei with a complete lack of the kind of scrutiny that a man would look at a woman. Or else he wouldn't be sending only one gift at this moment. And there should be another one. And he didn't think the two were a good match. Perhaps because of Su Wan's knowledgeable performance when the two Su sisters first entered the house. It made him realize that he should find his son a bookish match in the city. One is cold and hard. The other is warm and gentle, which complements each other. Chapter 10, Did I Miss You? Thank you, Big Brother Hua. Su Xiaowei's voice was sweet. Right. Xiaowei. Uncle has also prepared a gift for you as a reward for you getting into a secondary school. Huo Jiangwo also asked Huo Linghan to bring a Soviet-made fountain pen from his study. Su Xiaowei carefully opened the gift box containing the fountain pen. It was a fountain pen with a unique silver appearance. Smooth and hard. Glittering with the unique charming light of the metal. Comfortable in the hand and not easy to slip. Thank you, Uncle Hua. I will definitely study hard. Su Xiaowei followed Su Wan's example when she entered and bowed deeply. The heart is so excited that the eyes can't wait to stick to it. Holding the pen in one hand and touching the suitcase in the other, for fear of being snatched away. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he deliberately looked at Huo Jiangwo and asked, What about? Sister? What had been a joyous scene became silent at once. Su Wan, don't worry. When you graduate from high school, Uncle will also give you a graduation gift. Huo Jiangwo smiles lightly. His eyes are all encouragement. It didn't occur to me that she would go to college. Just that she would finish high school successfully. Su Wan just nodded with a slight smile. Thank you, Uncle Hua. As in the hot post. Although she came to the Hua family as not a daughter-in-law anymore. The opening gifts to Su Xiaowei were the same. And the original, who didn't receive a gift, made a big fuss. This led to Huo Linghan's growing distaste for the original body. And the Hua family was even more very disappointed. Grandma. Dad. I'll leave first then. Huo Linghan glances at Su Wan. wondering if she'll still be as gentle and dignified all the time after he leaves. Old Mrs. Hua and Hua Jiangwo nodded. And Wu Ma also brought up the warmed meal at this time. Just walked to the door. The door was pushed open from the outside. A young man in his 20s carrying a net pocket loaded with 2 watermelons lightly walked in. Suddenly saw standing in the doorway Hua Linghan some surprises. Cousin. You're back? How's the photo? How does the future cousin's wife look? Saying that as soon as he turned his head, he saw Su Xiaowei standing in front of the sofa with a red face. His eyes hesitated for a moment. And then he saw Su Wan behind Su Xiaowei. And his slightly disappointed eyes quickly crossed a flash of amazement. The shy and green face reddened slightly. And naturally assumed that Su Wan was her cousin's blind date. Cousin's sister-in-law is so good looking. Even better looking than my university's department flower. Meng Xinhao is the son of Hua Linghan's sister-in-law's family. Just turned 20 this year. To see such a good-looking cousin sister-in-law. A time to carry a net pocket handsome overwhelmed up. Ahem. Xinhao. These are your 2 sisters. Boarding at our house for school. Sister Su Wan came to Beiping to attend high school. And Sister Su Xiaowei got into a junior college. Hua Jiangwo's meaning is already clear. The 2 are just Hua Linghan's younger sisters. And after that he is introducing the 2 sisters. This is Linghan's cousin, Meng Xinhao, who will be a sophomore at the beginning of the school year and is from South China University. Su Wan. If there's any homework you don't know how to do, you can ask Xin how to teach you. The Reed High School that you're about to transfer to is Xin Hao's alma mater. And his mom serves as the grade-level director in it. Brother Xin Hao. Hello. I'm Su Wan. My sister Su Xiaowei's comrade was blind date. Su Wan stood up to explain. Her tone clear and light. This Meng Xinhao was also mentioned in the hot posts as being sympathetic and defensive of Su Xiaowei because of the original's histrionics. Surprisingly, the younger sister is the one. Meng Xinhao got the wrong object. Immediately a little embarrassed. The redness on his face even more. Brother Xinhao. My name is Su Xiaowei. You're amazing. You're actually a college student. I want to learn more from you. Su Xiaowei had a good-natured smile on her face and her eyes were full of admiration. The hand holding the pen case was instead squeezing hard and full of annoyance. Sooner or later, she would drive Su Wan back home. And as long as she was there, she would always be the one ignored. Which is not. I was forced by my mom to take the exam. And you're great too. You got into a junior college. Meng Xinhao was a little embarrassed by the compliment. And looked at Su Xiaowei's eyes. Inadvertently looking back at Su Wan. Thought it was just too weird. Obviously Su Wan as a sister is also better looking. How in cousin phase is not Su Wan? What's the matter with coming so late? Hua Linghan takes in his movements. His eyes sharp. My mom asked me to deliver the watermelon. Meng Xinhao and Hua Linghan were both in the same military compound. And their father was a deputy division chief of staff. Put the watermelon here. Let's go, said Hua Linghan. After taking the netting in Meng Xinhao's hand and placing it on the ground, he pulled the person out. He had only just arrived. He hadn't even had a drink of water yet. Cousin. I haven't even spoken to grandma and uncle yet. Why are you in such a hurry to drive me away? Xin Hao. Study your homework at home during the summer vacation. Actively participate in social practice activities. And run here less often. Hua Linghan sternly warns him. Thinking of Su Wan's words that she would definitely find someone in 3 months. She resented his age and children. And wanted to find a younger, better imaged high flyer. Meng Xinhao meets all of them. Why? Just now uncle asked me to teach sister Su Wan her homework. Meng Xinhao had a puzzled look on his face. Little Ant is the high school grade director. Comrade Suwon can ask Little Ant for advice if she doesn't know how to do it. If she comes to you with a question, you should ignore it. Don't think you're a college student now. But keep a good distance between male and female classmates. Comrade Suwon is a high school student who doesn't know any better. But you need to know better. Huo Linghan didn't make his words too clear and thorough. Meng Xinhao nodded his head and thought it made sense. In the past, his uncle and aunt had to go to the unit. Only Grandma and Senny were at home. And now that there were two more strange sisters in the house, he really couldn't always go to his uncle's house anymore. And he had to pay attention to the proportion. But it suddenly occurred to me that the name I heard Mom mention earlier seemed to be Suwon. Uncle also has always praised this future cousin sister-in-law was born as a child pink sticky. Very soft and cute. And will definitely be a beauty when she grows up. Shall we sister how to look at it does not look like cousin. Why do I remember that the blind date uncle introduced you to seem to be named Suwon? How did it become Sister Su shall we? Meng Xinhao twisted his head around and asked in puzzled curiosity. Huo Linghan stops walking and opens his thin lips. His voice is cold and serious, both are sisters. They are just temporarily living in the Huo family to go to school. Meng Xinhao understood and jokingly guessed. Is it because you're too strict? Cousin. That Sister Suwon didn't fall for you? Sister Suwon is so good looking and speaks softly and gently. There must be a lot of people chasing after her. Just like the departmental flower of our department. She is old popular in the school. You always have a stern face. Huo Linghan's face suddenly sank. His handsome brows locked. His eyes sharp as a sword staring at Meng Xinhao. Word for word, Meng Xinhao. Remember what I just said. I'm not allowed to run here when I'm not at home. And both female comrades maintain the necessary distance. Especially Comrade Suwon. If I see you and Comrade Suwon dating too much. 100 round the belly singles. A cold. Intimidating warning. Chapter 11, Getting a Nanny Job. It made Meng Xinhao subconsciously stand up straight. Not only did he feel that he had guessed correctly, but he also felt that cousin was being uncharacteristically harsh because he had fallen for Sister Suwon. After Suwon and Su shall we finished eating. Old Mrs. Hua asked Wuma to help move Su Shelwe's luggage to the long-packed room on the second floor. Suwon. I didn't know before that you were coming to Beiping. And there is only one empty room in the house that you can stay in for the time being. Shelwe's leg is injured. So you'll be staying in the same house as Wuma. Old Mrs. Hua opens her mouth with a light cough. Okay. Grandma Hua. Suwon's voice is crisp and clear. And without any objections. She stands up to clear the dishes on the table. Seeing this, Su Shelwe also hurriedly followed suit and got up to clean up. Shelwe? Your leg is injured and you've been on the train for 2 days and a night. Go upstairs earlier and rest. Just let Mrs. Wu clean up. Old Mrs. Hua's eyes looked towards Su Shelwe. Yes. 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 Quickly put it down. I'll just pack it. Wuma took Su Shelwe's luggage and helped her up to the second floor. Su Shelwe stood on the wooden stairs, looking at Suwon, who walked into the kitchen with dishes and chopsticks, sneering and hooking her lips in a smile. It seems that Grandma Hua and Uncle Hua liked themselves very much and must have recognized her as their future daughter-in-law. Hua Jiangwo had wanted to open his mouth to ask Suwon to go back to her room for an early rest as well. But he was stopped by a look from old Mrs. Hua. It wasn't until only the two of them were left in the living room that Hua Jiangwo couldn't help but open his mouth. Mom! Aren't you being a bit too opinionated about Suwon? Letting the two of them live in one room is just fine. It's not like they can't sleep in one bed. Old Mrs. Hua picked up her teacup and took a sip of water. Glanced at Hua Jiangwo. And instructed. Make a phone call to your little sister later and tell her to keep Shinhao in check. And don't let him have any incoming contact with Suwon.
Mom! What are you doing? Hua frowned. Let Shinhao tutor Suwon.
Maybe her grades will improve after school starts.
Humph.
I think you're forgetting what Lord Han told you on the phone when you saw her acting all honest and disciplined.
Old Mrs.
Hua snorted coldly. Suwon even harmed her own sister in order to marry Lord Han and jumped into the river to die.
Is she here to study?
It's obvious that she's rushing to climb up the ladder to find a date. Who knows if she'll hit Xin Hao with her idea?
Mom! Seeing is believing. Hearing is not.
I saw today that Suwon is not like what Lord Han said on the phone.
There should be some kind of misunderstanding among them. Hua Jiangwo advised in a deep voice.
With his high position in the military and his poisonous eyes, even a well-trained agent standing in front of him could be tested by him in a few words.
Just now,
he deliberately took out the gift for Su Xiaowei in front of Suwon, just to see what kind of reaction she would have. But from start to finish, she spoke and acted appropriately. And her clear and clean eyes didn't reveal the slightest bit of displeasure or jealousy. Lord Han had specifically verified the situation with the village branch secretary before reporting to you.
What misunderstanding could there be? Old Mrs. Hua places her teacup on the table.
Her attitude strong and irrefutable.
I still say the same thing as before. If she's peaceful,
we'll pay for her to finish high school. If she's not right-minded and hooks up in the compound, we'll send her back to the countryside immediately. Just cultivate and take care of Xiaowei more in the future.
Old Mrs.
Hua stood up and went back to her room after she finished speaking. Suwon washed the pots and bowls and wiped down the stovetop, only coming out of the kitchen when she heard the two people in the living room had left. The kitchen door was facing the living room, and it was obvious that Grandma Hua had let her hear it on purpose.
She'd thought about it back on the train,
planning to get a summer job as a live-in nanny so she wouldn't have to board at Hua's house.
That's why when she met Wu Ma,
she had two eyes and was incredibly polite and courteous. Grandma Hua letting her share a room with Wu Ma was just what she wanted. Wu Ma went downstairs and saw the already cleaned kitchen. The pots and pans were all neatly stowed away. Her heart was delighted, thinking that this girl was not only good-looking, but also very diligent and handy.
Said,
"You girl is also really.
You are a guest. How can I let you work? Quickly go back to your room and rest."
Wu Ma, my sister and I stayed at Hua's house and caused you trouble, so that you'll all have to do more work for two and cook more meals for two in the future.
Suwon was very understanding and sympathetic as she spoke,
her voice sweet and sincere. This sentence really spoke to Wu Ma's heart, and she became more and more fond of Suwon, especially since this stay will be for at least a year.
It's not going to add to her workload.
Originally she only had to cook for 5 people including her,
but now it became 7.
Even the clothes have to be washed for 2 more people,
which is fine in the summer,
but in the winter it's sure to get frostbite all over your hands.
And Grandma Hua is old,
and Hua Seni is still young. She has to follow a lot of worries every day.
So Wu Ma,
in order not to cause trouble for you and Uncle Hua, I want to take advantage of the summer vacation to find a job cooking and washing clothes for people,
just like you.
Babysitting is okay. And by the way, I also want to earn some high school tuition.
I don't know if you recognize.
Before Suwon finished her later words, Wu Ma grabbed Suwon's hand and smiled with narrowed eyes. You said it's not a coincidence. Before I met an Auntie Wang who worked as a nanny at the university principal's house in the vegetable market. Her husband broke his leg doing a job, and she wanted to go back to her hometown to serve.
But the principal's family can't cook,
and she's going to have to find someone to replace her before she can go.
If you really want to do that,
I'll run into her tomorrow morning when I go grocery shopping and ask for you.
Thank you, Mrs.
Wu. I'll go with you tomorrow morning.
and help you carry things on the way.
Su Wanyi's voice rubbed honey like sweetness. Smiled with two cheeks pear eddies sweet and moving.
Eyebrows curved.
Looking at Wu Ma's heart was soft and sweet as if she had eaten a piece of candy.
Such a soft and inviting girl. I don't know why old Mrs.
Hua and Hua Linghan don't seem to like her very much. The difference in the way the two sisters were treated was so obvious.
By 4:30 early the next morning,
Su Wan followed Wu Ma to get up and cook breakfast,
and then went to the market to buy food.
By the time Hua Linghan came to pick up Su Xiaowei and take her to the hospital, the whole family had already eaten breakfast, and Hua Jiangwo had gone to the military district for a meeting.
Hua Linghan didn't see Su Wan in the living room and naturally assumed that Su Wan was still sleeping in her room. After saying hello to Grandma Hua,
she took Su Xiaowei to the military hospital to see her leg injury.
Su Xiaowei, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat,
had her heart beating wildly, and her face involuntarily reddened when Big Brother Hua helped her fasten her seatbelt.
Tanned hands gripped the seatbelt the whole way.
Thinking of the words she heard Grandma Hua say last night as she stood on the second-floor stairway, she pursed her lips lightly. Turning his head to look at Hua Linghan, who was seriously driving, he asked somewhat timidly and hesitantly,
"Big Brother Hua, do you know that brother Xinhao he has a date?" Chapter 12, I knew she was restless. "What are you asking for?" Hua Linghan spoke in a deep voice. "It's sister Shi." Su Xiaowei lowered her head. "After you and Xinhao went out last night,
I saw my sister looking out the window at Xinhao all the time. And I also heard my sister say that she thought Xinhao was very good. A college student.
And a handsome person. Mom is also the high school grade president.
I don't know if I heard that brother Xinhao also lives in the military compound.
But I went out early this morning. The small car that was traveling smoothly."
Was Hua Linghan suddenly stepped on the brakes. His high and stern brows locked. His dark eyes cold and sharp and intimidating.
He knew she wouldn't settle down,
and had only just arrived at the Hua family when she took a liking to Meng Xinhao.
If he hadn't already been almost at the military hospital, he would have gone back for her.
"Brother Hua,
sister knows that you won't agree, so I'm not allowed to say anything about this.
If brother Xinhao has a date, I'll persuade my sister."
Su Xiaowei had an honest and well-behaved look. As long as Su Wan is driven back home, no one will ever compare her to Su Wan again.
And she won't always be recognized by others as Big Brother Hua's blind date.
What else does Su Wan have besides that good-looking face?
Obviously she is the youngest in the family.
Excellent grades. And obedient. She does all the work at home.
Why is it that since she was a child, the adults praised her,
spoiled her, and gave in to her? Whenever he was with her, everyone's attention would fall on her,
and she would always be the one ignored and unseen. She had to step on her hard.
Hua Linghan didn't say anything, gripping the steering wheel tightly and continuing to drive forward. His black eyes as cold and deep as a deep well in the dark night.
Arriving at the orthopedic injury department of the military hospital, the doctor examined Su Xiaowei's right leg and it had recovered almost. Only the wound still had some scars.
So it would be good to prescribe some ointment to apply it.
It's already 10 o'clock when she returns to Hua's house, and Wu Ma is choosing vegetables in the kitchen.
Still no sign of Su Wan. Hua Linghan went to Meng's house again. Only the youngest aunt, Hua Hong, was alone,
and learned that early in the morning Meng Xinhao had asked his high school classmates to go fishing in the countryside. His cold brows furrowed and he raised his hand to glance at his watch. He only had 3 hours to go out. Hopefully Meng Xinhao took his warning to heart and didn't stay with Su Wan.
When the minivan was about to drive to the troop unit, Su Wan,
who was braided with 2 long braids and wearing a patched light green embroidered shirt,
was seen walking alone on Sycamore Avenue under the blazing sun.
It seems to have walked for a long time.
A white and tender little face was sunburned red. Neck sweaty. A few strands of broken hair in front of the forehead were soaked with sweat. And every now and then they took out their handkerchiefs to wipe away the dripping sweat. Under the shade of the tree, there was an older woman pushing a white phone box with popsicle written on it. And Suwon stopped and looked at it for a long time. Little hands clawed at his pockets and kept gulping as if he wanted to eat it. But in the end, he didn't bother to buy it and continued on his way. Hua Linghan slowed the car down and slowly drove past, seeing it all very clearly. It looked like Suwon should not have found Meng Xinhao and could only wander aimlessly on the road. He stared coldly straight ahead, with no intention of bothering her or letting her learn a lesson. Suwon is a bit of a wayfarer, following Auntie Wang to her employer's house. And when she comes out again, she can't remember the way back. It was now midday. The hot sun almost cracked the earth. The whole person seemed to be in a steam oven. And beads of sweat soaked her clothes like fine rain. She was so hot and thirsty that her throat was smoking. But she hadn't brought any money with her when she came out, so she could only endure her thirst all the way back to Hua's house. When I arrived home, I drank 2 large enameled tankards of water in a row of hugs before I felt alive. Wuma took a towel soaked in cool water to wipe her face and asked with concern, "How is it? Is it done?" "It's done." Suwon curled her lips, her eyes crystal clear, and nodded lightly. She hadn't expected it to go so well either. The employers, both husband and wife, are intellectuals and seem quite amiable and good-natured. Originally, I didn't want her because I thought she was too young. But when I saw that her letter of introduction was from the army and heard that she was still in high school and was working during the summer to earn tuition, I immediately agreed to keep her. She can pack up and go over there first thing in the morning. And she has a separate room. After everyone had finished dinner in the evening, old Mrs. Hua and Su Shell we both went back to their rooms. Suwon then went to the study and told Hua Jiangwo that she was going to be a nanny tomorrow. Hua was both surprised and astonished, reinforcing that his judgment could not be wrong. If Suwon was really a good-for-nothing, lazy and selfish person, how would she have thought of finding a job and earning tuition fees right after coming to Beiping? Suwon, you don't need to worry about tuition. It's fine if you want to take advantage of the summer vacation to exercise. But don't forget to study. Hua urges in a serious tone. When you graduate from high school, wanting to find a job in Beiping is not a difficult task. Uncle Hua, please don't worry. I will study hard and review my homework. Suwon knew that with the original body's academic performance, no one would believe her if she said she would work hard to get into college. Suwon went to the bathroom to take a shower after coming out of the study. She was the last to bathe. And when she was done, she sorted everyone's change of dirty clothes and soaked them in a wooden tub before pouring on the Energize 28 laundry detergent. Turn off the light and start scrubbing the clothes by the moonlight coming in through the window. Electricity was still very scarce in the 1980s and expensive at night. In some areas, especially in the rural areas, the power supply will stop at night. And you cannot even watch the Spring Festival Gala, but only the reruns of the next day. It would have been a great luxury for her to wash her clothes with the light on. She also did this because she wanted to thank Wu Ma for introducing her to this job. And in an era where jobs depended on assignments and introductions, Wu Ma had done her a huge favor. Washing. The bathroom door was suddenly pulled open. Suwon was startled, turned back. Through the moonlight vaguely saw a tall and straight figure standing at the door. That straight and upright posture looks like it came out of the army. Uncle Hua, do you need to use the restroom? You wait a moment. Suwon naturally assumed it was Hua Jiangwo, shaking the laundry detergent foam off her hands before moving the wooden basin toward the corner. The bright and clear moonlight fell on her body through the window, and her freshly washed hair fell softly over her shoulders. Her figure appeared to be as gentle as water and delicate. Wearing a cotton tank top and shorts underneath. Her skin was as white and moist as a freshly shelled lychee. The legs are straight and long, like carefully carved jade pillars. Well proportioned and beautiful. Bending down the waist is soft as a willow, lining the body in front of the water like tofu soft meat. Bulging, with the rising motion, like drops of dew on a summer lotus leaf. It swayed slightly. It made the man standing outside the door stiffen, immediately retreating a large step back and turning in the direction of the study. Chapter 13, Never Touched a Girl. Huo Linghan grew up with little contact with girls. In the compound, our boys play a piece. Girls play a piece. After the military school, even girls are rare. And then later is to go to the hard northwest. Our all-clear brown man. The sudden scene, especially in a private, wet bathroom, made his throat tighten and he didn't know what to do with it. Uncle Hua? Suwan was a bit strange and called out softly to the hastily departing back. Although there was some suspicion, this Hua family only had Uncle Hua. It couldn't be the big brother in the scientific research world or Huo Linghan who had suddenly returned. Could it? Huo Linghan closed the door to the study room. His long body wrapped in the slight dryness of summer. His body collapsed straight and rigid. The scene at the train station where her softness had been pressed against his back, with only a piece of their respective shirts separating them. Soft and tender, with a delicate warmth, came to mind at once. Huo Linghan's eyes were dark and deep, pursed his lips, and the sound of scrubbing clothes as well as wringing water came sparsely from outside the room. He had also come back temporarily to pick up a document. His night vision was already good and he had undergone specialized training. So he usually came back at night without turning on the lights. This time, as soon as he opened the door, he heard the sound of water coming from the bathroom. And there was no light inside. So he thought he had forgotten to turn off the bathroom faucet. But he didn't expect to see a scene like that as soon as he opened the door. Huo Linghan's chest rises and falls as he breathes deeply. Feeling the air he inhales into his nostrils is stuffy and dry. It was only after Suwan had finished washing and drying her clothes outside the courtyard and returned to her room to rest that he walked out of the study with the documents he wanted to pick up. The clothesline in the yard is full of freshly washed clothes. One by one, they are clamped with small wooden clips. Probably because of the small strength. The water on the clothes is not wrung out, dripping down. Almost out of habit, Huo Linghan put the documents aside. Will not wring clothes down, one by one to re-wring out the water. And then drying up. Clothes each corner tugging flat and caressing positive. When removing a light green patched embroidered shirt, the wringing of water paused. It was the very one he wore on Suwan at noon. And immediately rehung it like a hot potato. Further back are the girls' snug little white dresses. Small and compact. He immediately averted his eyes solemnly. His ears burning slightly. A cool breeze blew by. And the wooden clamps holding the little white coat didn't hold. And the little white coat was blown to the ground. Huo Linghan grabbed it with a quick eye, but reacted in the next second and quickly let go of his hand. Splat! The little white coat fell to the concrete with a wet thud. Staring at that mass of white, Huo Linghan's mouth is taut and straight. His eyes dark. Wanting to bend down to pick it up is not. Not picking it up is not. The hand hanging at his side was still damp from above. And the muscles of his arm were erect and bulging. His veins standing out. No matter what. He, a big man, couldn't touch a lesbian's intimate apparel. After some thought struggle, finally the eyes sank. Took the documents and went back to the unit's dormitory. Normally those of his rank would have been assigned a house a long time ago. But he was still single and didn't have that need for the time being. So he had been living in a single dormitory or back at his home in the military compound. He came back and retook a cool shower. Eyes closed, cannot help but think of the scene he saw in the bathroom. Soft and pure. Jade soft, flower soft. Like a delicate apricot just blossomed in the spring rains. With the sweet fragrance of a young girl. Silk entangled into the bones of people. The slightly swaying dewdrops were soft. Delicate and warm. He opened his eyes coldly and glanced down. And another pair of white, delicate hands appeared in front of him. With fingertips like sharpened onions. Grasping his shirt. His expression grew colder and colder. When he came out of the bathroom, his entire body was chilled with the night's frost-soaked cold. Lying on the bed covered with a cool mat. As soon as I closed my eyes, no matter how much I suppressed it, all those images from earlier came back uncontrollably. Back and forth. Always cold and cold-hearted. He had never been in such a situation. Especially when the other party was also a hypocritical, snobbish woman he detested. Bent on climbing the ladder and hitting on Meng Xinhao. Eventually he climbed up. Turned on the lamp. Took out a copy of Chairman Mao's quotations on the frowning. Cold face neatly copied up. Never let his own thoughts corrupted. Degenerate. The next day Su Wan still woke up at 4:30. Woke up to find her white small clothes were blown off the ground. Now washed and too late to dry. Had to be collected into the basket. You child. I said, why did you go to bed so late last night? Why did you wash your clothes overnight? As soon as Wu Ma pushed open the door, she saw sun-dried clothes hanging in the courtyard. Her heart was a sigh of relief. Mrs. Wu. I don't have anything to thank you for. So I can only help you wash the whole family's clothes. Su Wan spat out her tongue. Smiling. Her eyes curved into a bridge. Her voice light and soft. I'm going to help you make breakfast now. And after that I'm going to head over to Principal Song's house. So when Grandma Hua and Uncle will wake up at that time, I'll trouble you to tell them. That look is really good and gentle. Wu Ma is like from the bottom of her heart. And understand and polite. No. No. I'll just do it myself. You go to Principal Song's house quickly. Take these 2 pieces of corn for the road. Wu Ma pulled her back and took 2 more pieces of boiled corn and shoved them to her. In the past 2 days, Su Wan helped her with all the work in Hua's house. Sleeping at night in order not to squeeze her. Has been shrinking in the corners. Legs by mosquitoes outside the mosquito net. Bitten several big bags. But apart from Chief Hua, old Mrs. Hua had always been nonchalant towards her. And her sister, Su shall we? Accompanied Mrs. Hua to watch TV and read the newspaper. Comfortably sitting on the sofa. Blowing an electric fan. Talking about helping. She never did it. And Mrs. Hua would stop her from doing it. Yesterday noon Su Wan returned from the sun in a sweaty condition. And did not see Mrs. Hua ask a question. Wu Ma was a little heartbroken for her. Su Wan saw that she could not refuse. So she carried the bamboo basket and walked out of the courtyard. And waved at Wu Ma with a smile on her way out. Because she felt that she might not come back after leaving the door of the Hua family. Principal Song paid her $25 a month. And in 2 months she'd make $50. And tuition for a semester of high school was almost $12 or so. Plus a little bit of money and tickets from her family and a scholarship for high school as well. And she'd have almost enough to get by while she was saving a little bit. The only thing to fret about is where she's going to live after winter break vacation. In the Hua family, she has to work under the fence and is not treated well. And she is not a little cutie. She's not a cutie pie. Why would she want to go back to live there? Su Shelby woke up and heard that Su Wan had actually gone to someone else's house to work as a nanny. And smiled coldly. Surely seeing that the Hua family didn't treat her well and couldn't stand the anger. Yesterday, I went out. I don't know what kind of people I met. And because I have a good-looking face, I used some means to move into someone else's house. It's only good if you're tricked into selling it.
But when she heard that it was introduced by Mrs. Wu and that the employer was also the principal of Big Brother Hua's military school, Su Xiaowei stirred the bowl of white porridge with her chopsticks and raised her head with a worried expression.
Grandma Hua. Uncle Hua. But my sister. She doesn't know how to cook. When the farm was busy before,
I had no choice but to let my sister make a meal.
And the whole family ended up vomiting and having diarrhea after eating it. Chapter 14, Relying on Other People's Sons. Another time, Mother asked my sister to stir fry. And after only a short walk, she almost set the kitchen on fire. And then the family never asked her to do it again. What Su Xiaowei said is true. This is in the countryside. Especially if it's a woman. How can this be someone who doesn't know how to cook? Hua Jiangwo obviously didn't expect it either, but still chose to believe Su Wan. If Su Wan didn't know how to cook, then Principal Son's family wouldn't have left her behind. Mrs. Wu also spoke for Su Wan. How could that be? Su Wan, that girl is so handy. She has helped me a lot in the past 2 days. This morning's clothes were still washed by Su Wan. Then have you seen her frying and cooking? Old Mrs. Hua asks seriously. This time, Wu Ma asked the question. Indeed, the meals were all made by her. Su Wan just helped to play a hand. Peeling a garlic, panning rice and so on. Simply nonsense. If Principal Son's family eats anything good or bad, or burns the house down, Lord Han's future promotion path will come to an end. And if something more serious happens, the entire Hua family will be implicated. Seeing this, old Mrs. Hua puts her chopsticks on the table with a snap and says sternly, "How can you introduce a lazy person who is not hardworking and causes trouble everywhere to be a nanny? Mrs. Wu, why don't you hurry and go get the person back?" Wu Ma was frightened by old Madame Hua's might, and her face was filled with panic as she mouthed, "Su Wan should be at Principal Song's house at this moment. And I don't know where Principal Song lives." She and Auntie Wang had only bumped into each other at the food market to say a few words, and had never asked for a specific address, except for information about the employer. After meeting at the vegetable market yesterday, Auntie Wang led Su Wan back. She had to come back to cook and didn't follow. Old Mrs. Hua's eyes glared sternly at Mrs. Wu. Then she looked at Hua Jiangwo. "You should hurry up and call Lord Han and ask him to contact Principal Song and whisk the person back." Hua believes Su Wan, but Su Xiaowei can't lie either, and goes to the study and dials the number of Hua Lingan's office. The phone beep 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 has not been answered. In the soon-to-be hung up, Hua Linghan, only panting to pick up the phone, apparently just ran back. "Linghan, do you have Principal Song's phone number?" Hua Jiangwo directly opens the door and briefly tells Hua Linghan about the matter. "Dad, I did hear people in the village say something about her not being able to cook and poisoning her entire family with food for 3 days before she slowed down." Hua Linghan frowns after hearing this, realizing the seriousness of the matter. Previously, he had only told his mom and dad about the issues he had verified with the village clerk about Su Wan's character. And as for the other things the villagers had said, he hadn't mentioned them because they hadn't been sought. But he didn't expect Su Wan to run away to babysit someone, or the school leader of his military school. "I'll call Principal Song's son right away." "Don't worry, Dad. It's not time to make lunch yet." Hua's face was heavy when he heard his son say the same thing. On the other side of the phone, he instructed Hua Luohan to contact Principal Song as soon as possible, apologize to the person, and let Su Wan return to Hua's house quickly to avoid things going in a more serious direction. What did Lord Han say? "It's only the 3rd day you've been here and you've made such a mess." After putting down the phone and returning to the living room, old Mrs. Hua noticed that Hua Jiangwo's face was a bit different. And her face flinched. Mom! Lord Han has already called Principal Song's son. And it shouldn't be long before Su Wan is back. Humph. I told you how she had to run off to be a nanny for no reason. At first I thought she had corrected herself. But it turns out that Principal Song's family has a son. Can't wait to live in Principal Song's house as a nanny just to find a good match. And it's really hard for her. Old Mrs. Hua was infuriated. And she wasn't so angry at first. Mainly because Hua Jiangwo's face changed after the phone call. Which meant that Su Xiaowei had made light of the matter. Mom! Su Wan isn't what you think. She just wants to work and study and exercise herself in the meantime. Hua didn't think so. She knows she can't cook. But she's still asking Wu Ma to introduce her to babysitting jobs. And she's shrewd enough to do that. Knowing that any family that can afford a nanny won't be bad. When the time comes to live in someone's home. And then rely on their excellent son. On the basis of our Hua family's connections. It's impossible for them to marry if they don't want to. Hua old lady has never seen such malicious people. Breakfast is not eaten. Covering the chest to do boring directly back to the house. Grandma Hua. Don't be angry. Su Xiaowei went after her and advised. If she had known, she would have said it later. And when Su Wan's side really cooks and makes a mess, the Hua family definitely won't keep Su Wan any longer. But now that it's come to this, even if Su Wan comes back, she won't have a good time in the Hua family in the future. That's nice. She asked for it. Hua Linghan hangs up the phone and then calls the military hospital where Principal Song's son is. But is told that Dr. Song is resuscitating a patient and it will take at least an hour or two before he can come out of the operating room. Hua Linghan had to go to Principal Song's home a trip by himself. But who knows, only just out of the office building. Lu political commissar chased up. Above, just down a document. Notification of an urgent meeting. Military orders are like mountains. And Hua Linghan didn't hesitate to immediately head towards the conference room. Waiting for the meeting back, already 10:30. Called the military hospital once again. Dr. Song is still in the operating room, did not come out. He grabbed his car keys, hopped in and headed straight for the school family building. Before, when I went to military school, came to the home of Principal Song once. Vaguely remember, in the leadership family building of the 3rd floor. Up the stairs and turn right, the first household is the home of Principal Song. That new young nanny at Principal Song's house is a really good cook. Making braised pork. The smell of the meat drifted all the way to our faculty building. And my kids were crying with gluttony. Clamoring for it. Yeah. I'm craving it by the smell. It really smells so good. When I went out to buy vegetables in the morning, I happened to run into that little nanny. Carrying a basket on her back. Looking so watery and pretty. Just like the actresses in the pictorials. With a gentle voice. A mouthful of a teacher calling out. Which is soothing to listen to. Hua Linghan had just walked to the school leader's family building when he heard someone discussing the new little nanny at Principal Song's house and stared slightly. Cooking well and smelling good. Carrying a backpack. Is this talking about Su Wan? Taking a big step up to the 2nd floor of the family building. He smelled a tantalizing aroma. And when he came to the 3rd floor, the smell of meat became more and more intense. Originally, the summer heat. People do not have much appetite. But smelling the smell of the meat, but people all of a sudden appetite. 2 or 3 children stood at the door of Principal Song's house. All of them drooling. And Principal Song smiled and chucked a piece of meat from the bowl one person and put it in their palms. The children immediately couldn't wait to eat. And then stuck out their tongues to lick their palms again and again. With a face that couldn't get enough of it. Looking blearily at Principal Song. Wanting more. As soon as Hua Linghan's long and straight slab-sided figure in his summer beige short-sleeved military uniform appeared in the hallway. Principal Song immediately looked over. His face was surprised and happy. Xiao Hua. You're just in time. The new nanny in our house today. The braised pork she made is really a masterpiece. Come on in. While greeting, Principal Song turned his head to the kitchen and shouted. Xiao Wan. We have guests. Add a set of chopsticks and bring up the other bowl of braised pork. Okay. A clear, pleasant voice resembled a sweetly tinkling stream, crunching its way from the kitchen. Chapter 15, Wedding Invitations? Huo Linghan stood in the doorway with his things. And at a glance he saw a bowl of brightly colored braised pork on the table in the living room, with a layer of sugar sauce wrapped around it evenly and moistly. The fat meat crystal clear, and the lean meat rosy and glossy. It's simply more tantalizing than the chef at a state-run restaurant. And just looking at it makes you salivate. Next to it was a plate of fresh and refreshing cold cucumbers. 2 other home-cooked dishes, plus a bowl of refreshingly sweet and sour tomato and egg soup with a sprinkling of flavor-enhancing minced green onions on the surface. The table was full of color and flavor, comparable to the level of a chef. Su Wan did all this? Huo Linghan was a little disbelieving, wondering if Su Wan had already returned to Huo's house and this was done by a refound nanny. Uncle! Has Auntie not returned yet? Su Wan was wearing a blue textile apron. A towel for wiping sweat hung around her slender neck. 2 long black braids were placed behind her head, and a small face was tender. Walking out of the kitchen with 2 bowls of white rice and a sweet pear swirl on her cheeks. A glance at her head saw Huo Linghan wearing a proper military cap, his face cold and handsome and serious as he looked at her. His deep black eyes like a distant mountain and heavy fog. Heavy and heavy. Quite oppressive. Su Wan also didn't expect Principal Song's guest to be Huo Linghan, and calmly averted her eyes as if she didn't recognize him and walked back to the kitchen. Headmaster. I transferred back to Beiping half a year ago and haven't had time to visit you. Yesterday fresh lychees were sent from the south. I'm sending them for you and Master Mother to try. Huo Linghan's eyes narrow slightly. Then he respectfully bows and hands over a bag of lychees and a pocket of water peaches with both hands. Although he came in a hurry, Huo Linghan did not forget the etiquette. Secondly, he also intends to apologize and make amends. And thirdly, he does intend to take the time to see the principal of the military school. Principal Song pushed back with a serious face. This small bag of lychee is very rare. The average person has money to buy cannot buy. A caddy will be 30 or 40 yuan. Up to the average worker's salary for a month. Xiao Hua. I'm happy that you have the heart to come and see me. I'll take the thought. Take this lychee back and give it to your old lady. Next time you come, give a call in advance so I can have Xiaowan cook a few more dishes. Principal Song pulled Huo Linghan inside and spoke of Su Wan with a proud face, as if he had picked up a treasure. When the braised pork was just ready, he couldn't help but taste a piece. It was really soft and flavorful. Fat but not greasy. He had thought about it. When his son got married, he would let Su Wan be the chef and make braised pork. Headmaster. I also called you before I came here, but I never got through. My sudden visit this time has disturbed you and Master Mother from having a meal. Mainly because... Huo Lord Han looked at the table of freshly scented rice with a complex expression, and then glanced at the kitchen. There didn't seem to be a third person in this room besides Principal Song and Su Wan. Then it can only be Su Wan's doing. It seems he was overly concerned. Hesitantly, he didn't know how to talk about his coming. Our home telephone is broken and we haven't gotten it fixed yet. You're here to send us wedding invitations for your wedding, aren't you? Principal Song laughed and pointed to the chair in front of him, telling him to sit down. Another asked Su Wan, who was busy in the kitchen, to pour a glass of water.
I heard Wen Bo say that your father introduced you to a blind date right after you transferred back to Beiping. And the two of them have been corresponding for more than half a year. A few days ago you went on a mission, by the way the people also picked up back. As if the people girl is still studying it. So quickly set the date? Settled or good? You are not too young. Also should start a family. The matter of Huo Linghan picking up his blind date back to Beiping has been rumored by the troops and has become an open secret. Song Wenba's subject was a doctor in the army health office. So he knew about it too. After all, he was an outstanding student of the military academy and had received several honors during his school years. So Principal Song paid extra attention. No. Principal, you misunderstood. I came here today. Hua Luohan sat upright, his back straight as a pine, just wanting to say the reason out. Su Wan brought a cup of warm water and put it in front of him. Hua Linghan raises his eyes to look at her. Su Wan lowers her slender eyelashes to avoid his line of sight, puts down the glass and turns around before going back into the kitchen. Obviously, didn't want Principal Song to know they knew each other. But on the whole, it was also true that they didn't know each other very well. And they could count on 2 fingers the number of times they had spoken since Chantun village. And they didn't have any relationship now. And even if they did, it was a favor relationship between his dad and the Su family. And he was just in charge of getting people to Beiping. Principal Song looks at Huo Linghan's actions and asks after him suspiciously. So it's a matter of waiting for a human girl to graduate from high school before calling in a report to get married? Xiaohua, since we have all received people to live in our home, it's better to do the banquet earlier. Otherwise, if you live in the man's home before you get married, it's inevitable that people will gossip about you. And it won't affect you well. Headmaster, it's not what you think. My dad misses people's life-saving kindness. And I'm just treating her as a sister. Receiving her to study in Beiping for easy care. It's not a relationship. Huo Linghan opens his mouth to explain. When the Su family asked him to correspond with Su Xiaowei for a blind date, he only took her as his sister. The letters were also full of encouragement for Xiaowei's younger sister to study hard. Sister? But how come I heard that it was your father who introduced you to a blind date? When you were first transferred back to Beiping, there were quite a few people who wanted to introduce you to a date. All of which were rebuffed by your dad. Principal Song was a bit puzzled. Well, it's not appropriate. The corners of Huo Linghan's lips are taut and straight. His voice without a single ripple or undulation. Oh, that's right. Principal Song nodded thoughtfully. Rather regretful. So, in that case, you're not dating anyone right now? Yes. Huo Linghan, still sitting upright and straight, nodded. The dark, deep eyes glanced towards the kitchen and then at the delicious meal in front of her. Perhaps Su Wan had learned to cook since then. So he found a reason to explain the cause of his sudden visit. Headmaster, now the weather is hot. The lychee can't be put out. I was supposed to come to visit you this morning. But I had an urgent meeting in the morning on the spur of the moment. So I was delayed for some time. Then he got up and was about to leave. Headmaster, there are still things to do in the unit. So I'll go back first. As soon as Huo Linghan finished speaking, Principal Song's lover, Secretary Yang, came back from work. Impressed with this outstanding military student who had become a regimental commander at the age of 26. The couple pulled him hard to stay for a meal before leaving. Shawan, quickly, don't be busy. Come over and eat with us. Secretary Yang knows that country girls are thin-skinned. And purposely went into the kitchen to pull Su Wan to sit down in front of the 4-sided table. Auntie, I'm not hungry yet. You guys eat first. I'll wash the pot. Su Wan indeed wasn't hungry.
and wanted to stand up and was again pressed back into her seat by Secretary Yang. Early in the morning to come over to start busy. Look at your back clothes have not been dry. How not hungry? Secretary Yang scolded, not allowing Su Wan to get up. By the way, Xiao Wan is also a high school student. And the relative who came to Beiping to join her also lives in your military compound. Principal Song suddenly remembered and thought it could be a real coincidence. So he introduced the two of them. Xiao Wan. This is Chief Hua. Maybe the relative you're borrowing from knows Chief Hua. Good day. Head Hua. Su Wan's clear black and white eyes looked towards him, the corners of her lips curving slightly as she greeted him politely and courteously like the first time she met him. Hello. Huo Linghan lifts his eyes and indifferently opens his lips. Chapter 16, If you don't want to eat it, you can give it to me. Auntie. Comrade Wenbo hasn't come back yet. I'll send the rice over to him. Su Wan is pressed to sit next to Huo Linghan and finds an excuse to leave. Huo Linghan's dark, sharp eyes went cold, like quenched ice. She really did everything she could to get a date and climb the ladder in 3 months. Yesterday, he went to find Meng Xinhao and presumably touched dust. So today he hit the principal's son again. Dr. Song is 4 years younger than him and I heard he's getting married soon. No need. Wenbo Hospital has a cafeteria. Secretary Yang felt that this little Wan was really too diligent and understanding. Waved his hand and once again pulled Su Wan back to her seat and sat down. Little Hua. Try the braised pork that Xiao Wan made. Principal Song purposely picks a large piece of braised pork and puts it in Huo Linghan's bowl. Huo Linghan did not move a bite. Soft and sweet. Melt in the mouth. Although look at the appearance of the sale will know that it will not be too bad. But did not expect the taste far beyond his expectations. The flavor was just amazing to him. Almost as if he had never eaten such good red meat in all his 26 years. The impact this brought made him unable to help but raise his eyebrows and turn his eyes to Su Wan beside him, who was turning sideways to speak with Secretary Yang. His cold, hard eyes were filled with deep inquiry and amazement. It was grossly at odds with the image he knew of being a good eater. How's that? Not bad? Principal Song had been keeping an eye on Huo Linghan's facial expression. Well, pretty good. Huo Linghan nods his head and puts all of the remaining braised pork into his mouth, expressing his thoughts very honestly. Like to come back next time. I'll let Xiao Wan do a little more. Principal Song also clamped a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth with a face of enjoyment. Then asked, you all corresponded with each other for more than half a year. How is it that you don't fit? Age. Huo Linghan was silent for a moment and spat out 2 words. As well as every other aspect is also inappropriate. Originally still educating Su Wan now is a new society. Everyone is equal. The nanny can also eat together on the table of the Secretary Yang heard. Curious asked, that person girl looks like how to look like? Huo Linghan pursed his lips lightly and paused, his eyes swirling in a ghostly silence before finally saying succinctly and indifferently, good looking. Su Wan ate in the kitchen all morning fumes. Really do not have much appetite. So he served a bowl of tomato and egg soup. Just concentrate on the side of the blow. And occasionally clip a cool and refreshing cucumber. After all, she wasn't the one who had been writing letters for 6 months on a blind date with him. Principal Song and Secretary Yang nodded. There are plenty of good-looking lesbians in the cultural and industrial troupe and the drama troupe. And for a family like the Hua family as well as Huo Luohan's current position, being good-looking is the least of the things worth mentioning. So the topic went elsewhere. When Secretary Yang saw that Su Wan was only chucking in veggies and not even touching the eggs, he heartily chucked in a piece of braised pork to put in her bowl. Su Wan hurriedly took away her bowl and shook her head repeatedly. Auntie, I don't eat. She really didn't want to eat it. And even saw that it made her want to throw up a little. Quickly eat. Replenish your body so that you can study hard and get into a good university. With a face of serious concern, Secretary Yang pinched the braised pork into Su-won's bowl. Although Su-won was a bit embarrassed, her eyes reddened slightly. Probably because the original body also felt the kindness as well as care of the stranger. She'd been in the Hua family for 2 days, and no one had yet taken the initiative to offer her a dish. Cold and unwelcoming. Her unwelcoming attitude almost out in the open. Only Uncle Huo and Wu Ma would take the initiative to talk to her. So see Hua Linghan. And do not want to climb the relationship. Itself is not related to the two people. There will not be any intersection in the future. She just wants to get through high school, go to college, and have an iron rice bowl. Thank you, Aunt. Su-won said from the bottom of her heart. Her voice soft and sticky. Honey sweet and adorable. Secretary Yang looked at her wet red eyes. More and more heartache, this girl must have eaten a lot of pain. And clapped a piece of braised pork in Su-won's bowl. Eat some more. You just came to Beiping. What are the difficulties with your uncle and aunt? And when your brother Wenbo got married? You'll be invited to a banquet. Auntie, I will definitely come and help when the time comes. Su-won arched her eyebrows, the corners of her fresh lips holding a moving smile nest. Sweet and moist and clear. Like a mountain stream. It can ripple a small, pure white wave in one's heart. Huo Linggan's gaze was dark and deep as he looked at her. His long and rough fingertips rubbing the chopsticks in his hands. Unsure of the truth of her words. Xiaohua ah. When the date is set, you will be notified. You can be sure to come ah. Principal Song also instructed Huo Linghan, you also have to hold on tight. With your conditions. But the single lesbian eyes of the meat and potatoes. Before the words were finished, there was a knock on the door, which turned out to be Principal Song and Secretary Yang looking for someone to exchange the tickets before. And someone else sent the tickets over. Secretary Yang put down his chopsticks and opened the door himself. And Principal Song went inside to get the tickets. This left and right neighbors, colleagues know the happy news. It is inevitable that they will chat more. Congratulations, a few words. Only Su-won and Huo Linghan are left at the table. After Su-won finished the tomato and egg soup, she barely managed to eat the lean meat. So she wrinkled a small face, lowered her head and gently poked the remaining fatty meat with her chopsticks. The most lacking thing in this era is oil and water. So the 2 pieces of braised pork that Secretary Yang gave her were both fatty. But she would vomit when she ate fatty meat. And now just looking at it was not good enough. But you can't throw it away. It's a shame to waste it. Just as Su-won pinched her nose, intending to swallow it as hard as medicine, Huo Linghan pushed the bowl in front of him over. His voice low. You can give it to me if you don't eat it. Only then did Su-won raise her head to look at him and gently reminded. But I bit it. After all, it's a stranger. And it's not nice to give him something you've bitten into. Huo Linggan's eyes didn't look at her. His side profile cold and deep. The posture of pushing the bowl unchanged. Su-won didn't hesitate and hurriedly chucked 2 pieces of fatty flour into his bowl while Principal Song and Secretary Yang were still talking at the door. He also didn't forget to whisper his thanks. Thank you, Captain Hua. The voice was thin and soft, like a spring breeze blowing into one's ears. Huo Linghan straightened his back and ate the 2 pieces of fat flour without expression. Secretary Yang turns around just in time to see the scene where Su-won pinches the fat flours into Huo Linggan's bowl. And for a moment his mouth opens wide in surprise. The first thought was whether these two knew each other. But on second thought, if they knew each other, how could they be so unfamiliar? That's. After returning to the dinner table, Secretary Yang secretly paid attention to observe the expressions of the 2 men. Su-won ate well and got off the table, helping them to add soup and rice. Huo Linghan had no rice in his bowl. and also got up to add his own rice. From start to finish, the two didn't have a word of dialogue or make eye contact. It really does not seem to have any relationship. But the more Secretary Yang feels that things will not be so simple. She is in the unit, but she has seen several pairs of free love dating and lesbian. I don't know when I saw eye to eye. After dinner, Huo Linghan gets up to say goodbye to Principal Song. Secretary Yang, however, took out money for Su Wan to go down and buy some cold noodles and watermelon to come back, sending Huo Linghan downstairs in the process. Chapter 17, You'd better behave yourself. Su Wan didn't think much about it. Took the money and followed Huo Linghan out the door. The two had just left on the front foot. And on the back foot, Principal Song saw that the lychee hadn't been taken away, and rushed to catch up, but was stopped by Secretary Yang. Old Song, I think Xiaohua seems to be looking at Xiaowan. So I purposely found an excuse to let Xiaowan follow a piece of it down. Principal Song naturally do not believe. I see you are in the unit to do matchmaking. Do addicted. See who are like a pair. Xiaowan is indeed good looking. Gentle character. Cooking is good. But what is the Hua family? Xiaohua is the youngest head of the military region. After. When I was talking to Auntie Fatty just now, I saw Xiaowan pinch the fatty meat into Xiaohua's bowl. And it was Xiaohua who took the initiative to push the bowl over. Secretary Yang directly stated the strong evidence. Really? Principal Song's eyes widened. He knew Xiaohua's character. Rigid and cold and straight. On the military school, when there are a lot of girls outside to write him love letters to chase him. Their military compound also have other school female college students. Huo Luhan froze to see all do not see. I saw it with my own eyes. Xiaowan didn't seem to like fatty meat and only ate the lean ones. Then Xiaohua pushed the bowl over for Xiaowan to pinch the fatty meat to him. As soon as Secretary Yang said that, Principal Song remembered that when Xiaowan brought him water, Xiaohua immediately looked up at her. And it wasn't a short look. It's true when you say it like that. Xiaohua never treated lesbians like this when he went to military school. Before Auntie Fatty came, she peeked at Xiaowan several times. And then she kind of deliberately avoided it later. Come on. Whether it is or not. We'll know if Xiaohua will talk to Xiaowan when he comes downstairs. I specifically explained that Xiaowan bought a big watermelon. If Xiaohua has his eye on her, he will definitely help Xiaowan carry it back. Secretary Yang pulled Principal Song to the balcony just in time to see them walk out of the family building. Chief Hua. Then I'll go buy a watermelon. When they arrived downstairs, Suwan said goodbye to him and blocked the blazing sunlight with her hand, intending to pass under the shade of the trees. Come over here with me for a moment. Huo Linghan sweeps the surrounding area. And with one stride of his long legs, he walks towards the green forest planted behind the family building. Suwan thought about it. And seeing as he had helped her with 2 pieces of fat, she followed him. It's time for lunch. A lunch break. And not many people go out on such a hot day. After walking under the thick shade of the trees, Huo Linghan stopped and turned around, his dark eyes deeply converging. When did you learn to cook? He even knows she can't cook? But then Suwan quickly realizes that Huo Linghan didn't just show up at Principal Song's house for no reason, and must have heard from Su Xiaowei that she couldn't cook and had her family poisoned by the food. Fearful of letting Principal Song's family eat anything, he's here to take her back. The original body. This green tea White Lotus sister is really a person in front of the people falsely accused you, and after the people to trip you up. Since childhood is a heart female table. The original body. Even if it is no longer how to cook. Never eaten pork has seen a pig run. At most the taste is almost. But it is not possible to make people eat poisoned. Because Su Xiaowei was jealous that her original body was favored in the family.
She intentionally cleaned the bowl filled with pesticide before bringing it to her for soup, causing the whole family to vomit and have diarrhea. It's all about wanting the original to be beaten up by his family and fall out of favor. But who would have thought that the original body has the most serious symptoms? Not only no one blames her, but on the contrary, all the eggs in the house were given to her to eat. And from then on the work of cooking was also given to Su Xiaowei. She's kind of stealing from her. I've always been able to just don't know who put the bowl filled with pesticides back into the cupboard after washing, causing the family to eat it and become unwell. And I almost died. And then the family never let me do it again. Suwon's light and translucent eyes gently and shallowly rubbed with a touch of clear and gentle light. I actually love to cook. And I memorized a cookbook my freshman year of high school. And today's braised pork was made according to the recipe on it. Suwon deliberately spoke warmly and softly with a hint of sweetness, tilted up her soft and tender little face and once again inquired. Captain Hua, do you think it's delicious? Principal Song's family ate with praise. And it was Hua Linghan who acknowledged her cooking skills at the dinner table. And she waited for Su Xiaowei to be slapped in the face. It all made Hua Linghan personally come to her. So I guess the Hua family side must have made a lot of noise. The sudden whisper of the young girl, as well as the young girl's expectant and warm eyes, made Hua Linghan's throat itch. And even his voice carried a hint of raspiness. Aha! But the tone was still serious. Why did you come here to babysit? He hadn't expected the truth of the matter to be like this, but had misunderstood her once more. In itself, with my grades like that, you and Uncle Hua can still help me transfer to Beiping to go to school. I'm already very grateful to you guys. I don't want to trouble you and Uncle Hua anymore. It just so happens that Mrs. Wu said that Principal Song's family is short of a nanny. So I came over. My parents have borrowed a lot of money from relatives, and I want to ease their burden by earning my own tuition. Suwon's bright red lips curved slightly, speaking her thoughts truthfully. This was not the same as what she had told Su's mother at the entrance of Qiantang village, where she had sworn that she would find a date within 3 months. Hua Linghan's brows knitted slightly. His ink-black eyes sank onto her face, wanting to find traces of her lying. But her eyes were clear, clean and flashing with snowy light inside. Very sincere. But her academic performance was right there. And when she had just arrived and put her mind on Meng Xinhao, it was hard not to suspect her true purpose. He skimmed his eyes, his tone low and stern. Since I picked you up and brought you to school in Beiping, I'll pay for you to finish school. You should take advantage of the summer vacation to put your mind to your studies and review your homework. But Uncle Hua agreed to it. Suwon returned. And I work during the day and don't delay reviewing my homework at night. The clear, crisp voice fell into Hua Linghan's ears, as if to say that Uncle Hua didn't even control her. So what reason and identity did he have to control her? Hua Luohan only felt blocked. His jaw tensed, his cold sharp gaze penetrating, full of warning. You'd better settle down. Don't have some unrealistic ideas? Put your thoughts and attitude in the right place. Suwon had known that she would be dragged here by him to be admonished like a soldier under his hand. She would rather swallow those 2 pieces of fat meat raw with water. She wouldn't let him help her eat it. Chief Hua, I still have to go buy watermelons. And the dishes at home are still left unpacked. So if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Suwon dropped these words and was just about to turn around and leave. The slender arm was then pulled and slammed into a hard chest with solid pecs full of strength, revealing a full androgenic aura. Subconsciously, she was about to push, but her waist was firmly hooped. Chapter 18, Your man is such a big officer. The next second, a leather ball hit Hua Linghan's back hard. A couple of kids playing soccer in the shade picked up the ball that had rolled off to the side and quickly ran away. Suwon only then reacted to what was going on.
And if it wasn't for Huo Lingen's quick reaction, the ball would have hit her squarely in the face. It's just a child's play ball. But if you get hit, you're sure to get a bloody nose. Thank you, Captain Hua. Are you all right? Suwon raises her head, her eyes inquiring softly. In the end, he's a soldier. That's a fast reaction time. It's fine. Huo Lingen's face is cold and hard, the muscle lines of his arms collapsing tightly, veins bulging out one by one. Quickly withdrawing his hand on her rear end, he redrew some distance from her. Standing on the balcony, Principal Song and Secretary Yang almost stuck their heads out. The large, thick shade of the trees covered the upper halves of the two men's bodies, so that almost all that could be seen was their lower halves. But also saw the scene where Huo Linghan suddenly hugged Suwon to avoid the leather ball. Comrade Xiao Hua. It's really a hero who can't stand beauty. To think that he's taken a liking to Xiao Wan on his first visit. Principal Song was also quite unexpected. How nice for Wanda. I looked at her yesterday when she came into the house and liked her. And she's a good cook. I was going to introduce Xiao Hua to someone before. And you said that Xiao Hua is cold and never takes the initiative with lesbians. Look how active he is now. How thoughtful he is to block the ball for Xiao Wan. Secretary Yang is looking at the face of a pleased aunt smile, which thought that the two people progressed so quickly. Principal Song also nodded and smiled. When I first came here, I said that the unit was in a hurry to go back. But now I'm not in a hurry to leave even if I bring people to the grove to talk. Going out beyond the unit's prescribed time out is something to be criticized for. Did you understand what I just said? Answer me. Huo Lingen's tall and sturdy figure stands straight as a pine under the acacia tree. And his hand, which is hanging down, is slightly clenched. The soft, delicate touch still lingered in his hands, making his palms burn, his face sinking even deeper, his back tensing up. Aha! Suwon nodded her head obediently and didn't argue with him about anything. Huo Linghan didn't say anything else when he saw this, hoping that she was really listening and no longer had any crooked ideas. Dark, cold eyes quickly scanned over her. Let's go. Then Suwon lifted her feet and walked towards the outside of the shade. It was only at this time that Huo Linghan realized that Suwon was wearing a pair of black cloth shoes on her feet, and the front big toe was topped off with a hole. And it's stuffy to wear cloth shoes in this heat. To think that it was in these cloth shoes that she had walked all the way from the military mainland to the school's family compound in the morning. For an hour. With a basket on her back. I'll drive you. He spoke. Suwon just wanted to refuse. But Huo Linghan had already walked in front of her, only leaving her with a straight and upright back, with the hot sun beating down on her. It felt like she could peel off her skin if she stayed outside for a little while longer. And she wasn't one to be without pain, so she'd rather minimize her walks if she could. Follow Huo Linghan into the minivan. Outside the family yard under the shade of the trees there is a melon farmer set up a shed to sell the 80s unique black skin watermelon. Suwon got out of the car carefully in front of the stall to choose. Her aunt wanted her to pick a big one, but she had to think about whether it was too big for her to move alone. Ended up picking a big 12-pound watermelon for 4.5 cents a pound. Suwon just took out the Mao ticket from her pants pocket, and Huo Linghan came over and took out the 60-cent Mao ticket and handed it over. Head Hua. Auntie gave me money. Suwon is a bit strange, thinking that Huo Linghan has already left. You keep it. The melon farmer uncle wearing a straw hat saw the rank on Huo Linghan's shoulder when he received the money and couldn't help but marvel. Comrade woman. Your man is so powerful. So young is such a big officer. No. Comrade, you misunderstood. I'm a nanny. Suwon hurriedly explained. It's really quite misleading for young men and women to go out together and shop in one piece in this day and age. Huo Linghan expressionlessly bends down to take the watermelon to the car. Oh. The melon farmer uncle looked at the two men separately, smiled somewhat ambiguously,
and said naively while giving Su-won the change. Then this officer employer of yours is quite good to you.
Driving a small car out to accompany you to buy a watermelon. Uncle. Comrade officer has an object. His object is my sister. Su-won could only explain once again. Oh. So. Uncle Melon Farmer never guessed again. Su-won returns the recovered change to Huo Linghan. Get in the car. The cold powder and watermelon were put in the back seat together. Huo Linghan didn't pick it up and went straight to the car. The cold flower stand is right across from the watermelon stand. And while Su-won was still picking out watermelons and haggling with the melon farmer, Huo Linghan bought it. How much is it? I'll give it to you? Of course Su-won would not refuse the good deed of sending her back to the family home. Walking back holding a big watermelon on this day. The sweat could flow for 2 miles. Pulled out the back seat and sat down. Huo Linghan didn't say anything. Propped up on the passenger seat with one hand. Looking in the rearview mirror of the car to turn around and head back to the family compound. Sharp short hair set off the side profile, cold and deep. Extremely superior features. Thick throat. Wheat-colored arm muscles from years of training erect and powerful. Veins clearly visible. Full of wild power. I'm going to keep a book. Su-won took out the small bookkeeping notebook in her pocket, holding the tip of a small thumb-length pencil, and spoke again. Huo Linghan turned back and saw the small account book detailing the expenses of the morning's grocery shopping, down to exactly how much money Secretary Yang had given, how much had been spent, and how much had been left in the balance. The handwriting is beautiful and carefully organized. This was obviously something he hadn't thought of. As if he really was just here to babysit to earn tuition money and had no other heartfelt thoughts. 22 cents. Money you keep to buy pens. No need to give me. Huo Linghan took another look at the pencil in her hand, which was too short to hold, setting off her small hands more and more glistening and slender. It then started the car and focused on driving. Anyway, it's all some gross bills. Su-won took it without any burden, pursing her fresh and delicate red lips, smiling slightly. Her cheeks paradis clear, thank you Wahed. And Huo Linghan looks at her through the car's rearview mirror. And the knot in his throat moves slightly. Your sister is not my object. So pay attention to your words in the future. It won't have a good effect on Shelwy's sister. In just to the Huo family. Uncle Huo emphasized that both are sisters. She heard out. The reason why she said that is not because Huo Linghan rejection of loathing her. Afraid that he heard the red temperature well. Okay. I know. Su-won nodded and put it into the pocket of her pants after taking note of the account. Huo Linghan withdrew his eyes with some complexity. And before long the minivan stopped at the downstairs of the family building. When Principal Song and Secretary Yang heard the sound of a car's engine coming from downstairs, they immediately stood up from the sofa and looked down from the balcony. Chapter 19. Couples close the door and do what they like. Sure enough, I saw Huo Linghan pull open the car door and hold out a large watermelon from the back seat, followed by Su-won walking down from the back seat of the car with her cool powder. This Xiao Hua. He's not afraid of being criticized for returning to the unit late. Principal Song laughed while seriously criticizing. This is a serious disciplinary issue. Yo! This is intended to help Xiaowan take it upstairs? Secretary Yang looks at the two people downstairs. Xiaowan wants to take the watermelon from Huo Linghan's hand, but is rejected by Huo Linghan. The two men entered the family building one after the other. Only when he got to the second floor did Huo Linghan give Su-won the watermelon, and then turned around and went downstairs without saying anything. 12 pounds of large watermelon in Huo Linghan's hands easily. To the time she took it, It was dead heavy. As soon as she entered, Secretary Yang sat on the sofa and surveyed her with a smile. Xiaowan. Back so soon? Yes. Auntie. Suwan also noticed that she had come back a bit early, and that she was not out of breath or red in the face. After placing the watermelon on the table, he was about to close the door, but was stopped by Secretary Yang. I'll close it. You go wash your face. Then poking her head out to see that the corridor as well as the hallway no longer has Huolingen's figure. I can't see the day when this 1,000-year-old iron tree will blossom. Secretary Yang just pretends to know nothing, letting Wan put the watermelon in the bucket to soak, and went back to the house to rest. After all, it was the first time they had met and they were young, so asking was counterproductive. But she also had the feeling that it wasn't the first time the two had met. When Huolinghan returned to his unit, he heard from the clerk that his family had made 2 phone calls to him, as well as a call from Dr. Song at the military hospital. Got it. Huolinghan nods indifferently, and has just entered the office with the intention of returning a call home. Political Commissar Lu then walked in, pointing to the watch on his hand, and joked, "Comrade Regimental Commander. Can really pinpoint the time to come back 3 hours out of time, not a minute more and not a minute less. These 2 days out is to accompany the object shopping mall. Dinner? Hurry up and take the time to type up the marriage report. And invite us to drink the wedding wine earlier. Married to the family home to live. There is no need to run out in the heat of the day. After work to go back to the 2 couples to close the door to the room. Love to do what? Political Commissar Lu puts a marriage report on Huolingen's desk and pats him on the shoulder. With your personal mission resolved, the organization is relieved. Huolinghan looked at the marriage report and said, Comrade Political Commissar, I need to make it clear to you that I don't have a date right now. And the other person is also because of my father's relationship with my sister who was boarding at my house to go to school. Didn't you go on a blind date the other day? The smile on Commissar Lu's face had time to retract. The molecular money he had prepared. Huolinghan has been out for the past 2 days. And everyone thinks he's gone to accompany his date. Only to be told that it's just his sister. The phone rang at this time. Huolinghan couldn't be bothered to answer Political Commissar Lu's question. And when he picked up the phone, Huo Jiangwo's calm and slightly anxious voice came from inside. Linghan, why isn't Suwan back yet? Has something happened? Your grandmother is very worried. Seeing this, Political Commissar Lu pointed a finger at Huolinghan and went out with empty joy. Dad, Suwan can cook and is very good at it. Principal Song's family loves it. Huolinghan paused and added, I've eaten too. Immediately after that, he told Hua about the misunderstanding of the whole family eating the poisoned food. Huo Jiangwo let out a long sigh of relief on the other side of the phone after hearing this. Relaxing and leaning on the back of his chair. I told you I wasn't wrong. Suwan is a good kid. How could she be fooling around and not know how to cook and run off to be a nanny? It seems that you can't be a man of the clouds and listen to the wind. You have to see it with your own eyes. Suwan's cooking skills really pleased Principal Song's family? Well, when I went to Principal Song's house, Principal Song kept me for a meal. It was cooked by Suwan. And the flavor of the braised pork was even better than that made by a state-run restaurant. Huolinghan truthfully states his assessment. That alone is proof that Suwan is telling the truth when she says she has always been able to cook and enjoys it. Then it seems that I have to try Suwan's handiwork sometime. Alright. I'll go back earlier today and talk to your grandmother. Old people are just worrying when they're old. Huo Jiangwo laughed lightly twice. After hanging up, there was some wondering. The villagers are not clear about the situation even if it is not. As a younger sister, Su Xiaowei Hao is not clear that her sister can cook.
It may have something to do with the fact that one of them is in middle school and the other one is in high school and doesn't live in the same school and doesn't see each other very often.
At 4:30 in the afternoon, Hua returns home.
Su Xiaowei sits on the side with a knowing face and relieves Mrs.
Hua. Even her little sister, Hua Hong, is there. Wu Ma's face, on the other hand, shrank in the corner very badly, not daring to utter a single breath, trembling with fear and trepidation, her face both uneasy and self-condemning.
Big brother.
You're back so early, did something happen at Principal Song's house?
Hua Hong saw Hua Jiangwo and stood up from the sofa at once. Stepping on her crystal sandals,
she ran to Hua Jiangwo. Thump. 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 Complaining. We won't stop you if you want to return the Su family's favor from back then.
But you can't bring a scourge back to the Hua family.
Right?
Hua Hong takes out Su Wan's report card again.
With grades like that,
you still want me to transfer her to Reed High School?
A school that I run?
I came here today to tell you that people's schools don't want the worst high school in all of Beijing.
Let alone Reed High.
I'm skeptical of this high school. Whether or not Xiaowei got into it for her. Hua Hong has a good impression of Su Xiaowei.
With good grades and understanding.
She was all set to have Su Xiaowei come to Reed High School to lecture and teach when she graduated.
All right. Xiao Hong. Let's not talk about school at this time. Old Mrs. Hua grimaced and spoke out majestically. Speak up. Is the person in the hospital now? Mom.
Lord Han personally went to a trip to Principal Song's house.
Ate a meal there. It was Su Wan who did it.
Said that the cooking was no worse than that of a state-run restaurant. And Principal Song's family was like picking up a treasure.
Hua Jiangwo rushes back in a hurry and explains without even bothering to take a sip of water. What?
Granny Hua froze.
Somewhat unexpectedly. Does Su Wan know how to cook? Su Xiaowei is still not sure?
18 years in total, just made 2 meals. Said Su Wan can cook the rice she believe. But to say that her cooking skills can be compared to the chef in the National Hotel.
That is absolutely impossible. She felt that Su Wan must have really eaten Principal Song's family into the hospital.
And Uncle Hua was afraid that Grandma Hua would get angry. So he deliberately hid it.
Uncle. Is something really wrong? Where is my sister now?
Su Xiaowei stood up and asked with worry and nervousness.
Jiangwo. Are you looking at me as old and trying to swindle me? Old Mrs.
Hua immediately reacts when she hears Su Xiaowei.
Mom. It's true.
Su Wan has always been able to cook and enjoys it very much.
And letting the family eat poisoned before was a misunderstanding. This Xiaowei you should know. Right?
Hua Jiangwo looked at Su Xiaowei and said the cause of the poisoning. It's because of taking the bowl with pesticide residue to hold the soup that caused the whole family to eat the body uncomfortable.
It's not that Su Wan's cooking is problematic.
And Su Wan almost died because of it. As soon as she heard this, Su Xiaowei's face instantly changed for a moment. Her small hands gripped the hem of her clothes with force. She did it very secretly.
Her family didn't notice this matter. How did Su Wan know? Chapter 20, Worse Than Pig Food. Is this true about Xiaowei? Old Mrs. Hua asked half-heartedly. Uncle. I don't know. And I haven't heard my family say it's a pesticide problem.
Su Xiaowei shook her head. Quite a bit flustered under the gaze of Hua Jiangwo's unruffled eyes. But still said with forced composure. Good. Then put the poisoning matter aside for now.
Hua Jiangwo lightly waved his hand and didn't care.
If Su Wan really made a meal that was hard to swallow, I guess Su family members wouldn't be able to eat it either.
Doesn't that just show that Su Wan can cook and isn't bad at it?
Lord Han said this at noon after eating Su Wan's cooking at Principal Song's house.
Mom. If you don't believe me, you can call and ask Ling Han now. Hua Jiangwo would love to call Principal Song directly. But unfortunately the telephone at Principal Song's house is broken. Old Mrs. Hua ponders slightly. Jiangwo will favor Suwan. But Lord Han is very displeased with Suwan and is unlikely to help hide it. Su Xiaowei sees that old Mrs. Hua is going to believe it. How could she let this be hidden and make a big deal out of it? Grandma Hua. Our family is poor and populous. So as long as we have a little bit of food we won't waste it. Since my sister burned down the kitchen, Mother didn't even let my sister into the kitchen. I really haven't seen my sister cooking behind her. Could it be that the meals Big Brother Hua ate were made by the last nanny? Su Xiaowei looks at Hua Jiangwo again to whisper her misgivings in a small, well-behaved voice. She could be sure that Suwan, that lazy, would never be able to cook. And what she made was even worse than pig food. Right. Did Lord Han see her cooking with his own eyes? Grandma Hua asks again. This Lord Cole didn't say anything. How about this? Mom, doesn't tomorrow happen to be your little birthday? Hua Jiangwo sees that he can't explain it. So he simply lets Suwan show off her cooking skills to be more convincing. Let Lord Han go and tell Principal Song to pick up Suwan and come back to cook a meal for you. Won't we know by then whether Suwan can cook or not? Right. Right. Old Mrs. Hua. Chief Hua is right. You can't say what you want. In case you really wronged Suwan. Wu Ma, who had been standing in the corner, thinking she had good intentions and had been apprehensive all day, walked up. After saying that, she still didn't forget to glance towards Su Xiaowei and skimmed her mouth in dissatisfaction. If it wasn't for her random words, would she be so upset all day today? Suwan was so diligent and cleaned up the kitchen. How could she not know how to cook? Originally she had thought that this Su Xiaowei was quite well behaved and understanding. But now she didn't like it at all. That girl Suwan had slept with her for 2 nights. And she hadn't even heard her mention a single thing that Su Xiaowei wasn't. On the contrary, Su Xiaowei knew that her sister had gone to work as a nanny. But she still revealed her shortcomings in public. How is that even remotely close to being a sister? I don't care if Suwan can cook or not. But my Hua family can't afford to have people with questionable styles and bad intentions corrupting our Hua family's reputation and acting outside on the basis of the Hua family's connections. For the Hua family to be able to have what they have today, it was all because they fought on the battlefield. And old Madame Hua holds the honor of the Hua family in high regard. Or else she wouldn't have cared about this kind of thing. Since you all believe Suwan can cook, let her come back tomorrow night and cook a meal. I'd like to see how someone who never enters the kitchen can make a meal that's even better than a state-run restaurant. Old Mrs. Hua directly put down her words. I'll say it up front. If she can't do it, there's no school in Beiping willing to take her anyway. So she'll be sent back earlier and find a new high school for her to study in. The corners of Su Xiaowei's mouth that curled up when she heard this were simply harder to suppress than AK. And she was overjoyed in her heart. This is Suwan herself had to bump into the gun. Who let her vain and love to pretend? Elementary school with her painting. None tell the teacher is her painting. Now that you've kicked the bucket, the Hua family is not that easy to fool. However, on the surface, Su Xiaowei still frowned and pleaded for Suwan. Wu Ma, however, fights for Suwan in her heart, who takes the initiative to clear her relationship with the Hua family in order not to cause trouble for them and make others mistakenly think that the Hua family is not treating her well. She was instructed not to tell Auntie Wang that she was boarding at Hua's house for school. Results. Hua Jiangwo walks into the study and tells Hua Linghan what Mrs. Hua means over the phone. And also asks specifically, was that meal at noon really cooked by Suwan? Hua Linghan goes when the meal is ready. But the previous nanny at Principal Song's house has long since left. And there won't be anyone else but Suwan. So he says with certainty, yes. Okay. Then you go to Principal Song's house tomorrow and talk to Principal Song to see if you can give Soo-won a half day off. Hanging up the phone, Hwa Lingan's long bony hand is still holding on the phone handle. The color of his eyes is cold and deep. Mainly because he went today and did not indicate his relationship with Soo-won. And Principal Song's teacher and mother all thought that they did not know each other. He didn't know what kind of reasoning to use to open his mouth. Letting Principal Song know that Soo-won is the blind date his dad introduced him to? He couldn't get enough of it. Sitting in his chair, he didn't put the phone through until he saw that the military hospital was almost closed. Explaining to Dr. Song the reason for his visit. Song Wenba told Principal Song about this after he returned home from work. Dad. Hwa Tuan said that his grandmother is having a small birthday tomorrow. And when he ate at our house at noon today, he thought that Comrade Xiaowan's handiwork was very good. So he asked us if we could borrow someone back for half a day to cook a dinner for his grandmother. It just so happens that tomorrow we're going to discuss the wedding date with Minnie's parents. So I'll say yes. Both Principal Song and Secretary Yang, who were sitting on bamboo wicker chairs blowing on the electric fan, couldn't help but glance at each other. This Hwa Linghan do things is also too thunderous. Which only met one side to find an excuse to lead people home to meet parents. Both of them felt that something wasn't right. Hwa Linghan and Xiaowan must have known each other before. So after dinner, Secretary Yang took a piece of cut watermelon to Soo-won, who was wiping the stove, and asked, seemingly unintentionally, Xiaowan, did you and Chief Hwa meet in the military compound before? Soo-won has been in the business world for many years, and immediately heard the potential meaning of the words. And not just chatting to ask. It should be at noon to see Hwa Linghan send her back. The military compound is full of uniformed ones. It feels like they all look the same. I don't remember. Soo-won wiped the sweat on her forehead and neck with a towel as if thinking for a while, and gave an ambiguous answer. What is it? Aunt? It's just that Grandma Hwa Tuan is having her little birthday tomorrow. She thinks you're good with your hands and wants to invite you to Hwa's house to cook a dinner for Grandma Hwa. I thought you guys knew each other before. Secretary Yang finished carefully observing Soo-won's expression and asked tentatively. Chapter 21, Don't Sleep in the Parlor. I don't think it should be if two people have never seen before? Don't know. Xiaohua, this is too risky. Can't just meet once and rush to determine the relationship. Besides, the two of them didn't go to the grove to talk for long. And they came back immediately after buying the watermelon. So they didn't get along much at all. Soo-won had long thought that with the original body's previous reputation, she wouldn't be easily believed. Plus Su Shelby was there to sow discord and didn't want to make things easy for her. So this one is a face-slapping high-end game. Determines whether or not she stays in the promotion in baying. Having her go back and cook tomorrow is Su Shelby's way of being certain that she won't be able to do it, so that the Hwa family can drive her back home. Unfortunately, she might have disappointed Su Shelby. So she followed Secretary Yang's words. Auntie, I don't know Head Hwa. But when I sent Head Hwa downstairs at noon today, Head Hwa did mention this to me. But I'm your family's nanny. So I definitely need Principal Song and you to agree before I can do it. Xiao Hwa brought you to the grove just to talk to you about this? Secretary Yang hadn't expected things to go in a different direction. So that everything seemed to make sense. Yeah. Soo-won nodded her head with a clueless and bewildered expression that wasn't about what else could be said about this matter. Seeing that all of the things at noon were seen by Secretary Yang, he simply rationalized everything and made it up. Head Hwa is very filial, and asked me to write some recipes of dishes that the elderly like to eat, so that I can go back and let the home nannies do it. So that's why Hwa would send her back and help her carry the watermelon. Secretary Yang is quite a bit disappointed. Also thought that Xiao Hwa looked at Xiaowanit. Not right. This is not a way to approach Xiaowanit. After all, She could really see the scene of Xiaohua helping her eat fat. You girl? Why didn't you tell us when you came back? I was just about to tell you that tomorrow, Saturday, all of our family will be going to the Wenbo Object's house and will not be back until the evening. You'll follow Xiaohua to Hua's house tomorrow and cook a birthday dinner for Grandma Hua. Secretary Yang smiled and went back to the house after explaining that he only needed to cook them breakfast tomorrow. Okay, Auntie, Su Wan answered crisply. This was something that Su Shelwi had to stick her face in and open up big with her. And when the time came, I didn't know what kind of reasoning she was going to use to end it. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Principal Song's family dressed up after breakfast and went to the future in-laws' home with the gifts they had bought earlier. After Su Wan cleaned up the house, she took out her high school textbooks from the carrier and sat on the sofa to review. It wasn't too late to plan to walk to the Hawk's house at 2 in the afternoon. Now high school knowledge is still relatively simple. Is equivalent to the latter days of junior high school. Math, physics, these have the basics. Revisit the formula on the line. But language, history and such arts will need her to spend some time to memorize. Good thing she was the year of the college entrance examination is dead hard work. The foundation is still there. Read a few times quickly memorized. When it came to lunchtime, Su Wan put down a bowl of noodles and cooked a piece of corn, and continued to sit on the sofa and read after eating, looking at it and yawning. Putting the book down, he spread the cooler on the living room floor intending to take a nap. The wind from the balcony blew in. Cool and very comfortable. Not hot at all. Su Wan quickly fell asleep. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Hua Luohan arrives at the family building and unintentionally glances into the window as he walks up to Principal Song's door. He saw Su Wan pillowed on her high school language textbook, lying on her side on the cooler on the floor to take a nap. Snowy skin and hair. Delicate and erect nose. Soft and fine lips. The whole person through the water general soft and charming. But also soft and tender like it just peeled the shell in the palm of the lychee. Because of the heat of the weather, chest neckline button unbuttoned too. Coupled with the reason for the sleeping position, the neckline was pulled down, revealing a large area of snow-white, fine and moist skin. Water-bone delicate, slippery like crisp. Vaguely visible through the propped-up neckline was the pale pink chambray inside. The two arms resting beside the head were as tender as lotus roots with white wrists and red muscles. Hua Lingan's black eyes quickly sank. The line of sight was like being burned by the fire. Quickly turned around. The hot sun shone on his cold and taut face a hot reddish. This woman just slept in the living room, unclothed. It was also fortunate that there were only 2 households and 1 staircase in this building. So unless something came up to Principal Song, he wouldn't pass by. He tensed his jawline, clenched his back teeth, and knocked on the door of Principal Song's room. Su Wan was sleeping soundly, dreaming of holding strings and strings of keys and knocking on doors to collect rent, when she heard a knock on the door. But how could there be a sound when her hand was no longer knocking? She rolled over, but the knocking continued, and she frowned, wincing out in some irritation. Stop knocking. The sound of sleep is like a delicate warbler. Soft and soft, but also with some teenage pampering. The knocking did stop. Hua Linghan stood outside the door, somewhat sweltering as he tugged at the buttons on his shirt collar. He then retreated to the side and looked at the rolling green hills in the distance. His brows knitted. After a while, the sleeping Su Wan slowly woke up on her own, sitting up half asleep, as if she really heard knocking on the door. She climbs up and puts on her shoes and opens the door to look, her freshly awakened body leaning limply against the door, rubbing her eyes at the sight of the straight and rigid figure standing in the corridor. Chief Hua, what brings you here? The voice of a freshly awakened sleeper, soft and sticky, like containing a mouthful of dumplings. Huo Linghan turned around. Suwon's neckline hadn't been straightened out and was crooked. And the two long braids that had been braided were a bit messy. Just ready to sternly reprimand some. But saw a pair of her eyes seem to contain a pool of water like looking at him. Delicate and soft. As if in the spring branches of the first bloom of the flowers. Lovable. Huo Linghan slightly paused for a moment. Skimming away the line of sight. His face taut. Cold and deep voice, wake up from sleep and pack up and go. What time is it now? Suwon rubbed her eyes and yawned. Obviously not having gotten enough sleep. 2:15. Still have to go get the cake that was ordered. And arrive at Huo's house at almost 3 o'clock. Huo Luohan lifted his wrist and glanced at his watch. His eyes cold and ghostly. Good. Suwon lightly responded. She had actually slept for so long. Turning around, he then patted his little face lightly. Putting his high school textbooks away and then rolling up the cooler on the floor and putting it back in his room. I ended up going to the bathroom for another potty break and saw that the braid was a bit of a mess in the mirror. So I took it apart and braided it into one strand of twists to save time. Huo Linghan had been standing outside the door waiting. And was a little surprised to see Suwon packing up her high school textbooks and that she was actually reviewing her homework. After Suwon comes out, Huo Linghan indifferently sweeps a glance at her and heads downstairs. When she walked to the stairs, thinking that Suwon might still sleep in the living room like this in the future for her nap, she turned around and pressed her eyebrows to coldly warn her. A girl should pay attention to the influence. If you want to take a lunch break, go back to your room and sleep. But then suddenly wondered if she was doing this on purpose. Knowing he was coming. Chapter 22, When to Determine a Relationship. Immediately afterward his face sank another point. Suwon also saw in the mirror that the neckline was a little crooked. But such a little scale is not much of a scale in the latter days. Besides, this building was inhabited by school leaders with a high level of cultural quality. So she had nothing to worry about. It could be that she's sleeping in a somewhat less elegant position. Just this also need to be lectured. Fortunately I didn't marry him in the first place. Otherwise this life really can't be lived. And without arguing with him about anything, he nodded his head in a nice, quiet way. Arriving downstairs, Huo Linghan's long legs walked straight toward the 2-8 bar parked in the shade. This outing was a private affair. And without urgent matters of importance or missions, he certainly couldn't drive the trooper's car out. And as the head of the group he had to lead by example even more. Suwon followed and walked to the back of the bike, gently lifting her hips. Moving expertly to sit sideways on the back seat of the bike. One hand gripping the bars under her butt. It is not as if it is the first time I have been on a bicycle. And it goes without saying who I have been on. Huo Luohan eyed the front. Pedaled and rode towards the cake store. It was a fast ride. With lots of shade along the way and a nice little breeze on my face. It's just that the road is not peaceful. And from time to time it is bumped a few times. Suwon grabbed the iron bar under her buttocks and was fine. As we passed the entrance to an alleyway, 2 children of 7 or 8 years old suddenly ran out. Huo Linghan braked sharply. And Suwon's entire body plastered up at once. Her 2 hands grasping at the sides of Huo Linghan's waist. The small hands were soft and supple, causing a tickle where they were grasped. When the child left, Huo Linghan restirred the stirrups again. And Suwon immediately retracted her hand, grabbed the bars, and sat up straight. There's one thing to be said for him. He's got a really thin waist. Strong and powerful. Tightly muscled. Proper male dog's waist. Back wide and bored. Long and slender legs. Carrying her to ride uphill are easy. Without a gasp. Endurance is extremely strong. Full of boyfriend power. The erect and bulging arm muscle lines look sexually tense. Suwon sat in the back seat and admired it. When she had an iron rice bowl. She would find a small wolf dog with almost this style. In my last life, I was so focused on sales and all my energy was on a certain treasure that I hadn't had a proper sweet relationship yet. Luohan only felt that both sides of his waist were suddenly empty. And it was also getting itchy. His eyes were deep and heavy. And he accelerated the speed of the ride. Just as there was another long downhill road in front of him. Suwon somewhat fearfully placed her small hands on both sides of his waist once again. And as the speed of the descent became faster and faster, her small hands couldn't help but grasp the clothes on both sides of him. Linghan expressionlessly pinched the brake faucet and controlled the speed. Soon after arriving at the cake store, without waiting for Linghan to stop, Suwon easily jumped down from the back seat of the car. By the looks of it, I don't know how many times I've sat on the back of her village ex-subject's bike before. Linghan walked into the cake store as soon as he set up his bike with an indifferent expression. Suwon stood in the bicycle beside the shade of the tree. Beside also planted a gardenia tree. She gracefully stood there. Pure and soft appearance extraordinarily inviting people to like. Soon two passing older women couldn't resist coming up to talk. It was nothing more than asking where the old family was from. Whether they had married in Peking. Or whether they had come to Peking to join their relatives. Just as he was asking, Linghan walked out with a creamy large flower cake. An older woman looked up repeatedly. Her mouth opening into an O shape. Your husband is even an officer. He is really handsome and tall. The other matron also smacked her lips and pulled the previous matron away. Not forgetting to mutter in a low voice as she walked away. I told you that the person looked like this. Must have been matchmaking a long time ago. It's really a pity. I'm still going to introduce it to the nephew of my mother's family. Linghan looked at Suwon with a pair of cold, dark eyes, seemingly inquiring what she had told those damsels. Suwon, on the other hand, had an innocent look on her face. She hadn't even opened her mouth. Let's just say that the original body's reputation as the beauty of the 10 miles is not to be blown. Since going to high school in town, every time the original came home from school, someone would follow him to the house to propose marriage. There were 3 at a time at the height of the exaggeration. It is still extraordinarily popular in the capital. It was nearly 3:30 when I arrived at Hwa's house. Suwon follows Linghan into the living room, where Su Shelwi is sitting in front of the sofa reading the newspaper to old Mrs. Hwa. And despite her efforts to correct her pronunciation, her country accent is still heavy. Lord Han is back? It's just a small birthday. Why buy a cake? Old Mrs. Hwa removes her old-fashioned glasses and looks at Linghan and says, Grandma. Hello Grandma Hwa. Suwon curled her lips and politely called out to someone. Old Mrs. Hwa just lightly glanced at Suwon and gave a light Big brother Hwa. Sister, you guys are back. Su Shelwi's well-behaved face is full of smiles. And when she looks at Suwon, the bottom of her eyes can't help but cross a touch of mockery, waiting for a good show. When the time comes, she'll see how she ends up. After deceiving the entire Hwa family, Uncle Hwa won't speak up for her anymore. And she'll definitely be infamous in the future. Granny Hwa. Then I'll go to the kitchen to cook. Suwon finished speaking and headed towards the kitchen. Su Shelwi falsely stood up to go help in the kitchen, but was stopped by old Mrs. Hwa. Obviously, she is afraid that Su Shelwi will help Suwon cook. And this is what Su Shelwi wants. Just so she can stay with Big Brother Hwa for a while. Standing up and holding the newspaper, he came to Hwa Luohan, Brother Hwa. This is a secluded character. I haven't learned it when I was in school. Do you know how to pronounce it? Hwa Linghan puts the cake on the table and sidles up to look at it. This character is pronounced YN. And the interpretation is an ancient cooking utensil. The voice is low and magnetic. Every tone plucking at Su Shelwi's heartstrings. Her face quietly reddening. Big Brother Hwa. You're really good. Her body involuntarily moved closer towards Huo Lingnan, tilting her head, looking at Huo Lingnan with eyes full of shyness and fascination. She had heard that there was a movie theater in the military compound, and many couples would go there for dates, and wondered when Big Brother Huo would have time to take her to the movies. When she was a child, she had only seen it when the village showed open-air movies. She had never been to a movie theater to see it. And she had been in the Huo family for several days. When would Big Brother Huo talk to her about marriage? Was he going to wait until she finished secondary school? It's just good to get the relationship established first. Big Brother Huo. Yesterday when Aunt Little Red came, she brought me a classical book. There are some Chinese characters on it that I haven't learned before and I don't know what they mean. Big Brother Huo, can you teach me again? Noticing Su Xiaohui's proximity, Huo Lingyan's body takes a step backward, keeping a distance from her, and speaks faintly. Wait a moment. I'll get you something. Chapter 23, Marrying Captain Huo. Then he took a big stride up the stairs, found the dictionary he used in school before from the bookcase in his room, took it downstairs and handed it to Su Xiaohui. This is the Xinhua dictionary. If there's a word you don't know, just look it up and you'll know it. Su Xiaohui was a bit dumbfounded, having thought that Big Brother Huo would let her bring in a book and teach her one word at a time. But when she opened the first page of the dictionary with Big Brother Huo's name written in silver hooks, she burst with joy and blushed even more. Is this the book Big Brother Huo used when he went to school? Aha! Huo Linghan poured himself a cup of water to drink and nodded. Anyway, he graduated. Put it is also put. Now Su Xiaohui need to give her first. When the little niece started school, he will buy a new book on the line. Thank you, Big Brother Huo. Su Xiaohui holds the book in her arms like it's some rare treasure, full of leaps and sweetness. Is this a token of affection? Inside the kitchen, Wu Ma told Su Wan all about the events of the past 2 days, especially the harsh words that old Mrs. Huo put down in the end. The old lady said that if you can't cook, let Chief Huo send you back home. Originally, the old lady was on the verge of believing it. But Wu Ma paused to take a look at the kitchen door before she lowered her voice and continued. Your sister said that the lunch yesterday could have been cooked by Auntie Wang. So Chief Huo had to ask you to come back and cook a meal for the old lady to prove it. Wanya, your craftsmanship definitely won't be bad. Or else Principal Song's family wouldn't have kept you. Wu Ma was convinced of this. Even if Auntie Wang had cooked that meal at noon, then it couldn't be that Auntie Wang still cooked the evening one. Could it? It's that old Mrs. Huo has too many opinions about Su Wan and wants to find a reason to send Su Wan back home. I'm afraid her sister is of the same mind. It's not because Su Wan looks prettier than her. And she's afraid that Huo Linghan will look at her sister. She said that if she didn't go to high school, she wouldn't go to high school. And that it would be better than anything to find a good family in Beiping as soon as possible. In fact, she felt that Huo Linghan and Su Wan were the most suitable match. And she didn't know why they weren't the two on the blind date. Su Wan, who was mildly listening to Wu Ma, the arc of her mouth slowly condensed and hooked up, her eyes flashing. Wu Ma, when I cook later, can I ask you to do me a favor? You say. Wu Ma attached her ear over and Su Wan whispered a few words in her ear. Sister, let me help you choose vegetables. Just as she finished speaking, Su Xiaohui pushed open the kitchen door and walked in. Seeing that the two were sitting together choosing vegetables and peeling garlic, saying that she was here to help. Su Xiaohui actually wanted to come and irritate Su Wan so that she would make a scene, lest she can't cook and when Granny Huo wants to send her back home, she lies on the floor pretending to be sick, making Uncle Huo intolerant. Su Xiaohui squatted down and followed along with peeling the garlic. A total of just a few garlic heads, with no need for 3 people. Wu Ma took the selected vegetables to the sink to wash. Sis. An Hong came by yesterday and told Uncle Hua that your grades are so poor that Reed High School won't be able to get you in. And I'm afraid that even the most common high school in Beiping won't accept you. Su Xiaowei knew that Su Wan came to Beiping to attend high school, just to find a superior branch to climb in school and marry in Beiping. Now that this only chance to find a date was gone, how could Su Wan endure it? Surely she would have rushed out for a questioning and a big fight. Su Wan's small hand peeling garlic paused for a moment. This matter Wu Ma did not tell her. Su Xiaowei smugly hooked her lips and continued to encourage and egged on. Last night, Grandma Hua and Uncle Hua discussed that they wanted to send you back to your hometown. And I begged Grandma Hua to do the same. But make a scene. Go ahead and make a scene. Grandma Hua is not well. And it would be better if you make Grandma Hua angry to the hospital. How could Su Wan not know Su Xiaowei's mind? Lightly hooked her lips and deliberately said, since I can't go to school, I'll have to marry. Sister. Who are you marrying? Su Xiaowei's complexion tightened. Very wary. Su Wan curled her lips and raised her eyes to look at her. Of course it's Manhwa. Su Xiaowei's face sank. Su Wan, on the other hand, became more and more indifferent, with an imperative expression on her face. Su Xiaowei knows better than she does. Her parents are toward her. If she really wants to marry, she will directly write a letter to her parents. And then they will definitely take the matter of falling into the water and talk to the Hua family. What's more, Hua Linghan made it clear that Su Xiaowei was not his object. You like to poke your heart out and try to encourage her to go against the Hua family and cry, don't you? Let's see who pokes who. But Su Xiaowei was just about to say that you can't pass the political trial when she skimmed over the figure of Big Brother who was standing at the door. Mrs. Wu. The little aunt's family of 3 will also be here in the evening. So cook more. Hua Linghan says to Wu Ma. So, Professor Xie and Cindy are coming back at night? My mom took Cindy out of town for further training. And it'll take half a month before she's back. This time it's a real trip out of town for further training. At short notice from the school. Hua Luohan finished his cold pool-like dark and sharp eyes swept over Su Wan and walked out. He heard Su Wan's words when he walked to the door just now, of course he is marrying Manhwa. Sure enough at Principal Song's house she slept like that on purpose. A pair of high and stern eyebrows knit tightly. The gaze as quenched ice as cold. Cold chill instantly spread to the contours of the features. The lines are exceptionally harsh. There was absolutely no way he would accept such a woman with a heart of gold. When Su Xiaowei saw Hua Linghan leave, she followed him out. She was already standing at the door when she saw Big Brother Hua. So maybe Big Brother Hua heard what Su Wan said. Of course she didn't ignore the cold look Big Brother Hua gave Su Wan before he left. Brother Hua. Sis found out about her not being able to go to high school in Beijing and said she wants to marry you. There's no way I'm marrying her. Hua Linghan said decisively. His face cold to the core. Su Xiaowei received an affirmative answer. And a well-behaved and pleased smile reappeared on her face. At this time, old Mrs. Hua calls Hua Linghan into the room to talk. She sat back on the sofa, holding the dictionary that Big Brother Hua had given her. Flipping through pages and pages, some of which still had Big Brother Hua's marked handwriting on them. Another glance up at Su Wan who was in the kitchen getting the vegetables. She would only be able to pick and wash the vegetables. And when it was time to cut the vegetables, her knife skills would be evident at once. She was waiting for Su Wan to be driven back home by the Hua family. She also had to keep an eye on her so that Mrs. Wu didn't secretly cook the meal for her. However, in a while, Su Wan, who had prepared the dishes, tied on her apron, picked up the spatula and poured canola oil into it. And with that, the kitchen door was closed by Wu Ma. After all, Cooking fumes run into the living room. After Su Xiaowei heard the sound of stir-frying coming from the kitchen, she tiptoed around to one of the kitchen windows. Seeing the eggplant on the counter cut up in a mess is like cutting up pig food. Su Wan turned her back to her body, sipping the soup from the spoon with one hand, tasting the saltiness, and pouring salt into the pot with the other. The dumbass. She's laughing her ass off. Doesn't rescoop a spoonful of soup and taste it after adding salt, and continues to taste the original. I don't know how salty this soup is going to be when it's cooked. Originally, she was afraid that Wu Ma would help Su Wan, or teach Su Wan to do it, and was planning to find a reason to send Wu Ma away. Now it was just right to also let Wu Ma be a witness to Su Wan's inability to cook. So Su Xiaowei was very relieved and left. Chapter 24, Tastes Better Than a State-Run Restaurant. Wan girl. The person is gone. Wu Ma said to Su Wan immediately after she skimmed that the silhouette in front of the window was gone. Good. Su Wan punched out the nicknamed meat broth with added salt and poured it into the sink. Re-altered and sliced the messy sliced eggplant again. If Su Xiaowei found out ahead of time that she could cook, she might mess up again and add something to the dish. That's why she asked Wu Ma to keep an eye on it for her. After all, she was introduced to this job by Wu Ma. And if she didn't do this meal right, Wu Ma would be implicated as well. During this time, Su Wan would also purposely create some sounds of dishes clashing, as well as Wu Ma's occasional screams and sighs. The tinkling sound was so loud that even old Mrs. Hua and Hua Linghan in the room heard it. Listen. This is what you call being able to cook? It's so close to smashing the pot. Old Mrs. Hua grimaces. Anyway, after today, hurry up and send a telegram to her parents and send her back home. Grandma. I'll go take a look. Hua Langhan's cold brows knit slightly without trace as he stands up and is about to head out. What's there to see? Old Mrs. Hua points to the bench and tells him to sit down again, letting her spoil at once and having a reason to send her back. Right now our Hua Linghan's marriage is important. Your sister-in-law introduced you to the inspirational high school teacher. The family is the board of education. This year just graduated from the teacher's college. Bookish. Your father also think it's good. See when you're on vacation. Go meet. And get your personal problems out of the way early. Above just under the document down. Immediately have a task. My personal problems first put aside. Hua Linghan's heart is more repulsive, but his face does not show. Sitting upright and straight. His attitude is exceptionally indifferent and cold. What mission? Just take the time to meet and set the date. You're 26 this year. Children your age can play soy sauce. And now that Xiaowei is living in Hua's house, it's inconvenient for you to come back and live there. So don't hurry up and apply for a family home to get married. This year you must get your personal issues resolved. Old Mrs. Hua also seriously gave the task she had set out. Hua Linghan stood up and insisted on his thoughts. Grandma, I have to put the tasks given by the country first in everything now, and support the construction work of the party and the country. With that said, he walked out. Just as I opened the door, I smelled a pasty odor similar to burnt rice. His brows furrowed for a moment. It was hard to believe that the meals at Principal Song's house really weren't made by Su Wan. At that exact moment, Hua Hong brought Meng Xinhao. What dish is burnt? Meng Xinhao had a sharp nose and smelled it at once. Auntie Hong. Brother Xinhao. It's my sister cooking in the kitchen. Su Xiaowei stood up from the sofa with the dictionary in hand, fearing that she wouldn't realize that Su Wan had fried the dishes. Meng Xinhao didn't care. And after greeting each one, he pulled Hua Linghan to play chess. Hua Hong then frowned. This Su Wan is really full of lies and really doesn't know how to cook. After nodding with Su Xiaowei, she walked into old Mrs. Hua's house. Su Shelwy's face was piled with a smug smile. She had just gone in again. The entire kitchen was filled with choking smoke. It was probably Su Wan who had burnt the pots. He then walks to the side to watch the two of them. Huo Linghan and Meng Xinhao play chess. The smell of paste is getting thicker and thicker as Huo Linghan sits back down and coldly glances at the kitchen. The woman almost fooled him. The tightly pursed lips curved in an extraordinarily cold manner. At 5 o'clock or so, Hua Jiangwo and Hua Hong's husband, Meng Jinghua, both came back from work together. Again, as soon as I entered the living room, I smelled a paste and a stench.
Meng Jinghua covered his nose with his fist and coughed lightly,
jokingly saying, "Is there a new nanny in great uncle's house?"
Hua Jiangwo frowned slightly at Huo Linghan,
who just stood up and called out, "Dad! Auntie!" After that, he didn't speak again. Back? Old Mrs. Hua walked out of the house, then called out to Wu Ma in the kitchen. "Wu Ma! It's time to eat." "Good. Old lady, you guys sit down first. The food will be here soon," Wu Ma in the kitchen quickly answered. Jiangwo and Lord Han said that this Su family's eldest daughter's cooking skills are very good, at the level of a state-run restaurant. So take advantage of my little birthday today and let's all come and try it. Old Mrs. Hua sits on the first place and speaks in a cold and indifferent tone. "Really? Grandma? Then it looks like I'm in for a treat today." Meng Xinhao immediately pulled out his chair with a fist and took a seat at the dining table. Meng Jinghua followed suit and pulled out his chair, sitting down with a calm demeanor. Hua smelt the paste and stench and pretty much understood what was going on. His face sullen. "Grandma Hua. Uncle Hua, I'll go help in the kitchen." Su Shelwy is a bit impatient to see what Su Wan has made for the Hua family to eat. Just as she walked to the kitchen door, Wu Ma walked out with a tray that was only used for New Year's Eve, filled with several dishes. Roasted chicken thighs with scallions, roasted eggplant with sauce, garlicky chrysanthemums, sweet and sour pork. Each dish is freshly scented and enticing in color. There was no hint of burnt ends at all. When she passed by Su Shelwy directly both froze. "How? Wow. This sweet and sour pork looks like it's made more flavorful than a state-run restaurant." Meng Xinhao stared at the sweet and sour pork ribs wrapped in sugar sauce with a crispy outer skin at a glance. It was also beautifully garnished with freshly minced green onions, which instantly whetted the appetite on this hot summer day. Old Mrs. Hui and Hua Hong were both surprised and astonished. All of this was done by Su Wan? With that, Su Wan also walked out with lotus root rib soup and placed it on the dining table. She had just finished cooking. Her whole body was as if it had been rained on. Her neck and cheeks were covered in sweat, and the clothes on her body were even more soaked, clinging to her body. Su Wan wiped her forehead with a towel hanging on her neck. Not only did she not feel a little bit wretched and sweaty, but on the contrary, she was as fresh as a pear flower in the first rain. Smiling warmly, she said, "Grandma Hua. Uncle Hua. I was just busy frying the sweet and sour pork in the sugar sauce, and I accidentally burnt the other dish. So you guys can see if these dishes suit your tastes." At this time, Mrs. Wu also brought the dishes. Meng Xinhao picked up his chopsticks and picked up a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs to eat. The sweet and sour flavor made him let out a gasp. "Sister Su Wan, your hands are really skillful. It's even better than the ones in the state-run restaurants. I've never even tasted such a delicious one." With that, the others also took a chopstick. And as soon as they entered the mouth, a look of amazement appeared on their faces. Really, every dish is fresh and flavorful. It's just a simple dish of garlic chrysanthemums, and all of them are better than a normal stir-fry. "Mom, taste how it compares to a state-run restaurant."
Hua Jiangmo's eyebrows fly as he pinches a chicken leg and places it in old Mrs. Hua's bowl. Chapter 25, We Can't Let Brother Hua Be Snatched Away. Hua old lady's teeth are not good. This green onion chicken legs burn soft and flavorful. Gently with chopsticks. You can clip off a piece of chicken meat. There is absolutely no trace of the bloody taste of chicken thighs in your mouth. There is only the freshness of the meat and the rich flavor. Aha! Old Mrs. Huai nodded. And although she didn't say anything, her attitude showed her approval of the dish. The brown pupils still held no small amount of surprise. Didn't Su shall we say that she didn't even enter the kitchen? How could she make such a delicious meal out? Today is also really thanks to your mother-in-law's blessing. Although it's just simple home-cooked food, the flavor is really good. Meng Jingwu was also someone who had eaten state banquets and did not mince words as he complimented. Hua Hong also couldn't help but look up and curiously survey Su Wan. At first glance, he was stunned by her looks. And this fluent Mandarin. Gentle, virtuous and soft. Not at all like a poor student should be. Instead, they look like good college students from well-educated, high-level intellectual families. It was the high school teacher born of a scholarly family who introduced Huo Linghan. And compared to Su Wan, she felt a little close to the mark. And that high school teacher, as far as she knew, couldn't cook. It's good that you guys like it. There are still dishes in the kitchen. I'll go bring them. Su Wan arched her eyebrows. Her smile was very sweet. The dimples that showed on both cheeks had no wine in them. But one couldn't help but feel a little drunk just by looking at them. I'll go help. Huo Linghan stood up and walked towards the kitchen as well. Su Xiaowei was still standing there with an incredulous face. And the look on her face was wonderful. White for a while. Red for a while. Seeing Huo Linghan walking this way, he also immediately walked into the kitchen. There were also a few refreshing cold dishes on the stovetop: cold shredded seaweed, cold spinach and bean sprouts, cucumber with fungus, and hand-torn chicken with chicken sauce and lemon. A total of 9 people. Just those few hot dishes is definitely not enough. Then cold dishes to make up the number. And such a hot day. Eating cold dishes is also the most down to relieve the summer heat. Among them was a bowl of stinky tofu, the main source of the stench they smelled. Now that old Mrs. Hua and the others have tasted the dishes she made. There's no point in Su Xiaowei trying to tamper with the rest of the dishes now. And didn't stop her from going into the kitchen again. With a bowl of gazpacho in one hand, he walked out. Huo Linghan picked up a plate of braised crucian carp and white scorched prawns with his face as normal. Su Xiaowei looked at the 2 remaining gazpacho, still immersed in doubt, and was simply furious. She wanted to smash all the dishes in front of her and even spit on them. But she couldn't. And she had to serve them all out with a smile on her face. She clearly saw Su Wan cut the eggplant into pig food, and tasted the soup while constantly pouring salt into it in a hopelessly stupid manner. Why is that? She couldn't believe that Su Wan had made these dishes all by herself. Su Xiaowei served the 2 cold dishes on the table and watched the crowd eat with gusto, forcing back her indignation with a surprised and puzzled look. Sister, did you do all of this by yourself? If that wasn't made by Girl Wan, it could still be made by me. I've been coming to the Hua family for 7 years now. And the old lady knows best what kind of dishes I can cook. Wu Ma schemes her lips and speaks for Su Wan. She's holding her breath. In the end, Su Xiaowei has only been in the Hua family for a few days and knows that she's still an outsider. And when she's told this by Wu Ma, she immediately behaves herself and admits her mistake with a look of self-reproach. Sister, I'm sorry. I didn't think that you'd actually learn how to cook. In the past, no matter how busy the family farm work, have not seen sister you have done. Plus before let the family eat the body uncomfortable.
but also almost burned the kitchen. I have always thought that you will not. If parents know that you can make such a delicious dish, will be very happy. This teabagging about her blackness is yin and yang about her deliberately poisoning and burning the kitchen when she clearly knows how to cook, thus avoiding labor work and hiding from the rest of the world. Shall we, girl? Ah? Isn't that all when you were a child? It's not like it's now. Who's a 6 or 7-year-old child who can cook a good meal for the first time on the stove? Why are you always hanging on to things from your childhood? Without waiting for Soo-won to open her mouth, Wooma disliked Soo-won's black material in a few words. Father and mother know that I can cook. Before the summer vacation to cut wheat, watering and irrigation fields. Father and mother and 3 brothers, they are too busy. It is me at home to cook. You early in the morning every day to help other people's families to cut wheat. Eat dinner before coming back. Naturally do not know. How else would I be able to make it in one sitting if I just read the recipe and didn't practice it? Soo-won lied without blushing. A dark irony that she can't get her own work done and runs off to someone else's house to help with farm work just so she can have a good meal. Soo shall we froze fiercely for a moment, sneaking a glance towards old Mrs. Hua and noticing a slight change in her expression. Even Uncle Hua felt that it was all from his childhood and didn't need to be taken into account. She was being talked over by both Wooma and Soo-won one by one, appearing as if she had been grasping onto Soo-won's childhood. Very petty and calculating. Grabbing the chopsticks in her hand. Afraid of being disliked by Hua's family and especially afraid that brother Hua would have some opinions about her. She looked like she was about to cry. I went to help other people's families to work, but I also wanted to save some rations for my own family, so that my father and mother could have enough to eat. I always thought that mother and my brothers did all the cooking at home. Sis, I really didn't know you could cook. And father and mother never mentioned it to me. It's so hard to talk about self-loathing. Desperately trying to clarify to the crowd that she had no knowledge and was quite innocent. The whole I was red. But although it was true that she had no knowledge of it, the impression had been made, and it could not be undone. In the future, what Soo shall we said wouldn't be so believable. And it wouldn't be so easy for her to sow discord. It also pretty much made it clear to the crowd that the 2 sisters did not have a good private relationship, since that was all when we were kids. Let's not even mention it in the future. It's said that a woman has changed, even if she was wrong before. As long as she corrects herself in time, she'll be fine. Hua Jangwo opens his mouth at this time, showing his attitude. Mom, look at Soo-won, this meal done. Colorful and fragrant. Economical and affordable. Go to the state-run store to eat it is estimated to spend a lot of money in tickets it. Come on. Soo-won. Shall we, you guys eat quickly? Hua Jangwo personally pinched a piece of ribs for Soo-won. Especially Soo-won. You've been working all afternoon. Come have some chopsticks with sweet and sour pork. Thank you, Uncle Hua. Soo-won takes it with a smile as she holds the bowl. This is a treatment Soo shall we has never had before, especially since Uncle Hua only pinched Soo-won. She sits in the corner, biting her lip tightly, annoyed that not only did she fail to get the Hua family to kick Soo-won out, but on the contrary, she let Soo-won put on a hard display in front of everyone and gained everyone's good impression. Grandma Hua's face is obviously better than before, and she breaks the ice by asking Soo-won how the sweet and sour pork is made. It was the red ant who had an opinion about Soo-won, who asked Soo-won how she made a simple stir-fried dish so delicious, and her attitude was much milder. Soo-won answered the questions and taught some tips on how to cook in general. Everyone's gaze towards Soo-won also took on a hint of appreciation. All of a sudden she became a marginalized member of the Hua family. Cousin. Sister Soo-won's cooking is so delicious. You need to hurry up and marry her home so that I can come and dine with her every day. After Meng Shinhao quickly finished a bowl of rice, he added another bowl. Just as he sat down, He poked Huo Linghan next to him with his elbow and whispered. Nonsense. Eat your meal. Huo Linghan converges his dark and cold eyes to cast a sidelong glance at him. Warning in a cold and sullen manner. The rice at the bottom of the bowl was also almost at the bottom. And after 2 bites, he also stood up to serve the rice. Su Xiaowei, who was sitting on the sidelines, heard this and froze there. Her heart, liver, spleen and lungs feeling as hard as if they had been ripped out. No! She definitely can't let big brother Huo be snatched away by Su Wan. And even more so, she can't let Su Wan stay in the Huo family anymore. Su Wan, with your craftsmanship, whoever marries you home will be truly blessed. Huo Jiangwo praises from the bottom of his heart. Taking his own rice bowl over for Wu Ma to add more rice. Su Xiaowei's face became even more ugly. Using her chopsticks to clip the white rice in the bowl with a single click. Unable to eat a single bite at all. The more the crowd ate and the more flavorful it was, the more indignant she became. In less than an hour, all the rice on the table was eaten bare. That is, the sweet and sour sauce of the sweet and sour pork was all taken by Mang Xinhao and eaten with rice. Su Xiaowei immediately and obediently stood up to clean up the dishes. Su Wan unhurriedly finished the soup in the bowl before slowly standing up and just picked up the chopsticks to clean up. Huo Jiangwo then spoke out to stop it. Su Wan, you've been busy all afternoon today. Take a break and go eat some cake. Right. I'll just get it with girl Xiaowei. Wu Ma snatched the dishes from Su Wan's hands and let Su Xiaowei follow her to the kitchen to wash the dishes. In the past, Su Xiaowei would be stopped by old Mrs. Huo when she wanted to wash. But of course she was trying her best to behave herself now. But this huge discrepancy still made her heart feel very bad. Su Wan didn't push back any further. Intending to go to the bathroom to wash her face and then find another opportunity to ask Uncle Huo about her schooling. She was at least a graduate of a prestigious university. And it was fine if she didn't go to school. But she had to have a school record for taking the college entrance exam in Beijing. When Su Xiaowei saw Su Wan go to the bathroom, she thought that Mang Xinhao had also gone there earlier and hadn't come out yet. And immediately the plan came from her heart. Su Wan went in and rushed forward before twisting the bathroom door handle. Chapter 26, 2 people locked in the restroom. The lock on this bathroom door is a little old and raw and takes a trick to open. It just so happened that at this time of year everyone had gone outside the yard to sit on coolers and benches to cool off. And no one saw her move. Hey! Where did Xinhao go? Hua Hong cuts the cake and realizes that Meng Xinhao has gone somewhere. Huo Linghan looked around the courtyard and realized that he didn't see Su Wan's figure either. Big brother Hua. I just saw Xin go to the restroom. Su Xiaowei, who came to pour water for the crowd, purposely walks over to Huo Linghan with a look of desire to speak. Sister seemed to have seen it as well, and followed and went to the restroom as well. Huo Linghan's high and stern brows furrowed at once as he put down the cake and headed towards the living room. Su Xiaowei, on the other hand, coldly hooked her lips. Big brother Hua himself loathes Su Wan. Plus the patting she did before going to the military hospital. Brother Hua must think Su Wan is trying to seduce brother Xianhao. Just the mere fact that 2 people are in a bathroom makes you want to be there. Meng Xinhao ate a mouthful of hands full of oil. Came to the bathroom to wash his hands, but accidentally fell off the towel hanger. Is squatting on the ground to repair it. Su Wan then came in to wash her face, closing the door in the process, intending to use the toilet again. Then he spotted Meng Xinhao, who was squatting in the corner for repairs. The 2 of them were also quite embarrassed. But this time the bathroom door wouldn't open. Meng Xinhao and Su Wan both took turns to try. It didn't work. Although the window was open, there wasn't much wind. It's always a bit of a bad influence when a man and a woman are locked in the bathroom. So you can't help but get a little anxious and sweaty. Could this door have been locked from the outside? Suwon banged on the door again, twisting hard on an oval-shaped knob on the lock. No! It should just be that the lock hole inside is rusty and needs some lubrication, Meng Xinhao said. Hiss. Suwon twisted her hand so much that she sweated. And with a little more force, she disengaged her hand, and her arm was scratched by the corners of the door lock. Is Sister Suwon alright? Meng Xinhao lowered his head to look. The restroom door was pulled open at once. What are you doing? Came the stern, cold voice. Cousin, your door lock needs some lubricant. It's too astringent. The two of us, Sister Suwon and I, can't open it. Meng Xinhao was relieved to see the door finally open. Huo Linghan reached out and yanked Meng Xinhao out of the bathroom with one hand, exuding a cold and oppressive aura around him. The dark, sharp eyes were as alarming as a dagger in the dark night. I asked how you got locked in the restroom together. Chief Hua. I saw that the restroom door was open and thought that there was no one inside. But it turned out that I didn't realize that Brother Xinhao was inside fixing something. Suwon explains as she covers her cackled arm, a red mark quickly appearing on her white skin. Right. And then how the door wouldn't open. Meng Xinhao nods his head, still ready to complain about the door lock problem, and immediately gulps when he meets Huo Linghan's eyes, then walks away. Suwon also wants to leave, but Huo Linghan firmly blocks her. Comrade Suwon, I sternly warn you this time. Pay attention to the distance between male and female comrades. Let me find out again that you deliberately overstep the distance. There is a suspicion of going beyond the interaction between male and female comrades. I will never be soft. Immediately let people send you back to your hometown. Huo Linghan's angular profile is taut, unusually harsh and unsympathetic. At noon, he intentionally slept in the living room, trying to get the idea on him. And at night, when he saw Meng Xinhao, he couldn't wait to stick it to him with just one trip to the restroom. Such a woman. If it wasn't for his father's relationship, he really wouldn't want to have anything to do with her. Chief Hua. I've already explained this to you. If you have to think that me accidentally locking up in a bathroom with Brother Xinhao is beyond the distance between lesbian people getting along, then what was it when you took me into the grove yesterday to talk? Suwon knew that he misunderstood and blinked her dark and slender eyelashes to retort. One should never get caught up in the circle of self-evidence. Not to mention that she had just explained it and he wouldn't listen. So let him produce the evidence. Chapter 27, No school will accept you if your grades are too poor. Huo Linghan looked at her fresh red lips as they opened and closed, and the chill between his brows became heavier. How can these two things be confused? He took her to the grove because it was inconvenient to talk downstairs. But did she really not see Meng Xinhao when she went into the restroom? In itself, she had her eye on Meng Xinhao and wanted to climb him as a high branch. After eating the cake, while it's still dark, I'll send you back to Principal Song's house. Huo Linghan's brows are pressed low and he doesn't say much to her. No. I can walk back on my own. And before I go again I have to ask Uncle Huo about my schooling. Suwon sidestepped to walk past Huo Linghan once again. Since I promised to help you transfer to Beiping, I'll definitely let you go to high school. Huo Linghan's words are strong. Good. Then I'll trouble Hua Tuan. Hearing that she could still continue to go to school, Suwon was not worried. After all, he had to rely on him for help. So he curled his lips at him. After saying that he wanted to go over, Huo Linghan remained still and raised his head to look at him. Huo Linghan's eyebrows were pressed down, heavy and oppressive, as if she was some kind of unforgivable criminal. And it was terrifying to watch. Only then did Huo Linghan make way for Suwon to quickly walk past him. When she arrived outside the courtyard, Suwon warmly greeted each other and said that she was going back to Principal Song's house. It's also true that it's not dark yet. So it's just the right time to go. Hua nodded and asked Wu Ma to take another aluminum lunchbox with a cut cake and bring it to Principal Song's house for dinner. Grandma. Dad. After I drop off Comrade Suwan, I'll go straight back to the unit. Hua Linghan follows and walks out of the room. There's no need to bother Chief Hua. I can take the bus back to Principal Song's house. Suwan politely refuses. Then let Xin Hao send Suwan to the bus stop. Lord Han, I have something to say to you. Hua Hong is of course talking about the blind date. This just graduated MS. Fong, you wait for the beginning of the school year, there must be more introductions. That is. Now during the summer vacation is estimated to have a lot of people do matchmaking. She and her big brother and mom all felt that this MS. Fong Yu was a perfect fit regardless of her family background or profession. So she had to hurry up and get the two of them to meet. It is that Hua Linghan and Busy that also have to make time. Even if she brought people to his unit to see also into. Mom. Let cousin go. How dare Meng Xinhao. He accidentally locked up in a bathroom with Su Wan's sister. And his cousin was mean like that. If he sent Su Wan's sister to the bus stop, wouldn't he really have to do 100 round the belly singles? Go when you're told to go. Why have you learned to be lazy? Hua Hong. I'll take her. Hua Linghan opens his mouth, not allowing for rebuttal. After saying that, he walked towards the outside of the courtyard. And Su Wan could only take her aluminum lunchbox and follow him. Hua Hong is a bit puzzled. After the transfer back to Beiping, the Lord Cold attitude towards marriage is not quite positive. Want to get married after the Cine received the family home to live. Why are you kind of avoiding blind dates now? Chief Hua. You go back. I'll just go to the station myself. After leaving the military compound, Su Wan says to Hua Linghan in front of her. She didn't really intend to take the bus back. After all, can save a little is a little. She now knows the way. All the way back to Trot. Before dark should be able to return to the home of the principal of Song. Hua Linghan didn't say anything all the time and didn't leave after bringing her to the bus stop. Instead taking out a $1 bill from his pocket. This is your salary. It's proper to cook for Grandma Hua. There's no need to pay me. Su Wan is a bit surprised. Keep it. Hua Lingdan's attitude is strong. Not to be refused. And he indifferently stares ahead. Su Wan had no choice but to take the $1 bill. Then Hua Linghan separated himself from her by a long distance and stood, looking like a complete stranger. Soon the bus to the school's family building arrived, stopping right where Hua Linghan was. As soon as the door opens, Hua Linghan gets on the bus, buys a bus ticket from the conductor, and then walks back down, hands the bus ticket to Su Wan, and leaves with a straight and cold stance. Although this person is a bit fierce, a bit cold, but still do a good job. Su Wan took the bus back to Principal Song's house. Principal Song's family had also just returned not long ago, and were sitting in the living room eating the watermelon they had bought yesterday while discussing the details of the wedding. Obviously the wedding day has been set. The next step is to prepare the bride price according to the customs on the woman's side. Buy the 3 spins and 1 ring. Set the banquet. Write the invitations and decorate the new house. When Secretary Yang saw Su Wan coming back, he even looked out the window and asked with a smile. Back so soon? Did Hua Tuan send you back? No. Auntie. I came back by bus. Chief Hua gave me the money for my return ticket. Su Wan opens the aluminum lunchbox. This is a piece of birthday cake that Uncle Hua gave me. You guys try it. This child really has a heart. Secretary Yang hastily pushed it over. We all came back well fed. You keep it. Thinking about how it wasn't Hoi that gave the person back to the person and just gave her money for the bus ride. Could it be that she was really overthinking things and that Xiaohua was not interested in Xiaowan? But it's no fun. And how can you eat the fat that a stranger has eaten? Secretary Yang is also a little confused. But there is no hurry. If Xiaohua is interested in Xiaowan, he will definitely find another opportunity to come to their home in the future. After Huo Linghan left the station, he didn't go directly back to the army, but returned to his home to find out about Su Wan's transfer from school with his little aunt. Reed High School is a key high school that ranks in the top 5 in the city. How many people who take the midterm can't even get in? Su Wan can't even get in with these several single-digit grades. But if she passes every subject, I can go and rub it in with the principal. Hua Hong heard this, directly waved his hand. Said it is absolutely impossible. Do not understand, so a good-looking water girl? How the results are so bad. That is, the math multiple choice blind also not to test so low. Anyway, she came to Beiping to find a date. It doesn't matter if she gets on or not. So why don't we just find her a date and hurry up and let her get married? Anyway, she looks good and cooks well, so she definitely won't worry about getting married. Hua Hong said as she began to search her mind for a blind date. My colleague's sister's son, a textile factory worker, 5 years older than Su Wan. Little aunt. Since I promised her parents that I would help her transfer to Beiping, I can't go back on my word. Huo Linggan's back sits upright and straight, his tone serious. Hua Hong also heard from old Mrs. Hua that Su Wan used jumping into the river to threaten to marry Lord Han, and then woke up and changed it to coming to Beiping to go to school. Lord Cold. Her situation even let your father to step in. Through the back door cannot go. Such poor grades. Other parents know about it. A report is accurate. To the top. You still want your father to take a disciplinary action? Chapter 28. Hua Tuan is a bit angry lately. Hua Hong is also realistic about the relationship. Powerful. If Su Wan results barely enough to read high school tale, back door is not so easy to be found. I just told your dad as well. If you have to go to school, you'll have to transfer to some poor high school. And for that I'm guessing I'll have to get connections. Huo Linghan pursed his lips. Those poor high school he also understands. Not only in the suburbs, but the teaching force as well as the school management are very loose. Are some of the family has money? Have a background of the second generation to go. Letting Su Wan go to a school like this will instead bring her up worse and worse. My dad must not have agreed. Huo Linghan speaks with great certainty. Little auntie. See if there are any other ways. As long as the school spirit must be strict and disciplined. Unless they are the children of martyrs and the families of first-class meritocracy, they won't be able to get into a slightly better school. Hua Hong said directly. Both of these conditions were obviously not met by Su Wan. What if Su Wan's grades can meet the requirements of Reed High School? Huo Linghan thought about it. Wanting your grades to improve that much in just 2 months? Hua Hong sneered a bit, thinking that this was a pipe dream. I think she should go back to elementary school. She scored so low. I guess she doesn't even recognize some of the words on her paper. Huo Linghan froze for a moment, feeling that it was really possible. Lord Han. This is your father's concern. What are you following to get involved? She doesn't have anything to do with you. Hua Hong slates her face, taking out the seriousness of an age director, and begins to talk to Huo Linghan about business. Your main task now is to take the time to meet with MS Fong Yu, as I said, and get your personal problems sorted out. Secretly happy. Fortunately, the two of Lord Han and Su Wan did not phase into each other. Otherwise, if Su Wan's grades are so poor, the child she gives birth to won't know what kind of child she is. And the Hua family's good genes will all be ruined. Although Su Wan looks really good, but also a handful of good food. Kagom Fong Yu teacher is also very good looking. To have a degree in education, to have a family history. Know how to read and write. Gentle and virtuous. By the time the two of you get married, you can totally bring back a nanny who cooks well. What's more, Su Wan's that character. Quality. Ideological awareness, she will not say. She wasn't going to change her mind or look favorably on someone who almost became a murderer just because she was a good cook. According to Mom, it should have been sent home earlier. Such a person is like a time bomb, not knowing when something will happen. Little aunt, I've already told Grandma that a mission has been given from above. And I don't have the time to solve my personal problems right now. Hua Linghan leaves with a resolute attitude. Hua Hong stood up. A little hateful. This is if his own son will not die of anger. Knowing that Hua Linghan has been extremely opinionated since he was a child. He no longer persuades anything and directly turns his head to find Hua Jiangwo. If you can't, lead the person to his unit for a meeting before he goes on a mission. Hua Linghan returns to the unit and remembers Su Wan's words in the kitchen, if you can't go to high school, you'll marry him. Upon seeing Meng Xinhao, he immediately looked for another opportunity to stick up. Apparently think of him as an insurance bottoming out alternative that doesn't work out and backs off. His face was icy cold. This woman really had a heavy heart. He grabbed a change of clothes, a basin, and a soapbox and headed to the water closet for a shower. Although he lived in a single dormitory, he did not have a separate washroom, and usually had to go to the communal water closet to wash with the soldiers. There were still a few warriors washing in the water room, and when they saw him come in, they all sped up the speed of their hands. Good day, Captain. Hua Linghan nodded with his head. And there wasn't any headmaster's frame. Stripping off his clothes like the warriors, he stood under the faucet and rinsed his body. The water slid down his rigid, cold, hard silhouette to his toned, erect chest, and down to his well-defined, tight, firm belly, then continued to drip deeper. Closing his eyes, the scene he saw outside the window of Principal Song's house at noon burst into his mind unexpectedly. Exquisite and delicate body. Lychee like snow white and delicate skin. Soft branches and tender stripes of the waist. As well as that just woke up watery and springy clear eyes. Clueless and extraordinarily innocent. She looked at him. Hua Linghan opened his eyes at once. His face very gloomy and unsightly. After quickly rinsing the soap suds off his body, he put on his clothes and left. A few warriors who had just finished washing up as well immediately started talking. Some of them were already married. All of them were at a bloodthirsty age and said anything. Hua Tuan's fire is a bit high today. Surely he wants to think about objects. I also heard that Hua Tuan came back from his blind date and went out every day. He must have gone out to accompany his date. Ha ha ha. A mushy on a mushy for 3 whole hours. One more second Hua group are not wasted. Then why doesn't Hua Tuan just go back to the military district to live? The subject lives in Hua's house anyway. Someone said badly. Then aren't you letting Hua Tuan make a mistake? If you can make Hua Tuan's fire so strong, your little daughter-in-law must be very pretty. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to resist. A married soldier said. But I heard from political commissar Lu that Hua Tuan doesn't have a date. And when Hua Tuan left just now, I took a peek and didn't look too good. A few warriors looked at me. I looked at you. A little puzzled. I've run into Hua Tuan in the water room before. And I've never seen such a fire. Hua Linghan felt that he had slipped a bit in his thinking lately. And was always on this kind of errand. Which was something he would never allow. After wiping the water out of his hair with a towel, he sat upright at his desk in his white tank top and shorts and copied the party constitution. All the way to 11 o'clock. The right shoulder is vaguely painful. Hua Linghan reached out and touched it.
It is exactly where he was shot during his previous mission in the Northwest. Because of the limited hospital facilities in the Northwest, some of the shell casings remained after some were removed. He had gotten used to it. And it was only when the pain became too much to bear that he took a bottle of painkillers out of the drawer. Took one. And resumed copying. On the second day, Huo Linghan hurriedly contacted his old classmate who served as the deputy director of a popular high school to inquire about transferring to another school. Originally, the procedures for transferring to a different school were more troublesome. And the old classmates shook their heads repeatedly when they heard about Su Wan's achievement. Chief Hua. This female student will not be accepted by any high school. Now the city's high schools are all comparing the promotion rate. Comparing the rankings. This student will have to pull down our average score how much once she comes in. Chapter 29, Take Off Your Dress. Once this ranking drops, it will have a great impact on our school. And the principal won't be able to hold his head up when he goes to the meeting with the Education Bureau. This is still secondary. The main thing is, I suspect that this student, the results of the midterm examination may not even be their own examination. If it is found out and reported, you and the school will be disciplined. This risk is too great. At the end, the old classmate asked curiously on the other side of the phone. Hua Tuan, what's this female student's relationship with you that you have to go through so much trouble? Is it that countryside blind date your family introduced you to? Both went to primary and secondary school in the same military compound. So it's not surprising that their old classmates know about this. Huo Linghan held the phone receiver and didn't say anything. The old classmate went on to say, if you object, things will be simple. Take advantage of the summer vacation to have the banquet. You have made a first-class merit in the Northwest. As long as she becomes your family member, any high school in Beiping can be attended. She's not my object. Trouble you. Huo Linghan hangs up the phone, his brows wrinkling. I thought her grades wouldn't be that bad if she got into high school. But I didn't know that none of the high schools would accept her. And there's the suspicion of getting a substitute or plagiarism for the midterm. Now I guess it's just a matter of sending her back to her old high school. And the school that was going to dissuade her from attending it definitely won't want her. Over there, Huo Jiangwo also used his connections, but got the same reply as Huo Linghan. Liberalization of the college entrance examination is to select cutting-edge talents. The country attaches great importance to the mountain of education. The red line of falsification is never allowed to touch. Huo Jiangwo frowned tightly. Backhand pacing in the office. Either send Su Wan back home to finish high school, or arrange a job for Su Wan in Beiping. Or Song Dynasty 960-1279. Since Song Wenba's wedding day was set, Su Wan from time to time accompanied Secretary Yang to the supply house, shopping malls to buy things that need to be used in the wedding. What double happiness warmer! Spittoon. Dragon and Phoenix present auspicious basin and wedding candies. The tailor store has made several trips. On this weekend, Song Wenba had to be on duty at the hospital. Originally, he had asked a friend to buy his fiancée Su Min a birthday present in Hong Kong City 2 months ago. But he was stuck in Hong Kong City. Next week is Su Min's birthday. So I had to ask Secretary Yang to go to the department store to buy Su Min a nice dress. Secretary Yang also do not know the vision of young people. And it happens that Su Wan's height and Su Min about the same. Took her piece of the mall to do a staff. The two of them followed the scissor-shaped staircase to the 3rd floor of the mall. The clothing and shoe specialty floor. Men's clothing and women's clothing are in abundance. Especially women's clothing is very bright and colorful. And also very trendy. Some of them are high-end stuff from the port side of town. And some are Shanghai brands. Secretary Yang and Su Wan came to a women's clothing counter. The sales clerk saw Su Wan, although she looked good, but a rural hick dress. Direct nostrils to the sky. Full of dislike.
Hey hey hey. This lesbian. This clothing material can be expensive. Do not use your hands to touch.
Secretary Yang fancy a red and white plaid patterned cloth dress.
Suwon just walked up. The salesman immediately reminded.
This era of state-run stores salespersons.
Eating public food. A drag like what? Do not take customers in the eyes. But because of the lack of supplies, customers have to look at their face. Suwon just pretended not to hear and continued to watch with Secretary Yang.
The sales clerk turned her head to see a pair of mother and daughter with kusyang hair wearing white shirts and polka-dot yellow skirts walk into the women's clothing counter. She immediately smiled with an attentive face and greeted them.
Chiefly, Mr. Fong, you're here. The high-end goods from Hong Kong City that just arrived yesterday are waiting for you to come and try them on. With that said,
he pulled out several dresses from under the counter in styles that were more fashionable than those in the store. The middle-aged woman who was addressed as Section Chiefly,
with a somewhat haughty air, picked a blue and white dress with a lace border,
and smiled as she held it out to her daughter.
Fong Yu. Try this one. Fong Yu Try this.
The other family is 3 generations from the military.
His father is the head of the military region.
He is young to become a regimental commander, but also made a first-class merit.
The future is unlimited. You can grasp it. But Fong Yu is not cold.
She is the youngest daughter in the family.
Since childhood, excellent grades. So extraordinarily favored.
Very petite and reserved. Mom,
I do not want to go. Have become the head of the regiment. How young can it be?
Surely look ugly and short. The level of culture is also not good.
Mom has asked you clearly.
That chief is only 26 years old. But he graduated from the military academy in a serious manner. He is single until now also because he has been carrying out national missions before. And he has just been transferred back to Beiping.
Quick! Go in and change the clothes. Let me take a look.
Chiefly pushed his daughter towards the fitting room. Hearing that he graduated from the military academy,
Fong Yu's face looked better. But she was still a bit dissatisfied. Mom! I can say it right now. I can't look at him if his image is too bad. After that,
she took the dress and went into the fitting room. Chiefly took another bubble-sleeved braggie and told Fong Yu to go in and try it on together. It felt like these two were the only ones that would catch her eye. Secretary Yang and Suwon looked around and found that the Hong Kong goods that the salesman had just taken out were very innovative in style and appearance, and felt that Su Min would definitely like them.
Just turn to the salesman and say, "Comrade, can you show me those dresses?" The salesman glanced at Secretary Yang with some impatience.
Seeing that Secretary Yang was ably dressed and had the temperament of a unit leader,
he reminded, "Comrade,
these are worn by young lesbians.
They're not suitable for you. Take a look at the others. Not for me to wear.
I bought it for my future daughter-in-law."
The salesman looked again at Suwon standing beside Secretary Yang and thought Suwon was Secretary Yang's future daughter-in-law. Got a country daughter-in-law. Probably not a unit leader. Wait. Can't you see that the lesbians in the fitting room for these clothes are going to try them on? You guys can look at them when they're tried on.
The sales clerk rolled her eyes and turned her head and talked and laughed as she complimented Section Chief Lee's daughter on her good looks and temperament, having just graduated and been assigned to teach at Reed High School.
Chief Lee's eyebrows flew up in amusement, glancing at Suwon. Don't look at the countryside. The appearance looks quite good. I'm not even willing to show her. The old foreign accent from the countryside. All sweaty and rancid.
The salesman came up to Chief Lee's ear and whispered contemptuously, "Her son will soon be promoted to junior high school. So of course she has to suck up to the section chief of the Education Bureau."
Secretary Yang's temper has always been good.
And when she was told to wait,
she wanted to put up with it. But when she saw the sales clerk with a disgusted look on her face, she whispered quietly to the other customers, as if she was saying bad things about her future daughter-in-law. Secretary Yang immediately couldn't stand it and angrily questioned, "This comrade. What do you mean? Obviously we arrived first. You hide the good-looking fashionable clothes for other customers to see. We want to see but also have to wait. You now get your manager." The salesman was not at all intimidated, but instead mocked. "Comrade, it's not that I intentionally want to hide it from you. The cheapest of these Hong Kong city goods costs $30 or $40. Can you afford it? You're a counter salesman. What do you care if we can afford it? I now suspect that by hiding the clothes and not bringing them out for display, you are engaging in speculation. Using your status as a state salesman to bring clothes smuggled from Hong Kong City to the mall for sale." Previously, Su Wan was in the way of speaking as she was just a nanny. And when she saw Secretary Yang open up, she immediately disliked her. Then he turned around and yelled loudly at the outside of the store, "Come and see. The state-run salesmen are speculating and taking clothes smuggled from Hong Kong City and blatantly selling them in the department store." The salesman's face was green. Panicked and ran over to stop. "Comrade woman, you don't talk nonsense. This is the goods from the harbor city into the department store to sell. It's not smuggling, then why do you hide your clothes and not put them up for sale? We want to see it and we're still not allowed to see it." Su Wan continued to yell. "Eating public food and doing smuggling. Quickly find public security to arrest people like this." Originally, the mall had just opened its doors and there weren't many people. But when Su Wan shouted, many people ran over to watch the fun. Being labeled as such, the salesperson is also afraid, for fear of inviting public security over. And if the manager knows that she intentionally hid the new Hong Kong City goods to use to flatter the Education Bureau section chiefly, she will certainly be disciplined. Obviously scared and panicked, with a face of anxiety and trepidation, he pleaded, "Comrade woman, it's my fault. Look. Feel free to look." While saying this, he carried a few other pieces of clothes from Hong Kong City to Su Wan. Secretary Yang also did not expect to look gentle Su Wan, but not at all weak. Arguing, which is not more useful than directly find their manager theory. "Little Wan, take it into the fitting room and try it on. I'll see which one looks best." Secretary Yang originally brought Su Wan here, and only intended to take the clothes and compare them on her body to see the effect. But seeing that the salesman deliberately hid these styles of good-looking and sought-after Hong Kong City goods to please that chiefly, he directly changed his mind and let Su Wan take the clothes and try them on one by one in the fitting room. When Fang Yu came out after trying on the two dresses, she wasn't too happy with either of them. They didn't match her figure. But seeing Su Wan also trying on this batch of clothes, she was immediately unhappy. How else could she wear the clothes worn by an old foreign accent from the countryside? She wouldn't wear clothes worn by an old foreign accent in the countryside. And pulled chiefly to leave. Section chiefly. "Mr. Fong, these clothes are the best and most fashionable in Hong Kong City. There will not be another one in the whole of Beiping. And I've purposely saved them for you to choose from. And they haven't been worn by that country bumpkin yet." The salesman hurriedly stopped Chief Li's mother and daughter, and said carefully and pleasingly. Section Chief Li was also unwilling to let his petite daughter try on these clothes with the hick. But they were also really pretty and fashionable. And for the sake of the success of this blind date, he coaxed Fang Yu to continue to try them on. Fang Yu frowned, unwilling to degrade herself, and raised her head condescendingly. "Since you told my mom to make sure that the newest and best-looking clothes will be tried on and picked by me first, it's only when I don't want them that it's someone else's turn to wear them. Either you get rid of that redneck or I'm not buying it." "Ha!" The salesman had only just been nearly branded a criminal smuggler. So how dare he mess with the redneck? But Section Chief Lee also felt that his daughter was right. This country bumpkin couldn't afford it at all. He was just getting over wearing new clothes. Think of something yourself. After Suwon came out of the fitting room wearing a tender yellow long skirt. That white and gentle little face. Where was there any semblance of a country bumpkin? Eyes firm and confident. Long limbs. Excellent body proportion. The whole body reveals a kind of classical flavor. Slinky. Just like the model who walks out from the pictorials. Make people's eyes shine. Customers who had not been in the store were drawn in. Shawan. This body tender yellow long skirt looks simple style without extra decoration. But this wear on the body. Really good looking. This and show waist thin. And show long legs. Secretary Yang was very satisfied. This skirt outlined the body curves just right. Slim and elegant with a hint of playfulness and warmth. It went very well with her future daughter-in-law's status and temperament. The people who were attracted into the store also complimented the dress. And some wanted Suwon to take this dress off and try it on herself. Secretary Yang saw this and immediately shot down the dress. Fan Yu also did not think that this tender yellow dress on the body so good. Lining the skin and white and delicate. Neck curvature beautiful as a swan. A little bit of fat in the belly are not. Very tight. And she's taller than the redneck. So she must look even better in it than she does. Mom. I want that tender yellow long dress. Fan Yu didn't care that this long dress had been worn by a country bumpkin at this time. It was really that this tender yellow long dress was too good looking. Section Chief Lee also felt that wearing this tender yellow long dress to go on a blind date was very appropriate and would definitely charm the other party. It would be a waste to let the hick wear the dress first. So he looked to the salesman and gave a wink. The salesman then said to Secretary Yang, "Comrade, this dress costs $75. Do you want to buy it?" $75? A suit is only $50. Secretary Yang had thought it was only $30 or $40. And she didn't have enough money with her. When Suwon tried it on, she realized that the material of this dress was not ordinary cotton or indeed liang, but the kind with elasticity. But it also didn't occur to me that it would cost $75, which is worth 3 months of her babysitting salary. The salesman knew they couldn't afford it. "Comrade, if you don't want to buy it, take it off and let the other customers look at it." "Buy. But I don't have enough money on me. I'll go back and get it." Secretary Qian and Principal Song's monthly salary would add up to 300 or 400. Plus the 2 sons who had gotten married and transferred to work in the provinces would also send money back every month. The $75 is completely stress-free for Secretary Young. Besides, when Bo has a salary of 80 a month. Salesman, "I'll buy this dress." Hearing this, Section Chief Lee came straight over and took out a large donut and handed it to the salesman. "Okay. Section Chief Lee, I'll wrap it up for you." The after-sales clerk laughed so hard that his mouth was grinning to the root behind his ears. Then turned to Suwon and said, "Comrade, since you don't have enough money on you, take off your clothes quickly." Chapter 30, You Can't Marry Brother Hua Either. My aunt said to buy it. Others want it. You get another one again. It's not like we won't pay for it. Suwon had been afraid of dirtying the skirt and wanted to take it off. When she saw this, she stopped her hand movements. "Yes. Comrade. I'll take this dress first of all. When I go home and get the money, I'll come and buy it." Secretary Young hurriedly said. "How can that be? This style and color is the only one. One hand pays. One hand delivers. Since you guys don't have enough money with you, I'll have to sell this skirt to someone else. So take the skirt off quickly." This tender yellow long skirt was the only one. Section Chief Lee's daughter liked it. She definitely had to sell it to Section Chief Lee's daughter.
You can hide the clothes that should have been put up for sale when they arrived yesterday until the 2 customers came in today.
So why can't we go home and get the money to buy them?
Suwon slightly raised her glistening and delicate chin. This tender yellow long dress on her body set off her aura.
This era is the human society. Everything needs to have relations. But that is also private. Once in the open. And there are so many people around. The salesman was as good as deflated. And opened his mouth without being able to say anything else. This little comrade. Please be reasonable. This dress is just one. You have your eye on it. You don't have the money to buy it. Then we paid for it. It's ours. And please take it off. In the end,
Section chiefly is the leader of the Education Bureau.
the speed of speech is not hasty,
focusing on their favorable side to confuse the public.
Right. Whoever pays first is whoever owns it. This is the unchanging truth for how many years?
Fang Yu had already decided that the clothes were his own. And it would be hard to let this country bumpkin wear them for one more second.
Since you don't have enough money with you, surely the one with money should buy it first.
Fang Yu wrapped her arms around her chest and raised her head condescendingly. You quickly take off my clothes and give them to me. Some of the melon eaters were also sidetracked by Chief Li and Fang Yu's words. And they all began to urge one another.
Comrade woman. Since they've already paid the money, the clothes are theirs. So take them off and give them to them.
You guys picked the clothes first.
You didn't pick this one. It was picked by us. And now that you see that Shawan looks good in it, you want to snatch it back. I see that you guys are also cultured people. How can you do this kind of forceful thing? Secretary Yang was also furious and said accusingly. What do you mean you didn't pick it? That's because you guys took it before I even tried this one on. Now you either have to pay or take the dress off.
Fang Yu spoke condescendingly. Suwon glanced at Fang Yu's figure. She started her business as a clothing business. What figure was suitable for what clothes? She knew it with a sweeping glance.
Fang Yu is a typical apple-shaped figure. Overall looks more rounded. Wearing a slim-fitting dress will very much emphasize the small belly. Good. Since you want it, I'll take it off and give it to you.
Suwon lightly hooked her lips.
Then whispered to Secretary Yang. Auntie, this dress looks good on me. It doesn't mean that it looks good on her. So let's just give it to her first.
After she wears it and realizes that it doesn't look good,
she definitely won't buy it. Secretary Yang took a look at Suwon's figure. And then glanced at Fang Yu. Originally did not feel anything. But so a pair.
The difference between the two figures at once revealed. Suwon gooseneck and crane legs.
Well-proportioned bones and flesh. Thin where it should be thin. Meat where it should be meat. But Fang Yu was tall and big-boned.
And just by looking at that cut-off calf it was going to be thicker than Suwon's.
It definitely won't look as good on you as Suwon.
So he let Suwon go to the fitting room and take the dress off.
Fang Yu went straight to the fitting room as soon as she got her favorite beautiful dress and couldn't wait to change into it.
She felt a little strangled when she first put it on. But she didn't care and stood in front of the mirror full of joy.
Instead,
it turned out that she had a small protruding belly,
fat hips,
and looked like a pregnant woman who had just shown her pregnancy. With a particularly thick waist. Completely did not Suwon put on so soft coping like man.
Warm and moving. But on the contrary, it also looks very earthy. Strong. Chief Li frowned straight away even as he watched. This dress isn't much better. It's still the lesbian who wore it just now. One of the eaters said. That lesbian looks handsome and has a good figure. So she looks good in everything. Now look at this as an ordinary skirt. A lesbian who had originally wanted to buy this skirt instantly got rid of this tender yellow skirt. Mom! Look at the flesh on the back is squeezing out. Is that sister unable to wear it?
One of the childish little girls pointed at a piece of flesh protruding from the back of Fong Yu's waist and laughed as she spoke to her own mom. Fong Yu's face was ugly to the extreme. Covering the flesh squeezed out of the back of her waist with her hand. How could she have known that this dress was designed to be so ugly? She wasn't fat at all. And it looked like she had such a thick waist and big hips on it. It's all about the faulty design of this dress. This person picks the clothes. The clothes also pick the person. Why don't you let this dress to that lesbian from the countryside? Spend so much money to buy it back. But also can't wear it. One of the melon eaters kindly advised. Chiefly also thought the same thing. If you wear this dress to go on a blind date, will definitely be yellow. Lesbian? May I ask if you still want this skirt? Suwon lightly curved her lips and slowly opened her mouth. The full-length mirror just reflected Suwon's figure. And even though she was wearing a patched floral shirt as well as a pair of gray-blue pants, she looked much more comfortable and innocent than Fong Yu. Enough to see how awkward the dress looked on her. Yes. The salesman wrapped it up for me. Fong Yu had been spoiled since childhood. Her desire to win in vanity was extremely strong. She raised her eyebrows and said in exasperation. Even if it didn't look good on her, she was just going to go home and use it as a rag and not let her have it. Section Chief Lee, however, was a little hesitant. Although the family was not poor, but it was a waste to spend $75 on a dress that could not be worn back. Secretary Yang understood the moment he saw Fong Yu come out in a skirt. It's not that the tender yellow dress looks good, but Suwon has a good figure. That is, she wears a rag with style. Directly taking Suwon with her, she laughed, not forgetting to say something in her mouth, seeing someone else looking good in it. She thought she looked good in it too. Luckily, I let her try it on. Otherwise I really thought it was that skirt that was well designed. She just won't buy it and I won't want it. The clothes are too big for her. When Fong Yu in the fitting room heard this, she was so angry that she exerted force in her hand and directly broke the zipper. And now she had to buy it back even if she didn't want to buy it. Suwon and Secretary Yang went to other women's clothing counters to browse. Suwon recommended a few dresses suitable for Su Min's body according to Secretary Yang's description of her height and weight as well as her skin color. Secretary Yang thought they were all pretty good and chose the most expensive one. After exiting the mall, the two took the bus back. When he arrived at the family building, he found a familiar figure waiting downstairs, and immediately walked up happily when he saw Suwon. Sister, you're finally back. I came over early in the morning and waited for you for a long time. Secretary Yang looked at Su Xiaowei, then at Suwon, and said politely and warmly, Xiaowon, is this your sister? It's hot outside. Come inside and talk. No need, auntie. You go upstairs first. Suwon pulled Su Xiaowei and walked to that small forest. Surprised how she found her here. Xiaowei, what are you doing here? No need to ask. Should know the address from Huolinghan. Sister, I've specially come to tell you this news while Grandma Hua isn't around. Don't be angry and don't blame Uncle Hua. Su Xiaowei pulls Suwon's hand, a face of concern for her. You may not be able to go to school in Beiping and marry Brother Hua. What do you mean? Suwon was more concerned about how she wasn't able to go to school in Beiping. Huolinghan had sworn to her that he could help her go to school. Sis, your grades are so bad. And your midterm scores don't match your sophomore year final grades badly. You're suspected of cheating or getting a substitute for the midterm. So any school in Beiping won't take you? So you'll have to go back to your hometown to attend. Su Xiaowei said while looking at Suwon's expression. And what you said in the kitchen last week about marrying Big Brother Hua if you couldn't go to high school happened to be heard by Big Brother Hua. So Uncle Hua has arranged for a high school teacher to come to the house tomorrow for a blind date with Big Brother Hua. And aren't you a good cook? Just want you to go back and make a lunch.
Looks like Uncle Hwa's family values the female side. She really hates it when she hears that Uncle Hwa has set Big Brother Hwa up on a blind date with a bookish high school teacher. The entire Hwa family knows that she likes Big Brother Hwa and was also received in Beiping as Big Brother Hwa's blind date. In order to gain Grandma Hwa and Uncle Hwa's favor, she practiced cooking diligently this week. Followed Wu Ma in getting up early in the morning to do laundry and sweep the floors. Didn't take a break at noon to make tonic soup for old lady Hwa. And accompanied her on walks in the evenings to read her the newspaper. Almost the entire day was spent circling around Hwa's house. And by now he hadn't even been to the sports field, swimming pool, and movie theater inside the military compound. As a result, last night Grandma Hwa actually told her that Auntie Hong had reintroduced Big Brother Hwa to a date. And that she would be coming to the military compound for dinner at noon tomorrow. Sister. We're sisters. Brother Hwa is married to whoever he wants to marry. I can continue to study for my secondary school exams in Beiping. It doesn't matter. But sister, what are you going to do? If you really go back to your hometown, you will definitely be poked and prodded. And you have also come to Beiping for almost 2 weeks. Who knows how those long tongues in the countryside will make up about you? And will not think that you have long lost your innocence. Su Shall we grasped Su Wan's arm. Hard to flow tears, there is that Su Chang mom. At that time came to propose marriage. Wanting you to marry upside down. Was blown out by parents. And when you go back, surely everywhere yelling about your ugly things. How could Uncle Hwa and the others do this to you? You say? Hua Linghan only took Su Xiaowei as a sister. The entire Hua family could see it on the first day. And Su Xiaowei surprisingly didn't react until the Hua family was about to rearrange a blind date for Hua Linghan. She also wants to encourage her to go back to Hua's house tomorrow to make a big fuss. Ruin Hua Linghan's blind date. And in the process, get Hua's family to kick her back to her hometown. That's a double whammy. She's straight there to reap the benefits. And she's really thinking about it too. It's no wonder that Hua Linghan reacted so ferociously when she and Meng Xinhao were locked in the restroom that day. If she were to be replaced by someone she hated, who was going to say marry herself behind her back? She would be even angrier than Hua Linghan. So Uncle Hua asked me to go back to Hua's house tomorrow to make lunch for Head Hua's blind date? Su Wan's red and tender lips slightly hooked into a shallow arc. That's the kind of thing only a cutie would believe. Only a cutie would believe it. Su Xiaowei saw Su Wan look expression is very calm and calm. Not a little angry rage look. Secretly gritted his teeth and then said, "Not all. I guess let you go back to cook is an excuse. Mainly want to cheat you back. And then send you back to your hometown. Okay. I know. I need to talk to Principal Song and Secretary Yang. I can't go back until Principal Song agrees." Su Wan also did not want to say anything more to Su Xiaowei. She is the best at stirring up trouble. And finished with a faint look and was about to go upstairs to make lunch. Sis. Originally Uncle Hua had asked Wu Ma to come. And I specifically came to find you because I wanted to think of a solution with you. If you can't go to school in Beiping, and you can't marry Big Brother Hua, and you can't go back to your hometown, what are you going to do? The more bland Su Wan's reaction was, the more anxious Su Xiaowei became. The parents of the other party are the leaders of the Education Bureau. And she is the same teacher training college graduates. Once graduated. Assigned to the city's top 5 key high school teaching. Uncle Hua and Grandma Hua are very satisfied with the other party. Where could she compete with each other except for a secondary school degree that she could hold? Didn't Big Brother Hua say that he would help you transfer to Beiping for high school? Why don't I accompany you to find Big Brother Hua? Su Xiaowei said here, eyes crossed, a touch of sinister, really cannot go on. Then you must also marry Hua Big Brother Ah. You now write to parents. Parents certainly have a way. It seems that Su Xiaowei is really anxious. And also knows that the other party's conditions are very good. And Hua Linghan is very compatible. So she urged her to go and make a fuss. And even wanted to go to the army to make a fuss along with her parents. It's just that she wants to make a big deal out of it. So that no one will give Hua Linghan any more matches. So that she can be Mrs. Hua's headmistress in peace. The math was about to come crashing down on her face. Whether or not I can go to school in Beiping. I'll have to wait until I see Uncle Hua tomorrow to find out. I was also teasing you when I said I wanted to marry Chief Hua the other day. Otherwise I would have done it when I was in Xiantang village. Suwan lightly lifted the corner of her lips and watched Su Xiaohui's face stiffen a little bit as she turned around and was about to walk up the stairs. How many times has it been that she still thinks she can goad her and be held at gunpoint? Uncle Hua purposely asked her to make a trip back tomorrow. Surely he must have some other solution. It's not possible to just send her back to her hometown. Maybe Su Xiaohui knows it too. And is trying to deliberately provoke her into making a scene to achieve her goal of marrying Hua Linghan. Sis. Didn't you really like Big Brother Hua? You even said you'd never marry him. You even jumped into the river to kill yourself for Big Brother Hua. Chapter 31, Grievance. Su Xiaohui is still unwillingly pulling Su Wan's hand. She won't believe that this idiot doesn't like Big Brother Hua. It's just that she's a little bit smarter than she was before after she fell into the water. And she's no longer as reckless and impulsive as she was before. Besides, you've all been kissed and hugged by Big Brother Hua. Su Xiaohui at least got into a junior college. But the mindset also still thinks that she has no innocence. So the old home she can never go back. To take the college entrance exam can only be in Beiping. Then go tell Big Brother Hua about it. I feel that Head Hua did that to save me anyway. And I'm more than grateful. And I also very much hope that Head Hua will be able to find the other half of his family. Suwan blinked a pair of dark and warm clear eyes. Half smiling and half mocking. Directly shaking off Su Xiaohui's hand, he quickly walked out of the grove. Su Xiaohui incredulously stood in place. Her face more ugly than a pig's liver. Her eyes full of indignation. This idiot even a little gloating. Sarcastic that she is not worthy of Big Brother Hua. Okay. Su Wan. You wait for me. A touch of malice crossed from the bottom of Su Xiaohui's eyes. Xiaowan. Why don't you let your sister come in for a while and drink some water? She looks quite young. Why haven't I heard you talk about her before? Just after returning to Principal Song's house, Secretary Yang inquired with concern. Thinking that my sister had been waiting here on such a hot day. I guessed that she had encountered some difficulties and came to ask my sister for money. Secretary Yang was waiting for Su Wan to speak. Auntie, it's fine. My sister is just a year younger than me. She looks rather small. Su Wan thought of Principal Song going out of town for a day of meetings tomorrow. So she said, it's just to find me to talk about my transferring to another school. Needing me to make a trip back to the military compound tomorrow. The procedures for transferring to a different school are more complicated. It should be that your relatives invited someone from the school to come to their home for dinner. Just in time for you to go back and show your hand. Principal Song spoke cheerfully as he held the newspaper. Yes. I happen to have an activity in my unit tomorrow. And I won't be back for lunch. So you can go without worry. After this week or so of getting along, Secretary Yang was liking Su Wan more and more. Especially after what happened at the mall today. She told Principal Song as soon as she came back. It was so smart. So quick-witted. And disliked the sales clerk so much that she was a little sorry she hadn't written a page full of complaints to her manager on her way out. Thank you, Uncle. Aunt. Su Wan's voice was sweet. Then I'll go and cook the midday meal. By the way, is your relative's house far from the Hua family? Secretary Yang thought about how Xiaohua hadn't come to the Song family since last week when he asked Su Wan to cook at Hua's house. I don't know if the unit is busy or if it really doesn't mean anything else to Su Wan. What's wrong with Auntie? Su Wan asked with an innocent face. Principal Song's family had been so kind to them. She didn't even feel too good about lying to them. It's not much. It's just that isn't Chief was still single? There's a nice girl in my unit. I want to introduce them to each other and have him come over for dinner. Besides, if you come to Beiping to go to school and get in touch with Huatuan more, you might be able to ask him for a favor or something in the future. Secretary Yang was intent on setting them up. And at first felt that Su Wan, a child from the countryside, was indeed somewhat unworthy of Xiao Hua. But now she felt that Su Wan was very good. She read and studied whenever she was free. And was very diligent. When his family's old Song came up with questions to test her, she answered them all correctly. A kid this smart and hardworking is a sure bet for college. If her son hadn't been talking about marriage, she would have introduced him to her own son to talk about it. Su Wan nodded her head obediently, pretending that she didn't understand Secretary Yang's intention. Good. Then if I run into Chief Hua in the military area, I'll tell him. Her main concern now is her schooling. If there is really no school to accept her, and she can't take the college entrance examination in Beiping because of her school registration and household registration not being in Beiping, then she is equivalent to only graduating from junior high school. It's going to be hard to find an iron rice bowl with lots of money and little work. So the next day after 8 o'clock, she packed up the house altogether and went to Hua's house. Today is a Sunday, and Hua has a rare day off at home. Originally, he hadn't planned to be so rushed to have Hua Hong bring people to his home so that Hua Linghan and teacher Fong could meet. The main reason is that Xiao Wei's recent behavior, as well as the way she treats and speaks to Lord Han, has the appearance of treating herself as the future daughter-in-law of the Hua family. Both he and Grandma Hua have also politely stated that the two are not suitable. But Xiao Wei, a child who may be simple and unsophisticated in nature, has the stubborn belief that the Hua family has brought her to Beiping to marry someone. The mindset could not be transformed for a while. So Hua made this decision. Lest Xiao Wei think too much and fall deeper and deeper. Just as she was thinking about it, Wu Ma's voice came from outside the door. Chief Hua. Wanya too is here. Hello Uncle Hua. Today both Principal Song and Secretary Yang are going out and not eating at home. So I came over. Su Wan walked into the living room. A towel wrapped around her head. Her face slightly red from the sun. Beads of sweat rolling down from her cheeks. And it looked like she was walking over, not even bothering to take the bus. Hua Jiangwo can't help but feel a bit distressed and tells Su Wan to have a drink of water first, then come to the study to talk to her about school. Since Principal Song and Secretary Yang won't be home at noon, then we'll go back after lunch then. Hua Jiangwo sits on a backrest wooden chair, pauses, and asks with a warm smile. Xiao Wan, what are your thoughts on Lord Han right now? After all, in order to marry Hua Linghan before all jumped into the river and committed suicide, Su Xiao we already knew. He also had to give Su Wan a precautionary shot in advance. Su Wan followed her in and quickly understood the meaning of Hua Jiangwo's words. Uncle Hua, I was indeed a bit capricious before. But I'm a person who is just a 3-minute man. And I feel that Big Brother Hua is more like an elder brother. The main thing I want to do now is to finish high school in Peking properly and cherish this hard-won opportunity to study. Hua Jiangwo nodded. He was relieved when Su Wan thought so. It was just a matter of transferring to another school. And he'd been trying to think of all sorts of ways to do that all week. Since no school is willing to accept it, it would be better to simply find Su Wan a good job, and then introduce her to a good match. So that in the future, when she is rooted in Beiping, their Hua family will take care of her more. Wanda, your babysitting job is only until the end of August, right? How about you see that when August rolls around, Uncle rearranges a better job for you? Do you have a unit you want to go to? A movie projectionist or to work at a grain station? Hua Jiangwo crosses his two hands on the desk and asks amiably. It was true that there was really no school to accept her. These industries are in demand in this day and age. But wait another 20 or 30 years and they'll be all over the place. Uncle Hua, is it because of my academic performance that no school in Beiping is willing if? Su Wan asked sincerely. Xiao Wan. In itself. Your mother asked you to come to Beiping because she also wants you to find a partner to marry as soon as possible. I intend to arrange a good job for you first, so that it will also be convenient for you to find a partner. Hua Jiangwo didn't say it directly. Also because he was concerned about Su Wan's self-esteem. Uncle Hua, I still want to go to school. My final grades were indeed affected because of my illness. My midterm grades were good. I'm confident that my ranking won't be bad when I enter the school. Su Wan's eyes are very determined. She had taken Song Wenba's previous test papers from when he was in high school and had done them. Not to say that they were full marks. But 90 marks could still be achieved. Are you really confident? Hua asked seriously when he saw Su Wan so determined. Uncle Hua, what do you think about this? If my academic performance can't keep up or is too poor by then, I'll quit school and not cause you any trouble. Hua liked Su Wan's attitude. Not simply saying a word of confidence, but intending to prove it with practical actions. Good. Then when your Aunt Red comes over then, I'll talk to her. As long as the school sees that you're keeping up with your academic performance, they should agree to accept you. Thank you, Uncle Hua, for your trouble. Su Wan stands up and bows slightly. Her tone is active. Then Uncle Hua, I'll go help in the kitchen. I heard from Xiaowei that Big Brother Hua's blind date is coming at noon today. I'll make some more dishes to relieve the summer heat and appetizers. Or I can cool down the summer heat for Big Brother Hua and his blind date. No need. Mrs. Wu is busy by herself. Hua quickly waved his hand. The smile lines at the corners of his eyes growing more and more intimate. Really, the more I look at it, the more I feel that Su Wan and Hua Linghan are not the same person as what he said in Xintang village. Su Xiaowei, who was just about to go up and eavesdrop, heard the door to the study ringing and immediately ran to the living room dining room table and cut the washed apple with a knife. Sis, what did Uncle Hua tell you? Can you continue to go to school in Beiping? Su Xiaowei inquired with concern. Didn't say anything. Su Wan said faintly, her face calmly unable to see any joy or anger. If she knew that she could continue to go to school in Peking as long as she did well on the exams, who knows if she would mess up in the middle of it. Then it was off to the shade of the yard to help Wu Ma with picking vegetables and washing fish. Seeing Su Wan's tendency to cook, Su Xiaowei immediately went to the kitchen, poured back half of the salt in the salt shaker, and poured out some white granules from another bag. Then mixed the two together. Then he walked out into the yard as if nothing had happened and helped clean the kelp. Because Hua Linghan could only return to the military compound during his lunch break. It wasn't until after 10 o'clock that Hua Hong brought someone to the Hua home. After Fong Yu broke the zipper of that soft yellow dress and had to buy it, Li Sume brought Fong Yu to shop the whole floor of women's clothing counters again. Finally, I picked out a white and blue plaid braggie that looked both youthful and dignified, with the look a teacher should have. On her feet, she wore a pair of crystal sandals and a pretty butterfly hairpin on her floppy-eared Kuxiang head. The two entered the Hua family courtyard under Hua Han's leadership. Two young girls in what appeared to be rural dress were seen washing kelp. One of them in brand new clothing, the other with a thick patch on her knee. It's just like that redneck we ran into at the mall yesterday. Old lady. Head Hua. People have come. Wu Ma, who was panning rice, hurriedly greeted her with a smile and shouted at the house. Section chiefly. This is the nanny of my big brother's family, called Wu Ma. Hua Hong made an introduction for section chiefly. Li Sume and Fong Yu smiled and nodded, both of them satisfied. When she marries into the Hua family in the future, she won't have to cook or do laundry or take care of the kids. She'll just have to concentrate on preparing for and attending classes. When Suwon raised her head at the sound and prepared to say hello, Lee Soo-mei and Fong Yu's eyes also looked this way. Both sides' eyes met in the air at once. And both froze for a moment. Obviously not expecting it. I can't believe it's the same redneck I ran into at the mall yesterday. The old foreign accented man who had embarrassed her so that she had to bite the bullet and spend $75 on a soft yellow gown that she couldn't wear. Fong Yu at that time is just a moment of anger. Just do not want to let her. But who knows that people do not even grab with her. And she broke the zipper. Want to change into other styles cannot be changed. When I got home, I wanted to ask the tailor to alter it to a larger size. But who knew that there wouldn't be the same fabric? And it would be so ugly to alter it that I wouldn't be able to wear it at all. She's really all pissed off that she spent $75 on such a ragback. It is also more of a shame to think that this is a shame. Are these two also nannies? Lee Soo-mei was more composed than Fong Yu and asked with an unchanged smile at the corners of her lips. Suwon didn't have much of a reaction. But it was Su Shelby who felt greatly humiliated and clenched the seaweed in her hand. But quickly thought of something and piled up a well-behaved bright smile on her face again. Section chiefly. These two sisters are boarding in our Hua family for school. Their father has saved my big brother's life. Hua Hong skips over Suwon and points a finger at Su Shelby. Shelby's grades are very good. She got into the same junior college as MS. Xiao Feng. Auntie. Sister Xiaofeng, how are you? Su Shelby stood up and greeted them with a smile. Section chiefly. Teacher Xiao Feng. Suwon also gave a faint greeting before carrying the washed dishes into the kitchen. She didn't expect Hua Lingon's blind date to be this people's teacher who looks at people with his nostrils and can't be ignored. It seems that Hua Lingon's road to marriage is quite bumpy. Plus the original body of a total of 3 dating object. Are not what nature pure good people. Hearing that the father of these two sisters had once saved Chief Hua's life. The first thing that came to mind was the middle-aged woman that the country bumpkin accompanied yesterday. It couldn't be the mom of Hua's headmaster. The two men's faces immediately became extremely embarrassed. If I want to leave, I can't. But if I don't, I can't avoid the unpleasantness of yesterday over a skirt. This blind date is definitely going to be a bust. Hua Jiangwo also walked out from the living room at this time, politely greeting Lee Soo-mei's mother and daughter as they went in. Section chiefly. My sister-in-law took my niece out of town for further training. And she's not back yet. Hearing Hua Hong say this, both Lee Soo-mei and Fong Yu can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that the person yesterday wasn't Head Hua's mom. Following a smile and dignified greeting back, Fong Yu also courteously called out, Uncle Hua is good. But the heart was not yet free from concern that the one who had been called aunt by the country bumpkin yesterday was there. It would be really ugly to be told to their faces. Even though they weren't wrong. So Lee Soo-mei was just going to sit for a while and then leave. Su Shelby's eyes behind her back were almost mean as she looked Fong Yu over from top to bottom. Chapter 32, The Ruthless Su Shelby. It is not just that the family is the leader of the Education Bureau. Is a city dweller? And wears a little bit of fashionable clothes. But the looks and body are not as good as Suwon. Big brother Hua didn't even look at Suwon. So he definitely wouldn't look at her either. Afterward, thinking of what was about to happen, she tightened the expression on her face and followed the group into the room to pour tea and serve fruits in a well-behaved manner. After Lee Soo-mei and Fong Yu entered the living room and realized that it was only old Mrs. Hua, they once again let out a slight sigh of relief and looked at Su Shelby, who was busy. Lee Soo-mei pretended to ask about Suwon without realizing it. How come when you entered the door? You only heard you introduce this little girl. What about the other one? Who is also attending secondary school? That's awesome. She's really pretty and inviting looking. I guess there should be a lot of people chasing after her in school. Right? The Hua family members are all well read and easily hear that Li Su-mei appears to be being polite and praising Su-won, but is actually inquiring about Su-won in disguise. After all, such a pretty young lass lives at home with a son at home who is legitimately talking about marriage. According to ancient times and the thinking of the older generation, the two should have been brought together. Hua Hong smiled back. Su-won's grades aren't as good as Xiaohui's, and her own mind isn't on her studies. So the day after she came to Beiping, she got a job as a nanny. And she came back today to help out. And after a while she'll be going back to her hometown to get married as well. Hua was just about to say that Su-won would be transferred to Reed High School after the start of the school year, but Hua Hong snatched a step. But thinking that things hadn't materialized yet, he didn't open his mouth again either. Then it seems that the middle-aged woman we met yesterday is just Su-won's employer. And it can also be seen that the Hua family doesn't seem to pay much attention to Su-won either, letting her go to work as a nanny and then letting her go back to her hometown to get married, but letting Su Xiaohui live in the Hua family to feed her and send her to school without any worries. Li Su-mei's eyebrows raised, followed by Hua Hong pleasantries. Said his daughter's excellent performance in school? Year after year are 3 good students. Not only in the Reader's Digest published several articles works, but also on behalf of the school has been to the Army cultural performances it. Hua Hong since also brought a photo of Hua Lingnan. A single photo of Hua Lingnan saluting when he graduated from military school at the time. When Li Su-mei saw the person in the photo, her eyebrows smiled even wider, and then held it out to Fong Yu beside her. Fong Yu is a face control, the future object of high requirements. Not only the family, education, image height is also many requirements. When she saw the imposing Chief Hua, she vaguely guessed that her blind date this time shouldn't be ugly. When she saw the photo of Lang Yan's unique, 3-dimensional and handsome features, with the coolness and chivalry of an old-world nobleman, she was dumbfounded at once. The face is followed by a slight red. Sitting on the sofa posture more and more demure still with a hint of coy. Su Xiaohui looked at this scene with hatred. Wu Ma had already gone back to the kitchen to cook, leaving her standing alone in the living room. No matter how hard she tried, how actively she tried to integrate into the Hua family, she was always an outsider. Grandma Hua and Uncle Hua's attitude towards them was much more warm and considerate than when she first came to the Hua family. Hua Jiangwo sat on the sofa, legs folded on a force, raised his hand and glanced at his watch. I'm going to make a phone call, so that the Lord Cold quickly come back. Then he got up and walked into the study. At present, the two sides are also chatting very cordial. Especially Fong Yu knows that the other side of the conditions are so superior, but also extra initiative. A mouthful of a Grandma Hua. Aunt Hua. Called not to mention how cordial. Watching them chatting so enthusiastically, Su Xiaohui turned around and walked into the kitchen. But she also just stood outside the door and looked around, not going in. After reconfirming that the person who was cooking was Su-won, and that Wu Ma was just playing a hand. Only then did Su Xiaohui coldly hook her lips and wickedly return to the living room to find something to do. Originally, Su-won wanted to make a nice, delicious lunch and set up Hua Linghan and his blind date. It's also good for them to talk to each other at the dinner table. But now there is no longer the mood of just now, and do not need to be so attached. With the ingredients prepared by Wu Ma, simple to make a few dishes on the line. One girl, you say you are also really. You and girl Xiaohui are guests of the Hua family. You also go to sit in the living room with girl Xiaohui. How hot is this kitchen? Mrs. Wu says with a bit of a grudge for Su-won. After you left last time, Xiaohui was all over the kitchen, getting up early in the morning to do laundry and cooking with me. And today when we had guests, she in turn didn't set foot in the kitchen for a single step. I need Uncle Hua to take more trouble with my schooling, so it's only right that I cook and cook. Su-won genuinely thought so. It is also shall we that girl showed too obvious. I can see that the Lord Cold just take her as a younger sister. Hua head is also afraid that she does not understand. So this is to let director Hua as soon as possible to arrange for people to come home to the Lord Cold matchmaking. At this moment she looked at people teachers so excellent. Should die heart. Wu Ma intentionally hinted at Su Wan. As far as the Hua family's status in Beiping is concerned. If it weren't for the fact that the Su family had once saved Chief Hua, it would be impossible to have a match with a country girl. With Su shall we that jealousy and hard eyes will not be dead heart. Maybe in holding what bad water. Su Wan didn't care about this. And it just saved her from having to use all her heart and soul on her. Su Wan started the pan and poured oil. Hot and sour potato slices stir-fried almost when. Took out the salt shaker. Dug a spoonful of salt just to sprinkle in. But I pointedly found that some of the salt is delicate. Some have a crystalline granularity. She turned over the salt shaker with some confusion. The pellets were mixed with fine salt and could not be distinguished without close examination. Mrs. Wu. Is this salt shaker freshly replenished with new salt? Yeah. We had guests today. I reopened a new bag of salt and poured it in. Wu Ma, who was kneading the dough, said. Then how are these salts different? Su Wan scratched the salt shaker. To say that it was the old salt that was not used up before? It should also be at the bottom. How come it was all mixed together? And the granularity didn't look much like normal table salt. She dipped her finger into a crystal grainy salt and put it in her mouth to taste. It was salty, yes. Why is it different? Wu Ma ran over, still taking out the salt from the drawer that she hadn't finished pouring this morning. Hey! It's strange. When I finished pouring it this morning, half of it was left in the bag. So how come it seems to have become more again? Su Wan took the salt bag over to have a look. It was all very fine and white fine salt, without the slightest bit of granularity. Her head suddenly exploded. It was nitrite. Or industrial salt. And it was toxic. Someone intentionally poured back half of the original fine salt and mixed in nitrites. Same flavor as salt. And if you don't know any better and haven't seen nitrites, you can't tell the difference at all. She hardly had to think about it. She knew who had switched the salt. It's just like when the original body cooked for the first time. Su shall we intentionally use dishes with pesticide residue to poison the whole family. Now she's trying to pull the same stunt and have the entire Hua family eaten and poisoned. It's a good way to get her on the murder poisoning charge and also to screw up this blind date. It's even enough to kill you if you ingest too much of it. She could almost foresee that when the food was served, Su Shelby would definitely try her best to feed Fong Yu and urge her to eat more. When the time comes, the Hua family is poisoned. Fong Yu dies, and she is arrested by the public security, while Su Shelby is busy day and night in the hospital to take care of the poisoned Hua family members, harvesting the hearts of the Hua family members, and ultimately succeeding in marrying Hua Luohan. She is really vicious and vicious enough to do whatever it takes to achieve her goals, not even caring about human lives. Now she even suspects that Su Shelby's leg was trampled by a cow, and the original body was simply wrongly accused. And it was she who directed herself to plant the evidence on the original body. Thinking of this, Suwon carefully checked the seasonings and ingredients again. And just in case, all the dishes and plates to be used were rewashed several times. She didn't touch the salt in the salt shaker afterward, but reopened a fresh bag of salt and continued frying. She also asked Wuma to keep an eye on Su Shelby's movements just like last time. She had no proof now. And Wuma hadn't seen Su Shelby enter the kitchen today. Even if it came out now that there was something wrong with the salt, Su would never admit it and would have certainly destroyed the remaining nitrites. Then she'll just have to make the best of it. During this time, to make sure that just in case Su Shelby also deliberately slipped to the kitchen window and witnessed Suwon digging out 2 spoons of salt from the salt shaker and sprinkling it into the shredded fish-flavored pork. Then he re-entered the living room, took out a book of math problems, and walked over to Fong Yu with a good-natured, pleading face, asking her about the topics. Huo Linghan never arrived home, so Fong Yu could only sit on the side and listen to the elders. Seeing Su Xiaowei take the initiative to find her problematic eyes. Doesn't this instantly highlight her intelligence? Fong Yu was naturally very happy to explain to Su Xiaowei. Ms. Fong, your solution to the problem is really awesome. I understood it as soon as you said it. Su Xiaowei boasted and praised at the right time, cozying up to her. Fong Yu was also very pleased to be flattered. These math topics were the most basic. Not difficult at all. It was this country bumpkin who was too stupid. But since she was able to give her the chance to show her skills, she was of course very patient and gentle in her explanations. As lunchtime approached, Wu Ma brought the prepared dish to the table. Seeing this, Su Xiaowei also put away her math problems to help in the kitchen. Just walked to the kitchen. I saw Su on some hands and feet to clean up the knocked over salt shaker. Quickly went forward for fear of being Suwon found the salt is not right. But I guess the dumbass with the lowest grades can't see it. Shall we? You quickly re-grab the bag of salt out. All this salt is stained with the meat, washing water can't be used. Suwon held the spilled salt into the sink and then unscrewed the faucet to flush it away. Su Xiaowei was about to laugh. This saved her a lot of trouble. Open the drawer and take out the half bag of salt and give it to Suwon. Shall we? Can you not let Grandma Hua and Uncle Hua know about this matter? I was also careless. Suwon took it over, rubbing her hands on the apron, and pleaded with some urgency. Sister, don't worry. I definitely won't tell Grandma Hua and Uncle Hua. We're blood sisters. Su Xiaowei agrees with her mouth full. But a flash of ruthless light quickly crosses the bottom of her eyes. They're not even close to being sisters. When the time comes for Hua's family to eat all the poisoned and sent to the hospital and be diagnosed with nitrite poisoning, she will tell the story of Suwon knocking over the salt shaker and pouring the spilled salt into the sink. At that time, it would be completely confirmed that she wanted to poison Hua's family as well as Fong Yu. As for the motive, of course, it was that she was unable to go to school in Beiping and could not marry Huo Linghan, and thus became enraged and heartlessly killed. Add to that the fact that she herself had previous convictions, and Hua's family and even the public security would definitely believe it. She could only say 100 things. One girl, let me get you some salt. Wu Ma, who had finished serving the food, walked in at this time. No need. Mrs. Wu, shall we already took it for me? Suwon shook the bag of salt in her hand, then said to Su Xiaowei, shall we? Tell Grandma Hua that this winter melon and seaweed soup needs to be boiled for a little while longer to cook the seaweed a little bit more. So let them eat it first. Okay, sis. Su Xiaowei glanced at the winter melon and seaweed soup that was cooking in the pot. And of all the dishes, this was the only soup that was drinkable. Turning, he walked out of the kitchen. Hua Jiangwo looked at the time, also early to the unit lunch break, but delayed to see the figure of Huo Linghan. So once again went into the study. Dialed the Huo Linghan office phone. In the office, Huo Linghan collar buttons undone too, revealing sexy wheat-colored skin and collarbone. Sweat beads just right from the neck to slide down. He frowned, as if holding something back, and picked up the phone to connect. Lord Han, why aren't you back yet? Teacher Fong has been waiting for you for almost 2 hours. Hua Jiangwo's stern and majestic voice comes from the phone receiver. Dad, I don't have time to think about my personal problems right now. And in turn, I'm wasting people's teachers' time. So I won't go back at noon. Huo Linghan reaches out and touches the pain coming from his right shoulder, switching the microphone to his left hand. The painkillers aren't working now. Comrade Huo Lord Han, Please seriously face up to your problem. Punctuality is the most basic quality as a soldier. You have been given 15 minutes. You must appear at the door of the Hua family on time. Hua Jiangwo gave a deadly order. Uncle Hua. My sister said it's just a soup away. Is Big Brother Hua still not back? Su Xiaohui's well-behaved voice followed the microphone and traveled to the other end of the phone. Soon. Hua spoke into the doorway. Then picked up the microphone again. Only to find a busy tone coming from inside. This kid tried disobeying his orders. 13.5 minutes later. The sound of a car engine came through the door. It's Lord Han coming back. Hua Hong immediately stands up and looks out the window. Fan Yu followed suit and craned her neck to look. But only saw a single movement of closing the car door. Hua Lingen's posture is long and straight into the living room. Summer beige military uniforms worn in his body. Vaguely visible under the clothes, undulating strong pectoral muscles. Arm muscle line smooth and solid, full of power. His eyebrows were cold. His features as handsome and resolute as those of a man in a painting. And he exuded a cool and ascetic aura. It made Fang Yu's heart skip a beat as he watched. Not even daring to look directly at him. Li Sumei is also more raised his head to measure. On this rigid, proud and strong momentum. But also identified this future son-in-law. Chapter 33, Fat Meat for Me. Hua Hong pulled Fang Yu forward and introduced the two. Chief Hua. Hello. My name is Fang Yu. I'm a teacher at Reed High School. Fang Yu's voice has never been this gentle and coy before. And she immediately drops her head after shyly looking up. Hello. Hua Linghan. Hua Linghan spits out these words succinctly and formulaically. Then he greeted Li Sumei again. Hello. Auntie. Eyes faintly scanned the house. Lingering on the kitchen location before quickly retracting. He's really tall and handsome. More photogenic than in the photo. And more mature and stable. Li Sumei praised heartily. Come on. Everyone take a seat. The food won't be good if it gets cold. Hua Hong hurriedly greets everyone to take their seats. And looking at Section Chief Li and Teacher Fang's reactions. They should be very satisfied with Lord Han. It was Lord Han who was still consistently cold and hard. Can't tell if it's phased or not phased. This dating is like this. The first meeting of both sides feels suitable. Almost can hit the report to apply for marriage. After marriage and then slowly cultivate feelings. Hua Hong also hopes that Lord Han's marriage can be finalized as soon as possible. As a head of a regiment, his personal problems have not been resolved. And by then the outside world will definitely gossip. For example, is there something physically wrong with you? An injury to a part of your body during training or something. That's why Hua Hong, the matchmaker, has been constantly setting up the two and finding topics of conversation at the dinner table. Li Sumei also responded positively, singling out Fang Yu's strengths and amplifying them. Hua Lingen's expression is clear and cold and indifferent. But he seems to be hungry and his attention is on the meal. Lord Cold from childhood is a cold temperament. Few words. Has not been enlightened. On the military school when there are girls chased to the home. He hard to ignore. The results of other people graduated from the military school will be married. Only he dragged to the present. Hua Hong touched Hua Linghan with her elbow and said that he should talk more. He only gave a faint, light his expression unmoving as he continued to look down at the dishes on the table. Sister Fang Yu. Try this garlic shrimp. Su Xiaohui clamped a garlic shrimp. And also dipped it in a little bit of soup. And put it into Fang Yu's bowl. Thank you, Sister Xiaohui. I'll do it myself. Fang Yu sits opposite Hua Linghan very shyly. Not even daring to raise her eyes for a moment. For Su Xiaohui's gesture of goodwill. Although there is a smile on her face. In her heart she is disgusted to death.
This hillbilly doesn't even know how to use the communal chopsticks when he's chucking food.
Who wants her spit? Su-won. Wooma, don't be busy. Come over for dinner.
Hua Jangwo sees that Su-won is still busy in the kitchen.
So he greets with a calm and strong voice. Okay. Uncle Hua.
Su-won turned down the fire on the gas stove and scrubbed her sweaty face with a towel before walking to the dining table.
After helping everyone refill their food, Wooma sat down near the edge of the kitchen. Su-won looked at the remaining seats.
Only next to Hua Linghan and on Lee Sumei's side there were still empty seats.
Hua Linghan had been so mean to her last week. And even though she wasn't willing to lean on Lee Sumei, it was better than being mean again. So walked over, just pulled open the chair and sat down.
Lee Sumei, without a trace to the side of the seat, seems to be very disgusted with a country bumpkin sitting next to her. The meticulous Hua Hong noticed this and greeted Su-won as she sat in the seat next to Hua Linghan. Su-won glanced at Hua Linghan and saw that he didn't react. Then she walked to sit next to Hua Linghan.
Because the man's legs are forked when he sits down.
So when Su-won's legs were put under the table, her knees accidentally touched Hua Linghan's thighs. Hua Linghan immediately gathered his legs and sat up straight, his spine straight and his face even colder.
Su-won was also very disciplined and didn't get on his side.
Hua Hong tasted a piece of stewed meat with dried plum and vegetables and thought it was very good. So he also gave Lee Sumei a piece. Su-won, this meat stew is very good.
Section chiefly you taste.
Lee Sumei clamped up and tasted a small mouthful,
revealing a processed smile, and nodded. It is quite good. It looks like it should be used to doing it at home. No wonder you can find the job of nanny just after coming to Beiping. It's just that the meat is stewed a little bit. It doesn't need to be so long. The meat tastes good when it's chewy.
And this fish our family nanny are steamed. That flavor is called a fresh taste. Braised instead of covering the flavor of the fish itself. Lee Sumei smilingly commented on Su-won's meal.
And at the end of it, she complimented. It's still a girl from the countryside. Handy and capable.
Unlike my family Fawn Yu, who just knows how to study to death. What's the use of having good grades alone?
She doesn't even know how to cook. Mom,
cooking can be done by looking at the recipes.
It's not as hard as studying for an exam.
Speaking of her shortcomings in front of her favorite, Fawn Yu was a little upset and defended her image.
That's true. When you get married in the future, you'll know how to cook and practice more.
Lee Sumei followed and agreed.
It both elevated Fawn Yu and reduced Su-won, who had worked hard to make a meal, to nothing.
Hua Linghan slightly clustered his brows,
somewhat disgusted.
His character is rigid and cold and straight.
1 is 1. 2 is 2. Su-won cooks well. He will not deny it. Even if the cooking is not good,
he will not disrespect the success of other people's hard labor and comment recklessly.
Auntie Lee,
I made all these dishes according to Grandma Hua and Uncle Hua's tastes.
They're getting older, so I stewed the meat for a little longer.
Su-won curves her lips. Her voice is sweet, speaking softly and softly. A soft and well-behaved look.
Warmly and softly the slap was returned.
So fond of finding things.
Later, she will tell him about Secretary Yang's invitation to Hua Linghan's home for dinner. And through Secretary Yang's mouth,
let Hua Linghan know the true nature of their mother and daughter. And then reintroduce Hua Linghan to a date. She could see that the mother and daughter were very happy with Hua Linghan.
Especially Fawn Yu, who was completely a little woman.
Sitting on the opposite side of the table, wanting to see Hua Linghan but maintaining the image of a reserved lady.
Lee Sumei was disliked by Su-won. Her face was a little bit unblossy.
I can't imagine that a country girl is so sharp-tongued.
When Fawn Yu and the Hua family's marriage is finalized,
she will immediately ask the Hua family to send this country bumpkin back home.
Along with that, so shall we. Following that,
he smiled and talked to old Mrs.
Hui and Hua Jiangwo about the two children. Su Xiaowei ate only some vegetables from the beginning to the end. And she ate several mouthfuls of rice with one chopstick, during which she kept drinking water. However, he kept on pinching dishes for Fang Yu next to him. Whatever dish had more soup and brinjal. Fang Yu was about to die of nausea in her heart. She simply didn't touch the dishes that Su Xiaowei had pinched. In the end, she couldn't take it anymore. So she pushed Su Xiaowei's hand away, put the bowl to the side, and forced herself to hold back her dislike and impatience and said, "Sister Xiaowei, eat by yourself. I usually have very little rice," he said, and repinned the dishes Su Xiaowei had pinched over into Su Xiaowei's bowl. Su Xiaowei could feel the other party's dislike and contempt, and her lowered eyes were filled with indignation. But it didn't matter. Fang Yu didn't eat the dishes she pinned, but he did eat other dishes. She waited for Fang Yu as well as the Hua family to appear unwell. Su Wan had taken in all of Su Xiaowei's actions, and the truth was really as she thought. She did not understand. Although the Su family favored the original body, but it was not bad for Su Xiaowei. And the family were all piercing and honest people. So why was Su Xiaowei's mind so vicious? Su Wan, don't just eat the vegetables. Quickly eat a piece of meat as well. In the end, this lunch was made by Su Wan. And Hua Jiangwo saw Su Wan not eating much of the vegetables in between talking to Li Sume. So he gave Su Wan a piece of meat. No need. Uncle Hua, I don't like meat. Su Wan shakes her head repeatedly. After cooking in this summer and eating so much fumes, she wants to eat some refreshing cold dishes. But an elder's gift is not to be resigned. And she could only extend the bowl over. Then all she could do was look at this fat, meaty piece of dried plum casserole and fret and get a headache. I thought I could ask Wu Ma if she'd eat it when the time came. After all, fat meat is grease. So she flicked the meat aside. Hua Linghan saw her move out of the corner of his eye and lowered his voice, coldly opening his lips. The fat can be given to me. Then he brought his bowl under the table. Su Wan first froze slightly and glanced towards Hua Linghan. His side profile was handsome and calm. His eyes were like pools covered with the frost that rejects people. As if the words were not spoken to her. Hua Luohan's long, slender fingers tapped the table, as if urging her on. Seeing this, Su Wan quickly scanned around the table and saw that no one had noticed her. So she used her chopsticks to separate the fatty meat from the lean meat. And then also brought her bowl under the table to clip the fatty meat into Hua Linghan's bowl. "Thank you, Hua Tuan," she thanked politely. Hua Linghan's face was cold and calm and waveless as he sat back to eat the fatty meat into his mouth, chewing gently. Su Wan saw that everyone had almost eaten. Then she got up and walked into the kitchen, bringing the boiled winter melon and seaweed soup to the table. Li Sume happened to be a little thirsty, so she scooped up a bowl, took a sip and said, "Su Wan girl, this soup seems to be a little too light. Hua Tuan just came back from the outside. He should have sweated a lot, so he needs to replenish more salt water. In that case, I'll add some more." Su Wan was very obedient, turning around and taking the salt shaker over to add a spoonful to the soup. Hua Linghan had just finished eating a bowl of rice and was going to serve soup as well, when Su Wan's long and slender eyelash feathers trembled slightly and quickly took the soup spoon from Hua Linghan's hands. Soft, delicate little hands brushed over his fingertips, like a little spark that had been ruffled. He immediately avoided retracting it, assuming she was going to help him with the serving, and said coldly, "I'll do it myself." Su Wan, however, ignored her and directly helped Li Sume serve another bowl. "Auntie Li, can you taste the saltiness again?" Then Su Wan helped old Mrs. Hua Jiangwo, and Hua Hong to collect a bowl. and put it aside to wait for the electric fan to cool it down before drinking it. This country bumpkin cooking is really quite delicious. Fong Yu also followed the scoop a bowl, blowing while drinking a mouthful, both with the refreshing winter melon and the fresh flavor of seaweed. So cannot wait to drink a second mouthful, knowing full well that this bowl of soup was the safest of all the dishes. Su Shelby also scooped up half a bowl of soup for her rice, all the while silently observing the surroundings, thinking it was a bit strange how everyone hadn't reacted to the poisoning yet. Well, this soup is just right. It's just that the salt was put in late. The winter melon wasn't cooked to taste. Next time put in the salt earlier and it'll be fine. Lee Soo-mei drank a few mouthfuls and ate a piece of winter melon, giving Soo-won advice with a smile on her face. As the saying goes, a hand out is not a hand up. And although these words were not quite appropriate, the person acted in a kind and enthusiastic manner. Maybe Auntie is getting older and her sense of taste is a bit degraded. I'm eating just right. Huo Linghan clamped a piece of winter melon into his mouth and said bluntly, his voice consistently cold and hard, like a piece of branding iron, without ripples or emotions. This caused Lee Soo-mei's face to show a touch of embarrassment, not thinking that this head Huo would defend this country bumpkin so much. She boarded up a bit. Seeing this, Huo Hong rounded off the situation and was just about to pick up a bowl of winter melon and seaweed soup and drink it to see how it really tasted. Fong Yu, however, suddenly had a hard time in her stomach and opened her mouth to vomit, her entire mouth glowing with an abnormal black color. Fong Yu, what's wrong with you? Lee Soo-mei was terrified and hurriedly inquired, feeling a little nauseous and wanting to vomit herself. Mom, I feel like it's a little hard to breathe. Fong Yu finished that entire bowl of soup and spoke with a pained expression, immediately following Su Xiaowei. She also felt a wave of nausea, while her stomach was still a bit uncomfortable. I didn't realize that the nitrite toxicity was so strong. She hadn't even eaten much, and she reacted so badly. But she was still conscious. The others must have reacted to the poisoning worse than she did. Section chiefly. Teacher Fong, your hands and mouths. Huo Hong sees that the skin on the two men's mouths and hands are flushed with black and stands up, full of worried surprise. Huo Linghan immediately reacted. They seem to have been poisoned. Quickly call 120 to find an ambulance. Upon hearing about the poisoning, Lee Soo-mei instantly thought that it was Soo-won who deliberately took revenge on them because of what happened at the mall yesterday. Immediately pointing at Soo-won, she said, you even poisoned the dishes. You really have a good and evil heart. Sis, you can't hold a grudge and put your hand in the meal just because you can't go to school in Beiping and the Hua family doesn't like you. Su Xiaowei bends over in a vomiting position and speaks with a pained face. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he looked horrified. Sis. So when you were in the kitchen you intentionally knocked over the salt shaker and then poured all the salt into the sink and flushed it away with water just because there was something wrong with that salt? Huo Linghan immediately picked up the salt shaker on the table to check. A glance to see that there is a problem with the salt inside. Poured in the palm of his hand to carefully distinguish, it is nitrite. This kind of industrial salt has a high degree of toxicity. The reaction of poisoning is vomiting and diarrhea, breathing difficulties, blackened lips. These symptoms all correspond to each other. The dark eyes were sharp and cold as they shot towards Soo-won. Old Mrs. Hua covers her chest and almost takes a back seat. Hua Hong hurriedly supports the old lady and says with suppressed anger, Big brother, you're bringing back a poisonous snake. Soo-won, what's going on? Hua Jiangwo asked with a heavy face as he returned from the study after making an ambulance call. A regal pressure revealing itself from his surroundings. Uncle Hua, the salt in this salt jar is what Xiaowei took to me. It's this soup that has a problem. It's Auntie Lee and the girls who drank the winter melon and seaweed soup with this salt added to it that had the toxic reaction. Soo-won says very innocently. pointing at the winter melon and seaweed soup with a blank and unaware face. Seems like it. We haven't had that soup. None of us have any reaction. Wuma also said at this time.
The Hua family also just realized that none of them seemed to be uncomfortable.
Among them,
only Hua Linghan has also eaten a slice of winter melon. But the toxicity is small, so there is no effect for the time being.
Su Xiaowei,
who was doing painful vomiting,
froze there at once,
her eyes wide.
How could it be?
Chapter 34, Child Bride Raised in the Countryside. She clearly saw Su-won pour all the salt in the salt shaker into the sink and flush it away. How could there be nitrites in that salt shaker again?
That nitrous what salt is I don't even know.
When I was cooking before I used the salt from the salt shaker. And when I was boiling the soup I accidentally spilled the salt shaker. And it just so happened that Xiaowei came over and brought me a bag of salt. And I used the salt that Xiaowei gave me to boil the soup.
All of this Mama Wu is seen.
Yes. This winter melon and seaweed soup was made with the bag of salt given by girl Xiaowei.
And at that time,
I still thought it was a bit strange.
In the morning,
there was clearly only a small half of the bag left. But when Xiaowei took it out,
it became more.
Wuma nodded her head repeatedly to testify.
Su-won frowned.
Her eyes reddened. And she said in an aggrieved and helpless manner, Uncle Hua all promised me that as long as I did well in the exams, he would be able to help me transfer to a different school. And he also promised me that even if I couldn't pass the exams, he would still find me a good job, introduce me to someone, and allow me to make my home in Beiping. So why would I want to do that? Then he looked at Su Xiaowei with a face of pain and sadness. Xiaowei, I know that your blind date with Hedhua for half a year was fruitless and you like Hedhua very much. But how could you do this?
Fong Yu,
who was sitting on a chair with a weak face and blackened lips, understood at once. So you had a blind date with Hedhua before.
No wonder you were so enthusiastic about me. Always next to me and giving me food but not eating much yourself.
Li Sumei also did not expect things to be like this. The sword blade at once pointed directly to Su Xiaowei. You a little girl. Young actually has such a vicious heart.
Not by the Huatuan Sea.
Even want to poison my daughter.
I must report the public security.
Compared to Su-won, it is obvious that Su Xiaowei has more motives as well as conditions to commit the crime.
Su-won's grades are poor.
She only scored 23 points in chemistry. And it is estimated that she can't even memorize the periodic table of the elements. So how can she know what nitrites are?
On the contrary, Su Xiaowei, who took 29th place in the county, surely knows something about nitrites.
Su Xiaowei's face instantly became abnormally pale, biting her lip in death as her pupils tightened. She clearly realized that her ploy had been detected by Su-won. From the very beginning Su-won recognized the nitrites that had been mixed in with the table salt by her. So she made a trick out of it, deliberately getting the salt shaker spilled in front of her and asking her to bring another bag of salt over. Let Wu's mom see this scene, and afterward replace the table salt she took with the nitrites she mixed in. She was killed instead of being framed. She really didn't think that her stupid sister would become so smart one day. Facing the complicated and sharp gazes that Uncle Hua and Big Brother Hua looked towards her, Su Xiaowei clenched her teeth.
Panicked. Kneeling down. A face of unawareness. Uncle Hua.
Brother Hua, I did not do it on purpose. This salt is a deli I picked up when I passed by. I saw that it said nitrite, so I thought it was salt.
And I also tasted it.
And it was indeed salty. And I brought this bag of salt back home. And then poured it in the bag of salt. And I really didn't know that nitrites were poisonous. If I had known that, why would I have eaten rice with winter squash and seaweed soup? Su Xiaowei cried out in pain as she explained while her face vomited in agony. Then began to apologize to Fong Yu.
Bang bang kowtowed, Sister Fong Yu.
I really did not know that nitrite is poisonous. It's all my fault.
I should not pick up things on the side of the road. I also look at you as my sister. I am extraordinarily cordial to you. I really do not have a bad heart. Su Xiaowei is the best at playing poor and selling misery. Now she is as miserable as she wants to be. Her forehead has knocked out a red mark. Who is your school sister? You don't even know what nitrites are. You're just trying to get me killed. Fang Yu grabbed her throat. Breathing was getting more and more difficult. Hating to hit her. But seeing as was family, especially Head Hua, was looking at her, she could only hold back. Li Sumei has also even killed Su Xiaowei's heart have. Bursting into a rage. Pointing at Su Xiaowei on the scolding, you say you do not know is not know. Who believe ah? So coincidentally, when my daughter and I came to the Hua family for a blind date, you picked up the nitrite. You're a wild girl from the countryside. You don't weigh a few pounds. And you want to climb all the high branches. I'll make sure that the Public Security Department investigates clearly. And I will never let you go as a poisoned murderer. Auntie Lee. I'm sorry. I really didn't know. Su Xiaowei cried more and more miserably. And while crying, she fell on the ground and vomited. Her face was extremely pale. Seeing that no one from the Hua family came to stop or persuade her, she simply raised her hand and slapped her face hard. Grandma Hua. Uncle Hua, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have picked up anything indiscriminately and come back. The slap almost made half of her face red. Slap left and right. Without any mercy. Su-won stood to the side and watched coldly. Su Xiaowei's actions made her believe more and more that the original body was wrongly accused. A person who can be so cruel to himself will only be more cruel to others. She could have directed herself to get her leg stomped by a cow. What's a few slaps in the face? Hua Hong sees this and rushes to stop. After all, Su Xiaowei is also poisoned. At this time Su Xiaowei, suddenly foaming at the mouth and twitching, fainted. Originally wanted to accuse Li Sumei, immediately froze in shock. The crowd was also scared. Panicked and did first aid measures. The ambulance from the military hospital also rushed over at this time. First carrying the unconscious, foaming at the mouth Su Xiaowei into the ambulance. And then Li Sumei assisted Fang Yu into the ambulance as well. As for the rest of the Hua family, they all went to the hospital for a checkup. And also took the dishes on the table to be tested one by one. It was eventually confirmed that indeed only the winter melon and seaweed soup had nitrites in it. And all other meals were normal. None of the three people ate much. And only Fang Yu was slightly more serious and had to hang up 2 more bottles of fluids. While Su Xiaowei's symptoms were the mildest. The sudden foaming at the mouth and convulsions have nothing to do with poisoning. To know the exact cause, you have to wait for the patient to wake up and do a full body examination. One day down, the Hua family is again to make amends and apologize. And personally sent back to bear all the medical expenses. But also sent a jar of special tea and 2 bottles of Mao Tai as an atonement. Li Sumei seeing the Hua family so generous. And in the future will also be the in-laws on the part of the culprit to the present still lying in the hospital bed did not wake up. And did not continue to pursue this matter. But also directly to send them back, Hua Hong said. Director Hua. Today's incident I take it as an accident. But my words also straight. Hua head, if you want to marry us, Fang Yu. Those 2 girls can no longer live in the Hua family. Are single and unmarried men and women. This is like words? Those who don't know think they're child brides raised in the countryside. Even if Li Sumei didn't say so, Hua Hong would definitely persuade her big brother to send people back home first. And then take them over to school when the school year is almost over. And then live in school in the meantime. Section chiefly. Don't worry about this. When the person wakes up, I'll have my big brother send the person back to the countryside. Hua Hong guiltily says something nice. If I had known that I would not bring people to the home to matchmaking, Go to the state-run hotel to eat a meal. How good. Who knows always know how to behave well. Let people save heart Su shall we? But will cause such a big trouble. It's fortunate that the dose consumed was small. And the rest of the Hua family hadn't had time to eat yet. Or else the whole family would have been hospitalized. Except for the sister-in-law and niece who were away for further study. When Hua Hong comes out of Fang's house and returns to the hospital, Su Xiaowei still hasn't woken up. Both cheeks were swollen and red, lying on the blue-accented hospital bed with fluids. Fingerprints still clear on his face. And his eyes were squeezed into slits. Those who didn't know this would have thought that they had been abused by their Hua family and beaten like this. Hua Hong is worried and holding a belly full of anger. But it is not good to have a seizure, and Hua Jiangwo spoke with a trace of resentment. Big brother. I also know that we didn't mean to do it. But how can you just dump what you picked up into a salt bag without saying a word? And today Wei's reaction was just too fragile and overreacted. Moving to kneel down. Smacking her own face. And hitting herself so hard that she jerked herself right over. How scary is that? Hua Hong even glanced at Su Wan, who was guarding the side. When she said this, I guess I was scared of being beaten at home since I was a child. And when I made a mistake, I was punished by kneeling and being beaten. How can the Su family educate their children like this? Lord Cold is now exactly the time to talk about marriage, which will inevitably visit the door in the future. Which allows the female party to see the impact of how bad. Anyway, there is still some time to leave school. Big brother. You will first send we back to his hometown. And so on, almost the beginning of the school year, and then received people to the school. And occasionally on weekends off, called back to have a meal is not impossible. Hua Jiangwo sat in the chair. When it was also intended to pick up Wei to Beiping before the start of the school year. Only Wei leg injury which was received in advance of the Beiping medical treatment. But now that the people have been picked up, it is inevitably a bit bad to send them back. But Hua Hong said is not unreasonable. The personal problems of the Lord Han should be resolved as soon as possible. And in the future it is inevitable that there will be a similar situation. This identity to live in the Hua family is indeed a bit awkward. It's really not good for Hua Lingen's influence. And he'll be suspected of having problems with his lifestyle. Uncle Hua. I think Auntie Hong is right. Originally, this matter has caused so much trouble for you guys. And it almost made Hua headmaster's blind date yellow. It's really inconvenient for Wei and I to stay at Uncle Hua's your house. Anyway, now that Wei's leg injury is better, it's not impossible to send Wei back to her hometown. And wait for a few days before the start of the school year to pick up her and bring her back to Beiping to report to the school. Su Wan had been secretly observing Su Wei's expression on the bed from the side. And sure enough, she was pretending to be dizzy. And when she heard that she was going to be sent back home, her eyelashes moved, obviously wanting to open her eyes and peek. So she blinked lightly, deliberately proposing, and then said with great understanding and sincerity, Principal Song promised that I can make it until high school starts. And then I'll be able to live in school. And I won't trouble you. Uncle Hua. In the meantime, after this incident, Su Xiaowei, even if she portrays herself as innocent and uninformed, in the future the Hua family will not be able to be as trusting and assured of her as before. It is definitely impossible for the Hua family to say that they don't blame her. They can only say that they are not good at counting. She wanted to drive her back home so badly. So she would drive her back home first. As Hua Hong listened to these words, she couldn't help but look at Su Wan with some surprise. Su Wan, who had made the worst impression, had in turn acted so knowledgeable. When she thought about it, Su Wan hadn't even taken a nice stroll around the military compound on the second day she came to Beiping. So she asked Wu Ma to find a nanny job. Not only have they not gotten them into any trouble in the past 2 weeks, but they have planned their lives well and have been very measured.
From the beginning to the end of the performance is also greatly generous to know the etiquette and discipline. The same are with the Lord Cold matchmaking.
Soo-won has been in the kitchen cooking. On the contrary,
Su Xiaohui has also been to the side of the small Fong teacher to get together.
Don't know how to avoid suspicion at all.
She didn't even know whether she should believe those bad claims about Su-won before or not.
Anyway, as far as Soo-won's performance is concerned,
it's really better than Su Xiaohui's.
What's so troublesome about this? It's just a coincidence of things. Don't take it to heart. Hua Jiangwo waved his hand,
also feeling that Su-won is very reasonable. Completely not the same person as what Hua Linghan said in his mouth. He had to take the time to ask his old subordinates in the southern province to probe carefully to find out if there was a village with the same name that Hua Linghan had inquired about wrongly.
Big brother. Sending Xiaohui back to her hometown is also for Xiaohui's own good. That day when Mom celebrated her birthday,
I could see that Xiaohui's eyes never left Lord Han. Hua Hong knows her big brother's nature of knowing and repaying. But for the sake of Lord Han's personal problems,
she can only continue.
Although Section Chief Li and teacher Xiaofang didn't pursue the matter any further. They are very opinionated about this matter. And if Xiaohui is allowed to continue to live in Hua's house,
Lord Han's marriage will definitely be yellow.
Su-won lowered her eyes to look at Su Xiaohui on the bed again. Her eyelashes moved slightly once again.
She still had to go back to cook for Principal Song and Secretary Yang. She didn't have time to spend with her.
So with a light touch of his hand he spilled the boiling water he had just poured on the table onto Su Xiaohui's hand.
Ah!
Under the burning pain of the boiling water, Su Xiaohui immediately sat up with her teeth bared in pain, vigorously shaking the boiling water from her hands.
Xiaohui?
So you woke up a long time ago.
Why did you keep pretending to be dizzy?
It caused Uncle Hua and Aunt Hong to worry about you so much,
Su-won said in a teary voice, pretending to be surprised.
Hua Jiangwo and Hua Hong's eyes immediately looked toward Su Xiaohui, making her embarrassed to the point that she couldn't think of finding a crack in the ground to drill into.
Uncle Hua,
I'm sorry. I also just woke up and saw that you're all here. I made such a big mistake.
I really don't know how to face you,
Su Xiaohui said pitifully while touching her burned hand. Her eyes were red. Tears were falling down. And her swollen cheeks were covered with fingerprints,
adding a bit more poignancy and pity to her.
Hua couldn't bear to say anything else.
It's good that you're awake and fine.
Su-won, you should also go back to Principal Song's house earlier.
Don't let Principal Song go home without food.
Hua Hong just glanced at Su Xiaohui and looked away. Hua Linghan walked in at this time,
and after making sure that both Section Chief Li and teacher Xiaofang were unharmed,
he hurried back to the unit for a meeting. After the meeting it was back to the hospital immediately.
Then Uncle Hua, Aunt Hong, now leave first. Su-won greeted one by one.
When he walked to Hua Linghan's side with his head lowered, he lightly pursed his tender and red lips, lifted his clean watery eyes and glanced at him. And the heart of his eyes gently flowed as if he could speak.
Chapter 35, Like a Seductive Fox, revised.
Then he left with his head down.
Hua Linghan's cold,
sharp black eyes, like the heavy fog of distant mountains,
are slightly lowered. And the curvature of his lips is flat and uneven. Both Chief Li and Mr. Fong have gone home? Well, your little aunt just sent someone back. Hua Jiangwo nodded and asked the nurse to see if Su Xiaohui's body had any more major problems.
Big brother Hua. Su Xiaohui sat on the bed and called out in a small voice,
not even daring to look up.
Being told by Su-won in front of Big Brother Hua as well as the entire family that she likes him makes her not even know how she's going to face Big Brother Hua. If the Hua family was going to send her back home, then she would definitely not let Su-won stay in Beiping either. She was going to be tied to her by death.
And if she didn't feel good, she wasn't going to feel good.
Hua Luohan just coldly swept a light him then said to Hua Jiangwo,
Dad, Little ant. Then since it's fine, I'll go back to the unit. Hua Hong, however, pulls Hua Linghan to the corner of the hospital corridor and asks about the results of today's blind date. Linghan, what's your impression of Mr. Xiaofang? Not much of an impression. Hua Linghan says truthfully. Just having a face-to-face with teacher Xiaofang when he came in. And not caring the rest of the time. Hua Hong was anxious when he heard it. And it was even if he did not get the hang of it when he was in school in the past. How is it that he is 26 years old and has become the head of the regiment? And how is it that he is still not getting the hang of it? Once graduated from the military school, went to the Northwest. In the army for so many years. Replaced by other men, is to look at the head of the Sows all feel the eyebrows. He's good. People are sitting across from him. And he says he doesn't remember. Lord Han. I see that MS. Xiaofang is quite good. And is more interested in you. You're not too young. You can't put it off any longer. When will you be free to ask MS Xiaofang to go shopping at the mall and see a movie? Two people more contact. There's no time and it's not appropriate. Little ant. I'll go back to the unit first. Hua Linghan is cold and icy. Refusing outright. Without giving Hua Hong time to react. He turned around and left. Descending the stairs in 3 steps. Hua Hong could only look at his tall, straight back and stare dryly. This great-nephew is really going to piss her off. Hua Linghan followed the stairs to the first floor. He didn't know what Suwan meant when she raised her eyes to look at him before she left. Her eyes brimming vividly and with a touch of teenage shyness. Her eyelashes fluttering lightly. Like a seductive fox. That lustful look. As if he had something to say to him. Long, straight legs quickly walked out of the hospital. His eyes inadvertently searched around the hospital. And he soon saw a familiar figure walking towards the main entrance of the hospital. Hua Luohan hesitated for a moment and followed. His pace was large. 1 step topping Su Wan's 2. And he soon caught up with Su Wan. Comrade Su Wan. A low, cold voice came from behind coldly. Su Wan turned back to see Hua Linghan a little surprised. Just now in the hospital she was not convenient to say. So she gave him a look. I did not think that he actually read it. And even really chased over. Chief Hua. The 4 o'clock western sun shines on Su Wan's clear and flawless face. And her delicate skin is reddened by the sun. Like the reddish color seeping out from the petals of a peach blossom. Sweet and brittle voice fell on the human ear is very good to hear. In this hot and dry afternoon. Like a bend of the mountain stream gurgling spring. Into the human heart to nourish. What was the meaning of that glance you gave me before you left? Hua Linghan stops walking to maintain a distance from Su Wan. Still cold and icy. Secretary Yang knows that I'm going back to the military compound today. So he asked me to talk to you when I ran into you. And wanted to ask when you'd be free for a casual dinner. She didn't say anything about Secretary Yang wanting to introduce him to someone in the back. What if he had a bad eye for Fang Yu and didn't want to go? The reason he had specifically told him about this was to let him know about Fang Yu's character through Secretary Yang's mouth. Hua Luohan looked at her soft and translucent clear eyes. And after a moment of silence opened his mouth. Tomorrow at noon. Su Wan originally thought that it would take at least 10 days and half a month. Or even next month. But she didn't think that it would work tomorrow. Does he have so much power as a chief that he can go out as he pleases? I think he's been out a couple times this month. Good. Then I'll go back and tell Secretary Yang. Su Wan curved her lips. Her cheeks pair swirls lightly sinking in as she finished turning around and running towards the bus stop. I'll send you back. Hua Linghan spoke without expression. After all, it was also because of the Hua family's delay in going back to cook for Principal Song. Su Wan is now short of money. Can save a little bit is a little bit? She naturally did not refuse the reason. Very soft mouth, sweet thanks, good. Then thank you, Hua head. Inside the ward.
Hua Hong went downstairs to do the discharge formalities.
Su Xiaowei to Hua Jiangwo was another burst of frantic apologies. Admitting faults. Crying while assuring herself that she has no other thoughts about Big Brother Hua. Only as he is an elder brother. And that in the future. If Ms. Xiaofang and the others come back again, she will also consciously avoid going out. And when the swelling on her face went down, she would go out and get a job just like her sister. And would never give Grandma Hua or him any more trouble. Hua sighed silently in his heart. Knowing that Su Xiaowei was suffering from low self-esteem and sensitivity as a result of not being favored at home, he relieved her that he wouldn't send her back home. Only then did Su Xiaowei breathe a sigh of relief in her heart. Huffing and puffing and wiping her tears. And when she inadvertently looked out the window, she saw Su Wan following behind Big Brother Hua. And the two of them got into the olive green military jeep together. The door handle was hot from the sun. Or Brother Hua pulled the door open for her. Big Brother Hua, who had previously hated and loathed Su Wan so much, actually wanted to send her back to Principal Song's house. Her hand clutched the blue and white sheet all at once. It must have been this time that made Big Brother Hua's impression of Su Wan change. She absolutely would not allow that Su Wan was living a better life than her and was more popular than her in the Hua family. The bottom of Su Xiaowei's eyes was a piece of madness. And it was even more acidic. By the next day, Su Xiaowei knocked on Principal Song's door wrapped in a towel. Principal Song, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, thought it was Hua Linghan coming. So he stood up and opened the door. "Hello, uncle. I'm here to find my sister Su Wan." Su Xiaowei timidly stood outside the door. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's voice as she spoke. Her eyes and both cheeks were swollen high. And the fingerprints that hadn't been sharpened could still be seen vaguely. It was extraordinarily pitiful and heartbreaking just to look at it. Principal Song thought that Su Xiaowei was being abused and bullied. So he hurriedly let Su Xiaowei into the house before shouting into the kitchen. "Xiaowan, your sister is here to see you." When Su Wan heard the commotion, she wiped the sweat on her forehead with a towel while walking out. And when she saw Su Xiaowei appearing in the living room, the curved corners of her lips quickly went cold. "Sister." Su Xiaowei ran over as soon as she saw Su Wan with a pitiful look of about to cry. As if she had been greatly wronged. "What are you doing here?" Su Wan asked in a cold voice as she pulled her into the kitchen. "Sister, I came to apologize to you. I'm really sorry. Will you forgive me?" Su Xiaowei lowered her eyes and sobbed in a small voice. Yesterday she followed Uncle Hua back to the Hua family. And although Grandma Hua and Uncle Hua didn't say anything to her, she clearly knew that the Hua family's attitude towards her had changed. So she must fight to perform as soon as possible. Before she thought she was Big Brother Hua's blind date. She still had a little bit of backbone. But now she was nothing. If she was hated by the Hua family again, how could she continue to stay in the Hua family and hug the Hua family's thighs? She would rather die than go back to her old home where she was so poor and miserable. So early in the morning she took the 2 candies that Grandma Hua had given her earlier and went to find Wu Ma, wanting her to help her find a job where she would go out during the day and come back to live at night. Mrs. Wu, however, did not even look at the candy in her hand, saying that millions of young people returning to their hometowns are now unable to find jobs, let alone her part-time summer vacation. Being able to introduce her sister to nanny jobs but not her. Even one of the Hua family's nannies dared to do this to her. She simply did not do anything and came directly to Su Wan's place. If she can't stay in the Hua family, she'll make sure that she can't stay in the Song family. And when the time comes, she'll lose her job and have to live a parasitic life just like her. I believe that under Su Wan's backdrop, Hua's family will definitely think that she is a little more knowledgeable and well-behaved. Su Wan looked at Su Xiaowei's crocodile tears. Both of them clearly knew that the other party had done something in the salt, almost tearing the face. But yet neither of them would take the initiative to poke through this layer of paper. She wasn't here to apologize to her. She was clearly here to make trouble. Which incident are you talking about? Is it that the injury to your leg was actually a self-induced, deliberate attempt to set me up? Su Xiaoli came to apologize but did not explicitly say which thing. Although we all know in our hearts that the other side did it. But in our hearts we know that the mouth to admit it is another thing. So it was just a matter of blowing her up and seeing if it was what she had in mind or not. Su Xiaoli heard this, eyes obviously showed a touch of panic, but still lowered his head. Tears? Confused and pitifully said, "Sister, I was chased by the cattle running. Very afraid. But also did not pay attention to the surrounding situation. Are the villagers said to see you appeared in the ridge? I really do not know. She then always maintained an attitude of not admitting or denying. So that in case Suwon remembered the events of that day one day, she still had a way back. But she guessed that Suwon shouldn't have thought about it. Otherwise, how could Suwon talk to her so calmly? Yet her flash of panic and subtle movements still allowed Suwon to capture it. So the original was really just wrongly accused. And it's kind of strange as to why so many people say the original did it. Su Xiaoli again continued to pathetically plead. Sister, I really know it's wrong. And I really didn't know that nitrites are toxic. And I thought it was someone else who didn't want the bad salt. While saying this, he took advantage of Suwon turning her back to deal with the chicken wings, and touched an empty plate placed on the kitchen counter to the ground. Barf! The sound of shattering came from the kitchen. Sitting on the sofa, Principal Song heard the sound and looked in the direction of the kitchen. Su Xiaoli even panicked and apologized loudly. I'm sorry, sis. I didn't mean to do it. I'll clean it up for you right away. Don't be angry and drive me away. With that, he crouched down to pick up the cracked disc, and unsurprisingly cut his finger. Crimson blood instantly flowing out of his finger and dripping onto the ground. Suwon knew that the Hua family wasn't treating her well now, and she wanted her to be treated poorly by the Song family. Cold hooked his lips, lowered his voice in her ear and said, "You then deliberately smashed a few more. Well, wait a while, later in the evening I'll go back to the Hua family to say that you broke the dishes of the Song family. Just with your beloved pan as well as luggage against. I think Uncle Hua they will not say anything. How expensive dishes were in this era. And there were curium bowl makers who specialized in repairing broken bowls." When Su Xiaoli heard this, she was obviously scared. But she still condescended to say, "Sister, I really didn't mean it." Principal Song listened to the movement in the kitchen and uneasily stood up from the sofa and walked over, seeing Su Xiaoli's scratched fingertips dripping blood uncontrollably. Hurriedly, he opened the medical kit when Bo had kept at home and took out a bandage to Suwon. He also vaguely guessed that the two sisters defected to relatives to come to Beiping. The older sister found a job, but the younger sister is still hosted in the relative's home. After a long time, the hosted relative's home is a little bit of an opinion. It may be Suwon's younger sister is too skinny and too much of a bully. And so I don't know what the reason is. The relative's home's children hit Suwon's younger sister. And so she can only run to come here to look for the older sister. Uncle, I'm sorry for breaking your family's plates. I'll stay here and do the work to pay you back. When Su Xiaoli saw Principal Song come in, her tears were as if she had broken the dike. Her eyes were red and full of pleading fear as she spoke. I'm afraid that Suwon will really go to Hua's house at night to tell Uncle Hua about her breaking the dishes. It's fine. It doesn't matter. It's just a dish. Principal Song hurriedly comforted Su Xiaoli in a warm voice. Seeing how she was so timid and scared, she should have been living a careful life in her relative's home, and would be scolded if she was slightly careless. I don't know what kind of asshole is so cruel to beat the little girl's face like this. When Hua Linghan comes, He'll let him ask which family in the military compound is so ruthless, bullying a little girl from the countryside like this. It just so happens that it's almost time for lunch. So you can stop by and have lunch before you go. No. No need. Uncle. I won't trouble you. Su Xiaowei shook her head repeatedly with a very careful and scared face, looking towards Su Wan, who was standing next to her, before touching her highly swollen face. It was intentionally implied that she was very afraid of Su Wan, and that this face of hers was beaten by Su Wan. Su Wan is what nature. Principal Song most clear natural will not think in that direction. So he raised his head and made a decision. Su Wan, let your sister stay here to eat lunch. You rice more cooking rice. Good. I'm really sorry that Uncle Song has caused you trouble. Su Wan held the spatula, looking at Su Xiaowei's look that she was relying on and would not leave. She lightly hooked her lips and said with full of apologies, even if Su Xiaowei left today, she would definitely come tomorrow. Even if nothing was done. Over time, Principal Song and Secretary Yang would feel that their lives were disturbed even if they were enthusiastic and kind. Su Xiaowei is determined to get rid of her hard-earned job. Originally, she was quite afraid that if Huo Linghan came and saw Su Xiaowei, he would let Principal Song know about her relationship with the Huo family. Chapter 36, Why is Big Brother Huo here? Revised. Now she's waiting for Huo Linghan to come. The big deal is to admit her mistake and apologize to Principal Song's family. She shouldn't have lied to them about not knowing Huo Linghan. Thank you, Uncle. Sis. Su Xiaowei said in a well-behaved and timid manner. Her eyes filled with a triumphant smile. If you're free, you can come over here and find your sister. Principal Song said very generously and went back to his bedroom so that the two sisters could talk. Su Wan went to the doorway of the living room to bring a dustpan and broom to clean up the debris on the kitchen floor. Su Xiaowei, on the other hand, covered her scratched hand with the bandage that Principal Song had given her and stood by the kitchen door with her lips curled up, watching Su Wan work. Anyway, the words came from Principal Song herself. And of course she knew it was polite. So she would come to Song's house during the day from now on, and just pick the time of the meal. This family might not say anything at first, but they would definitely dislike Su Wan over time and wouldn't let her work anymore. Sis, let me help you. Su Xiaowei shouted at the door, but closed the door without doing anything and continued to stand on the side playing with her nails. Su Wan didn't care about her and concentrated on cooking. Su Xiaowei looked at Su Wan busy, all sweaty. Stay in the kitchen and very hot. She secretly opened the kitchen door to see no one in the living room and walked out. A pair of eyes that had been squeezed into a slit because of the swelling of the cheeks grunted and turned to survey the surrounding area, and saw that the door of a small room was half open, with Su Wan's backpack still inside. This should be Su Wan's room. So she tiptoed in. The sound of a key being inserted into the lock hole came from the living room at that moment, and Su Xiaowei immediately walked out of the small room, just in time to see Big Brother Huo's long and straight posture follow behind Secretary Yang as he walked in through the door. She froze for a moment, full of shock. How did Brother Huo come to the Song family? Yes, Principal Song is the leader of Big Brother Huo's military school. Does that mean that Big Brother Huo usually comes to the Song family when he's not doing anything? Doesn't that mean that the two of them, Big Brother Huo and Su Wan, have been meeting at Song's house all along? Su Xiaowei was jealous for a moment. No wonder in 2 weeks, Big Brother Huo only went back to Huo's house 3 times. It turns out that the rest of the time Big Brother Huo would come to Principal Song's house. Su Wan, this whore, hooked up with Big Brother Huo in private like this on the strength of her attractive face. Secretary Yang and Huo Linghan were talking when they walked in and froze in confusion when they saw a rural girl with high swollen cheeks standing in the living room. Huo Linghan's good-looking eyebrows were even more tightly clustered, his gaze stern. How could Su Xiaowei be here? Auntie. Head Huo, you're back. I'm really sorry. My sister came suddenly today somehow. I've caused you trouble. When the time comes, Auntie, you can just deduct my wages for today from this month's wages. Su Shelby was startled by Huo Lingan's eyes and was just about to open her mouth to speak when Suwon walked out of the kitchen with lemon chicken wings. The crushed hair in front of his forehead was soaked with sweat, and the back of his shirt was clinging tightly to his back with sweat. She wiped her face with a towel hanging on her slender neck. The whole person not only did not have half a bit of ugly, but on the contrary, such as the clear lotus of the water. White and tender. Clean and cleansing. The cherry lips bright and moist. Very understanding and apologetic. Secretary Yang stared at Su Shelby's face with some surprise. The day before yesterday when I saw downstairs is still good. How today has become like this? Suwon, you child, say what words? Where the trouble is not trouble. Your sister's face is swollen like this. It must be bullied. Do not come to find you to find Hua? Secretary Yang thought that Su Shelby and Suwon were as gentle and understanding as her heart. And her eyes were filled with heartache and pity. So swollen that she could not even see her eyes. And she did not know who was so cruel. Huo Linghan looks at Su Shelby's face, which is even more swollen than yesterday, with red fingerprints still visible on it vaguely, and wonders why she didn't stay at Hua's house to recuperate properly but ran to Principal Song's house. Xiao Hua. You're here? Principal Song walked out from the bedroom and also looked a bit overjoyed, saying, I can't imagine that the military compound can still produce this kind of assholes. Bullying a little girl from the countryside. It should be the juniors of their host relatives who did it. And it's still behind the backs of the adults in the family. The reason why so sure? But also because I know Suwon and their sisters hosted in the compound. It cannot be out of the compound. Somehow jumped out of a person to beat her like this. Right? Huo Lingan's eyes were cold and sharp like a sword as he looked at Su Shelby. As if there was an invisible low air pressure enveloping Su Shelby. No. Uncle. Auntie, don't misunderstand. It's me who did something wrong. I confessed to the punishment myself and beat myself. Su Shelby immediately explained. She did come to the Song family with the mindset of selling her misery and acting pathetic. But she didn't expect Big Brother Hua to be there. At the same time, he also realized that Principal Song didn't seem to know that they were hosting the Hua family. Then it's only natural that she can't let the Song family know that she's boarding at the Hua family at this time. Otherwise, wouldn't it attract Big Brother Hua's disgust and affect her image in Big Brother Hua's mind? You child. At this point in time you still want to help those people. Do they beat you often? Secretary Yang began to worry. Looking Su Shelby up and down. Checking if there were any other wounds on her body. At the same time, I also wondered if it might be because I was boarding in someone's house. And I didn't dare to tell an adult even if I was bullied. Or I was afraid that I would be left with no place to stay. Suwon just stood aside, nicely curving her lips to see what she was going to say. Uncle. Aunt. You guys really misunderstood. It was really me who hit myself. Sister also knows about it. I also came here today to apologize to Sister. It's all because I accidentally dragged Sister into this. And also misunderstood Sister. Su Shelby could only bite her broken teeth and swallow it in her stomach. Principal Song and Secretary Yang looked at Suwon with a puzzled face. Suwon went back yesterday was not because of the matter of transferring to another school. In the end, what happened? What exactly did you do wrong? So serious that you have to beat yourself up like this? Secretary Yang's face was puzzled. And a bit angry. Is there no one in the family to stop it? How can you be so cruel? Huo Linghan pursed his lips and didn't say anything. And his cold, sharp gaze just fell on Su Shelby's body in a probing, slightly sunken manner. Since it is an apology, why didn't you apologize yesterday when Suwon was there? Or you could have come to Suwon privately to go to the grove underneath to say it. Why did you show up at Principal Song's house? He vaguely felt as if Su Xiaowei was not as knowledgeable and well-behaved as he had seen. Su Xiaowei felt brother was questioning and scrutinizing gaze. Her face blanched slightly. And she bit her lips tightly. Big brother Hua was here. There was no way for her to muddle through in a few words. She could only be truthful. No doubt not exposing her own wounds and revealing her ugly, bad side for others to see. No wonder Su Wan suddenly agreed to leave her behind. It turns out she knew that Big Brother Hua was coming. It's me who picked up a bag of salt on the road. I thought it was just ordinary table salt. So I brought it back. And didn't say anything to anyone at home. And poured it into the salt bag. And I didn't expect it to be nitrite. And it was poisonous. And it was me who caused my family to go into the hospital. In the end, Su Xiaowei could only bow her head in a difficult and self-condemning way to tell this matter. Both cheeks rolled as if splashed with boiling water. Nitrites. This can cause death if consumed in excess. Principal Song said seriously. Now looking at Su Xiaowei like this, it seemed like it wasn't wrong. So he hurriedly asked again. Su Wan. So are all your relatives alright? Su Wan, you came back last night, why didn't you say ah? Do you want to go to the hospital to take care of them? Secretary Yang also had a look of surprise as well as afterthought. This girl actually picked up the nitrites back as salt and put them in her meals. And on top of that, she didn't tell her foster relatives about it. I didn't put much salt in that meal. And everyone ate less. Plus I found it in time and got out of the hospital yesterday afternoon. That's why I came back a little later yesterday. Su Wan spat out a clear reply. Especially emphasizing on biting out the words that she had cooked that meal. It was much more comforting to listen to than Su Xiaowei's thick hometown dialect with her crying and wailing. At the same time, both Principal Song and Secretary Yang also found a key point. That meal was surprisingly still cooked by Su Wan. Then look at Su Xiaowei. Said she came to apologize. As a result, Su Wan was busy sweating profusely on her body. But she was all fresh. Her forehead didn't even have a drop of sweat. And she didn't even know how to go to the kitchen to help out a bit. Since you don't usually cook, how can you just dump the salt you picked up into the salt bag? Isn't this harming Su Wan? Su Xiaowei was being looked at by the eyes of the crowd. Especially the beam of Big Brother Hua's gaze. Which was as if it was a sharp knife. Picking apart her flesh and blood a little bit. It made her want to find a crack in the ground. Embarrassed and embarrassed. And she knew she couldn't stay here any longer. I'm sorry. Sis, it's all my fault. And I've also caused trouble for aunt and uncle. I'll leave you guys alone. Said Su Xiaowei, then wiped her crying red eyes. Still wanting to continue to use pity. Weakness to gain the pity of others. But the inner thoughts of Principal Song and Secretary Yang all changed. It did look pitiful. But if Su Wan hadn't put in less salt, wouldn't that have killed someone? Principal Song and Secretary Yang, both benevolent, said in a friendly and polite manner. Stay and eat before you go back. No. Aunt. Su Xiaowei busily opens the door and is about to go out. And even more so, she doesn't have the courage to look at Big Brother Hua. But how could Su Wan let her go? Hua Linghan was the person she loved with all her heart. What is more painful than being humiliated and embarrassed in front of someone you love? Especially now that she had a big swollen pig's head. It was as ugly as it was going to get. Shall we? Just now Uncle Song kept you for dinner and you agreed. And I also cooked more of your meal. Anyway, things are over. Grandma, Uncle, and they didn't blame you. So just be more careful next time. You also don't blame yourself too hard. You are after all my own sister. Family doesn't say two words. I won't blame you. I won't blame you. Su Wan went forward and pulled Su Xiaowei's hand and pulled her to the dining table. Speaking in a gentle and soft tone.
Like a knowing and loving sister who is infinitely tolerant of her younger sister. Then Suwon pointed to Huo Linghan, thoughtfully and sweetly introducing her. Shall we? This is Chief Hua. You don't have to be too nervous and scared. Chief Hua is quite nice. Su Xiaohui's body stiffened. Her hanging fingers clenched tightly. And her neck was more than ready to be buried in her chest. What's the difference between this and pulling her out and whipping her in front of everyone? She knows that all three of them know each other and she knows that she likes Big Brother Hua. Yet she has to make a point of introducing Big Brother Hua to her. Let Big Brother Hua see her current embarrassed appearance. As well as her swollen face. Good day. Head Hua. In the end, Su Xiaohui could only bury her head, grit her teeth, and give a timid greeting. Aha! Huo Linghan nodded expressionlessly, not bothering to look at Su Xiaohui, and sat beside Principal Song as he was greeted. Suwon pressed Su Xiaohui on the seat about to go to the kitchen to serve food. Su Xiaohui really doesn't dare to face Big Brother Hua for one more minute. So she wants to get up and go help. However, she was pressed back into the chair again by Suwon. Su Xiaohui was thin and not as strong as her. She couldn't struggle against her. You just accidentally broke your hand by dropping the saucer and it bled a lot. Just sit here properly and don't get your wound wet. Suwon's voice spoke softly. Her tone full of care for Su Xiaohui. But this was undoubtedly not another slap in the face of Huo Linghan. The persona portrayed by Su Xiaohui has always been understanding and well-behaved. Hard-working. Smart and diligent. But as a result, she just came to the Song family and broke a dish and hurt her hand. Su Xiaohui's face was as ugly as a pig's liver. And the bandages wrapped around her hands were still vaguely oozing blood, which she just couldn't hide even if she wanted to. But she still tried hard to find a remedy. I'm sorry, Auntie and Uncle. It's my first time here, not familiar with the environment. I accidentally bumped into it. Huo Luohan's pair of hawk-like sharp black eyes look at Su Xiaohui before landing on Suwon's body. His good-looking eyebrows slightly knitted together. The two of them, Su Xiaohui and Suwon, were just like swapping. Selfish and overbearing. Lazy Suwon, but gentle and quiet temperament. Cooks well. From start to finish are generous so that people cannot pick faults. To come to Beiping has never been in trouble once. But also more so that the Principal Song and Secretary Yang very much like. On the contrary, Su Xiaohui, who has been studying smartly and diligently, picked up the nitrites back as ordinary table salt. And her emotions were also very excessive afterward. Speaking of hardworking and understanding, he also never saw Su Xiaohui do anything in the Hua family. Instead, it was Suwon, who hadn't been in the Hua family for a few days in total. And as long as she was in the Hua family, the meals were all cooked by her. It was the night before she came to work as a nanny in Principal Song's house that the whole family's clothes were all washed and dried by her all night long. He felt he needed to revisit the sisters. It's okay. Your sister is also heartbroken, Secretary Yang said in a warm voice. Seeing that this girl is so timid and has always been coy, unlike her sister who was so generous, it is estimated that she has not let Suwon worry for her. These two sisters are pretty different. Come. Have a cold shrimp. You should know your sister's handicraft. Our family especially likes to eat her dishes. Secretary Yang gave Su Xiaohui 2 shrimps and put them in Su Xiaohui's bowl. Thank you, Auntie. Su Xiaohui obediently took it. But her eyes were as vicious as poisoned. The compliments sounded unusually harsh to her ears. She didn't understand that when she was in Xiantang village, Suwon gained more attention because of her good looks. But the people who praised her for her knowledge and hard work were the most. So why did Suwon do everything better than her now? No. She can't stand this. Suwon. You know how Xiaohua didn't make braised pork today? Xiaohua likes to eat the braised pork you made the most.
Secretary Yang originally wanted to clip a piece of meat to Xiaohua, but found that the dishes served did not have braised meat or five-flower meat, but braised lion's head, as well as shredded meat. And the rest is chicken, duck, shrimp and fish. Chapter 37, Blind Date with a Former Blind Date. Because it was meant to set up the two of them. Especially when she heard Suwon praising Hedhua for being nice. The words couldn't help but be a bit ambiguous. Su Xiaohui's eyes widened as she looked at Big Brother Hua on the side. So, her previous guesses were all true. And Big Brother Hua had been secretly coming to the Song family to hook up with Suwon. Suwon. This whore knows that Big Brother Hua loves to eat. So she's been making braised pork for Big Brother Hua? Hua Linghan, on the other hand, has a taut jawline and a serious countenance. And obviously didn't expect Secretary Yang to say this. And uncomfortably dyed a thin red at the base of his ears. He hurriedly opens his mouth. Secretary Yang. I'm all right. I'm not picky about what I eat. Suwon, who was serving soup in the kitchen, heard Secretary Yang's words and was shocked outwardly. The pores of her whole body stood up. And she accidentally scalded her hand. She doesn't do meat because she's afraid that Secretary Yang will give her a piece of meat, and what about her fat? She doesn't want Hua Linghan to help her give it to her again. Hearing the commotion in the kitchen, Secretary Yang stretched his neck and asked with concern, "What's wrong with Xiaowan? Is the soup too hot?" Xiaohua, why don't you help go in and serve it? Girls have tender hands. Hua Linghan's straight nature didn't hear the meaning of Secretary Yang's words, and stood up and headed toward the kitchen. But Suwon and Su Xiaohui both heard it. And Su Xiaohui clutched her chopsticks tightly, almost poking the shrimp in the bowl to pieces. Whore. Whore. Suwon is a shameless whore. No. Auntie. It's not hot. Suwon in the kitchen hurriedly said. Then couldn't wait to pick up the pingqiao tofu soup. Give it to me. Hua Linghan comes to the kitchen and sees Suwon's showy white index finger flushed with a strange red color. It should have been scalded. Then he stretched out his slender hand to take the soup from Suwon. Suwon, however, refuses to let go. Chief Hua. Go back and sit down. I'll do it. When he finished, he raised his head and blinked at him repeatedly, signaling him to go back. I'll do it. Hua Linghan's tone is low. Unable to understand Suwon's blinking movements, and thinking that it's the sweat from her forehead flowing into her eyes, which is often the case when he's training. So relying on his physical strength, he lifted the soup bowl upwards, and it was easily carried over from Suwon's hands. Really straight men of steel. If Secretary Yang didn't have the previous sentence, she might have simply thought that Secretary Yang wanted Hua Linghan to help her. But with those first words, she felt it wasn't that simple. Even a vague sense that something was wrong. I hope she's overthinking it. Hua Linghan puts the pingqiao tofu soup in the middle of the dining table, while Suwon follows behind and puts the aluminum soup spoon inside the pingqiao tofu soup. Principal Song and Secretary Yang both smiled at each other. It's really true that men and women work together. Principal Song laughed twice, his meticulous voice carrying some wit. Su Xiaohui shrinks in the corner and sneaks a look at Principal Song and Secretary Yang. Could these two be giving to set up Big Brother Hua and Suwon? Hua Linghan's face didn't move. His erect posture sat straight. He had been in school for 4 years and had gotten used to Principal Song's way of speaking. At that time, Principal Song was still an instructor in his freshman year and said during their training, "If you guys don't have an hour in the bed with your wives in the future, it's all a disgrace." Initially he didn't get what it meant. Was he going to have to train his physical skills in bed with his wife after he got married? Then he certainly won't lose. Then he stayed with some married warriors in the Northwest and listened to their exchanges before he vaguely understood. Suwon pulled out a chair and sat beside Secretary Yang. Her face was a naive and innocent smile. Xiao Hua. I heard that yesterday your family introduced you to a person called Fang Yu. A high school teacher, right? Immediately afterward, Secretary Yang started talking about business and his expression became slightly more serious. Who would have thought that there would be such a coincidence in this world? Su-won came back and told her that when she was in the military compound, she saw the mother and daughter that she met in the department store building that day go into the Hua family and listened to their conversation as if they were Hua Lingen's blind date. This is not possible. That teacher Fang Yu is arrogant and snobbish. Hate to look at people with their noses. A little bit of the people's teachers should have the appearance of not. Hua Linghan nodded and said carelessly, there is such a thing. You agree? Secretary Yang paid attention to Hua Lingen's facial expression. No. I knew that Xiao Hui your vision wouldn't be that bad. Secretary Yang smiled and let out a sigh of relief. Then told the story of the day before yesterday when he ran into that pair of mother and daughter at the mall. That pair of mother and daughter are really arrogant and brutal. Seeing Su-won looking good in a tender yellow long skirt, she had to grab it from us, forcefully letting Su-won take the skirt off and give it to her to wear. And we said that we would go back to get the money, how it was not working. I also blame me for not having enough money with me. I can only let Su-won take off the skirt to her. The result of a body, which is that skirt looks good. It is our Su-won figure is good. That is, draping a piece of sack all look good. Soft coping like man. Waist thin as a bowl. Secretary Yang also put down his chopsticks while saying this and made a gesture with his hand to compare it to the shape of a bull mouth. Hua Luohan had been gazing at his eyebrows and listening carefully. When he heard Secretary Yang talk about Su-won's figure, he consciously lowered his head, his eyes staring at the rice bowl in front of him, looking a little uncomfortable. Su-won being praised by Secretary Yang like this, still in front of Hua Linghan, made her not reach out and lightly tug on the corner of Secretary Yang's coat, and also gave Secretary Yang a braised lion head. But it still didn't stop Secretary Yang. I won't comment on what that Miss Fang Yu wore. Everyone around her advised her to let us have the dress, but she preferred to smash her money in the water to hog the dress, with an air of I'm not going to let you wear it even if I don't. Su Xiaowei is also very surprised to hear. At first she thought that Chiefly couldn't stop inquiring about Su-won. It was the reason why Su-won was good looking and inviting. But it turned out to be because the two of them had a conflict at the mall. And she was afraid that Su-won would tell Hua's family about the things that happened at the mall. If she had known, why would she have mixed nitrites in the salt shaker to change the Hua family's impression of her? On second thought, Su-won had already been to the mall when others were babysitting, while she had to stay at Hua's house and hadn't been anywhere yet. The heart was straight up sour and full of jealousy. Hua Lingen's dark and deeply converging eyes look at Su-won. No wonder she would specifically tell him about coming to dinner. And no wonder Chiefly would point at Su-won and say that she was vicious when she was poisoned. It turned out that the matter was like this. And Su-won's identity was not convenient to say. So he borrowed Secretary Yang's mouth to let him know about it. Secretary Yang has taken your trouble. I've already asked my sister-in-law to turn back yesterday. And there won't be any involvement in the future. For you to be able to come here for dinner. I knew that you and that teacher Fang Yu wouldn't make it. Secretary Yang smiled with a mysterious look and glanced at Su-won beside him. Although that teacher Fang Yu has a good family background in education, in terms of looks, character, and personality, I don't think it's as good as Su-won. Little Hua. You've also been in contact with Su-won a few times. Su-won even went to your house to cook for your grandmother. What do you think of Su-won? Secretary Yang looks to Hua Linghan and asks. Cough cough cough. Su-won was so shocked that she choked on the soup she just drank. It says it's a lesbian from the introductory unit. How come it's her? Kyon's tender little face changed for a moment. Su Xiaowei's eyes are even wider. and her hand holding the chopsticks is clenched tightly. Followed by turning her head to see Big Brother Hwa's reaction. Big Brother Hwa wouldn't have changed his impression of Soo-won because she cooks well and has been praised by Principal Song's family. And want to continue to have a relationship with Soo-won. Right? What does that make her? Soo-won had become Big Brother Hwa's object. So could she still stay in the Hwa family? Soo-won will definitely try to send her back home. Hwa Linghan tenses his jawline. Puts down his chopsticks. Slowly raises his head. Sits up straight. His dark eyes swirling deeply. And speaks after a moment. I don't quite understand what you mean. Secretary Yang. Your teacher's mother is planning to introduce Soo-won to you and ask for your opinion. Principal Song slightly inclined her head and smiled. Uncle. Aunt. I'm still in high school. Want to strive to get into college. Not planning to talk about a date. Soo-won immediately jumped the gun and said. Her voice was green and ignorant. Giving off a feeling of a youthful student aura. Not yet enlightened. Not talking about objects. But both Secretary Yang and Principal Song were waiting for Hwa Linghan to make a statement. It's not that they are ignoring Soo-won's opinion. But they know very well that Soo-won, a student from the countryside, even if she gets into a university in the future, it's almost impossible for her to find such a high-quality object as Hwa Luohan again. If the two of them become. For Soo-won, who came to Beiping alone to go to school, is very helpful. First of all, this senior school tuition will not have to worry about. To the new school. Knowing that her family is a regimental commander. Will not be bullied by other students. In case she didn't get into college. Hwa's family would definitely arrange a good job for her. As for the rest, Xiaohua has a cold and hard nature and may not be able to hurt people and take the initiative. But he is definitely not bad to Soo-won. If Xiaohua hadn't gone to the Northwest right after graduation, he probably wouldn't have put off getting married until now. This was a big leak. And of course Secretary Yang wanted Soo-won to pick it up. Soo-won, don't you want to go to university? According to the current policy, first-class family members are able to get extra points for the college entrance exam. This offer is indeed quite tempting. But it would have been better if it had been placed in the latter part of the world, where thousands of troops crossed a single wooden bridge. Headmaster. Secretary. I don't have the idea of considering my personal problems for the time being. And my mind is all focused on my work. Hwa Linghan's back is straight. His cold and solemn face crumbles tightly. His side profile looks extremely rigid. And the veins on his arms bulge high and bulge and throb. How could he not expect that Principal Song and Secretary Yang would introduce his former blind date to him again? Wanting to set up the two of them. Him and Soo-won. If Principal Song knew that they had known each other for a long time and that Soo-won was his countryside blind date. Uncle. Auntie. Chief Hwa is so outstanding that he naturally needs to find an equally outstanding match. I'm just a girl from the countryside. So don't shame me. Soo-won chimed in, lowering her head and going to tug on Secretary Yang's sleeve. It's really kinda awkward. Could it be because the last time they were in the grove, they were seen by Principal Song and Secretary Yang? So they got the idea to set them up? Xiaohua, you are now a leader. You have to play a leading role. The organization can only be assured by appointing you. Your personal problem is your first priority. You have to solve it urgently. Principal Song flattened the corners of his mouth and said seriously. You just kept quiet and heard Soo-won say she wanted to go to school. That's why you said that? She a countryside from the simple and pristine mind. Not yet enlightened. Did not consider this problem? But you must have this aspect of the idea. You haul ahead of the regiment. Is still afraid of losing face. How can you go along with her words? Principal Song simply thought it was because Soo-won was still young and in school. So she was ignorant about getting married. The first reaction is fear. Plus the girl from the countryside. The marriage is made by the parents. Suwon certainly do not dare to answer. If she writes a letter to her parents in the countryside. Wolingan's condition. Suwon's parents will definitely agree 100 times. You've always been opinionated and able to make your own decisions. As long as you nod your head. We'll contact Suwon's parents. Principal song is devoted to Ho Linghan. Su Shelwee slid eyes, then looked back and forth from side to side at Big Brother Hwa and Suwon, itching to tell them that they had known each other for a long time. And that Suwon was Big Brother Hwa's previous blind date. Uncle. My sister received several love letters when she was in middle school. And when she was in town for high school. There were several sets of people who came to our house to propose marriage. Su Shelwee, who hadn't said anything, spoke up. It's to say that Suwon is not simple and pristine at all. And has even experienced more than anyone else about getting a date. Principal Song is Big Brother Hwa's mentor. And she's really afraid that Big Brother Hwa will agree to it after some persuasion from Principal Song. Suwon also did not expect that the two of them, Principal Song and Secretary Yang, were hard setting the two of them up. And also echoed Su Shelwee. It's like this. Uncle. Aunt. It's not easy for me to have a chance to come to Beiping to go to school. I just want to study hard and get into university. So I can't let down my parents and my mother's expectations of me. If she had known that the person that Secretary Yang wanted to give Hua Linghan was her, she would have killed herself not to let Hua Linghan come. Shawan your marriage will not delay you to go to university I believe that Xiaohua will also surely support you. And Xiaohua was the city's top student in the college entrance examination that year. With the first place in the military academy. You go to class during the day. And return to your family home at night. But also let Xiaohua tutor you in your homework. How good is this? Secretary Yang only took it as Suwon being shy and having rejected several sets of those who came to propose marriage when she was in high school in the town. Showing that Suwon was tough-minded, had her own goals, and wasn't cheated away because of a few sweet words from a man. You'll always have to find someone to marry when you graduate later on. And Auntie truly thinks that Headhua is very good. Secretary Yang finished speaking and then said to the deep-faced Tot Hua Linghan, Xiaohua, I'll also be honest and straight with you. If it wasn't for the fact that our Wenbo has a date, I would definitely want to introduce Xiaowan to our family Wenbo. Su Shelwee had wanted to say that Suwon's grades were very poor. And that she had only scored single digits in math and foreign languages. But when she heard Secretary Yang praising Suwon to the skies, she felt very bad. How come Suwon got all the advantages? All she could do was shut up. Chapter 38, She Won't Let Suwon Go. Headmaster. Secretary. I really don't have any thoughts in this regard right now. Hua Linghan glances at Suwon. His hands on his knees. His back straight as a pine. Very cold and decisive. He also didn't know how Suwon had behaved in the Song family for the past 2 weeks. Which would make both Principal Song and Secretary Yang like her so much. Speak up for her. And try their best to set the two of them up. It was as if it would be his great loss if he missed out on such a good match as Suwon. But he knew very well that Suwon was looking for a young, handsome young male classmate with a good family background to climb up the ladder when she was in school. The two of us, Comrade Suwon and I, are not suitable. Such a solemn and firm tone made Principal Song clear about his attitude. Knowing that it would be useless to persuade him further, he couldn't help but glance at Secretary Yang with some regret, signaling her to stop the topic. Since neither one of them meant that, you can't pull any hard strings. Secretary Yang also understands this. Despite being very curious as to why Hua Linghan helped Suwon eat fat when he first met her. And such an initiative inevitably doesn't make people think too much. But both were there now. And it would be a little awkward to pursue any further. So he raised a bright smile. revealing his white teeth. Good, good, good. Also, I and Lao Song, two people see when Bo will soon be married. The heart is happy. Looking for you two suitable. Just want to go along with a bridge to build a line. To achieve a good marriage. But it's me that is in a hurry. Come on. Come on. Xiao Hua. Su Wan to eat. When things came to this point, it was expected that Xiao Hua would not come back to the Song family in the future. The soup is gone. I'll go to the kitchen to add some. Su Wan obediently stood up and went to the kitchen. Avoiding this delicate and rather embarrassing situation, Huo Linghan also quickly finishes the rice in his bowl and puts down the chopsticks and says to Principal Song and Secretary Yang expressionlessly, Principal. Secretary. I still have things to do. So I won't stay much longer. You guys enjoy your meal. After saying that, he stood up and strutted towards the door. Principal Song and Secretary Yang did not have time to stay. After hearing Big Brother Hua firmly state that he will not be dating Su Wan, Su Shelwei is considered to have completely put her heart down. But the jealousy and annoyance at the bottom of her eyes grew wildly like weeds. The Song family treats Su Wan so well and likes her so much. It's her who hasn't enjoyed this treatment in the Hua family. She has to find a way to make Su Wan leave from the Song family. The Song family is an intellectual family with access to all walks of life. And this time they are introducing Brother Hua to Su Wan. So maybe next time they will introduce a doctor, an officer in the unit, or an accountant to Su Wan. She couldn't let Su Wan marry so well. She should be driven back to her hometown to marry an ugly and poor old bachelor and farm for the rest of her life in her hometown. After coming out of Song's house after dinner, Su Shelwei, however, did not go back to Hua's house, but went straight in the direction of the post office, using the money she had brought with her to buy letter paper, envelopes, and stamps. When she entered the room where Su Wan was staying, she turned over the letter from the Song family's original nanny, Auntie Wang's old home, and she wrote down the address of Auntie Wang's old home. If the Song family's nannies were able to return to the Song family early, then the Song family would definitely not be able to use two nannies and would definitely let Su Wan leave. So she plopped down on the stone steps under the shade of a tree and wrote to Auntie Wang. Tell Auntie Wang that Su Wan's grades are too poor to go to school in Beiping. But the cooking is good. And the Song family loves Su Wan so much that they not only want to introduce her to someone but also intend to keep her in the job for a long time. I'm sure Auntie Wang will hoof it and buy a train ticket back to Peking when she sees this letter. Su Shelwei hooked her lips obliquely and dropped the written letter into the green mailbox, and was just about to turn around and leave when she stepped on a passerby's foot at once. You hillbilly! Walk without eyes. Can you afford to pay for my purple crystal sandals if I step on them? I've gotten my clean socks dirty. Fan Yu had just heard that Huo Linghan hadn't gotten a date with her, and was holding a bellyful of fire with no place to spread it, only to be stepped on by another bumpkin on her way to find a friend to complain to. Looking at the clean socks being stepped on with a black footprint, Fan Yu viciously pushed Su Shelwei and broke into tears. When she saw Su Shelwei's swollen face, her face was even more disgusted, coming out with a pig's head. Wanting to scare people to death. Deserves to be beaten. Fan Yu didn't recognize Su Shelwei, but Su Shelwei instantly recognized Fan Yu. Sure enough, Fan Yu's character is exactly as Secretary Yang said, pretending to be a lady and quiet when she came to the Hua family. But her real face is evil. I'm sorry, Sister Fan Yu. I didn't see you just now. Su Shelwei thought of the words she had heard in the Song family. Her eyes rolled and she spoke in a pitifully soft voice. It's you country illiterate. Fan Yu scanned over Su Shelwei's face and became even angrier. I haven't even gone to look for you yet. It's all your fault for ruining my blind date. You just did it on purpose, right? You piggyback, don't even look at yourself in the mirror to see if you're worthy? Fan Yu pushed Su Shelwei fiercely again. Her tone ferocious, you stepped on my socks and dirted them. You pay for it. If you don't pay for it, you don't want to leave today. Sister Fong Yu. You've misunderstood me. In fact, my sister was blind date. At the beginning, my sister on the basis of her own good looks disliked was older brother. The family had no choice but to let me to was brother back to the letter. And later know that was family has power and influence in Beiping. My sister has been trying to find ways to wanna be with was big brother to get back into a relationship. Su Xiaohui's thin body was pushed by Fong Yu so much that she fell to the ground at once and said in a very pitiful and aggrieved manner, "When I went to my sister's employer's house to look for my sister today, Big Brother Hua was there. And I realized that my sister's employer is the leader of Big Brother Hua's military school. My sister's special trip to Principal Song's house to work as a nanny should be because she wants to use this relationship to get close to Big Brother Hua and get him to marry her." Fong Yu's face sank when she heard this. The person she met at the mall that day was so close to head Hua. She knew that Director Hua had come to the door today to say that there was no eye contact. And it must have been Su Wan that told the Hua family about what happened at the mall. She had been on 2 or 3 blind dates before. And the other person was very happy with her. And it was all because she couldn't meet anyone else. How could Headmaster Hua not be able to match her? That's even if her dad placed her at Reed High School. And after school started, she and Director Hua were co-workers and her leader. If the rest of her colleagues at school found out about this, how could she stay at school? How can she find someone to marry when all the male teachers at school are alienating her? You two sisters are really born lowly billets. One poisoning and harming people. The other hooking up with men. Your sister is working as a nanny in the front of the school leaders and faculty's family home, isn't she? Fong Yu pointed at Su Xiaohui on the ground. Her face reddened with annoyance. Itching to tear Su Wan apart right now. If she didn't let someone go and clean up Su Wan for a while, she definitely couldn't swallow this breath. It is. But there are sentries at the entrance. And people from outside can't enter. Su Xiaohui said with a shiver. Originally, she was also stopped outside. But after she said she was Su Wan's sister, that sentry was surprisingly impressed with Su Wan and let her register before letting her in. On his face, he looked like he was terrified. But a sinister smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth. She couldn't do anything about Su Wan now. So let Fong Yu deal with her. Just based on Fong Yu's family background and this brutal character of hers, she definitely wouldn't let Su Wan have a good time. That's wonderful. She was simply happy inside. Fong Yu didn't have the time to care about Su Xiaohui right now. Especially since there were quite a few people on the roadside looking this way. She couldn't do anything about Su Xiaohui for the time being. The mind is full of thoughts about how to clean up that Su Wan. She must have been the one who said the thing about the mall. Stirring up her blind date and trying to steal Captain Ho from her. She'll make sure to make her look good. Fong Yu's face was filled with viciousness. And he glared viciously at Su Xiaohui on the ground before going home. At night, after Su Wan tidied up and cleaned up the Song home, she took out her language book as usual and went to the balcony to memorize by moonlight. Although the college entrance examination is not as intense as in the latter days, it is not as easy as it was when the college entrance examination was first liberalized. And it gets harder and harder every year. The school Uncle Hua transferred her to was a key high school that ranked in the top 5 in the city. An inspirational high school she had made a point of inquiring about when she went out grocery shopping. The families of the students who get to go to this inspirational high school are some of the high-profile, high achievers' families. And so the studies are more rolled up than the average school. Though she had learned from books and textbooks, she couldn't take it lightly. She'd promised Uncle Hua she'd keep up with her studies at this school, and that it might be her only chance to do so. So she can be said to have taken out the hard work and struggle of a senior high school repeater and read whenever she had time. Memorizing words, formulas, copying texts. Especially copying texts. Computers in the last life. The popularity of smartphones made a lot of words that you can only pronounce and forget how to write them.
It would be ugly if she had content that she couldn't write that word when it came time to write her essay for the language test. That's a cheap mistake not to be made. It is also fortunate that the Song family has a simple population. 2 of Secretary Yang's sons are working in the provinces. His daughter has married in the provinces. And Song Wenba has recently applied for a family home in the hospital. So she's still kind of free every day. Which is why she got a nanny, because the older couple can't cook. Suwon walked into the house to see. Don't boil your eyes. The balcony has so many mosquitoes again. Secretary Yang came out to go to the toilet and saw Suwon, who was reading in the balcony, was very distressed. Auntie. It's fine. The moon is bright tonight. I can see it. Suwon smiled back at Secretary Yang and scratched the mosquito-bitten bag on her arm with her hand. Obey. Look at the mosquito bite bags on your hands and legs. Secretary Yang said seriously. Pulled Suwon and went back to the room. Knocked on the door of Song Wenba's room again. And took away the desk lamp that Song Wenba used when he was a student. By the way, he also didn't forget to say to Song Wenba, who was woken up by her. Look at this. Your Suwon sister is studying more seriously. If you have this study energy, you will definitely be able to get into the military school. Song Wenba, who was full of sleepiness, was confused. He was about to get married. Why was he still talking about his college entrance exams? This table lamp will be placed at the head of your bed. You will sit in the mosquito net to study at night from now on. Secretary Yang helped Suwon plug the table lamp into the electricity and pulled it open. Auntie. It's really not necessary. What a waste of electricity. Suwon was moved to say. Electricity is so expensive these days. And she is a babysitter. I'll be fine with a kerosene lamp. How hot is that? How can I learn it? Secretary Yang felt quite sorry for Suwon because he didn't tell her about the blind date in advance. Plus it didn't work out either. A few days ago, Yu and Xiao was madder. Also is to blame, aunt is too anxious. See you so serious with study. Just want to find you a good object. Not so hard. You are rural to the capital of the school children. Is really not easy. Secretary Young couldn't help but sigh and say. She thought for several nights in a row that Suwon hadn't come to Song's house since that time Xiaohua asked her to cook at his house. But as we can see, when Xiaohua helped Suwon eat the fatty meat, Xiaohua should have had that in mind at first. Just let Suwon went to the Hua family to cook a meal for old Mrs. Hua after not knowing what happened and changed her mind. How is the matter of your transferring to another school going now? Secretary Yang then sat down in front of the bed and inquired with concern. It should be almost done. Suwon thought about it and planned to find some time to take the time to go back to Hua's house and ask Uncle Hua about it, so that she could also prepare for the college entrance exams in peace. That's good. Which high school are your relatives planning to transfer you to? Secretary Yang couldn't sleep at this moment anyway. So he simply chatted with Suwon. Mainly because this child really makes people like her from the bottom of their hearts. Reed High School. Suwon replied crisply. Those who can get into Reed High School can all be top students in the midterm exams. So it seems that you should be doing well in your studies. Secretary Yang complimented in surprise. This school is known for its strict discipline and high quality of teaching. And every year I don't know how many students squeeze their heads to get in. And it's hard to get in through the back door. Suwon thought of the original body's single-digit grades and smiled shyly, revealing 4 teeth as white as fine snow, appearing to have red, moist and pink lips. I can see that Uncle Hua is really taking good care of her. And even with grades like the originals, he wants to send her to such a good high school. And he sincerely hopes that she'll study hard and get into college. It seems that Xiaohua's little aunt is the grade director of Reed High School. If you and Xiaohua become, her little aunt will definitely also take care of you more in terms of study. If you marry Xiaohua before the college entrance examination, the college entrance examination can also add points. It's just that
Hey! Secretary Yang sighed again, feeling that it's too bad that this marriage didn't work out. It may not matter to others, but for high school students, extra points for high school entrance exams is a good thing that you can't even ask for. Auntie, I didn't think of anything else. I just wanted to rely on my own efforts and get into college. Suwon still looked ignorant and naive. Then that day when you first saw Xiaohua come to the house, you pinched the fat meat into his bowl. What did you think at that time? Secretary Yang couldn't help but ask. If it hadn't happened, she wouldn't have been so desperate to set the two up. Suwon froze for a moment, a piece of surprise quickly flashing through her clear eyes. I didn't think that the events of that day would be seen by Secretary Yang. So it's no wonder that Secretary Yang would try so hard to set her up with Hua Linghan. Auntie, is that I grew up eating fat meat on the nausea and vomiting? And cannot be wasted. Hua Headman is good. See my difficulties. Only to help me. Really no other meaning. Did not expect to let the aunt you misunderstood. Suwon blinks her clear and transparent black eyes, looking very innocent. Is it really that simple? But now that both of them had clearly refused, she just couldn't pull the red thread even if she wanted to be the Moon Lady again. It would be hard to get Xiaohua to come to the Song family in the future. Then it seems that I am overthinking. I won't delay your study. Sleepy. Go to bed early. Secretary Yang got up and closed the door and walked out. The next day, Suwon woke up early to buy groceries as usual. And on her way back went to the newsstand to help Principal Song buy a copy of this morning's newspaper. Just as I walked to the newsstand, I heard someone looking at the newspaper and discussing. This female student named Suwon. Her test scores are in the single digits. And she even wants to transfer to Beiping to attend school. Which school will accept this? This is the capital city. Chapter 39, The Illegitimate Daughter of a Certain Big Shot. This looks like a back door. Another man with a chicken nest head said disdainfully. The family has a hard background. Where did a student from a small county get such a big backstage? The man next to him held his straw hat and fanned himself on the side. It couldn't be the illegitimate daughter of some big shot who had a baby with a village woman during his trip to the countryside. Could it? Suwon listened to the discussion of these people, a small county. A single-digit exam. And also the same name as her. And could not help but feel a little strange. So he walked up to see. I saw the newspaper column of the Lost and Found written in very small font. Park found in Nanling Province, Wei County sophomore Suwon students transfer materials. The following line is labeled in detail her test scores in various subjects. Suwon read it several times in a row before she dared to be sure that the Lost and Found information published in this newspaper was hers. Even if she had accidentally lost her transfer paperwork, it wouldn't have been enough to include her grades in every subject as well. This clear-eyed person could tell that someone was behind it, deliberately targeting her. And it was a bit of a handful against her. And seemed to hate her very much. Not only do they not want her to go to school in Peking, but they want her to die and become a street rat. Unable to stay in Peking, Suwon decides to go back to Hua's house tonight. She saw this newspaper and Hua's family must have seen it as well. It didn't matter to her what people said about her academic performance. She was confident that as long as she was allowed to enroll in school, she would be able to get a very good grade to block these opinions. But the main thing is that this Lost and Found on the Hua family also caused a bad influence. Especially Hua family with the current status. It is easy to be interested in people to use the subject to play. Bring some unnecessary rumors and trouble to the Hua family. That uncle just now suspected that she was Uncle Hua's illegitimate daughter. Suwon bought the two newspapers that Uncle Song usually reads, the PLA Daily and the Central Daily, and then headed in the direction of the family compound. Just into the family courtyard, standing under the shade of a tree with children chatting, a few faculty members' families. Eyes swished towards Suwon looked. Suwon had come to the Song family as a nanny for more than 2 weeks and had to go out every day to buy groceries.
especially when she followed Secretary Yang in and out to buy Wenbo's wedding supplies some time ago.
Almost everyone in the family home also recognized Suwon. For one thing, Suwon's cooking is good. And Secretary Yang is even more praised by everyone he meets. Secondly, Suwon's looks are inviting and her mouth is sweet. She smiles at everyone she meets. Even if you haven't seen Suwon, you will know that she is the summer nanny of Principal Song's family when you see Suwon's warm and beautiful face and her frugal dress in the countryside. Suwon ignored their skeptical, sizing up lines of sight as she walked straight back to the leader's family building with her basket of vegetables. After telling Principal Song about her return to the military compound in the evening, she would rush back to Song's house early the next morning to make breakfast. Principal Song, who was practicing his handwriting, lifted his head and didn't ask any more questions, guessing that it should be Suwon's sister who had something else to worry about. So he instructed, "Suwon, then you can just cook a few dishes for the evening. It's getting hotter and hotter. And there's not much of an appetite for it." Suwon was very thankful for Principal Song's understanding, but still said easily, "Uncle Song, it's okay. I'm just going back to get some books over." At 5 o'clock in the afternoon,
Hua Jiangwo in his military uniform had just walked into the living room to hand his military cap to Wu Ma. And before he had a chance to take a sip of water, old Madame Hua, who was sitting in a rattan chair, turned around and said in a nonchalant tone, "Do you know about this matter?" "Yes, Mom." Hua Jiangwo unbuttons a few buttons on his collar and sees that old Mrs. Hua's expression is very serious, so he walks up and asks. Then he glanced at Su Xiaowei, who was standing beside old Mrs. Hua. Su Xiaowei, on the other hand, pursed her lips and opened her mouth with great difficulty to call out, "Uncle Hua." Then she avoided Hua Jiangwo's line of sight and lowered her head as if she had done something wrong. But in truth, there was uncontrollable ecstasy inside. She had waited for several days, going around outside the family compound every morning, wanting to see when Fong Yu would make her move to avenge the recovery of Wan. Finally today at noon she saw this lost and found in the Beiping newspaper. And she immediately took it to Grandma Hua, pretending to ask with a worried and puzzled face if it was her sister's transfer certificate materials that were lost. When Grandma Hua saw this lost and found, her face instantly turned somber, covering her chest as she sat on the sofa and gasped. Sure enough, it's still Fong Yu that mother and daughter have the means to directly put Suwon's academic performance in the newspaper in the name of lost and found. This time Suwon can be said to be in disgrace. But anyone who has read this lost and found is sure to be impressed by Suwon, who took the exam in single digits. I can't stay in Beiping, let alone go to school. The Hua family probably hated to send Suwon back to her hometown right now to clear the air. Especially if the other people in the compound knew that Suwon was also once Big Brother Hua's blind date. It would definitely make the Hua family members in high positions lose face. It's also more likely to be the laughingstock of the compound. Grandma Hua has been strong and self-respecting all her life, and is the person who pays the most attention to the honor and decency of the Hua family. Is never going to allow that to happen. Mother and daughter Fong Yu poked the soft underbelly of Hua's family at once. Why hadn't she thought of that before? With one eye on getting Suwon to make a mistake in front of Hua's family, she was disgusted and thus driven back home. In reality, Suwon should be allowed to cause trouble and make a fool of herself outside, causing constant trouble for the Hua family so that the Hua family won't care about the sentiment. You'd better take a look for yourself. Grandma Hua used her chin to nod at the copy of the Beiping Morning Post sitting in front of her, her tone calm but with an extremely low aura around her. It was so oppressive and harsh that Su Xiaowei didn't dare to breathe. Hua picked up the newspaper on the table with some uncertainty and flipped through it, scanning it with a torchlight gaze, and soon saw the column of lost and found. Taking the paper closer again, his brow furrowed for a moment and he quickly reacted to what was going on.
It was only a few days ago that Hua Hong told him that the school side had agreed to let Su-won take the opening school mapping exam. There are over 300 high school students in the senior year. And if you make it into the top 200, you can attend your senior year at the school as a loner. As a result, I didn't expect that it was only after 2 days that Su-won's grades in various subjects were published in the newspaper in the form of lost and found items. Obviously, he wanted to put both the school and him under public pressure in such a way that Su-won would give up her enrollment. After all, with so many students trying to get into Reed High School every year, places are already tight. So why should a student from out of town in a rural area get recruited? The first thing that came to Hua's mind was that this must have attracted the eyes and jealousy of others. But because he was compliant with everything and the policy was to allow the school to accept students on loan from other places, no reason could be found to report him. It would have to be through this insidious way. Mom, I didn't use the power in my hands to use it for personal gain and ask the school principal to open this back door for me. As long as Su-won can get into the top 200 on the mapping exams before the start of the school year, she can be accepted to attend the school. Hua Jangwo sits down and calmly explains and affirms. If she fails the exam, I will arrange a job for her in Beiping. This is clearly a plot and scheme by some morally corrupt people. Jangwo, it's not a question of whether or not you can pass the test. Do you know how the people in the compound were talking behind their backs this afternoon when they saw this lost and found? Old Mrs. Hua looked solemn. Her cloudy eyes unusually sharp. They are all suspecting that a rural girl child who can come to the capital to go to school with such a score is not an illegitimate daughter who stayed in the countryside during the previous countryside visit. Simply nonsense. Hua's brows furrowed, bringing a hint of sulkiness with him. If this was his illegitimate daughter, how could he still let Lord Han match her? The reason why people are so skeptical is because at that time when the earliest batch of youth reclamation teams went to the mountains and countryside, it did happen that quite a number of male intellectuals married local rural girls, and later abandoned their wives and children in order to return to the city. If you don't want to be talked about like this, saying that you have an illegitimate daughter and have the principal open the back door, while no one in the compound knows about the relationship between the Hua family and Su-won, you should hurry up and send Su-won back to her hometown. Others suspected Su-won has a backstage. Background words. Hua old lady did not mention. After all, who did not take a back door? Line a convenient. More than letting everyone know about the Hua family's backdoor schooling for Su-won. Old Mrs. Hua was more concerned that the fact that Su-won and Hua Linghan had once been matched would be known by others. His grandson, who was such a standout and a first-class hero, hitched his wagon to a troubled student with single-digit test scores and a previous near-murderer. This is how big the impact on the Lord Cold are. But also more will become a big stain in the life of the Lord Cold. If you can't go back to your hometown, you can send them somewhere else. To school or to work. Whatever you want. But never stay in Beiping. If you're too embarrassed to talk to Su's family, then I'll be the one to talk about it. Don't forget. Langhan and Su-won had a blind date. Do you want Langhan to be laughed at in the unit? Seeing the reluctance on Hua Jangwo's face, Old Mrs. Hua's voice pitch steeply raised. The pressure extremely strong. Grandma. Uncle, I don't want to make things difficult for you. I mistakenly picked up the nitrite before. I've always felt guilty. Why don't you, Uncle, send me and my sister back home together? I'm really sorry. Su Shelby duly showed herself to be understanding and reasonable at this time, and once again sincerely apologized for her previous mistake. Uncle, my sister and I may not be too adapted to life in the city. It's better to let my sister and I go back to our hometown. You've helped us quite a bit over the years, Uncle Hua. Or else our Su family would have starved to death long ago during the drought years. And in turn, our Su family owes you a lot. Su Shelby used the retreat as a way to advance. When the time came, Suwon would definitely be the only one to be sent back to her hometown. Fan Yu mother and daughter, this trick is really too good. Simply spend some money in the newspaper published Suwon's academic performance,
so that she has no way to get a foothold in Beiping. It makes the entire Hua family feel like she's a bomb that could blow up at any moment. And staying in Beiping would only bring shame to the Hua family. As long as she's in Peking, she'll be remembered as the poor student who got a single-digit test in the newspaper. Whether it's school, a job, or finding a date, her back roads have been blocked to death. Poor grades are nothing. And there are many people who can't even read. But the problem is that it was published in the newspaper. And all of Beiping knows about it. Almost became a joke in all of Beiping. Who work units and find a date will find such a dishonorable person. This is not a disgrace to their own people? Not to mention the schools. Hua's brows were locked and his face was grave. And looking at how sincere Su Xiaohui was, he was even more intolerant. Mom, what does this have to do with a blind date with Lord Han? As long as Su Wan can get into the top 200, she'll be qualified to attend Reed High School. It's not just a sophomore year final exam score. Everyone has times when they play out of character. Hua Jiangwo sat down on the sofa and spoke sharply. Just based on a single academic transcript. You want me to back down? This is not my style. Hua Jiangwo. Tomorrow I'll have someone go to the newspaper to investigate. To see who let this lost and found be published. And engage in this kind of scheming. Hua Jiangwo. You have to make Su Wan and Hua Lingan's previous relationship known to everyone, affecting Lingan's promotion in the future before you're willing to give up. Right? Hua old lady just like has been moved to anger. Directly called Hua Jiangwo's full name, Su Wan began to come to school in Beiping is to run to climb the high branch of the object to come. And now the whole Beiping read this newspaper, people know Su Wan. She's already been wicked and unorthodox in the village. But in the future, whenever she causes the slightest trouble, it will cause an indelible negative impact on the Hua family. Mom, you're just too prejudiced against Su Wan. Su Wan has been here for almost half a month. When has she ever caused trouble for us? Hua Jiangwo has already contacted his old subordinates in Nanling province to investigate. And I believe there will be results soon. Can you guarantee that she'll stay quiet and not cause trouble? That she won't use the Hua family's connections to hook up and pick a date at school or work? And that she won't publicize the fact that she and Hua Linghan once had a blind date? Mrs. Hua questioned with a loud voice. Su Wan stood outside the door listening to the quarrels inside and hesitated to go in. It has to be said that the person behind the ghost has extremely sinister intentions. Coupled with the original body's previous black material. Grandma Hua regarded her as a flood beast. And now she is a 10,000 people dislike. Originally she wanted to come back and tell Uncle Hua that she could not go to school, but wanted to be allowed to stay in Beiping and wait until May when the school organizes the pretest. Then she will return home to take the college entrance exam. But now she's changed her mind. So she puffed out her chest and straightened her back, straight as a bush of curling jade hairpins, and knocked on the door of the room. Wu Ma, who had been staying in the kitchen and didn't dare to go out, opened the door to her room. And when she saw it was Su Wan, her face was first startled. And then a flash of worry crossed her eyes. And then she turned to old Mrs. Hua and Hua Jiangwo and said, Old Mrs. Hua, head of the department, Su Wan is here. Let Su Wan come in. Hua Jiangwo said after a moment of silence. Old Mrs. Hua, on the other hand, sat back down on the rattan chair again and looked to the side with her face averted. The atmosphere in the living room was very dull and depressing. Sister, you're here? Su Xiaohui pretended to run forward, the swelling on her face still not completely gone. You also saw the lost and found in the newspaper, didn't you? It looked like a face of concern and sorrow, but there was gloating written in the bottom of his eyes.
Suwon glanced at Su Xiaowei. Her intuition told her that although this matter was not her doing, it definitely had something to do with her. Grandma Hua. Uncle Hua. I saw the lost and found item this morning. Please don't worry. No one knows that I'm boarding at Hua's house yet. Not even Principal Song and the others. Chapter 40, Reprisals. Old Mrs. Hua turns her head slightly when she hears this, rolling her eyelids and coldly sweeping a glance at Suwon, clearly not believing what she says. At this point, both Head Hua and Xiaowei can testify for me. Suwon spoke calmly and subduedly. Hua Jiangwo's majestic sight looked toward Su Xiaowei. Although Su Xiaowei was reluctant but could only come forward to testify for Suwon. Yes. Grandma Hua. Uncle Hua. When I went to Principal Song's house to look for my sister that day, Principal Song didn't know that we were boarding at Uncle Hua's house. Old Madam. Head Hua. It's true. At that time I wanted to talk to Auntie Wang, but Miss Wan still wouldn't allow it, saying that if others knew about her relationship with the Hua family but still let her out to work as a nanny, it would attract some bad words, and that she didn't want to cause others to misunderstand you guys and cause trouble for you. Wuma also steps forward to testify for Suwon. Hearing this, old Mrs. Hua then looked at Suwon with square eyes, her face looking a little surprised. Hua Jiangwo also did not expect Suwon to be so meticulous and thoughtful. At that time he agreed to Suwon to be a nanny, also because he thought it would be good for her to go out and exercise. It didn't even occur to me that this would be wrong. And while he had always thought that the reason Principal Song's family had left Suwon behind might have been because of Hua Linghan, he hadn't thought that it was entirely Suwon who had fought for it on her own. Grandma Hua. Uncle Hua. The other party released my grades to the public in such a way that they don't want me to enter Reed High School to attend school through the back door by relying on connections. But Uncle Hua should have questioned quite a number of people over these times for me to transfer to a different school, as well as Auntie Hong as well. And these people should have guessed about my relationship with Uncle Hua if they saw the newspaper. Suwon pursed her somewhat dry lips and spoke her thoughts out. Originally, the school was looking at my touchdown scores to decide whether or not to admit me. So if I don't go to the exam because of this lost and found, it will in turn fall on deaf ears and make people think that Uncle Hua himself is trying to use his connections to help me go to school through the back door. This has an impact on Uncle Hua's strict and selfless image, and will even be spread by people with ulterior motives who make up other rumors in the future. Old Mrs. Hua and Hua Jiangwo listened and felt that such an analysis made perfect sense. Hua was at ease with his old comrades' children as well as his old subordinates. And now the problem should be with Hua Hong. He gave the transfer information to Hua Hong, who took them to the principal. And who could guarantee that in the meantime, they hadn't been seen by the other teachers who had come to the principal, or the people around them, or even overheard their conversations. Suwon, you and I think alike. The more the enemy tries to dismantle us from within, we must rise to the occasion. Hua pulls back his lips and reveals an appreciative smile. Once we let the enemy get a taste of it, where there's one, there's two. We mustn't let the enemy's treacherous schemes succeed. So Suwon, just study hard and prepare for the touch test before school starts. Whether you do well or poorly, as long as you do your best. Yes. Uncle Hua. I will work hard to get into the top 200 and prove with my strength that my grades are good enough to go to Reed High School, so that the enemy's machinations will not be defeated. In case I don't get accepted into Reed High School, I'll go back to my hometown in Nanling Province, proving even more that Uncle Hua's uprightness and integrity didn't give me a backdoor entrance. With Hua's encouragement and support, Suwon slightly curved her lips, speaking firmly in a soft tone, her black and translucent watery eyes full of tenacity. Old Mrs. Hua didn't object when she saw this. Since no one knows about Suwon's relationship with the Hua family now, Let her take the test. And if she passes it, she'll pay for it. And if she doesn't, she'll go back to her hometown. Sharp temperatureless eyes swept over Soo-won's body. Coldly, just don't involve Lord Han. It seemed to be a warning. Then he turned to Woo-ma and said, let's start dinner when it's ready. Su Xiaowei listens with some regret. Had she known to tell Grandma Hua about the fact that Big Brother Hua was there that day? And that Principal Song and Secretary Yang were going to set the two of them up together? It would have been better. Good. Wu-ma answered, relieved to see the matter resolved. Su-won, why don't you stay and eat before going back? And don't put much pressure on yourself. Hua guesses that Su-won should have heard something outside the door, but is appreciative of her character of not panicking and being resilient when things go wrong. No need. Uncle Hua, I made dinner early for Principal Song and Secretary Yang. I came over after eating. Su-won also didn't expect things to go so smoothly. She may have to accept some strange questioning looks during this part of the school year. But as soon as the touchdown results come out, those bad rumors will be crushed to pieces. She just couldn't figure out who could be behind this. They hate her so much that they spend 1 to 2 months' salary of an ordinary person to make her famous and infamous in Beiping. But I have to say this move, it does rival the current Netstorm. After that she was about to greet and leave. Hua Hong stepped on her plastic sandals and breezed right in with her bag of papers. He picked up a cup of warm water that had just been poured in front of Hua Jiangwo. And gulp 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 and drank it clean. Then he tossed the bag of papers in his hand to Hua Jiangwo. Big brother. Su-won's schooling is out of the question. Hua Hong felt the atmosphere of the living room as soon as she entered the house. Plus Su-won was also there. Which means that everyone knows about this matter. The newspaper just came out this morning. And the school urgently notified a meeting in the afternoon. And now all the teachers in Reed High School know about Su-won transferring to our school. And considering the impact of this matter on Reed High School, the principal has decided not to let Su-won take the senior year mapping exam at the beginning of the school year. Hua's stern brows, which had just smoothed and relaxed, knit up again as his body sat up straight. Su-won also froze, not expecting this matter to fester so badly. Old Mrs. Hua raised her hand to hold up her old-fashioned glasses. Her face gloomy. It seems that this matter has become a big deal. Xiao Hong. Isn't this all a normal procedure according to the school's rules and policies? As long as the touch test Su-won scored in the top 200. Hua Jiangwo had not finished his words when he was interrupted by Hua Hong. It's according to the school regulations, yes. But Su-won's transfer procedures have always been handled by me. And I'm the senior year director. Even if Su-won made it into the top 200, the grades are really what she really tested for. But anyone who has seen Su-won's single-digit report card will think that I leaked the test questions or answers ahead of time. Hua Hong took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat on his forehead. And said with a serious look, obviously this matter has been nailed down without any room for maneuver. Now this matter is very important to the Education Bureau. The school, in order to avoid suspicion, not to affect and destroy the reputation of the school, can only refuse to accept Su-won enrollment. Neither Hua Jiangwo nor Su-won had thought of this just now. With this preconceived impression point of view, the better Su-won did in the exam, the more it proves that Su-won has a strong background. There is a grade director to help play favorites. And the key schools follow in collusion. Instead, the worse Su-won did in her exams and wasn't accepted into the school to prove the Hua family's innocence. Aunt Red is really sorry for getting you involved. Su-won hung her head and said with some self-reproach. She did not realize that she just wanted to come to Beiping to go to high school. But getting into college was harder than the Tang monk's experience of going through the 981 difficulties. Hua Hong has always been upright and strict in the school's popularity. And his eyes can't tolerate sand. Her co-worker leaders know how she is and it doesn't bother her. This has nothing to do with you. And your Uncle Hua and I never intended to give you a back door. That person who published the lost and found item didn't know for what purpose. Hua Hong glances at Su Wan, feeling very strange. Just letting Su Wan transfer to Reed High School through the normal procedure. It's not like bailing Su Wan out of a prestigious university. It doesn't even touch to hurt anyone's cake or interests. Even if you are jealous, you don't have to be so corrupt as to spend dozens of dollars to be in the newspaper. Hua Jiangwo opened the file bag to see Su Wan's transfer certificate materials lying nicely inside the brown paper bag. It was clear enough that the person behind the trouble was trying to destroy Su Wan in such a way that she had no way to stay in Beiping. Being able to come up with the idea of publishing Su Wan's single-digit grades in the newspaper in the form of a lost and found item, thus attracting the attention of the public. Such a person should not be an ordinary person. Xiao Hong. Do you know who all the people who have read Su Wan's transfer information are? Hua asked in a deep voice. That is all that can be done at this time. Hua Hong thought for a moment. I handed this information directly to the principal's office. And it's been sitting in the principal's office for the past 2 days as well. So I really don't know who has actually seen it. Seems like that would be the only way to start the investigation from the newspaper side. Su Wan. Just go back and review your homework as usual. Although you can't go to Reed High School, there are other schools. As long as you are able to pass the school's tests normally, you will be able to go to school as a borrower. Put your mind at ease. And don't think nonsense either. Hua pondered for a while and said to Su Wan in a certain and calm tone. Uncle Hua. Then will other schools also not accept my sister because of this incident? Su Shelwei looks like she's worried about Su Wan. But in reality, she's afraid that there will be other schools that will accept her. If there was, she could also find out which school it was in advance and then find a chance to tell Fong Yu. Let Su Wan completely no school. Can only go back home to marry the old bachelor? A lifetime of being trampled under her feet. The country attaches great importance to education now. As long as Su Wan can pass the school's test, the school has no reason to refuse. Hua Jiangwo narrowed his eyes slightly. A flash of refined light erupting from the bottom of his eyes. Previously, Su Wan's transcript alone. It is true that the vast majority of schools will not accept it. But since Su Wan is confident that she can pass the school's quiz test, this matter will not have too much of an impact on Su Wan. Of course, the prerequisite is that Su Wan must be able to pass the school's quiz exam. Thank you, Uncle Hua. I won't let you down. Su Wan slightly clenched her fist. Since Uncle Hua trusted her so much and wasn't worried about being dragged down by her, she would work hard on her exams and make sure to get a good grade. Now this predicament is one she can only break with excellent grades. Su Wan left. Hua Hong also sat on the table to follow a piece of dinner. Today when I came back also ran into the head of the Li section. She knew about this, but also to help come up with ideas. But also intends to let the small Fong teacher to Su Wan tutoring homework it. Think Su Wan young. And look so beautiful. If you can't go to school to get married early to have a child, it's really too bad. There's still such a thing? Hua picked up his chopsticks a little surprised. When Su Shelwei, who was helping old Mrs. Su to serve the soup, heard this, she couldn't help but raise her eyes to look at it. And the corner of her mouth hooked up with a cold smile. This lost and found was posted by Fong Yu's mother and daughter. So how could they genuinely help Su Wan with her homework? I'm afraid there are other purposes. Isn't that so? The first time we invited people over for dinner we poisoned them. And the next day we turned down a blind date. And not only did they not mind, but they were also so sincere in wanting to help Su Wan. I don't know how Lord Han can't see people. Hua Hong said with a bit of a headache. But of course she also knew that the other party might indeed be more fond of Hua Linghan. So she wanted to fight a bit more. That little Fong teacher I also understand. Very loving to the children. Every year will give mountain children donate things. Gentle and quiet. know the book, but also in the Reader's Digest published a few articles. I do not know what in the end Lord Han is picking. Hua Hong turns her head to look at old Mrs. Hua again. Mom, what do you think of Teacher Xiaofang? Old Mrs. Hua expressionlessly took a sip of soup. Not having any particular impression of Teacher Xiaofang, but thinking that mom of hers is quite shrewd and doesn't seem like a good person. As long as Lord Han is willing, I have no problem with it. Now that Su Wan has had another incident like this, Lord Han's personal issues must be implemented and resolved as soon as possible, and can't be delayed any longer. Old Mrs. Hua can't drink anymore even after a few mouthfuls of soup. She is very worried about Huo Lingan's marriage. She is afraid that it will be ruined by Su Wan. After glancing at the well-behaved Su Xiaowei on the side, she found a reason to sidetrack her, and then snorted coldly. I think that Su Wan might have hooked up with someone she shouldn't have on Principal Song's side, and suffered retaliation from someone else. Big brother. I also feel that Su Wan must have offended someone. Otherwise, who would screw her over like this? Making it clear that they don't want her to stay in Beiping. Maybe this incident is a warning. Hua Hong thought seriously for a while. Her thoughts were the same as old Mrs. Hua. And for the sake of being safe, she continued. What's Su Wan's situation on Principal Song's side? None of us are clear. I think big brother, you'd better find someone to ask around first. It's not too late to contact the school after this matter has passed. Hua Jiangwo put his chopsticks down again. Indeed, feeling that this matter is just too strange, but still said in a deep voice, Mom, you don't need to worry about this matter of Xiao Hong. I'll take care of it. Hua Hong reverts back to the topic just now. Since Mom doesn't have an opinion, then I'll find a time to go to Section Chief Li's house, so that Lord Han and Teacher Xiaofang can get in touch with each other again alone? After all, time was tight that day, and neither Ling Han nor Teacher Xiaofang spoke more than a few words. I guess that temperament of Lord Han won't be willing to go, knowing his son as his father. Hua felt that there was little hope. Then surely we can't tell Lord Han directly. Find some reason to trick him over? Hua Hong sideways eyes at Hua Jiangwo. The implication was that Hua should think of something. Hua Jiangwo at home is Huo Lingan's father. In the military region, that is Huo Lingan's leader. Hua Linghan may not listen to Hua Jiangwo's words, but the words of the head of the Hua will be absolutely unconditional obedience. Chapter 41, Muddying the Waters. Hua tapped the desktop. There was one thing he had never said. The shrapnel remaining in Lord Han's body needs to be surgically removed as soon as possible, and sick leave has already been granted. Originally, he was going to talk to the old lady when he came back today, but it turned out that Su Wan's side had another incident like this. Since Hua Hong offers to let the two of them, Lord Han and Teacher Xiaofang, meet again, he'll let the two of them get in touch again before Huo Lord Han's surgery. It just so happens that soon to be the Tanabata organization intends to single or divorce leading cadres for each unit to form a cotillion fellowship. When the time comes, let Lord Han and Mr. Xiaofang participate. On Su Wan's side, he also asked someone to inquire about the specifics to see if he had really offended someone. When Su Wan returned to the Song family, the sky had just darkened. On the way, she ran into several older sisters and aunts who had shopped for groceries in pairs before and had asked her for cooking lessons. Seeing her first, she awkwardly squeezed out a smile and greeted her briefly before pulling the child away. Su Wan suddenly realized in a flash that the Song family might have been implicated by her as well. After all, in the eyes of the people in the family home, she was just a nanny from the countryside, with no power and no influence. And with grades like that, she even managed to transfer to the capital to go to school. It would surely be assumed that it was because Principal Song and Secretary Yang had made connections. So he accelerated his pace up the stairs and knocked on Song's door. Secretary Yang opened the door and saw that it was Suwon, who was a bit surprised and inquired with concern. "Didn't you say you'd be back early tomorrow morning? Or is there something you didn't take?" Suwon had thought that Secretary Yang would ask her about the report card in the newspaper. But she didn't expect the attitude to be the same as usual and didn't mention anything. It was as if he didn't know about it yet. But the whole family home knew about it. So how could Secretary Yang not know about it? "Auntie, I forgot that the book was brought to me a long time ago. So I came back." Suwon made an excuse. "Okay. In the kitchen there is a melon given by my unit colleague. Left a piece for you. Quickly go and eat it," Secretary Yang said in a warm voice. "Just ready to leave." And then stopped. His eyes kindly and concernedly looked at Suwon. "If there is anything, just tell us. Those people in the family home are also not clear about your situation. Your uncle and I trust you very much." "Thank you, Auntie." A warm current surged within Suwon, and the tip of her nose was slightly sour. Because of the original body's black material from the time she came to Peking, she was prepared that she would be disliked and not accepted. Standing outside the Hua family's door listening to Uncle Hua and Grandma was conversation, she didn't feel an ounce of sadness. But now hearing that Secretary Yang unconditionally trusts himself, cares about himself, and stands firmly on his side, his heart is still touched. No one would target a stranger for no reason. The only one who had a problem with her and had the ability to do so was Fong Yu's mother and daughter. It was assumed that Aunt Red had handed in the transfer certificate documents for her 2 days ago and they knew about it. To get back at her. And even more so, she was worried that she would publicize what had happened at the mall at school, and thus be ridiculed and pointed out and talked about by the entire school, destroying the gentle and quiet lady image that Fong Yu wanted to create. So that's why this is such a devious idea. Not only can she not offend the Hua family, but she can also make her a target. So that even if the Hua family has the intention to help, they will be dragged into the fishy air. But she didn't have any proof. It was all her speculation. And they wouldn't be stupid enough to leave any information over at the newspaper. Thinking of this, Suwon's eyes moved slightly. Then she would simply stir up this pool of water. The next day she said hello to Principal Song after making breakfast. And after purposely putting on her raggiest and shabbiest clothes, she caught an articulated bus to the newspaper building. It's work time. And a number of newspaper staffers in crisp white shirts, glasses and pens pinned to their chests are moving in and out of the newspaper building, which has a modern architectural style. She walked into the first floor, found a staff member, took the letter of introduction in her hand, and greatly indicated her identity, with a timid look on her face. "Hello. I'm Suwon. And I'm here to get my lost transfer certificate materials as well as the $30 that were placed in the materials." The staff member sitting in front of the desk, who was slowly drinking tea, heard this, raised his head and looked Suwon up and down, his face full of astonishment and doubt. "What $30? It's just one of your transfer certificate documents. And it has just been taken away by a person." "No. I won't. I put together the supporting materials and the tuition fees that my parents sold grain for." Suwon was adamant that it was the $30 that was there. Her watery eyes reddened with anxiety. Soft and tender voice with a sobbing tone, detailing how she had accidentally lost her transfer materials, and that the $30 were filled with crumpled up gross bills tied with a monkey band and placed inside a file bag. The other editors and recorders in the office who were ambling around were all looking towards Suwon. "So can you tell me who the person is who picked up my transfer materials? Where does he live? Half of that $30 was sold for food, and more than $10 was borrowed from relatives. That's my high school tuition for a year. If I lose it, I won't be able to go to school. I beg you." Suwon's face was red. Her eyes were tearful, and she pleaded helplessly and pitifully. The people in the office looked at Soo-won wearing a patched, whitewashed old-fashioned shirt that looked like it was worn by her mother's generation. And the collar of the shirt was worn out. The work blue pants he wore likewise seemed to have been worn for several years, with a black patch on each knee. And the legs of the pants were a little short and pieced together with gray cloth, which barely reached his ankles. The black cloth shoes on his feet were even directly topped with a hole, and his thumbs were exposed. At first glance, it's from a poor family in the countryside. This is nothing like the background and backstory I imagined when I saw that Lost and Found yesterday. It was extraordinarily pitiful to watch the little girl panic and be helpless because she had lost her tuition. But this Lost and Found information was published by their editor-in-chief, Lee, and they are not sure of the specific information. A few female editors came over to calm Soo-won down, explaining the situation to her. Editor-in-chief Lee? Same last name as Lee Some-ae. Soo-won captured this important information. And soon Lee I-ching, who was in the small office, got the news and rushed over, staring at Soo-won with mean and gloomy eyes. This comrade, the person who came to register the newspaper the day before yesterday, only picked up a piece of your transfer certificate material. Not much money. After paying the fee, he left. People spend money at their own expense to do a good deed. You even want to blackmail people's money. This little comrade thinking style is really problematic. What exactly is the situation? Lee I-ching knows best. This information was explained by her sister, Lee Sooping, on the phone, with no transfer material and even less money. Yesterday, once the newspaper went on sale. Because of this Lost and Found sales directly more than usual, the streets and alleys everywhere are denouncing the relationship with the backstage students. All sorts of speculations about the identity of the student who took the single-digit exams. What with the illegitimate daughter and the rural girl climbing up the ladder? By all rights, this should be the time to hide at home and not dare to go out. Not even dare to see people. But he didn't expect that this Soo-won would dare to come to his door to claim it. And even gave him an extra $30 for no reason. No wonder her sister and niece hated this Soo-won with a passion, grinding their teeth at the mention of the name. There really is. I put it all in a file bag just to facilitate the payment of school fees. Soo-won was accused by Lee I-ching of this. Her fresh red lips couldn't stop trembling, and tears came out like a flood that broke the dike. And yet, he forced himself to hold back from crying out, his delicate body jerking pitifully. Then can I also put up a finding notice? Soo-won choked. The tip of her pretty nose also red from crying. The whole thing was like a rain-soaked, homeless kitten. And it was very unforgiving. A kind female editor reminded Soo-won students, Lost and Found belongs to our newspaper public welfare to do good deeds. We'll only charge a small symbolic fee, but the search for the message is charged by the word. The larger the page charges, more expensive. To spend a lot of money. Turns out the Lost and Found posted yesterday didn't cost much at all. What a way to ruin her biggest reputation for the smallest price. I am now working as a nanny in someone else's house. I haven't been paid yet. I only have this much on me. Is it enough? Soo-won wiped her tears with her hands, eagerly rummaged through her pockets for 30 cents and 10 cents. Carefully holding the coins in front of the female editor who had just spoken, the $30 is really the tuition fee that my family has put together to come out of the East. If I can't find it, I really don't know what I'm going to do. A few editors looked really very heartbroken and sympathetic. And this amount of money altogether is not enough to cover the cost of a single word. There are those who want to donate money out of pocket on the spot. Although they also didn't want to believe that someone would be heartless enough to hack Soo-won's classmates' money. Soo-won's poor, painful, and helpless appearance forced them to believe it. The people who handled this matter were all editors-in-chiefly. And they didn't even know whether the person who came to publish the newspaper was a man or a woman. So they all turned their attention to Li Aiqing. Editor-in-Chief Li. Just tell this Suwon student who that newspaper publisher is. Maybe there is some misunderstanding. Yes. This $30 is Suwon's senior year's tuition. Who else would not be anxious? Li Aiqing's face darkened into the bottom of a casserole dish as he listened. Unsightly. Suwon's dad had saved the head of the military district. How could Chief Hua treat her poorly and not give her tuition? This Suwon was clearly here on purpose. As a way to get her to give out the address of the person who had published the newspaper's information. However, Li Aiqing could not show that she was informed. She was also afraid that she would really go to other newspapers to publish a missing property notice, saying that she had lost her tuition fees. And once she made a big deal out of it, it wouldn't end well. So convergence of anger mean eyes. Tone comforting and calm, Suwon students. Your mood I fully understand. But the day before yesterday's registrant did only bring a transfer certificate material to me. Is a male comrade. Came in a hurry and did not leave his name and unit address. If he had picked up your money he would have sent it along. Maybe it was picked up before that? Suwon looked at Li Aiqing's face profile that was similar to Li Sumei's, and saw that she had always refused to disclose half of the information about the person who published the newspaper. It was basically confirmed that it was Fong Yu's mother and daughter and this editor-in-chief Li who were directing their own show. I know. After Suwon got the answer she wanted, she knew that she wouldn't be able to achieve anything if she continued to make a scene. So with a deliberate show of resignation, he walked out of the newspaper office. Li Aiqing followed out uneasily. But seeing that the direction Suwon left wasn't to another newspaper office, she didn't follow either. I thought to myself, what's the use of making such a scene when you're still a yellow girl? But when the evening off, Li Aiqing rode his bicycle out of the newspaper building a few dozen meters. Directly dumbfounded. Just look at the bulletin boards at the bus stops along the street. Plastered with large handwritten posters. It is also posted on bulletin boards in front of several nearby establishments and factories. It's rush hour. And every bulletin board is surrounded by people 3 times left and 3 times right in front of the large print. Written in large print with black brush strokes. It reads in detail, Shi Suwon is a sophomore in Wei County, Nanling Province, and came to Peking to go to school with the $30 in tuition that her family had scraped together and sold grain for. And as a result, the bag of paperwork containing the tuition and the transfer materials was lost. A look at this Suwon is yesterday in the newspaper lost and found on the Suwon are starting to talk. I thought this girl child from the countryside had a big background. But it turns out that the tuition fees are all borrowed from her family. And she herself is still working as a nanny for someone. That means the one who did a good deed yesterday only took the transfer certificate to the newspaper, but hacked the tuition of the needy students. I just came from the intersection in front of me. Human students holding a sign just standing at the intersection. Crying eyes are swollen. Clothes and shoes on the body are all patches. Broken. The human student said that she looked for the editor-in-chief of the newspaper to ask who the person who picked up her transfer certificate was. But the editor-in-chief of the newspaper didn't know anything other than that it was a man. And that the person who put the sign in the paper was the only person the editor-in-chief of the newspaper had ever seen. So you'd say that's odd, wouldn't you? And just ahead at the intersection of the crossroads, Suwon stood on the stone steps with a large character poster held high. In itself, her looks were inviting. And now that she was holding up large print, her tearful appearance became even more appealing. And a lot of people gathered around her. Among them was another who asked questions while taking quick notes with a pen. Suwon made her family situation sound as heartbreaking and pitiful as possible. As for why she can still go to school in the capital when her grades are as bad as they are, she also truthfully explained that because she was taking the test with an illness, no school had accepted her yet and that she needed to pass the school's quiz test before she could enroll. Li Aiqing saw these whole face green into a toad. riding a bicycle, and went straight to the Fong family. By the next day, unsurprisingly, Su Wan's story was published in a tabloid. Not only had Su Wan's reputation undergone a major reversal, even Reed High School, which had refused Su Wan's enrollment, had promised to arrange for Su Wan's enrollment as long as she could pass the mapping test before the start of the school year, and would also reduce or waive some of the tuition fees. Learning this news, Fanyu was so angry that she threw all the books on the desk on the floor, and also took out the tender yellow dress in the closet and cut it into pieces of rags with scissors. "Mom, if Su Wan is in the same school as me, she'll definitely make a big deal out of the fact that I snatched Chief was teacher's mother's dress at the mall, causing my blind date to go yellow. So how am I going to hold my head up in front of the students at that time?" Chapter 42, Replacement. Fanyu thought of how she would be talked about and ridiculed by the entire school of over 900 teachers and students after school started, and become an after-tea joke among the teachers of all subjects. She then slammed her pillow straight up in annoyance, treating the bamboo-woven cooler as Su Wan's face with her fingernails. She scratched on it fiercely. Then she also has to pass the mock exams before the start of the school year in order to enroll in school. I purposely contacted Wei County's Education Bureau to have someone help me inquire. Su Wan is a problem student. The exams have always been copied from other people, and she's been caught several times, and her real level is in the single digits. Li Su Mei went to pull Fanyu, afraid of hurting her hand to play the piano. Now that this matter has become so big, the Hua family can't open the back door for Su Wan even if they want to. At first, she was afraid that Hua Hong would use the identity of the grade director to give Su Wan the answers to the mapping exam. But she couldn't be found out by the Hua family. That's why she let her own sister publish Su Wan's academic performance by virtue of her position. The second main point was that she couldn't let this little hook up with the son-in-law she had her eye on. As a mature woman, she knew exactly what kind of women men liked. That little face and body really grows on a man. The face is soft and pure, like a pear flower in the first rain. Body exquisite, floating, convex. Waist as tender as willow. The place where the warped. The place where the straight up. Just like the summer branch, ripe peach-like. Very attractive. Don't look at Huo Liaohan as cold, hard and upright, and disdainful of women. But maybe he'll eat a set. And the Hua family 3 generations from the military. Decent and low profile. Huo Linghan and young talent. Has made a lot of war achievements. Neither the Hua family nor the organization could possibly allow Huo Linghan to marry a woman that everyone knows has a stain on her. Who would have thought that this Su Wan is also really capable of folding? Not only making the public sympathize with her, but also dragging her sister into being investigated and criticized. It wasn't until an imposter was found to pose as a newspaper publisher that the story was put to rest. "Mom, I can't swallow this." Fanyu gritted her teeth and threw the pillow on the bed to the ground. If it wasn't for her, would I have to suffer this? It was not easy for me to fall in love with someone, but she spoiled it all. Fanyu, the fact that the rest of the Hua family doesn't know about this yet, and specifically asked you to go to the cotillion sorority the day after tomorrow, shows that they also think highly of you. In these few days, you'll practice this piano piece well, and when the time comes to express yourself more at the sorority, you'll definitely be able to attract Head Hua's attention. Li Sumei immediately got together after she tried to find out that the Hua family didn't know about this yet. She has only one precious daughter. She must be hoping that she can marry a good family with power and influence. Especially Chief Hua Shi and her daughter valued. Head Hua is cold and hard-natured and doesn't like to talk. So take the initiative. Put away your missy temper and take the initiative to admit your mistakes, so that he knows you're a sensible, gentle and virtuous person. Fanyu frowned with obvious reluctance. She never thought that she had done anything wrong. It was clearly the girls themselves who hadn't brought enough money. But there was no other way. Who made her like Captain Hua? And so good and shiny. Except for the older generation. How many of them live to get first-class honors? Then I have to dress up properly. I also don't know what that little one said about me in front of Manhwa. Fanyu looked like she thought of something when that little mock exam comes around. I'll go proctor the exam. If I find her cheating and plagiarizing. Speaking of which, she coldly curled her sinister lips. She would never let her get away with this. Of course, Lee Soo-mei would not let Soo-won off so easily. Only that the most important thing right now was the blind date between Fanyu and Manhwa. After bending down and picking up the pillow on the floor, he turned on the semiconductor recorder and accompanied Fanyu to practice the steps of the ballroom dance. Then practiced the piano, playing the same piece over and over again until I couldn't make any mistakes. Song Dynasty, 960-1279. Soo-won. This is the peach picked yesterday from my mother's house in the countryside. Take it and eat it. Soo-won. Ah. These two dresses are both worn by my married daughter. They are still new and haven't been worn a few times. Take them and wear them. And these shoes? Size 37. Should be just right for you. After the people in the family home learned about Soo-won's poor family history from the people's tabloids, they were more enthusiastic about Soo-won than ever before. They have run to the Song family to give Soo-won food and drink. And also brought old clothes and shoes from home to give Soo-won. Also very concerned about the whereabouts of her tuition fees. Some of them even took out some woolen bills to buy her study stationery. Soo-won excused herself one by one and also explained that her tuition fee had already been found. But she still couldn't resist everyone's enthusiasm and kindness. So she had to accept some old clothes and shoes. In these days of scarcity, old clothes given by others were the equivalent of new clothes. And the people who live in the family home, the family conditions are not bad. The clothes, except for the color, is no longer bright. The clothes are in good condition. There is no patch on it. And the style and pattern are better than her own clothes. Clothes and shoes were sent for summer wear as well as fall and winter wear. Now she wouldn't have to worry about not having clothes to wear when she got to school. This child of yours? You hold everything in your heart and don't tell us. I don't know how you were so bold. Secretary Yang helped Soo-won to fold the old clothes of autumn and winter. His face was full of heartache, but at the same time more appreciation for Soo-won's indomitable spirit. Auntie, don't you see that everyone has changed their opinion of me now? It doesn't matter if I'm actually misunderstood. I'm clean. The main thing is that I'm afraid of dragging you and uncle into it. Especially since brother Wenbo is getting married again soon. I don't want to cause trouble for you guys. Soo-won mischievously poked her tongue out at Secretary Yang and said daintily, "It's also because I'm afraid that you guys don't want me to do it here." You child. What nonsense are you saying? Secretary Yang snapped, nudging the dimples on Soo-won's cheeks with his hand. I can't wait for you not to leave. Your uncle and I are doing the right thing. We won't pay any attention to this nonsensical matter. But who the hell is this who posted your grades? Just so you can't be seen to be good? Secretary Yang asked, the doubt in his heart. I don't know. Although Soo-won already had an answer in her heart. There was always no substantial evidence. Fanyu's mother and daughter found a random person to pretend to be the person who published the newspaper. And that was the end of the matter. The people who can know about your academic performance may be the people around you. It's better for you to keep an extra eye out. Secretary Yang couldn't help but remind. Soo-won's relatives definitely wouldn't do such a thing. So all she could think of was her sister. That day when her sister ran to their house with a swollen face to look for Soo-won, she felt strange. Thinks her sister isn't as well behaved and simple as she seems. Jingling. The ear-piercing phone ringing. Secretary Yan walked to the living room to answer. Hey. Wenbo, what's up? Secretary Yang heard Wenbo's voice on the phone and wondered if Wenbo had left something at home and forgotten to take it. Mom. Is Soo-won at home now? Today our hospital nurses too in the military district to engage in a cotillion fellowship. The result of a pediatrics guard suddenly appendicitis attack to emergency surgery cannot go. The hospital also has no other suitable person. Now less a person. You see cannot let Soo-won over. Song Wen by telephone side is very anxious. Then the phone came the military hospital Jung secretary's voice, Secretary Yang Ah. That nanny of your family Soo-won students. I also saw in the newspaper. Will soon be in the senior high school. Is also considered to be cultured. This fellowship are military region leading cadres. I really cannot find a suitable person. I want to let Soo-won students replace the pediatrics of Wantington go to participate in the. Do you think it is okay? Secretary Jiang is no way out. The list has long been reported. Can go to participate in this sorority dance sorority are carefully selected a group? The minimum education is high school. After all, these leading cadres either have outstanding abilities or are graduates of military academies. And if their cultural level is too poor and they are caught on the spot, how ugly it would be. Will this work? Secretary Young said with some concern. It will work. Considering that lesbians will be constrained when they arrive at the scene. So they will all wear masks. And only take them off when it's almost over. When Soo-won's classmates get there, I will keep an eye on them. And she'll just take a look and eat some small snacks. Secretary Jung's voice was loud and steady coming from the earpiece. Okay. Then I'll let Soo-won pack up now and take the bus to rush over. Secretary Yang put down the phone and started to pick clothes for Soo-won in that pile of old clothes. Picking an 80% new blue and white braggy and then hurriedly let Soo-won change into it. Soo-won, you quickly change into this skirt and put on these little white shoes. Secretary Yang briefly told Soo-won about the matter and pushed her to the bathroom to wash her face. Someone will show you how to do it when you get there. And there's so much cookie food at the sorority that isn't normally sold in the stores. So think of it as going to have a good time and seeing the world. Secretary Young barked through the bathroom door. In her previous life, Soo-won was annoyed with blind dates. But when she heard that there was good food, her eyes lit up at once. It wasn't that she had a craving, but there really weren't any nibbles and snacks in this day and age. Plus she'd probably have to live with this misery of no money for at least another year. Why wouldn't she go when she could have a place to rub her nose in the food? So after changing into brags and little white shoes I took the bus to the Soldiers Club. Secretary Jung, who was waiting at the entrance of the Soldiers Club, saw Soo-won, who came down from the bus. And his eyes lit up. Even though the clothes looked a little old. But that gentle, delicate face is really inviting. Eyes like water apricot. Lips without pointing and red. Hiring Ting walked like a Mondi white peony exquisite hide cannot hide. Simply better looking than the actresses in the pictorials. It's a good thing she had to wear a mask. Otherwise, with this look and figure, I don't know how many people would have fallen for her when the fellowship was over. Secretary Jung took her hand and held a half mask in the shape of a bunny to her while explaining what to do when she arrived at the auditorium. Student Soo-won, you must remember that the person you're filling in for is pediatric nurse Wantington. And if anyone asks for your name, you can't say it wrong. Good. Soo-won nodded. Her voice sweet. Secretary Jiang again looked Soo-won up and down a glance. Heard her voice completely without the old family accent. But also completely put down the heart. Smiled and narrowed his eyes. To the auditorium you do not be afraid. Although you are replacing Wantington to come, but also to actively participate in it. This sorority. The organization attaches great importance to the people who can go to participate in the information are strictly approved. Soo-won nodded again and put the bunny mask on her face. She understood what Secretary Jiang meant. Which was that she mustn't be discovered by the military district leaders as a replacement. Upon arriving at the auditorium, a lively song played on the radio and old-fashioned lights hit the middle of the dance floor.
A dozen officers dressed in beige short-sleeved uniforms danced holding masked, brightly dressed and sophisticated lesbians. Judging by their rusty moves and slightly stiff expressions, the cotillion has just begun. Secretary Jian led her straight to a middle-aged officer in his 40s or 50s. "Comrade Political Commissar, I'm really sorry. Tingting was delayed by something at home." Political Commissar Lu carried his hand, smiled and warmly glanced at Suwon. The smile at the corner of his lips then widened. Nodded, "Comrade Ting has just come to first go over there to drink some water and take a rest." "Thank you, Political Commissar." This is just in Suwon's mind. Curved up red lips, cheeks pear eddies lightly trapped. Sweet and lovely. Eyebrows also curved. Turning, he headed for the table with drinking snacks by the wall. Political Commissar Lu looked meaningfully at Suwon's slender back and said to Secretary Jiang, "This female comrade is quite good." Then he strided into the restroom of the auditorium and said in a loud and vigorous voice, "Comrade Regimental Commander, the human comrade woman is here. So come out with me quickly." Huo Linghan pursed his lips. His three-dimensional and handsome face was a cold one, and his sharp knife eyebrows were clustered up, appearing to be very repulsed by such an occasion. The whole person's whole body was cold and hard, just like a block of 1,000-year-old ice. "What's going on? Huo leader, is it possible to let female comrades sit there dry, without a dance partner?" Lu Political Commissar urged. With a serious attitude, "Your personal problems are not solved for a day. The organization of the sorority. You are a can't run. Not to mention that you have to go to the operating table the day after tomorrow. Is lying in a hospital bed to phase. You are a regimental cadre. You have to play a leading role." Huo Linghan stood up, his posture straight and cool as he walked towards the door. Political Commissar Lu points to Suwon, who is standing at the snack table by the wall, and gives Huo Linghan a wink. "That one is Comrade Tingting. I think it's quite good." Seeing that Huo Linghan didn't move, she pushed him again. After Suwon drank a few sips of water and ate 2 small cookies, she sat on a chair next to the dance floor. The fact that all the people were dancing on the stage and she was the only one standing at the refreshment table made it look awkwardly abrupt. And she was too embarrassed to eat. When he had just peeled off the candy paper from a piece of milk candy and put it in his mouth, a long and upright figure stood in front of Suwon. "Hello, comrade. Want to dance?" Huo Linghan's complexion is taut, his backbone spine taut, and for the first time, he looks a little uncomfortable as he extends an invitation to the girl. Suwon listens to this low and magnetic icy metal voice, raises her head, looks at Huo Linghan in front of her. Her clear and translucent ebony eyes are a blank stare. Chapter 43, "You two are the most visible in the whole place." She had forgotten that Huo Linghan was also a single leading cadre, and still the one with the biggest rank. She pursed her soft, hydrated red lips, her eyes looking around to see if there were any men who had changed dance partners midway through. Secretary Jiang, however, was winking at her from one side to the other, probably feeling that she was slow to react, and walked straight through the crowd to her, pulling her up from her chair. "Ting, what are you doing?" Suwon just wanted to say that she and Huo Linghan knew each other, but Secretary Jiang came over and whispered in her ear, "But don't fall off the chain. It doesn't matter if you can't jump." After saying that, he patted Suwon's shoulder encouragingly and walked away. Suwon still had a milk candy in her mouth, propping up her right cheeks in a cute and delicate bulge. It was neither eating nor spitting it out. She had thought that Huo Linghan should be able to recognize her, but the fact was that she was now dressed as a townsperson, with the upper half of her face covered by a bunny mask, revealing only a pair of watery eyes as crystalline and translucent as the morning dewdrops and a pair of brimming, watery cherry lips, coupled with the fact that the two of them weren't familiar with each other either.
Huo Linghan really didn't recognize them. What's more, this is a fellowship between the leading cadres of the military district and the nurses of the hospital and the teachers of the school. The lists were all approved in advance. And Huo Linghan certainly wouldn't think in that direction. The two people in charge, Secretary Jiang and Political Commissar Liu, were uncharacteristically focused on the movements of the two men. Political Commissar Liu stood opposite Huo Linghan and signaled with his eyes for him to take Su Wan's hand. Secretary Jiang, on the other hand, was worried that something might go wrong with Su Wan. If it was revealed that someone from the military district could see that someone else had taken her place, then she would definitely be held accountable. Huo Linghan purses his thin lips and slightly stiffly extends his right hand. Su Wan hesitates to tell Huo Linghan, but thinking of his rigid and cold character, he might cause trouble for Secretary Jiang. Just think about changing partners when this song is over and just avoid him. So without mental pressure, he placed his small hand on his palm and followed him to the center of the dance floor. Huo Luohan gently holds Su Wan's soft little hand in one hand, while his other big hand gently covers her delicate back waist. A delicate, soft touch came from her palm. Huo Linghan, who had been in such close contact with a girl for the first time, had his muscles uncomfortably tense and hard, his back straight as a cypress, and his chest rising and falling slightly. The look on his face was unchanged, still cold and hard. He was well aware that this was all due to his body's normal uncomfortable reaction caused by the little exposure to girls he had had since he was a child. Just as he would always desert like that from time to time before. So also when he was of an age when he should be married and bloodthirsty. Su Wan was again the first girl he had physical contact with, which is why he thought of her unconsciously every time he took a shower. In order to put an end to such a situation, he was also trying his best to avoid contact with Su Wan. And as soon as such bad fantasies arose, he would immediately curb them and forcefully interrupt them. Su Wan has one hand being held by Huo Linghan's broad and coarse hand, while her other hand is resting on Huo Linghan's shoulder. This does not match yet, do not know. Huo Linghan is the standard dress thin. Take off the clothes, have meat. Strong and powerful arm muscles almost burst out of the clothes, touching through the clothes to feel firm and hard, full of power. It felt as if he could hold her firmly in place with just one hand and she couldn't break free. The thick bulging veins on his arms were gnarled and pale, running from the backs of his hands all the way up his sleeves, full of sexual tension. Can't even begin to think of a hand propped up in front of the bed like that and exerting myself. The lines of erect and powerful pectoral muscles on his chest were also faintly visible. And his waist was trim and strong. The characteristic androgenic scent of males practically enveloped and wrapped her. Su Wan moved the milk candy in her mouth, switching from her right cheek to her left. Her lips pursed together, her bright red tongue flicking and sucking one by one. Cotillion was very popular in the 80s and she didn't really know how to dance. So she turned her head to see how the person next to her danced. Huo Linghan learned ballroom dancing when he was in military school. And just as he took a step forward, his polished leather shoes were stepped on by Su Wan's showy little white shoes. Sorry, I won't. Su Wan deliberately changed her voice, coupled with a piece of milk candy in her mouth. Her voice was soft and sticky. Soft and nice, as if a spring breeze brushed over the tip of one's heart, making one's ears soft. It's fine. I'll teach you. Huo Linghan lowers his dark and cold eyes. Just see her skin, fine and moist like fat. Black almond eyes through the Jiangnan smoke and rain, like soft and peaceful. Two cheeks pear eddy sweet. Even through a small rabbit mask, can feel her delicate and lovely. Long, black, oily braids hung down over her bulging chest, snaking in a graceful curve. The blue and white braggie on her body was very plain, but she looked extraordinarily clear, rhyme and gentle. Huo Linghan felt a bit like Su Wan at first glance, but he quickly dismissed this idea. The people who could come to participate in this sorority dance fellowship were all strictly approved. So how could Suwon possibly appear here? And the lesbian in front of me is like the smoke condensing between the weeping willows in spring. With a temperament as graceful as poetry. And as skillful and beautiful as a woman walking out of a classical painting. He lowered his chin slightly as he taught her the dance steps. His nostrils faintly smelling the sweet, creamy flavor of her lips and teeth. Suwon also hung her head, learning very seriously, using her bright red tongue to fiddle with the milk candy in her mouth. Her moist and full lips sucking and pursing, wanting to finish the milk candy quickly. Every now and then the hardened milk candy bumped against her white, pearly teeth with a crisp sound. Huolingen's angular silhouette is taut. His cold and rigid face still has little expression. But a touch of scarlet rises from the depths of his ears. Soon Suwon learned the strokes of it, but still had to keep her head down and watch her step. Not far away, Fong Yu, who was wearing a lamb mask, had been paying attention to the two men's movements. Her eyes looking towards Huolinghan without stopping for a moment. Seeing Captain Hua patiently teaching the other female comrades dance steps made Fong Yu sour with jealousy. She had searched around when she arrived but hadn't found Chief Hua's figure. And in turn, she had cheapened this late comrade woman. When it was time to change partners later, she was going to walk over and let Headmaster Hua teach her how to dance. 2. Soon the melodious singing stopped, and the S and lesbians on the dance floor separated. After politely and rustily saying thank you to each other. Just start changing dance partners again. Suwon also let go of Huolingen's hand and pulled away from the two of them. Fong Yu just at this time couldn't wait to run over. Squeezed Suwon to one side. Her words were full of the shyness of a small woman. And said to Huolinghan, Hua head of the group. Can I ask you to have a dance? It's usually the men who invite them. And rarely do lesbians take the initiative. Fong Yu had also summoned up enough courage to feel that Head Hua shouldn't refuse. And anticipation was written all over her shy, coy eyes. Sorry. Huolinghan coldly refused. This caused Fong Yu's face to stiffen. Not expecting Head Hua to refuse so directly. Head Hua. I'm Fong Yu. You even helped me up a bit when I fell down from poisoning earlier. Fong Yu squeezes out a gentle smile. After I went back that time, I just remembered that I seemed to have seen Suwon's classmate at the mall. And there was some small misunderstanding between her. And I want to apologize to her and the aunt who was with her. I don't know if it's convenient for you. Inconvenient. Huolinghan very coldly and stiffly interrupts Fong Yu's words. You can go to the Hua family if you want to apologize. You don't need to go through me. After realizing that she was Fong Yu, her voice was even colder. As cold as ice and unforgiving. Fong Yu's face instantly turned pale. Just like the white paint splashed down on her head to color her completely. Fong Yu, who was arrogant and angry, has never been so embarrassed to be rejected in front of so many people. Especially with Huolingen's dance partner standing next to her. Her eyes reddened at once with humiliating embarrassment. Her cheeks a rolling and a cold one. Want to practice some more? Huolinghan indifferently walked around Fong Yu. The dark pupils of his eyes fell on Suwon's body. And although his low voice did not have a hint of emotional ups and downs, it was clearly not as cold and hard as when Fong Yu spoke. Suwon also didn't expect Fong Yu to be here as well. And it seems as if she is rushing towards Huolinghan. She was going to shake her head no and avoid him before he found out who she was. However, Fong Yu turned his head at this time. His reddish eyes were like a poisonous snake spitting out its snake letters. Staring at her viciously. As if he was threatening her not to agree. It makes it sound like the whole world is her mom and they all have to give in and obey her. This one provoked Suwon's rebelliousness. This mother and daughter, Fong Yu, caused her to almost be driven back home with no school to attend. Since she likes Huolinghan so much, she'll disgust her. Anyway, as long as she doesn't take off her mask, Hua Linghan can't recognize her. So Suwan raised her watery eyes, peach cheeks with a smile, and lightly nodded, responding delicately and softly. Yes. When Fang Yu saw Chief Hua retake that lesbian's hand and dance, it was as good as a hard slap in her face. Angry and furious. But with so many other people around, she couldn't afford to snap. One could only stare at Suwan's back in annoyance, itching to stare a hole through her. Suwan that little wants to hook up with Hua Lord Han. And now there is such a little. Seeing that she was dressed so plainly in this outfit and her clothes and shoes were old, I knew that her family was not in good condition. What makes you the favorite of Captain Hua? She's been practicing her piano music day and night for this sorority dance fellowship. And she definitely can't let head Hua be snatched up by this little. She'd have to think of something soon. After staring at the two for a while, Fang Yu quickly came up with an idea. Suwan saw that she couldn't see Fang Yu's figure anymore. And at this time a song was over. So she could take a break. She also didn't want to stay with Hua Linghan for much longer. So she withdrew her hand. Thank you. I'm almost done learning. The fine rain turned toward the rest area after she finished softly. Lu Political Commissar has been keeping an eye on the movements on Hua Linghan's side. After all, as a regimental cadre, his personal problems have not been resolved. The organization department is a great headache. Comrade Regimental Commander. How is this female comrade? Political Commissar Lu carries his hand on his back and comes to Hua Linghan's side, smilingly asking. He had seen clearly just now that after the first dance song, a lesbian had taken the initiative to invite Hua Linghan to dance, but was rejected. He knew there had to be something. There are separate rest areas for S and lesbians. Hua Linghan walked to the men's rest area to drink water with his face as normal. He was clearly the one who had taught her to dance. And a layer of sweat oozed from his palms after she had accidentally stepped on them several times. Comrade leader. You teach this female comrade to dance. Teaching quite good People female comrade also learned very quickly. I watched from the sidelines. You guys are really handsome men and beautiful women. Very pair. The whole scene is you two most attention. Political Commissar Lu said jokingly as he looked at Hua Linghan's water-drinking movements with his back hand. But it's also true to say that these two were the most pleasing to the eye in the room. Why don't I add an impromptu contest for the best dancing lesbian in couple? And just hit the marriage report on the spot? Although the two are at the same level. But Lu Political Commissar is older than Hua Linghan. Seniority is also much older than Hua Linghan. Which in other people would not dare to joke with Hua Linghan like this. Old Lu. Be serious. Hua Linghan slates his face and takes out the aura of being the head of the group. Dark. Ink-like eyes swept unobtrusively across the room to the lesbian lounge. Just see the other lesbians coming together in groups of 3 or 5 to chat and laugh. Shy eyes sweeping towards the men's lounge area from time to time. The lesbian, on the other hand, had her head down and was eating a fruit-flavored cookie, her attention resting more on the food on the table. In response to her companion's inquiries, she shook her head in confusion. It's like they don't know they're here for a sorority blind date. What's wrong? Think people's lesbian family conditions are bad? Political Commissar Lu also noticed and made a joke in a serious manner. Just by looking at the dress of this ting-ting lesbian, you can also tell that there is a bit of a difference in family conditions from the other lesbians. The clothes on everyone else were brand new and beautiful. But the clothes on her were a little old. But in turn, it made her stand out in the crowd. Old Lu. As a political commissar, you have the responsibility to pay more attention to the other single comrades. Their personal issues are just as important. Hua Linghan, a man with his own ideas, sternly corrects. Political Commissar Lu was also unable to do anything with the young regimental commander, pointing at Hua Linghan, but still said, "Next is talent show time." Would you consider whether you want to team up with that female comrade to go up and dance? And on this side of the lesbian rest area, the lesbians were all discussing the next talent show. Hey! Do you want to do a ballroom dance with that Hua headmaster? I've just watched you guys dance so well. Hua Linghan and Su Wan, two people jumped is just average. The main thing is that the two faces and figures are very superior. Our long legs. A temperament of cold and hard rigidity. A soft and delicate. Just the two stood there to make people's hearts happy. People are visual creatures and love to see beautiful things. I've stepped on head Hua several times. Su Wan shook her head. She couldn't wait to get away from Hua Linghan. How could she possibly come over? But when she heard that the top 3 with the most votes would be rewarded, Su Wan changed her mind and was actively going to sign up. Who made her poor now? Short of money and things. Fang Yu didn't know when she stood behind Su Wan. And her jealous eyes were on the verge of spitting fire as she listened to their words encouraging the little to go up and dance together with head Hua. Clutching the fountain pen in her hand tightly. After seeing that no one noticed her, she unscrewed the fountain pen barrel and squeezed and dripped the red ink onto Su Wan's buttocks. Soon the blue and white braggie was stained with a cloud of red ink spots, which at first glance looked the same as if a woman had come to have a little day out and accidentally leaked onto her dress. Chapter 44, Deliberately Harming Me. Fang Yu's heart was much more comfortable. The thought of her being caught with blood leaking out of her ass in plain sight later, especially with so many men on the scene, would show her how she could still have the face to stay at the dance. She still wanted to dance with Chief Hua. It was a dream. This kind of shameful scandal spread back to their unit is also enough to make people laugh for 3 years. After that she put away her fountain pen as if nothing had happened and went to the dressing room in the auditorium to change for the piano performance later. Earlier in the day her mom had helped her inquire that Chief Hua liked piano music. And it just so happened that there was a piano in the military club. For this reason she, who had studied piano for 2 years, went to a piano teacher and practiced one piano piece exclusively. And rented a white dress skirt to wear while playing the piano. It was so that she could catch the attention of Chief Hua at the cotillion and make a splash. She was confident that she would get the most votes in the room for this first place. She had prepared so carefully for so long. I believe that Chief Hua will also change his impression of her. Su Wan. Your little day has come. Don't you know? Su Wan found Secretary Jiang and said she wanted to enroll. Just turned around and was Secretary Jiang saw the red ink ball on the skirt, hastily pulled her in the corner and lowered his voice and said, "No ah." Su Wan lowered her head in disbelief, then saw that there was an additional extremely conspicuous splash of redness on her buttock position. It was just like freshly seeped blood. She wiped her finger on it and her fingertip was stained with red ink. Secretary Jiang, this isn't blood. It's red ink. It looked like someone had just gotten it on and the red ink hadn't dried yet. How did this get up there? Still in this position. Secretary Jiang took a closer look at the red ink as well. And his face was an anxious one. Wondering who was so unethical. He wanted to take Su Wan out to wash it with water. But he also knew that this red ink couldn't be washed clean. And washing it would in turn widen the scope. But it can't be dealt with. And there's no way for Su Wan to stay in the cotillion sorority. When others saw it, they must have thought that Su Wan had accidentally gotten her period on her skirt. Red ink will generally be used by teachers for grading papers and assignments. Su Wan didn't need to think about it to know that Fang Yu had done it. Forget it. I'll go and talk to Political Commissar Liu and find a piece of clothing to cover you up. So you can go back first. Secretary Jiang also guessed that it must be the female comrades from other units who saw Su Wan's good-looking body. He has also been dancing with Headmaster Hua. So he must be resentful and wants to use this method to drive Su Wan away. With that, he brought Su Wan to the auditorium's dressing room and told her to wait here for a while. Fang Yu had already changed into a white large flower-sleeved gown and was sitting in front of the makeup mirror tracing her eyebrows and applying lipstick. When he saw Su Wan come in, his eyes couldn't help but look towards the bright red color behind her. It was just as shameful as if he had gotten his regular vacation on his body. The corners of her lips curled up in triumph. And she smudged another circle of her mouth with the lipstick. And dabbed her finger on it, applying it to her cheeks as a blush. It's a shame it was discovered a bit early. How nice it would have been to have been spotted when I got to the dance floor to dance. Secretary Jiang doesn't need to. I have a way. Can you ask the other lesbians to borrow a few handkerchiefs? Suwon saw Fong Yu in this grand outfit. It was just like she was going to attend the Spring Festival Gala. It was obvious that great importance was attached to this fellowship and careful preparation was made. There was also a copy of piano sheet music on the table. And she thought at once of the piano that had been placed in the auditorium. Lightly blinking her warm and translucent watery eyes, she softly whispered a few words in Secretary Jiang's ear. Secretary Jiang listened and walked out. Fong Yu seemed to be afraid that Suwon would ask her to borrow the clothes she had just changed out of. Putting down her lipstick, she folded the skirt hanging on the chair and put it away in a cloth bag. Lesbian, this white large flower-sleeved gown on you is so pretty. You look like a fairy in it. Suwon walked to the table and pressed one hand on the piano sheet music, stunningly praising. Any more compliments? Don't expect me to lend you my clothes. Fong Yu rolled her eyes and said smugly. Then he stood up, took the piano sheet, and walked out with his head held high. The corners of Suwon's red lips lightly hooked. The moment Fong Yu came out in this outfit, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the room. She walked over to the piano with her sheet music in hand and a smile on her face, thoroughly enjoying the attention that the crowd was throwing her way. Just like movie stars. It made her vanity burst, while not forgetting to sneak a look at Headmaster Hua in the crowd. However, he saw that Head Hua didn't even look at her, instead looking away as if searching for something. It was a blow to her self-confidence. But that's okay. Back when she was in junior college, she made a big splash by playing piano music at the New Year's Eve New Year's Day party. I'm sure Headmaster Hua will notice her when she plays to Alice smoothly. She opened the lid of the piano, put the sheet music in place, and then played on the black and white keys with her 10 fingers dancing as the crowd watched. The trickling sound of the piano gracefully resonates through the auditorium. She had played the intro so many times that she could almost play it without looking at the sheet music. And she was so immersed in it that she soon reached the middle section. She turned to the next page of the sheet music, and the pitch of her fingertips shifted abruptly, as if a book had jumped straight from page 1 to page 50, with the center section directly missing. This part in particular is still the climax of the piano. Fong Yu blanched and hurriedly stopped to flip through the sheet music, only to find that the sheet music on the climax page was missing. In itself, it was a simple talent show to show off one's strengths. But Fong Yu had even changed her gown and dressed up like a peacock. One can't help but look at it a little differently. She can't even play. How dare she go up there? It's so embarrassing. Does she think we're all from the countryside and haven't heard of the piano? She has the nerve to show it off at this level. Listen to the taunts, the jeers, and the silent, subtle looks of the officers. Fong Yu was like a plague of chickens. Her face flushed red and hot. So embarrassed that she hated to find a hole in the ground. Without the center page of sheet music, she couldn't pick up the rest of the piece. And she made a fool of herself by playing down the page. But she had practiced against the sheet music yesterday. And now how come the middle page was missing? In the end, she could only run back to the dressing room with the sheet music in her hands. Her head hung low in embarrassment and in a state of disarray. It's a total disgrace. With Fong Yu's joke as a backdrop, the recitation and singing later on reaped applause from everyone. Suwon was the fifth to go up. The splash of red on her skirt at the back was tied with a leather band from inside her dress. Then she folded her handkerchief into the shape of a flower and stuffed it into the band. Not only does it hide the red ink spots, but it's a unique idea that makes her back as dainty as if she had a flower tail.
She took to the center of the dance floor to clear a song called Sweet Honey. Her voice itself is rubbed with honey-like sweetness. Plus she deliberately imitates Teresa Tang's voice. Pair edges of cheeks honey sweet and lovely. A pair of fresh and full red lips. As if at any time can percolate flower juice to general. Sweet and moving song from her white lips and teeth spit out. One can't help but be mesmerized. As if the entire summer breeze and the sound of cicadas outside are filled with the sweetness of being in love. Luohan's dark and deeply astringent eyes fell on Suwon's body. Like a bend of slowly moving living water. The bottom of his eyes, which had always been unperturbed and deep and distant, rippled a little. He thought her voice sounded a bit like Suwon. But he knew it could never be Suwon. By the time the sorority was almost over, it was possible to get a good look at her. Suwon immediately reaped thunderous applause after the song was sung. And they all voted for Suwon with the votes in their hands. Fong Yu, who was hiding in the dressing room and saw the scene through the doorway, was simply furious. Especially when she saw that headmaster Hua, who hadn't voted before, had voted for her with the vote in his hand. Fong Yu's entire body was so jealous and uncomfortable that it was as if there were tens of millions of ants crawling around, causing her to scratch her heart and her eyes to burst. In order to be able to change Chief Hua's opinion of her and be with him, she had put so much effort into it and prepared it carefully for so long. As a result, not only did she fail to change Chief Hua's impression of her, but on the contrary, she made a fool of herself in front of everyone. It must have been this little who took the middle page of her sheet music. And there was no one else in the middle of it but her who had come in. Thinking of this, Fong Yu gritted her teeth and hated it as she walked behind Suwon. And as soon as she did so, she ripped the handkerchief off the back of her skirt. Wanted everyone to see the blood on her dress and be as embarrassed as she was. What are you doing? Suwon immediately covered her behind with her hands. You're the one who took away my orgasmic part of the sheet music. Fong Yu questioned furiously. And after saying that, she was about to rush up and pull Suwon's clothes, itching to strip her naked for good. What sheet music? I don't know what you're talking about. Suwon lightly blinked her long, slender, dark eyelashes and hastily stepped back, her back resting against the wall, speaking very innocently and softly. You still want to rely? At that time it was just the two of us in the dressing room. When you didn't come in, my sheet music was still there. After you came in, my page of sheet music was gone. Who was it if not you? Fong Yu said in annoyance, also very sure that her page of sheet music was on Suwon's body. Just find her sheet music and let everyone know she's a badass woman with a heart of gold. Chief Hua won't favor her anymore either. After saying that, he once again pounced over to pull Suwon's clothes, almost lifting up Suwon's skirt. What are you doing this, comrade? Do you have any evidence? Soon the commotion over here attracted Secretary Jiang, yanking away Fong Yu's arm and blocking Suwon's face. Hua Linghan and Political Commissar Lu also walked quickly towards this side. This lesbian. We don't know each other. Why should I take your sheet music for a good reason? Suwon's clear and translucent eyes were dense with a layer of fog, appearing more and more innocent. These words immediately caught Fong Yu off guard. Her reddened face gave a slight lurch, followed by the private matters that a daughter's family would be ashamed to see directly. It's not because you came to get it on your body on your little day. And when I refused to lend you clothes to wear, you tried to purposely harm me and make me lose face. Knowing that there were men present, he still told such things about women. Especially when Suwon was still a yellow blossom girl who hadn't married yet. It wasn't obvious that he wanted Suwon to be embarrassed. Comrade Fong, your own things are missing. First find the reason from yourself. Don't just wrongly accuse others. Hua Langhan coldly voices out. Extremely authoritative. Secretary Jiang, please bring a few female comrades to help Comrade Fong look for it and see if she dropped it somewhere herself.
When Fang Yu heard Huo Linghan speak for Su Wan in this way, her emotions grew more and more agitated and she clenched her teeth tightly. How could she, who had been spoiled since childhood, endure such an aggravation? She's the one who took it. Hua headmaster. Or else how come the page of sheet music in the center is missing? She's the one who blocked my view when she was in the dressing room before and took one out of the sheet music. The more she thought about it, the more she realized that was the possibility. The sheet music had been neatly placed on the table. But this little had blocked her view. And when she went to get it again, it was askew. It was obvious that someone had taken paper from it. That zither sheet music is definitely hidden on her body. After saying this, Fang Yu pounced on Su Wan once more, vowing to find that zither sheet music from her. Huo Linghan took an arrow step to block in front of Su Wan, his tall and straight stance making Fang Yu almost completely unable to get close. Obviously she was the victim. But Head Huo was so protective of Su Wan. Fang Yu almost went crazy. But what was left of her sanity told her that she couldn't do that. Seeing more and more people looking this way, she cried out with a wow of frustration, once again crying about what happened in the dressing room. Seeing this, Political Commissar Lu first calmed Fang Yu down, saying that he would investigate this matter properly. Then he turned to Su Wan and said, "Comrade Tingting. In order to clear up the misunderstanding, I still hope that you can cooperate." "Good." Su Wan nodded without any objections. Fang Yu, on the other hand, stared at her viciously. Just at this time Secretary Jiang came over with two female comrades. Holding Fang Yu's cloth bag, Comrade Fang, that page of sheet music fell into the gap in the corner of the table. "We found it in the corner of the wall. There is also this fountain pen loaded with red ink is from your cloth bag to find out. That red ink on Ting Ting's skirt is what you secretly dripped on. Isn't it?" Secretary Jiang took out a fountain pen from one of the most secretive pockets in his cloth bag. The face of Fang Yu, who was originally still aggrieved and in tears, instantly turned pale, as if all the blood had been extracted from her face at once. And she tried to deny it. Secretary Jiang, however, did not give her this opportunity, and directly grabbed her hand, and saw the red ink mark still remaining on the tip of her index finger. Apparently even Fang Yu himself hadn't noticed. "Just because Chief Huo refused your offer to dance with Tingting, you deliberately dripped red ink on Tingting's body as a way of trying to force Tingting to leave." Secretary Jiang also saw the scene where Fang Yu invited Head Hua. Just before there was no evidence, so she didn't say anything. Now that she found the evidence, she didn't have the slightest bit of mercy to strip her bare. Huo Lingshan's cold and sharp sword-like eyes swept towards Fang Yu, unusually harsh and regal. It made Fang Yu tremble, unable to say a single word at all. Chapter 45, full of security. She had wanted to find justice for herself and make Chief Hua see this for what she was. But she had forgotten about the red ink. Which unit is she from? Isn't the list rigorously scrutinized? How could you let someone like that come to the sorority? What other unit could have used red ink? It must have been a teacher with a really questionable mindset. That is, she looks on Hua Head will not allow other female comrades to dance with him. A young age is so domineering. Heart bad without bounds. It should be pulled out and paraded like the old society. To properly undergo a bit of ideological reform. And make people's good clothes so that they can't wear them. Which must make her pay for it. And I wonder if she dripped red ink on our clothes. The lesbians gathered around pointing and talking, while checking their clothes for drops of red ink. The officers also came over in droves, looking at Fang Yu with strange eyes. At this moment, Fang Yu was just like being stripped naked and left naked on the ground to be mobbed. Her cheeks were as hot as boiling water being boiled. Shame and humiliation made the always arrogant and pretentious Fang Yu's lips turn white and her hands and feet tremble. Su Wan stood behind Huo Linghan, His magnificent and resolute body almost covered her tightly. Very secure. She slightly turned her head sideways and looked at Fang Yu, who was surrounded by the crowd and was in a terrible state. Which kind of let her experience the situation she was in when she was being talked about by the net storm. The way everyone looked at Fang Yu was like a sharp blade that pierced into her flesh and blood, leaving her with no place to go. She wanted to get the hell out of here and go home to her mom now. Compensate the money. Pay Comrade Tingting for her clothes. Secretary Jiang said sternly as he stopped Fang Yu from leaving. Su Wan's classmate kindly helped her to replace the sick Wan Tingting. She surely couldn't let Comrade Su Wan be aggrieved. Plus she was a poor girl from the countryside. Maybe the clothes were all borrowed by others. Fang Yu was like a headless mouse, wanting to go somewhere else. Yes. Pay for it. Seeing this, the other nurse comrades consciously formed a human wall to prevent Fang Yu from leaving. In the end, Fang Yu could only drop $5 in shame and indignation and run out of the auditorium, holding the cloth bag and covering her face. I really should take the mask off her face and see what she really looks like before I run into her next time. One of the lesbians whispered. That was the end of that little episode. And the rest of the cotillion will continue. Political Commissar Lu stood out and said a few words to lighten the scene and let everyone return to the dance floor to continue dancing. Secretary Jiang handed Su Wan the $5. Holding Su Wan's shoulders like a mother hen protecting her cubs, also trying to shield her from the red ink on the back of her skirt. Turning to Political Commissar Lu, he said, Comrade Political Commissar, Tingting's clothes are dirty, so I'll let her go back first. I'll send her back. Huo Linghan picks up the handkerchiefs scattered on the ground, his dark eyes looking towards Su Wan. If Fang Yu hadn't pulled off her handkerchief, he wouldn't have known that her hands were so deft. Su Wan hurriedly grabbed the corner of Secretary Jiang's coat and gently shook her head at her. She can't afford to drop her vest. She was a bit surprised when Huo Linghan rushed over and blocked in front of her, completely on her side to speak for her. If Huo Linghan knew she was Su Wan, there was no telling what would happen. Surely she would be even more disgusted and ostracized. It was also definitely possible to guess that she was the one who had siphoned off Fang Yu's sheet music. You're also a busy man, Head Hua, so there's no need to be so troublesome. Secretary Jiang certainly doesn't want the topping to be discovered. I'll just send her back. Then I'll get a shirt to block it. Huo Linghan finished speaking and ran out. Political Commissar Lu looked at Su Wan with his backhand full of smiles. The creases in the corners of his eyes were very amiable. I haven't seen when Huo Linghan has been so diligent. Looks like this will be the future sibling from now on. Su Wan didn't want to take Huo Linghan's clothes. After all, she still had to return them when the time came. So she said to Secretary Jiang, Secretary Jiang, I'll just use a handkerchief to cover the upper bus. Hey! It's better for Comrade Tingting to cover it with her clothes, in case it falls off halfway. Political Commissar Lu opened his mouth. At this time the clerk in charge of counting the votes brought over the statistics. And Political Commissar Lu took a look at it with another flash of Longjian's smile. Comrade Tingting, the entire audience received the most votes for the program you performed, receiving more than half of the votes. And the first place will be awarded by our head Hua himself when the time comes. Then what is the first place prize? Su Wan was somewhat looking forward to the prize, her clear eyes shining brightly. She's about to start school. And of course the most important thing she's missing right now is stationery. Notebooks, satchels, and whatnot. Will it be a fountain pen? She thought somewhat darkly. The fountain pen she was using now, the most ordinary Forever brand fountain pen, with its nib sticking up and leaking ink from time to time, was no longer usable. If the prize had been a fountain pen, she could have saved several dollars by not having to buy one. For his part, Political Commissar Lu smiled mysteriously. We'll find out when Chief Huo arrives. Then he stepped aside and whispered something in the instrument's ear. The military club is not far from the army. Huo Linggen's physical fitness has always been very good. In the dormitory closet took a new not-worn military green shirt. Less than 2 minutes to return back. Just in time to run into the clerk who was in a hurry to get to the troops. Huo Linghan thought something had happened and asked. Clerk, Captain Hua. Originally the first place award this time was 2 cans of canned oranges. But the political commissar heard that Comrade Tingting wanted a fountain pen. So he sent me to the store to buy one. No. I happen to have one in my office. I'll go back and get it. Huo Linghan thought of the American-made fountain pen that an American expert had given him when he was in the Northwest last year and said. Within moments he was back in the auditorium with his shirt and pen. Su Wan received the first place prize from Huo Linghan. A rectangular heavy black box. It looked like it contained the pen she wanted. Thank you. Captain Hua. Political Commissar Lu. Su Wan hugged the pen case and pursed her fresh red lips to say thank you. The pearly swirls on both cheeks were light. And the eyebrows were curved like bright moonlight. It's not a bad trip. It's a profitable one. Su Wan put her army green shirt around her waist and followed Secretary Jiang just before leaving. Huo Linghan pulled out another handful of great white rabbit milk candies from his pocket. Looking calm, these milk candies you take back and eat. If Huo Lingnan gave it to Su Wan, then Su Wan didn't want it for nothing. But she knew very well that Huo Lingnan gave it to Ruan Tingting. She won't take a pinch of anything she shouldn't. No. Thank you. Captain Hua. Su Wan shook her head no with a glance. Then pulled Secretary Jiang out of the auditorium. Chapter 46, Fancying Su Wan. Comrade Regimental Commander, not I say you ah. You grab such a handful. People girls' hands are small. Where to take over? Certainly embarrassed to want ah. Lu Political Commissar looked straight and shook his head. Huo Linghan didn't think about it that much. He just saw that she should like to eat candy. Eating milkshakes was as cute as his little niece. With a bulge in her cheeks. Goo. This Comrade Tingting didn't take off her mask when she was leaving. I still don't know what she looks like. Political Commissar Lu suddenly remembered and said rather sadly. Wanting to reach out the window to look. But the person had already gone far away and could only see a back. But just by looking at the graceful and slender back under the shade of that tree. It must also be a beauty. When Secretary Jiang returns, I'll ask around. Huo Linghan also looked out the window. He was taller and had a better view than Political Commissar Lu. And saw that the female comrade had already removed the bunny mask from her face and was holding it in her hand as she talked to Secretary Jiang about something. Until all the way out of the soldiers' club. The lesbian didn't look back. Comrade leader. Take a stand and say something. Political Commissar Lu never waited for Huo Linggen's reply and urged. Huo Linggen's angular jawline tensed slightly. No need. Since he was a nurse at the military hospital, he could inquire with Song Wenba. And since he was going to the military hospital tomorrow to check in, he should be able to see that lesbian if she was working tomorrow. Lu Political Commissar directly froze there. He did so many years of ideological and political work. But also this 26-year-old young head of the regiment. Do not know what he is trying to do in his head. Sure you don't need it? Political Commissar Lu asked again. Glaring. No need. Huo Linggen's very certain tone. Walked out of the auditorium. In the evening, Huo Linghan simply packed up the hospitalized things after taking a bath. Toothpaste, soap, towels and a change of underwear. After neatly folded and put together. Just took 2 painkillers and lay down on the bed. Going to sleep with the cicadas chirping outside. It was the same auditorium. With Teresa Tang's Sweet Honey playing on the radio. He held her soft and delicate little hand. Wrapped his arms around her delicate and slender waist. And to the beat, the two of them danced on the dance floor. They were the only two people in the entire auditorium. She hung her head down and looked attentively at her feet. But a showy little white shoe still accidentally stepped on his leather shoe. "I'm sorry." Her voice was soft as she opened her moist red lips stained with milky flavor, her eyes brimming with water. The deft, bright red tip of her tongue flicked the milkshake to the other side. And the hard milkshake gently bumped against the snow-white teeth with a soft crunch, like the sound of bones crunching away. His breath stuttered slightly, and the palms of his large hands glowed hotly and slightly. Once again, she stepped on his foot carelessly, her bright red lips pursing, the pair of poor eyes looking at him watery with spring, as if on purpose in general. Spit out a delicate and provocative breath, mixed with the unique sweet fragrance of a young girl. Silk straight to his nostrils drilling. His breathing was ragged. His palm tightened repeatedly. And then she opened her red lips to fiddle with the milk candy on the other side. Huolinghan suddenly opened his eyes at once and sat up from the bed, his whole body rolling, his undershirt and pants soaked with sweat. He didn't realize that his deep inner thoughts at the time were anything like that. The consistently cold, hard and rigid handsome face was rarely flushed with a blush of shame. Then he quickly got up and changed into clean clothes and pants, and wiped the cooler from end to end 3 or 4 more times with warm water. Then he grabbed a towel and headed to the water room for a cool shower. Early the next morning, before the military hospital went to work, he arrived early at the hospital's administration building. Secretary Jiang had just walked into the hall with a set of keys when a burly figure in a summer beige military uniform walked up to her. "Captain Hua?" Secretary Jiang looked fixedly at him for a second before responding. "You're here to get your clothes, aren't you, Head Hua?" "It's just as well. I was wondering how to return it to you." On her way to work this morning she happened to run into Song Wenbo, who then gave her the washed army green shirt to return to Hua's head. "Secretary Jiang, I'm here today for the matter of yesterday's sorority." Huolinghan takes the army green shirt that Secretary Jiang takes out of his satchel, and vaguely smells the scent of soap emanating from the clothes. It's very fresh and smells good. Come and talk in my office." Secretary Jiang greeted warmly. "The sorority just ended yesterday, and this is a surefire way to contact her for matchmaking with interested officers of their unit's comrades." "No. I have to do my hospitalization later. I'd like to ask that comrade Ting Ting from yesterday what she thinks of me." Huolinghan considered that he would have to have surgery tomorrow to remove the bullet, and would need to be hospitalized for at least half a month to recuperate from his injuries. He certainly doesn't have time to meet her and get hitched in his current situation. "So I wanted to get information about Comrade Ting Ting from Song Wenbo first. And when he was discharged from the hospital, I would contact Secretary Jiang about getting a date. But after that dream last night, he decided it was better to set things right." Secretary Jiang froze slightly, clearly not expecting Head Hua to have taken a fancy to Suwon. This was a bit of a dilemma for her. Not to mention that Suwon was a girl who came from the countryside to go to school, and the two of them had very different backgrounds. Most of all, this matter of letting Suwon stand in for Ruan Tingting to participate in the military district cadre fellowship couldn't be known by others. But if you really want to arrange a meeting between Ruan Tingting and Hua Head, the height of these two people is not the same. Suwon has 165. And Ruan Tingting is only less than 1 meter 6, which can be seen at a glance. I didn't see Political Commissar Lu mention this to me yesterday either. So I'll ask for you then. Without changing his face, Secretary Jiang added offhandedly. "However, Captain Hua, I also need to tell you about Ting Ting's family situation first. Her father passed away. Her mother has been sick and taking medication. And there are 2 8- and 10-year-old brothers and sisters at home who have to go to school. And it seems that I heard that she still owes a lot of money to her relatives. So the family situation isn't very good is all.
Secretary Jiang slightly put Wan Tingting's family situation a little more serious. But also want to politely dissuade Hua ahead. After all, this matchmaking she is not good. And cannot hold. How much is owed? I can help her pay it back. Hua Linghan can also see that Wan Tingting's family condition is not very good. But doesn't care about that and says directly without thinking. This silenced Secretary Jiang for a moment. In itself, the matter of owing money was something she had made up. But seeing head Hua with such determination, she also knew that it wasn't just a few words that could make him back down. Oops. How come I'm looking at Su Wan? I don't know much about the specifics. When I asked Tina today. Trouble Secretary Jiang. I'm going to have an operation tomorrow. So I'll come over again in the afternoon. Do you think it's convenient? Hua Linghan's posture stands straight and upright in front of Secretary Jiang, making it impossible for him to refuse. Chapter 47, A Resemblance to Su Wan. After that, he took the mesh pockets containing cookies, canned fruits, and great white rabbit milk to Secretary Jiang. Please. Secretary Jiang. By the way, pass these on to Comrade Tingting. Secretary Jiang looked at the heavy pocket of stuff and was shocked, sensing the sincerity of head Hua. Since Hua doesn't care about family background, and Su Wan thinks it's pretty good, she might as well pull a string for them. And maybe this mistake will really lead to a good marriage. Good. I'll go ask for you later. Secretary Jiang smiled and carried the netting over. Hua Linghan nodded and took the army green shirt and headed towards the hospitalization department. Along the way, the soapy fragrance on the clothes drilled into his nostrils, if at all. He stopped in the hallway and brought the shirt to the tip of his nose and sniffed it lightly. The rich, fresh smell filling his entire nostrils at once. I don't know what the little girl washed it with. He also washed it with soap. But it didn't smell so good afterward. The thick knot in his throat rolled slightly at the thought of those soft, delicate little hands soaking in the suds and scrubbing his shirt carefully. Song Dynasty, 960-1279. After Su Wan washed her clothes and cleaned her room, she didn't waste a single second ambling at the table to read and copy her textbook. Somewhat impatiently, I sucked up enough blue ink from the prize fountain pen I received yesterday and began to scribble it down on paper. The nib has a delicate design. Writes smoothly and without stagnation. Produces clear handwriting. And feels very smooth and soft in the hand. Just by seeing the English letters engraved on the fountain pen, she knew that the fountain pen was of high quality texture and should be an American brand. She had thought it would be an ordinary brand of fountain pen. But she hadn't expected this military sorority to be so generous. You know that in this day and age, even if you own the most ordinary fountain pen, it costs more than $3. Which is worth 3 days of her labor. It's not a wasted trip. It's not a wasted trip. It's really not a wasted trip. And the red ink on her dress had been cleaned by the alcohol and soap she'd used yesterday. There was still a little red mark when you looked closely. But it didn't affect the dress. That $5 also amounted to her getting it for nothing. Su Wan wrote a few more lines of words and then did not want to use it. Carefully closed the cap and put it into the pen box. Stowed in the innermost drawer. Thinking of putting it in the carrier to take with her when she starts school. A knock on the door sounded at this time. Su Wan got up and went to open the door. But she saw Su Shelby pinching the twisted braid hanging over her shoulder with both hands. Standing in front of the door with a well-behaved face. Sister. What are you doing here again? Su Wan blocked the doorway and asked with a cold expression. Su Shelby's eyes were, however, staring straight at the clothes on the balcony behind her. I saw several young and beautiful shirts and skirts. Not very new. But much better than the clothes they had brought from the countryside. All in the style of city girls. Su Shelby subconsciously clenched her hand. She had thought that Su Wan's reputation had been stigmatized by Fang Yu's mother and daughter this time. Even if he is able to go to high school under Uncle Hua's arrangement,
He will certainly be ostracized and mocked by his teachers and classmates at school. And his life will not be easy. But I didn't expect Soo-won to post big character posters crying about her poor family situation, and was also published by the reporter in the People's Tabloid, which not only gained the public's sympathy, but also made a lot of kind-hearted people in the family home send Soo-won old clothes and shoes that she didn't wear. It gave her a lot more city clothes to wear to school at once. And by the time she started school, all she had were those patched, ugly colored, homemade clothes. She really hated it. Sis, I've come to tell you that Brother Hwa is going to have an operation tomorrow afternoon to remove the bullet in his right shoulder. Su Xiaowei looked at Soo-won, as if she was just really so kind as to specially come and tell Soo-won about this. However, the truth is that if it wasn't for the fact that she went to the military hospital early this morning to look for Big Brother Hwa, unintentionally, I saw Fong Yu lying on the hospital bed with a pale face and losing fluids, but still emotionally indignant, talking to Lee Soo-mei about what happened at the sorority yesterday. She realizes that Big Brother Hwa has taken a fancy to a female nurse named Ting Ting from the military hospital at the sorority yesterday. That female nurse not only made a fool out of Fong Yu at the sorority, but also made Fong Yu angry and went to the hospital. When Lee Soo-mei was going to find that nurse named Ting Ting in trouble, she found out that Nurse Ting Ting didn't go at all yesterday, but someone else took her name to attend. And when she was about to go to Secretary Jiang to inquire about who that replacement was, she happened to run into the scene where Big Brother Hwa was looking for Secretary Jiang to make a match. From Fong Yu's description, the replacement was very similar to Soo-won, whose singing voice was very sweet and soft, and who also had a vermilion beauty mole below the tip of her ear. And then, when you think about the fact that Secretary Yang's son is a doctor at the military hospital, Su Xiaowei tensed up at once. Even she didn't believe that the person who had replaced Ruan Tingting would be Soo-won. But she still came to the Song family, wanting to seek confirmation to put her mind at ease. If not, she can't wait for Soo-won to not know about this so she can present herself well in front of Hwa's family, taking care of Big Brother Hwa carefully and thoughtfully. Maybe Big Brother Hwa will see that she is so virtuous and attentive, and thus change his mind about her. There was a bullet in his shoulder, which Soo-won hadn't expected. No wonder that when they danced yesterday, she had felt his right hand around his waist stiffen a little, his fingers trembling delicately. She thought he was uncomfortable and tight with his first time around a girl's waist. I know. Is there anything else? Soo-won was still blocking the door. And when she saw that Su Xiaowei's eyes kept looking towards the balcony behind her where the balcony was drying, she directly tilted her body to block her line of sight. Su Xiaowei was not as tall as Soo-won, and when she was blocked by Soo-won, she could not see anything. Apart from being cynical about Soo-won having so many good-looking clothes, she was also trying to find the blue and white broggy dress that Fong Yu was talking about in these clothes. Sister, I really know I was wrong about what happened before. Su Xiaowei could see Soo-won's wariness and made another expression of bowing her head and admitting her mistake. I'm here to tell you one more thing. You must be very relieved to hear it. It is in the shopping mall on your overbearing rob you of the clothes of the teacher. I went to the hospital today to find Hwa Big Brother when I saw her sick hospitalized. I heard that it seems to be yesterday to see the sorority. See, Hwa Big Brother is very protective of a nurse called Ting Ting. And her mother also happened to bump into Hwa Big Brother to find Secretary Jiang matchmaking. That teacher Fong angry directly to the hands of the infusion needle are pulled out. Su Xiaowei spoke while carefully observing the expression on Soo-won's face. Chapter 48, Discovered. Soo-won's heart was fiercely shocked, and a flash of panic quickly flashed through her warm and calm ebony pupils. Obviously not expecting such a thing to happen. She thought the matter was over when she left the Soldiers Club. But she knew very well that Su Xiaowei, who couldn't see the good in people, and had a dark, yen bad nature, definitely wouldn't simply be kind enough to come and tell her about this. And definitely had another purpose. and the veracity of her words is yet to be proven. But the only thing that's for sure is that since Huo Linghan is hospitalized for surgery, then as long as he wants to, a little bit of inquiring will tell him that Ruan Tingting was sick yesterday. And it was someone else who went in her name. So her face was unperturbed. And the corner of her mouth turned upward with a sneer. Shouldn't you be the one who was relieved? MS. Fong despised you so much when she was in the Hua family. But now that she's been hospitalized, you should be happier than anyone else. And it's hard for you to come all the way here to share your joy with me. Sister! Can you not be like this? Su Shelby beamed with an aggrieved face. Didn't you ever suspect, sis, that this matter of your report card being in the newspaper might have something to do with MS Fong and the others? Think about it. MS Fong's parents are both from the Education Bureau. And she herself is a teacher at Reed High School. So she definitely has access to your transfer materials. Su Shelby began to draw out the war. And you also had a conflict at the mall before. And after that, Big Brother Ho rebuffed Teacher Fong. Who must have thought that it was because you told her about what happened at the mall that she wasn't matched by Big Brother Hua. So in order to get back at you, she intentionally put your academic performance in the newspaper so that you would be scolded. Really? Is that what you heard, Mr. Fong say when you were in the hospital just now? Then if so, you accompany me back to Uncle Hua and tell him about this. Suwon blinks her eyes full of anticipation and says, also making a gesture to pull Su Shelby's hand to go to Hua's house. Of course she knew it was Fong Yu and the others who did it. But Su Shelby's behavior was just too strange. Fong Yu was no longer a threat to her now. Yet she still wanted to stir up conflict between her and Fong Yu. It seems like she should have heard other things from Fong Yu. And thought she looked a lot like the person she replaced yesterday. She urged and provoked her to go to the hospital to settle the score with Fong Yu. Wanting Fong Yu to identify her as the person who replaced Ruan Tingting yesterday. Sister! I'm just guessing. I'm not doing this for your sake. Wanting to help you find the person who wants to harm you? Su Shelby didn't expect Su Wan to not fall for it at all. And hurriedly let go of Su Wan's hand. Refusing to go. After all, I can't really think of anyone else besides Mr. Fong. Su Wan, however, did not want to gossip with her any longer. She had to make a trip to the military hospital as soon as possible, so that Secretary Jiang must not reveal her identity. She was never to drop her horse. Since there's no evidence, what's the point of you telling me this? I don't need you to worry about me. You'd better worry more about yourself. Without a teacher Fong, there's another Ting Ting female nurse. And she's still the one Head Hua has his eye on. If the two get together, Head Hua will definitely want to bring her home to meet the elders. What are you going to do then? Suwon lightly hooked her lips as her eyes scanned her up and down. After the last nitrite poisoning incident, Su Shelby's status in the Hua family is quite embarrassing, topping a former blind date of Huo Linghan's lives in the Hua family. If Huo Linghan really brought a date home, Hua's family would either send Su Shelby back to her hometown to avoid suspicion, or send Su Shelby to live at the school ahead of time. Su Shelby's face froze for a moment. Uglier than if she had eaten. It was as if she knew very well that if Big Brother Huo and that Ting Ting female nurse got together, not only would she not be able to take care of Big Brother Huo in the hospital and perform well to gain Big Brother Huo's favor, and definitely can't live in the Hua household. What a damn thing. It's been so many days since she wrote the letter to Auntie Wang. Why isn't Auntie Wang back yet? This would leave Su Wan with no job like her. And she would have to live in Hua's house. And to go back, the two of them would definitely go back to their hometown together as well. Su Shelby secretly clenched her fingers. Su Wan, however, didn't care about her anymore and directly closed the door. It was now 9 o'clock. And there were still 2 hours before Secretary Yang would be off duty.
And Principal Song had been playing chess with the people from the family home in the grove downstairs. She had to quickly take advantage of this opening to go to the hospital. And through the window she saw that Su Xiaowei had already lowered her head and gone downstairs. But would it go far, she didn't know. Also, she was afraid that when she went down later she would be seen by someone at the family home. Suwon then changed into a blue large button cloth skirt given by someone else, with the skirt open to the bottom and large buttons pinned on it. And also braided 2 long plaits into a strand coiled on the back of her head and put on a straw hat. The whole person looks very clear and stylish. Living as a city delicate bright female college students. A strong contrast to her usual image of a patched beggar's outfit and rural simplicity. What Suwon wanted was this sense of contrast. Because Su Xiaowei had stayed with her since she was a child. So familiar that she could recognize her just by looking at a back and a walking posture. After that was done, she opened the door and looked around. She was just about to grab the key and lock the door when she found the gauze mask and put it on again just to be on the safe side. The phone in the living room rang just after Suwon left on the front foot. Secretary Jiang asked for the Song family's phone number from Song Wenba and dialed it. Called several times, just no answer. Dr. Song? Is Suwon not at home right now? Or has she gone out for something? The phone hasn't been answered. Secretary Jiang came to Song Wenba's department to inquire. I'm not sure about that. It's not mealtime yet. She cooks well. Maybe she's been approached by someone in the family building to help guide the cooking. Song Wenba had just finished seeing a patient and looked up to say to Secretary Jiang. The people in the family building know that Suwon is a good cook. And if they have guests at home, they will let Suwon go over to teach them how to cook when they see Suwon idle. Or let Suwon write a recipe or something. It also feels strange. Obviously the family has set up Headhua and Suwon before. But both Headhua and Suwon feel that they are not suitable. How could Headhua be looking at Suwon again at this moment? But Song Wenba wasn't a gossipy nature. And it was better to let the two of them make their own decisions. Secretary Chang thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll make another call later near dinner time." After Suwon got off the bus, she went straight to the military hospital. After inquiring with the nurse that Secretary John's office was on the first floor of the administration building in the back. Just a moment later, he ran towards the administration building. Suddenly she saw a beige uniformed figure in the crowd heading her way. And she turned around quickly in fear, her heart beating wildly. It was too hot in the summer. And after leaving the family compound to make sure she didn't see Su Xiaowei, she took off her mask and held it in her hand. It's over. It's been seen. Chapter 49, I'll help you or I'll carry you. No. Even if she was seen, Huo Linghan should think she was Suwon. But how could she explain this outfit? Fan Yu could tell that yesterday's person was a bit similar to her. And Huo Linghan isn't a little cutie. He is not a cutie pie. But he can definitely guess that yesterday's person was her when he sees her in this outfit. Suwon nervously pinched the gauze mask in her hand. Fine and dense sweat oozing from her goose-like nose. And even her breathing froze. It wasn't until the person in the beige summer short-sleeves military uniform brushed past her and saw that it wasn't Huo Linghan that she let out a fierce sigh of relief. Her small face was curdled red. Her chest gasped lightly. And her fingertips pinched and turned red. Thinking that this was a military hospital and that there would be a lot of military personnel from the military region who would come here for medical treatment. So a moment's effort. She saw several more. Our uniform beige summer short-sleeve dress. Keep plate inch hair. Standing military postures all year round. The figure is very straight. Apart from the difference in height, it would be really recognizable at first glance. For the sake of insurance, Suwon still put her mask on, focusing on wearing this body to hide from Su Xiaowei. She forgot that the person she should hide from is Huo Linghan. Suwon held her straw hat upright, running all the way. On the verge of running out of the hospital's side door, a tall and sturdy soldier in a beige uniform walked in from outside.
Oh. Solid strong chest hit her chest pain. Good hard packs. Plus she was wearing a large buttoned cloth dress. This hit delicate chest by the buttons cackled pain. Huoluohan was reading the checklist in his hand and not looking at the road, when suddenly a flash of a delicate body slammed into him, leaving him unable to make a reaction. The soft flesh of that watery tofu was squeezed on his chest, full of soft jade and warm fragrance. And his nostrils were filled with fresh and good-smelling soap fragrance. Sorry. Suwon covered her chest and apologized. Seeing that the other party was also wearing a military uniform didn't think too much about it. It's just that there seemed to be 2 more stars on the shoulder patch than the others. Then it was time to leave. Huolinghan lowered his head, only to see a pair of her eyes exposed. Eyebrows smooth, clear and flora. Naturally upturned end of the eye percolated a touch of red. Exactly the same as the pair of watery spring eyes in his dream. Comrade Tingting? Huolinghan called out tentatively, his low tones withholding a hint of huskiness. Suwon, who had already walked out, was slightly stunned for a moment. Her ebony pupils instantly tightened. This was Huolinghan's voice. Suwon pretended not to hear and continued to walk forward, her footsteps accelerating uncontrollably. Huolinghan, however, caught up. The strap of the sandal under her foot suddenly broke at that moment, because she was walking too fast. Her left foot stepped on the stone road which was baked hot by the sun, and the center of her foot was cut by the sharp stone, and the bright red blood seeped out from the center of her foot. It hurt and burned so much that she lifted her feet at once, nearly unsteady. Huoluohan's long, slender legs crossed, supporting Suwon's arm, dropping his dark eyes to confirm once again that he hadn't misread. She had a straw hat on her head and a gauze mask over her mouth and nose, covering almost most of her face. But he couldn't mistake those eyebrows. It was watery and very compassionate, because she was wearing a mask that covered the other features of her face. It was more likely that people would remember her detailed and lush eyebrows, as well as her fresh and seductive red lips. Comrade Tingting, I'll help you to the general surgery department to treat the wound. After Huolinghan stabilizes Suwon's body, he glances down at her bleeding foot and frowns slightly. No. No need. Suwon hurriedly rejected in a small voice, a heart almost in her throat, hanging her head low, not daring to look at Huolinghan at all. The long, thick eyelashes fluttered uneasily, somewhat surprised that Huolinghan didn't recognize her. I guess it really had a lot to do with the way she was dressed. It's just like working people in the latter days, going to work every day in disgusting outfits and meeting with co-workers every day. But when the weekend is over, changing into normal outfits and dressing up for a good time. When we met on the road, we didn't recognize anyone. In Huolinghan's impression and cognition, she is always wearing Patch's beggar clothes of the rural girl. Hard and simple. She was dressed in a ready-to-wear fashionable dress bought in a city man's store. And in turn, she didn't recognize her for a moment. She kept this vest for the time being, but it was temporary. When she had finished, she flicked her arms to steady herself and pointed her left toe to the ground, trying to reach for her sandals. But as soon as her foot touched the ground, it was so hot that she retracted it. Huolinghan took a step forward and bent down to help Suwon pick up the white sandals on the ground. He took a look at the white plastic sandals, which had been worn for several years, and the sandal straps were completely dry and cracked and broken, so they were unwearable and couldn't be repaired even if he wanted to. Comrade Tingting, we met yesterday. My name is Huolinghan. Huolinghan holds the sandals in his hand and makes an introduction. Her feet were also really very pretty and small, and as he held her sandals, it felt like she had feet he could hold in one hand. He held back from looking at her bare and tender little feet, his stern and composed jawline tightening slightly. This sandal is no longer wearable. I'll help you find a doctor to treat the wound on your foot first. There's no need to trouble you. It's just a scratch. I can go by myself.
Suwon senses that Ho Lingan's line of sight has been falling heavily on her body the entire time. And still hangs her head low, attempting to use her straw hat to cover all of her face. The delicate, soft, sticky voice was a little muffled through the gauze mask. This is also the reason why Ho Linghan didn't hear her voice at first. Reaching out, he was about to reach for her sandals. Ho Luohan shifted his sight downward to skim the sandal on her right foot, which had a plastic strap that had long since broken, and used a needle and thread to sew up the cracked area. She was very pitiful like that. Your wound needs to be treated as soon as possible. And it's not a good time to wear shoes. So I'll help you to the doctor. Or I'll carry you? He gripped the sandal in his hand and didn't give it to her, also seeing that she was still bleeding from the center of her right foot. It was asking her to choose one of the two. It was informing her, not asking her opinion. Press didn't give her the option to refuse. Strong and dominant, Suwon was really about to despair. She really didn't dare to think about what would happen if she stayed with him for a while longer and he found out her identity. Had she known that when Ho Linghan asked her to dance again yesterday, she shouldn't have agreed to him just to disgust Fang Yu. And even more so, you shouldn't go up there and sing for prizes. So there wouldn't be so much of it. Suwon lightly bit her lips under the gauze mask, thinking about what to do. At this point in time, looking at the time almost to call again Jung's secretary from the administrative building out. Saw Ho Linghan and a lesbian standing in the hospital corridor. Under the hand seems to be holding the lesbian's sandals. Chapter 50, The Horse is Going to Fall Off. Chief Hua. What's going on? Secretary Jiang inquired as he quickly stepped forward, his eyes scanning suspiciously over the masked female comrade. Suwon looked back and saw that it was Secretary Jiang. Just like seeing a savior. She was also afraid that she would call out her name, and then it would all be over. Immediately taking the initiative to greet Secretary Jiang. Secretary Jiang. I'm Ting Ting. Ting Ting? Secretary Jiang swept several glances at Suwon's face before speaking with a smile. Ting Ting ah. I called you several times this morning but no one answered. So it turns out that you've come to the hospital. Secretary Jiang. I'm looking for you for something, Suwon hurriedly said, just hoping that Secretary Jiang would hurry up and take her away. And winked at her. Suwon is the nanny in Song Wenba's house. Suwon came to her at this time. Secretary Jiang didn't even need to think about it. It should be the same purpose as Chief Hua. It's kinda amazing that two people's hearts want to go together. Head Hua came to me early this morning and brought you a pocket of delicious food. And now you are coming to me again. He. Secretary Jiang glanced at Head Hua, and then at Suwon. And the smile on his face piled up into a flower, the meaning of which is self-explanatory. It's a good idea to let the two of them get along first, and then tell Chief Hua about Suwon's true identity after they get along well. Or Suwon himself can say it. Secretary Jiang. Comrade Ting Ting's leg is injured. I'll first take her to the infirmary to bandage the wound. Ho Linggan's face is unmoving. His pitch-black line of sight falls on Suwon's injured and bleeding leg, and he frowns slightly. Yes. Look, your leg is bleeding. First let Head Hua take you to the infirmary to treat the wound. It's not too late to talk about this later. Secretary Jiang glances down at Suwon's raised foot. Only then does he see that her foot is injured, and hurriedly says, let Head Hua carry you. Secretary Jiang. No need. Why don't you accompany me? Suwon felt like suffocating, directly pulling on Secretary Jiang's arm, her eyes looking at Secretary Jiang with difficult reluctance, wanting to say something to him. However, Ho Linghan had already walked over.
and could only hold Secretary Zhang's hand tightly, hoping that she would understand what she meant. Secretary Zhang only thought it was the little girl being shy and also wanted to create some alone time for the two of them. So he said, "Ting Ting, I have something to do later. So I'll let Chief Hua carry you. There's no need to bother Chief Hua. The blood on my feet will stain Chief Hua's clothes." Suwon once again grasped Secretary Zhang's hand hard. Her fine rainy soft voice with a hint of pleading. "Secretary Zhang, will you just accompany me for a bit?" Huolingen's dark and deep eyes fell on Suwon's slender back. And then his sight once again looked at Suwon's injured foot, which was already dripping several drops of blood on the gravel road. "Secretary Zhang, delay you for a while to accompany Comrade Tingting to a trip. Comrade Tingting's wound on the foot needs to be stopped as soon as possible to deal with the bleeding." Seeing that Huolinghan said this, perhaps Suwon, a student, would indeed be a bit scared and nervous when facing a military region chief. Secretary Zhang nodded. With that, Huolinghan squatted down, his back broad and straight, his tight muscle lines prominent, full of strength, a sense of stability, his voice steady. "Come up, Comrade Tingting. Hurry up and go up." Secretary Zhang holds Suwon's hand and lets her lie on Huolingen's back. Suwon lightly trembles her long, curly eyelashes, knowing that there's no way out if she doesn't want to go up. And having Secretary Zhang beside her is better than her and Huolinghan staying alone together. Then she bit her lip, took a deep breath, and leaned down, her two arms naturally hanging down in front of Huolingen's shoulders, lying on Huolingen's back. Huolinghan one hand holding Suwon's white plastic sandals, one hand naturally clenched fist, through the bend of Suwon's knee, did not touch her thighs. Very measured, gentlemanly, lightly and easily, he stood up with Suwon on his back. As the view rises, the height of 1.86 m makes Suwon's hand, which is gently resting on Huolingen's shoulder, involuntarily wrap around Huolingen's neck. But after getting used to this height, Suwon quickly loosened up and moved her injured left foot a little further away from Huolinghan, lest the blood get on Huolingen's pants. When we got to the infirmary, the doctor examined the wound. It wasn't deep, but there was rust in the wound. There should be foreign nails or something next to the rock that we stepped on. It would be best to get a tetanus shot so that the wound wouldn't get infected. Huolinghan took the checklist and walked out, returning after paying the bill in a short while. You need to do a skin test before you get a tetanus shot to prevent an allergic reaction. You will need to wait 15 minutes after the skin test to make sure you are not allergic before injecting the tetanus medication. Secretary Zhang helped Suwon sit on the green-painted bench outside and said with a smile, "Look how considerate Head Hui is to you. Such a hot day. Why are you still covering the gauze mask? Quickly take off the mask." Saying this, Secretary Zhang is going to reach out and help Suwon take it off. Also, by the way, he wants to let Huolinghan take a look at Suwon's appearance. Suwon immediately panicked. Her face went a little white. Her body leaned back and she quickly said, "Secretary Zhang, I have pimples on my face. It doesn't look good. If this is removed, she'll drop her horse on the spot." Secretary Zhang smiled more deeply. This girl is love beauty. Especially in front of their favorite people, extra attention to the image. Intentionally, she glanced at Huolinghan. Huolinghan stands with his back straight as a pine and cypress by the wall, his dark gaze sweeping over her bandaged left foot, the white plastic sandal that has been broken over her foot, but obviously wearing has been unable to walk. "Secretary Zhang, I'm going out. Please take care of Comrade Tingting." After saying that, Huolinghan walked out with large strides. As soon as Suwon saw Huolingen's back disappearing down the corridor, her tense body instantly relaxed and said to Secretary Zhang, "Secretary Zhang, Please make sure you don't say anything about me standing in for wanting to participate in the sorority. Secretary John was a bit puzzled. Why is this? Can't you see that Chief Hua is taking quite good care of you? If he wanted to investigate, he definitely wouldn't be able to hide it. Secretary Jiang. As long as you don't let others know that it's me who took the place of Ruan-Tingting on the line. I just want to study at ease now and take the university exams. And Su-won's eyes turned a little bit. I do have a favorite person. And I intend to graduate and then with him married. I thought it was just going to get a head count and eat. I didn't think it would be like this. If I let others know about this, how can I still be a human being in the future? Secretary Jiang opened his mouth wide. Did not think that Su-won had an object. This thing gave. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone about this matter. I'll make it clear to Chief Hua when he comes back. I won't make things difficult for you. No wonder Su-won's classmates have been avoiding Head Hua and are unwilling to come into contact with him. Chapter 51, There's Someone You Like. With Secretary Jiang's words, Su-won's heart was sort of settled. Then he stood up and wanted to take advantage of Huo Lingan's absence to leave in a hurry. Secretary Jiang. I still have to go back and cook. So I'll leave first. Oops. This is still some time away from mealtime. It's not that bad for a few minutes. Finish the tetanus and then leave. I'll make it clear to Chief Hua when he comes back. Secretary Jiang pressed Su-won back again. And the straps of your sandals are broken. Wait here. I'll go to the office to get a needle and thread and sew the straps on. Otherwise you won't be able to go home. The front foot of Secretary Jiang just left. The nurse came to check Su-won's allergic reaction. And after there is no allergy. Let Su-won went in to play tetanus. After the tetanus, Su-won was not daring to stay for a moment longer. Found a hemp rope. Tied the broken sandals to her feet. And purposely spared the long way to run out from the back door of the military hospital. When Huo Linghan came back with his newly purchased crystal sandals, Su-won was no longer on the green-painted bench. And Secretary Jiang was not there. Nurse, may I ask where the lesbian who was sitting here wearing a mask just now went? Huo Linghan asks a passing nurse. Already gone. The nurse is impressed with the masked lesbian and glances at the sandals Huo Linghan is holding in his hand. Are you the object of that lesbian? Did you guys have a fight? That lesbian left in a hurry. Huo Linghan's high and stern brows clustered instantly. At this time Secretary Jiang also came back with a needle and thread. Knowing that Su-won had already left, he could not help but say, Egu. How is this girl in such a hurry? How can she go back wearing bad sandals? Secretary Jiang. Does Comrade Tingting have something against me? Huo Linghan turns to look at Secretary Jiang. He's no cutie pie either. Could see that Comrade Tina was avoiding him again and again. And it seemed to be very much afraid of him. And had been avoiding him. It gave him a feeling he couldn't quite put his finger on. It was strange. Chief Hua. Secretary Jiang saw the lady's sandals he was holding in his hand. And for a moment he didn't know what to say to Huo Linghan. He also didn't expect that Hua headmaster was really quite attentive to Su-won. And even went out to specially buy Su-won new sandals. But who let Su-won already have a favorite? Chief Hua, I only just realized that actually Tingting she has a favorite. Secretary Jiang said very apologetically. Huo Linghan narrowed his eyes slightly. Very strange. Then why would she go to a sorority dance fellowship? This. In the face of Head was hawk-like. Cold and probing gaze. Secretary Jiang gave a slight start. But she had long since thought of an argument. We also report eligible single lesbians in accordance with the regulations. And none of us knew that Tingting had a favorite before. And it was only after you left just now that I inquired about Tingting's intentions, and only then did I hear her say it. Secretary Jiang finished with a deep sigh. Revealing helplessness. Huolingan's hand holding the lady's crystal sandals tightened slightly. His cold brows, as deep as the ancient city's deep mountains, were dark and deep. His thin lips pursed lightly in thought. That sounds more like a polite excuse. Chief Hua. I'm really sorry about this. I'll bring you that mesh pocket of stuff you left in my office later. Secretary Jiang said rather regretfully. It was indeed quite regrettable for both Chief Hua and Su Wan. No need. Secretary Jiang. Huolinghan lightly opens his thin lips and quickly walks out after saying these words. Hey. Hua head. Jiang's secretary chased up. But the person had already disappeared. And could only sigh silently in his heart. Su Wan dragged her injured left leg and finally returned to the Song family without any danger. If it wasn't for the fact that Huolinghan had gone out in the middle of the day and stayed with him a little longer, her identity would have definitely been recognized by Huolinghan. She took out her key and was just about to open the door when the door to her room opened from the inside. Auntie Wang, holding a spatula in one hand and wiping her sweat with a towel hanging around her neck, looked at Su Wan, who was standing outside the door dressed as a clean and fashionable college student. Comrade, who are you looking for? Auntie Wang asked curiously. Then realized that Su Wan was still holding the key in her hand and became even more puzzled. Hey! Comrade! How come you have the key to our house? Auntie Wang! Aren't you not coming back until the end of August? Su Wan also froze when she saw the person who opened the door. You are Su Wan? Aunt Wang looked Su Wan up and down several times, somewhat incredulous. Originally, the person looks markedly beautiful and speaks a fluent Mandarin, now wearing a big-breasted cloth skirt, completely with the city people like college students. Not at all see that she is a poor girl from the countryside. Sure enough, if she had come back a few days later, she might not have been able to keep this job as a working nanny. I can't even recognize you when you're dressed like this. Auntie Wang took another look at Su Wan and thought to herself, which is the least bit like being a nanny. You're going out? Su Wan walked into the house and glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. It was just after 10 o'clock. Secretary Yang had not yet returned from work. And Principal Song should still be playing chess in the grove. The kitchen has also been cooking. Yes. I just went out for a bit. Auntie Wang, why did you suddenly return to the Song family early? Su Wan continued to pursue the question again. It felt strange that when she came to the Song family to do work, she had clearly agreed that Auntie Wang would return to the Song family at the end of August. And she was just in time to start school and be able to live there. My husband's leg is almost recovered and he can walk on the ground. But he can't work yet. So I thought I'd hurry back as the family has one less laborer and doesn't need anyone to take care of it anyway. Auntie Wang smiled and said that the meaning of this eviction is also very obvious. She had also wanted to wait until her husband's leg was completely healed before she came back. Just as there was a whole lot of farm work to be done on the land. But she didn't know who sent her a letter. And when she saw the content of the letter, she was still hesitant. After all, she had worked in the Song family for so many years. The result is not coincidental. A few days ago she saw a newspaper. There is a column of lost and found. Registered exactly Su Wan's high school academic transcripts. Such academic performance which school will accept. Don't really. Su Wan can't go to school and take her babysitting job. Her whole family of a dozen or so relies on her to earn a living as a nanny in the city. And the Song family's work is simple and not so much of a pain in the ass. If I lose this, where will I find such a good job? So she packed her bags in a hurry and took the train back to Song's house overnight. Auntie Wang. So do the aunts and uncles know you're back? I don't seem to have heard them mention it. Su Wan always felt that Aunt Wang's return was just too sudden. With Auntie Wang back, the Song family definitely didn't need two nannies. So she'd have to go back to Hua's house or find another nanny job. When Principal Song and Secretary Yan go home, they will know. At that time, I also because my husband broke his leg. Really can't have to go home a trip. This is to find you to take over for me for a while. Well, don't you want to study? It's almost August. So you can go back and study hard.
Auntie Wang tapped the garlic on the sticky board with nimble hands. Then peeled off the outer cloak and chopped it. Auntie Wang's words seemed to be squeezing. As if she was afraid that she would take her nanny's job. Suwon felt that things weren't that simple. Auntie Wang and Song's family knew that she was only here for a summer job. She would have absolutely no effect on Auntie Wang. And even if Auntie Wang's family was short of money, it wasn't as if she had just come back word for word and wanted to drive her away. Suwon didn't say anything else, went to the bathroom to change the clothes on her body. Go into the kitchen and follow along with the cooking. Auntie Wang, on the other hand, glanced her way from time to time and said a few words, saying that Suwon had put too much oil in, and disliking her for doing this or that. At mealtime, Principal Song and Secretary Yang came back and were very puzzled and surprised to see Auntie Wang, who had suddenly returned. But this person has already come. Cannot let the person go back to their home. Besides, Suwon still have a month to start school. This makes both Principal Song and Secretary Yang very difficult. The family definitely does not need two nannies. But let Suwon go. They are also very reluctant to let go. In addition to Suwon's cooking to their taste, but also more very heartbreaking. Suwon also didn't want to make things difficult for Principal Song and Secretary Yang. After all, a month's salary for two nannies was a considerable expense. Soon Song Wenba will be getting married again. And there is money to be used everywhere. So she was good and understanding at the dinner table and said, "Uncle, Auntie, since Auntie Wang is back and doesn't need me anymore, I'll move back to my relative's house tomorrow." Secretary Yang really does not want to let Suwon go. But the family total of 3 people also do not need 2 nannies. Thought about it and said, "Suwon, anyway, this month is not a few days. You will do this month and then go. Tomorrow I will be in the unit in the family home to help you to ask to see which need a nanny. I will help you to introduce the past." "Good. Then thank you, Auntie. Then I'll take half of the wages for the remaining days." Suwon's heart was filled with gratitude. Huo Linghan is going to have an operation tomorrow to open up the knife. And for her to go back to live in Huo's house at this juncture is to cause trouble for Huo's family. Especially since Huo Linghan is definitely going home to recuperate after being discharged from the hospital. So wouldn't this be like seeing him every day? The mere thought of what had happened today made her shudder. She had to get away from him. So she's going to take advantage of these days to hurry up and get a new babysitting job at the family home. Auntie Wang saw Suwon say this and also hurriedly said, "Principal Song, Secretary Yang also blames me for this matter. I'll take half of the wages for these few days." Just like Suwon. She was now regretting a bit how she could just trust an anonymous letter. This Song family had absolutely no intention of keeping Suwon as a nanny. And Suwon studied very hard. At night after she took a bath and came out, Suwon was still sitting in front of the table, lighting a lamp to read. It's just like getting ready for the start of senior year. "Auntie Wang, I've made my bed. The single bed is too crowded for the 2 of us. You sleep on the bed. I'll just sleep on the floor." Suwon lightly blinked her warm and quiet eyes, turned around and smiled at her with curved lips. Then she closed her book and went to get her clothes to take a shower. Didn't mind her squeezing her today. Auntie Wang was a little overjoyed in her heart. After all, she was also afraid that her job would be taken away by Suwon. There was no opinion or dissatisfaction with Suwon. "Oh, big sister. I'm really sorry for you too. Originally I did want to come back until the end of August. But last week I received an anonymous letter. The letter said you poor grades cannot go to school. But cooking very much to the hearts of the Song family. Intends to let you stay as a nanny. Originally I did not take it seriously. But a few days ago I saw the newspaper published your academic performance. I was worried about a hurry to pack their bags over. Auntie Wang called Su-won and told her the truth. After all, how hard is it to find a job now? If I don't have this nanny job, I'll have to go back home. Letter? Su-won knew that Auntie Wang couldn't have suddenly returned to the Song family for no reason. Then Auntie Wang, did you bring that letter? Su-won immediately asked. No. Left it at home. Auntie Wang also felt strange now that she thought about it carefully. If someone she knew wrote her a letter to tell her about it, why use anonymity? That meant that this person had some sort of beef with Su-won, and deliberately distorted the facts to tell her that he wanted her to drive back to the Song family and make Su-won lose this job. Grandma! Auntie Wang figured this out and immediately slapped her thigh. Su-won, is there someone who can't see you and is intentionally doing bad things behind your back? But how does this person know the address of my old home? Su-won pulled open the drawer. And in the drawer a tin box with a large rooster on it neatly held letters from Auntie Wang's old home. Combined with the timing of Auntie Wang's receipt of the letter, she understood at once. The only person who knew she had poor grades and knew she was a good cook and wanted to lose her job so badly was Su Shelby. When Su Shelby came to her last time, she went out from the kitchen during that time, presumably sneaking into the small room and seeing the address of Aunt Wang's old home. Su Wanling hooked up her lips. She'd been so busy taking time out to study that she'd forgotten to smoke her. Military hospital? Huo Linghan lying in a single-room bed. Obviously just hung up the pain medication. But the right shoulder pain is still vaguely coming from the heart. It was as if a power drill inside him was drilling his bones one at a time. The right arm was even more directly numb. Huo Linghan sits up. And the moonlight outside the window spreads in, shining on the army green shirt hanging on the hanger. The scene of a pair of white soft hands soaking in the soap foam and carefully scrubbing his shirt came to mind. He ghostly walked out of bed. Take down the military green shirt. Put on the tip of the nose, gently sniff a little. Elegant and good-smelling soap aroma all of a sudden drilled into his nostrils. Vaguely seems to be mixed with a young girl's sweet scent. It made the pain in his right shoulder seem to diminish a little. And his arm didn't tingle as much. He simply pulled his shirt over his face and slumped back into the hospital bed, sniffing the silky fragrance of Fuya's sweet scent. He unconsciously went to sleep. It was the same auditorium, and Sweet Honey was playing on the radio. But it was sung by Comrade Ting Ting. The songs are sweet and heartfelt. She wore a bunny mask. Her fresh red lips flicked open, and her dexterous wet tongue flicked the creamy white milk candy in her mouth from time to time. The tingling sound of it gently knocking against her shell teeth was tantalizing to the extreme. Chapter 52, Who gave you permission to touch my things? His long, bony hand took her small, soft, white hand and danced slowly. She looked at him with moist, watery eyes, her curly, thick eyelash feathers blinking miserably. It's more than heartwarming. Her delicate, sweet-smelling, girlish scent filled her nostrils. He reached out to remove the bunny mask from her face, but she dodged it and turned to run outside. Ting ting. He pulled her hand. The bunny mask slipped from the face, revealing a soft and pure face. Eyes warm and calm, like a child pure white gardenia. It's Su-won. Huo Linghan woke up from his dream and removed the army green shirt covering his face. His eyes were dark and complex, and sweat rolled down his forehead. How could he dream of Comrade Ting Ting's face as Su-won? It's crazy. The two of them were somewhat similar. But the two of them, Comrade Ting Ting and Su-won, were completely unrelated and did not cross paths in any way. It was probably because he hadn't seen Comrade Ting Ting's face. Plus Comrade Ting Ting's and Su-won's eyes did seem to be more alike, that he had such a dream. Huo Linghan is breathing steadily. His back and chest are sweaty, and his blue and white striped hospital gown pants are wet and sticky.
He got up quickly and took a pair of underwear out of the ones he'd brought with him to change in the bathroom. And the army green shirt next to his bed was drenched in a patch of sweat from his face. He hesitated and hung his army green shirt on the hanger. After which took it into the bathroom along with the sheets. When it was time for the night nurse check-in, several nurses on the night shift scrambled to be the first to come to the cadre ward to check in. All know that this cadre ward lived in an officer beautiful man. Young to become a regimental commander. Looks tall and handsome. Exudes a cold ascetic temperament. Take off the stern, serious uniforms, put on the sick suit look. There is a unique beauty, strong miserable feeling. I heard that I'm still single and not married. So eventually one of the more senior female nurses, clutching her logbook, reached out to unscrew the yellow-painted ward door, only to find the door unlocked from the inside. Listen carefully to the sound of water clattering inside and the sound of scrubbing clothes. Chief Hua. I'm here to check in. The nurse called out from outside the door. How's your right shoulder feeling? Do you need a shot of painkillers? No need. A cold, hard voice soon came from inside. Chief Hua. Remember that you're going to have general anesthesia tomorrow. You can't eat anything for 12 hours. And you can't drink water either. The nurse admonished again. I think it's really quite tolerable. No thanks to the military. Got it. Cold and concise. Clearly not wanting to be disturbed again. The nurse had to lose her mind and go check another room. Hua Luohan re-rinsed the cool shower, washing his clothes in the meantime. Because there is no place to dry in the middle of the night, Hua Linghan had to scrub the wet piece of the bedsheet clean. And then spread it on the bed. Open the window and wait for natural drying. He himself was sitting on the sofa with his back straight and his hands on his knees. Not a bit of sleep at all. Over and over again. His mind recalled the dream he had just had. And when he thought of the last scene when Su Wan's face appeared, his high and stern eyebrows clustered up coldly. Early the next morning, Su Shelby carried a thermos bucket and actively ran to the hospital to deliver breakfast to Big Brother Hua. Yesterday, she came to the cadre ward several times to look for Big Brother Hua, wanting to find out what happened to Big Brother Hua and the person who replaced Nurse Tingting. But she couldn't find Big Brother Hua. When she came this time, Big Brother Hua was still not in the hospital room. The blue and white striped hospital bed quilt was folded foursquare into tofu blocks. And all four corners of the sheets were pulled flat and straight without a single wrinkle. It's just like going into the barracks. Boarded up and meticulous. Nurse. May I ask where Chief Hua went? Su Shelby found a nurse to inquire. Going for a checkup. The nurse was very impressed with the rural dress Su Shelby, who had come to see her several times yesterday. I don't know what kind of relationship I have with Chief Hua, but I'm quite concerned about him anyway. Su Shelby slightly lowered her heart when she heard this. I also wonder if Brother Hua knows that it was someone who attended the sorority in the name of Ting Ting's nursemaid. And who is that replacement? Could it be Su Wan? This thought also flashed by Su Shelby and could not be carried away by Fong Yu's thoughts. It just so happened that both of them had a red vermilion mole growing below their earlobes. She didn't see the blue and white braggy among the clothes drying on the balcony when she went to Song's house to look for Su Wan yesterday. And if it was really Su Wan, knowing that Big Brother Hua went to the hospital to find Secretary Jiang to matchmake, she would have had her mouth crooked with laughter. And it would have been impossible for her not to have a little bit of expression on her face. So she scanned the ward and made her way to the wooden closet and reached out to open the door. She liked Big Brother Hua and felt that by looking at the things Big Brother Hua had used, she could get closer to Big Brother Hua. The wooden closet is divided into several layers with partitions. Brother Hua brought not many things, all categorized and neatly arranged. The second layer holds toiletries, soap, toothpaste, toothbrushes and enamel cylinders for brushing teeth. And the third layer holds Brother Hua's change of clothes. It's just like yesterday.
Su Xiaowei was just about to close the door when she looked up and found an extra pair of ladies' crystal sandals on the innermost part of the first floor.
That wasn't there yesterday. Is it possible that Brother Hua bought this for her?
Su Xiaowei tiptoed up and took down the ladies' crystal sandals, which were brand new and still freshly smelling of plastic goodness on them.
She hadn't worn these crystal sandals from the city until now,
and had always worn cloth shoes made by her mother back home, which were stuffy and ugly.
Could it really have been bought for her? Or was it bought for the person who took the place of Tina's nursemaid?
It can't be that the two of them got hitched only a day ago yesterday, and Big Brother Ho bought crystal sandals for each other. Su Xiaowei apprehensively turned the sandal over and saw the shoe size marked on it.
Size 37.
Her feet are size 36 and Suwon's feet are also size 37.
It can't be true that the top replacement is Suwon. It's not possible.
Su Xiaowei repositioned her sandals.
Who exactly is the replacement?
As long as she stays in the hospital to take care of Big Brother Hua,
she will surely know.
Thinking of this, Su Xiaowei again saw the army green shirt hanging on the hanger.
It had some folds on it. It should have been worn.
So she took off her army green shirt intending to take it to the bathroom to wash it. It was at this time that Huo Linghan, who had finished his examination,
returned,
followed by a guard. Seeing that Su Xiaowei was holding his army green shirt in her hand, her cold eyebrows clustered up and she took the shirt from her hand in one go. Her voice cold and solemn threw the warning.
Who allowed you to move my things?
Big Brother Hua. I just see that this shirt seems to have been worn.
I want to help you take it to the wash.
Su Xiaowei froze for a moment, the smile on her face turning stiff. Ever since Brother Hua met her at the Song family home,
he's been extraordinarily cold and distant toward her.
No need. Don't feel free to touch my things without my consent. As a lesbian, please maintain a good distance to get along and grasp the balance. Huo Linghan's eyebrows are filled with the coldness of rejecting others.
Warning and reprimanding with full meaning.
Taking the shirt in his hands, he shook it out, as if trying to shake off the odor that Su Xiaowei had left on it. His cold brows piled together, very bothered by Su Xiaowei's touch. Su Xiaowei's face was reddened by Huo Linghan's reprimand. And when she saw Big Brother Hua's action, she bit her lips even tighter.
I'm sorry, Big Brother Hua, I won't next time.
She apologizes obediently and coquettishly, then walks over to the table and opens the thermos bucket.
Big Brother Hua, you haven't eaten breakfast yet.
Right.
This is the chicken soup I got up at 4 in the morning to make,
to replenish the nutrients in advance.
You take it back,
Huo Lords coldly said.
The general's green shirt is carefully and smoothly folded,
then put into the closet, only to find that the pair of crystal sandals he put on top have been moved. Turning back to Su Xiaowei with a sharp gaze.
You touched my closet?
Big Brother Hua.
Me? I just want to help you pack your things.
Su Xiaowei was holding a thermos bucket and was caught red-handed. Her face was very constricted and her cheeks were burning.
Huo Linghan's eyes got even colder.
His voice was stern,
giving off an appalling sense of oppression.
I don't want there to be a next time for this kind of thing.
You're going back to the Hua family now.
Big Brother Hua is really sorry. I shouldn't have touched your things. It's just that I saw that the shoe size of that pair of ladies' sandals seemed to be the same as my sister's. So I just curiously took them out and looked at them. Su Xiaowei feels that she's being hated. Shrinking her shoulders, wringing her hands, and speaking pitifully and softly.
Suwon is also a size 37?
The two seemed to be about the same height, and it was normal to wear the same shoe size. Huo Liaocold narrowed his eyes. His back to the body did not speak again. Tall and straight back, extraordinarily sinister, steep. Surrounded by cold,
inhumane breath.
Comrade woman, please go out. Chief Hua needs to get some rest now. The guard stepped forward and said.
Su Xiaowei clasped her hands, almost gouging them out. Big Brother Hua treating her like this made it very difficult for her. Then Big Brother Hua, you drink this chicken soup? She asked again timidly, with a hint of expectation. The chicken was an old farmhouse chicken that she had bought yesterday. Very nutritious. And it had been stewed in a casserole for 3 hours. And the chicken was stewed to perfection. Comrade woman. Chief Hua was forbidden to eat or drink for 12 hours before the operation. He can't eat anything right now. You'd better take the chicken soup back. The guard reminded. Su Xiaowei was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect it to be like this. Then wouldn't the chicken soup she worked so hard to get up in the early hours of the morning be wasted? Now the weather is so hot. When put into Hua Big Brother after surgery out. I guess all rancid cannot eat. But looking at Big Brother was cold back. She had no choice but to walk out of the hospital room carrying a thermos bucket. She wasn't willing to let it go. Before, when Big Brother Hua picked her up and brought her to Beiping, he treated her so well. Special detours were made to buy her cupcakes to eat. And when she arrived at Hua's house, she was given a leather case and a dictionary to make it easier for her to read and write. But since the nitrite incident, Brother Hua's attitude obviously changed to Suwon. In the Song family to help Suwon soup. Although still not in Suwon object. But also not before that kind of aversion to exclusion. On the contrary, her attitude towards her is getting colder and colder. She just wants to help Big Brother Hua do a laundry. But Big Brother Hua is so mean to her. She can't stand this change in attitude. And she can't let Big Brother Hua be snatched away. She came to Beiping to marry Big Brother Hua. Su Xiaowei came out of the ward just in time to see Li Sumei and Fang Yu come to the hospital to hang water. She thought of something all of a sudden. Since Fang Yu felt that the replacement resembled Suwon, why didn't she sit back and confirm her suspicions? Now, Fang Yu hates the person who took her place to the bone, and would like to find her and pull out her bones. There aren't many days left until the end of the month. And Suwon needs to find a nanny job as soon as possible. But today she asked a circle of people in the family home. Those who could afford a nanny had already hired one. And those who didn't get one didn't need one. Although Suwon was a good cook and was more sympathetic to her impoverished birth. No one's money came from the wind. Plus Suwon can only do it for a month. And it's weirdly annoying to have to find a new nanny when school starts. It's probably impossible to come across another Song family where the nanny has to go home temporarily and find someone to fill in for her. Auntie Wang was upset and went out to ask around. But no one wanted to recruit a nanny. Secretary Yang came home from work at noon and didn't bring good news. So he comforted Suwon to take her time. It's okay, Auntie. I have enough for school. And I'm moving back in with relatives at the end of the month. So it's nice to help out. Even in the latter part of the world. It is impossible to find a job in a short period of time. Not to mention in the 80s when jobs are allocated and introduced by connections. Suwon was already prepared in her heart. Just in time to go back and clean up Su Xiaowei. After dinner, Suwon stewed the carp that she bought at the market in the morning. Hua Linghan was having an operation in the afternoon. And she had to go over there as a matter of course. She couldn't hide from this one. Basic human decency as well as questions of politeness were going to be mandatory. Although the Hua family wasn't short of her bowl of carp soup, it was still important to express her feelings. So when Song Wenba returned last night, she inquired about Hua Linggan's surgery time and also asked Song Wenba to keep the matter of replacing Ruan Tingting a secret. Song Wenba himself was a tight-lipped person and understood Suwon's approach. So it was only when Hua Linggan's surgery began that she carried the stewed carp soup to the military hospital. Just think about going to the hospital while Hua Lingnan is in the operating room. And then leave when Hua Lingnan comes out of the operating room and the anesthesia is still fresh. This way the thought arrives and you can avoid having a positive contact with him. After she arrives at the military hospital,
She first goes to the administration building to hand over the tetanus money that Hua Linghan helped her pay for yesterday to Secretary Jiang, so that he can help pass it on to be returned to Hua Linghan. After hearing Secretary Jiang say that he didn't react in any particular way after speaking clearly with Hua Linghan yesterday, she was relieved. After inquiring with the nurse about Hua Linghan's ward, she walked towards the hospitalization department. Yesterday I specifically went to Principal Song's house to tell my sister that Big Brother Hua is having an operation today. And I don't know why my sister hasn't come yet. Could it be that Principal Song's side is busy and can't get away? Hua Linghan's afternoon surgery was moved up to 11 o'clock. And the surgery was completed smoother than expected. Chapter 53, Let Sister Suwon feed her. Hua Linghan had just awakened from anesthesia and was pushed back into the cadre ward. Su Xiaowei glanced at Grandma Hua, who was sitting on the sofa as if she had no intention of coming. She just intentionally didn't tell Suwon when Big Brother Hua's surgery was going to take place. And Big Brother Hua's surgery had been moved up. And when she came, it was estimated that Grandma Hua and the rest of them had gone back. By then, Grandma Hua and the others will definitely think Suwon is a white-eyed wolf that can't be fed. And Uncle Hua will be disappointed in her when he finds out. Principal Song's family is just 3 people. Usually just do the cooking. There's where it's busy. Old Mrs. Hua snorted coldly. The other day her grades were published in the newspaper. She was afraid that there would be no more school. And immediately found the Hua family. And now that Lord Han is having an operation, he can't squeeze in any time. And he hasn't seen her from beginning to end. And he doesn't know how to ask a question. Su Xiaowei in the end is more understanding than Suwon. From knowing that the Lord called to do surgery after the very concerned has been busy before and after. Today at 4 o'clock in the morning climbed up to boil chicken soup. In contrast to Suwon's selfish and self-reliant behavior. Old Mrs. Hua is very unhappy. Grandma Dr. Song is about to get married. The Song family should be quite busy right now. Hua Linghan, who had just finished operating, looked a bit weak. His hands infused with fluids. And spoke without a care in the world. Even if you're busy, you should always find time to come over. Hearing Hua Linghan say this, Mrs. Hua adds, pretend to be good. But you can't change your nature. Your father didn't believe what you told him on the phone before. And specifically asked his old department to go to Qiantang village to verify it. And the result is a lazy, selfish, overbearing vermin who has committed more egregious acts since he was a child than what you said on the phone. She came to Beiping to climb the ladder, using our Hua family as her springboard. Who would put her grades in the newspaper for no good reason. It's not that she's messed with someone over at the Song family and has been hiding it from us. I'd like to see how much longer she can pretend. Originally, old Mrs. Hua did have a somewhat altered impression of Suwon at some point. But since Hua Jiangwo verified Suwon's situation, she then felt that Suwon was scheming and had an evil mind. Wasn't her daughter-in-law, Xia Bai Ling, afraid from the start that such a person living in the Hua family would bring down and harm Xine? That's why I brought Cindy back to live with my mother's family. And now I'm out of town for further study. So I guess I'll be rushing back soon at this moment. At this time, Meng Xinhao's voice came from outside the ward. Sister Suwon. You're here? Why don't you go in? Suwon also didn't expect that Hua Linghan's surgery had been done ahead of schedule and that he was now awake. When he came to the door of the hospital room, he heard Grandma Hua say these words, and was hesitant to go in. When Meng Xinhao saw him, so Suwon was poised and walked into the ward with a big smile. Greeting, Grandma Hua. Head Hua. Sis. Why are you only here now? Big Brother Hua's surgery is all done. Su Xiaowei said meaningfully. Old Mrs. Hua also looks at her coldly. And surprisingly,
She's still eavesdropping outside the door. Grandma Hua. Now that the weather is hot. I was afraid that the carp soup would spoil if I left it in the thermos for too long. So I stuck it in the time when Head Hua was having the surgery to boil the fish soup. Thinking that Head Hua would be able to drink fresh fish soup once he woke up from the anesthesia. And I hadn't thought that the surgery time would be moved up. Suwon said unhurriedly, taking out the thermos behind her. Old Mrs. Hua looks at the thermos bucket in Suwon's hand and is slightly surprised. But she didn't expect her to be able to notice these details. Even if it's just pretending. That's a lot of effort. Su, shall we boil chicken soup in the morning? Just because of the hot weather put a few hours soup turns sour. Then isn't this just the right time? Hurry up and take it to your cousin to drink. My mom doesn't know when she'll be able to come. Meng Xinhao said. Su, shall we squeezed her hand tightly. The bottom of her eyes filled with angry hatred. I don't know how Su Wan's time is so accurate. In the front foot. Auntie Hong went back to get Wu Ma's boiled soup. And in the back foot. Su Wan came over with boiled fish soup. And the chicken soup she got up at 4 a.m. to make went to waste instead. So he deliberately said, Sister. I originally wanted to make fish soup for Big Brother Hua as well. But there are a lot of carp thorns. What if Big Brother Hua gets stuck? No, I have already picked out all the fish thorns in advance and sifted through a strainer. That's why it took so long. Suwon slightly curved her lips. Carp is the most favorable for long wounds. Although picking out the thorns is troublesome for a bit. This latter sentence was just like saying that Su Xiaowei was afraid of trouble and didn't want to get it. Su Xiaowei's face stiffens for a moment. But she still runs to Su Wan with a docile face and is about to take Su Wan's thermos bucket. Sister. It's me who's stupid. I didn't think of this. I'll feed Big Brother Hua the fish soup. You're tired from all the way here. Sit down and rest for a while. No need. Let Xinhao come. Hua Linghan said coldly, looking toward Meng Xinhao. Suwon originally didn't want Su Xiaowei to borrow flowers to thank Buddha and use the soup she made to perform in front of Hua Linghan. But right now there doesn't seem to be anyone else but her. She can't wait to avoid Hua Linghan now. But she doesn't dare to have close contact with him. Hearing Hua Linghan say this, he immediately took the thermos bucket to Meng Xinhao. Su Xiaowei's hand stops in midair and her face is unpleasant. Knowing that Big Brother Hua is angry with her for the morning. Meng Xinhao scratched his head. He was clumsy. How could he be as careful as a girl in doing things? And he hadn't forgotten that his cousin seemed to be interested in Su Wan's younger sister. So this was a good opportunity to promote the development of their relationship. So he waved his hand. Cousin. I can't. If I spill fish soup on you, my mom will definitely scold me to death. Let Sister Su Wan do it. The ward became quiet for a moment after these words. Su Wan had thought that Ho Lingnan would refuse. But she didn't expect that Ho Lingnan didn't say anything. Hurry up and go. Sister Su Wan. Meng Xinhao urged. Su Wan had to come to the bed with the thermos bucket stiffly. Very worried that she would be recognized by Ho Linghan. After all, yesterday she was wearing a straw hat and covering a mask. And just by virtue of a pair of exposed eyes, Hua Linghan still recognized her as usual. But the face still shows a calm and natural look. Especially paying attention to the walking posture of the left foot. Because even if Hua Lingguan recognized her, as long as she was dead set against it, Hua Lingguan couldn't do anything about it. But if she let him see that her left foot was injured, then she couldn't rely on it even if she wanted to. Su Xiaowei stood by and watched with hatred. Her heart extremely unbalanced. Big Brother Hua's treatment of her and Su Wan is completely reversed. Just after the knife, Hua Linghan body cannot move. Hands are still transfused with fluids. A handsome three-dimensional face slightly white. Less harsh. More warm feeling. But the dark eyes were still cold and hard and sharp. Lifting them to look coldly and faintly at Suwon, who came over. Chapter 54. Who are the sandals for? She was seen to be wearing a patched blue shirt on top. Grey to barefoot pants on the bottom with square patches on each knee as well. And black cloth shoes with exposed toes. Too long. Dark braids hung in front of her shoulders. And sweat-dampened scraps of hair were strewn across her forehead. Eyebrows smooth. Watery eyes warm and calm. Lips soft and fine. Glistening white petite earlobes and a bright red like blood vermilion mole. The two did look quite similar to each other. But it gave him a different feeling. Comrade Tingting is more delicate and soft mixed with a hint of innocence. And her voice is sweeter and softer. He'd seen several complete strangers but similar-looking people while on missions in the Northwest. Thinking of this, Huo Linghan quickly withdrew his eyes. The line of sight that Huo Linghan looked at her just now was dark and pressurized. As if it was as deep as a well. Extremely oppressive. Making her heart beat uncontrollably fast. But Suwon still calmly opened the thermos and poured the carp soup into a bowl. A fresh and fragrant fish aroma then spread through the ward. Fish soup simmered rich white. Slow simmering, fine simmering out of the fish meat, all boiled rotten completely with the soup blended together. You can tell just by looking at it that this bowl of fish soup is full of gems. It smells so good. Meng Xinhao looked at the side of his mouth. If he let him feed. Maybe feeding into his own mouth. The old lady sitting on the sofa slightly raised her head and glanced up. Originally thought that she would at most just casually boil a fish soup over to show her feelings. But it does look like a lot of work went into it. And her cooking is really good. If Lord Han had her to take care of him every day, the wound should also recover a little faster. Suwon scooped a spoonful of rich fish soup and lightly blew a few mouthfuls, then sent it to Huo Linghan's mouth. Huo Linghan hadn't eaten anything since 6 o'clock last night. His stomach was empty. And he had just come down from the operating table. Which was exactly when he was the weakest. Smelling the rich flavor, he opened his mouth and drank it in. The tender fish meat blends perfectly with the flavorful fish broth. Every drop of which is fresh and thick to the core. With no hint of fishy taste at all. It wasn't like he had never had carp soup before. But with a carp soup as fresh as this, he didn't know how Suwon had made it. It must have taken a lot of work. Comrade Suwon. Hard work. Huo Linghan recognizes that he doesn't have any relationship with Suwon right now. And there's absolutely no need for her to be so attentive. Opening his thinly cut lips to say thank you. With a proper attitude. But his voice line is still cold and hard. Revealing a sense of estranged distance. The clear and cold line of sight fell on Suwon's face searchingly. Looking at the delicate curves of her eyebrows and eyes. As well as those rosy and fresh cherry lips. The more she looked at her, the more similar she really was to Ting Ting. The bottom of the ink-tilted eyes was a deep, swirling, high, stern, English eyebrows clustered up. Suwon's complexion remains as calm as water. And she says warmly, "Head Hua. Don't say that. For the sake of my schooling, Uncle Hua and Aunt Hong have gone through a lot of trouble. And that's what I should do." Then she scooped up another spoonful of fish soup. Placed it on her mouth and gently blew on it before sending it to Huo Linghan's mouth. Su Xiaowei on the side is about to go crazy with jealousy when she sees Big Brother Huo looking at Suwon like this. Thinking of the lady's sandals she saw in the closet this morning, she purposely asked innocently in front of Grandma Hua. "Big Brother Hua, are the sandals in your closet the ones you bought in preparation for giving to your sister?" Old Mrs. Huo also senses that Huo Linghan's eyes have been falling on Suwon. And when she hears this, she frowns and her eyes become sharp. "Wow. Cousin. You bought Suwon's sister's sandals? You even know Suwon's shoe size?" Meng Xinhao, on the other hand, had an excited look on his face and was coaxing from the side. Who would have thought that a cousin who was cold, hard and rigid, and disdainful of any woman. Would buy sandals for a lesbian. No. Hua Linghan immediately voices out. His angular jawline lines extraordinarily cold and hard, and his chili pool-like sharp and icy eyes quickly shoot towards Su Xiaowei, full of cold and stern warnings. He hated it when people crossed the line and asked him about his personal affairs. This caused Su Xiaowei's face to quickly turn white and she stood aside, not daring to say a single word more. Xiaowei? How did you know? Did you open Chief Hua's closet and look at it? It's not like you even tried it on. Right? Suwan also knew about this from Secretary Zhang and asked with deliberate curiosity. Old Mrs. Hua disliked her so much. And Su Xiaowei still managed to bring this matter up. Wasn't she trying to make Grandma Hua hate her even more? Sure enough. The next second, Hua Lingyan's line of sight became more and more stern, like a polished sharp knife, chilling one's body. Of course not. How could I just touch Big Brother Hua's things? I just unintentionally saw it when I was helping Big Brother Hua pack up his things. Su Xiaowei flustered up with the naked eye and hurriedly and eagerly explained. She also didn't expect to lift a stone to hit her own foot. And fearing that Big Brother Hua wouldn't believe her, she explained again. Big Brother Hua. I really didn't. Lord Han. Then who was this sandal given to? Old Mrs. Hua is more concerned about the owner of these shoes. He was raised to be an extremely opinionated person and rarely told his family anything. Is it the Ting Ting female nurse who danced with you at the sorority? This information was still from Political Commissar Liu. Hua Linghan pursed his lips and didn't say anything, his dark eyes sullen. That means yes. Old Mrs. Hua is happy. It's the first time she's been able to get her grandson to take such initiative. Political Commissar Liu said that the female nurse's family condition is not too good. But as long as the character is decent, the nature is good, and you like it, our family doesn't have so much to talk about. Old Mrs. Hua mainly believes in Hua Lingyan's vision, and the girl he sees must be very good in her own right. I'm really happy for Big Brother Hua to have someone he likes. I hope that Big Brother Hua can recover and leave the hospital earlier and get married soon. Su Xiaowei rushes to send her blessings in order to make her position clear. Before looking at Su Wan. Sister. Aren't you happy for Big Brother Hua? Of course I'm happy. When Head Hua gets married, I'll definitely cook a table for Big Brother Hua. Su Wan's heart jumped at first. Then she also said with a smile on her face. As long as Secretary Jiang and Song Wenba are dead set on keeping this secret, she believes that Hua Linghan should never be able to know that the person is her. Hua Linghan coldly raised his eyes towards Su Wan once again. Su Wan's face was full of sincerity and her watery eyes were clear. Then the eyes retracted again, jawline tightening. After drinking the fish soup, Hua Linghan closes his eyes and wants to rest. Old Mrs. Hua then plans to return to the Hua family as well. Meng Xinhao and Old Mrs. Hua walked in front while Su Wan and Su Xiaowei followed behind. Xiaowei? Really, thank you. Next month I will be able to go home and take good care of Big Brother Hua. I'm such a good cook. Grandma Hua must be very much in favor of me cooking for Big Brother Hua every day. Su Wan rings Su Xiaowei's arm and says with a big smile. Originally, when Big Brother Hua was hospitalized, I was worried that I wouldn't be able to find an excuse to resign from Principal Song. But you've done me a big favor. Chapter 55, Ghosts on the Body. Sis. What do you mean by that? Su Xiaowei froze for a moment. Could it be that the Song family's original nanny had returned? Wasn't it you who wrote Auntie Wang to ask her to come back? The Song family side doesn't need me anymore. So it's just as well that I can go back to the Hua family to focus on taking care of Head Hua. A smile spreads at the corners of Su Wan's lips. Her eyebrows can't help but rise. Written with happiness. Did you just see that I fed Chief Hua fish soup? And Chief Hua didn't even object. Because of all my previous dark information. Hua's family doesn't like me. If I take this opportunity to take good care of Chief Hua and let him recover quickly from his wounds, Hua's family will definitely have a big impression change on me for the sake of me working so hard. And might even accept me. Suwon watched Su Shelwee's face darken a little. And continued to speak with a fluttering brow. And Hua's nature is clear between grudges. And he misunderstood me at the train station before. And immediately wrote me a letter of review to apologize to me. I've taken such good care of him this time. And after I'm discharged from the hospital, Chief Hua will definitely buy me a suitcase. 2. And maybe give me money tickets to buy nice clothes and shoes. And give me pocket money when I go to school or something. What? Previously, Big Brother Hua also wrote a review for Suwon. Su Shelwee's eyes went wide as she listened. She spent several cents on stamps and letterheads and went through the trouble of trying to get Suwon out of her job. But didn't think that it would in turn give her a chance to perform in front of the Hua family and Big Brother Hua. And with Brother Hua's character, he would indeed do these things. Nice clothes and shoes. Those are the things she wants most. Su Shelwee's entire body was so angry that it was deformed. But on her face she still pretended to be unaware of the situation. Sister, I don't understand what you're saying. What letter? What Auntie Wang is back? Does that mean that you're going to go back to live with the Hua family next month? Suwon's smile grew brighter and brighter as she affectionately wrapped her arms around Su Shelwee's arm. With an air of "I know it's you. Don't act like it, yes." After I returned to the Hua family, I concentrated on making nutritious meals and stews for Chief Hua every day. Feeding him, wiping his face and so on. I don't have to do housework either. So it's easier than working in the Song household. And Uncle Hua, being such a good person, will definitely not let me take care of Head Hua for nothing. Maybe he'll subsidize me with money and tickets or something. And Grandma Hua, looking at me every day, will also think I'm working hard. And won't think that I'm contributing to the Hua family by eating and living there for nothing. This last sentence was just like talking about Su Shelwee. Although she was also helping out with the housework every day. But there was already a nanny in the house. So she wasn't needed at all. Instead, it's a relief for Wu's mom. Suwon's every word poked straight into Su Shelwee's lung tubes. Su Shelwee's face was now as ugly as if she had eaten a can of herring. So annoyed that she almost snapped her fingernails into the meat. But she had to force a smile on her face. Is it? But doesn't Big Brother Hua already have someone he likes? So maybe Big Brother Hua's date will come to take care of Big Brother Hua and doesn't need you to go. Sister, this is clearly a good opportunity for her to perform in the Hua family. And it's also a time for her and Big Brother Hua to spend time alone together to get in touch and add to their relationship. But she did not expect that she would be snatched away by Suwon. Which she never expected. She was so hateful and angry inside. Why didn't that Auntie Wang come back earlier or later? But only when Big Brother Hua was sick and hospitalized. How can any unmarried daughter-in-law come to a hospital bed to take care of someone? Even if the other party wants to. Head Hua will definitely not allow it. Suwon sneers at Su Shelwee's expression on the verge of collapse. And finally comes up with, regardless, this letter of yours is really too timely. Then with a smugly mocking raise of the eyebrow at her he left. Su Shelwee looked at Suwon's departing back. Fiercely clenched her fists. Her eyes were like quenched poison. She was simply so angry that she was going crazy. But now that the hospital was crowded with people, she could only hold back her emotions and run into a deserted alleyway, kicking the walls as hard as she could and screaming her frustration out. Usually looking at a well-behaved face at this time became hideous and horrible. How is it that everything good has been staked out for Suwon? And when she wanted to find a job, she immediately found one. While trying to take care of Big Brother Hua, Auntie Wang comes back at this time. Her eyes were overflowing with viciousness. She would definitely not let Su-won have her way. Then he started tearing his hair out. Slapped himself in the face several times. Slammed his thighs and arms against the wall. And rolled around several times on the dirt floor. Only then did he stand up and walk in the direction of Hwa's house. Instead, Su-won, who should have walked away, turned back just as Su Shelwi ran into the deserted alley and hid behind the wall. Watching Su Shelwi's actions just now clearly. Su Shelwi's dark, creepy, twisted nature was something she really knew all too well. Of course she couldn't really go to the hospital to take care of Hwa Linghan. She just said it on purpose to irritate her. Sure enough, she's going back to Hwa's house to sell herself and act pathetic after what she's done to herself. The original body had really suffered too many losses at the hands of Su Shelwi. The reputation was also tarnished by her in this way. Su-won coldly hooked her lips back to the military hospital. Hwa Hong arrives at the hospital at this time carrying the soup and rice that Wu Ma has made. Xia Bailing is probably still on the train right now. And Hwa Linghan hasn't gotten a daughter-in-law yet and doesn't have a sister or sister-in-law at home. Although the above arranged a special person to take care of Hwa Linghan. But ultimately there is a more intimate point of one's own relatives. Hwa Hong, as Hwa Linghan's sister-in-law, naturally took on the responsibility of accompanying Hwa Linghan. Auntie Hong, you're here. Head Hwa just finished eating the fish soup I boiled and is already resting in the ward. Su-won stands at the entrance of the hospital and doesn't wait for a while before she sees Hwa Hong's figure. Frowning with a worried face as she walks up. As if something is wrong. Su-won, you came to see Lord Han too. Hwa Hong hadn't seen Su-won before the surgery and was more or less mindful in her heart. But now hearing her say that, and carrying a thermos bucket also relieved. Looking at her face with a preoccupied look doubtfully asked. Su-won, what's wrong with you? Aunt Red. I don't know what's wrong with my sister. Ever since the last nitrite. It feels like she's been stimulated by something. And her behavior is a bit abnormal on top. Su-won pursed her lips. Her clear watery eyes full of worry, just now. After my sister and I separated in the hospital, I suddenly heard screams coming from the alley. So I curiously ran over to look. And I saw my sister slapping herself and pulling her hair. And slamming into the wall. And finally laying down on the dirt floor and rolling around a few times. I was so scared that I didn't dare to go over. After that my sister was suddenly well again and went home as if nothing had happened. Auntie Hong, did my sister hit an evil spirit and bump into something unclean? In our old country's words, she was possessed by a ghost. Chapter 56, Let Uncle Junior Marry You. No nonsense. It's a new society now. Don't engage in feudal superstitions that way. Hwa Hong immediately said seriously. So what's wrong with my sister? That time with the nitrite poisoning she was also inexplicably foaming at the mouth and convulsing. And the doctors couldn't find anything wrong. Hwa Hong contemplated for a moment. Thinking that indeed nitrite poisoning that time. She found Su Shelwi's character a bit overly aggressive. In the event of things will make some relatively crazy. Ordinary people cannot understand the behavior. Did something happen before then? No. In the ward when all good Grandma Hwa, Shinhao brother are in. No Hwa head in the sorority met a nurse. Shall we also very happy for Hwa head. Send blessings it. To say special as Shall we seems to have not gone through the Hwa head's consent. Touched the Hwa head's personal belongings. Hwa head is a little angry, is it? Su-won blinked her eyes. After coming out of the ward later, I told Shelwi that the original nanny at Principal Song's house came back and couldn't use me. And that I might move back to Hwa's house at the end of the month. Which just makes it easier to make nutritious meals for head Hwa. And that Shelwi has been doing fine during this period. It's just that I'm suddenly like this after I left. I think even if Shelwi has any emotions and still likes head Hwa. and was ferociously attacked by Manhwa. That wouldn't be so bad as slapping her face again, pulling her own hair, and rolling on the ground. Would it? Hua Hong also frowned. If what Su Wan said was true, then Su Xiaohui's behavior was too strange. Right? And I just specifically asked Dr. Song about it, and I can't understand it even from my hometown.
It just means that if the spirit is subjected to any fluctuation or stimulation, it will not be able to control itself and make some self-mutilation and self-harming behaviors. And in serious cases, it will also hurt others. Hua Hong fell into deep thought. Her gaze swept over Su Wan's warm and tranquil face. Her pair of crystal clear eyes were clear and bright. Inside they were clear and flawless. They were also filled with worry for her sister. Okay. I know. You go back first. And when I go back later, ask Xiaohui to see what's going on. Su Wan had indeed been very peaceful during her time in Beiping and hadn't caused any trouble. But after her big brother once again to find the old ministry to verify the situation shows that indeed, and Huo Linghan learned the same. He can lie and cunningly argue, but he is also fierce and overbearing, and often bullies Su Xiaohui. But Su Xiaohui's overzealous, crazy behavior was something she had seen with her own eyes. Before Su Xiaohui, like Huo Linghan, this is anyone can see. The back she said that she does not like. But who knows what she thinks in her heart. So what exactly things were like? She didn't rush to conclusions, waiting to go back and find out. Aunt Hong, why don't I go back with you piece by piece? Just now, Xiaohui, that look is really too scary. Kept screaming and kicking the wall. And then started hitting her own face. Su Wan said with an uneasy face. What about Principal Song's side of the house? Don't you need to cook at night? Hua Hong asked. It's fine. Auntie Wang is here. I cooked at lunch. She'll just do dinner. Good. Then first follow me to the Lord Cold Ward. I'll send the meal over. Hua Hong listens to Su Wan describe it like this and thinks it's better to return to the Hua family as soon as possible to see what's going on. Chief Hui is resting, so I won't go in to disturb him. I'll wait for you outside. Su Wan waved her hand with a good and gentle face. After Xia Bailing got off the train and carried her suitcase, she couldn't even return to the military compound. So she led Huasini to the military hospital in a hurry. Grandma, my stomach hurts. I can't hold it in. Huasini's cute little face is wrinkled, covering her gurgling stomach. It should be because she ate something bad on the train. And Xia Bailing's stomach was a little upset. So he hurriedly took Huasini to the restroom on the first floor of the hospital. The suitcase was placed by the wall, and the green satchel on her body held a foreign book, which Xia Bailing was afraid she would lose when she went to the bathroom. Just put it on the sink. Huasini couldn't wait to see her little uncle after her diarrhea. Xia Bailing washed her hands and hurriedly lifted the suitcase by the wall and chased after her. XINE. Don't run around in the hospital. Be careful of bumping into people. As she was talking, Huasini had just left the restroom when she bumped into Su Wan, who had also come to use the restroom. I'm sorry, sister. Huasini raised her fleshy little face and politely apologized. Comrade woman, are you all right? Xia Bailing pulled on Huasini's small hand and gently inquired. It's fine. It's fine. The little friend is so cute. Su Wan shook her hand back and forth, seeing Hua Xine's beautiful amber-like deep eyes. She genuinely boasted. The middle-aged lady with the little one is also very gentle and very intellectual. Xia Bailing also noticed the comrade, although wearing shabby and frugal clothes, but the appearance of an extraordinarily long mark. Warm and gentle, giving a feeling of pearls in the dust. I can't imagine that a girl from the countryside could be born so beautiful. Better looking than even the stagehands of a cultural troupe. Unable to resist looking at it a few more times,
He pulled Hwasini to the hospitalization department.
Suwon came to the restroom to take a look because her left foot was hurting a bit from being covered by her cloth shoes.
As soon as I entered the restroom,
I saw the green satchel sitting on the sink and immediately thought that it should have been dropped by the lady with the child earlier.
Hurriedly,
he took the green satchel and chased after them,
only to find that he was no longer in sight. After checking his left leg,
he stood in front of the restroom door with his green satchel and waited. It is believed that after realizing that the satchel was missing,
he returned soon after to retrieve it.
"Grandma, that sister has dimples on her cheeks. So sweet and pretty. Let little uncle marry her back to me as my little aunt." Hwasini walks away while tilting her head full of childish innocence. Xiaobai Ling let out a laugh and touched her head. "This is the first few. When you see a pretty sister along the way, you want your little uncle to marry her back. Where can your little uncle marry her? Just marry this sister. Sister's body is soft and fragrant. So I can sleep with my sister in my arms at night." Hwasini grew up with neither of her parents around, knowing that all the children in Yukon class sleep with their moms. Then she also wants to sleep with her mom and doesn't want to be alone in a bed. Xiaobai Ling laughed somewhat helplessly. "You little bitty. Which is to get your little uncle a daughter-in-law. It's because you want your little uncle to get you an aunt who sleeps with you back. Little uncle said that when he marries auntie and comes back, he'll let auntie sleep with me." Hwasini says with a straight face that little uncle promised him personally. Xiaobai Ling shook her head. Hearing these words, she knew that her 26-year-old head of a regiment's son hadn't gotten the hang of it yet. Marrying a daughter-in-law who doesn't sleep by herself and lets accompany Sini to sleep. Then what's he marrying her for? Xiaobai Ling habitually go to touch the body of the satchel, but touched and empty. Then remembered that the satchel was thrown in the toilet. Rushed to take Hwasini went back to get. This satchel inside the Manhwa ticket documents lost is a small matter. That school leaders let her transfer to the Beiping Foreign Language School. Professor translation of foreign books lost is a big deal. Just walked to the toilet. I saw the lesbian just now, standing gracefully at the door of the toilet, holding her green satchel. Chapter 57 Translators. Auntie, did you lose the satchel? Suwon asked in a soft and gentle voice as she saw the person coming back holding the child. Yes. 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 Lesbians, thank you so much. I just left in such a hurry that I forgot to take my satchel that I left on the sink. Xiaobai Ling, very grateful, said. Took the satchel a touch to see the foreign books inside, still in the heart of relief. Seeing the patches on Suwon's shabby clothes. The cloth shoes she wore on her feet had holes in them. And she was carrying a thermos bucket in her hand. Presumably there was still a family member in the hospital. A moment of compassion. From the satchel took out a handmade wallet crocheted with needle and thread. Took out $1 and gave it to Suwon. The lesbian also delayed your time. This is my thanks. You take it. It's fine. Auntie. I also happen to be waiting for someone. Suwon hastily refused, seeing a foreign book with an English title printed on it in her satchel. After all, those who know English in this day and age are rare. And was momentarily curious, this book is Kissinger's memoirs? Xiaobai Ling froze for a moment, very surprised that she, a girl from the countryside, could read English. You know English? Learned a little bit. Suwon nodded. How could she not know English when she was a college student who graduated from a double first-class prestigious school and had done foreign trade business where the contracts were all in English? Xiaobai Ling, eyes full of surprise. Thought Suwon such rural areas too can have an elementary school education is good? But also learned English. That shows that at least the education in high school or more. And tentatively asked, that the content of this book you can read? Suwon lowered her head and took it, turning to the first page. In itself she had read this Kissinger memoirs, although she had long forgotten what it was about. But seeing the English typography on it,
She quickly translated the first paragraph. Xia Bailing was directly all shocked. But she didn't really understand English and didn't know if Su Wan was right or not. Comrade woman. Can you read out the content in English? Yes. Su Wan in the latter part of the world to do foreign trade every day inevitably have to deal with foreigners. Open online meetings. Pronunciation is very pure, fluent and standard. Xia Bailing had received foreign guests before. And this Su Wan's pronunciation was almost identical to that of the foreign guests. And just by listening to it, she knew that it was not just as simple as having learned it. Looking at Su Wan's eyes was just like finding a piece of shiny gold in the desert. Once again he looked at Su Wan with disbelief. Lesbian? Did you study abroad before? Your English accent is so standard. No. It's just that my employer's house has a radio that can listen to foreign language broadcasts. And I practice against it every day. Su Wan made an excuse and then wanted to leave. Her pronunciation was indeed too standard. In this day and age, to be able to speak English was already a big deal. And she, a country bumpkin, not only spoke it, but also spoke it so standard and fluent that it wouldn't be good if she was taken for a secret agent. So you're not in school right now? Xia Bailing, however, didn't think in that direction. If he was a secret agent spy, how could he easily reveal that he knew a foreign language? I'm going to be a senior in high school. And I'm working as a part-time nanny. I was hoping to earn some tuition money to ease the burden on my family. But my employer's original nanny came back. So I won't be able to do it next month. Su Wan tried to make her identity information as detailed as possible, so as not to be suspected and reported. It's a shame that you're only a senior in high school and you have such a high level of English. And it's a shame that you're still babysitting. Xia Bailing thought that Beiping newspaper needed to publish a few foreign novels and was short of translators. So she could recommend Su Wan to try. What's your name? Classmate? I'll write you a letter of recommendation to the Beiping newspaper company. And when you get there you'll go to the publishing house's director Mu. And you'll try to see if you can apply for a job as a temporary interpreter. Xia Bailing quickly rummaged through her satchel for a pen and paper. This Beiping newspaper is not the same newspaper that published her grades last time. And the editor-in-chief of it, Li, is related to Fong Yu's mother and daughter. Su Wan was very happy in her heart. Thank you, Auntie. My name is Su Wan. Su Wan? Xia Bailing's hand paused for a moment as she wrote the letter of recommendation. How was this name the same as Su Wan, whom her husband had always talked about and whom she had to take to school in Beiping? Only Xia Bailing didn't think much about it. It was just the same name. This Su Wan is gentle and decent, with a decent demeanor, such a good level of English, and knows how to come out and find a job to subsidize her family. That Su Wan is treacherous, lazy, greedy, and of bad character, and has been completely spoiled by her family. Academic performance is even more of a mess. A total problem student. If she were to let this gentle and quiet Su Wan and her son have a relationship, she would raise 10,000 hands in favor of it. Auntie, you are an associate professor at North China University? No wonder you are so graceful. Su Wan took the recommendation letter and took a look. The name of the person who wrote on it said Associate Professor Xia Bailing with clear eyes. Although I also guessed that the other party was an intellectual. I didn't expect it to be an associate professor at the university. She's really met someone today. 2. The pearly swirls on her cheeks were sweet and her face showed respect. Xia Bailing, this letter of recommendation is also a knock on the door. Whether you can apply for the job, still need to look at your own ability. Then taking another look at Su Wan's attire, he inquired with concern. Do you have any other clothes at home? Beiping newspaper is a big newspaper after all. You always have to make a good impression. Professor Xie. I have it. Su Wan smiled sweetly. then bowed deeply again. I'm really very grateful to you for giving me this opportunity. Then she was relieved. Xia Bailing smiled warmly and elegantly. Although she still wanted to chat more with Su Wan and ask her who she learned foreign languages from. But her heart remembered her own son. So she led Huasini to leave hurriedly. Su Wan looked at the recommendation letter in her hand. She was still worried about her job. But she didn't think that she would have a door so soon. Translators in this day and age were earning a very high income. Calculated on the basis of 1,000 words. And depending on the literary work being translated. The higher the level of the work, the higher the price per 1,000 words. Often translating a few thousand words of a work can be worth a month's salary for an average worker. Su Wan carefully put the letter of recommendation in her personal clothing and put it away. I thought it would take a while for Auntie Red to come down. But I didn't realize it was only half an hour before she came out of the hospital room. Su Wan was a bit impatient to return to the Hua family to see how Su Xiaowei performed. The Hua family, household. In the end, rivers and mountains are easy to change. Nature can't be changed. This has only been pretending for a month. But it can't be pretended anymore. And it's good to beat Xiaowei's face into such a state. Old Mrs. Hua sits on the sofa with a gloomy face. Listening to Xiaowei say that Su Wan will be back next month. She also thought that it would be a good idea to let Su Wan cook and make soup for Hua Linghan or something. Chapter 58, It wasn't my sister who hit me. As a result, this Su Wan, relying on her good cooking skills, also stopped pretending and directly revealed her nature. Today Xia Bailing is coming back with Xine. Let her live back in the Hua family. She can bully her own sister like this. Who knows if she will bully Xine behind her back? Grandma. Sister Xiaowei didn't say that Sister Su Wan hit her either. Meng Xinhao said doubtfully. It felt like Su Wan's sister had always been gentle and gentle. How could she somehow hit someone? And also beat Xiaowei's sister like this? Grandma Hua. It wasn't my sister who hit me. It was my own careless fall. Su Xiaowei lowers her head and sits pitifully on the side. Her voice speaks timidly and weakly, appearing very cautious, with an appearance of being beaten and afraid to say anything. The twisted braid she had braided in the morning was torn and disheveled with a few leaves on it. Her eyes were red. Clear slap marks remained on her cheeks. And there were bruises and pinch marks on her arms and thighs. Sitting cowering in the corner, like a stray dog on the side of the road being bullied. Anyone who saw her would be heartbroken and fight for her. Old Mrs. Hua glanced at the soft and helpless Su Xiaowei. It wasn't Su Wan who hit her or who hit her. The two came out and walked together. And when they arrived home, Su Xiaowei was in this state. Wrestling can still be like this. The character is just too bad and rampant. I can't control it. And it's not my turn to control it. Wait for your Uncle Hua to come back. Let him take a good look at it. Old Mrs. Hua speaks coldly. The Song family's nanny suddenly came back a month early and wouldn't let her do her job in the Song family. She must have found out her true colors and that's why she got the original nanny back. Wu Ma was sweeping the floor on the side, wanting to speak for Su Wan. But Auntie Wang was supposed to leave for 2 months. And it was really quite strange to suddenly come back a month early. Sister Xiaowei, don't be afraid of who you say beat you up like this. Meng Xinhao didn't think that a girl would fight so viciously in a fight. Especially if it was her own sister. What kind of hatred and what kind of grudge would lay such a heavy hand on her? Brother Xinhao. It was really just me who fell. It has nothing to do with my sister. Su Xiaowei's voice was as thin as a mosquito. And as she spoke, she also spat out a mouthful of red blood from her mouth. Hua old lady looked at his straight frowned. Xiaowei dare not say is afraid of future beatings. But also certainly by Su Wan ruthless warning threatened. What a ruthless one. Exactly as Hua's old ministry said. Xin Hao. Go call your uncle. Old Mrs. Hua was moved to anger. Mainly because she was considering that Suwon's poor character would affect Xine. Scolding her when they weren't looking. Cindy grew up without her parents and was already insecure. And didn't dare to say anything when she was bullied. She couldn't let her great-granddaughter suffer a single indignity. Let Hua Jiangwo, who is a grandfather, choose between his own granddaughter and Suwon himself. Grandma Hua.
It really has nothing to do with my sister. It's all my own carelessness that caused me to fall.
Please don't tell Uncle Hua.
Su Xiaowei stops in panic and fear.
A kind look of being beaten and bullied but still defending Suwon. Instead,
a cold smile crossed the bottom of his eyes. She should have done this a long time ago to make the Hua family loathe Suwon.
Suwon.
You're still thinking of coming back to take care of Big Brother Hua and getting the Hua family to accept you.
Don't dream. Anything you want to get. Nice clothes and shoes. Pocket money for school. It will be hers. At this moment,
Hua Hong pushed the door in with Suwon. And at a glance saw Su Xiaowei with disheveled hair and red handprints covering her cheeks. And there were some bruises and finger pinch marks from the beating on her exposed arms.
Stunned for a moment.
It was really the same as what Suwon had said.
Xiaowei? What happened to your face?
The arm is green and purple.
Hua Hong looks at Su Xiaowei and asks.
Trying to figure out how things really are.
Old Mrs.
Hua sees that Suwon has actually returned as well.
Her face as gloomy as water.
Her eyes sharp and biting. And the air pressure in the entire living room drops.
Coldly,
he grunted and skimmed his head.
Auntie Hong. I'm fine. I fell by my own carelessness.
Su Xiaowei still had the pitiful look of I'm being bullied.
But I won't say anything. Seeing Suwon there, she didn't panic in the slightest. And on the contrary, she acted more realistically. Whether in Xiantang village or in the Hua family, no one would believe Suwon. Auntie Hong. See, I didn't lie to you.
I really saw Xiaowei pulling her hair and slapping her own face by herself in the alley. At that time, her face was so hideous that she didn't even look like Xiaowei anymore. Suwon immediately blinked her watery eyes lightly and said worriedly. Su Xiaowei has used this trick for I don't know how many times. Just put on a look like I was bullied very badly. Very pitiful.
But whoever asks is just dying not to say anything. Letting the adults misunderstand the original body.
She also pretended to talk down the fight as if she knew what she was doing.
The more you persuade, the more you make it look like the original hit.
As soon as the clear and crisp words fell,
a flash of panic quickly flashed in the eyes of Su Xiaowei, whose face was full of misery.
I can't believe she saw it all. But what's the point of beating yourself up for no good reason?
Of course old Mrs. Hua won't believe it.
Her voice steady and questioning as she opens her mouth.
Are you saying that Xiaowei ran to the alley by herself and beat herself up?
Beating herself up like this is really getting good at making things up.
Not only Mrs. Hua won't believe it,
but Meng Xinhao and Mrs.
Wu don't believe it either. So what's the point? Grandma Hua. Aunt Hong. Is what I hit myself in the alley? So you guys don't pursue it anymore.
Su Xiaowei cried with difficulty, tears slipping down from her eyes as she spoke.
Lining that printed slap.
Slightly red and swollen face.
Extraordinarily miserable, aggrieved. But also more people look at the anger value pull full. What the hell is going on here?
Hua Hong looked at Su Xiaowei and then Suwon. Suwon said that it was Su Xiaowei herself who hit her. And although Su Xiaowei said the same thing, she was obviously forced to say this because she had been beaten up like this.
What else could it be? Evil people will tell on you first. You can make up things like beating yourself up. Are you trying to say that Xiaowei is trying to intentionally wrong you by doing this? Old Mrs.
Hua coldly glances at Suwon.
Her eyes filled with disgust. Su Xiaowei was very pleased inside. Even if you see it. So what? She didn't say from the beginning to the end that Suwon hit her and that she did it herself. But no one believed it. It was assumed that Suwon did it. It wasn't her fault. Suwon's face is calm and quiet, without a trace of panic. Her eyes look at old Mrs. Hua and say, "Grandma Hua, I don't know why Xiaowei would suddenly self-harm." Just like the previous poisoning, without any sign she was convulsing and foaming at the mouth. The palm prints of one's own strikes and those of other people's strikes are different. One's right hand can only exert force by striking the right side of one's face. So the index fingerprints will be at the bottom. But if someone else strikes, then the index fingerprints will be at the very top of the handprints. So just check the fingerprints on Xiaowei's face. Chapter 59, Introducing You? Su Xiaowei froze fiercely, her hand in front of her body twisting sheepishly. Old Mrs. Hua and Hua Hong both dropped their eyes on Su Xiaowei's cheeks after hearing this. Hua Hong walks over to Su Xiaowei's side to carefully examine the fingerprints on Su Xiaowei's face. And Wu Ma also walks over. Su Xiaowei wanted the effect to be more realistic and the fingerprints on her cheeks to be deeper, so she hit them with a deadly hand. The 3 fingerprints of varying lengths were as clear on her cheeks at the moment as she'd ever wanted them to be. The index finger is shorter than the middle finger as well as the ring finger. So it really does look that way. This does seem like it was hit by girl Xiaowei herself. Hey! Wu Ma pointed at the fingerprints on Su Xiaowei's cheeks. The fingerprints of the index finger are all under the middle and ring fingers. Su Xiaowei immediately became extraordinarily panicked, wanting to open her mouth to say something. But she couldn't say anything, and could only lower her head down, dropping tears one by one. Hua Hong frowns, picking up Su Xiaowei's hand and comparing it towards the fingerprints on her face. And they really all match up. Grandma, it's really Xiaowei's younger sister herself who hit her fingers. And they're all the same length and thickness. Meng Xinhao looks on from the side and says to old Mrs. Hua in surprise, "Xiaowei, why did you hit yourself?" Hua Hong frowns, remembering what Suwon said. Her expression is serious, and she looks at the pinch marks and bruises on Xiaowei's arm. "You have bruises and pinch marks on this arm. The bruise should be what I told you." Auntie read that it was slammed into the wall. And the pinch marks are also from her own pinching. Just compare the size and shape of the fingers. Suwon promptly added the knife. Not only Hua Hong, Meng Xinhao's face are also very complex. Really cannot figure out. Su Xiaowei like this to beat himself. Pinch himself. Does not hurt? Old Mrs. Hua also frowned a little deeper and put on her presbyopic glasses to look at the slap marks on Su Xiaowei's face. It was only because Suwon had a history of evil deeds. And when she saw Su Xiaowei come back in this state, she naturally assumed that she had been beaten by Suwon. Pressure hadn't even scrutinized Su Xiaowei's injuries. Now go look at the slap marks on this face, exactly where they were the last time I had nitrite poisoning. Xiaowei, what are you trying to do by getting yourself all bruised up? Old Mrs. Hua questioned in a stern tone. No one could figure out what Su Xiaowei's purpose was. Su Xiaowei people directly are stupid. Just now also a face of misery said it is their own. But now it is a word cannot say. Just can only hang his head down. A hard to fall tears. Attempting to try to muddle through with tears. She hadn't expected at all that her tried and true trick in Qiantang village would be punctured by Suwon. Then why did Suwon see her behavior in the alley? She clearly saw her walking away. Could it be that Suwon had known that she would do this? So she had doubled back. She immediately looked towards Suwon, and saw the corner of Suwon's lips slightly hooked, as if she had everything under her control. Su Xiaowei's heart was terrified to the core. In the face of the questioning as well as skeptical gazes of the crowd, she was just about to fall to the ground in tense convulsions of her limbs. Su Wan, however, grabbed Hua Hong and said with a worried face, "Grandma Hua, Auntie Hong, why don't you stop asking, shall we? What if she gets agitated and faints again, foaming at the mouth like last time?" When Su shall we, who was about to foam at the mouth, heard this, she immediately cancelled all her preparatory actions. "And Hong, I also really can't think of why shall we did this. It can't be what Dr. Sung said about having some kind of mental problem. That she can't control her screaming and hitting herself." Suwon pulls Hua Hong to one side and says in a very innocent and unbelieving manner, "Otherwise, it can't be that Xiao Wei is deliberately trying to frame me. So that Grandma Hua, Aunt Red, you guys will think that it's me who hit her. Right? Or maybe Xiao Wei still likes Captain Hua in her heart. And when she hears that Captain Hua has a favorite, she beats herself up because it's hard on her heart. So that's too paranoid. Isn't it?" Hua old lady and Hua Hong both looked at each other after hearing this. The original pity and compassion for Su Xiaowei all disappeared. But instead, their eyes were deeply filled with doubt and strangeness. "No. Not I. Su Xiaowei, whose mind was broken by Su Wan, was very flustered and opened her mouth to try to explain. But when the words came out of her mouth, she really didn't know what to say. From before, those gazes that should have viewed Su Wan with distrust and indifference were looking at themselves at this moment, causing Su Xiaowei to be alarmed and scared like she had never been before. And his face turned white. She couldn't choose any of those three options. Yet she couldn't really think of a rational explanation for why she was doing it. She definitely can't let Hua's family know that she's trying to frame Su Wan. Nor can she let them know that she still likes Big Brother Hua and can't get enough of him. Otherwise she really had no way to stay in the Hua family. Then what exactly is it? Old Mrs. Hua's sharp and majestic eyes fall on Su Xiaowei's body. Her voice pale and strong. The old revolutionary who climbed out of the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. That one look was enough to repel countless little devils. Let alone a 16 or 17-year-old girl from the countryside. Su Xiaowei legs straight trembling. The face of the blood as if in an instant was drawn away. The heart even more panicked. The head is running sharply. And ultimately can only shivering lips cover the face's very desperate cry out, I do not know how. The body suddenly a moment not under my control. If Su Wan hadn't said before that she was mentally stimulated and had problems, Hua Hong probably wouldn't have thought of that. But now when Su Xiaowei's words came out, it undoubtedly did not confirm that she had mental problems. In their words, suddenly crazy. "Mom, Xiaowei should be sick like this," Hua Hong whispers to old Mrs. Hua, pointing a finger at her brain. After all, on the day of the nitrite poisoning, everyone had seen Su Xiaowei's excessive and crazy behavior. So old Mrs. Hua quickly accepted this. "Then so the injuries that inexplicably appeared on your body when you were in Xiantang village before were all unconsciously made by yourself? But it caused me to be misunderstood by everyone in the village, thinking that I was the one who severely beat and bullied you." Su Wan's eyes reddened slightly as she spoke accusingly, her voice carrying a hint of crying. There is quite a sense of innocence that one day suddenly sinks in after having been burdened with curses. Old Mrs. Hua and Hua Hong followed with a change in expression, looking unexpected. So the rumor that Su Wan viciously bullied Su Xiaowei is untrue. And it seems that Su Xiaowei has been suffering from this disease for several years. I'm afraid. Su Xiaowei's desperate cries also stopped for a moment at this time. And her entire body shook. Completely unanticipated that she had made every effort to injure herself to slander Su Wan's reputation, only to be cleared by Su Wan at this time. But she can't deny it because every time she uses this trick to sell her misery she says she made it. If she denies it, then she is deliberately framing Su Wan. No denial.
She was forced into a dead end in an instant and had to jump inside the pit Suwon had dug for her in advance. It could only make Hwa's family think that she was a bigot and had a brain problem to commit such lunatic self-mutilating behavior. This was designed by her long ago. She just deliberately said those words to her in the hospital to stimulate her. Just wanting her to hurt herself to go back to Hwa family to sell her misery. Su Xiaohui's eyes were bloodthirsty looking at Suwon, itching to dismantle her. But Suwon just watched quietly. In that hot post, it was Su Xiaohui who had been consciously or unconsciously spreading the word that the original body had mental problems, which led to the original body being sent to a psychiatric sanatorium, and then being forced to a woman by multiple people, and then finally being sold by the people in there into a poor mountain valley. Now she was going to give back everything that had happened to her original body in the hot post. Let her be the psychopath. All right. Since the matter has been made clear, Mrs. Wu, take a towel and wipe Xiaohui's face. Hua Hong sees that Su Xiaohui has been silent. So that means it's the case. Thinking of the scene Suwon saw today, his face was calm and cold and did not say anything more, for fear of letting Su Xiaohui have pressure, stimulating her with nitrite poisoning that day, convulsions, or then kneel down on the spot to slap himself would not be good. Old Mrs. Hwa's eyes were also filled with a strange, icy look at Su Xiaohui. If Suwon hadn't come back today to straighten things out, who here would have known that Su Xiaohui, who had always been quiet and good-tempered, would have self-harmed like a madman in a corner where no one was looking? Then with a grim face and without a word he covered his chest and went into the room. Su Xiaohui's entire body slowly dropped to the ground as if shriveled up, biting her lip with a deadly grip, knowing clearly that she would have a hard time in the Hwa family in the future, and would have to be more careful. The eyes that looked at Suwon were filled with hysteria and madness. Suwon, however, ignored her and left the Hwa family in a refreshed state after greeting Aunt Hong. Military hospitals. Xia Bai Ling and then understand the Hua Linghan's surgery and physical condition are good. Sit down body very pleased with Hua Linghan said just happened. Linghan, you do not know in the toilet, I ran into a rural girl. Even can understand my satchel in this foreign books. English speaks very fluent. Looks also look very good. Coincidentally her name is also called Suwon. Hua Linghan, who was lying on the hospital bed being fed apples by his little niece, slightly narrowed his eyes, thinking that Suwon left the hospital a long time ago and only scored 3 points in English. She obviously can't read foreign books, so she should just have the same name and surname. Yes. Little uncle. Pretty sister smells nice and soft, and she speaks softly. When will you marry someone back and sleep with me at night? Hua Sini feeds Hua Linghan another slice of apple, speaking childishly. I also think that girl is quite nice. There's absolutely no hint of rusticity in her demeanor, and she looks like she's been well educated. Xia Bai Ling remembered this unenlightened son and continued. When you get out of the hospital, I'll introduce you guys to each other? No need. Hua Luohan spoke decisively, a bunny mask quickly flashing through his mind. Then quickly interrupted, his dark eyes deepening. Little uncle, if you don't marry little aunt, then who will I sleep with at night? I don't want to sleep alone. Hua Xine is immediately unhappy. And the apple in her hand doesn't feed Hua Linghan. Xia Bai Ling sighed softly. Listening to the tone of the Lord Cold now seems to be very resistant to matchmaking. It's also your father's fault. If it wasn't for him having to introduce the daughter of his savior to you, you would have married a daughter-in-law by now, and maybe even conceived a child. Speaking of which, Xia Bai Ling was a bit complaining in the end. She had come all the way from the ward and had seen several injured and hospitalized male comrades being cared for by her own daughter-in-law. As a result, it is hard to delay the Lord Cold more than half a year.
Open surgery, hospitalized around, not even a caregiver. Xia Bailing thought about it. Anyway, Lord Han is still in the hospital. If that Suwon students were hired by the newspaper, she will contact with that Suwon student's contact. Think all aspects of the good words. And then introduce to his son to know it is not too late. She's keeping an eye out for her son first, lest that thing with her husband come up again. Just with a filter on her rescuer's daughter when she was a kid. And none of it well informed ahead of time. Either. Just let the Lord cold letter over. The results of other people's daughters even still do not see his son. She felt a little funny even now thinking about it. After Suwon returned to the Song family, she started to pick out the clothes in her backpack for the newspaper interview she was going to have tomorrow. The phone rings from the living room and Principal Song picks it up. Chief Hua. You're looking for Suwon? Good. I'll put her on the phone. Suwon. Chief Hua is on the phone. Suwon in the small room was a bit strange when she heard it. Uncle Hua's phone call? Then it was out of the little room to answer it somewhat hesitantly, pondering if something was wrong. Hua Jiangwo first went to the hospital to see Hua Linghan after the meeting in the military region. Then returned to the Hua family. And also knew that the Song family's original nanny had returned. So he made this call to Suwon. Uncle Hua. You're looking for me? Suwon accepted the phone with some apprehension. Suwon. Lord Han just finished surgery. It's the time when he needs nutrition. Your cooking is delicious and healthy. Uncle would like to have you cook and make soup for Lord Han during this time. I'll give you the salary according to Principal Song's family. Hua Jiangwo's robust and calm voice came from the phone. Uncle Hua, don't say that. I was going to plan to cook and make soup for Head Hua. Head Hua saved me before. It's also something I should do. When Suwon saw that Principal Song had gone back to his room, she whispered to Hua Jiangwo while holding the telephone receiver. Originally, she was going to plan to cook nutritious meals for Hua Lingnan. After all, translators don't provide accommodation. So she'll still have to move back to Hua's house by the end of the month. When the meal is ready, just have Mrs. Wu send it over. Hua Jiangwo laughed a bit on the other side of the phone. Then you'll return to the Hua home tomorrow. I've already asked Wu Ma to pack a room out for you. Although your aunt is also back today, she still has things to do on the school side and can't find the time to take care of Linghan. So I'll trouble you to make a meal and send it over to Linghan. Just feed it to him. The guards will do the rest. Then there was a pause. His voice low. I also know about Xiaowi's matter. And I plan to take Xiaowi to the hospital for a checkup in the next few days. He was about to continue when he suddenly said seriously. I have a call coming in. I'll hang up now. Uncle Hua. Suwon was shocked when she heard that she was asked to go to the hospital to take care of Hua Linghan. And just as she was about to say that her status wasn't quite right, a busy tone came over the microphone. Chapter 60, Give It to Her Face. Suwon. What is it that Chief Hua is looking for you about? Is it related to little Hua? Principal Song was quite puzzled when he received a phone call from Head Hua. But thinking about how Suwon had been to the Hua home to cook before and how Hua Linghan had just finished his surgery yesterday, he thought about whether there was any connection between this. After hanging up the phone, Principal Song walked out and inquired. Suwon looked at Principal Song's reaction about not knowing her relationship with the Hua family yet. So she directly said, Uncle, Chief Hua is hospitalized. And Chief Hua called because he wants me to go and cook for Chief Hua. I told you it's like this. This patient's diet is different from normal. It definitely needs special attention. I guess it's that time Suwon went to the Hua family to cook. And Chief Hua thought Suwon was a good cook, and wanted her to specifically go and cook nutritious meals for Xiao Hua, to help the wound recover as soon as possible. Secretary Yang was holding a piece of red paper in his hand. And it seemed that the two were just now drawing up a list of guests for Song Wenbo's wedding. That's not exactly right. Suwon's job is also settled. Xiaohua will need at least a month to recover from this operation. Almost by the time Suwon starts school. Secretary Yang was very happy for Suwon. Well, I'll go to the hospital to see Xiaohua after a while. It's not too convenient right now. Principal Song nodded. Then did Chief Was say when he wanted you to go? Tomorrow. Suwon replied. Then Suwon. You should hurry over first thing in the morning. Xiaohua hasn't got a daughter-in-law. And it seems like his mom hasn't returned to Beiping yet. So he really needs someone around to take care of him. Suwon, however, is a bit hesitant. If she hadn't participated in the sorority that happened before, there would have been no problem with letting her take care of Huo Linghan. But the injury on her left foot hadn't healed yet. What if she didn't pay attention and was seen by Huo Linghan? After returning to the small room, Suwon didn't have the heart to be reading. Lying on the cool mat on the floor, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Wouldn't she make Uncle Hua think she was unwilling if she specifically went to him again to talk about it? Uncle Hua also specially asked Wu Ma to pack a room out. Suwon thought of something at once. The next day at 4:30 Suwon went to the food market and bought fresh lean meat and made lean congee for Huo Linghan. And also boiled an egg. Huo Linghan just finished surgery and needs to eat something easily digestible and nutritious. After that it came to the hospital in a thermos. Huo Linghan just finished surgery yesterday and rested for a day. And today he immediately started working. Lying in his hospital bed, he gave working instructions to the deputy regimental commander, the battalion commander and the clerk. Develop planning for the next military training tasks. Although the whole country has been liberated, armed conflicts have been erupting in the border areas of the western provinces. So military training and logistical equipment work cannot be stopped for a moment. When Suwon entered the hospital room, she saw several soldiers dressed in summer beige short-sleeved military uniforms with a resolute and upright aura standing in front of Huo Linghan's hospital bed. Was reporting back to Huo Linghan. Each looked serious. And one of the clerks sat with a thick workbook to record. The guards outside the door only let Suwon in after receiving Huo Linghan's instructions. As soon as she entered, she felt a serious, intimidating aura. Although Huo Linghan is lying on the hospital bed, his hand is still infused with fluids. But his complexion is full of commanding thousands of troops and horses in a calm and collected manner. The high and stern eyebrows were filled with a contained but not revealed majesty. And the eyes were sharp and cold. Suwon has never seen such a Huo Linghan before. And he is extraordinarily charming and attractive at work. Huo Regiment. You eat something and rest first. Your body is important. The battalion commander finishes reporting the work at hand and sees Suwon, who walks in and says, "Aha." Huo Luohan softly hums. Seeing Suwon, who walks in, is a bit of a surprise. He thought it was his mom who sent him breakfast. His dark eyes narrow slightly. "Chief Hua. It's Uncle Hua who asked me to make you breakfast and send it over. I made you lean pork porridge and an egg." Suwon carries the thermos bucket to the bedside, deliberately aggravating the words Uncle Hua asked her to deliver. There was no way for her to refuse Uncle Hua. So she could only let Huo Linghan open up to Uncle Hua. Regiment Hua. Who is this female comrade? How come I've never heard you mention it before? Deputy Regiment Leader Lao Zhang carries his hand behind his back, his gaze falling on Suwon's body with a smile. Isn't it the rural object that Chief Hua introduced to you before? The battalion commander looks at Suwon's rural dress and the other parties addressed to Chief Hua. The military's acumen immediately lets him guess. Right. Huo Regiment, you also personally received the person to the military compound. The female comrade looks really quite iconic. The cooking skill is also very good. Immediately after, the deputy head of the regiment chimed in. seeing Suwon's lean meat congee poured out from the thermos bucket. Just smelling it was extraordinarily fragrant. And complimented it. Old Zhang. If you guys are fine, go back to your units earlier and don't forget the daily work reports and summaries. Huolingen's voice is deep and cold. The two men, the deputy regimental commander and the battalion commander, looked at each other and smiled. There's no outright denial. So that means it is. Roger that. Comrade head. We'll just go back to the unit first and not bother you with your female comrades. Old Zhang said flirtatiously. Then they left the ward one after another. The battalion commander was the last to leave. And when he was leaving, he didn't forget to say to Suwon, Comrade woman, the Hua regiment is in your hands. Advise the Hua regiment more to take a good rest. Don't be busy all day long. And relax appropriately. It made Suwon quite embarrassed. And she didn't know how to respond. Seeing that there was no more water in the white enameled tank, he grabbed a thermos bottle on the floor and filled it with water. Don't you want to cook for Principal Song's family at this hour? Only when the ward door closes did Ho Linghan ask in a cold voice with a slightly furrowed brow. The original nanny at Principal Song's house came back and doesn't need me anymore. And when Uncle Ho found out about it, he put me in charge of your daily meals and brought them to you. And I'll be moving back to the military compound today. As soon as the lean meat congee was ready, Suwon poured it into the thermos. And as it was still relatively hot by now, she gently stirred it with a soup spoon. Then waited for Ho Lingen's reaction. Then he pursed his lips and said frankly, Chief Hua, if you don't want me to come, you can tell Uncle Hua. Suwon's intention was for Ho Linghan to go and communicate with Chief Hua about this matter, as she felt that Ho Linghan should not have wanted her to come. But in Ho Lingen's ears, it is that Suwon is not harboring any agenda or plotting against him. He, who had been looking down at the report, raised his eyes towards Suwon, looking at her smooth lush brows similar to Comrade Tina's. Thinking that if it wasn't Suwon then it would be Su Xiaowei. He opened his lips in a faint voice. Then I'll trouble you. Suwon froze slightly. She thought Ho Linghan would object. In that case, she'd just have to work hard to protect her vest, as long as she didn't let him notice her injured left foot. So she went to the end of the bed and swung it up to make it easier to feed Ho Linghan the congee, and moved a stool to sit in front of the bed. Carrying a bowl, she scooped a spoonful of lean meat porridge and gently blew a few mouthfuls before sending it to Ho Lingen's mouth. Ho Linghan smelled this fragrant lean meat porridge. Are a little strange how this lean meat and porridge in a piece of cooking? Think it should not be delicious. But after taking a bite, both the freshness of the meat and the lightness and freshness of the congee, which is extremely soothing to eat on this hot summer day, the flavor was like nothing he had ever tasted before. The taste buds, which weren't even hungry yet, were instantly awakened and licked their lips lightly just after taking a bite. There seems to be some urgency for a second bite. But this lean congee is still hot. And Suwon has to blow several mouthfuls to cool the congee. So Ho Linghan can only wait. Suwon could see that Ho Linghan was a bit hungry, and also pouted her moist and full lips to blow quickly. The main reason is that she doesn't want Ho Lingen's eyes to linger on her face too much. It blew a fine layer of sweat on her forehead. The long, dark eyelashes hung low on their feathers, gently stirring like a fan. Her skin was as tender as jade, and her nose was delicate and erect. It was only at this time that Ho Linghan noticed that there was a reddish beauty mole under her white and delicate earlobes. A little bit of red, warm and soft to add a touch of coquettish meaning. He withdrew his eyes extremely quickly and ate the lean congee with an expressionless face. Chief, Secretary Jiang from the military hospital has something for you. The guard outside walked in at this time. Suwon and Ho Linghan raised their heads at almost the same time. A quick flash of panic and dismay flashed across Suwon's face. Why is Secretary Jiang here at this hour? If Secretary Jiang sees that she and Huo Linghan are together, or even know each other, will she just explode her vest? Huo Linghan's dark eyes swept. Slightly surprised. Let Secretary Jiang come in. Yes. The guard walked out. Suwon took a deep breath. Her entire back collapsed, and a layer of sweat oozed nervously from the palm holding the spoon, silently praying that Secretary Jiang doesn't pop her vest. Secretary Jiang walked into the ward carrying a net pocket filled with cookies, canned food and milk candies. And the first thing he saw was a rural-dressed female comrade sitting in front of Huo's hospital bed, with a slender and graceful back, was carrying a bowl of kanji to feed to Huo Linghan. Ha! Is this lesbian of head Hua? Secretary Jiang thought to himself. It's only been less than 2 days since then. And head Hua has a date? Thanks to her. She was quite sorry for Chief Hua, thinking that he valued Suwon very much and was very sincere. I feel like there are other candidates besides Suwon. Huo Linghan's eyes darkened when he saw the mesh pocket that Secretary Jiang was carrying in his hand, and he was just about to open his mouth. Suwon then quickly stood up and faced Secretary Jiang with a smile and introduced herself. Secretary Jiang. How are you? My name is Suwon. My father and Uncle Hua are old friends. Uncle Hua received me to school in Beiping. Chief Hua was hospitalized. I came to bring him food. After saying that, he even winked at her and gently shook his head, meaning that Secretary Jiang should not tell her about her substituting for Wantingting. Secretary Jiang looked at Suwon in front of him. His expression froze for a moment, and then looked at head Hua in the hospital bed. Dare I say, they've known each other for a long time? It looked like Chief Hua hadn't recognized that it was Suwon who had replaced Wantingting. This one confused Secretary Jiang, which had not heard Suwon say that she knew head Hua before. And it also has such a layer of relationship with the Hua family. Secretary Jiang. What's wrong with you? Huo Linghan notices that there is something strange in the way Secretary Jiang is looking at Suwon. And then his gaze falls back to Suwon. Suwon continuously made a wink at Secretary Jiang, and then pretended to be natural but submissive and turned around. Oh. I see that this comrade Suwon looks somewhat like Ting Ting. Secretary Jiang's brain was really a bit turned around for a moment. Even if Suwon has a favorite, then how come she can't let head Hua know who she is? And why didn't Suwon just tell Headmaster Hua at that time in the sorority? Is there a hidden agenda? But still, he accepted Suwon's meaning and didn't directly tear her down. Sure enough, it was just two similar-looking people. And looking at Secretary Jiang's reaction, it seemed that the two people looked quite similar. I haven't seen Comrade Ting Ting at the moment. Huo Linghan couldn't help but say. It was also true that if it wasn't for Suwon taking the initiative to come forward and introduce herself, she would have had to recognize her for quite a while. It's a different dress and gives a completely different look. Not to mention that the two met twice. Once in a mask and once in a gag. This comrade Suwon is here to deliver food to you. Captain Hua? Secretary Jiang opened his mouth again and asked, some curiosity existing about the relationship between the two. Yes. Huo Linghan hears that Secretary Jiang has something to say about this. As if he's prying into the relationship between him and Suwon. Her father was kind to my dad, so my dad took her and her sister to Beiping to go to school together, to make it easier to take care of them. There's a sister there too. Secretary Jiang nodded, looking at the way head Hua treated Suwon. He didn't seem to be familiar with him, or the two should have rarely met before. Otherwise, how could head Hua not recognize Suwon? So Secretary Jiang took out the money Suwon had given her for the tetanus shot from her pocket and said to head Hua, Head Hua, I'm here this time because Ting Ting entrusted me to pay you back for the medical expenses you advanced earlier. Huo Linghan looks at the money in Secretary Jiang's hand and knows that the other party is rejecting it completely and utterly, not wanting to owe him anything. as well as have any involvement with him. His one thin lip was pursed tightly. Suwon hung her head down to feel the silence in the air for a moment, and somewhat uneasily stirred the bowl of thin meat porridge with a spoon. No need, Secretary Jiang. After a while, Huo Linghan speaks. If she hadn't bumped into me that day, maybe her feet wouldn't have been injured. It should be considered my responsibility. The money and things you helped me transferred back to Comrade Tingting.
Secretary Jiang smiled helplessly.
Head Hua. I'm just a middleman. And since Tingting won't take it, I can only return the things and money to you. Secretary Jiang.
Please help me talk to Comrade Tingting.
And that pair of sandals?
Consider it as me compensating her as well. Huo Linghan finishes speaking and then turns to Suwon.
Comrade Suwon. There is a pair of sandals placed on the first floor of my cabinet. Please help me take them out and give them to Secretary Jiang.
Suwon's eyes were a piece of difficulty.
Even if she took it,
then she wouldn't have the chance to wear it in the future. And she wouldn't even dare to bring it back to the Hua family.
Good.
Suwon responded with her mouth. But she placed her hand in front of her body and shook her hand continuously at Secretary Jiang. When Secretary Jiang heard this, he subconsciously went to look at Suwon's reaction before saying,
Head Hua. Let's forget about this matter. In that case,
I'll just have to wait until I'm discharged from the hospital and give her the stuff face to face.
Huo Linghan is silent for a moment before speaking again. Chapter 61. You and Captain Hua have known each other for a long time?
Both Secretary Jiang and Suwon froze for a moment. So Secretary Jiang advised.
Head Hua.
You also know that Tingting has someone she likes.
It's not appropriate to accept your things. Secretary Jiang. Does Comrade Tingting have a favorite? Or is she already seeing someone? Huo Linghan asks in a smooth voice. It's having a favorite. Secretary Jiang said. Huo Linghan tossed. That's good.
His nature had always been cold. And he hadn't been interested or even found it a bit of a hassle in the matter of men and women having sex before. He only wants to devote himself to his work.
That's why he accepts his family's matchmaking arrangement,
thinking that he will get married as soon as possible after the two sides meet and are suitable for each other. And that he will just fulfill his responsibilities and obligations as a husband. But ever since his contact with Comrade Tingting, he has shamefully realized that his heart longs for physical contact with Comrade Tingting.
Even just holding Comrade Tingting's hand could give him a very different feeling
than associating it with Tingting's family conditions. He guessed whether it was because of the large gap between the two families,
which made Comrade Tingting use this excuse to reject him.
So he wanted to meet with Comrade Tingting to see what was really going on inside her. If there were difficulties,
he would overcome them. And if indeed Comrade Tingting did not want to,
he would not force himself.
Suwon's face changed in shock.
Huo Linghan's words clearly meant that he wouldn't give up easily. I should have known she would have just told Secretary Jiang she was seeing someone at the time.
Secretary Jiang also heard it. If Chief Hua really went to find Tingting, this topping up thing definitely can't be hidden. Secretary Jiang.
Please accept this pair of sandals.
Seeing this, Suwon could only bring the sandals to Secretary Jiang, signaling her to take them. If you don't collect it,
Huo Linghan will definitely be able to do what he says.
And if you collect it, you might be able to delay it a bit. We'll find another excuse when the time comes.
Secretary Jiang also did not expect that an originally simple matter would be made so complicated. Looking at the sandals that Suwon brought over,
and giving Suwon another look,
he had no choice but to take the sandals away.
Since you're so insistent, Head Hua, I'll turn around and talk to Comrade Tingting. But if she's really not willing to take them, there's nothing I can do about it. I know.
I'll trouble you.
Secretary Jiang. Huo Linghan nods.
Secretary Jiang then sighed softly in his heart.
and on his way out, he did not forget to take a deep look at Soo-won. Soo-won understood what Secretary Jiang meant. Walked to the bed before the end of the table. Up the lean meat. Kanji continued to feed porridge to Huo Linghan. Light pursed lips. Want to say something? But see Huo Linghan angular lines of cold hard tough eyes such as a pool. A pair of thin lips condensation pursed into a straight line. The whole person extraordinarily quiet and strong.
And she was in no position to say anything.
You can only feed the porridge quickly and leave. What happened to your left leg?
Huo Linghan had noticed that Soo-won's left leg didn't quite dare to exert itself when she got up earlier. This time when Soo-won packed up the thermos and walked to the door of the ward, he noticed the same thing. As if his left foot had been injured. And Tina's left foot was the injury. Unable to stop himself from frowning, he asked. Soo-won has already tried her best to make her walking posture look normal. But she didn't think that she would still let Huo Linghan discover it. This meticulous observation really kinda scared her. I seem to have gotten a stone in my shoe. Soo-won found an excuse and kicked her feet in a pretense of relaxation. Huo Linghan lowered his eyes to glance at her torn cloth shoes. And it's also true that walking is easy to get into stones. So he spoke in a deep voice. Help me bring me the philosophical record of life in the cabinet. Good. Soo-won responded. Enduring the pain coming from the center of her foot. Moving naturally as she walked to the closet. Looking for the book. When the top 2 layers were not available, he looked to the 3rd layer. Several layers of brand new newspapers were spread on the wooden boards. And the army green shirt was neatly folded and placed on the 3rd layer. As if it had been ironed. Without even a single crease. Don't touch that shirt. The book is on the 4th floor. Huo Linghan's eyes follow Soo-won's movements and reminds. This army green shirt is folded so neatly. It's like it's going to be framed and collected. Soo-won definitely wouldn't touch it. And took the philosophical record of life from the 4th floor and gave it to Huo Linghan. Huo Linghan used his left hand to turn over a few pages of the book. And inside the paper were several sheets of large unions of varying denominations as well as some food stamps. Take it to buy a pair of shoes. Huo Linghan took a $10 dajwon and handed it to Soo-won. No need. Uncle. Auntie will settle my wages today. Soo-won hastily shook her hand. Keep it. Huo Linghan's tone is strong. Not to be refused. You take care of me. It's what you should do. Soo-won had no choice but to reach out and take it. Politely saying, Thank you, Captain Hua. Then he rushed out of the hospital room with the thermos. Secretary Jiang has been waiting in the corridor for a long time. And as soon as he saw Soo-won walking out of the hospital room, he pulled her to the stairwell and inquired. Fellow student Soo-won. What's going on here? You and Chief Hua have known each other for a long time. How come I've never heard you say anything about it? Secretary Jiang. I'm sorry. I didn't want to lie to you. The two of us, Head Hua and I, have only met a few times and aren't familiar with each other. Originally, when I met Head Hua at the fellowship, I was planning to tell Head Hua my identity. But I was also afraid of getting you into trouble. So I thought I'd just finish this dance and stay away from him. Soo-won said truthfully. It's all my fault too. I didn't expect to be like this after 2 dances with Head Hua. Not only those 2 dances, but also that sweet honey song you sang. The whole audience's eyes were attracted to you. Secretary Jiang held a net pocket in one hand and crystal sandals in the other. I see that Chief Huo looks like he's serious. He'll definitely go look for Ting Ting after he's discharged from the hospital. All he has to do is just casually go to the pediatrics department and ask around. And he'll know about the fact that there was someone who took Ting Ting's place at the sorority meeting. Why can't you be straight with Chief Hua? Secretary Jiang asked suspiciously. Soo-won of course couldn't tell Secretary Jiang that they had met before. So she said. Secretary Jiang.
I already had a favorite person and I'm not familiar with Hedhwa. If I let Hedhwa know about it, wouldn't it be quite embarrassing for both of them? And I'll have to stay at Hwa's house for at least a year. Secretary Jiang advised. Since you're living in Hwa's house now, and you have to go to the hospital to take care of Hedhwa, I guess sooner or later you'll still be found out by Hedhwa. Or you might as well tell Hedhwa about it. Suwon lightly frowned her pretty eyebrows and said with a slight bit of bitterness. Secretary Jiang. I didn't say a few words or have much contact with Hedhwa when we were at the fellowship. Not even as long as I'd been in contact with Hedhwa now. And I really didn't expect things to turn out this way. It's because I didn't see your face. And you performed so well at the fellowship that day, leaving a good impression in Hedhwa's mind that you were very mysterious. And that's why I pursued the root of the matter. If I had seen your face and had some understanding of you, maybe Hedhwa wouldn't have insisted. Secretary Jiang directly pointed out in one sentence. I also found that in the hospital room. Hwa treats Suwon, who cooks for him and feeds him, in a very unusual manner, and obviously does not treat Tingting with the same care. Suwon frowned her pretty eyebrows and thought for a moment. She really didn't dare to think about what would happen if she let Hua Linghan find out that the person he fell in love with was the person he once hated and loathed the most. And with only a little bit of the black stuff cleared from her. Prof. Xia had also introduced her to a job as a translator. And things were looking up. She really didn't want to foreclose. Secretary Jiang. Please be sure to keep my identity a secret for me. Don't reveal my identity. It will take about a month for Chief Hua to be discharged from the hospital at the earliest. Maybe by that time Chief Hua will have faded down or forgotten about this matter. Suwon took Secretary Jiang's hand and could only think in a good direction. Then what should I do if Chief Hua finds me again after he's discharged from the hospital? Secretary Jiang asked. Seeing Suwon's difficulty and reluctance. If it really comes to that, I'll think of another way. It's just that I'd like to ask you to make sure you don't tell Captain Hua about my identity. Suwon thought seriously. Now she could only take one step at a time. Hua Linghan must have seen that she and Tingting were lookalikes. And also noticed her injured left foot. But since it's not yet possible to connect her with Comrade Tingting, she won't be suspected for a while. She then prays that during this month, Hua Linghan will be able to fade away or have his attention diverted. Seeing that this is all that can be done at the moment, Secretary Jiang nodded. Then these things. Secretary Jiang, these things I definitely can't bring them back. Otherwise they won't be discovered. So I'll trouble you to keep them for me first. Suwon still had to apply for a job as a translator at the newspaper today. And seeing that it was almost time, she hurriedly said goodbye to Secretary Jiang after she finished. Hua Linghan lay on the hospital bed, reading up on the military newspaper sent by the guards. And suddenly a thought flashed through his mind when he saw half of it. What if Comrade Tingting really did have a crush on someone and during his hospitalization, Comrade Tingting was with the person she liked? His originally dark and deep-seated eyes became unsettled. At this time a nurse walked in to change Hua Linghan's medicinal water. Ever since Hua Linghan was admitted to the cadre ward, the several nurses in charge of the cadre ward have been very diligent in entering the cadre ward. Sometimes things that can obviously be done in one sitting are split up several times and several people come over. It was to be able to look at the handsome young Chief Hua. Especially when the chief physician checked in to change the medicine for Chief Hua's wounds. Revealed the upper half of the body is strong and powerful. Pugilistic belly, wolf waist. Erect and tight muscle line is like a knife carved on it. The sinews are gnarled and pale. Just look at a glance, let a person cannot help but blush. So this nurse accidentally overheard the conversation between Secretary Jiang and Chief Hua right in front of the ward when she was about to come and change Chief Hua's medicated water. While moving very slowly to replace the potion for the head of Hua, his eyes were looking at him from time to time. But because Hua Linghan's aura is too cold, the nurse doesn't quite dare to open her mouth. But thinking of Comrade Tingting mentioned in the mouths of Head Hua and Secretary Jiang, He plucked up the courage to ask. Head Hua. May I ask if the comrade Tingting you just mentioned to Secretary Jiang is Ruan Tingting from the pediatrics department? Headmaster Hua raised his eyes. Slightly surprised. You recognize? Of course we know each other. Ruan Tingting and I are good friends who graduated from the same school. The nurse immediately said with some excitement. If it wasn't for the fact that Ruan Tingting had her appendix removed and was now resting at home, she would have called Ruan Tingting over to watch the beautiful man together. But he hadn't thought that this Chief Hua would be interested in Ruan Tingting. Captain Hua. I even went to see Tingting yesterday. I didn't even hear Tingting mention it to me. Were you guys introduced to each other by Secretary Jiang? The nurse was very curious. No. I met her at the Cotillion Fellowship held with your unit. Hua Linghan paused. Keenly catching something, Comrade Tingting. What happened to her? Tina, she had her appendicitis removed and is now resting at home. The nurse thought for a moment and then asked. Is that the Cotillion sorority on the 26th? Right. Hua Linghan frowned slightly. Why didn't Secretary Jiang tell him about this just now? Did Comrade Tingting just have an operation yesterday? That's the day of the 26th. Ah. Was supposed to go to the sorority dance fellowship, but ended up with a sudden acute appendicitis, didn't make it. The nurse also sensed that something was wrong. Hua Langhan's cold brows instantly furrowed. Are you sure you didn't misremember the time? No. Because Tingting didn't make it. Secretary Jiang was afraid that the fellowship wouldn't work with one less person, and found someone else to attend in Tingting's place to round up the numbers. This incident is almost all the nurses in the hospitalization department know. Although it is a replacement. But the conditions have to be met. She cannot go because she has to be on duty to leave. So she did not go. So the person he danced with at the Cotillion was not Comrade Tina, but someone else. No wonder that Comrade Ting avoided him and was afraid to see him. And do you know who attended in place of Comrade Tina? Was it also a nurse from the hospitalization department? Hua Linghan asks. This nurse shook her head. That I don't know. The person was found by Secretary Jiang. Only Secretary Jiang should know. It also didn't occur to her that the person Chief Hua was interested in would be the one who participated in place of Tingting, which caused her to get excited for nothing. Hua Linghan pursed his thin lips slightly. His eyes dark and deep. The dream he had quickly flashed before his eyes, surfacing Su Wan's face. But soon he snuffed out the idea. Su Wan and Secretary Jiang were completely unknown to each other. There was no way that she would be the one to go in her place. After Su Wan returned to Song's house and changed her clothes, she took the bus to the newspaper building with the letter of recommendation given to her by Professor Xie. One floor behind the newspaper building was the publishing house of the Beiying Newspaper Company. After inquiring with the receptionist about Director Mu's office, he headed for the second floor. Recently, there are many foreign novels and literary works to be published. So the publisher contacted several schools in Beiping, hoping to recommend some professors, teachers or students with good foreign language skills. Outside Director Mu's office were several other interpreters who had been recommended. In addition to the letter of recommendation, I also have the manuscript of my previous translation work in my hand. Su Wan looked and unexpectedly saw two very familiar figures at the very front. Fang Yu and Li, the newspaper's editor-in-chief. Fang Yu was also heard calling editor-in-chief Li her aunt. Sure enough, they are related. Chapter 62, Drilling in the Haystacks with Men. Fang Yu ate such a big defeat in the sorority. It is imperative to find a partner as soon as possible to hurry to get married, lest the things she did at the sorority get out and everyone knows she's a teacher at Reed High School. So she's here today for a blind date with the editor-in-chief's son, but also for a gold plating. She excelled in foreign languages during her school years and came to apply for the job of temporary translator to enrich her resume, which could also be used to evaluate her title and outstanding teacher to accelerate her promotion.
Although Fang Yu is still haunted by what happened at the sorority but still has a haughty look on her face. She wraps her two hands around Li Aiqing's arm intimately, fearing that other people don't know that the editorial department's editor-in-chief, Li, is a relative of hers. Seeing another applicant for translator coming behind him, Fang Yu glanced at him disdainfully, inexplicably feeling somewhat familiar. I couldn't help but look back carefully again, and kept looking for a long time before I dared to determine who the other party was. Su Wan. You're Su Wan? Fang Yu's eyes were filled with surprise and hatred, looking at Su Wan wearing a white cloth dress, her hair combed into a princess head, half tied up and half draped, her long hair flowing, her face bright. Quite a gentle and intellectual temperament with a belly of poetry and books. Even standing at the very end, the white dress on her body was still a little old. Only showing half of her face was extraordinarily attractive. There is absolutely no rustic flavor to be found on her body. Just like a young lady who came back from studying abroad but whose family has fallen into poverty. Fang Yu went straight to the end to confirm, and saw that the person in front of her was really Su Wan. And there was really a vermilion mole under her earlobe. Enormous anger rushed straight to Fang Yu's head. It is really as Su shall we said. The person in the sorority is this person. Su Wan. Are you here to apply for a job as a toilet cleaner? This is a job application for a translator. You're lined up in the wrong place. Fang Yu said in a humiliating, mocking manner, looking at Su Wan with eyes as sinister as hardened poison. She was still thinking about how to go to clean up this. But she did not think that this had sent it to her door. When she applied for the job as a janitor. Let's see how she'll pay back the shame and aggravation she received before double. Tenfold. Make her get down on her knees and take off her clothes to scrub the floor and empty the cesspool with her hands. Should be doing this kind of lowly work. So it's Su Wan ah. You come to apply for toilet cleaning, also don't need to specially ask others to borrow clothes. Or your usual patchy rough clothes to come on the line. For the sake of our previous acquaintance, I will greet the personnel and hire you. Li Aiqing also walked over. Seeing that it was actually Su Wan, she was also furious and belittled with a smile on her face. The translator applicants all turned around to watch the action. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm also here to apply for the job of translator. Su Wan curved her lips slightly and looked at the overbearing Fang Yu and said calmly. You. Ha 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 ha. Fang Yu was directly amused by Su Wan's words. You? A person who only scored 3 points in a foreign language exam is actually applying for a job as an interpreter. Who are you trying to laugh at? Fang Yu turned her head as she finished speaking with cold irony and said to the other interpreters who had come to apply for the job. She's the Su Wan who lost her academic transcripts. The one who only scored 3 points in the foreign language. The one who didn't even pass the language with the highest score. Even if the people present hadn't read that newspaper, they had more or less heard of it. And after listening to it, they looked at Su Wan's eyes with more and more amusement. A person who only scored 3 points on the exam had the audacity to apply for a job as an interpreter. His guts were too big. You look pretty but you don't know what you're doing. Su Wan. Applying for a job as an interpreter requires real talent and goods in your stomach. You're someone who can't memorize all 26 letters of the English alphabet. And you still want to apply for a job as an interpreter? You think it's the same as when you went to school. As long as the Hua family gives you a run for your money, you'll be hired. Right? Li Aiqing clasped her arms in mockery, her voice extraordinarily loud. I hate to let the whole second floor office know that Su Wan, who has 3 points in the foreign language test, wants to apply for the interpreter by relying on her relationship. That's right. Su Wan, you're really quite whimsical. I don't know where I got the news that I heard that the publishing house needed a translator. So I ran over here upside down. Do you have a letter of recommendation? Fang Yu held her chin high, arrogant and overbearing at the same time.
Full of malice, you're from the countryside. Deliberately borrowing clothes from others to dress up like a vixen. You wouldn't want to bring your bad manners in the countryside to the city. Attempting to use some kind of indiscreet. Dirty needs to get this interpreter's job. Would you? I've heard that some rural women, in order to get a mouthful of fine grain, or when there is a lack of labor in the fields, will drill haystacks and arch over cornfields with their men? And that's really not enough to be ashamed of. Fan Yu really hates Su-won, hate her to frustrate her. Especially Su-won at the moment. A simple white cloth dress can wear such a gentle and moving face is more clear and beautiful, incomparable. This if the school certainly is the whole school sought after school flower. She was practically seething with jealousy. Uncontrollable to throw dirt on her and discredit her. The only way she could feel better was to make her a scorned and abused. Notorious. Everyone 3 generations up who was not a peasant origin. You know so clearly. Is it that you went back to your hometown in the countryside when you saw a lot? So you want to follow suit? Maybe the rural customs of each region are different. Anyway, our village has never had such a thing happen. And even more so, we've never heard of it. Su-won sneered back. You. Fan Yu was so angry that she went up to grab Su-won's face, but was stopped by Li Aiching. After all, after applying for a job you still have to go on a blind date. The impact is not good. You're so angry because you've been told off by me? Su-won sneered and took out the recommendation letter from her clothes pocket, holding it up in her hand. This is the recommendation letter given to me by Prof. Xie of North China University. May I ask which university professor gave you the recommendation letter for you? A teacher training junior college student? It wouldn't be the editor-in-chief of this editorial department beside you who recommended you to come here, right? May I ask this editor-in-chief? Li. What is his education? What is his foreign language level? Or has he ever been a public scholar, and has he published any excellent papers in China? This series of questioning directly caused both Fan Yu and editor-in-chief Li to look at each other in dismay. The applicants for interpreters are professors and teachers related to language translation or are recommended by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Not to say that they all graduated from institutions of higher learning, but they also all majored in foreign languages in college. A teacher's college student, though also excellent, is certainly far from being able to match the foreign language skills of someone who majored in a foreign language. Or a newspaper editor-in-chief recommended them, clearly coming in through the back door. And a letter of recommendation from a professor at North China University is more persuasive than any 3 points on a foreign language test. Su-won, you have big guts. How dare you forge a recommendation letter? North China University is one of the top institutions of higher learning. How could it possibly give you a recommendation letter for someone who scored 3 points on a test? Li Aiching immediately pointed it out. Previously, Su-won had posted big character posters saying that she had lost $30 in tuition to trick the public into sympathizing with her. And she didn't expect her to repeat the same trick this time. Really? We won't know when Director Mu comes. Su-won's words just fell. Director Mu then walked in from the morning meeting with papers in his hand. Li Aiching immediately stepped forward and pointed to Su-won to report the situation. Director Mu. This comrade Su-won is really too bad. I don't know where to steal the letter of recommendation of the professor of the North China University. It may also be that she forged it. Let's hurry to report to the public security. And we must not tolerate this situation. Right. Director Mu. We must investigate strictly. This recommendation letter might have been stolen by her, wanting to pretend to be the person on the recommendation letter to apply for the job as an interpreter. Fortunately, we discovered it in time. Fan Yu also hurriedly said, collecting a little bit of the arrogance on her face. They are all very determined that this recommendation letter is either forged or stolen from someone else. How can Su-won, a student who has not even graduated from high school, Be recommended by a professor at North China University. Director Mu, however, looked at Su-won. You are Su-won? Professor Xia mentioned you to me on the phone yesterday, saying that your foreign language skills are very good. Fang Yu and Li Aiqing were dumbfounded. It was really a letter of recommendation written by Professor Xie of North China University. Come to think of it, Chief Hua's mom is also a college professor. So maybe Hua's family got someone to write this letter of recommendation. Hello? Director Mu. This is Su-won. Su-won was a bit surprised. She didn't think that Professor Xia had even called to take care of her, making her very touched. Director Mu. This comrade Su-won is the same Su-won who scored 3 points on the foreign language test before. How can she be an interpreter with such a score? Li Aiqing hurriedly said. Director Miao felt that Li Aiqing was questioning him about giving backdoor access, and said seriously with a stern face, translators definitely have to go through an examination before they can be accepted. So how can it be possible that just anyone who was recommended to them will be hired? This last sentence was intentionally alluding to Li Aiqing and Fang Yu. The two men blushed a little, but they also wanted to see how Su-won, who had only scored 3 points in foreign language, would be able to pass the examination. After Director Mu had read everyone's letters of recommendation one by one, as well as the previous translations, he led the people to an office and had his secretary bring in translated documents of varying difficulty. Let people choose the difficulty of the translation according to their level. The higher the difficulty, the price of thousands of words will be different. The difficulty of translating foreign literature in general, as well as autobiographies, is high. Foreign novels are a bit easier. Fang Yu was the first to pick up the most difficult Level 1 translation document. She had nearly perfect scores in every foreign language at school, so she was very confident. But turn a page to read. The first paragraph there is an English vocabulary do not recognize, let alone know what it means. She had to put down to reselect. Selected to the end of the barely found the 3 levels of translation documents she can translate out. Su-won, on the other hand, went from easy to hard to go through them one by one, and finally chose a document of Level 1 difficulty, while most of the other people chose Level 2 difficulty. Some chose Level 1 difficulty as well. Fang Yu directly sneered when she saw it, guessing that all of this was just as hard for Su-won because she couldn't understand the English words on it at all. Once selected, everyone sat down to translate. A total of 1,000 English vocabulary. Su-won first read the whole article once. The brain has been automatically converted into Chinese. But the highest realm of translation. Not to translate I love you into I love you, but to be more meaningful. The text is more capable of I love you. Su-won deeply understood the article before she started to translate it. But in 20 minutes, just when everyone was still buried in translation, Su-won had already taken the translated manuscript paper and walked to Director Mu. Director Miao had stayed in school before. Seeing Su-won translated over the manuscript, originally sitting on the chair, he directly stood up, face full of admiration, just like picking up a treasure. Couldn't help but exclaim, "Good! Good! Good! This text for you to translate is really too wonderful." So that the people of the country to look at it simply jumped out of the paper. The use of words is also particularly accurate. Li Aiqing, who was standing on the side with an unbelievable face, also stretched her head to see. Although she couldn't read English, but that translated Chinese text, just by looking at the writing, is very beautiful. Higher than her editorial department level. Fang Yu was stuck with a few vocabulary words. And it was unbelievable to see that not only did Su-won translate it so quickly, but she even received repeated compliments from Director Mu. How could she, a sophomore in high school, have surpassed her in foreign language proficiency? It must be that Hua's family had told her about the translation in advance and she had memorized it to come. Fang Yu immediately looked at her aunt. Li Aiqing understood and hurriedly said to Director Mu. Director Mu. As far as I know, Su Wan is just a sophomore who transferred from the county to Peking. An article of such high difficulty that the foreign language teachers of the institutions of higher learning haven't even translated it yet. But she translated it fast and well. I wonder if she has read the article a long time ago and knows the translation earlier as well. Director Mu was a bit upset. He had asked his secretary to organize all these translation documents. Was this saying that he had leaked the translation documents in advance? Even if it leaked out, the person who could translate the article is a pretty good foreign language speaker. Director Mu. Could you give me this newspaper for a moment? The original body's grades were indeed too poor. And she had to prove it in public. Or else the rumor would definitely be spread by both Fang Yu and Li Aiqing afterward, saying that Professor Xie had told her about the translation in advance. Director Mu was a bit puzzled as he held out the newspaper that had just come out today to Su Wan. Su Wan found an article reflecting people's lives and translated it directly into English. This standard and fluent pronunciation stunned Director Mu and the others. Fang Yu was so shocked that he even dropped his pen from his hand, his mouth greatly open. Just now she said Su Wan couldn't memorize all 26 letters of the alphabet. And now her face was slapped. Although Li Aiqing didn't understand the foreign language, but just by listening to Su Wan's translation without any pause in one breath, she also knew that Su Wan's English level was very good. Editor-in-Chief Li. This newspaper just came out today. There shouldn't be a situation where someone else translates it and I memorize it. Right? Su Wan asked with a smile as she switched back to Chinese after the smooth translation. Editor-in-Chief Li, do you still have any questions now? A person's learning cannot be measured by academic qualifications alone. The fact that Professor Xie of North China University personally recommended Su Wan to me shows that he is very sure of Su Wan's ability. Director Mu also turned his head to look at Li Aiqing. Li Aiqing was instantly disliked and dumbfounded. On her face, besides being shocked, the way she viewed Su Wan was as if she had seen a ghost. I really do not understand. Her academic report card are clearly written her academic performance, as well as the class teacher's comments on her learning, is an unabashedly poor. Problematic students. Fang Yu, not to mention, had a face as ugly and angry as if he had eaten. It was already unacceptable to her that Su Wan was prettier and had a better body than her. Now that Su Wan's foreign language skills were so high and she spoke so fluently, if she were to apply for a job at any school, she would be snapped up. The extreme imbalance in her heart, as well as her pride and self-esteem being stomped on, made her want to crush the manuscript paper in her hands. Director Mu very cherished talent, happy to bring Su Wan to his office. Let the secretary stay here. Then immediately couldn't wait to make a phone call to Xie Beiling. Professor Xie, the comrade Su Wan you recommended to me is simply too good. Like, this high-level translator is exactly what we are now in dire need of. Really thank you too much. What are your free times? I must treat you to a meal. Xie Beiling on the other end of the phone was also very surprised and happy to hear this, especially when she heard that Su Wan was still translating the most difficult literature. She felt that her vision was really good. Translating a literary work of first-level difficulty. 1,000 words is $15. Translating 10,000 words is $150. If Su Wan moves fast, almost 2 days can earn her son a month's salary. If things go on like this, with proper cultivation and training, he will definitely become a translator in the future. Such a wonderful girl. She must introduce to her son. Nor should she be allowed to bury such a talent for nothing because of her rural birth. Xie Beiling was very excited inside, and rushed to the military hospital after stepping up her work at hand. Chapter 63. Huo Linghan will recognize her. Linghan? That Su Wan student that I told you about yesterday. Director Mu just called and said that she's been hired. And that she's still translating the most difficult literary works. Xia Bailing says with verbal joy as she peels an apple for Huo Linghan. This girl really quite surprised me. Her foreign language skills are even better than I expected. It's just a pity that she comes from a rural background and doesn't have the means to receive better educational resources. Speaking of this matter, Xia Bailing cannot help but think of her once a student. Gifted. From the mountains out of the test. The result is just on the first year. Was forced by the family to go back home to get married. The girl's university degree as a bargaining chip to get a high marriage bride price. And finally married and pregnant. And no longer able to come out of the mountains. And it's not an isolated case. It's most prevalent in high school. And it really breaks her heart beyond belief. The phenomenon of son preference in the countryside is already serious. And many families whose sons can't get married will use their older siblings to exchange marriage with others. She was now afraid that Su Wan would do the same. And that her family would not let her continue her schooling when they saw how much money she was making as a translator. Then find her an in-law as soon as possible and sell her for a high price. The piercing sunlight through the window irradiated in Huo Lord's cold hard face. Eyebrow bone outline smooth and clear. Eyebrows deep as faraway mountain heavy fog. Make him more than three-dimensional handsome face. A pair of thin lips lightly pursed. Didn't bother to listen to what Xia Bailing said. When I see Su Wan's classmate next time, if I think it's appropriate, the two of you will meet up. Xia Bailing saw that her son had been silent, coldly looking at his face without knowing what he was thinking. Mom thinks that Su Wan's classmates are really pretty and gentle. Although they are from the countryside. But their foreign language skills are so good that if they marry into our family and cultivate them properly, they might be able to produce a diplomat. Mom, I won't see. I have my own plans. Xia Bailing speaks for half a day. Huo Linghan doesn't listen to a single word. His voice is extremely light. If you like it, you can introduce it to Meng Xinhao. You. Xia Bailing really want to be angry by this unenlightened son. How do the things between men and women are always cold? The other party said to be a heavenly fairy child he did not have the slightest interest. But then, suddenly thinking of the previous sentence his son had said, he asked with slight surprise, "What are your plans? Is there someone you have your eye on?" Huo Linghan's thin lips pursed tightly in a straight line. His eyes deep and heavy. Word for word, this is my own business. Then he closed his eyes to rest. This youngest son is a positive idea since childhood. Cold temperament. What words are held in the heart is not willing to say to the family. With this temper, if you marry a daughter-in-law in the future, you'll definitely quarrel every day. Okay? If you don't want to, then I'll introduce you to Xinhao. Xia Bailing put the peeled apples on the table and also rebrewed a pot of hot water over. After doing this, Xia Bailing went back to the school and was busy with her own work. It didn't take long for a guard to walk in. Report. Chief. Secretary Zhang has just gone out for a meeting and won't be back until a few days later. Huo Linghan opened his eyes. Got it. Su Wan walked out of the office after she and Director Mu agreed on the translator's pay and working hours. She also asked for Prof. Xia's phone number. She could only have this job because of Prof. Xia's recommendation letter. So she had to thank him properly. Just coming out of the office, she was confronted with Shang Yu's resentful and vicious but jealous face. A pair of black and white eyes glaring fiercely at her like fish eyes. As if she couldn't accept the feeling of falling short that she, a country bumpkin with a foreign language, was better than her. Su Wan ignored Fong Yu's look and walked straight past her. She still has to go back to the Song family to pack her bags and move back to the Hua family. And then make fish soup for Huo Lungham. She also thought clearly. Huo Linghan is so sharp and smart a person. If he had suspicions about her, then he would have suspected it long ago. He'd actually believed her this morning when she'd said she'd gotten a stone in her shoe.
So she didn't have to worry at all about him finding out anything if she made contact with him.
People have an inertia.
In his mind, she is a deep-hearted
black material full of bad women.
Ting Ting is a nurse who saves lives,
is holy and beautiful, and has the light of all. As long as she doesn't show up as Tina and he finds out, Huo Linghan wouldn't have connected the two of them.
So she just needs to get along with Huo Linghan normally.
And at the same time,
she can also find out his attitude towards Ting Ting in time. Principal Song and Secretary Yang paid her off yesterday. And today she came back for the basket.
Before leaving, Yang's secretary full of reluctance
let her free time to return to the Song family to see more.
At the same time also gave her Song Wenba's wedding invitation,
so that she must come to eat the wedding wine at that time. Suwon accepted it and hugged Secretary Yang before catching public transportation back to Hua's house. Wuma was very happy to follow her and pack the luggage in the basket.
This room of hers was a converted study on the second floor,
with wooden bookshelves all along the left wall, stacked with all kinds of books, ranging from elementary school to college textbooks,
as well as a lot of books and newspapers on military and scientific research.
There are also 2 desks, which should have been used by Hua's big brother and Huo Linghan when they used to go to school. Now Hua's big brother has been in a state of disappearance.
Huo Linghan also lives in the unit. The den is basically unused as well.
It's just as well that Suwon can translate the manuscript as well as study directly in front of the table when she comes back from delivering dinner to Huo Linghan. Translators are not only well paid but also have free time. No need to sit in shifts,
and just submit the translated Chinese manuscripts to the publisher every week on a regular basis.
Su Xiaowei stared at Suwon, who was tidying up in the study, through the doorway with such malicious eyes, as if she was cursing. Looking at the white cloth skirt she was wearing, the most popular summer wear for city people, and the rest of the beautiful ready-to-wear skirts and blouses she had pulled out of her carrier, even though they were all given to Suwon by others who had worn them out. They were the ones Su Xiaowei had dreamed of the most. She was so jealous and gloomy that she wanted to cut all the clothes with scissors. But she couldn't. She had to keep her well-behaved and understanding persona going. She had heard Uncle Hua and Aunt Hua discussing taking her to the hospital for a checkup. And Aunt Xi came back yesterday with Hua Sini. But it seems like she took Hua Sini to live inside the school because she heard about her being able to self-harm. She must not make the slightest mistake and be hated by Uncle Hua and the others.
Sister
Wuma, you guys have a drink of water. I'll help you clean up piece by piece. Su Xiaowei pulled open the door of the room, knowingly poured 2 cups of cool white water. Suwon and Wuma wiped the sweat from their foreheads and looked back at Su Xiaowei, their eyes revealing a subtlety. This kind of strange, subtle look was like a thorn deeply embedded in Su Xiaowei's heart. The way everyone viewed her since yesterday's incident, it was as if she was no longer treated as a normal human being. The polite and courteous people were afraid that she would go crazy if she got any more stimulation.
No need.
Shall we?
We're almost done packing too.
As soon as Wuma finished speaking, old Madame Hua called her down. Su Xiaowei put down her water cup and saw that there seemed to be something like a box sitting at the bottom of the carrier. And just as she was about to bend down to pick it up, she was pushed away by Suwon.
Get out.
Sister, I just saw that you were working too hard and wanted to help you pack up your things piece by piece. Su Xiaowei said pitifully. Don't force me to slap you. Suwon is too lazy to pretend any longer with her. This is something she also wanted to say a long time ago. But because Hua's family are all on her side. Plus she's exceptionally good at pretending to be pitiful. But not anymore. By her own admission, she's mentally ill herself. Sister. Su Xiaowei's face turned slightly white with a pitiful look. But in the bottom of her heart, she was really quite looking forward to Suwon making a move on her. Still thinking about how good it would have been if Mrs. Wu hadn't left just now. After slapping you, I'll go down and tell Grandma Hua that you're sick again.
Do you think Grandma Hua will believe you or me? Suwon looks at her with coldly hooked lips. Su Shelby clenched her fists, somewhat incredulous that she had used the same tactics she had once used against her. This incident just happened yesterday. If Grandma Hua knew about it, she would definitely believe Suwon. Most of all, she realized that she was not Suwon's opponent now. From the time she fell into the water and woke up, Suwon, the whore, started to become unusually smart. And she had not once begged for favors from her hands ever. Instead, he made himself more and more irrelevant in the Hua family. She could only wait for Fong Yu's side to make a move. Suwon checked the door locks after Su Shelby went out and they were all fine. After things are packed, she locks the door and pulls out the key to go downstairs to make fish soup for Hua Linghan. She had hired a nutritionist specifically because her family had been in a car accident before. She's eaten along, so she knows what ingredients are good for growing wounds. So every day, she goes to the food market with Wuma to specifically buy ingredients for Hua Linghan's soup. Today, in addition to the ingredients for the soup she was going to make for Hua Linghan, she also specifically paid out of her own pocket to borrow a couple of milk and sugar tickets from Uncle Hua, and went to the supply house to buy milk, eggs, and granulated sugar. She's going to make some pudding to thank the professor. In this day and age, people haven't eaten pudding, especially in the summer when eating cold pudding can't be more comfortable. After she made the sweet, soft pudding with peaches in the kitchen, she packed it in an aluminum lunchbox. It was packed into a green satchel along with the translated Chinese manuscript. First, I went to the publisher to submit the translated Chinese manuscript to Director Mu for checking. Director Miao held up the glasses on the bridge of the nose. Looking at Suwon translated manuscript is really, the more you look at the more pleasantly surprised. This is not only the level of foreign language to be good. The Chinese also need to have a certain accumulation. The difference between the two It is impossible to translate such a good manuscript out. Suwon, from now on this 200,000 word literary work will be yours to turn over. Director Mu made this decision until he finished reading the 10,000 word test manuscript. Director Mu, haven't you already given me this literary work of 200,000 words to translate? A lesbian with a 5 or 6 month pregnant belly and glasses said at this point, I have already translated 30,000 words. Comrade Gao Hui, I've taken a comprehensive look at the manuscripts translated by the two of you, and I feel that Comrade Suwon's translation fits the kernel of this literary work more perfectly. So I've decided that I'll leave this 200,000 word literary work to Comrade Suwon. Director Miao glanced at Comrade Gao Hui's pregnant belly and said in a caring tone, it's not good for you and the child in your belly for you to stay up late every day translating this manuscript. This 100,000 word literary work is relatively less difficult, and it will be easier for you to translate it. But Director Mu, Gao Hui's face was very unsightly and dissatisfied when she heard it. She stayed up late every night checking the English dictionary. Sitting at her desk from morning to night could only translate more than 2,000 words of the manuscript. 30,000 words. She spent a whole half a month. After putting in so much effort and hard work, the result is that Director Mu took one look at the new translator's manuscript and had to reject all her original efforts. And the most important thing is that the other literary work has only 100,000 words. And the pay for 1,000 words has also been reduced from 15 to 12. She's a student of a foreign language school and she's still no match for a sophomore? Gao Hui, don't worry. You don't have to return the payment for the 30,000 words you translated. Director Miao was also not too happy with the work that Gao Hui had translated. That's why Suwon was given a 10,000 word test draft. And I didn't expect the translation to be really surprisingly good. Director Mu, then I'll go back first. I'll send you this 50,000 word English manuscript when it's finished translating. Suwon glanced at the wall clock on the office wall. Put the 50,000-word English manuscript into her satchel and said goodbye to Director Miao. I came out just in time to see Fong Yu, who had come to hand in her manuscript, with a well-mannered young man standing beside her. Perhaps because of the presence of this young man, Fong Yu's demeanor tightened a bit, but she could still feel her deep hostility towards her. Suwon didn't have time to pay attention to her and hurriedly ran to the bus stop across the street. Prof. Xia asked her to meet her at the military hospital over the phone and urged her to dress up properly. She didn't know why Prof. Xia asked her to be at the military hospital. Probably because she was worried that she didn't know her way around as a person from the countryside. Let her dress up. I think they want to introduce her to someone at the school. Suwon thought like this before getting off the bus and straightened her hair at the window. Suwon, I can't even recognize you in this French floral dress. Under the long corridor of the hospital, Xia Bailing's eyes were full of crystal light when she saw the curvy and graceful young girl walking over. Ebony hair, red lips, eyebrows like a crescent moon, delicate moist skin as if it were from the milk out of the general, cheeks and a pair of sweet dimples. The whole person is soft and pure, as if it were from ancient paintings come out of the classical woman in general. If it wasn't for Suwon walking up to her and sweetly calling her Professor Xie, she wouldn't have recognized her. It's so pretty you can't take your eyes off it. Professor Xie, this is the pudding I made for you and your granddaughter. Taste if you like it. If you like it, you tell me and I will make it for you again. Suwon took out the aluminum lunchbox from her green satchel and said in a sweet voice full of respect. Professor Xie opened the aluminum lunchbox and took a look. A sweet milky fragrance drilled straight into one's nostrils. The soft and bouncy looked very tempting. And said in amazement, "Yeah, this pudding smells so good. It must taste delicious. Just in time to give my hospitalized son a taste." Professor Xie, your son is sick and hospitalized? Suwon was a bit surprised. He's an officer. He just had surgery to remove the bullet inside his shoulder a few days ago, and was just able to get out of bed and walk yesterday. Xia Bailing introduced with a smile, looking at Suwon with more and more satisfaction. Later on, if Lord Han sees that there is no reaction, she has to let the male doctor give her son a good check to see if there is something wrong with his body. Suwon paused for a moment. How is this description the same as Huolingen's? So she asked. Your son is? It's a regimental chief, called Huolinghan. He's 26 and still hasn't gotten a wife. Xia Bailing pulls Suwon's hand and says in a gentle manner, you first accompany me to the ward to take a look, and later I'll treat you to a meal at a state-run restaurant. Suwon drew back her arm at once, her soft and clear almond eyes full of shock. This Professor Xia is actually Huolingen's mother, and she would definitely be recognized by Huolinghan if she went to see him dressed like this. Chapter 64, Give Me a Chance. Auntie Xie. In fact, Suwon stopped her footsteps in moving forward, and was about to tell the truth. A young male comrade wearing a white shirt and black pants ran over out of breath. Professor Xie, there's a problem with a set of data in the lab. Why don't you come back with me? What? This paper is going to be published tomorrow. How come there is a problem at this time? Xia Bailing glanced at Suwon and had to say, classmate Suwon, I have to make a trip back to school right now. So when I'm free next time, I'll ask you to go to a state-run restaurant for dinner. Or it's okay if you come to my house for dinner. After saying that, Xia Bailing trotted after the male comrade and left the hospital. Suwon looked at Professor Xie's back as he left and lightly covered her chest in relief. She really hadn't expected to meet Huolingen's mother in such a way. It's really close. If she waits until the door of the cadre ward in Huolinghan sees her, her vest will at least fall 50%. The remaining 50% would soon be verified by him as well. Suwon lowered her head and then walked quickly towards the hospital entrance. The wound on Ho Lingden's shoulder healed quickly. Plus the body was already in good shape. And there were no signs of infection for 3 days after the operation. There is no longer any need to be on bed rest. Ho Linghan then went to the administration building on his own. And just as he went down to the hospital lobby on the first floor, he found a touch of soft and slender back in the crowd. The soft radius is light, like the smoke condensing between the weeping willows on a spring day. As beautiful as a dream. The left foot walks with a slight twist. Tina? Ho Lingden's black eyes deepened. And he stepped away from his long, slender legs and walked towards the silhouette. Hua Regiment. Hanwei came to the hospital to visit Chief Hua. And after searching around the hospital room without finding Chief Hua's figure, he immediately shouted. Then trotted up. Suwon, who was walking in front, heard these 2 words and her nerves tightened. The pace of her feet is not daring to stop for a moment. And when she sees a round pillar in front of her, she rushes to hide in it, praying that she is not seen by Ho Linghan. Hua Tuan, who are you looking for when you walk so fast? Be careful of the wound on your shoulder. Hanwei's voice came again and was getting closer to her. Suwon's heart was in her throat, and she hurriedly found cover and quickly ran into the stairwell. As he ran, he rummaged through his green satchel to see if there was a mask or something in there. Shut up. When Ho Linghan sees the figure in front of him running, he knows that the person in front of him is Tingting. No! It's a replacement for Tina, who sees the sorority. Suwon saw that the stairs on the first floor were a bit dark, making it convenient for her to hide, and that her physical strength would definitely not be able to climb over the well-trained soldiers. 1 step for her. 3 steps for the human parent's legs directly. So without hesitation, he ran down to the negative floor. When Ho Linghan caught up, he didn't see Suwon's figure on the upward staircase. So he immediately went down to the negative floor. Ah! A frightened cry came from one of the rooms. Ho Linghan and Hanwei immediately pushed open the cold steel door handle and walked in. Suwon wanted to find a room to hide for a while. But in the end, when she pushed open the door and borrowed the light leaking in through a small window, she saw a layer of white cloth covering the bed frame. The chilly surroundings made her realize at once that she might have run into the morgue. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he crashed into a warm and broad chest, and his slender arm was then gripped by a large hand. Suwon didn't need to look to know who the person she bumped into was. And even more so, she didn't dare to raise her head to look, and could only maintain the action of burying her face in front of his chest. Heads were racing as to what the hell to do next. Coldly was a ball of delicate soft bumped into the arms. Nostrils full of fresh and good-smelling soap fragrance mixed with the unique sweet scent of a young girl. So that his shoulder-stitched wound was pulled. Do not feel a trace of pain. His coarse, large hands gripped her gelatinous arms. And his breathing was slightly disorganized. On the contrary, her head had been buried between his chest when she hit it. And the blue and white striped hospital gown she was wearing seemed to be clutched tightly in her small hands, causing a quick crimson flush to color the base of his ears, which burned slightly as if he'd been drinking wine. Han Wei, who came in after him, was directly stunned at this scene. And Hua Tuan, who has always been cold, hard and upright, and disdainful of women, hadn't even pushed the female comrade who had bumped up against him away by now. If this were to happen in the past, Ho Linghan would have long ago coldly grimaced and quickly backed away, sternly admonishing the S and lesbians to keep a good distance and pay attention to the sense of proportion. Previously, when Hua Tuan was just transferred to the Beiping military region, the chief of staff's daughter deliberately broke her foot in front of Hua Tuan and fell into Hua Tuan's arms, and wanted Hua Tuan to carry her to the health center after she was unsuccessful. But it was directly rejected by Hua Tuan without mercy. Now how come Hua Tuan doesn't say anything? And he's still holding on to people's lesbian hands and won't let go. He came back from a vacation. How come Hua Tuan has changed so much? Is it hard to believe that this is the object of the Hua group? Han Wei couldn't help but glance toward Hua Tuan's arms. Black smooth long hair softly spread over the shoulders, covering most of the cheeks. Although it is not clear to see her features, but vaguely can see her curved shallow face outline. Eyelashes curling agile. Bright eyes clear and moist. Every blinking can make people in the bottom of the heart rippled with a child pure small white flowers. Who can resist such a soft and innocent lesbian? Han Wei thinks Hua Tuan is chasing him. So why is he following him around? Turned and pushed the door to go out, only to find the door jammed from the outside. They can't get out. Hua Tuan. The door is stuck. Can't push it. Han Wei pulled hard a few times, but the door wouldn't budge. Su-won saw that the door could not be pulled. But there was a deep despair, and her small hand could not help but clutch the hem of Huo Lingyan's coat. This is a morgue. She doesn't want to be around so many corpses. Huo Lingyan lowered his eyes and glanced at the little delicate softness who was afraid to hide in his arms and timidly didn't dare to raise her head, and could only see her long, beautiful, dark hair and white, pink earlobes. This lowered his head, and the wisps of soap and the sweet scent of a young girl burrowed thickly between his nostrils. He knew it was the normal soap scent. He had smelled it on Su-won's body as well. But it was only when he smelled it on her body that he felt it smelled especially good and sweet. This should be used as a classroom for teaching purposes. And the cabinets are filled with mannequins. Huo Lingyan's dark eyes scan through the spacious room and quickly come to a conclusion. Han Wei, you go see if there are any other exits. This door opens inward and you can't get out unless you break it down. It's a classroom, not a morgue. What's under the white cloth? It looks very much like a humanoid silhouette. So it wouldn't be a big body teacher who's had a treatment, would it? Su-won slightly inclined her head to look. And at this time Han Wei also walked to the cold bed frame and curiously lifted the white cloth. As soon as it was lifted, a round head was visible. Su-won immediately shrinks her head back in fear and rushes to hide behind him while Huo Lingyan's attention is not on her. The tall, upright body could almost block her entire body. She feels that she definitely won't be able to hide it this time. And when she goes out later, Huo Lingyan will definitely see her face. One could only show that she was Su-won as soon as possible. As for what Huo Lingyan would think and suspect when he saw her in this fashionable outfit, she really didn't know. It's a complete mannequin. Han Wei looked at it and then recovered the white cloth again. Then walked towards the inside of the classroom. Hua. Su-won heard that it was a mannequin and could be said to have completely put her heart down. Just about to speak, Huo Lingyan had then looked at her sideways and opened his lips. I know you're not Comrade Tingting. Su-won froze for a moment. Huo Luohan already knew about topping Tingting? Because Su-won is standing behind Huo Lingyan. The light is all blocked out, and she can only see her crystal clear eyes like morning dewdrops. I'm sorry, Chief Hua. I didn't intend to lie to you. Su-won was looked at by these dark and heavy gazes, lowered her head, pursed her lips, and her voice was low and soft. But I hope you can give me a chance. Huo Lingyan's ears burn red. His angular jawline crumbles tightly. And along with it, his entire body's muscles are taut and bulging. And his back is straight, like a statue. He had always been calm and restrained. But when he faced her, it made him uncontrollable in any way. Su-won's curled and slender eyelashes blinked rapidly. Suddenly, all of a sudden, she was put in a dilemma by this sentence. If she now tells Huo Lingyan that she is Su-won, will he just shoot her? Confessing to someone he once loathed and rejected would be too much for anyone else to take. I know. You have your concerns. We can set a deadline. if I still haven't been able to make you change your mind during this period, I won't bother you again. Huo Linghan sees that Su-won hasn't opened her mouth to speak, and lightly opens her thin lips again. Su-won took a deep breath. Her hand pressed against the cold wall, hiding her eyes from Huo Linghan's gaze. If you still have concerns, you can wear a mask when we meet. This era is still relatively conservative thinking, although there is free love. But as long as the relationship will be married. Otherwise you will be accused of promiscuity, which is especially bad for a girl's reputation. Even if it's not a relationship yet. A man and a woman alone together, seen by an acquaintance, will think that way. So this proposal from Huo Linghan is really quite for Su-won's sake. But the problem now was that she just wanted to hide her vest. Su-won lightly bit her lip. Really did not know what to do. Pressed against the cold wall of the hand clasping the wallpaper. Suddenly, because of the perennial humidity, the wall skin above suddenly peeled off and fell off a piece, right onto Su-won's body. Although Huo Linghan reacted quickly and immediately turned to protect Su-won in his arms, the large chunks of peeling wallpaper and wall dust still smashed Su-won all over her body. Cough, cough, cough. Su-won coughed, seeing that her arm clothes were stained with a layer of white wall dust. Immediately thinking of something else, he touched his face, which was also covered in gray. Looking up again to see, Huo Linghan is even more serious than hers. His sharp short hair is dyed white, and a handsome face can no longer be seen in its original appearance, only revealing that pair of dark, deep eyes, and a mountainous, high-strung nose. Then, in that case, Huo Luohan can't see her now either? Huo Tuan, are you guys okay? Han Wei, who had raked around the classroom without finding any other exit, heard the noise and rushed over. The two men were seen as if they had come out of the ashes of a wall, with layers of whitish piled on their hair and bodies, some of which had fallen into their clothes. Stepping forward, she helped Huo Linghan shake off the wall dust from his body. After Huo Linghan helped Su-won block most of the wall plaster, he quickly pulls away from her at a distance. The fade light was cast in between the two men, at once landing on Su-won's face. Huo Linghan also at this time to see her whole face. Face contour is exquisite goose egg face. Nose small and erect. Eyes are still so soft and clear, like containing a wink of water general moving. The rest of her eyebrows and mouth were covered in white wall plaster, so you couldn't tell what she originally looked like. But it was still very pretty, with a pair of long, thick eyelashes fluttering down with white dust, like a delicate flower. It is particularly compassionate. Huo Liaohan's breathing stagnates slightly, his eyes settling on her body as he waits for her answer. Su-won knows that Huo Linghan is looking at himself, waiting for his reaction, and sees that he really doesn't seem to recognize himself. The hanging heart was finally released at this time. Pursed his lips and glanced at Hanwei. Hanwei was also an eye candy, and when he saw that the two had something to talk about, he ran off to find the exit again. Chief Hua. Su-won coughed lightly. She wanted to refuse by saying that she was already seeing someone, but if she did that she would implicate Secretary Jiang. After all, the first and foremost requirement for those who join a sorority is to be single. And then I won't ask about your identity during this period until you're willing to tell me. Huo Linghan once again opens his lips in a clear and cold manner. Almost all factors were taken into consideration for Su-won. I have someone I like. Su-won could only weakly use this excuse as an explanation. I know. Huo Linghan is decisive, his tall and straight stance standing in front of her with a sense of stalwart immobility. I just wish you'd give me a chance. That strong, tough aura around him. It made Su-won very torn and conflicted. She was afraid that if she refused, Huo Linghan would go and check her identity. Suwon pursed her lips. 1 month is fine. Huo Linghan continued. This lesbian. Just promise us Huotuan. We Huotuan have never done this to a girl before. Han Wei, who had been eavesdropping from the sidelines, couldn't help but walk over. It's not like you're dating someone if you have a crush on them. And you should be interested in our Huotuan as well. Or else how could you keep hiding in our Huotuan's arms? That was her last resort behavior for fear of Huo Linghan seeing her looks. Otherwise wouldn't she be more suspicious if she covered her face with her hands? Or with her satchel? Any concerns you still have can be told to me. Huo Linghan continues to speak in a deep voice. The eyes were dark and sunken, like a sharp dagger in the dark night. Just at this time someone came outside the door. A staff member who manages the classroom. And was very surprised to open the door and see that there was someone inside. Chapter 65, Could It Be Suwon, Revised. Chief Hua. I really don't have that idea. Let's not see each other again in the future. Suwon said in a soft and thin voice. And quickly drilled out through the doorway that the staff had just opened. Quickly ran out of the hospital. Not caring about the strange gazes of the people around him. And not daring to wipe the ash from his face. Afraid that Huo Linghan would chase him out again. Suwon even deliberately got on the opposite bus. It was only when she didn't see the tall, upright figure coming out of the military hospital through the window glass that she sat back in her chair and breathed a sigh of relief. In the future, this French crepe dress, the blue cloth dress, and the blue and white braggie would not be allowed to be worn again on her. After returning to Huo's house, she didn't dare to send food to Huo Linghan anymore. So she had Wu Ma send it over. Anyway, he's able to move around now. And at the rate he's trending with this wound recovery, he'll probably be discharged in another week to go home and recuperate. Then she'll go to the publishing house and sit in on the translation of the manuscript when the time comes. And then she was looking forward to hurrying up and starting school and living there. I guess. Huo Linghan returned to the cadre ward and went into the bathroom to scrub the wall dust off his body. Huotuan. Let me help you. Your wound can't touch water. Han Wei said with some concern. No need. The voice was cold and hard without any emotion. Standing outside the bathroom door, Han Wei couldn't stop pacing and scratching his head. Huotuan had never been the only one to reject others. And had never seen anyone who would reject Huotuan. And not even any identifying information. Or opportunity. Did that lesbian like someone even better than Captain Hua? He always felt that the lesbian's attitude towards Head Hua was a bit strange. And it always felt like there was something unspeakable in general. Huo Linghan unbuttoned his hospital gown with one hand, revealing his lean and strong body, and rinsed it from the head with a plastic hose that followed the faucet. Water flowed down the cold, rigid lines of his face. Closing his eyes, he thought of the scene just now when she had crashed into his arms. Delicate and soft, with her head buried in his chest, as if she knew it was him. Neither looked up at him in a good, supple manner. It made his ears flush. She was as gentle as a white lotus in its first blossom. A light cloud on its way out of the mountain. For a split second, Huo Linghan suddenly blended Suwon and her body together. All the same height. Wearing the same shoe size. Even their voices and eyebrows were similar. Suwon had been wearing clothes made by her own family in the countryside. All of which were in a loose style. So she couldn't see her exact figure. But on Suwon's second night in Peking, he had seen her in the bathroom wearing a cotton tank top and shorts underneath. Her waist was soft like a willow. Her legs were long and thin and well proportioned. And her body was exquisite and convex under the moonlight. Because he had previously been unwilling to have his mind corrupted, he had been deliberately forgetting what he had seen that night. Now that I think about it, the two are very similar in stature, waist thickness, and bone size. Similar eyebrows. Similar bodies. Similar voices. Is there really that much coincidence in the world?
She buried her head in his chest. More like she didn't want him to see her except in fear. But Huo Linghan really couldn't figure out how Suwon had city people's clothes in more than one of them. And how she got mixed up in the cotillion sorority. This sorority is impossible to get into without an insider.
Secretary Jiang also didn't seem to recognize Suwon. Huo Linghan's deep eyes, like black holes, swirled in a ghostly manner. Hanwei had already left by the time Wu Ma brought the midday meal.
Huo Linghan's cold eyes narrowed slightly when he saw that the person who had come to deliver the food was Mrs. Wu. Wu Ma also saw Huo Linghan's doubts. While pouring the boiled pigeon soup into a bowl, she said, "It's not that the school year is about to start. The little girl also loves beauty. The sun at noon. Suwon herself is from the countryside. Tanning to go to school will surely be laughed at by her classmates." Huo Linghan didn't say anything else and took a sip of the pigeon soup. Not knowing that his appetite was spoiled by Suwon's cooking in the past few days of hospitalization. At the first sip I thought the soup seemed saltier than before and the pigeon meat didn't seem to be stewed enough. When it came time for dinner it was still Wu Ma who brought it over. Just as Wu Ma left in the front foot, Xia Bailing came in the back foot. The lab's data matched up. If not for the fear that the pudding Suwon made would be bad, Xia Bailing didn't plan to come over either. "Lord Han. This is the pudding made by Suwon's classmates. Senny likes to eat it. I also tasted a mouthful of it. Soft and bouncy, very tasty. If I didn't leave half of it, it would have been eaten up by Senny." Xia Bailing opens the lid of the aluminum lunchbox and pushes it in front of Huo Linghan, who is writing a summary report. Then he looked at Huo Linghan with some anticipation. Not to mention that Suwon is not only good at foreign languages, but she is also smart. This peach pudding is even better than ice cream popsicles. Xine was even clamoring to make sure that Suwon's classmate would be her aunt. She was also becoming more and more optimistic about Suwon's classmates. Originally, she wanted to let the two meet under the guise of asking Suwon to dinner to see how they felt. But she didn't expect her plans to be disrupted. But there would be plenty of opportunities when she was done with this phase of her life. The creamy flavor mixed with the fresh aroma of peach smells very sweet and delicious indeed. But Huo Linghan is not even lifting his head. His voice line is cold and cold. Even the lower jawline is cold and hard. Senny likes to eat, just give Senny to eat. I don't need to. Lord Han. Try a bite to try. Xia Bailing scoops a spoonful and brings it to Huo Linghan's mouth. Huo Linghan was still writing the report without looking away. Not even moving his eyebrows. His thin lips pursed. The rejection was obvious. And seemed to be more cold and at the same time more repulsive than ever. Lord Han. Even if you have a problem with that Suwon, you can't bring your emotions to fellow student Suwon. The two are just sharing the same name. Xia Bailing had been a professor for so many years and had met so many students that she certainly could not be wrong in her judgment of people. I thought it would be good to let her youngest son taste Suwon's handiwork without seeing him. Huo Linghan put down the pen in his hand. His expression was cold and solemn. His voice was deep and cold without any room for discussion. "Mom, I have no intention of getting married and starting a family for the time being. You go back and talk to Dad. I won't go to the sorority organized by the unit. I won't see anyone either." When he finished, he picked up the pen again and continued writing the report with his left hand. "Why?" Xia Bailing asked curiously. "So you're not going to get married?" "There's no reason." Huo Linghan's tone is unchanged. "It's getting dark. You should return to school earlier." He wasn't one to stalk girls. Whether it was from his childhood upbringing or his own cold and arrogant nature. But now he can't tolerate anyone else in his heart. And he doesn't have any heart to go on a blind date. Was he overthinking it? Or were they both just different people? Xia Bailing knew her youngest son's temperament.
And what he decided to do could not be easily changed. All that could be done was to put away the aluminum lunchbox and make sure to go home and have a word with his husband when she was done with school. What the hell is going on with the Lord Cold? Huo Linghan finished writing the report and closed the workbook and received it in the cabinet. As soon as he looked down, he saw the army green shirt that he had folded neatly without a single crease sitting on the third shelf of the cabinet. The sight of a pair of small, white, delicate hands carefully scrubbing his clothes for him appeared before his eyes at once. The cold, hard, rigid heart softened uncontrollably. Quickly he withdrew his eyes with extreme restraint and compulsion and quickly closed the cabinet door. It's extraordinarily muggy tonight. Sleeping. He returned to Huo's house to get an important document. Pushed open the door and heard the sound of clattering water from the bathroom, as well as the sound of scrubbing clothes. He opened the door to the restroom to see a young girl wearing a bunny mask and a blue and white broggy dress crouching in front of a red bathtub in the moonlight, washing her clothes. When she saw him coming, her voice was sweet and soft as she called out, "Captain Hua." Under the moonlight, her red lips were fresh and attractive, as if they were saturated with flower juice. A pair of watery spring water eyes, looking at him daintily, with a touch of red reflecting on the corners of her eyes and eyebrows, as coquettish as a seductive fox. He was slightly startled as the slight dryness of summer wrapped itself around his body. Every pore opened, tight, powerful muscles bulging, the veins on his arms pale and prominent. Large, bony hands clenched hard. He hadn't forgotten that she had just rejected him during the day, unwilling to give him a chance. "Why are you in my house? I washed your shirt at your house, ya." She puffed out her cheeks with a white milk candy in them, her voice soft as water. He saw her small, delicate white hands soaking in the soapy lather, carefully scrubbing every corner of his army green shirt, from the corners of the sleeves to the collar, all of which had been touched by these soft little hands of hers. He pursed his lips. "It's washed. Do you think I did a good job?" She held the washed army green shirt with a smile on her face, her small hands still stained with fresh and nice-smelling soap lather. Just as she stood up, she fell into his arms unawares. It's delicate and soft and full of warmth. The tantalizing sweet scent of a young girl filled his entire nostrils. He lowered his dark, heavy eyes, and she in his arms was braided in two long, dark, numb braids, with her whole head buried in his chest. The pretty, upturned nose rubbed gently against his chest, itching and burning like it was on fire. The exposed section of jade neck was beautifully curved, white and delicate. The blue and white braggy on her body had somehow turned into a cotton sleeveless tank top, revealing glistening, small shoulders and long, slender arms with white and pink skin, long legs in shorts, icy and white to the eye. The hand over her waist wrapped around her uncontrollably before slowly tightening, as if he didn't want her to escape. He sniffed the delicate, tantalizingly sweet scent of her body and lowered his head a little. Just as he was about to kiss her tantalizingly fresh lips, her entire face was suddenly revealed from his arms. The same delicate and lush eyebrows, soft and moist lips, and the sweet pear swirls on both cheeks. "It's Suwon." Huo Linghan's deep black eyes opened at once, his chest rising and falling slightly. The wound on his shoulder was pulled, and the tearing pain caused him to stifle a grunt. His high, stern, handsome eyebrows were piled tightly together and his face was grim as water. The shirt and pants on his body were also wet with sweat once again. He quickly got up and went to the bathroom to reflush his body with cold water, after which he put the change in the water basin to clean it. The top rubs the sweat out with your left hand. As for the spots on his undershirt, he tensed his jawline and rubbed hard with both hands. He wouldn't bother her, but he had to find out who she was. Song Wenba has connected several surgeries in the past few days. plus the marriage. And only today did he have time to visit Hua Linghan in the cadre ward, carrying some tonic and fruit in his hand. Captain Hua, you're recovering from this shoulder injury much faster than an ordinary person. A soldier's physical fitness is just strong. And of course it's thanks to the long wound tonic soup Suwon stews for you every day. Song Wenba flipped through Hua Linghan's case hanging in front of his bed as soon as he entered the hospital room as a doctor. Hua Linghan pursed his lips and didn't say anything. He himself felt that he was going to recover from his injuries a little faster this time than before. It was true that the nutritious meals sent by Suwon were very tasty. And they were not repeated every day. Especially the soup she made. And I don't know how she made it. It was so fresh and sweet that it could take one's tongue off. He drank every drop at a time. With the soup he'd had earlier when he'd been injured. It was tasteless and heavy on oil. And completely unappetizing. When he's discharged from the hospital, he'll repay her for this kindness of care. I haven't eaten Suwon's cooking for some days now. I kinda miss it. Is Suwon living in your house now? Song Wenba asked tentatively. After all, it wasn't long ago that Headmaster Hua sought out Secretary Jiang to matchmake for him. And now the rightful owner comes to bring him food every day. So he doesn't know what's going on with the two of them right now. Yes. Hua Linghan nodded slightly. Just as he also had something to ask Song Wenba. When you were working before, would Suwon come to the hospital to bring you food? I'm all about the cafeteria. Besides, Suwon looks iconic and young. And I'm a man with a fiancé. So it's easy for people to misunderstand. When Mom and Dad first took this into consideration, they almost didn't let Suwon work as a nanny in the Song family. Didn't you find it unsuitable when my parents were matchmaking for you before? Why are you suddenly asking about this? Song Wenba's svelte eyes carried a hint of a promising smile. I was thinking that she resembles the person who took Tingting's place at the sorority. Hua Linghan finished speaking with his hawk-like sharp eyes looking straight at Song Wenba. To say that Suwon could be involved with the military hospital, it would have to be Song Wenba pulling the strings. Song Wenba didn't think that Hua Linghan already knew. And at the same time, he understood what Hua Linghan meant. Thinking that Suwon must have told Hua Linghan about this long ago if she was willing. She smiles and says, "You don't suspect that the person who replaced Ting Ting was Suwon? Do you? How is this possible? Or do you wish the one who took the place of Suwon?" Chapter 66, Suspicion Arises. Hua Linghan's brows furrowed slightly. His expression cold and solemn as he opened his lips. Of course I don't want the person who replaces Comrade Tingting to be Suwon. But a few contacts with the person who replaced Comrade Tingting gave me the impression that they were very similar. Not only their eyebrows and voices, but also a lot of details that corresponded to each other. And it was necessary for me to figure out the identity of the person who replaced Comrade Tingting. You've been in contact several times? Song Wenba was a bit surprised. Thinking to herself, shouldn't Suwon not have been in contact with Hua Linghan after the last incident? Why are you using Ting Ting's identity to meet with Hua Linghan again? Yeah. I ran into her at the hospital yesterday. In a floral dress. And she reacted strangely. Hiding when she saw me. This is so counterintuitive that even if you don't want to get involved with him, you can absolutely talk to him about it at the hospital in a big way. Hua Linghan's bony fingers lightly tapped the desktop and spoke in a deep voice. So it is. Faced with Hua Linghan's slightly stern scrutinizing gaze, Song Wenba's expression was somewhat less than natural. He pretended to be relaxed and rubbed his chin with his hand. Since you have this suspicion, wouldn't you just ask Suwon directly? Song Wenba felt that if Hua Linghan continued to press on like this, he would really tell the truth. Hua Linghan notices the tiny movement of Song Wenba touching his chin. And his eyes are deep and furtive. If it's really Suwon, then why is Suwon avoiding you? Your Hua family has power and influence. And you've become a regimental commander at a young age. You've won first-class honors. And your height and looks are all very superior. Any female comrade would be willing to change. Is it possible that you've had something before? Immediately after that, Song Wenba asked with some curiosity. Although he doesn't ask about the two of them. From the time Suwon asked him to help conceal her identity and was afraid that Huo Linghan would know. He felt that there was something hidden between the two. When his parents set up the two people, both said in unison that it was not appropriate. And then Suwon still avoiding Huo Linghan when she replaced Comrade Tingting. It's not that he wants to think badly of Suwon, but just the fact that Huo Linghan is a city household is very attractive to girls from the countryside. What's more, Hwa's conditions were so favorable that he really couldn't think of a reason for Suwon to refuse. Song Wenba did not yet know that the two of them, he and Suwon, had known each other for a long time, and Huo Linghan did not intend to answer. Just then Suwon walked in carrying a thermos bucket. It was still a patched floral shirt as well as a pair of dark blue pants, with two long dark braids hanging over his shoulders and a towel wrapped around them. Just look at this dress, gives people a kind of rustic flavor. And yesterday that wearing a French floral dress, combed rooster head, beautiful and gentle Ting Ting is very different. Hey! Speak of the devil. Speak of the devil. It just so happens that Suwon is here. If you have any questions you can ask her? Song Wenba is younger than Huo Linghan, and his mind is not as deep and steady. So he thinks about their own affairs and lets them solve them on their own. He was really a little weak from Huo Linghan's eyes. Brother Wenbo. You're here too? What is it that you want to ask me? Suwon was carrying a thermos bucket with her two hands on the left and right. When she was outside the door she heard the two men's conversation, and had been doing a lot of heart building before she walked in. She made a faux surprised outburst, then looked at the two men with a puzzled, bewildered look on her face. Her voice clear and pleasant. Seeing Suwon walk in, Huo Linghan inclines his head, his cold and sharp line of sight landing on Suwon's left foot. The gait is light and flexible, and you can't see any awkwardness at all. It's very natural and normal. But he remembered that the day Secretary Jiang came, there was something wrong with her left foot when she walked without thinking. She said she got into a rock. But now that I think about it, a shoe getting into a rock is a completely different reaction than a foot injury. I remember you seem to have suffered an injury to your left foot before? Huo Linghan asked sideways. Suwon's heart was shocked and a bit flustered, but on her face she still pretended to be calm and doubtful. What foot injury? When Secretary Jiang came the other day I saw that your left foot seemed to be a little less able to strain, and it was a little inconvenient to walk, as if it had been injured. He wasn't going to ask directly until the matter was verified. After all, it was only a suspicion at this point. No, it's just a small stone that got in, Suwon said as she took a few more steps in the hospital room and kicked her foot to prove that her left foot was not injured. Suwon didn't want to come today, but she was also afraid that this would instead arouse Huo Linghan's suspicions. But it didn't occur to me that Huo Linghan was still suspicious. It seems that the whitewash on my face yesterday didn't cover it thoroughly enough. Plus the low light. Huo Linghan might not have seen it at the time, but the more he thought about it after he went back, the more he felt that they had similar face profiles. You really can't show your full face. Song Wenba's gaze also looked at Suwon's feet, and then later at Suwon's reaction. If he hadn't already known that it was Suwon who had replaced Wantingting, I'm afraid he would have been fooled by Suwon's calm and natural demeanor. It's been several times that I've noticed that your left and right feet are a bit off when you walk. One is high and the other is low. Since there's no injury, it should be something wrong with the nerves in your feet. It just so happens that Dr. Song is a neurologist, so let him check you out in the meantime. Huo Linghan glanced at Song Wenba when he finished speaking. This situation should be seen in the neurology department, right?
I remember one of my comrades went to the neurology department because he was overtrained,
resulting in an uncoordinated walking posture. Song Wenba nodded.
Right. Then looking at Su-won's eyes. There was quite a kind of, you directly admit it.
Can't hide it.
Huo Linghan was able to become the head of the group at a young age,
relying entirely on his own abilities.
He has also practiced in the Northwest, where the environment is harsh and the armed forces are in turmoil.
Su-won's heartbeat accelerated,
and a layer of sweat seeped out of her palms.
And the dark,
bottomless eyes that fell on her were like a pool of deep water straight submerged to the point that people couldn't breathe.
I should have known she would have said yes earlier yesterday. She left the hospital yesterday thinking this whole vest thing was over. Huo Linghan's cold, hard and rigid nature doesn't seem like someone who would be a stalker.
Without realizing that her vest was about to be blown today.
Really? I don't even feel it myself.
Then Hua headmaster, you eat breakfast first.
After eating I'll go and hang up a Dr. Son's number so he can help me look at it.
I can't just whore out Dr.
Song for nothing.
And in case there's really something wrong, I still need to hang up a number to do a checkup and get medication as well.
Su-won lightly pinched her palm,
following Huo Linghan's words,
while thinking about what to do next.
Thinking that this era is still relatively conservative.
Dr. Song examined her feet. Huo Linghan could not stand by and watch.
She was actually almost recovered from the wound on her foot. But just because it was on the center of her foot, anytime she walked she was sure to crack the freshly grown blood scab. It goes back and forth so it causes the bloody scabs to not completely fall off now. If it were anywhere else the new meat would have grown by now. Song Wenba is really quite admire Su-won, this girl. Inner really quite stable and calm.
Not panic in danger.
Not at all like how a 17 or 18-year-old girl should react.
If this were anyone else, I don't know how panicked they would be. He knew Su-won was intentionally delaying, so he didn't say anything. That's fine. I'll accompany you after eating. Without saying anything else,
Huo Linghan reaches out to open the lid of the thermos bucket. The injury on his right shoulder makes it so that he can only use his left hand if he can't move his right hand yet. Su-won visibly froze for a moment when she heard this, and a cold sweat broke out on her back,
feeling that she couldn't avoid it this time.
So much so that he was half a beat slower before he thought to help Huo Linghan open the lid of the thermos bucket and help him pour the finished pumpkin corn porridge into a bowl. Huo Linghan sits on the sofa with a straight and upright posture, lowering his eyes to look at Su-won's hand. The 10 fingers are long and soft,
and the wrists are slender and white. He didn't see the hand that topped Comrade Tina's,
but the 10 fingers were slender like that.
When he held her wrist yesterday, the thickness seemed to be the same as Su-won's.
Chief Hua,
there's no need to trouble you. I can go by myself.
You even gave me $10 before.
You don't have to worry about me not having money with me.
Su-won continued in a relaxed and natural tone to Huo Linghan after she had finished. Huo Linghan clear cold convergence eyes. A pair of eyes as if the dagger in the dark night.
Black bright. Just look at a person, let a person inexplicably panic.
Then the line of sight fell on Su-won's face.
Long eyebrows smooth. Eyes as clear as water. 2 red lips full and quite.
It was very similar to the person who had replaced Comrade Tingting. But it seemed that her features were not as delicate and lush as the person who had replaced Tingting. And her eyelashes were not as curly and soulful.
Comparing the two,
the top replacement for Ting Ting was more bright and delicate, while Su-won looked a little lighter.
It wasn't until this time that Su-won realized that Huo Linghan was doing it on purpose.
Before she sent the rice over, Huo Linghan would keep a distance from her. And it was only after she took out the rice inside the insulated bucket first that Huo Linghan would put down the work he was doing and walk over. But now Huo Linghan intentionally opens the thermos himself and then lures her over, just to observe her up close. But now it was too late for Su-won to immediately maintain a distance from him. She could only expect Huo Linghan to be a straight man of steel and not be able to see anything. Because Auntie Xia told her to dress up. She came over yesterday with a light makeup. There wasn't much in the way of makeup in this day and age. And she didn't even have a box of cream for her face. It's just a simple curling of the eyelashes with a burnt black toothpick and then a charcoal drawing and shaping of the eyebrows. Overall, there's still some difference from her plain face. Su Wan's expression on her face remains unmoving, while expressing some strangeness and doubt about Huo Linghan's eyes looking at her. Huo Luohan is non-committal, withdrawing his eyes and picking up a spoon to eat the pumpkin corn porridge in the bowl. Su Wan was secretly wondering if this was his way of saying he agreed not to go. In and of itself, he was not a man of many words. Huo Linghan is always in the army, so he eats quickly. But he doesn't give the impression of recklessness and wolfishness at all. Instead, he looks very educated. Also very careful. A grain of rice dropped on the edge of the bowl will be picked up and eaten. It doesn't make any noise when you eat porridge and soup. Just watching him eat gives you a very appetizing, enjoyable feeling. Soon Huo Linghan finished 2 bowls of congee as well as 4 shrimp meat buns plus a bowl of soy milk. Let's go. I'll accompany you for a checkup. Huo Linghan naturally packs up the thermos after eating. Then says to Su Wan. Su Wan froze, her entire back tensing up. Huo Linghan stood up. His angular jawline was extraordinarily cold and hard. A pair of thin lips gently pursed. A powerful aura that people dare not disobey. Today this vest of hers looks like she's really going to drop. Song Wenbo watched silently from the sidelines, then raised his hand to look at the watch on his wrist. It was almost time for him to sit in the clinic. Su Wan took a deep breath and lowered her eyes as they quickly turned. Thinking that Huo Linghan was already suspicious since he was already suspicious. She couldn't hide it much longer. Might as well just tell him straight up. Chief Hua. Was when Su Wan raised her head to say it. A knock comes from right outside the door. And then the guard opens the door and says to Huo Linghan. Chief. There are 2 comrades from National Security. National Security? Huo Linghan stepped forward with some confusion. With that 2 national security officers dressed in low-profile black clothes, but with a cold and oppressive aura all over their bodies walked in. Chief Hua. We're from the State Security Bureau. The flat-headed youth at the head takes the initiative to introduce himself, stretching out his right hand to offer to shake hands with Huo Linghan in greeting, but quickly switches to his left hand, obviously knowing that Huo Linghan's right shoulder had just been cut open. He knew his situation very well. Greetings, Comrade National Security. May I ask what you are looking for me for? Huo Linghan shakes hands with the visitor, his eyes narrowing slightly. The first thing that came to mind was whether something was wrong with the soldiers underneath him. Captain Hua. We received a report that we suspect Comrade Su Wan, who is hosted in your house and has been taking care of you, is a spy. And we are bringing her back to do our investigation. The flat-headed youth at the head of the group spoke. Upon receiving the report, they immediately sent someone to Wei County, Nanling Province, Su Wan's hometown, to retrieve all of her life and study materials, as well as visit her previous relatives, friends and classmates. At the same time, he also secretly sent people to follow and monitor Su Wan. It was found that apart from Su Wan's sudden improvement in foreign languages and her fluent and standardized spoken language, since coming to Peking, Su Wan's entire demeanor as well as her habits had changed dramatically. The previous Su Wan was treacherous, lazy, greedy, selfish, overbearing, and full of evil deeds. And a person who never knew how to cook was able to make delicious dishes. After coming to Peking, her everywhere words and deeds are very intelligent and calm. The character is also gentle and calm. And do not panic. Completely unable to find in the village of Qiantang similar points. It's like a different person.
And after a secret investigation found that all the people she contacted were related to the military. First Chief Hua. Then Principal Song of the military school. And then filling in for Comrade Wan Tingting in the military district's sorority. They suspected that it was through some kind of foreign high technology that a similar person had been reshaped to look like the original Suwon. The comrades who followed Comrade Suwon yesterday saw Suwon running out of the hospital with a face full of wall dust. They sensed something strange and wondered if Suwon was passing on information in some way. After squatting all night with no other findings, they decided to bring the person back to national security today for a closer investigation. And not let her come into contact with any more military personnel. After saying that, he walked to Suwon and took out the silver handcuffs to cuff Suwon's hands. Chapter 67, It's Fun to Lie to Him. Suwon also thought that she was here to find Hua Linghan at first. But she didn't think that she was here to find herself. Looking surprised. Looking at the cold, temperature-less handcuffs. Her long, thick eyelashes twitched uneasily. And she pinched her palm hard to calm herself down. The only point she could think of for someone to report a suspicion that she was a spy. She is the one who was a rural high school student who only scored 3 points in a foreign language. But has excellent foreign language skills as well as a fluent and standardized spoken language. Right now. Except for Auntie Xie. No one in the Hua family knows about her working as a translator for a publishing house yet. And the only person who would report her, who had a grudge against her and knew about it, was Fang Yu. Certainly not to the exclusion of Su Shelwei. Hua Linghan's high and stern brows instantly clustered when he heard these words from the national security officer. Lang Rui's dark eyes looked at Suwon. It was seen that her gentle little face was slightly blanched. And a pair of clear and glistening watery eyes were filled with shock inside. Obviously completely unaware of what had happened. The fingertips pinched deep into the flesh. Almost bleeding. Looking a little flustered. But forcing himself to remain calm. Comrade Goen, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Comrade Suwon is only from the countryside. She hasn't even been out of the county before. And it's only been a month since she came to Beiping. So she simply doesn't even have the opportunity to contact forces outside of the country. Hua Linghan opened his thinly cut lips and spoke out in a cold, deep voice. He knew that state security couldn't arrest people for no reason. But Suwon was personally received by him from Qiantang village to Beiping. And he also inquired with the village clerk about Suwon's affairs in the village. His dad also had his old ministry double-check her later on. And she was just a native country girl. It was also Suwon who had been taking care of him these days. So if she was a spy, there was no way he wouldn't notice. A flash of surprise flashes across the bottom of Suwon's clear and glistening eyes. And she looks at Hua Linghan with some surprise. Completely not expecting him to stand up and speak for her. That's right. Comrade Goen. We're all more familiar with Comrade Suwon. She's worked as a nanny in our house before. What kind of person we know very well. And there are sentries standing guard at both the military compound and the military academy's family compound. How could it be possible to come into contact with forces outside the country to be turned? This must be someone's slander. And I still hope that you must investigate clearly. Song Wenbo was also surprised and walked up to prove it for Suwon. Although he usually worked in the hospital and did not have much contact with Suwon. His father was the principal of a military school. Looking amiable but with sophisticated and venomous eyes. And when he was young, he was the head of a group of the National Security Bureau specializing in catching secret agents. If Suwon had the slightest problem, his dad would have seen it long ago. Even the family's study was able to allow Suwon to enter. Enough to see that Suwon was fine. It must have been deliberately planted and slandered. The two state security officers also didn't expect Chief Hua and Principal Song's son to speak up for Suwon. Either this Comrade Suwon is indeed innocent, or Suwon has penetrated too deeply. The flat-headed youth then said, Captain Hua,
We've carefully investigated Comrade Su Wan's past academic performance over the past few days. And we've also inquired about Comrade Su Wan's foreign language teacher and homeroom teachers. Comrade Su Wan's foreign language scores were not bad in the midterm exams. But when he reached high school, it was obvious that he couldn't keep up with his studies and plummeted. And at the end of his sophomore year, he only scored 3 points in foreign language. But on the recommendation of Prof. Xia, your mother, of North China University, he was hired by the Beiping Publishing House as a first-class difficult foreign language translator, which is a level that many foreign language school students can't reach. And apart from that, we inquired about other very dubious places. We now suspect that Su Wan's identity is questionable and is likely to be an imposter for spies from outside the country. Su Wan was actually the Su Wan whose foreign language skills were outstanding and exceptional that his mom had been praising and wanting to introduce to her? Huolingen's sharp knife brows clustered up in some surprise. The cold and deep eyes that fell on Su Wan were like black holes spinning in a ghostly manner. Complex and contradictory. A pair of thin lips tightly pursed. He realized that he seemed to have never understood Su Wan, since she even managed to surprisingly know his mom as a translator for a publishing house. Then how come she can't get acquainted with Secretary Jiang? And then what about wearing or borrowing? Or someone else giving her clothes to stand in for Comrade Tina in the sorority? And now she can afford to go to the mall and buy nice clothes from the city. Huolingen's hand hanging at his side clenches hard, the veins on the back of his hand standing out. Looking at Su Wan's eyes sank again and again, like mountains tipping over, making people breathless. At the same time, it was drenched in cold frost. If it's really her, what does she want? Why don't you just tell him? Or do you think it's fun to lie to him like that? Su Wan couldn't care less about the cold, scrutinizing gaze with which Huolinghan regarded her, and only wanted to prove her innocence as soon as possible. Turning to the state security officer, she pursed her somewhat dry lips and took a deep breath, slowly suppressing the panic in her heart. Calmly and logically, he explained, "Comrade National Security. I couldn't keep up before because I was playful. But ever since I drowned and died once, I realized I couldn't go on like this. That's why I've been studying foreign languages seriously while working as a nanny at Principal Song's house, and listening to foreign language broadcasts to learn pronunciation. And I've also developed a strong interest in foreign languages. In order to learn a foreign language every day, I would memorize and remember words. And I even asked Principal Song to borrow a number of foreign language books. Comrade State Security. It's like this. My dad, he worked in state security when he was young and is very proficient in foreign languages. I came back from work several times to see Su Wan asking my dad for foreign language articles again. Song Boan also hastened to testify for Su Wan and added, and Comrade Su Wan is also very smart and studious. A little goes a long way. The national security officers certainly checked these out. But the main suspicion is the dramatic change in Su Wan's speech and behavior habits before and after she came to Peking, coupled with the various information provided by her own sister, Su Xiaohui, all proving that she is not the original Su Wan. The specific situation, our National Security Bureau will investigate clearly. After saying this, the flat-headed youth was about to handcuff Su Wan. I sent the people to Qiantang village to pick them up. I'll go back with you to be investigated. Huolinghan extends his left hand at this time. It was just like letting the NSA handcuff him and Su Wan together. Things were prioritized. And he knew very well that the most important thing at the moment was to solve the matter of spies. The two comrades, the flat-headed youth and the lean youth, looked at each other. Huolinghan is the head of the military region. He can be asked to cooperate with the investigation. But if he is handcuffed along with him, then the situation will be serious. And they've also checked that the entire Hua family, including Principal Song, is clean. The flat-headed youth then put the handcuffs back and said politely and formulaically, "Thank you, Captain Hua, for your support of our work.
Head Hua. This has nothing to do with you. You don't need to accompany me to investigate. Suwon is surprised that Huo Linghan would do this. She didn't want to involve the Hua family, especially since Huo Linghan was still injured. So she stopped it. I'll change my clothes. Huo Linghan glanced at Suwon coldly. You were brought to Beiping by me. I must be responsible for you. Then it was time to open the locker and pull out his uniform. Song Wenba also knew that he had to hurry to contact his parents at this time to testify against Suwon. So he explained that Suwon should not be nervous when she went to the National Security Bureau. And that she had Hua, the head of the group, to accompany her. Then he walked quickly out of the hospital room. After Huo Linghan changed into his uniform in the bathroom, he walked out with a straight and upright posture and a cold and solemn face, wearing a proper and dignified military cap. It was completely unrecognizable as a man whose shoulder had just been operated on. Comrade National Security. Let's go. Huo Linghan's voice is cold and flat as he speaks. The two national security officers nodded. And the two stood beside Suwon on the left and right, walking out of the hospital room together. The four had only just reached the door of the ward. It happened to meet up with old Mrs. Hua and Su Xiaowei, who had come to see Huo Linghan. Old Mrs. Hua's sharp eyes saw two unfamiliar men with uniformly low-profile black clothes and a cold aura. It quickly became clear who the other person was. Lord Han. Why are the state security people here? His eyes were, however, looking at Suwon, who was caught in the middle. And he immediately had an ominous feeling of foreboding. As for Su Xiaowei, who stood behind old Mrs. Hua, the corners of her mouth pulled upwards uncontrollably. We suspect that Comrade Suwon is a spy. And Head Hua took the initiative to cooperate with us to go back and investigate. The flat-headed young comrade said expressionlessly. Spy? When old Mrs. Hua heard these words, she felt her chest tighten up and she couldn't catch her breath. And her body shifted slightly. The eyes that looked at Suwon were exceptionally harsh and cold. Su Xiaowei hurriedly supported old Mrs. Hua's body and said to Suwon in a difficult and unbelieving manner. Sister! You're actually a spy? How could you betray your own country? Did you go to Principal Son's house just to steal information? Uncle Hua is so good to you. How could you harm Uncle Hua and Big Brother Hua? She said it with a pained look on her face and even with tears in her eyes. When she notices that Suwon hasn't returned to the Hua family at the usual time, she knows that the national security people must have gone to look for Suwon. So she deliberately persuaded Grandma Hua to come to the ward to see Big Brother Hua at this time. Sure enough, it was such a coincidence that Grandma Hua ran into the scene of Suwon being taken away by the national security. She was secretly brought in for questioning by state security 2 days earlier. Yesterday, when she saw Suwon going out dressed up in a French dress, she immediately reported the situation to the national security officers, deliberately saying that Suwon dresses youthful and pretty, just like the city people. Suspecting that she is going to pass on some information or contact someone. It was to make the national security increase their suspicion of Suwon and bring her back for investigation as soon as possible. I didn't realize how fast Koken was. Grandma Hua. Are you alright? Su Xiaowei said with a seemingly worried and concerned face. But in her heart, she was very viciously expecting Grandma Hua to directly pass out from anger and then fall ill altogether. This way, even if Suwon is investigated and cleared from national security, the Hua family will definitely not keep Suwon in Beiping anymore. Since the Hua family cared so much about reputation, she must make a big deal out of the fact that Suwon was a spy and was taken away by national security. And make a big deal out of it. As for the person who reported Suwon, she guessed it should be Fang Yu, because she had just seen Fang Yu at the hospital as well. And it wasn't far from here. Suwon Guan was listening to Su Xiaowei's words and this reaction. and then associating it with the fact that she had been secretly hiding in the shadows and observing her for 2 days here. She knew Su Xiaowei must have known about this long ago. Even if she didn't report it. She certainly poured a lot of gas on the matter. Comrade National Security. I was born in New China. Grew up under the red flag. Love my motherland. And have never done anything to harm national security and interests. I will fully cooperate with your investigations and inquiries. Su Wan straightened her chest. Her gaze tough, radiating a burning starlight. Then glanced at Su Xiaowei, quite a bit worried. To the national security personnel said. Just my sister, she has some mental problems. I'm afraid that she will be stimulated. Once again crazy. Nonsense or even self-mutilation. Can we quickly leave? Su Xiaowei, who was gloating, heard Su Wan say this. Her expression directly all stiffened. And immediately retorted. I didn't. I'm not. If the national security people knew that she had mental problems, then the national security people would not believe what she had told them earlier, that Su Wan had been replaced by someone. The two national security officers obviously didn't expect Su Xiaowei to have mental problems either. And they hadn't realized this during their previous investigations. Xiaowei, are you getting worse? When we asked you before, you were still able to wake up and realize that you had done something you shouldn't have. Su Wan looked at Su Xiaowei's eyes, became more and more worried. Immediately after that, she begged Grandma Hua. Grandma Hua, can you let Uncle Hua take Xiaowei to a specialized hospital for a look? I'm afraid that if she continues to be this serious, she may not even be able to study. I'm not sick. Su Xiaowei interrupted Su Wan's words anxiously at once, fearing that Su Wan would go on talking nonsense. Her consistently weak voice was very loud, and her face also became slightly grim. The two state security officers looked and exchanged glances again. Hua Linghan, on the other hand, looked at Su Xiaowei with a deep frown. Obviously Su Xiaowei was used to pretending to be soft and well-behaved. And when she suddenly had a sharp voice and a scowl on her face, it would be easy to suspect that something was really wrong with her mental state. Xiaowei, you go home first. Old Mrs. Hui is the one who has seen the most of Su Xiaowei's well-behaved and understanding side. At this time, Su Xiaowei's voice made the old lady Hua, who had been standing somewhat unsteadily, touch her chest and force herself to stand still, saying in a calm tone, national security officers are the best at observing eye color. And seeing old Mrs. Hua's reaction, it's obvious that Su Xiaowei's spirit might actually be in trouble. Then it seems that some of the information and evidence she provided needs to be investigated a bit more before it's done. Grandma Hua, I just also because my sister is a spy captured by the national security. Some anxious, but also more difficult. Thinking I spend time with my sister, how suddenly all of a sudden becomes so strange. Su Xiaowei realizes her own disorder at once, and hurriedly resumes her former docile and coquettish appearance. And her tone of voice also resumes its former thinness. Thin brows were furrowed with grief. However, the more she does this, the more she makes Hua Linghan and old Mrs. Hua feel that Su Xiaowei is on the verge of an attack. Chapter 68, Fountain Pens. Comrade National Security, let's get out of here. I really don't want to irritate my sister. She's looking fine right now. But I'm afraid that when she gets back to the military compound later, she's going to have a nervous breakdown and yell because she's so worried about me. Making this matter known to the entire military region is fine with me. Mainly I'm hosting the Hua family right now. I don't want to involve Uncle Hua and Head Hua and the others. Su Wan's eyes softened. A pair of soft eyebrows gently knitted. Looking at Su Xiaowei's eyes were full of worry and care from her sister to her younger sister. Very affectionate. There was a difficult prayer in the gentle voice. When comparing this with Su Xiaowei's demeanor and actions, Su Wan appeared to be extraordinarily real. while Su Xiaowei was more contrived and changed a lot before and after. Su Xiaowei's face changed once again, almost gritting her teeth in hatred. Su Wan unexpectedly saw straight through her mind and covered her mouth in advance. If the military compound spreads the news that Su Wan was taken away by the national security, Hwa's family will definitely think that it was her onset that spread the news. And even if she hadn't spread the word, Hwa's family would definitely still suspect her. After all, state security arrests are generally more secretive and in cadre wards, so almost no one will know. Su Xiaowei was really going mad with anger and wanted to say that she had no mental problems. But if she said there was no problem, then wouldn't that mean she beat herself up before just to frame Su Wan? So in the end, she could only force down her emotions, biting her lip to swallow back all the words that came to her mouth. Su Wan the whore is really good at being poisonous. In the future, no matter what she said, even if what she said was the truth, Su Wan could label her as mentally challenged, so that people would no longer believe what she said. Even if she didn't have mental problems, sooner or later she'd be driven to insanity. She was really upset. She could only expect Su Wan to really be a spy, or to be mistakenly shot as a spy by national security. Grandma, you and shall we go home first? I'll return after cooperating with the national security investigation. Hua Linghan speaks in a deep voice and frowns at Su Xiaowei again. It really felt as if there was something wrong with Su Xiaowei's spirit. If not, then she resented Su Wan very much. Lord Han, are you crazy? National security wants to investigate Su Wan. What are you following? You're the head of the military region. How much will this affect you if it gets out? Old Mrs. Hua pulls on Hua Linghan's hand and resolutely refuses. Yeah. Chief Hua, you really don't have to accompany me. Su Wan also spoke in a soft voice. He was a soldier with a sensitive status. The more times like this he should have stayed away from her. He shouldn't have gotten involved in this thing with her. Grandma, I was the one who saved her from drowning. And I was the one who brought her to Beiping. So if there's really something wrong with her identity, I can't be blamed. Hua Linghan's jaw tightened and his face was unusually serious. Hearing this, old Mrs. Hua also realized the severity of the problem and slowly loosened Hua Linghan's hand. With that, he looked at Su Wan, who was at the side, moving his lips to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Back in the day, she should have stopped her son from introducing Su Wan to Hua Linghan. And the last thing she should have done was to receive someone to Beiping. Why else would so many things happen to the Hua family? It made her son and daughter-in-law not get along. And now the daughter-in-law has returned to Beiping and still refuses to go back to live in the Hua family. Her grandson will also be implicated in going to national security to cooperate with the investigation. But now she could only hope that Su Wan was the same as the word she had said, born in the country of Huaxia and raised under the red flag. She had not done anything to jeopardize the country's security and interests. Fang Yu, who was sitting on a hospital bench not far away, holding a newspaper as a cover, seeing Su Wan being taken away by the two state security officers, a square face was filled with complacency and the pleasure of having a great revenge written all over it. She had waited too long for this moment. What makes her a hick from the countryside? Better than her at everything. Even her blind date, the editor-in-chief's son, Lu Rue, couldn't take his eyes off Su Wan when he saw her when she turned in her manuscript that day. Su Wan thus hooked up with Hua headmaster and came to seduce her new blind date again. She then made sure to screw and stink her up, so that she can never be in her presence again. The two got in a car and traveled from the military hospital all the way to the NSA. Hua Linghan is sitting straight and upright, his thin lips pursed, and his eyes cold and solemn as he looks ahead. The whole person looked like a sword that had just been unsheathed, with a biting coldness around him. Handsome brows drenched in frost and indifference. Like the way Su Wan saw Hua Linghan when she first woke up in the book. wary and repulsed by her. No matter what. Chief Hua, I still want to thank you. Only when she gets off the bus does Suwon lift her dry lips. Her cleansing, glistening watery eyes look at him, sincerely expressing her gratitude. Hua Luohan's jaw tightened and he spoke out coldly. I'm doing this for the Hua family. Not for you. Then it was off in stride toward the NSA. Suwon, on the other hand, was brought into an interrogation room of about 10 square meters by the two national security officers from earlier. Because Hua Linghan was here to cooperate with the inquiry, he was brought into an office. She is, after all, a 17 or 18-year-old high school student who has not undergone professional training. And I still hope that your national security comrades will interrogate her calmly and not be too harsh. Hua Linghan first stretched out his hand and shook the hand of the person who called himself Team Sun before sitting down and saying, the NSA's interrogation methods were very clear to him. A country-faced Team Sun smiled. Captain Hua, don't worry. We brought Comrade Suwon back also to verify her identity clearly. After all, we didn't search for anything suspicious in her belongings. It's all very normal and in line with her status from the countryside. Their national security comrades were divided into two teams. One team went to the military hospital to bring Suwon back to investigate. One team went to the Ho house and searched the rooms she used and her personal belongings. Hua Linghan's back straightens, and his eyes quickly flash through a flash of something, wanting to confirm his own conjecture. Then did you guys find an American-made fountain pen engraved with English, with the three letters HXH engraved on the inside edge of the cap? It was the American expert who had his initials engraved in it. If that's her, surely she can find the pen. Team Sun shook their heads. We didn't find a pen or this item among her personal belongings. It was all ballpoint pens and pencils. If this fountain pen with English American made on it had been found, then this incident would have escalated. Surely the pen would be taken apart to see if it was bugged or had a murder wire hidden inside. No? How could it not be? Hua Linghan wouldn't doubt the ability of the National Security Search. Was that put somewhere else by Suwon? Then did you find a blue and white broggy dress? Or a blue cloth dress as well as a floral dress? Hua Linghan asked immediately afterward. Team Sun shakes his head again, but takes a pen and records all the questions Hua Linghan just asked in passing. No. Hua Linghan's brows furrowed for a moment. Could it be that it wasn't her? And at the same time, Team Sun synchronized this information to the officers interrogating Suwon in the interrogation room. When you filled in for Ruantingting at the Military Region Fellowship, did you get the first place prize? A fountain pen made in the U.S. It was given to you by Captain Hua. But we didn't find it when we searched for your personal belongings. Where did you put this fountain pen? The middle-aged man wearing a white shirt and black-rimmed glasses asked. Chapter 69, What She Really Wants, Revised Text. Comrade State Security. That fountain pen is inside the second desk drawer. Just open it. Suwon was a bit puzzled. How could she not find it? Afraid that Hua Linghan would recognize her through her clothes, she purposely took those 3 dresses to Son's house this morning and asked Auntie Wang to keep them for her. But she needed to use the pen every day to translate her manuscripts. So she kept the pen in a drawer so she could take it out any time when she translated. Because this fountain pen writes smoothly, has clear handwriting, and is very comfortable. She thought that when Hua Linghan was discharged from the hospital, she would rebuy a fountain pen and then put this one away. How could it be gone? Suwon thought about how Su Shelwi had been like a ghost for the past 2 days. Whenever she went out from her room or appeared in the living room, Su Shelwi either hid there at the stairs and peeped at her or hid behind the doorway and peeped at her. And she was always looking for an opportunity to knock on her room door. Could it be that when she opened the door, Su Shelwi saw this pen of hers, and then took advantage of her going to the bathroom or cooking without locking the door? Took the fountain pen from her drawer? Her hand resting on the table. Couldn't help but pinch. If so, she really had to send Su Xiaowei to a neurological hospital earlier, so that she wouldn't be haunted like a devious ghost all day long. The middle-aged man in the white shirt is the leader of the group and has extensive interrogation skills and experience. A very ordinary and unusual face. But it gave people an inexplicable sense of oppression. Black and white eyes through the glasses reflecting light. Not moving to pay attention to every subtle expression on Su Wan's face. It was quickly judged that she didn't look like she was lying. And they also ascertained that the pen was given by Chief Hua. So there shouldn't be any problem. So crossing his hands in front of the table, he continued to interrogate expressionlessly. When you were in Xiantang village, the entire village knew that in order to marry Chief Hua, you made the plowing ox go crazy to hurt your own sister, and threatened to jump into the river to commit suicide. Why is it that after you woke up, but instead you took the initiative to convince your parents to just let Hedhua help you transfer to school in Beiping? What was your purpose in coming to school in Beiping? Is it because you want to come into contact with more military personnel or fellow researchers? The voice was flat and emotionless, but for no reason at all. It made the strings in one's head straighten and tense again. They hadn't searched for any suspicious clues or contacted any suspicious people on Su Wan. But after investigation, it was found that the contrast between her before and after was too great. And she was completely like a different person. Consider that there was a previous case of a similar secret agent in the Soviet Union, using high technology to make a similar person plastic surgery as the son of a military senior studying abroad, and then lurking around the Soviet military senior. Spent 5 whole years to obtain the trust of the military senior. Then began to provide a steady stream of intelligence for the U.S. side. So they didn't dare to take it lightly and decided to first bring Su Wan back to the NSA to review and verify her identity information. Su Wan's heart sank. This was directly treating her as a spy. She knew she couldn't let the other woman take her by the scruff of the neck. So taking a deep breath, he logically and clearly asked back, "Comrade Goen, if I were really a spy, it would be all the more reason that I would have tried to find a way to marry Captain Hua. And the fact that marrying Captain Hua didn't affect my ability to come to school in Peking." At this rhetorical question, the face of the team leader wearing black-rimmed glasses remained expressionless. Indeed, the logic makes more sense that way. He continued in a pressurized manner. "Please answer the question I just asked." As Her Majesty intensified, Su Wan's long and curly eyelashes blinked for a moment, and opened her lips to calmly reply. "I wanted to marry Captain Hua before because I saw his picture and thought he should be a warm and clear, fair-skinned soldier with very poetic talent. But when I woke up, I found that Chief Hua was the complete opposite of my favorite type. Cold, hard and rigid, and positively stern. Plus Chief Hua had sternly refused to let my parents marry me again. I naturally changed my mind. And as the countryside is conservative and feudal, I still wanted to continue my schooling. So I had to ask Chief Hua to help me transfer to Peking. Su Wan believes that the state security has previously found out that the original body is a face control. And it was because she saw Hua Lingen's photos that she frantically wrote to him. The two had never communicated with each other. And even more so, they had no feelings. So it was normal for them to die in the light of day. As for me deliberately letting the oxen plowing the field go crazy and hurt my sister, I don't really think I had anything to do with it. Because the villagers didn't see my face at that time. They just saw a person wearing a straw hat and a flowery shirt walking in the direction of my house. But the color of this flowery shirt was shared by several girls in the village. And I have a vague recollection that I was sleeping at home at the time of the incident. Then when I arrived in Beiping I realized that my sister seemed to have mental problems and would go crazy and abuse herself." Su Wan nodded to the point, raised her calm eyes to look at the group leader, truthfully said, "As well as I jumped into the river to commit suicide, also just want to scare my parents. I did not expect a momentary slip of the foot fell into the river. The meaning of these words is just like saying that she doesn't like Huo Linghan much. But only because she was spoiled by her family and took it for granted that all the good things are hers. And that if she doesn't give them to her, she'll make a scene and make a scene. This did fit Suwon's selfish and overbearing nature. The group leader's sharp, majestic eyes met Suwon's, his face never showing any expression. Anyone else would have been wondering what the other person was thinking. But the more you can't see it, the more it can cause panic and apprehension in the mind. It's the same as when you throw a torch in the dark. But it's quickly swallowed up by the darkness and you can't see what's ahead of you at all. People with slightly weaker willpower are prone to emotional breakdowns. Suwon, who had seen so many secret agent spy movies in her later life, knew that this was one of their interrogation techniques. So Suwon slowed her breathing and her face was composed, waiting for the next question from the state security officer. The team leader, however, withdrew his eyes and lowered his head to look at the record of the interrogation taken down by the recorder. Enough 3 pages. Every doubt Suwon can give a reasonable explanation. Cannot find the slightest doubt. As for the various testimonies and suspicions provided by her sister. For example, Suwon had a birthmark on her body but now she doesn't. For example, she was allergic to peanuts before but now she's not. And then Suwon has a weak pentatonic voice but now she sings very well. And so on and so forth. Considering that Su Xiaowei had mental problems, they had contacted their parents in their hometown to verify, and believed that they would soon have the results. The group leader then stood up and brought a few sheets of paper and a fountain pen and placed them in front of Suwon. Comrade Suwon, the contents of the several letters you wrote to Captain Hua earlier. You should still remember them, right? Please write them again. If Suwon's identity was fine, then she would definitely remember the contents of the letter and her handwriting would match. This has caused Suwon's face, which has always been calm and collected, to crumble a bit. Because the content of the original body's letter to Huo Linghan is really meaty as hell. Again, he called out to his brother and attached a love poem. What you are the tip of my heart and I'll be your good mother-in-law from now on. Just asking her to recall it gave her a sickening chill, to the point of wanting to vomit, let alone asking her to write it out again. But there's no way around it. DNA technology wasn't available until '86. And you can only rely on handwriting and some informational features as identification. All she could do was grab her pen, bite her lip, and frown slightly. The face looks still a wave of unperturbed. In fact, inside has long been a mask of pain. I don't know if Huo Linghan has read these letters. He should have read them. Otherwise her face wouldn't have been cold and smelly when I saw her. Captain Sun's office. Captain Hua, you provided the letters that Comrade Suwon wrote to you half a year ago. I've already had someone hand them over to Team Leader Shin. If Comrade Suwon can recall the content of the letters and her handwriting all matches, then there shouldn't be a problem. Team Sun walks in from outside, placing a glass filled with warm water in front of Huo Linghan and says with a smile, Head Hua, thank you very much for your cooperation, as well as these letters, which completely and greatly reduced the difficulty of our work. The handwriting could be imitated, but the contents inside these letters were probably only known to Suwon herself. After the investigation is over, I'll also trouble you, Captain Sun, to return these letters to me. Huo Linghan's brows are deeply furrowed, and the bottom of his dark eyes are like a ball of thick ink that can't be melted away. The fountain pen and the 3 dresses were gone, as well as the broken sandals. But according to Captain Sun, old clothes and shoes worn by townspeople given to her by others were found among her personal belongings. This meant that his guess was right. And all 3 of those dresses were old as well. She got all her clothes from someone else. But it's off to the side and the dress shoes he met and wore and the fountain pen he gave him are all gone. Or maybe she lost it? What the hell is she doing this for? Why did she lie to him like that? He realized that since she came to Peking, her whole being was as if she had been transformed. Before that, he had been wary of her having any designs on him, using himself as a backup option. Especially what he heard in the kitchen on Grandma's birthday when she said, "If you can't go to school, marry him." He was then particularly wary. But these days, watching her behavior in the hospital to take care of herself, from beginning to end, she was trying to keep a distance from herself, not even willing to stay for a minute more. And on the contrary, she began to be wary of him, avoiding him. If you wanted to get away from yourself so badly, why did you agree to dance with him when you saw him at the sorority at the time? For the first time, there was no other dance partner. She had no other choice. But what about the second time? Or was she actually of this nasty nature by nature, purposely teasing him and running away afterward? Little by little, his hands on his knees clenched, veins bulging. Team Sun stared at Huo Linghan, then laughed teasingly. "Captain Hua, these letters have always been placed in the drawer of your dormitory. The envelopes are yellowed, and I haven't seen you unseal them, so it shouldn't be anything important. Why do you still make a point of informing us about it for fear that we won't return it?" Huo Linghan's unmoving brows moved slightly. Team Sun's words seemed to remind him. Could it be because he'd gotten a letter from her before and never read it? Putting it in a drawer without even opening the envelope. That's why she also deliberately said she had a crush on someone, rejected him, and avoided him once she knew he had a crush on her. Let Secretary Jian help her hide her true identity. And then just use Su Wan's identity and watch his reaction. Huo Linghan only felt a suffocation in his chest, a nameless fire running amok. He wanted the letters back as soon as possible. And of course he wanted to see exactly what she had written to him in them. This is someone's girl's privacy. And since this letter was sent to me, I have a responsibility to keep her secret. Huo Linghan says. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to help Su Wan prove her innocence faster, he wouldn't have taken these letters out. Team Sun took a sip of tea. His smile deepened, seeing that Head Hua now had a somewhat complicated, conflicted heart. Head Hua, do you know what was written on those letters? It may seem like a casual remark, but its words do mean something. Huo Linghan's throat moved slightly, and although he hadn't opened it, he could roughly guess what was inside these letters. And Su Xiaowei, who was corresponding with him at the time, also mentioned it in her letter. Su Wan wrote him love poems, and even bit her fingertips and wrote them in blood. Just a very small way for a girl to show her love for the boy of her choice. Looking at Captain Sun's meaningful eyes, it was obvious that the contents of those letters were much more humiliating and could not be shown. Huo Linghan was unwilling to discuss the contents of these letters with Captain Sun. He wanted to know, and he could have waited until the review was over. Don't look away. Avoiding Captain Sun's eyes. Captain Sun, is there anything else I need to cooperate with you on? Captain Sun raised his eyebrows and laughed in his heart, looking at Captain Hua's expression. He should have already guessed that it was Su Wan who had replaced Ruantingting in the sorority. Nothing more was said. Then I'll send someone to send you back to the hospital. Head Hua, don't bother Comrade State Security. The guards will come and get me. Huo Linghan didn't linger much longer, stretching out his left hand to shake Captain Sun's hand. Since he couldn't find the pen or those clothes, he had to think of another way. He was going to get to the bottom of this today. Quickly walking to the office door, he pulled it open and was about to walk out. But his feet suddenly stopped, suppressing that emotion in his chest and maintaining the sanity that he should have. After all, Su Wan was the one who brought him to Beiping. He said in a deep voice, Captain Sun, I hope that when discipline permits it, I can allow Comrade Suwon to take a break and have a drink of water. Team Sun nodded once more. And the smile on his face was very subtle. Captain Hua. Don't worry. A female comrade, we will definitely not make things difficult for her. We will send someone to send her back once we have verified it clearly. Huo Linghan nodded slightly. And then couldn't care less about the already involved wound on his shoulder. Striding out of the State Security Bureau. His old comrade Yen Jiangming from his previous military school was now the captain of the Beiping Criminal Police. I heard him talk about it. The Criminal Police Headquarters has a very powerful criminal portraitist, who can draw a complete picture of a criminal's appearance through the partial outline of his face. Chapter 70, so it's really her. The guard, Xiao Zhang, had been waiting outside the State Security Bureau in his jeep for a long time. And when he got into the car, he immediately told Xiao Zhang to drive to the Criminal Police Headquarters. Yen Jiangming, the captain of the general team of the Criminal Police, was writing materials in his office, and looked very surprised to see his old comrade who slept in his own bunk in the military school come to find himself. Yo! Big Chief Hua! What brings you here today? Yen Jiangming was wearing a green short-sleeved police uniform. Putting down the pen in his hand, he got up and walked up with feet like the wind. And very naturally, he was going to put his arm around Huo Linghan's shoulder in a good brotherly way. Yen Jiangming. Huo Linghan hurriedly extends his left hand and steps back, stopping Yen Jiangming's movements. The right shoulder also faces back to avoid it. The next second Yen Jiangming sees the blood oozing out of Huo Linghan's right shoulder shirt and frowns. How did you get hurt? I'll get something to bandage you up. No. I came to find you because I have something I want to ask for your help. Huo Linghan directly opens the door and says, taking Yen Jiangming's hand. Yen Jiangming sees that Huo Linghan's consistently calm and immovable mountain-like demeanor is rarely permeated with a touch of anxiety. His cold brows piling together. What is it? You say? I'd like to ask you to find the portraitist you told me about earlier and paint a portrait for me. As long as her full portrait was drawn. Whether it was just two similar people or whether it was Suwon, his suspicions would be confirmed. Yen Jiangming was slightly startled. Drawing what people? Enemy agents? Don't worry about this for now. Is the portraitist you mentioned there now? Huo Luohan's ink-like deep dark eyes are a complex. Two pairs of similar eyebrows kept appearing in front of his eyes. Only one was more delicate and colorful, while the other one was a bit more elegant. Both cheeks have shallow pear swirls. The same full, moisturized lips. Even the natural upward curve of the corners of the lips are the same. Fresh and soft. He couldn't believe it could be two different people. And yesterday, when she was hiding on the negative floor of the hospital, she seemed to know that she could barely keep it a secret. And it was as if she was about to confess to him. But he interrupted her. Then right after that the wall plaster fell down and hit them both all over. All stuck to their faces because of the summer heat. It was at this point that she dared to raise her head so that he could see her in full. And the day after she refused to let him leave. It turned out to be Wu's mom who came to bring him food. The taste of the food is also a little worse than it used to be. How can there be so many coincidences all in one person? Seeing that his good brother was in such a hurry, Yen Jiangming walked out of the office without saying a word. Soon a young man in his 30s with some literary flair walked in. In his hand was a drawing pad and a sketchbook. The portraitist is very skillful at turning the sketch pen with his fingers. Sitting on the sofa and starting to outline the contours on the drawing board according to Huo Linghan's description. Huo Linghan follows the memories in his head and describes meeting her at the sorority and wearing a mask while in the hospital respectively. One shows the top half of his face, the other the bottom half. It's just a matter of piecing together the top and bottom faces for a portraitist who's been involved in dozens of criminal cases. Far easier than previous cases. Hua Linghan held his breath as he watched the portraitist easily sketch the look in his mind with his few descriptions of outlines and details. I can't say it's exactly the same, but it's at least 8 or 9. As the portraitist draws out those soft, watery eyes, Hua Linghan's breath sinks a point with him. Then when drawing the full, glistening lips, Hua Linghan hanging on the side of the hand abruptly clenched tight. The back of the hand veins a root pale highlights. The right shoulder wound of the blood from the gauze a little bit of penetration out. What had been a raindrop-sized chunk was now like an ink blob staining the beige uniform. Who is this lesbian? Marked just like a movie star in a pictorial. These eyebrows are really pretty. Yan Zhangming was first in the process of finishing the unfinished material. The more she listened, the more interested she became in the lesbian described in Hua Linghan's mouth. So she came over with her hands behind her back. Although only the eyes and mouth and facial contours are drawn. The first look is amazing. Then look up to see Hua Linghan's complexion. The already cold, hard and stern face is now just like a piece of 1,000-year-old ice. The bottom of his eyes were as gloomy as water, with all kinds of emotions intertwined in the bottom of his eyes, appearing extremely complex and contradictory, making people unable to understand his thoughts at this time. After the portraitist finished drawing the outline of Hua Linghan's depicted features, there was only one nose left. The portraitist, who had specialized in the knowledge of human facial muscle growth and contouring, used a sketching pen on the drawing paper, gesturing from side to side to measure her overall facial features and muscle alignment. After thinking about it, the portraitist moved his brush again, and with a few swish strokes, he drew a pretty and small nose. Boom sound. Hua Linghan saw the complete presentation of the portrait in front of him. Although his heart has long been prepared, but his head is still in the moment to explode. The blood in his veins bulged upward, and his eardrums rumbled. A heart beat frantically in his chest. So it really is her. The Hua family, household. Old Mrs. Hua covered her chest and leaned against the bed. Her face very unpleasant. Hua Hong, meanwhile, sits beside the bed fanning and smoothing old Mrs. Hua's heir. Big brother. Do you really want to piss mom off? Hua Hong is also really angry this time. Before the small fight is even if it is arrested by the Public Security Bureau, Hua Hong this time will not be so angry. That is the National Security Bureau. I said this month how she has been peaceful. More than shall we seem to be more understanding. No how. It turns out that even been infiltrated to become a spy. How can this person's nature say change? Saying that, Hua Hong cried out, naturally worried that the national security really found out something, and then dragged the whole Hua family into it. Hua Linghan, in particular, is probably going to be ruined by this vermin. In the beginning, sister-in-law stopped you from picking up and bringing you to Beiping. Not letting you pick up and bring you to Beiping. Now it's good. Big brother. You have a total of just 2 sons. And the eldest son's contribution to the motherland's scientific research endeavors is equivalent to just handing it over to the state. Linghan will definitely be implicated and dismissed from the army this time. Hua Linghan was brought up by Hua Hong when he was a child. And she's having a harder time than anyone else right now. Su shall we? Who was cowering next to the door, had been wiping tears from her red eyes. And then with a thud, she knelt down on the ground, apologizing uncontrollably. I'm sorry, Grandma Hua. Uncle Hua. Auntie Hong. Whoopee. I didn't think that my sister would actually do such a thing. Old Mrs. Hua has been completely exasperated and speechless. Pointing at Hua Jiangwo with her hand with difficulty. You're repaying this favor. You're really trying to destroy all of the foundations and reputation that our Hua family has accumulated over 3 generations. After saying that, old Hua Tian pounded his chest with his hand. unusually agonized. Then rolled over and even looked at Su Xiaowei, who was kneeling on the ground annoyed. Our Hua family has really created a sin. You really want to get the entire Hua family? Lord Han. Killed. Mom. I asked around and didn't find any suspicious evidence of Su Wan. I just brought her back to national security to verify her identity information. Su Wan, how could she be a spy? Hua Jiangwo's face was gloomy. He was also incredulous when he learned of this news. The first call was made to the NSA. Big brother. By now, why are you still obsessed? Hua Hong stands up agitatedly. Which one of the people taken away by the national security is innocent? I've never seen anyone taken by the state security and come back safely. There's a problem with Su Wan's identity? That is to say, she might not be the real Su Wan. It was a spy who found out that you wanted Lord Han to have a blind date with Su Wan. So he went ahead and found someone similar to him to impersonate. And then Lord Han just brought a spy back to live in the Hua family. Hua Hong held his forehead, feeling his body shake. Uncle Hua. Aunt Hong. Ever since my sister fell into the water, I have sensed that my sister is not the same as before. And there are a lot of strange things about her. And I have always thought that it was my sister who was changing. But I didn't think about it. Su Xiaowei continued to drop her tears with difficulty again after she finished speaking. Then carefully rolled her eyes to observe the faces of everyone in the Hua family. They also all one by one thought that it was Su Wan who had changed. But it turned out that it wasn't Su Wan who had changed, but someone else directly. It's no wonder she had to come to school in Peking, because no one in Peking knew her except Su Xiaowei. Hua Hong, you and Wu Ma will go and throw out all of Su Wan's things right now. Not a single piece will be left behind. She has no relationship with our family. Old Mrs. Hua coughs heavily a few times. Hua Hong was just about to get up when Hua Jiangwo stopped him. Mom! It's impossible for Su Wan to be a spy. If there was really a problem, we'd have been brought in by the national security to investigate. That's because she was discovered by the national security people before she could lurk. Old Mrs. Hua gives Hua Hong a wave of her hand and tells her to hurry. Then he turned to Hua Jiangwo and said, "You go and call the people from the national security right now. Tell them that the national security only came to pick her up to come to school in Beiping in the first place. And that she only stayed in our Hua family for one day. And then went to work as a nanny at Principal Song's house the next day. And that she doesn't have any relationship or involvement with our Hua family." Hua Linghan hadn't seen Su Wan before either and didn't know her well, which is why he was deceived by her. Su Xiaowei was simply overjoyed on the inside as she listened to Grandma Hua's words. But on her face, she still had to act as if she was overwhelmed and flustered. Mom! The national security personnel are still investigating. Things haven't had a finalization yet. I'm definitely not going to make this call. Hua Jiangwo reaches out to stop Hua Hong, his attitude resolute. Hua Hong, you go and fight. And tell Wu Ma to throw out all of Su Wan's things. Old Mrs. Hua's tone is also extraordinarily strong, coughing as she barks out orders. Hua Hong was about to walk out from the other side in a hurry, but was yanked by Hua Jiangwo's arm. Just at this time, Mrs. Wu walked into the room. Old Madam. Chief Hua. Su Wan is back, along with 2 national security officers. The crowd in the house immediately looked toward the doorway of the room. It was then that Su Wan was seen walking towards the room with 2 national security officers. Compared to the 2 low-profile, cold and solemn state security officers in the morning, these 2 state security officers had smiles on their faces. Sister? Su Xiaowei's pupils dropped in shock. She was just brought in for investigation in the morning. Why is she back in the afternoon? No. It should have been national security who brought her back to identify and look for any suspicious evidence. The Hua family members in the room are all a bit surprised as well. And old Mrs. Hua all turns her head to look at Su-won. Su-won, on the other hand, warmly and calmly called out to people one by one. A pair of long, slender, dark eyelashes blinking gently. Grandma Hua, Uncle Hua, Aunt Hong. The corner of his mouth coldly hooked up when his eyes finally landed on Su Xiaowei, who was kneeling on the ground. Chief Hua. Thank you very much, Comrade Su-won, for cooperating with our investigation. After our verification, we found that the content of the report is not true. We specially sent back Comrade Su-won back to apologize, also to clarify for Comrade Su-won. Previously in the interrogation room has been expressionless. The aura oppressive Wang group leader. At this time a face of a smile. Appearing much more approachable. Speaking very apologetically to Chief Hua. What? It's the national security people who got it wrong. Old Mrs. Hua, who was still suffering from chest tightness and shortness of breath and was not feeling well, sat up from the bed at once. It was Hua Hong who hurriedly wiped a tear from his face. Chief Hua. This matter is indeed due to our state security comrades not being strict enough. After we contacted Comrade Su-won's parents and relatives in her hometown for verification, as well as Principal Song's family proving that there is no problem with Comrade Su-won's identity, and that she was intentionally defamed. When Team Leader Wang finished speaking, he glanced towards Su Xiaowei, who was kneeling on the ground, her eyes red from crying, her black-rimmed glasses coldly refracting a touch of regal light. Directly, Su Xiaowei's body shuddered uncontrollably, and a chill ran down her backbone. The whistleblower believes that Su-won before and after just 1 month a huge difference in foreign language proficiency. From the foreign language can only test 3 points, but can be hired by the Beijing Publishing House as a first-class translator. Suspected that she is a spy. As a rule, we have to investigate when we receive the whistleblower's letter. Team Leader Wang retracted his gaze to look at Hua. But since Comrade Su-won's sister, Su Xiaowei, intentionally distorted the truth and provided incorrect information when cooperating with us in our questioning, leading to a deviation in the direction of our investigation, we're taking her back on the charge of obstructing the case. As soon as Team Leader Wang's words fell, the eyes of everyone in the Hua family looked in unison at Su Xiaowei, who was kneeling on the ground. All of their faces were in disbelief. Su-won was taken away by the national security. But it's related to Su Xiaowei? When Su Xiaowei heard these words, her face instantly turned pale, as if she had been drained of blood overnight, and she was covered in cold sweat. Facing the astonished eyes of Grandma Hua and Uncle Hua looking over, Pale shook his head powerlessly, slightly opening his mouth to say something, but not a single word could be uttered. She didn't know it was going to be like this. She thought that even if she lied, it wouldn't do anything. At most she would just remember it wrong. Why do you still want to take her away? Comrade Goen. What exactly did Su Xiaowei say when she was questioned? Hua Jiangwo asked as he glanced at her with wrinkled sword brows. So Team Leader Wang said what Su Xiaowei had said at the time when she received the questioning from the state security comrades. A few of them were true, but more of them came as the complete opposite of Su-won. Obviously there is no birthmark but said there is. Obviously not peanut allergy but had to say so an allergy. This is clearly a deliberate smear and frame-up. It was certainly not possible for the national security officers to conclude that Su-won was a spy just because of a few pieces of erroneous information provided by Su Xiaowei. Definitely multiple verifications will be made and evidence sought. The main point is that Su Xiaowei dared to blatantly lie and frame up in front of the state security officers, which is undoubtedly not challenging the authority of the state security. Xiaowei, how can you talk nonsense in front of the national security? Slandering your sister like that? This is against the law. Hua Jiangwo's tone was shocked. Chapter 71, She's a Bad Person. If it wasn't for Comrade National Security himself, he wouldn't have believed that Su Xiaowei, who was excellent in her studies and well-behaved, would frame her sister behind her back like this. Even he wondered if all the information verified in Xiantang village before was deliberately spread by Su Xiaowei. Hua Hong looked at Su Xiaowei's eyes were even more strange and terrible. Looking thin and small. A soft and pitiful look. But turned out to be so vicious. How much she hates her sister. I see. You didn't have any mental problems at all. You just intentionally injured yourself that day to try and defame your sister. Hua Hong said as an afterthought. If it wasn't for the fact that Suwon happened to see you that day, we would have really thought that it was Suwon who beat you up like this. Old Mrs. Hua sits on the bed, her eyes coldly looking at Su Xiaowei. The color of surprise and shock in her eyes not yet completely dissipated. She also didn't expect Su Xiaowei, who was usually well-behaved and attentive like a white rabbit, rubbing her legs and reading the newspaper. Surprisingly, it would be a poisonous snake. No, it's not. Uncle Hua. Aunt Hong. It must be that I was sick again when the state security was looking for me. And I was so mentally deranged that I spoke upside down and said the right thing is the wrong thing. Su Xiaowei knelt on the ground and shook her head uncontrollably. A face of pain and helplessness. Tears swishing down. Both hands were tearing at his hair with all their might. And hammering his head as hard as he could. As if he were talking to himself. I must have been sick again. I must have been. Then he looked up fiercely at Suwon again. Kneeling and crawling to Suwon. Crying with his face reddened and snot flowing. Sister, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I really don't know why I become like this. I feel as if something has burrowed into my brain and is controlling me. It's really scary. I feel like I have bugs crawling in my head. It hurts. Ah. There was a grim-faced hiss at the end of the sentence, followed by another hard whack on his head and a deadly tug on his hair. The two neatly combed twisted braids were all messed up by her scratches at once. It didn't take more than 2 moments for her to rip out strands and strands of hair. That look is no different than going crazy. Everyone in the room was startled. It looks as if there is a real mental problem. Hua Hong wanted to go forward to stop her. But seeing Su Xiaowei in such a frenzy, she was afraid that she would lose control in the next second and open her mouth to bite her. Because there was once a senior student in their school who suddenly went crazy because of too much pressure from studying. And his teacher and classmates went up to stop him, only to have a piece of flesh bitten off raw by that student. Sister. I'm really sorry. I'll find a way to get it out of my head. Su Xiaowei said with crimson eyes. Aggrieved and maniacal. The aggression was in her expression. The insanity was in her approach. Instead of being content with hammering her head with her hand, she simply banged her head against the wall next to her. Knock. 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 Each time his forehead hit the cold wall solidly with a noise. And soon a piece of his forehead was oozing blood. Suwon didn't know if Su Xiaowei was a self-mutilator or not. And every time she liked to hurt and torture herself to achieve her goals. Extreme and bigoted. This time it's even more self-mutilation plus moral abduction. Kneeling and begging and pretending to be mentally ill to her. It's about escaping capture by the state security people and pretending to be mentally ill to hide her viciousness. But how could Suwon let her have her way? Before she arrived, she had told the 2 National Guards that Su Xiaowei would resort to extreme methods of harming herself or having a sheepish fit to escape. That's why the 2 national security officers were completely indifferent and apathetic when they saw Su Xiaowei in this state. Team leader Wang had been in the State Security Bureau for so many years. What kind of people hadn't she seen before? And there were even more ruthless and desperate people than her. Xiaowei is about to go crazy. You guys quickly stop her. Old Mrs. Hua couldn't stand to watch anymore and said to Hua Jiangwo. Chief Hua. We're all battle-hardened as well. And I believe this is not the first time we've encountered this kind of situation. So it's all the more reason to wait for her to quiet down on her own. The more she stops, the more crazy she gets. Team leader Wang glanced towards Hua Jiangwo. It's just like a small child. Originally falling down on his own and being able to get up. But if you go over to him and coax and hug him, the more he cries in turn. Chief Hua, you're a grandfather now. You should know better than me. The meaning of this statement is clear enough. Su Xiaowei is pretending to be crazy. Originally also showed the face of intolerance Hua Jiangwo. At this moment, his face sank. The momentum of the pressure said, Xiaowei, do not make a scene. Follow the national security to go back to give an honest account of the problem. Not a few days will be able to come back. Su Xiaowei's movements of hitting her head against the wall paused slightly when she heard this. And then she continued to start hitting the wall regardless. The more she was suspected, the more she had to keep up the act. And she definitely couldn't be poked and prodded. A ghastly hissing sound began to emanate from his mouth as well. She absolutely could not admit that she had deliberately slandered and planted Suwan. She would rather be treated as a psychopath than admit it. Suwan looked at Su Xiaowei's ruthlessness, really wanting to straighten herself out to death. She didn't want her to get away with it by fainting and getting sick. Xiaowei, I thought you were mentally ill at first too. But after this state security thing, it turns out that every time you have an attack it's always about me. About me. And the rest of the time it's fine. Suwan spoke with a pained look on her face. On the day that Chief Hua finished the operation, you saw that Chief Hua asked me to feed him. And learned that I was going to return to the Hua family soon. As soon as we split up you ran down the alley and smacked yourself in the face against the wall. If you were really mentally ill, why didn't you go crazy when you were in the hospital room? Why didn't you go crazy when Grandma Hua and the others were there? And only after Grandma Hua had gone far away and I had left. Running down an unoccupied alley. Did you start to go crazy? Yeah. Mental illnesses go crazy on the spot when they're stimulated. The student at their school before that was. There's no time or place for it. In fact, Hua Hong had some suspicions when she got home that day. But she just didn't want to think deeper. But now that the national security incident is out of the way, Hua Hong can only think the worst of Su Xiaowei. Sister. It's all my fault for not controlling my emotions. It's all my fault. If only I hadn't had an attack when the national security was looking for me at that time. I didn't know that my condition would get worse. Su Xiaowei once again plunged her hand into her messy hair and rubbed it frantically. The blood oozing from her forehead made her face even more insane and frightening. It's the same as Kagome going crazy looking for her children. Su Wan was waiting for this sentence from her. Coldly hooked her lower lip and continued. Now that the national security is here and is going to bring you back, how come you're not talking nonsense in a deranged state? But instead you've been making excuses for your own explanations. And it just so happens that when it comes to me, you happen to be mentally deranged. Babbling nonsense. And giving the national security a series of misinformation that I'm not Suwan? As soon as this sentence came out, old Mrs. was originally skeptical eyes instantly became austere. It looked like he was on the verge of madness. Crying. Screaming and self-harming. But his thinking was exceptionally clear. The order of his words was not reversed and repeated. And his eyes didn't look like those of a person who was going mad. And who else has seen you mad and incoherent besides those 2 times? Su Wan's words reminded the crowd even more. Su Xiaowei had lived in the Hua family for over a month. Basically 24 hours a day. But no one had noticed anything wrong with her. Speaking and communicating were perfectly normal. I'll testify. Shall we? In addition to the old lady, it is with me to stay together the most time. Her head is very clever. Speak a set of words. But also even more will be coaxed with words to the old lady. Never found that she spoke what is not right ever. Wu Ma came out to testify at this time. Shall we? If you make a mistake, you will be beaten. Don't hold on to your luck and try to use mental illness to cover up your problems. If you continue to act crazy like this, you will only harm others and yourself. For this kind of deliberate slander and framing of your sister, there is no way that we can condone harboring her. Hua Jiangwo sternly voices out, his face cold and solemn.
Now extremely disappointed in Su Xiaowei.
Her academic performance is good, but her cognition is really limited.
I can't believe I thought this was the countryside and thought I could just roll on the floor,
cry, and make a scene and it would be solved.
If Su Xiaowei was really mentally deranged and her speech order was reversed,
would the state security not have been able to see it during the questioning? Team Leader Wang.
I'll trouble you to take Su Xiaowei away now.
With that,
Hua turned his head and said to Team Leader Wang,
shall we? We do absolutely trust the judgment of Comrade National Security.
Hua Hong also spoke coldly from the sidelines.
I really don't know how you suddenly became like this. Why did you go and slander your sister? To go and target her at every turn? At the beginning, Su Xiaowei acted quite well. But the more she went on,
the more she realized that her madness kept changing along with their conversations. By the time Big Brother finally said that he would let Koken take her away,
she just didn't move. Old Mrs. Hua, who was sitting on the bed,
had also not said a word. But that attitude had just about said it all. If Su Xiaowei had to keep pretending like this,
everyone would just take it as a farce she was acting out, spilling her guts, and would only attract disgust, not even thinking that she had a mental illness.
Su Xiaowei saw the two national security officers who stepped forward and stole a glance at Grandma Hua's reaction. Knowing that there was no point in pretending any longer,
her face was ashen.
Knowing that she was finished, and that after leaving the door of Hua's house,
she would never have the chance to come back in,
she clenched her hand hard.
No!
Even if she was finished, she would still destroy Su Wan. So she broke away from the national security officer's hand at once, and fell to the ground in a million aggravated and helpless ways,
crying bitterly, sobbing. Grandma Hua, Uncle Hua, Aunt Hong, I didn't want this.
I was all forced by my sister. You have no idea how bad your sister is.
She grew up to be a bad person and a pest. He has been bullying me since I was a child, beating me and scolding me,
burning me with red-hot tongs, and tying a red cloth around me to try to plow the oxen to run me over.
Obviously I know more than my sister, do better in school,
and am more hardworking than my sister.
But my father and mother's hearts will always favor my sister,
and will always spoil her.
I was afraid to fight back because no one ever helped me.
I felt the warmth of home for the first time since I came to the Hua family. And I'm afraid that my sister will commit something else that will involve the Hua family. So I just want you guys to send my sister back home. I don't want to live in her shadow all the time either. I'm really scared of her beatings. I can't control my hands shaking whenever I see her.
Shall we? You said that I burned you with an iron poker. So where are your burns? It was clearly you who wanted to play with the iron poker. I was afraid that you would burn yourself and didn't let you play.
Su Wan coldly hooked her lips. She knew Su Xiaowei would use those dark materials of the original body to gain sympathy.
Even if he had to die,
he would certainly drag her with him. Her psyche is warped and she's been a secret admirer of hers since she was a little girl,
trying to be superior to her in everything,
and trying to overpower her at all times. She's only happy if she sees that she's having a bad time, worse than she is.
And you say that it was I who tied a red cloth around your back that caused the cow to go mad?
But at that time the village didn't see my face. Only a man wearing a flowery shirt the same color as mine and a straw hat.
Afterward Lu Tzu Weiping,
who usually plays best with you in the village,
went around yelling that I did it.
Also the day after I fell into the water, Lu Tsuaping's cousin Su Chang's mom brought Su Chang to my house to propose marriage.
Obviously at that time, my father didn't allow the whole family to say anything about Captain Hua not marrying me. And Su Chang's mom isn't even from the same village as us. So how did she know? Do you dare to say that it wasn't you who told Lu Tsuaping? In the end, it made the whole village know that I'd become a broken shoe that no one wants. And my reputation is ruined. And you say you want to send us back home because you don't want the Hua family to be implicated in harm? What's the difference between sending me back home and letting me die? Su Wan's voice had become a bit choked by the end of her speech. Her eyes slightly red. Who exactly is bullying who? And who has been slandering me behind my back and bad-mouthing my reputation?
The bottom of Hua Jiangwo's eyes were filled with shock and anger as he looked at Su Xiaowei.
If this had been before, he might not have believed it. But now Su Xiaowei even dared to slander Su Wan as a spy in front of the national security. What else can she not do?
Hua Hong was even more incredulous as she looked at Su Xiaowei. As if her years of 3 views had been severely impacted. If both of these things were true, Su Xiaowei would really be horrible. Slandering his sister as a murderer and publicizing her becoming a broken woman to the whole village. Everything is about wanting to cure her sister to death. And to make her lose her name.
Not to mention in the countryside. Even in the capital.
Once a woman is labeled as a murder suspect. As well as broken shoes.
These 2 hats. This life is basically over. Shall we? You. Old Mrs. Hua covered her vaguely aching and stuffy chest. She didn't want to believe it either. Not even in disbelief.
I can't believe she's been spending time with a viper for the past month or so. Almost to the point of heart attack by Su Xiaowei.
No. Not me. I didn't.
The blood on Su Xiaowei's face faded. Instantly white as a white sheet of paper. Her heart already panicked and somewhat incoherent. She had wanted to use the bad things Su Wan had done in the past to gain sympathy. But he didn't expect to be blown up by Su Wan in return for the things she did.
Whether it is or not.
I will send people to Qiantang village to investigate these 2 matters clearly. Hua Jiangwo said coldly. Looking at Su Xiaowei with unusually stern eyes.
Comrade State Security. Please.
Su Xiaowei heard this sentence, heart completely panicked.
The whole body cold sweat straight. Teeth are uncontrollable trembling.
Because she was the one who swindled Lu Tsuaping into saying so. As long as Uncle Hua has someone find Lu Tsuaping and ask him, he will be able to ask. This in turn also returns Su Wan's innocence. Completely leaving the Hua family without prejudice.
No. It can't be like this. She's not doing well.
And she definitely can't let Su Wan do well either.
Grandma Hua.
What I said is true.
You guys shouldn't be fooled by my sister. My sister is a prodigal woman with a deep heart and a vindictive streak.
And the pediatric nurse who intentionally hooked up with Big Brother Hua and made him go after her at the previous cotillion reunion held in the military district was her impersonation. She claimed that she wouldn't marry Big Brother Hua. And on the surface she went to Principal Song's house to work as a nanny.
But in fact,
she's been using Principal Song's relationship as Big Brother was mentored to get close to Big Brother Hua and learn about his preferences.
Later, at the sorority, under the guise of her identity, she deliberately seduced Big Brother Hua so that he would pursue her. But never told Big Brother Hua her true identity. Just to toy with Big Brother Hua's feelings for her.
It's also more to get back at your Hua family.
Wanting to embarrass you.
Chapter 72. She didn't want to fall off the horse like this. The sandals in that closet were bought for my sister. In the exact same size. Su followed up with this substantial evidence.
No matter what, she must pull Su Wan down.
Even if she is just shattered to pieces.
She can't let Su Wan live.
The moment these words came out, Hua family members all immediately looked at Su Wan. Their eyes filled with horror and shock. It was instantly like being struck by lightning.
The female nurse that Lord Han fell in love with is actually Suwon? Although the lesbians in the sorority would wear a mask, how could Lord Han not recognize them? And Lord Han was hospitalized for these days. It had always been Suwon who sent food to him. So many days the two of them get along. The Lord Cold will not notice at all? Old Mrs.
Hua remembers that Suwon's face was calm when Su Xiaohui spoke of the sandals at the hospital. And he also wished Lord Cold a speedy marriage and was happy for him too.
Could it be that what Su Xiaohui said was true? Suwon is deliberately taking revenge on the Hua family? Revenge on Lord Han?
For remembering that when she first came to Peking, she was treated with coldness, and only her sister received gifts. And they were not pleased with her. Plus how Lord Han refused to marry her when she was in Xintang village, which made her feel greatly humiliated and developed a hateful mentality. So she purposely used another identity to get close to Lord Han, so that Lord Han would be fascinated by her. And has been just hanging on to Lord Han like that, waiting for the time when Lord Han is not her and wants to call the marriage report to marry her. She then says her true identity and ruthlessly humiliates Lord Han to make the Hua family lose face.
Old Mrs.
Hua wrinkled her brow tightly, her forehead covered with deep forehead lines, each one like a knife mark cut by a sharp blade,
making the heart timid.
Hua Hong similarly opened his mouth slightly, looking incredulous and thinking about it in a way that was impossible. Before so many chasing Lord Cold lesbians, all look like flowers. Lord Cold did not have a look on. How come Suwon's proximity to Lord Han was successful? But that pair of ladies' sandals was indeed bought by Hua Linghan. Hua Linghan himself has admitted it all, and also has the exact same shoe size as Suwon.
And ask Lord Han about this matter and have someone check it out.
There's no need for Su Xiaohui to go on lying and slandering. This roller coaster of drops and jumps one after the other made her heart beat violently and quickly in her chest.
So when was it you who posed as a nurse for the sorority?
Hua Hong stared tightly into Suwon's eyes questioningly. At the same time Hua Jianghuo's bottomless eyes landed on Suwon's face. The room was extraordinarily quiet for a while, and you could hear a pin drop. Suwon didn't understand how Su Xiaohui knew all this. She thought of the time when Su Xiaohui told her that she ran into Fang Yu in the hospital and used it to test whether she was the one who replaced Tingting. Thinking that it was that day that Su Xiaohui must have overheard something else. Su Xiaohui knew her physical characteristics so well. She must have suspected it long ago. Then while she went down to cook, she slipped into her room and found the dress that she had worn to the ball. The fountain pen with the English engraving was found again. So that American-made fountain pen was taken by Su Xiaohui. Facing the heavy oppressive eyes of Hua's family and Su Xiaohui's sinister, wanting to drag her along to be buried with her, Suwon took a deep breath. Her black and clear watery eyes looked at Hua Hong. Inside was a clean and pure as well as firm.
Uncle Hua.
Aunt Hong. I admit that I did participate in the sorority. But that was also because Dr. Song asked me to help fill in to make up the numbers. And I didn't even know that Chief Hua was there when I went. Ever since I fell into the water and woke up, I've never thought of getting entangled with Head Hua again. When Head Hua went to Secretary Jian later, I had Secretary Jian reject me outright. Right now I'm all about studying and going to college. And I don't have any thoughts at all about Head Hua. And I like Head Hua even less. Then he opened his soft, pale red lips again and said, "And please don't worry. I'll find a house to move out as soon as possible behind me." Hua Linggan's face is cold and ominous as he comes out of the CID. As soon as he walked into the living room, he heard Suwon's soft and gentle voice, speaking firmly and without a hint of emotional ups and downs. "All I can think about is college. And I have absolutely no thoughts about Captain Hua. And even more so, I don't like Chief Ho. I'll be finding a house to move out of as soon as I can behind me." 2. Word for word. A flash of movement suddenly crossed the bottom of the original cold pool like deep and emotionless eyes. It was as if a piece of thousand-year-old frost had suddenly cracked open a seam. It made his chest hurt as if he had been scratched by some animal's sharp claws for no reason. Again. Inexplicably a little panicky. It was an emotion he'd never felt before. And his sharp, razor-sharp eyebrows clustered momentarily. He walked up quickly. "Sister. Stop lying. If you really don't want to have any entanglements with Big Brother Hua and don't like Big Brother Hua, then why don't you just tell Big Brother Hua your true identity? And how did Big Brother Hua know your shoe size? You must have secretly met with Big Brother Hua again after the sorority ball under the identity of a nurse." Su Shelby retorted with a death grip on the loophole of these sandals. Old Mrs. Hua's eyes also became more and more cold and stern as she looked at Su Wan. "If you really refused, how could the Lord Cold send sandals? And from the Lord Cold no Su Wan shoes yardage seems." The two had not only met, but had even spent some time together. But how come Lord Han didn't recognize it? In the end, Su Wan is really as deep-minded as Su Shelby said. And she doesn't know what kind of tactics she used. So much so that even Huo Linghan, who has experienced brutal training in actual combat in the Northwest, has been concealed from her. Or, in fact, Huo Linghan had long suspected that the nurse's identity was Su Wan, but just wasn't willing to believe it. So he hadn't been able to poke holes in it. Su Wan looked at Su Shelby's eyes that were so sinister and insane that she wanted to drag her down to hell with her. Pursed her lips, and said in a clean voice, "It is precisely because I don't want to get involved with Captain Hua that I didn't say anything. I thought that after the fellowship was over, things would be over. I didn't expect Chief Hua to go to Secretary Jiang at all." Immediately after, Su Wan then looked at Old Lady Hua and Hua Jiangwo once again. "Grandma Hua. Uncle Hua. Every word I said is true. I didn't accept any of the things that Head Hua entrusted Secretary Jiang to pass on to me. You guys can contact Secretary Jiang to confirm it. Or you can also go and ask Head Hua. As for why Chief Hua knows my shoe size, I'm not sure." Su Wan guessed that it should be Huo Linghan who saw her shoe size when he helped her with her sandals. But instead of her saying it herself, it might be more convincing to let Huo Linghan say it himself. Her vested self couldn't be hidden anyway. And she has the money now. Behind her, she'll just move out of Hua's house as soon as possible. "Grandma. Dad. What Comrade Su Wan said is all true." Huo Linghan's low, slightly hoarse voice comes from outside the room door. His jawline tightening. "The things I sent her, including the medical bills I helped her with, Comrade Su Wan asked Secretary Jiang to pass them on to me. I know her shoe size because her sandal strap broke and I saw her shoe size. But by the time I bought it back according to her shoe size, Comrade Su Wan had disappeared. And she rejected me unequivocally. Didn't want to get involved with him? That's why he never told him the truth." Is that really true? But regardless, what she said back there was the truth. Huo Liao Han's pair of dark, deep eyes fall critically, intricately, on Su Wan's back that is straight as a jade hairpin. The crowd immediately turned around and saw Huo Linghan standing straight in the doorway in a beige short-sleeved military uniform. The clothes on his right shoulder were stained with blood, both freshly haloed and long since dried. The handsome and rigid face was slightly tired and pale, and the handsome and cool eyebrows fell full of the frost of the world. It seemed colder and more silent than usual. Huo Linghan, who has always paid attention to military appearance and is strict with himself, has the wind discipline buttons on his collar loosely open. Even the man who would clean himself up meticulously even if he had just finished a surgery. A layer of green stubble was now sprouting from his chin, like something had hit him. Su Wan looked at Huo Linghan with some surprise, not expecting him to show up at this time, and even more not expecting him to testify for her. She had envisioned the scene after the horse was dropped, which would have been that the two would not see each other again.
and she thought it was fine. But I didn't expect him to show up at the scene of the horse drop. That made her wonder what to do for a moment. And Su Xiaowei was fiercely shocked to see Hua Linghan. Her hair scattered. Sweat and tears mixed together on her face. Her face white and red. Her mouth slightly open. Pinched his fingertips hard. Visibly more flustered than before. How come Brother Hua is back at this time? No. She definitely couldn't let Big Brother Hua see something. Hua Linghan purses his thinly cut lips, subconsciously avoiding Su Wan's eyes as she looks over. Her cold, icy eyes shooting straight at Su Xiaowei. People dare not force their eyes. Extremely oppressive. How do you know all this? His brow furrowed. Why did Su Xiaowei know so much about what he hadn't been able to figure out until now? You guessed that the person filling in for the nurse was Su Wan just based on a pair of sandals? Or maybe he found out something from Su Wan? Big Brother Hua. Su Xiaowei's lips trembled slightly. Facing Big Brother Hua's sharp and appalling eyes. Her entire heart panicked and fearful to the extreme. Of course she couldn't say that she was the one who had snuck into Su Wan's room a few times while she went downstairs to cook and go to the bathroom. And rummaged through the blue and white braggie that Fong Yus had mentioned. Also found red ink marks on it. Especially the American-made fountain pen engraved in English. Which she opened to find 3 letters HXH engraved on the inside of the cap. That's exactly what Brother Hua's initials are. It must be what Big Brother Hua gave Su Wan at the sorority dance reunion. From that moment on she made up her mind. No matter what kind of method she used, she must drive Su Wan back to her hometown. Even if it meant making her disappear. And she also senses that Big Brother Hua doesn't seem to know that Nurse Ting Ting is Su Wan in disguise. That's why she took that fountain pen away. Just in case Big Brother Hua would recognize Su Wan one day. You've been investigating me? Answer my question. Hua Linghan once again spoke out in a cold, questioning voice. The eyes were like a knife, scraping across Su Xiaowei's face. It made her face grow white. It's all from my sister herself. My sister has had the habit of talking in her sleep since she was a little girl. I also once got up in the middle of the night to go to the toilet and heard my sister's room talking. I was worried about my sister, so I went over to take a look. And then I heard my sister talking in her sleep. Su Xiaowei clenched her teeth. And then continued to show a pitiful appearance. Shedding tears, timidly and weakly said, "She just wants to take revenge on you." At that time in Xiantang village refused to marry her, causing her reputation in the village to be destroyed, and was subjected to a strange shame. That's why she also wants to destroy you and wants to falsely accuse you of being a hooligan. Shut up. Hua Linghan directly interrupts what Su Xiaowei says in a stern voice. His high and stern brows furrowed tightly. Looking at Su Xiaowei felt like looking at a mad dog that was biting people everywhere. There were only a few times he had contact with Su Wan. And she evaded and rebuffed him every time. Even if her feet hurt and the straps of her sandals broke, she had to avoid her. The last one was a straight panic run to the negative floor of the hospital. To say that she had lied to him and deliberately teased him. He might believe it. But said she wanted to falsely accuse him of hooliganism. She could have done that when he saved Su Wan in Xiantang village. It could even be used to force him to marry her for exactly that reason. Hua Linghan suddenly seemed to realize for a moment that because Su Xiaowei's good behavior and understanding had given him a preconceived notion. He subconsciously believed what Su Xiaowei said. Coupled with Su Wan's savage and overbearing nature. She was indeed capable of doing such things. So he never doubted Su Xiaowei's words. But now, his sharp, coldly suspicious eyes swept over her. It was reasonable to say that she, as Su Wan's own sister, Su Wan was suspected of being a spy. And Su Xiaowei would surely be brought in for secret questioning. And as the two sisters had lived together since they were young, Su Xiaowei knew best what characteristics they had on them. If Su Xiaowei truthfully proved for Su Wan, it should be impossible for Su Wan to be taken away by the national security. Thinking about when Su Wan was taken away by the national security. Su Shelwei's bite wanted to cover her coffin and decided that Su Wan was a spy. The bottom of his eyes instantly coalesced like frost, bursting out with a flash of piercing ice. So there were many places he misunderstood Su Wan before? Shelwei? Why are you so poisonous at such a young age? How dare you want to slander your sister like this? I've slept with Wanya too. How come I haven't heard Wanya too talk in her sleep? And talking in her sleep. You're separated by a room door you can even hear so clearly? Wu Ma immediately stood out to testify for Su Wan and said with righteous indignation. By this point Hua's family could all see that Su Shelwei was really crazy. Hua Linghan has already come forward to clarify for Su Wan. But Su Shelwei is still going to spare no effort to pour dirty water on Su Wan and fabricate rumors about her. It was as if he had some kind of blood feud with Su Wan. And he could say anything. It's almost as if he's lost his mind. Old Mrs. Hua really didn't expect it. Having thought Su Shelwei was a good one. But it's really not a family now. Su Wan is selfish and overbearing. Then Su Shelwei is a snake. She must not allow such a person to stay in the Hua family. Neither of the two sisters. Chapter 73, Lord Han staying at home tonight? Humph. Langhan, you don't have to ask. There isn't a word of truth in her mouth. She dared to slander Su Wan as a spy in front of the national security. What else does she have to say that she doesn't dare to say out? We wouldn't dare keep such a person. Comrade National Security, you guys please hurry up and take her away. Old Mrs. Hua snorted coldly. Just wanting National Security to hurry up and take this viper away. Hua Linggan's eyes were even more frosty and vicious when he heard this. That is to say, everything she had said about Su Wan in front of him before. All for the sake of slandering Su Wan? Like when she said Su Wan liked Meng Xian and wanted to date him. There was also the time Su Wan and Meng Xinhao were locked in the bathroom together. Could it even be that even Su Shelwei's leg injury could be her own doing? Hua Linghan immediately looked towards Su Wan. Su Wan's side profile was curved, like a flowing mountain stream. And her black, slender eyelashes blinked gently. A scalloped mass of shadows was cast at the lids. The eyes were clear. And the delicate, naturally upturned corners of the brows carried a light reddish tinge. The corners of his soft, fine lips pursed slightly. It looked like the aggrieved look of a man who has had all the dirt and slander thrown at him and never understood. But who can only bear it again and again helplessly. Grandma Hui, it's been me washing your hair and giving you massages this month. I've fanned you when you napped, walked with you, and read you the newspaper. Old Mrs. Hua was Su Shelwei's only hope. And hearing old Mrs. Hua say this, Su Shelwei fleshy eyes visible panic up. The face has been white to the root of the neck. The voice of tears and prayed. Kneeling in front of Hua old lady to play the family card. The entire person also sits even more paralyzed on the ground. Eagerly trying to grab old Mrs. Hua's hand. Only to be pushed away by Hua Hong. Wang team leader and another national security stepped forward. Cold handcuffs clicked directly handcuffed Su Shelwei's wrist. Then one person set up Su Shelwei on one side and dragged her up from the ground. That cold and hard texture let Su Shelwei instantly like falling into the abyss. Even the soft bones are turned into a puddle of mud. Also until this time to realize that there is absolutely no room for things to turn around. Uncle Hua. My father is your savior. Please help me for my father's sake. I won't do it again next time. Su Shelwei cried in pain. Her emotions directly collapsing. Just like grabbing the last straw. He wanted to beg Hua Jiangwo. Hua Jiangwo boarded a face with sharp words. Shelwei, you are to blame for all this. What do you take the NSA for? There is no repentance from beginning to end. I will write a letter to tell your parents about all these things you have done. To forgive or not to forgive. That's your parents' business. Su Xiaohui's strong face instantly collapsed when she heard these words. She knew very well what would happen to her in the future and the consequences if she was known by her parents about these things. And Su Wan's reputation would be cleansed as well. Eyes rolled up and fainted straight away. As soon as Su Xiaohui was taken away by the national security people, all of Hua's family's gazes landed on Su Wan, as well as Hua Linghan behind her. Everyone's eyes were thick with inquiry and scrutiny. Hua Linghan's actually looked at Su Wan, who was pretending to be a nurse, and went after her, but was still rejected by Su Wan. The main thing is it because Su Wan hid deeply that she wasn't discovered by Hua Linghan? Or did Hua Linghan actually already know that this person was Su Wan? No. It can't be. How could Hua Linghan not see that it was Su Wan? Hua Linghan has been hospitalized these days and has been taken care of by Su Wan. It's impossible not to notice it at all. Old Mrs. Hua's cloudy but sharp eyes had been staring at Hua Lingnan. Her brows furrowed, obviously wanting to know what Hua Lingnan thought of Su Wan now. She also really regretted letting Su Wan go to the hospital to bring food to Hua Linghan. I thought that Hua Linghan was repulsive and resistant to Su Wan. But who would have thought that there would be a top thing? I'm sorry, Grandma Hua. Uncle Hua. We've caused you a lot of trouble since we came to the Hua family. I'll find a house as soon as possible and move out in the next few days, Su Wan said with a generous voice, showing her attitude very frankly. There was no avoidance or evasion of the various suspicious and probing eyes that Hua's family members looked at her with. Then he lightly blinked his long black eyelashes and said warmly, because this matter makes you worry and get angry, I'll go and cook some herbal tea for you to lower the fire. It's as if they don't care about the outcome of this matter. And they also take the initiative to avoid being on the same occasion as Hua Linghan. Hua Linghan's thin lips pursed lightly, and his angular jawline lines were extraordinarily cold and hard. The gaze was deep like a pool. Inside was a deep darkness. The eyes were bright, but there was no reflection, so that people could not guess what he was thinking at the moment at all. There was a cold, low, oppressive aura all over his body. Hua Hong is clear about Hua Linghan's nature, and he never likes to be questioned or meddled with by others in his affairs. Even if asked directly, he's unlikely to say, especially something so unexpected and embarrassing. Then he took the initiative to break the silence and inquired, Su Wan, a person who only scored 3 points in a foreign language exam, was really hired by the publishing house as a first-class translator? This matter is not only Hua Hong. The entire Hua family is surprised to hear about it, thinking that this whistleblower is just too outrageous. However, immediately after that, the matter of Su Xiaohui slandering Su Wan and giving false testimony popped up, making them not take it into account for a while. Old Mrs. Hua obviously didn't believe it. But the report card was clearly there, and it couldn't be faked. Indeed. And it's still my mom who wrote the recommendation letter for Su Wan. Hua Linghan opens his mouth and tells all about how the two met and knew each other. And then continued. From Dr. Song's mouth, I learned that Su Wan has been studying diligently and aggressively since she went to Principal Song's house. In addition to cooking and cleaning the house every day, Su Wan spends all of her time on her studies. And the foreign language is also learned from Principal Song. Everyone was taken aback, and it completely turned their stereotypes on their head. It even seems unbelievable. Not to mention the national security. Even if it was them, they would also suspect that Su Wan had changed in a short period of time. However, being able to be recommended by Xie Bailing to work as an interpreter for a publishing house, plus the fact that Principal Song's family had all gone to the National Security Bureau to testify for Su Wan, and the fact that Su Wan could be released in just one day was enough to prove that all of this was true. Old Mrs. Hua's frown deepened. Obviously being old in years, she was unable to digest this sudden and huge transformation in a short period of time. It's the same feeling as when you've been taking Chinese medicine for over a decade. Only to find out one day that it's actually grass. Then in that case, Suwon's grades have actually always been good. And not worse than Xiaohui's. It's just true that she didn't do well on the exam that time she was sick. Hua Hong thought of the mouthful of Mandarin Suwon spoke when she first came to Beiping. While Su Xiaohui had been in Beiping for more than a month. And her words still carried the accent of her hometown. It was enough to show that Suwon did have some talent in language. Hua Jiangwo, on the other hand, was full of joy and pride. He knew how the soft, sticky, smart and witty little pink ball from childhood could have grown up to be that way. It was estimated that Su Xiaohui was behind most of this. If it wasn't for today's national security incident, none of them would have thought that Su Xiaohui had been slandering and framing Suwon behind her back. I'll call my old subordinate in Nanling province right now and ask him to carefully go and investigate the matter of Su Xiaohui's leg injury to see whether or not he witnessed Suwon placing the red cloth on Su Xiaohui's body. Especially the one called Lu Tsu Weiping. Must have asked the cause in person. After Hua finished speaking solemnly, he rushed into the study to make a phone call. Hua Linghan, on the other hand, turns around and goes out of Grandma's room to deal with the wound on his shoulder. Through the half-open kitchen door, he saw Suwon, who was busy inside and was talking to Wu Ma. His footsteps slightly paused. His eyes sank. And then he went up the wooden stairs. Suwon made 2 types of herbal tea according to Hua family's physique. One is green bean soup and the other is chen pai tea. Mainly, she also wanted to stall for a bit, wanting to wait for Hua Linghan to go to the hospital before she went out. After all, now that the entire Hua family knew about it, it would inevitably be awkward for the two to meet. And she also needs to find a house as soon as possible. Even though she doesn't mean to deceive Hua Linghan, she's just helping to get a head count. But definitely still thinks she should have said it in the first place. Especially since Grandma's opinion of her was only growing. When she next went to the publisher to turn in her manuscript, she'd inquire about a rental source. Preferably one close to Reed High School so she wouldn't have to be in residence. However, by the time she and Wu Ma go to the living room with the finished herbal tea, they find that Hua Linghan hasn't even gone to the hospital yet. The uniform had been replaced with a new one. And the wound on his shoulder had been treated. The back was still straight. Like a treacherous mountain that was hard to climb. It could also be that Uncle Hua has something to say to Hua Linghan. By the way, I'm going back to the hospital after dinner. Suwon then looked calm and light as she brought the herbal tea to the coffee table in front of the sofa. Hua Linghan, who was talking to Mrs. Hua, looked at Suwon's bowls of green bean soup and the other herbal tea with chenpei floating in it, which was refreshing just by looking at it, and seemed to be very thirst-quenching and cool. Lightly converging eyes glanced toward her. Suwon hung her slender eyelashes. Her watery eyes were calm and focused, and the tip of her gelatinous and quite nose was oozing with fine and dense sweat. Suwon, can this herbal tea Lord Cold drink? Hua picks up the chenpei herbal tea and takes a sip. It's so sour and sweet that he can't help but drink several mouthfuls at once. And when he drinks it into his stomach, he feels that half of today's fire has subsided. It's very soothing. Inquiring lovingly at Suwon. Without waiting for Suwon to reply. Old Mrs. Hua on the side said, Lord Han has a shoulder injury right now. It's better not to drink it. Wu Ma, help Lord Han pour a cup of warm boiled water. Old Mrs. Hua had been a field nurse before and knew that it wouldn't affect Lord Han's wounds. But she still opened her mouth like this. Suwon put the herbal tea away and left. Wu Ma, on the other hand, poured a cup of warm boiled water in an enamel cylinder and put it in front of Hua Linghan. Hua Linghan's eyes didn't move as he picked up the enamel cylinder and took a sip. When it came time to eat, old Mrs. Hua had been consciously or unconsciously observing the expressions of both Suwon and Hua Linghan. Suwon then held a rice bowl and sat quietly to eat. Huo Linghan is also very skillful in using his left hand to hold chopsticks. And his face is ancient and unperturbed, completely making it impossible to see what is going on. From start to finish, the two didn't make any eye contact or communication. And Lord Han's reaction was just as cool and detached as before. This caused old Mrs. Huo to slightly lower her heart. Huo Linghan finishes his soup and puts down his chopsticks. Grandma. Dad. I'm done eating. You guys eat slowly. Then it went up the stairs with a cool face. Linghan, aren't you going back to the hospital tonight? Old Mrs. Huo is a bit surprised and calls out to Huo Linghan. Aha. Huo Linghan murmurs, his tone slowing. Go back tomorrow. Then Suwon. You'll sleep with Mrs. Wu tonight. Old Mrs. Huo says expressionlessly. Despite the fact that Su Xiaowei had slandered Suwon in many things and that Suwon had become a first-class translator for a publishing house. It was truly amazing. But Suwon's substitution for the nurse to deceive Huo Linghan still makes her very unhappy. If she didn't mean anything, why didn't she just say so in the first place? Good. Suwon didn't have any opinions. And in turn, it was just what she wanted. After dinner, Suwon went to wash the dishes and asked Wuma to help her bring down the pillows and change of clothes. I guess after this incident today, Grandma Huo won't let her go to the hospital anymore. And all know about her working as a translator at the publishing house. She'll just go straight to the publisher tomorrow to translate the manuscript. Wuma looked at Suwon and silently sighed in her heart. But she couldn't say anything. Huo Linghan in his room hears the sound coming from the stairs and turns back, seeing Wuma's figure walk past his room door through the half-open doorway gap. It wasn't long before he left through the door of his room carrying a pillow covered with a bamboo mat and a change of clothes for the girls. Then he retreated back and knocked on the door. Lord Han. I see that you didn't eat much tonight. It should be because you're used to eating the meals cooked by Wanya too. What I made is not to your liking. If you haven't eaten enough, I'll talk to Wanya and ask her to order you a bowl of chicken noodle soup. The black chicken that was just delivered from the military district logistics today. No. Mrs. Wu, she's not our house sitter. Don't bother her in the future. Huo Linghan immediately refused, his jawline cold and hard. Glancing at what Wu Ma held in her hand, her eyes immediately retracted when she touched the girl's soft, snug white tank top. The old lady told Wanya Tu to come downstairs and sleep with me. And Wanya Tu told me to go upstairs and help her get her things. Wu Ma returned. It's also true that Su Xiaowei was taken away by the national security. And the two people living upstairs here are Huo Linghan and Suwon. And both. It's no wonder that old Mrs. Huo would do this. Aha. Huo Linghan didn't say anything else and closed the door to the room. A pair of thin lips were pursed tightly, and his chest rose and fell slightly. The black pupil deep attempt to land. Is a person cannot see through the amount of sea water bucket. A shower in this heat is as good as no shower at all. And I'm sweating right out of the shower. Suwon gathered her hair up high, walked to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, took out the chilled Chinpi tea inside, and poured a bowl full of it. I gulped it down in one gulp, and felt refreshed and cooled down. The light above her head suddenly dimmed, and a tall, upright figure loomed over her like a deep mountain. Huo Linghan stood in the kitchen doorway, just in time to block the hanging down light bulb. It's quite a coincidence that he came to the kitchen too. Suwon carries the remaining half bowl of Chenpai tea and lowers her eyes to walk past Huo Linghan. But the kitchen door is blocked tightly by Huo Linghan. She looked up at Huo Linghan. Huo Linghan also converges his dark eyes to look at her. Let's talk. Chapter 74, Redness. Such a serious and formal tone made Suwon instantly feel like she was going to have a meeting.
First of all, I apologize to you for my personal subjective assumptions and for misunderstanding you in some places without checking them out. Huo Linggen's eyes are cold. There is also a certain prejudice against you. This is my problem. I will review it. But shouldn't you give me a reasonable explanation for this? He hadn't pursued the matter in front of Hua's family before because he felt that the matter was between the two of them and could be resolved internally. He was also waiting for her to come to him with an explanation. But she didn't seem to be having any of that at all. I think we need to get this off our chest. After all, you're going to school in Peking. And it's unlikely that we won't see each other in the future. And in a little while your second brother will be coming to Peking as a soldier. Su Wan froze for a moment. Her second brother was going to come to Beiping as a soldier? It's not easy to be a soldier in this day and age. You have to have a quota. This was obviously with the help of the Ho family. In this way, the relationship between the Su family and the Hua family would become even closer. However, in the original posting, the original body's second brother did not come to Peking to become a soldier. But instead, knowing that the original body was missing, he had been searching hard for it, and was finally killed alive. It seems it was after she wore it that the storyline began to change. Huo Linghan looked at Su Wan's surprised and contemplative expression. Obviously she didn't know about this. The letter was sent to the military compound. And Su Shelwei knew about it but didn't tell her. There was also a document jointly issued by the Board of Education, the General Staff of the Military Region and the General Political Department half a month ago that would pilot military training for some colleges and universities. And Reed High School was on the list of pilot schools. Originally, I wasn't supposed to be in charge of this. But I've just had surgery and can't participate in the next military operational training. So I'll be in charge of the basic military training at the Beiping High School. And we'll be seeing each other every day for at least half a month. Su Wan was once again stunned for a moment. The military training in this era could be much more hardcore than the one they had. It's pulling students directly into the mountains or camps to train, instead of a simple parade drill. You will experience all the daily training in the army. Target shooting, gun handling, artillery firing and medical treatment. Do I need to participate in military training even though I'm going to be a senior soon? Su Wan asked with some doubt. 2. Okay. Chief Hua. Then what do you need me to explain? Su Wan opened her fresh lips. The dim light of the electric lamp fell on her freshly bathed face. Soft and bright. Like spring water reflecting pear blossoms. Indescribably pure and delicate. She felt she had made it clear and understandable. Huo Linggen's thin lips lightly opened. Since you don't want to get involved with me in any way, why do you still want to accept my second invitation? The first time he understood. After all, they were the only two left at the time. Shouldn't she have refused after that? Su Wanqing's eyes turned for a moment. She was going to refuse just because Fang Yu was glaring at her viciously. Acting like the whole world was her mother and she had to give in to her was irritating and she wanted to rule her purely. It also belongs to a personal vendetta. It didn't occur to me that this had become a point of entanglement for Huo Linghan. Didn't she say no a lot of times back there? But if she were to really say it outright, it would seem to be a bit of a contest for his female that flavor. After all, Fang Yu had even dated him before and was here for him. It wasn't like she didn't know that. To keep him from messing around and wondering. Su Wan then calmly said, I quite wanted to learn ballroom dancing. And seeing how well you taught it to Chief Hua, I wanted to progress a bit more. While also taking a chance that I shouldn't be recognized. Huo Linggen's thin lips pursed tightly into a taut straight line. His eyes dark and bottomless. The freshly bandaged wound on his right shoulder was vaguely painful with tearing and tugging. Learn to ballroom dance so you can dance with other men? Gazing at Su Wan's cleansing, calm and wave-free eyes, he turned and walked out of the kitchen.
Suwon looked at his cold, steep back. I was going to ask him for the letters that the original body had written to him earlier. But think about it and forget about it. Since it's been talked about and explained, it's nothing. Suwon poured another bowl of Chenpai herbal tea and carried it back to her room to drink it. Huo Linghan locks the door to his room and takes off his uniform. And the freshly bandaged bandage on his right shoulder oozes bright red blood again. He took out his medical kit, removed the original bandage that was oozing blood, and wrapped a new one around his teeth. But instead of bandaging it this time a couple times, it hurt the wound and bled more. There was also a lot of sweat on his forehead. Finally, he simply stopped tying it, biting the white bandage in his mouth and looking at the bandage on the table, which he had replaced with the bare upper half of his toned and erect body. The cold breath stretched along his brow to his entire profile. His angular lines were stern. Then he pulled open a drawer, took out a notebook, and with his left hand wrote a review on it with a strong, pale pen. Early the next morning Suwon went back upstairs with her pillow in her arms, took the money, and planned to go to the state store to buy some things. After all, Principal Song's family had gone to the National Security Bureau specifically to prove her case for her. And she definitely wanted to express her gratitude. Of course, she also knew that if it wasn't for the Hua family being the big tree covering her, Uncle Hua calls the NSA, and Huo Linghan accompanies her to do the investigation. In this particular era, but whenever something as highly sensitive as espionage was involved, even if she had the 6 arms of heaven, it would be impossible for her to be released so quickly, or even to come out straight away. And the person who reported it was clearly aware of that and was trying to screw her over. The rest of the Hua family is still sleeping, and Suwon's footsteps are very light as she goes upstairs to the room transformed by the study. She stood on tiptoe with some effort to reach the thick red books on the top shelf. After she received her huge $150 paycheck from the publisher, she hid the money inside a book on her shelf. It was also sort of a defense against Su Shelwy. And the reason why the manuscript she translated was not taken away by Su Shelwy or sabotaged. Also because she put it on the shelf after she translated it. Su Shelwy also didn't even think that she would translate, and probably thought that it was Hua's family, which is why she put it there in its original form. Knock knock knock. A few soft knocks on the door come. Suwon turns her head back to see Huo Linghan in a straight and square summer short-sleeved military uniform, his stance broad and tall, standing outside the study door, like a pine in bamboo that will never bend. Steady and stern. The head was almost up against the doorframe. "This is the review I wrote overnight." Huo Linghan opens his mouth in a cold and solemn manner. "Chief Hua, I did do a lot of bad things in the past. It's normal that you would misunderstand me." Suwon looks at the several pages of review books he's holding in his left hand, and says sincerely and clearly, "You don't have to be so serious. And this isn't the army. I also hope that in the future, Comrade Suwon will be able to be a supervisor. And any problems I have can be corrected and said in time to help me correct my progress." Huo Linghan is still expressionless, and the troops speak formulaically. But there is no longer the cold hardness from before. And it really fits the style and image of his regimental cadre. The latter sentence sounded in Suwon's ears, but it was like saying that if she encountered something in the sorority again in the future, she should say it directly to her face and not avoid it. "Chief Hua, I apologize to you as well. And in the future, I won't take any chances and let things go from simple to complicated." Suwon was very smart and replied back at the slightest point. Huo Linghan didn't say anything else, took the review and stood outside the door. Obviously she couldn't afford not to take it. Suwon had no choice but to walk up and take the review in Huo Linghan's hands. Huo Linghan glanced at the red book cover books on the bookshelf that Suwon wanted to take. "Chief Hua, do you have anything else?" Suwon didn't open and read the review after getting it and raised her light eyes to ask. Huo Linghan turned around and walked down the stairs. Suwon then put the review book into the drawer. And then directly moved the heavy wooden chair to step on it and get the red book into her hands. Before, she was also afraid that there would be too much commotion to wake Huo Linghan up. And now since everyone is awake. And she had no worries. With the money in his pocket, he put the translated 2,000-word manuscript into his green satchel and headed out the door. Although she makes good money as an interpreter, she doesn't have a ticket. So she can't buy a lot of things. Or at a markup. Thinking about all the tickets she'd need for her daily needs after she moved out. It was the fact that she couldn't even buy clothes now that she had money. Ready-made clothes are too expensive. And you need a cloth ticket to buy cloth and get it made by a tailor. This gave Suwon a bit of a headache. In these days of scarcity, it was all about tickets. And she had to find a way to get some. As the Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching soon, Suwon added money to buy 5-nut mooncakes and peach crisp as well as pomegranates. When I arrived at Principal Song's house, it was Secretary Yang who opened the door. It was Sunday and she was off. Seeing Suwon with a sweet smile on her face, standing in front of herself unharmed, Secretary Yang was full of emotion and heartache as he pulled Suwon into the house. His tone still carrying anger. Is that sister of yours a biological one? How dare she slander and frame you like this? Don't pick it up outside. Principal Song was in the State Security Bureau before. And there were some old colleagues in there. So they all knew that it was Su Xiaowei who maliciously slandered Suwon. When Su Xiaowei came to their house that time with her face high and swollen, she thought that this girl had a lot of heart. But she didn't expect to be so poisonous. Su Xiaowei is not biological. Picked up Suwon does not know. Anyway, the entire Su family are honest and pragmatic people. The original master also really will cause trouble. But the heart of the heart, but also not bad to this. Maybe it's because since she was a little girl, adults praised her beauty. And she was taken everywhere by her parents as a treasure. So she gradually became twisted and dark in her heart. Uncle. Aunt. Thanks to your help this time, I can get out of the National Security Bureau so quickly. I bought you something. You must accept it. I am now working as a translator in a publishing house. I earn a lot. Suwon said with a smiling face. Her eyebrows curved. And the pear swirls on both cheeks were extraordinarily sweet. She didn't buy anything too expensive. Also because she was afraid that Secretary Yang wouldn't accept it. Sure enough, both Principal Song and Secretary Yang refused to take it. In fact, the main thing is that they didn't help much. They just went to do a certification. If it weren't for Chief Huo and Xiaohua keeping an eye on things, there's no telling how things would have gone. Uncle. Aunt. I also came here today because I have something I want to ask for your help. Suwon insisted on putting the things in Secretary Yang's hand. A pair of deer-like pure and bright eyes blinking at Secretary Yang. With a somewhat petulant meaning. Look at the heart melting. You have a big tree like the Hua family to lean on. Why do you still need to seek our help? Secretary Yang snapped, pretending to be angry. No wonder Suwon had just arrived at the Song family's home when Xiaohua came to the door with his things. Hoping that Suwon is the blind date that Chief would introduce to little Hua. It's no wonder that he's helping her eat fat and pulling her into the grove to talk. Even as soon as Suwon called Xiaohua to come to dinner, Xiaohua immediately came. They're still in the dark about setting them up with someone. But also, for some reason, the two don't agree to be in a relationship. Auntie. I know I'm wrong. It's not because I'm from the countryside and don't want people to think that I rely on the Hua family for everything. Suwon's smile gets sweeter and sweeter. And I'm already grateful to Uncle Hua for letting me come to Beiping to go to school. And I don't want to cause them any more trouble. Suwon is such a knowledgeable, low-key, eloquent girl. It is hard for Secretary Yang not to like. If it were anyone else, with such a big relationship backing them up, they wouldn't have known what to yell about. I'm now working as a translator at a publishing house. And I'm earning quite a lot. And I don't have any tickets for the things I want to buy. So I'd like you to help me ask the people in the family home or in the unit if they have any extra tickets they can sell me. Cloth tickets, grain tickets, sugar tickets, meat tickets, soap tickets, and so on. Uncle Hua and the others will give them to me too. But I can't take them for nothing. And I want to send them to my family to use. Uncle Hua did give her some cloth and foodstuff stamps. But it's not enough for her to move out and live there. And she had no intention of telling Secretary Yang and the others that she was moving out. Secretary Yang did not think too much. Girls love beauty. And like to eat some snacks. Especially she also think of the family. Just promise to ask for her. He also took some of his own temporarily extra tickets to Suwon. Suwon insisted on giving the money. Then changed into the blue cloth dress she had put in Auntie Wang's custody and went to the publishing house. Anyway, now that things were out of the way, she could take her clothes out and wear them in a big way. Huo Linghan took the letter out from the State Security Bureau and sat in the passenger seat with his bony fingers rubbing the yellowed envelope in his palm. His eyes dark and heavy. The handwriting on the top of the envelope, beautiful and delicate, had the same classical flavor as her person. Thinking about when he went to get the letters, Captain Sun said that Suwon had approached team leader Wang yesterday to try to get them back. So he picked one and removed the letterhead from it. I just opened it and the first greeting at the beginning was, "Dear Brother Hua. This letter carries my greetings and thoughts to you over thousands of miles. I often think that fate is really a wonderful thing. Let me know, Brother Hua, you. Before I sneeze, think it is a cold. But now I am wondering if you are thinking of me. I want to be your moon in the sky, your star outside the window, your name under the ink, your mind, so that I am the only one in your heart. I want to be your mother-in-law." A few short lines of titillating and revealing words that made people blush. Chapter 75, Captain Lu. Please teach me more. Such a scale was far beyond Huo Linghan's imagination. He immediately closed the letter and put it in an envelope. Then glanced at the driver beside him who was concentrating on driving. The face was cold and serious. The muscular back of his body was taut. And the wound on his right shoulder was once again tugged and torn open. It burned uncomfortably deep in his ears. He'd never imagined that she'd liked him so warmly and directly and boldly before. Rather than letters, these were love letters to him. But now, his hand, holding the envelope, clenched hard, but then suddenly loosened. The angular contours were tightly taut, the lines extraordinarily cold and hard. Suwon got off the bus and was about to walk into the newspaper building as usual, but was stopped by two officers from the security section. Scanning Suwon up and down twice. "What's the name? Which department? Why haven't I seen you before?" Suwon was a bit surprised. The newspaper building used to have only a doorman who could come and go as he pleased. This time, however, there were two men from the Defense Department standing at the door, verifying the information. She had a vague feeling it was something to do with her spying. With that, he returned with a smile on his face. "Hello, comrade. My name is Suwon. I'm a temporary translator for the publishing house. I'm here to hand in my manuscript today." When the two defense section officers heard this, they immediately had a fierce look on their faces. "You are Suwon? The spy who was captured by the national security even wants to run to our newspaper to steal any information materials. Hurry up and go. Newspaper breaks are on Tuesdays, which is now business hours." This menacing voice of the defense section officer immediately attracted a lot of attention. Especially spies and national security are two extremely sensitive words. and some passing bicyclists stopped to watch. Pointing at Soo-won.
His eyes were full of dissimulation and contempt.
She is Soo-won ah. Yesterday the whole newspaper building was rumored.
Said to be a student from the countryside who came to Beiping to attend high school.
But speaks fluent foreign languages. Translates well.
And was arrested by the national security yesterday for investigation.
Then how come it was released again? Who knows? Fear not.
Who knows if she's lurking around our newspaper office to steal any important documents?
This look and appearance temperament. Where is the slightest bit of rusticity of the countryside?
Must be a specially trained beauty spy.
Specializing in seduction work.
A skinny monkey face smeared with head oil. His eyes streamed and swept several times over Soo-won's body.
It first fell onto Soo-won's slender waist,
followed by the long white and straight legs. Fanyu was sitting on the back of her aunt's bicycle and had just arrived at the door of the newspaper office when she saw this scene. Although he was very angry that Soo-won had been released by the state security so quickly, he was also very happy and pleased in his heart when he watched Soo-won being pointed at by 1,000 people and scolded by 10,000 people.
Even if he got out of the national security, his reputation was already bad. And anyone who got the word spy on them couldn't wash it off. Everywhere you go, you are scorned and suffer from strange looks. When the school year starts, she will publicize the fact that Soo-won was taken away by the national security to investigate the matter to the whole school. See how she can still stay in the school. The corners of Fanyu's mouth hooked up coldly, and he just sat on the back of the bike waiting for a good show. The matter of Soo-won being taken away by the state security was not known by many people at all. That is,
the military hospital did not have a few people discussing it. But the Beiping newspaper had already spread the word.
They even had someone from the defense section guarding the gate. It looks like Fanyu was there yesterday.
Soo-won swept a glance through the crowd.
And sure enough,
she saw the figures of Fanyu and Li Aiching. And when she saw her eyes sweeping over, Fanyu even more proudly expanded the arc of her mouth and rolled her eyes at her.
An air of "What can you do to me, comrade?
Please speak with evidence."
Slandering people for no reason is punishable by imprisonment. Did you see me being taken away by the national security people with your own eyes?
Or were you there at the time?
If you guys don't speak up,
I'll go to the Public Security Bureau in the street in front of me right now to report that you're slandering the National Security Bureau for colluding with spies to sell out the country.
Soo-won stood up her chest and questioned with a clear and loud voice.
The two officers of the security section were not surprised to hear the words in front of them. But when they heard the NSA being brought up later,
they panicked at once. One of them snapped. "What are you babbling about? Someone witnessed you being taken away by the State Security Bureau in the military hospital for investigation. What are you if not a spy? Who saw it with their own eyes? Did anyone admit it? Let her come forward. If not, you're reactionaries, deliberately inciting the masses to split the country, slandering the State Security Bureau and spies for colluding within and without, and betraying the country."
Soo-won knew very well never to explain or self-justify when encountering such things.
Self-evidence is when you are justified and weak-minded and allow the other person to take the dominant position. Immediately after that, Soo-won turned around to face the onlookers again and said, "Uncles and aunts, you all heard what he said just now. He said that I was a spy and was taken away by the people from the State Security Bureau. Since I was taken away, why am I still standing here in good health? And the people from the State Security Bureau didn't take me away?
I suspect that they are the ones who are spies and reactionaries that the enemy country has arranged to lurk within our people, inciting the people's distrust of the state, deliberately creating conflicts between the people and the state, and wanting to dismantle us from within."
Soo-won threw down this one explosive word. Every one of them was a felony of eating peanuts. And the defense section personnel who had a ferocious face just now, their faces immediately went down white. But they didn't know who said it. The news exploded instantly from yesterday when it spread. Pressing on who was the first to pass it on. Because Suwon said the bottom of the air. And quite a year when the student movement for the country. Throwing the head. Spilling blood of the momentum. The onlookers had all felt that Suwon had a point. If she was really a spy, how could the little human girl have been so righteous, and how could the NSA have released the little human girl? Isn't this a smear campaign against the NSA for selling out the country? Right. If there's no evidence to say so, find the public security. And properly check their identities and backgrounds. Empty mouth, white teeth on random slander. So big must hat buckle to the head of the human little girl. The National Security Bureau is to want to enter just in. Want to get out just out of it? Fong Yu, who had been waiting for Suwon to be thrown rotten vegetable leaves and rotten eggs to yell out that she was a spy and a traitor. How could he not expect Suwon to directly deny it? Especially seeing that everyone's winds had shifted and even spoke for Suwon. Seeing that she was about to have her way. Fong Yu immediately stood up from the back seat of the bike and said aggressively, "Don't all of you be fooled. Yesterday morning I was at the military hospital and saw with my own eyes 2 state security officers dressed in black take her away from the ward. And several doctors and nurses saw it at the time." Suwon deliberately targeted the people in the defense section to say those radical and redline stepping words just to make the people in the defense section give up the person behind the spread. However, he didn't expect Fong Yu to jump out on his own accord. "Teacher Fong, you can't keep holding a grudge against me just because the officer you invited to the last military district reunion didn't want to dance with you and instead danced with me. Right? First, you dripped red ink onto my skirt, wanting me to make a public spectacle of myself. And after being found out on the spot and kicked out, you're now slandering me as a spy?" Suwon didn't even bother to pull the story of her being taken away by the NSA with her. Directly directing the trouble to her. Lightly inhaling her nose. A pair of gentle and tranquil watery eyes looked towards Fong Yu. Her already soft and pure face appeared particularly aggrieved and uncomfortable at this time. There's no point in hiding it when her vest is off anyway. So she's the teacher who wore the lamb mask at the sorority. When she rented a gown in order to make a splash at the sorority. And then got stuck halfway up the stage talking about the piano. At this time there happened to be a nurse in the crowd who participated in the sorority who stood out, purposely looking at Fong Yu's face for a few moments. "I heard that he's a teacher from the high school. And that the spot to participate in the military sorority was still gotten through the back door. I don't know if this lesbian was taken away by the state security yesterday for investigation. And I haven't heard about it. Anyway, all the nurses in our entire military hospital know that this Ms. Fong had problems with her thought process at the military association. The reason why this nurse had come forward to identify Fong Yu was not out of zeal. Rather, it was because on the second day of the fellowship this Ms. Fong was sick and went to the hospital to hang up water. And felt that the nurse who stuck her with the needle gave her pain. And scolded that nurse. And changed 5 nurses in a row. And all of them were scolded. And then they reported them one by one afterward. It seemed like she was being unreasonable at the time. But now it seems like she was deliberately and purely looking for a fight and using them as a pissing bucket for revenge. Among those 5 nurses was her newly pregnant sister-in-law, who had miscarried not long after her anger. So can this nurse not be angry? It was almost like she wanted to go up and slap her a couple times. Pointing at Fong Yu's nose. He told all about her cursing the nurses in the military hospital and finding fault in retaliation as well. Such a low character. Corrupt morals. And domineering nature. Now the onlookers who would believe what she said knew that she was motivated by jealousy and malicious revenge. And all of them were able to participate in the military association. The list must have been vetted. And how could they put a spy in? TSK. 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 What a shame. And a teacher. Which high school teacher is this? Report her. How can such a person nurture good socialist successors? Comrade woman. Don't let her go. Go to the Public Security Bureau and report her to be arrested for rehabilitation. Her heart is so bad. There was also an enthusiastic older woman who said to Soo-won. Fong Yu's face was hot and painful as she was accused and spat upon by the crowd. Especially when her scandalous deeds in the sorority were revealed on the spot. Still wanting to loudly identify Soo-won as a spy, she suddenly realized that her blind date Lu Rue was also in the crowd. Immediately to the mouth of the words cannot say a word. As if the street rats generally cover their faces, and ran into the newspaper building. Li Aiqing pushed his bicycle and didn't even want to follow him. It was simply too embarrassing. Everyone in the editorial department knows that Fong Yu is her niece. How can she still have prestige in the editorial department after this? At that time, she had stopped Fong Yu when he was about to step forward. But this idiot had refused to listen. Couldn't even pull and shook her hand away. Comrade. Can I go in now? Soo-won turned around and once again smiled faintly at the two defense section officers. Instead of it being a coincidence. It would be better to say that Fong Yu had done a lot of evil in his usual way. And all of a sudden stabbed into a hornet's nest. Without that military hospital nurse's identification. She'd probably have to break this up for a while. The two defense section personnel had also seen Soo-won's power and knew that Soo-won might have been wrongly accused. But they couldn't take charge of this matter. Comrade Soo-won. Please wait a moment. I'll ask our section chief. After all, the order was given by the section chief. And they couldn't break the rules. Don't bother. Let Comrade Soo-won go in. If your section chief has any problems, just let him come to me. Lu Rue pushed the gold wire rim on the bridge of his nose. And with an appearance of being well-mannered and well-educated, he walked up and said to the defense section personnel. Lu Rue is the son of the editor-in-chief Lu. And is the head of the translation team of the publishing house. And their section chief also knows. So he has him as a guarantee. The two defense section officers let Soo-won in. Thank you. Comrade. Soo-won turned her head to thank him. Feeling that the person in front of her seemed somewhat familiar. It seemed to be the young male comrade who stood beside Fong Yu when he handed in his manuscript last time. Comrade Soo-won. No need to be polite. This matter was not clarified by the people from the Beijing newspaper. I will react with my father. Lu Rue looked at the light dimples on Soo-won's two cheeks and smiled coyly. He arrived at the entrance of the newspaper building just in time to see Soo-won aggrieved and helpless about Fong Yu slandering her as a spy and dirtying her skirt. A pair of long, dark eyelashes blinked warmly and innocently. The corners of their eyes slightly reddened. It really makes you protective. He also really didn't expect that Fong Yu, who usually behaved meekly and decently in front of him, was actually this kind of vicious and bad person with improper thinking style. Immediately afterward, he took the initiative to extend his hand and introduced himself. My name is Lu Rue. I'm the leader of the translation team. And speaking of which, you're still a member of my team. So it was the leader of the translation team. Soo-won was slightly surprised. She was unfamiliar with all the people on the translation team because she had told Director Mu that she didn't sit in on shifts. Team leader Lu. Hello? Please teach me more in the future. Soo-won revealed a smile. Her shell teeth as white as fine snow. Her red lips fresh and fine. He also greatly extended his hand to shake hands with Lu Rue. When the olive-green military jeep passed by the Beiping newspaper building, Hua Luohan saw some people gathered in front of the main door of the newspaper building. Among them was Soo-won's figure, who seemed to have been stopped outside and was saying something to the defense section personnel. The body was wearing the same big blue button cloth dress they had bumped into at the hospital the other day. As he was pulling open the door and preparing to get out of the car, a well-spoken male comrade came forward to say a few words for Soo-won. The two then walked into the newspaper building with a smile on their faces. Huo Lingyan's thin lips were tightly pursed, and his eyes were dark and gloomy, like a deep well, dark and bottomless. The whole person was just like a piece of thousand-year-old ice, surrounded by a biting coldness. Inside Director Mu's office, Gao Hui touched her 5-month-old belly, facing the 200,000 word foreign literature manuscript that Director Miao handed over to her to translate in the first place. With a difficult face, she said in a conspiratorial manner, "Oops. Director Miao. Ever since I read the manuscript translated by Comrade Suwan, I really didn't translate it brilliantly enough. And besides, I can't work too hard every day when I'm pregnant." But it's not. Now the whole Beijing newspaper is spreading the word that Suwan is a spy and has been taken away by the national security for investigation. An offshore spy. Can that foreign language skill not be better than hers? Chapter 76 answers. How can she compete with other female spies? Now she is the only one in the group who has the level to translate this foreign literary work. Lu Rui, the leader of the group, besides translating the first level of foreign literary works, also has to review the manuscripts handed over by the group. So he has no time at all. Moreover, the reason why Director Mu was in such a hurry was because the editor-in-chief of this 200,000 word literary work was pressing hard for it to be typeset and printed as soon as possible in October. Unless Director Mu was able to recruit another good level 1 interpreter. But it will be hard to get the right one anytime soon. It's just up to her. Of course, she wasn't satisfied with the translation fee of $15 for 1,000 words and wanted Director Mu to raise her price. Director Miao also understands what Gao Hui means. Just that the translation fee of 15 yuan for 1,000 words is already the top. And any further increase will have to be applied for with the editor-in-chief. But Gao Hui's level of translation will definitely not pass when he gets to the chief editor. Comrade Gao Hui, now within the group only your translation level can reach the level I asked for. The organization's expectations of you is also very high, but also very sympathetic to your hard work. So when the translation of this work is finished, the next translation manuscript I'll apply with the editor-in-chief for you to raise the price of it. How? Director Mu wasn't exactly giving Gao Hui a high hat. And before Suwan came, Gao Hui was indeed better. But who knew that he had thought he had picked up a treasure and hadn't even been happy for a few days? But it turned out to be a spy. It really took him by surprise. Gao Hui was taking advantage of the fact that Director Mu couldn't find a better candidate right now and frowned. Director Mu, I really haven't been feeling too well lately. It's better to leave it to the other colleagues in the translation team. Right? It's going to be printed and available in October. And with such a tight schedule, this work of foreign literature can't be delayed a day. Comrade Gao Hui, so today you first followed Comrade Suwan behind the translation flip. Monday the editor-in-chief went to work. I'll help you apply. Director Mu thought about it. And that was the biggest concession Director Mu could make. But Gao Hui is still not satisfied. She also knows that her translation is not as good as Suwan's. If the reader reads Suwan's previous translation and then sees her translation, there will definitely be a comparison. Director Mu. Comrade Suwan is a spy. How can we continue to use her translated manuscripts? What if she hides some coded intelligence inside the translated manuscripts and it gets spread out with the book release? After expressing her first attitude, Gao Hui continued to take Joe. Besides, Director Mu, I'm pregnant. And this literary work is more difficult to translate. So I'd better continue to translate my book of $15 for 1,000 words. After saying that, with her 5-plus-month-old belly, she headed for the office door. Hey! Comrade Gao Hui! Director Mu went after him. Just then, Lu Rui knocked on the office door and walked in with Suwan. Suwan? Both Gao Hui and Director Miao were startled at the same time. Didn't they say that they were taken away by the national security to investigate? And how did it get in? Director Mu. I'm here to hand in the manuscript. Seeing the surprised looks on the two men's faces, Suwon unhurriedly took out the manuscript from her green satchel and handed it to Director Mu. Suwon. You are not. Director Meow still has a surprised face. Yesterday Suwon was taken away by the national security news and the whole Beiping newspaper has spread. He even contacted Prof. Xia to ask if it was true. But Prof. Xia's phone number could not be reached. Could it be a mistake? Director Mu, this matter is a misunderstanding. Comrade Suwon was defamed. I also just realized that Comrade Fong Yu and Comrade Suwon had a previous beef and deliberately defamed Comrade Suwon. Lu Rui held the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and explained for Suwon by roughly saying what he had just seen at the gate. His face sank slightly. Such a person, he even matched her. What? Director Meow had some difficulty believing that for the sake of an officer in the sorority, Fong Yu dared to slander Suwon like this and spread rumors so loudly, causing the entire Beiping newspaper to be on edge. Is Suwon like this? Lord Mu looked at Suwon again, wanting to clarify this matter. Suwon nodded, hanging down the long and thick eyelashes, eyes calm as water, looking at the director of the Meow, avoiding the importance of the return. In fact, earlier I and Mr. Fong in the department store on the acquaintance of the. She never mentioned the matter of being taken away by the national security yesterday. Of course she wouldn't deny it. If Fong Yu had to say that she had been taken away by the national security to investigate, then let her find the national security to give her proof. Focusing on putting the point of conflict on Fong Yu and bringing up the fact that her transcripts were inexplicably published in the newspaper at just the right time. And Li Aiqing is Fong Yu's aunt. All these coincidences collide together, so that the originals still do not believe the director of the Meow thoroughly believe that is Fong Yu character corruption, thinking style problems. That's why he dared to slander Suwon so profusely. Comrade Suwon. Don't worry about this matter, I will definitely investigate it thoroughly and deal with it seriously. Absolutely cannot let such a black sheep remain in the ranks. Director Mu said sullenly and seriously. In itself, Fong Yu's translation level was just like that. If it wasn't for her aunt's relationship, plus the fact that she was on a blind date with Lu Rui, she wouldn't have been able to get into the translation team at all. Thank you, Director Meow. This is the 2,000 words of my translated manuscript. Please take a look to see if there are any problems. Suwon smiled slightly, revealing clear dimples on both cheeks, and took out the Chinese and English versions of the manuscript from her green satchel for Director Meow to check. Gao Hui heard this is also directly dumbfounded. It looks like Director Mu was about to compromise. She raised the price of things as also the nail in the coffin. The result is Suwon was actually defamed. Then her gesture of taking Joe just now was a joke. Comrade Gao Hui. Since there's nothing going on, you should go back earlier. Director Mu smiled and took over, glancing at Gao Hui on the side, and said coldly again. Since Suwon had come back, then of course this translation document would not need Gao Hui. Director Mu. Gao Hui had a very ugly face and wanted to continue to say something. Not only did he not succeed in raising the price, but on the contrary, he left a bad impression in front of Director Mu. If she had known, she would have said yes earlier. 15 in 1,000 words was good enough. She shouldn't have been greedy. You're not feeling well with your pregnancy, so go back to rest earlier. Director Meow interrupted Gao Hui's words, unwilling to give her one more look. After picking up the Chinese and foreign language manuscripts, he compared them and praised Suwon's translation level without stinting. Director. I have just taken a look at Comrade Suwon's translated manuscript. The phrases and words are very beautiful, and it will definitely be a big hit when it hits the market. Lu Rui also did not hide his appreciation and amazement towards Suwon, and immediately looked at Suwon and said, If it's possible, I would suggest that Suwon could be hired as an official translator for our publishing house. This last sentence was the one that made Gao Hui's heart tighten. Full of a sense of crisis. If Suwon became an official translator for the publishing house, how could it be her turn to translate documents at high prices in the future? She's still thinking about getting promoted to deputy team leader this year. Comrade Gao Hui. Is there anything else you want? Director Mu asked the two to sit down and talk while looking down and flipping through the manuscript. Seeing Gao Hui standing in the doorway and not yet leaving, he raised his head and asked again. Gao Hui had no choice but to walk out of the office with a big belly and gray. And when she was about to close the door, she glanced at Suwon with incomparable annoyance. Director Mu. I'm going to start school in September and I have military training. So I can't work full-time. But I can continue to work part-time after school starts. Suwon sat on the sofa with her legs together and her back straight. And I'll also have time next to come to the press to sit in on translations and focus on this literature full-time. Nowadays, in this day and age, the only way to rent an apartment is to rely on recommendations and referrals from people around her to sit in on a shift. One is to get to know more people to get housing information. And two, naturally, they don't want to stay in Hua's house. Comrade Suwon, that's even better. I'll have my assistant pack a table out for you now. Director Mu was just about to tell Suwon about letting her speed up the translation process. Okay. Director Mu. I can sit in on the translation today. Suwon curled her lips. Her voice sweet. Lu Rue, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, was so mesmerized by Suwon's smile that he didn't know where to put his hands. And his face was filled with a coy and shy smile. The Hua family. Xia Bailing had been busy with the lab's research data for the past 2 days. And it wasn't until this morning that she returned home with XINE. She was also not expecting that Suwon, who had been recommended by her to work as a translator at the publishing house, was the same person. And most importantly, she had always wanted to introduce Suwon to Lord Han before. But Lord Han had never agreed just because he had taken a liking to Suwon, who was filling in for the nurse. This is simply magical. Jiang Wo. Is it true that Lord Han didn't recognize Suwon? Xia Bailing sat on the sofa with a face full of incredulity, thinking that this was impossible. Hua was holding a newspaper and reading it. And every now and then he lifted his wrist to check the time, as if he was waiting for something. I do not believe that Lord Han would not recognize Suwon. How to say that the two came together on a 2-day and 1-night train ride? With his hawk-like eyes. Would he not be able to see that? So now that we know Suwon is that nurse, did Lord Han say anything? Or any reaction? Xia Bailing continued to pursue again. Seeing that Hua Jiangwo was still holding the newspaper and not letting go of it, Xia Bailing lightly pushed him and looked at Hua Jiangwo with some complaints. She honestly didn't really know this youngest son of hers very well. But in turn, Hua knew a bit more. As the saying goes, knowing a son is like fathering a child. Hua Lingen's emotions have never been revealed. Even if there had been a shocking reaction at the time, there was no way he would have let anyone else see the slightest bit of it. Hua Jiangwo then put down the newspaper and softly said to Xia Bailing, "You'll just see if the frequency of the times he comes home in the future will increase. And if he'll have something to run to the house just to know what's in his heart." As soon as the words fell, Hua Sini, who was playing shuttlecock in the living room, shouted excitedly, "Little uncle, you're back?" With that said, the shuttlecock was not wanted. So he darted to the door. Hua Jiangwo and Xia Bailing both glanced at each other at the same time, both seeing the answer in the other's eyes. Chapter 77, Moving If You Want to. It was at this time that a long series of phone rings came from the study. And Hua Jiangwo hurriedly stood up and walked into the study to answer it. "Sini, slow down. The injuries on your little uncle haven't healed yet." Xiaobai Ling also stood up and admonished. Then he said to Huo Linghan, who walked in holding Cindy with a cold face and clear, cold brows. Linghan, why are you back? Aren't you hospitalized? Take a document. Huo Linghan's eyes scanned the living room and glanced at the kitchen as if he had no intention of doing so. She's not back yet? Then Waves asked. Mom, isn't Grandma home? Xia Bailing's pair of mildly crystalline eyes had always landed on Huo Linghan's face. But after half a day's look, I couldn't see anything. It's not that your second uncle has just been promoted and has a new grandson. The Mid-Autumn Festival in previous years was spent at our house. This morning he sent a car to pick up your grandmother to go and live there. And it is estimated that he won't come back in a short period of time. Aha! Huo Linghan faintly hums and is about to head upstairs. Lord Cold. You really didn't recognize Sue. At that time? Xia Bailing curiously pursued. However, Huo Linghan's upright and straight back has already gone up the stairs. When she saw her little uncle go upstairs, Huo Sini also followed her ass up. Uncle Junior. Why didn't you answer when my mother asked you? You didn't really not recognize her. Did you? Huo Sini blinks her lake-like eyes, tilting her head in curiosity as she follows behind her but she was playing shuttlecock. But it didn't stop her from eavesdropping on what the adults were saying at all. She also knew that the Suwon sister at home was the Suwon sister who had made her delicious pudding before. Huo Linghan's long legs took a few steps up to the second floor and saw that the door to the room Suwon was staying in was open. The bamboo basket sat in the corner. The single bed had a neatly folded floral bedding as well as pillows. And there were only a few high school books on the desk. Her personal belongings are largely invisible. He clenched the hand that hung at his side. And the contours of his angular, handsome face tensed into a cold, hard arc. Huo Sini is like a little bee catching up and continuing to ask. Little uncle. You did not recognize that you are really stupid. No wonder you cannot marry a daughter-in-law. Thinking of the man he had seen in the morning with his unusual clothes and handsome, scholarly appearance. Young, well off, and good-looking. It fits her criteria for a spouse perfectly. She smiled brightly, her eyebrows lightly curved. A pair of clear eyes like water filled with concentration as she looked at the man. And that man's eyes couldn't move away from Suwon's face for even a moment. The two men walked together happily. And Suwon took out the translation manuscript from her green satchel and showed it to the man. And when the man took it, his hand almost touched Suwon's. His fingertips caressed Suwon's handwriting on the manuscript paper. And he hung his head to intimately discuss with Suwon. Huoluwahan's pool-like, dark, sunken eyes are a sheet of ice cold. And his high, stern brow bones convey a natural coldness. The aura around his body was extremely low, heavy and unusually appalling. Thunk, he said as he walked into the room and closed the door. However, Huo Sini outside was relentlessly knocking on the door. Little uncle. Open the door. I want to go in. Huo Linghan tugs his collar open in annoyance, grimacing as he pulls open the door to the room. Open your mouth. I'll check your teeth. Huo Sini immediately covered her mouth and ran down the stairs, as if she had encountered some kind of flooding beast. Huo put down the phone and walked out of the study, his face slightly sunken. What's wrong? Xia Bailing said with some confusion. Suwon may still be really wrongly accused. When Su Shelwei was trampled on the leg by the cow, no one saw Suwon's face. It was all said by Lu Tsuaping, who plays well in Su Shelwei's village. Huo Jiangwo has been waiting for a call from his old ministry today, thinking that the person's figure and the flowery color of the clothes on her body were like Suwon's. Plus the fact that Su Shelwei had been saying in front of Lu Tsuaping that Suwon was going to rob Huo Linghan. She subconsciously assumed it was Suwon. As for the news that Su Wan was a broken shoe, it was also true that Su Xiaowei had told Lu Tsuaping. Xia Bailing covered her mouth after hearing this. Stunned. Even if the two sisters' feelings are no longer good, the younger sister can't be so vicious and victimize her own sister. Now with all those bad rumors about Su Wan, she didn't even know which ones were true and which ones were false. Hua Jiangwo didn't say anything after that. For example, Su Wan's selfish and overbearing, and her laziness is also really famous in the village. Su Xiaowei is also really hardworking and enduring, going up the mountain before dawn to cut hogweed, herd cows, pick firewood, then cook the whole family's breakfast, and feed the chickens and ducks afterward. Probably most of the reason Su Xiaowei would be like this stems from her parents' favoritism. So this is why she sees her sister as an enemy. Anyway, Su Wan has made a lot of progress and changed a lot since she came to Beiping. And we can't always look at her in the immediate future. We need to see her positive, good side. Hua finished and then continued. As for Su Xiaowei, when she comes out of national security, send her to school early and just send her living expenses on time every month. I admit that I had some issues with Su Wan before, but ever since I saw her in the hospital, I've especially liked her and felt very close to her. Xia Bailing promptly reflected on her mistake. Suddenly, as if she thought of something strange, Wuma said Su Wan went to the newspaper to sit in on the translation. This is now almost 7 o'clock. How come I don't see Su Wan coming back? Is there something wrong? Xia Bailing glanced at the clock hanging on the wall and said worriedly, I'll have the guards go to the newspaper office to take a look. Hua Jiangwo's sword brows furrowed slightly, and once again he was about to head towards the study. Su Wan pushed open the door to the room just then and walked in. It was a bit of a surprise to see Uncle Hua waiting in the living room and Auntie Xia back. Su Wan, why are you back so late? We are all waiting for you to have dinner. Xia Bailing saw that Su Wan had returned safely. Her worried brows loosened. She went forward and took Su Wan's hand, speaking gently and affectionately. Your uncle was just about to let the guards go to the newspaper office to look for you. Xia Bailing was born gentle, and her voice was also gentle, giving people a feeling like a spring breeze. Su Wan's light and gentle eyes heart moved, looking somewhat unexpected. She had deliberately stayed late at the newspaper office translating articles, and had bought some food on the way back. Sort of a dinner. It was to avoid contact with Hua's family, especially Grandma Hua. But it just didn't occur to her that Uncle Hua and Auntie Xia had been waiting for her to have dinner. It put her over the edge. Auntie Xia, I came back late because the manuscript was needed in a hurry. Uncle Hua, Auntie Xia, you don't have to wait for me. Su Wan is pulled to the dining table by Xia Bailing's gentle hand, pursing her lips lightly while wondering why Grandma Hua isn't there. How can that be? You're a guest of our Hua family. We definitely need to take good care of you. Xia Bailing has a gentle smile on her lips. Auntie would also like to thank you properly for taking care of my son for so many days. Then he said to Hua Sini, who had come up. Sini, go call your little uncle to come down for dinner. Why is Hua Linghan back again? Then wouldn't she have to sleep in the same room with Mrs. Wu again tonight? I'm not going. Hua Sini bristled, afraid that her little uncle would ferociously try to pull out her teeth. However, Hua Linghan also walked down at this time, holding a brown paper bag of documents in his hands. His face cold and rigid, his lines stern. The dark and deep eyes fell on Su Wan's body and quickly moved away indifferently, because the aura around him was just too cold and strong. Su Wan could not help but glance towards him. It just felt cold and kind of mean. After Wu Ma brought the food to the table, the family sat down to eat. Xia Bailing clipped a chicken leg into Su Wan's bowl, while the remaining one was given to Hua Xine. Auntie, I won't eat it.
Suwon hastily stops it.
In itself, she has eaten it back. Give it to head Hwa.
Her tone was soft and falling. These days you've been stewing all kinds of tonic soups. Fish and shrimp again.
He's not too far behind this chicken leg.
Auntie Se insisted on placing the chicken leg clip in Suwon's bowl and said with a smile.
And Suwon in the future. Don't address the position at home. Just call brother Lord Han.
Suwon narrowed her eyes and smiled somewhat reluctantly.
Such a cold and icy person. She really couldn't call out. Hua Linghan didn't move as he drank the chicken soup in the bowl. Think of the letter in which she intimately and warmly addresses him as Dear Brother Hua.
He pursed his lips and his face grew colder and harder. But his ears twitched.
Suwon.
In the future, then just move into Lord Han's room.
Xia Bailing glances towards Hua Linghan. Still cold and refusing to let anyone in. The closet in the Lord Cold house is large. And there is a full body mirror on the cabinet. Anyway,
Lord Cold most of the time live in the unit.
And is a big bachelor. Do not need to sleep in such a good room. Put it as also put. Occasionally come back. Sleep in the study is good.
Xia Bailing thought that Suwon would have to stay in Beiping for at least a year.
And would definitely need a decent room. It's also convenient to bring your classmates back to play, study,
or whatever in the future.
Auntie, I've already bothered you and Uncle Hua a lot. And in the future,
Head Hua will also get married and bring an object back. And I don't think it's too convenient for me to continue to live in Hua's house.
So, Suwon's eyes moved again, meeting Auntie Xia's sincere eyes. Feeling Xia's auntie's concern and love for her. For a moment I didn't know what to say. But after just a moment's hesitation,
but still lightly biting her fresh red lips,
she politely said, So I still want to move out. Find a place a little closer to the school.
And also be able to focus more on my studies.
She, a person from the latter part of the world, was already free-spirited and used to being independent. Although moving out may require facing various difficulties,
what she yearns for more is the freedom of being alone in her own house,
doing whatever she wants, without having to tighten a thread all the time and worrying about other people's feelings. Hua Linghan's grip on the chopsticks tightened with a force that was almost audible as a subtle chopstick cracking sound. Chief Hua.
It's inconvenient to live in Hua's house.
He'll get married and bring someone back later.
Almost every word was like a fist that hit him hard in the chest.
It's hard to hold it in. Is she so eager to move out because of that man in the morning? He helped her find a house? Hua Luohan's jawline tightly tensed. After a while slowly opened his mouth. Want to move out? It's me who also do not like to send people under the fence. The voice was faint, with an icy air. Chapter 78 Compensation. Lord Han. What are you talking about?
Xia Bailing immediately snapped and gave a knife look.
But even though it was a knife look,
the person was gentle and didn't have much of a fierce look.
Hua, who had been eating calmly, also floated a majestic look over.
The word foster is too hard to hear. And it was meant to be taken care of when it was taken over.
I'll help you find a house.
Hua Linghan lifts his head expressionlessly to look at Suwon. Coldly the seemingly calm and unruffled black eyes fell on her,
giving her a heavy feeling of distant mountains and heavy fog,
as if she had suddenly lost weight.
Thank you, Chief Hua. I'm already asking my co-workers to help me ask around. There should be news soon. Suwon was obviously a little unexpected,
and then slightly curved the corner of her lips. Her eyes were pure and clear as she said back. The tone of voice was soft and polite, as if treating a relative at home that you don't see more than a few times a year.
Ling Han. Xia Bailing warned Hua Linghan again, crumbling her face. Hua Linghan indifferently lowered his eyes, and after finishing the chicken soup in the bowl,
He added another bowl of rice and put a chopstick of white rice into his mouth with a big gulp.
Appearing cold and unconcerned, Xia Bailing glanced towards Hua Jiangwo again.
And this reaction from Lord Han was clearly that he would prefer Su Wan to move out.
Detached and cold. Did you just happen to come back today to get the papers? Su Wan. If you were a boy, uncle wouldn't object. But it's not very safe for you to move out as a girl.
And you'll encounter a lot of trouble in your life. Such as replacing light bulbs,
fixing plumbing, and whatnot.
Hua Jiangwo put down his chopsticks and said in a serious tone. And Grandma has gone to the second uncle's house for the time being. She shouldn't come back before the new year this year. So it's convenient for you to live alone in the room upstairs.
And you won't be disturbed when you study. Su Wan. Before Auntie has been out of town for further study. Did not take care of you?
Later. Xia Bailing glanced again at her son, who buried his head in his food and was indifferent. Wanted to whisk him back to the hospital tonight and make room for Su Wan to sleep in. But thought about it after all. He was still injured.
I'll have Mrs. Wu pack up the room for you when tomorrow comes.
In the face of Uncle Hui and Auntie Xia's enthusiastic retention,
Su Wan, though embarrassed, is well aware that at Huo Lingan's age and as a regimental cadre, he definitely wants to get married as soon as possible. Maybe we'll get our date back home on the 4th of July.
It really wasn't appropriate for her to live in the Hua household. And it was mainly to avoid suspicion.
Uncle Hua. Auntie Xia. You've already taken care of me.
If it wasn't for Uncle Hua this time, I don't know if I would have been able to get out of the NSA. You guys don't worry, the house my co-workers helped me find is definitely next to their neighborhood. So anything will be taken care of. And Grandma Hua should also want to see Head Hua start a family as soon as possible.
How can I stay in Head Hua's room?
And where will Head Hua bring his sister-in-law back to stay in the future?
When I'm on vacation at the end of Saturday in the future. If I'm not busy studying, I'll come back to see you guys.
Su Wan lightly bit her soft lips.
Her eyes said with sincerity and honesty.
And her heart had already made this decision.
Colleagues?
Hua Luohan couldn't help but think of the face of the handsome young man that he had seen in the morning. The cracks in the chopsticks in his hands grew larger and larger. His slender fingertips clenched to the point that they were slightly white.
And he lowered them.
His unmoving brows and eyes dipped in cold frost. The powerfully chiseled jaw was tightly taut. Hua Jiangwo and Xia Bailing didn't try to persuade her any further when they saw this. And it's also true that when Su Wan first came to the Hua family, she was made to suffer a lot of grievances and prejudice. But it was also clear that it wouldn't be that easy for Su Wan to find a suitable house to move out. So Xia Bailing smiled and chucked another piece of cured bacon into Su Wan's bowl.
Out of the corner of his eye,
Hua Lunghan's eyes skimmed the piece of bacon that was half fat and half sole.
It was smoked. Not as fatty as fresh fat.
And the texture was on the tough side. But it looked crystal clear.
Suwan can't eat fat. He slowed down his eating. Auntie, I actually ate and came back.
Because I translated too late and I was hungry, so I ate something with my co-workers on the way home from work.
Su Wan quickly refused. I'm already very full now.
It was a stretch to get her to eat a chicken drumstick.
And she really couldn't eat anything else. Sitting next to her at the desk translating is a second-level translator, Jiang Manhwa. Because some phrases feel that the translation is not accurate enough to have a meaning.
When she got up to pour some water, she saw her frown and gave her some advice. So she was kind enough to look at it for her. Then when they got off work together, they insisted on buying her a cannoli, which was supposed to be a favor. But of course she didn't agree. Just one person paid for the food. One person paid for the food stamps. And came back well fed. Hua Luohan breathed heavily, feeling a stabbing pain at his shoulder. Putting down the chopsticks in his hands, his voice calm, permeated with a metallic cold texture.
Mom and Dad, I'm full. You guys eat slowly. Then he got up and went upstairs with the brown paper bag. Xia Bailing had already gotten used to Huo Lingan's eating speed. Hearing that Suwon came back from eating didn't force her to. So she let her drink another bowl of chicken soup. After eating, Xia Bailing didn't let her clean up the dishes and told her to go wash up and go to bed earlier. But she also wanted to review her history and geography textbooks again. Just go upstairs and get your books and bring down your pillow bedding on the way. Open the study light to see a brown cowhide file bag sitting on the desk. Exactly the one that Huo Linghan just took when he went upstairs. Suwon glanced towards Huo Linggan's room with some confusion. Their rooms were next to each other, separated by a wall. And the door to the room was closed, with a dim light coming through the cracks inside. She opened the craft paper bag and saw that there were so many tickets sitting inside. Food stamps, cloth stamps, soap stamps, shoe stamps. The most that you can get is a cloth ticket. Suwon was very surprised. This is for her? So many tickets and she needs them badly. She certainly didn't dare think so. Taking the brown craft paper bag, she knocked on the door of Huo Linggan's room. Huo Linggan's shirt is half open, revealing his lean shoulders and arms. And he's standing in front of the closet's full-body mirror to change the medicine on his wounds. Hearing the knock on the door, the god biting down on the bandage paused slightly and looked to the door of the room. What is it? Chief Hua. I saw a craft paper bag on the desk with a lot of tickets in it. It should be that you forgot to put it away. I put it on the floor for you. Suwon's clear and sharp voice comes from outside the door. With that, he crouched down and placed the item on the ground. Huo Linghan rewound the bandage on the wound, buttoned up his coat, and pulled open the door to the room. The tall and upright figure was like a mountain over Suwon's body, calm and slightly sinister. This is my compensation for misunderstanding you. Huo Linggan's dark eyes stare at her, and he says expressionlessly. Suwon, who had just stood up to leave, was a bit surprised, not thinking that it was really for herself, and shook her head. Chief Hua. No need. You've already apologized to me. And you've also written a review for me. To be or not to be is your business. I'm going to do what I have to do. Huo Linghan opens his thinly cut lips and says again. I'll help you keep an eye on the house. And I'll notify you as soon as I have news. Also, my parents don't really want you to move out. So it's going to be hard for you to find a house on your own. He lowered a pair of dark, bottomless black eyes to just look at her. This is a bit of a surprise to Suwon. She also asked Jiang Manhwa about the house today. And she also knows that the matter of the house is not in a hurry. Especially in this day and age. There is no concept of renting a house. It's all about seeing whose relatives or friends have an empty room and then introducing them to live there. It was just a matter of luck. It would be quick if she stumbled upon it. And if she didn't, she'd just have to ask around more. Suwon didn't say anything, her slender eyelashes blinking gently, as if she was contemplating something. Huo Linghan glanced at the brown craft paper bag on the floor and then closed the door to the room. The light in front of her was cut off for a moment. Suwon looked at the craft paper bag on the ground. Since it was to make up for the misunderstanding of her, she would keep it. It's nice to have an extra way to help her find a house. There was no need for her to be blindly heroic and embarrass herself with her limited abilities right now. Just wait for the next paycheck. Or cook more for Uncle Hua and Auntie Xie and return it in some other way. Suwon bent down and picked up the craft paper bag on the floor and returned to her room. Huo Linghan looked at the craft paper bag that was taken away in front of the doorway. And in his ink-tilted pupils was an abyss. The thin lips pursed into a straight line. Extraordinarily resolute. The next day, Suwon woke up late because of last night's revision of the history book, and waited until it was almost 10 o'clock when she arrived at the publisher's translation team. though she is on a sit-down shift. Her commute is free. Just up to the second floor. I saw the office people either holding their cups of tea or standing up and probing towards Director Mu's office. Fong Yu was furious. Her words coming from Director Mu's office. Director Mu. Regardless of whether Su-won is a spy or not. I saw it with my own eyes when she was taken away for investigation by the National Security Bureau. I didn't slander her. Where's the evidence? Who else saw it besides you? After all, Fong Yu's family is somewhat related to the editor-in-chief's family. And Director Mu only called Fong Yu to his office this morning to discuss her dismissal after asking Editor-in-Chief Lu what he wanted to do yesterday. As a result, Fong Yu insisted on accusing Su-won of being a spy and asked him to dismiss her along with him. Director Mu asked. Just sitting in his chair with Tarzan unmoving. Fong Yu's face held red for a moment. Yesterday she went to the military hospital wanting to find the doctors and nurses who saw Su-won being taken away by the national security the day before. But after asking the whole floor, everyone said they didn't know. Had never heard of it. And the doctors and nurses who were there at the time. She didn't see what they looked like and couldn't find them. She couldn't find any other witnesses at all. No. There is. She's just afraid to look for it. Director Mu. Su-won was secretly taken away by the state security for investigation. Not many people saw it at that time. I swear. If I lie, the heavens will strike me down and I will not be allowed to die. Fong Yu held up her hand and swore viciously. And her voice was extraordinarily loud. Itching to be heard by the entire second-floor office. A square face became slightly twisted and distorted from anger and resentment. How she hadn't expected the caliber of everyone to change when she arrived at the publishing house today. They all thought that she was the one who had problems with Su-won. Was jealous of Su-won. And deliberately slandered her. She was simply furious. She must tear apart Su-won's hypocritical side. She must let everyone know that Su-won was a spy who had been taken away by the national security. Director Mia was also slightly stunned for a moment. And was just about to open his mouth to tell Fong Yu to calm down a bit. Fong Yu then saw Su-won who came to work. And immediately rushed out of Director Mu's office. Grabbing Su-won's hand. Her voice high and indignant. Su-won, tell me yourself. Were you taken away from the military hospital by two people from the State Security Bureau in the morning the day before yesterday? Don't you want to deny it? I saw it all at that time. Director Mu chased out of the office. And the eyes of the other people who were working in the office all fell on Su-won's body. Is it true that Su-won was taken away by the NSA for investigation? Some whispered away. Fong Yu has sworn venomously like this. So maybe there really is such a thing. Whoever takes a poisonous oath is right? Then what do we need public security and the law for? Jiang Mengyue couldn't hear it and disliked it. Su-won pursed her lips. The warm and gentle watery eyes were a piece of tenderness and fear. Pinched herself hard with the hand hidden in the green satchel. Her pretty eyes became red all of a sudden. And crystalline teardrops tumbled at the bottom of her eyes. Teacher Fong. I know I'm from the countryside and have no one to turn to. But you can't always bully me like this. I've already said that I didn't tell anyone about the mall dress at all. And the fact that your blind date went yellow really isn't any of my business. But what chief you liked rejected yours the same day. Su-won's slender, white and tender wrist was held tightly by Fong Yu. A timid and weak. Always suppressed by Fong Yu. Bullied, not daring to resist. The eyes are getting redder and redder. The teardrops rolled down to both cheeks and pink cheeks. Wanting to fall. Extraordinarily icy pity. She knew very well that even if she wasn't really a spy in this day and age, as long as she had been brought back by the national security to be investigated, her reputation would inevitably suffer. Even if it's the latter days. When you were suspected by the police of being a murder suspect, brought into the police station, and later released, people around you will still take advantage of this too. pointing fingers at you, always thinking that you are not innocent. As long as Fong Yu didn't come up with absolute proof out, there was absolutely no way she would recognize it. Fong Yu was once again poked to the sore spot, getting more and more irritated, and grabbed Su Wan's arm in a death grip to make her admit that she had been taken away by the state security. Su Wan, don't try to deny it and change the subject. At that time, Chief Hua was also present, and he also accompanied you to the State Security Bureau to be investigated. Then why did you say it with such conviction? Why didn't you let Chief Hua prove it to you instead of repeatedly forcing me to do it? Just because you know I'll be going to Reed High School in the future. And you're a teacher at Reed High School. The look on Su Wan's face became more and more aggrieved and helpless. A soft and pure face appeared to be extraordinarily terrified. And her voice said in a thin and weak voice. The moment these words came out, those who originally still believed Fong Yu somewhat were filled with righteous indignation. The natural suppressive relationship between teacher and student alone gave one every reason to doubt the reason why Fong Yu dared to do it so without fear. Fong Yu, let go. Lu Rui hurriedly came at this time, protecting in front of Su Wan. I really didn't expect you to be such a person. Chapter 79, Thank you. Captain Hua. As a teacher. Is this how you conduct yourself as a teacher? Set an example and teach? Jealous that your own student is better than you. Slandering her over and over again. And trying to use your position as a teacher at Reed High School to bully her into admitting it. Using your power to oppress others. You're simply a teacher in vain. If your parents weren't in the school board, could you have been assigned to be a teacher at a school as good as Reed High School? Lu Rui's handsome and gentle face was filled with anger. Looking at Su Wan because of her rural origins. No identity and no background. And being a student, she was too timid and afraid to resist. The fire of justice in his heart blazed. And he firmly stood up to defend Su Wan and fight for her. After the past few days, Fong Yu was also attracted by Lu Rui's talent. And saw her blind date defending this hillbilly. Like this. First it was Chief Hua. Then Lu Rui. Fong Yu's eyes were red with anger. Almost losing her mind. And tears fell down with her. Especially when looking at Su Wan, who always used that innocent and compassionate expression of a soft willow. Pear blossom and rain. Her lungs literally exploded with anger. This little is so. She has seen the strong and powerful look of her angry salesman at the mall. She's not like that at all. She is deliberately playing soft and pitiful in front of everyone, wanting others to sympathize with her. She must tear her trick face and let everyone see the true face of this. This thought instantly took over Fong Yu's entire brain as soon as it came out. Going up to tear Su Wan's hair and her face. Hissing, "Don't you pretend anymore. You are the one who has been taken away by the National Security Bureau to investigate in the name of suspected spies. You don't want to escape. Weren't you quite arrogant and strong when you grabbed the skirt with me in the shopping mall? What kind of softness and pitifulness are you pretending here now?" Fong Yu tore Su Wan's hair and also pushed Su Wan hard. Not only to vent her anger, but also to make Su Wan fight back, so that everyone could see her true colors. However, Su Wan just dodged in fear and horror, setting off Fong Yu's increasing brutality and unreasonableness. He himself was very helpless. It was only after 2 tears and before the slap hit Su Wan's face. Fong Yu was stopped by Director Mu and Lu Rui, who also forcefully separated the two people. "Fong Yu, have you made enough of a scene?" Director Mu spoke out in annoyed majesty. This is the first time an office lesbian tearing up and fighting has happened. Lu Rui also even found the people in the Defense Department to hurry to take away the crazy Fong Yu. To end this farce earlier. "Let me go. You guys let me go." Director Mu. Team Leader Lu. She is the one who was taken away by the National Security Bureau for investigation. She is the spy. She is faking all this. Fong Yu was used to being a little princess at home. And because of her mom and dad, she had been courted and spoiled her entire student career. Say what you want and there won't be a single dissenting voice around. Never have I encountered anything as embarrassing and frustrating as today. The whole thing collapsed emotionally straight away. Crying and screaming and proving it vociferously. However, the more this happened, the more the crowd would only pay attention to Fong Yu's insanity. The ferocity with which she had just rushed up to go and fight Su Wan had been seen by everyone. Su Wan knew very well that it was not Lu Rui's helping her out that made Fong Yu lose control of her emotions so fiercely. But rather she was irritated by the fact that she always had a soft, pitiful demeanor. The original body in the beginning was crushed and overstimulated by Su Shelwei's move of being a soft white lotus. Not to mention Su Shelwei's trick of speaking in tea and pretending to be weak and miserable really works. Su Wan lightly inhaled her nose. Braided twisted braids were torn loose. The corners of her eyes red. Wet vapor dense full of the entire autumn water sheer eyes. Almost overflowing eye sockets. There were still a few drops of crystal dew hanging on the black and slender eyelash feathers. Wanting to fall. Rolling down with her hoarse and soft voice with a crying tone. Director Mu. I know that after such a mess from Ms. Fong, even if I say that nothing like this has happened, everyone won't believe me. Su Wan wiped the tears that rolled down her pink cheeks, lightly trembling her eyelashes as she spoke in helpless resignation. She in the latter part of the world all the way through the entrepreneurship to make the company so big. Naturally know that Fong Yu so a mess. The back of the leadership will certainly intervene to find a separate talk to her. And others are sure to be skeptical about it. So instead of being forced to admit it, she'd come forward now. Teacher Fong clearly knows that I come from the countryside and very much need this translation job to earn tuition fees. And before that, he almost made me unable to go to school. Su Wan choked and said. Since Mr. Fong said that Chief Hua was present at the time. Director Mu, you can go and question Chief Hua. Her eyes were firm, without the slightest hint of evasion or avoidance. And she used words carefully. It's not that she would think that Ho Linghan would help her hide her speech. But it's that anyone is aware of the impact that this NSA matter would have on her. Ho Linghan wouldn't respond unless he hated her very much. It's also the equivalent of throwing the whole self-incrimination thing out the window. When the people in the office heard Su Wan say this, they naturally thought that it was Fong Yu who was not thinking correctly and had a corrupt character. Su Wan who can't see that her students are better than her teachers and deliberately slanders them. This Fong Yu is really an eye-opener. The editorial department's editor-in-chief Li is Fong Yu's aunt. And that matter of the report card is all handled by editor-in-chief Li alone. To say it's not intentional retaliation. Who believes it? That's right. Director Mu asked Fong Yu to take the evidence. And she couldn't take anything out. Besides, since it was the National Security Bureau that secretly took away the investigation, how come it was so coincidental that she saw it? And why did she run to the military hospital for good reason? You guys weren't there yesterday. When a nurse from a military hospital came forward and said she hadn't heard about the national security arrests, but instead shook out all the bad and ugly things she had done. And that she was just deliberately retaliating. With a very bad heart. Comrade Su Wan, I believe you are innocent. Lu Rui's black and white eyes burned and firmly looked at Su Wan and said, showing his attitude. At the same time, he took out a chevron handkerchief from his shirt pocket and handed it to Su Wan to wipe her tears. Su Wan, I believe you too. Jiang Manhwa ran to Su Wan's side holding her hand and calming her. Thank you. Team leader Lu. Su Wan said softly. And didn't bother to take the handkerchief handed over by Lu Rui. Turning to take the handkerchief in Jiang Manhwa's hand. Okay. Everyone get to work. Director Mu snapped at the crowd. Since Su Wan had taken the initiative to ask for proof, Director Mu certainly believed Su Wan. The main thing is that everyone also knows Fong Yu's character. knows her character, and was actually hammered by the nurses at the military hospital. So everyone went back to their posts and started to continue the day's work. Jiang Manhwa took Su-won's hand and accompanied her back to the translation team, and even helped her untie her torn braid and rebraided it with a twist. Lu Rui then helped Su-won pour a cup of hot water. Everyone in the translation team knew that team leader Lu was Fong Yu's blind date. But now he was so considerate and concerned about Su-won. Gao Hui, who had just returned from going to the toilet, smiled at the sight and said, "Comrade Su-won, team leader Lu was really concerned about you. Before, when Comrade Fong Yu was there, I hadn't even seen team leader Lu help Comrade Fong Yu pour water." Lu Rui was so pinpointed by Gao Hui. His handsome and coy face was a bit unnatural. But he still coughed lightly and took out his identity as the leader of the translation team and said, "Comrade Gao Hui, as the leader of the team, it's only right for me to be concerned about the new team members. Team leader Lu, thank you. I'll just do it myself." Su-won politely said thanks, looking at the tea Lu Rui poured. The words were, "But in this age of simplicity and simplicity, all know what it means. He's Fong Yu's blind date, and she definitely has to find a way to stay away." After Lu Rui said a few more words about everyone translating well, not slowing down the progress, and if he encountered any difficulties to find him, he returned to his own small single-room office. This would not have been so talkative for team leader Lu in the past. And these words were clearly directed at Su-won. Gao Hui pick up their own enamel cylinder to pick up the thermos bottle, poured a teapot of water, while holding more than 5 months pregnant belly. As if chatting to the other group, said, "Now some of the girls are particularly smart. Know that their own origins are not good. Will use their own advantages to try to do everything possible to climb up the ladder. And I do not know if you can fly on the branch into a phoenix." Many people had seen the scene where team leader Lu had come out to defend Su-won just now. And it was team leader Lu who had asked the people from the defense section to get rid of Fong Yu. This clear-eyed person could tell at a glance that it was insinuating that Su-won wanted to climb up the ladder and steal Fong Yu's object on the basis of her good looks. Su-won Lung, who had already picked up the pen and was preparing to translate the next manuscript with peace of mind, hooked her lips, raised her head with a face of innocence, blinking her fluttering eyes, and asked, "Sister Gao Hui, you know so well. Isn't it because you used to be like this? What are you talking nonsense about?" Gao Hui was instantly infuriated by Su-won and rounded her eyes, placing the enamel cylinder in her hand heavily on the table. "Sister Gao Hui, I just said it casually. Why are you angry?" Su-won still had a face of clueless innocence, as if she had just casually said it. If Gao Hui was more serious, it would appear to be true. She forcefully suppressed the anger in her heart, fiercely gouged out Su-won, and resumed sitting back in her seat. He also knew that this Su-won, who was soft and calm on the surface, was not that easy to deal with. Jiang Manhwa on the side quietly gave Su-won a thumbs up, because Gao Hui was senior and older than them. Plus the interpreter was really up to par. She didn't spare any effort to hit and bully the other members in the group. And it's especially good at taking advantage of the situation. It's one thing on the surface and another thing behind the scenes. Su-won then smiled warmly at Jiang Manhwa. She knew workplace relations too well. This was an obedience test. As long as she didn't say anything just now, then Gao Hui would intensify and blatantly bully her next. And she is a temporary translator. And this 200,000 word translation of the document only she can translate well. And Director Mu also want urgent. How could she possibly be spoiled? If it wasn't for the fact that she was pregnant, she would have surely followed it up with a further conspiratorial addition. "Are you so angry because I got you right?" But Comrade Su-won, I also have to remind you that although team leader Lu is a very nice person with a straightforward and simple personality, team leader Lu's father and mother will definitely not agree to team leader Lu dating a rural girl.
Jiang Mangyue also felt very much in tune with Su Wan and liked her character. Seeing that twice team leader Lu cared for her and was rejected by her, she kindly reminded her of such a sentence. In fact, not only is the family like the head of the Lu group cannot accept a rural girl, is the general city of the ordinary family will not marry a rural daughter-in-law. Su Wan knew that Jiang Mangyue was being kind, also seeing that she was young and treating her as a younger sister. So she revealed a toothless smile. Sister Mangyue. The leader of the group might just be looking at the fact that I'm still a senior high school student and just came to the translation team. Don't misunderstand the leader's meaning. And also my main task right now is to study and prepare for the college entrance exams. Jiang Mangyue is 22 this year. 4 years older than Su Wan. And is a calm and steady-minded person. After looking at Su Wan's expression of serious study with no distractions, and determining that she would indeed not be interested in team leader Lu, just breathe a sigh of relief in your mind. The whole translation team was filled with the sound of pens writing and books being read. Lu Rui's office door was facing Su Wan's desk. As long as he looked up, he could see Su Wan burying her head in focusing on translating the manuscript. His eyes were as calm as water, and his eyebrows were as clear as a rock. The fresh and red lips were pursed lightly at times, and at times the shell teeth bit lightly. Both cheeks pare eddies clear and shallow, very warm and soft. Let Lu Rui did not translate a few pages of manuscript for a day, and his handsome and shy face was covered with a thin layer of red. A clap of thunder startled the serious translation team members, followed by a downpour of rain. And the sky was dark as if a big hole had been broken. Blah, 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 blah. The rain hit the window as thickly as beans. The content of the bridge that Su Wan was now translating happened to be a mountain village in a raging storm, which in turn made Su Wan feel even more at home. Without lifting his head a bit, he held the newly purchased hero pen and translated swish swish. The rest of the group too. However, who knew that the rain fell at once until the end of the day? And the water on the road flooded the 3 steps in front of the newspaper building. Some of the men went straight off with oil paper umbrellas, rolled up their pant legs and dribbled, or rode their bikes in black storm coats. And some other men and women who didn't have their umbrellas with them, or who wanted to wait until it rained a little less, were waiting downstairs at the newspaper office. Lu Rui just got his driver's license last year. So in addition to being the leader of the translation team, he was also the newspaper's driver. And he was also responsible for any information that needed to be transported. He has the keys to the car in the newspaper office now. He saw such a heavy rain. Su Wan and did not bring an umbrella. Walked to the side of Su Wan, lightly licked his lips, said somewhat coyly, "Comrade Su Wan, this rain do not know how long it will continue to rain. The road area water is so deep. The bus is surely not over. What is the place where your family lives? Do not I drive to send you back it?" Now in this day and age most homes use bucket hats and straw raincoats. And being able to ride in a minivan on a rainy day is a top-notch treat. No need, team leader Lu. It won't be too late for me to leave when the rain stops. When Su Wan, who was chatting with Jiang Mangyue, heard this, she quickly refused. "Comrade Su Wan, team leader Lu's home and your home seem to be in the same direction. So why don't you just take team leader Lu's car to go back on your way? Lest you get sick and catch a cold and delay the progress of translating the books." Director Miao, as a person who had been there before, had seen Lu Rui's mind today. So he simply pushed the water and advised. No sooner had these words been uttered than an olive green Jeep was seen to drive into the newspaper building, and parked firmly directly in front of the steps of the building. "Get in." The passenger window was rolled open, and Huo Lingen's handsome, rigid face is revealed from the rain. A pair of hawk-like sharp black eyes quickly locked onto Su Wan, who was standing at the very inside. Beside her also stood that day wearing gold-rimmed glasses of the gentleman handsome man. Cold eyebrows slightly sunk,
and then pulled open the door straight out of the car. The long legs directly crossed the steps that didn't go over the water. And his posture was straight and upright as he walked in front of Soo-won. His body was wearing a black storm coat that covered him from head to toe. And his whole person looked extraordinarily cold and solemn, with a powerful aura that people could not ignore. Holding the rubberized yellow storm coat in her hand to Soo-won. Put it on and go out again. Soo-won is a little stunned, completely not expecting Hwo Ling-han to come. Of course it could have been Uncle Hwa and Auntie Sa who sent someone to pick her up. Facing the astonished gazes projected over by the crowd, Soo-won reached out to take it and put it on, saying a word of thanks. Thank you, Captain Hwa. Chapter 80, Are you guys married? Captain Hwa. Can you drop off my colleague again on the way? Soo-won asks as she buttons up her wind and raincoat and lifts her head to look at Hwo Ling-han. This rain didn't know when it would stop. And Jiang Manhwa didn't bring an umbrella just like her. Hwo Liao-han's cold and sharp sight swept a glance at Lu Rui next to him. A strong sense of oppression and intimidation caused Lu Rui to hold the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. He also looks at Hwo Ling-han and wonders what his relationship with Soo-won is. Soo-won pulled Jiang Manhwa's hand beside her at this point. The corners of Hwo Ling-han's flat lips loosened slightly. Yes. Jiang Manhwa is also very happy. This stormy weather to be able to ride the jeep home. Do not have to become a soup chicken home is simply great. Standing not far away, Gao Hui heard it. Holding a belly of more than 5 months, with a face of a good big sister, squeezed to Soo-won's side. Her face piled up with a warm smile. Comrade Soo-won. Then by the way, give me another ride. My home is not far from here. And the road is slippery in rainy days. I'm not too convenient. While talking to herself, she was also touching her 5-month pregnant belly. It was as if he had a pretty good relationship with Soo-won. Sister Gao Hui. Didn't you dislike Soo-won in the morning for her bad background and mocked her for wanting to become a phoenix from the countryside? Why do you want to rub Soo-won's car back now? Jiang Manhwa said with an innocent and clueless expression. A smile on her face. Learning from Soo-won's way of speaking today, he said these words in a joking, casual manner. Jiang Manhwa knows Gao Hui too well. Thick-skinned. Not to take advantage is to suffer. On the basis of her pregnancy, others are embarrassed to reject her. To get an inch. Gao Hui's face slightly stiffened. But Ginger is still old and hot. The smile on her face became more and more enthusiastic and intimate. Manhwa, which I have said these. I was praising Soo-won for being progressive and hardworking. That's why she would let the Lu team leader look at her differently. There's no extra place. Hwo Ling-han narrowed his eyes for a moment and spoke coldly. You're pregnant. Why didn't your husband come to pick you up? Soo-won didn't say anything just now, actually hoping that Hwo Ling-han would refuse. I didn't realize he disliked people so much. Poking them where it hurts with a single mouthful. It's raining so hard and she's pregnant. But if her family cared about her, they would have borrowed a tricycle to pick her up from the newspaper office early. Gao Hui relies on the fact that she's pregnant and almost no one will ever turn her down yet. However, he did not expect to be poked in the lung tube at once. And his face was very ugly. Comrade officer. My husband is very busy working in a confidential unit. How can he pick up people in a minivan like you? This female comrade. How can you say that? Today's heavy rainstorm. Our chief was injured and still hospitalized, yet no to come to pick up people. Your husband works in a confidential unit. And you are pregnant. Shouldn't you send a car to pick you up? At this time the guard Xiao Zhang walked in, holding a yellow oil paper umbrella in his hand, and said with a naive head. This sentence directly choked Gao Hui there. Unable to say a word for half a day. Her husband is a small section of the confidential unit. The hand is not so big power. And the two are blind date to meet. There is not much affection. I'm not sure how other people behave as husbands. But anyway, there's no way I'd let my pregnant wife go home alone in the pouring rain. And even more so, I wouldn't rest assured that she'd hitch a ride with other co-workers. Huo Langhan finished in a cold voice. The dark eyes settled on Su Wan's body, checking to see if she had her rain windbreaker on. It's windy outside. Pull the hat rope tight. As soon as the crowd heard this, their gazes all fell on Huo Linghan and Su Wan. Could this officer be Su Wan's date? Director Mu and Lu Rui both froze for a moment as well. To be able to get someone who was still injured and hospitalized to brave a heavy rainstorm to come pick them up. They couldn't really think of any other relationship other than the object. Or have both of them already filed their reports and gotten married? Su Wan. Who is this officer to you? Lu Rui looked at Su Wan and inquired. A pair of nervous burning eyes falling on Su Wan's face. Could it be that Su Wan has been seeing someone for a long time and is already married? Lu Rui knew that it was a little impolite to ask, but was a little desperate to know the relationship between the two. Chief Hua He. Su Wan was a little uncomfortable by Huo Linghan's words. But when she thought about it, his own personality and upbringing was like this. People are cold, but they are actually very protective in front of outsiders. Just like the troops are very protective of their own soldiers. Their own soldiers, and how bad. How I scold how to train is my business. But it is not your turn to point fingers. Scolding my soldiers. Before, at Principal Song's house, he clearly hated her. But he still helped her eat even though he saw that she couldn't eat the fatty meat. Just about to open his mouth to explain the relationship between the two. Huo Linghan's tall and straight figure immediately blocked in front of the two, separating Lu Rui's line of sight to Su Wan. The family has already made ginger soup. Let's go. Lu Rui's face stiffened slightly. Su Wan is now living in this officer's house? Then what exactly is their relationship? Are they relatives? Director Miao is also somewhat puzzled. When Professor Xia introduced Su Wan to come, he only said that he ran into him on the road. How? After Jiang Mengyue got into the car. She was even more curious. Her heart was like having ants crawling. And her eyes were shining brightly. Not being able to wipe away the rainwater that smashed on her face. She got next to Su Wan and looked at Huo Linghan, who helped Su Wan close the car door before getting on the car, and asked. Su Wan. Is this the Hua headmaster you mentioned in the morning? Right. Su Wan glanced at Huo Linghan, who was looking down and fastening his seatbelt, and nodded. Are you and Captain Huo already married? Then Jiang Mengyue's next sentence was shocking. It wasn't that she thought so, but the words that Chief Hua had said on his way out were just too intriguing. Being hospitalized with an injury and picked up in the pouring rain is completely above and beyond what an object should do. More like a conscientious husband. If that's the case, then it's great. You have an officer husband. So Fong Yu won't dare to do anything to you. Honestly, after what happened today, I'm quite afraid that Fong Yu is waiting for an opportunity to retaliate against you based on her family's connections. Jiang Mengyue spoke with concern. Which was why the other people in the publishing house didn't really talk to Su Wan. They all knew that Su Wan was from the countryside and Fong Yu's parents were from the Education Bureau. Even with the help of Director Mu and team leader Lu this time. But it was easy for Fong Yu to use her family connections to retaliate against Su Wan. Su Wan was startled by Jiang Mengyue's words and hurriedly denied. Of course not. Sister Mengyue. I don't have anything with Chief Hua. While Su Wan was thinking about how to explain her relationship with Huo Linghan, who was sitting in the co-driver's seat, raised his eyes and narrowed them coldly through the car's rearview mirror. What happened today? Is Fong Yu the same Fong teacher from Reed High School? Yes. I heard Su Wan say that it seems like you had a blind date with Head Hua before. But you didn't look at her. Jiang Mengyue then told Head Hua everything that had happened today. also including what had happened in front of the newspaper building yesterday as well. Huo Lingyan's sharp knife eyebrows quickly clustered, permeated with a cold, dangerous aura. If it wasn't for Jiang Manhua's words, he wouldn't even know that Fang Yu had actually been looking for Su Wan's trouble all along. It seemed that the person who reported Su Wan as a spy was most likely Fang Yu. Otherwise, how could she have appeared in the military hospital so coincidentally? And Su Wan never mentioned it to anyone when she went back. Huo Linghan pursed his thin lips, looked at the rearview mirror. Su Wan, smooth like a painting of the soft one-side face, said firmly, "Will not happen in the future. Su Wan, your object is really too good to you." Jiang Manhwa has a calm mind, but her personality is vivacious. And when she hears Hedhua say this, she can't help but pinch Su Wan's arm, feeling happy for her. "Sister Manhwa, Hedhua is not my object. Don't misunderstand." Su Wan denied it again. "That's not an object. What is your relationship?" Jiang Manhwa looked at the two with some doubt and asked after them. Huo Linghan looked at all this through the car's interior rearview mirror, his face seemingly calm, and did not speak. Su Wan did not know how to explain their relationship to Jiang Manhwa for a while, and thought that Huo Linghan should open his mouth to explain, but did not expect to wait half a day with no movement. Then he had to say, "Chief Huai is Professor Xie's son. And it was on Professor Xie's recommendation that I came to the publishing house to apply for a job as an interpreter. Chief Hua sees that I'm still a bit of a high school student and usually takes care of me." After all, Huo Linghan had come to pick her up in stormy weather, and she had given her face to it. Jiang Manhwa was a bit lost after hearing this, and felt that the two people were quite compatible. It was also the hope that a girl from the countryside like Su Wan would have a powerful person to back her up and support her. So that's how it is. Then Hedhua should have someone. I misunderstood. Sorry. Jiang Manhwa hurriedly apologized. After all, a regiment-level cadres, even if not married, that object should certainly be there. I don't have a date yet. Huo Linghan, however, speaks at this time. The sharp rain outside was still crackling against the window panes, and the atmosphere inside the car took a slightly unusual turn. But Huo Linghan sits upright and straight, his line of sight looking straight ahead, his side profile cold and rigid, calm and steady as a mountain. It seemed to be a very unusual sentence. But as Jiang Manhwa, who had experienced a campus relationship with her subject, how did she hear it? She felt that something was wrong. He didn't say anything just now when it was time to debunk the rumor, but now he's pretty quick to do so. But it's also true that the relationship between her and Huo Linghan right now really isn't very good at breaking clear, saying that a relative is not a relative. In terms of relationships, it was only her father and Uncle Hua who were related, not their generation. Sister Manhwa, although Professor Xie's family treats me quite well, but I can't always live in Professor Xie's house. You told me yesterday that your relatives have an empty house. You remember to ask for me, ah? Su Wan didn't care about this. It was still important to hurry up and find a house to move out. So you're just borrowing Professor Xie's house right now, right? Jiang Manhwa keenly pounces on this point again, a pair of starry eyes glancing back and forth between Huo Linghan and Su Wan. Then, to put it another way, Su Wan is now living in Chief Hua's house, and the two were going home together later. Right. Su Wan nodded. Okay. I'll go back and ask my mom to see if the empty house is still there, Jiang Manhwa said as she glanced again at Huo Linghan, who was sitting upright in the co-pilot seat with a serious face. Thank you, Sister Manhwa, Su Wan said with a sweet voice. The direction of Jiang Manhwa's home is the completely opposite direction from the military compound. Because of the torrential rain and gale-force winds, the vehicle is not traveling fast, and some sections of the road are very deep in water.
So Zhang drove very carefully. After the two sat in the back seat and chatted for a while, the topic naturally came up to the foreign books they were currently translating. Zhang Mengyue translated a foreign romance novel. Since she translated it, she must have read it while translating it. She was also attracted by the main character inside the story and tried her best to translate the romance novel well. Want to use Chinese to better and more accurately convey to the reader the love-hate relationship between the main male and female protagonists. So she carried the novel with her. And at this moment, she took out the manuscript in her satchel and pointed to one of the paragraphs to show Su-won. Ask Su-won how this paragraph can be translated better. Su-won lowered her head and looked at it. In fact, she had a problem. That is, she could not sit in a swaying car and read books and words. And when she looked at it, she was dizzy and wanted to vomit. Especially since it was pouring rain outside and the road was rough. It made her heart turn over. But since it was only one paragraph, she put up with it. The two were discussing together how to translate this paragraph. But Zhang Mengyue suddenly raised her head at this time and looked in the direction of the car's rearview mirror. He saw a pair of dark and deeply convergent eyes in the rearview mirror of the car, gazing at Su-won without a moment's notice. With starry eyes, keenly checking her sight. The eyes rippled as they moved to her and looked away. The corners of Zhang Mengyue's lips lightly hooked in pleasure. And she wordlessly looked at Su-won, who had her head down and raised her eyebrows at Huo Linghan. The meaning is obvious enough. That is, if you like it, hurry up and chase it. She felt that this officer was different from team leader Lu. With a strong sense of autonomy. Not the kind that would listen to the words of his family. It should also not dislike Su-won for being from the countryside, but rather appreciate it. While Luohan retracted his line of sight and looked out the car window at the drizzling rain. His heart saving. The deep eyes looked calm. But inside they were a tumbling mess. And the corners of his lips pursed lightly. Zhang Mengyue is also confused. Hua had obviously just like. Why do not dare to go after? To confess Is it because he thinks he's an officer and Su-won is still a high school student and thinks it's out of line? But there are a lot of high school kids who get married and have relationships. No. Reed High School seems to have a strict ban on school children having sex. So Chief Hua is concerned about this? Isn't that all the more reason to report for marriage earlier? This school is out of control. The car traveled to the small road. The bumps became more and more severe. Su-won endured the churning in her stomach and translated her own understanding of the passage with elaborate words. Zhang Mengyue's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Su-won, you are simply wonderful. This is the feeling I want. Excitedly, he hugged Su-won at once. Su-won was hugged like this, coupled with the fact that the vehicle bumped again. The two of them did not sit still for a moment. And were about to fall under the car seat. Seeing that Su-won's head was about to hit the backrest of the passenger seat, Huo Linghan, who had been watching the two of them, immediately turned around and used his hand to protect Su-won's forehead. Only after Su-won, who had the hindsight of being helped up and sat down by Zhang Mengyue, realized that Huo Linghan was using his right hand, and hurriedly inquired nervously. Captain Hua, is your hand all right? It's okay. The road is a bit bumpy. So sit tight. Huo Linghan turns around. His jaw tightens, and says expressionlessly. The whole right shoulder was a little stiff. Not daring to make too much movement. Obviously the one just now pulled on the wound that was about to heal. And at this time the car was parked in front of Zhang Mengyue's house. Captain Hua, is your shoulder really all right? After Zhang Mengyue got out of the car, Su-won gulped, trying to swallow the churning that had roiled up her throat. She had taken care of Huo Linghan in the hospital for so many days and was well aware of the condition of his wounds. It's fine. Huo Linghan glances at the car's rearview mirror. The light is dim.
But it's not hard to see that Suwon's face is a little white. A pair of delicate and smooth eyebrows clustered uncomfortably. Then the next second, he shouted at Chang. "Stop the car." Chapter 81, Traveling on Business with Comrade Suwon. "What's wrong with you?" Huo Linghan turns around. His dark eyes sinking onto Suwon's slightly pale, uncomfortable little face. "It's fine. It will be fine after a while." Suwon took a deep breath and lowered her eyes. As long as the car was no longer bumpy, she would be fine if she slowed down for a while. Thinking about this heavy rainstorm. Being wet by the rainwound is the most easily infected. Huo Linghan should stay in the hospital is right. Suwon couldn't help but inquire in a somewhat puzzled manner. "Captain Hua, what brings you here today?" She felt that Uncle Hua and Auntie Xie shouldn't let Huo Linghan pick her up. "Su Xiaohui came out of the National Security Bureau today. And after I finished dealing with her enrollment, I saw that it was raining heavily. So I stopped by." Huo Luohan opened his lips and spoke with an unperturbed expression on his face. Suwon thinks about it. And the only one who currently has the time to deal with this matter is Huo Linghan. He'd finished taking care of things and ran into her time off work. And it was pouring rain. So he'd be insensitive if he didn't come over. "Shall we's matter? I'm troubling you. Head Hua." Suwon's voice is soft and polite as she thanks him. No matter what, in the eyes of outsiders, she and Su Xiaohui were sisters and always family. She should still be polite. But at the same time, she is also thanking Head Hua for coming to pick her up. Or else she wouldn't know when this rain will stop. Huo Linghan pursed his thin lips and didn't say anything. His posture was straight and upright as he sat in the co-pilot's seat. The hand on his knee gently clenched a few times. Xiao Zhang, who was concentrating on driving, stole a glance at his own headmaster. Obviously it was another guard who handled Su Xiaohui's enrollment. The regimental commander is also more specially from the hospital to pick up Comrade Suwon from work. Early to the newspaper office door. Until the figure of Comrade Suwon was seen to drive the car in. Don't understand why the chief said it was a side trip. Soon the jeep drove into the military compound. After sending Suwon to her home, Huo Linghan didn't stay and let Xiao Zhang turn the car around and go to the unit. After all, it was raining heavily in Beiping. And Huo Linghan, as the head of the group, had to stick to his post and take early precautions against the disaster. It's Uncle Hua who hasn't come back yet. After Suwon returned to the Hua home and took a hot shower and drank the ginger soup that Auntie Xia brought over, she went to the room where Su Xiaohui originally stayed. Su Xiaohui's bamboo basket was still there. But the suitcase and the rest of her things were taken. She had come to Su Xiaohui's room before, trying to find her fountain pen. But she didn't know where it had been hidden by Su Xiaohui. Now she'll never find it if she tries again for sure. With Su Xiaohui's kind of shady personality, she would either hide things to death and never be found. Either that or it will destroy things. She guessed the odds were that the fountain pen had been smashed to pieces by Su Xiaohui. I should have known that when Su Xiaohui was taken away by the national security. I should have asked where that American-made fountain pen was hidden by her. After getting used to the smooth silkiness of that fountain pen, and the comfortable feel of it, I can't get used to how the Hero fountain pen I'm using now is uncomfortable and feels very clunky. It rained until the next day without stopping. And then in the afternoon it suddenly came down again. With a strong wind. Suwon simply didn't go to the publisher and translate it at home. Only after the sun came out on the third day did Suwon take the bus to the publishing house, wanting to ask Jiang Manhwa how things were going with the house. She could sense that Uncle Hua and Auntie Xia were very reluctant for her to move out. Translator Su is here. The officer object who came to pick you up in the storm the day before yesterday. How come he didn't send you here today? Suwon had just walked into the office of the translation team when Gao Hui, who was carrying a 5-month pregnant belly, spoke warmly. A pair of slender phoenix eyes stared at Suwon and cooed. It appeared to be welcoming Su Wan's arrival. But in reality, it was a secret hatred. With a gloomy tone. The members of the group who were originally looking down and quietly translating could not help but raise their heads curiously to look at Su Wan when they saw that she had arrived. Yesterday, when Su Wan didn't come, their group had talked about Su Wan for half a day. All discussing the relationship between Manhwa and Su Wan. Thinking that Su Wan, a person from the countryside, was able to come to school in Beiping? That background relationship must not be simple. Maybe it has something to do with that officer. With Gao Hui's sour tone, Su Wan could smell the sour smell from miles away. She also knows that she just wants to pry into her and Huo Lingan's affairs. And it's clear that Jiang Manhwa is also a tight-lipped one. And didn't discuss her relationship with Huo Linghan with the members of the group piece by piece in her absence. Sister Gao Hui, I'm really sorry. I couldn't drive you back the day before yesterday during the rainstorm. Your husband should send a car or have someone pick you up when we get back. Right? Su Wan's face was all smiles. And she also asked with a concerned look on her face. It looked like she was saying sorry to Gao Hui. But in fact, she was pointing out that Gao Hui was deliberately targeting her because others didn't give her a ride. And the last sentence Su Wan was asking on purpose. Because Gao Hui day and night to show off her husband who works in a confidential unit. A face of pride. Said mysteriously. So that others think it is a big leader. This is undoubtedly not a soft nail. Straight to the heart of Gao Hui poke. So that she choked on her neck. Her face is very unattractive. Previously, Gao Hui always used the excuse that her husband was busy at work. The unit couldn't do without him. And she had a lot of things to do under her hands. Now everyone knows that Gao Hui's husband is just a small, powerless officer in a secretive unit after seeing a regimental cadre who can come to pick up Su Wan and take her home when she's injured. Some of the interpreters who had long since grown disenchanted with Gao Hui kept their heads down and secretly stifled their laughter. Gao Hui's bottoms were mercilessly uncovered. And her face, swollen from pregnancy, couldn't have been more smelly. Holding the enamel jar and pretending to go out to pour water and walk out. Seeing that team leader Lu was a good talker, she insisted on moral kidnapping to make team leader Lu send her home. Jiang Manhwa said after Su Wan sat down. She really admired Gao Hui's thick skin. If only she had that thick skin. Tomorrow her estranged partner whom she hadn't seen in 3 months was going back to Peking. And she would be leaving early in the morning the day after. But she was drawn to go to Xinjiang City business trip. She is now difficult to translate, a word cannot go on in. Clutching the pen in the manuscript paper, scribbling. Hand rubbed a lot of blue ink spots. There was still a layer of dampness on his eyelashes. Obviously he had just cried. What's wrong with you? Sister Manhwa? Su Wan put her satchel on her own desk. And could also see that Jiang Manhwa was in a very low mood today. And her face was also very unattractive. Jiang Manhwa drooped her face and told the story. The government of Xinjiang City needs 2 foreign language translators to translate several materials to be used as textbooks for students. Because of the public welfare and unpaid nature, there are only some ticket subsidies. No remuneration. Plus there is a long mountain road to Xinjiang City. The conditions are also difficult. So Director Mu decided to have everyone draw straws and whoever drew the straws would go. The result was so coincidentally drawn by Jiang Manhwa and another colleague. She is not unwilling to add to the construction of the motherland. The main thing is that this time, missed the meeting with a long-distance object. We'll have to wait for another 3 months. They had already made an appointment over the phone and were planning to meet the parents tomorrow to finalize their marriage as soon as possible. Now, what kind of tickets are all subsidized? Su Wan saw that Jiang Manhwa was having such a hard time. It just so happened that she was also relatively short of tickets right now. Some food and oil stamps. Jiang Manhwa wasn't quite sure how much there would be. She would only know when she arrived in Xinjiang City. Then why don't Sister Manhwa I'll go on a business trip for you? Hearing that it's food and oil stamps, Suwon's eyes light up. And it's only for one day. So if she finishes translating early, she can come back earlier. Although Ho Linghan had given her quite a few tickets. In this era where tickets were the equivalent of money, no one would mind having too many tickets. And she'd like to send some home. She knew very well that her parents had really emptied their family's pockets and borrowed a lot of external debt in order for her and Su Shelwei to come to school in Beiping. And the elder brother has reached the age to get married. If there is a few dozen pounds of grain stamps, certainly not worry about talking about marriage. Really? When Jiang Manhwa heard this, she who was originally lying on the table sat up straight all of a sudden and pulled Suwon's hand. Of course. It just so happens that I'm going to hand in the manuscript to Director Mu. I'll go talk to Director Mu. Suwon took out yesterday's translated manuscript from her satchel and checked it again to see if there were any typos. Suwon, you are really too good. When I get married, I must invite you to drink the wedding wine. Jiang Manhwa saw that Suwon wasn't joking with her. She didn't even know how to thank Suwon. She hugged Suwon at once and swore to promise that she would definitely try her best to help Suwon rent a house. Good. Then I'll wait for you to invite me to drink the wedding wine and eat the wedding candies. Suwon smiled with arched eyebrows. Then took the manuscript and went to Director Mu's office. After Suwon handed the manuscript to Director Miao to check, she mentioned to Director Miao that she wanted to replace Jiang Manhwa on a business trip to Xinjiang City. Director Mu, who was looking through the manuscript, immediately raised his eyes in surprise and looked at Suwon. Usually those who can work as translators in publishing houses have not bad family backgrounds and will not go to Xinjiang City to suffer for those few food and oil stamps. Suwon, however, surprisingly took the initiative to bring it up. And suddenly Director Mu, as if he had thought of something, laughed aloud. Is it true that Chief Hua happens to be in Xinjiang City for disaster relief? In the torrential rain 2 days ago, a village in Xinjiang City was flooded. And troops have gone to the disaster area to rescue them. Director Mu then wondered if Suwon had volunteered to go and see her date. Director Mu, don't misunderstand. I'm just temporarily staying at Prof. Xie's house. It has nothing to do with Chief Hua. Chief Hua was just watching the rainstorm that day and came by to pick me up to go back. Suwon instantly understands the meaning of Director Miao's words and quickly explains. It's something like that. Director Mu looked at Suwon's frank, stoic face and nodded in agreement. But only if it doesn't delay the progress of the translation of this literary work under her hand. Director Mu, don't worry. I'll definitely complete the task within the stipulated time. In fact, this literary translation is not too difficult for her. The difficulty lies in the fact that it needs to be handwritten and there should be no typos. Suwon stood up and walked out of the office after saying goodbye to Director Mu. Just after pulling open the door, he saw Lu Rui standing outside the door holding a stack of information. When he saw her come out, Junsu's shy face was slightly unnatural and his ears flushed. Good day, Team Leader Lu. Suwon rushed back to the translation team to translate the manuscript after her polite greeting. Hello, Comrade Suwon. Lu Rui listening to this clear and pleasant voice. Handsome eyebrows at once stretch open. Especially after hearing that Hua head is not Suwon object. The haze that shrouded in the heart instantly swept away. The whole person became extraordinarily relaxed and sunny. Looking at Suwon's slender and chiseled back, he took a few deep breaths. And then walked into Director Mu's office holding the information. And said in a serious voice, Director Mu, I took the initiative to apply for a business trip to Xinjiang City tomorrow with Comrade Suwon. Because she had to be in Xinjiang City at 9 in the morning. Suwon set off from the military compound at 4. Xia Bailing was originally not too assured that Suwon went to Xinjiang City on a business trip. But seeing that Suwon had already agreed to do so, she wrote a note to Suwon. on which there was a person's name, address, and a string of phone numbers. Tell her to contact this person if anything happens to her in Xinjiang. At the same time, he also put some cookies, fruits, and milk into Suwon's satchel for her to take on the road. Suwon's heart was warm, thinking that if she was free when she arrived in Xinjiang City, she would buy some local specialties and bring them back. By the time he reached the entrance of the newspaper office, it was already light and the streets were already full of pedestrians. Seeing the minivan parked in front of the newspaper building, he jogged over to it. "Comrade Suwon, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you?
I brought you meat buns made by my home nanny and freshly ground soy milk."
Lu Rui came even earlier than Suwon. In order to come to pick up Suwon today, he even deliberately washed his car after he went back in the evening. As soon as he saw Suwon's figure appear, Lu Rui stepped down from the minivan and took out the meat buns and freshly ground soybean milk wrapped by their family nanny and handed them to Suwon. "Team leader Lu, are you also going to Xinjiang City on business?" Suwon looked at Lu Rui, who got down from the minivan with some surprise, vaguely guessing what was going on. "Yes. I'm replacing my original co-worker to go to Xinjiang with you on a business trip." Lu Rui spoke coyly, a little embarrassed to look at Suwon's eyes, but didn't forget to take the meat buns and soy milk in his hand to Suwon. "No need. Team leader Lu, I've already eaten." Suwon hastily refused, once again glancing at the minivan. "Originally plus the driver there should be 3 people. Team leader Lu, is it just the 2 of us?" "Right. I have a license and can drive, so I don't need a driver to follow me." Lu Rui was a bit lost, but then after lifting his wrist and looking at his watch, he said to Suwon, "Comrade Suwon, it's getting late. Let's leave early." She hadn't heard Director Mew mention it yesterday, but it was too late not to go now. Suwon then had no choice but to pull open the backseat door and sit in, saying politely and courteously, "Then this journey will be hard on you, Team leader Lu." Lu Rui sat in the driver's seat, listening to this clear voice of Suwon.
The hand inserting the car keys could not help but be a little out of control when he thought that this was the first time he was alone with Suwon.
And it was a whole day.
A layer of shyness and fluttering couldn't help but spread over his Sven's handsome face. "I'm so nervous that I've forgotten some of the steps of driving. It was hard to start the car and drive on the road." He sneaked a glance at Suwon in the back seat through the car's rearview mirror. He saw Suwon holding her satchel in her arms, her head leaning against the car cushion, and was resting with her eyes closed. Did not notice any operator error or nervousness in his driving. This made Lu Rui breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Huo Linghan had just returned to his unit the day before yesterday when he received the task of relieving the disaster and transferring the people. Braving the heavy rain overnight, he rushed to Xinjiang City, almost 2 days and 2 nights without closing his eyes. "I didn't sleep in the car for a few hours until today on the way back to Peking at the end of the relief effort." It was already dark when they returned to Huo's house, and Wu Ma was the only one sitting in the living room eating noodles. Huo Linghan's posture is still erect and straight. His back is like a pine and bamboo that will never be bent. But the military green uniform on his body is a bit wrinkled, and there is dried dirt sticking to his pant legs. And his short, sharp, hard hair is a bit disheveled. A layer of greenish-colored scruff sprouted from his powerfully chiseled chin, and his entire body appeared dusty, tired, yet extraordinarily resilient. "Lord Han, you're back?" Chief Hui is in a meeting, and Professor Xia is at the school with Seni. Wu Ma immediately put down her dishes and stood up. Huo Linghan's hawk-like sharp eyes quickly swept through the living room. "Where's Suwon?" Chapter 82, I'll take her there. "Suwon is still working overtime at the newspaper office and hasn't come back? Lord Han, you haven't eaten yet, right?" I'll go and put down a bowl of egg noodles for you first. Yesterday Suwon also made herbal tea and handlebar meat. That meat was so flavorful that Chief Hua ate several pieces in a row. Wuma said as she helped Hua Linghan bring his slippers and reached out to take the craft paper package that Hua Linghan was carrying in his hand.
No need. Hua Linghan looks to the second floor, avoiding Wu Ma's hand. After changing into his slippers, he headed upstairs.
Wu Ma saw Hua Linghan eyes covered with red bloodshot,
eyebrows full of fatigue, the corners of the lips white and dry.
Estimated that this time to go to the disaster relief has been until now have not closed their eyes. Just to Hua Linghan's back, he says with concern.
Linghan, then you go upstairs first to rest. When it's done, I'll send you to your room.
Hua Linghan carried the craft paper package up to the second floor.
The entire second floor is dark and cold.
In addition to the staircase lights irradiated down the light,
there is not a trace of light. He looked to the room Suwon was staying in. The door was closed and the doorway was deep black. Did she already move out today? It occurred to me that when I was in the car the day before, her co-worker said that a relative's house was vacant. Hua Linghan's brows sank,
and he turned around and went downstairs,
asking Wu Ma, who was beating eggs in the kitchen. Wu Ma, is Suwon still off work? Wanya went to Xinjiang City on a business trip today with her colleagues in the translation team,
saying that she wanted to help the school translate some study materials.
So I guess I won't be able to come back until a little later. Wu Ma was a bit surprised that Hua Linghan would ask about Wanya too. Because before, Hua Linghan had always been cold and icy to Wanya Head, barely talking to her. And then Wanya Head wanted to go out and rent a house to live in. And Hua Linghan's attitude was that he wanted her to move out as well. So she didn't advance Suwon's matter in front of Hua Linghan. Going on a business trip to Xinjiang City with your co-workers? Hua Linghan's sharp eyebrows quickly clustered. There has just been a torrential downpour in Xinjiang.
The obligatory mountain road from Beiping to Xinjiang City was muddy and arduous,
very difficult to walk on.
And every now and then debris and trees from the mountains would roll down.
A little inattention and the car will be smashed and broken halfway down the road.
It was the most experienced automobile veteran in their unit who drove more than 4 hours to get back to Peking.
It's after 7 now. If Suwon hasn't come back by now, it's unlikely that she'll be back today. Who are the people who went on the business trip together?
Hua Linghan's dark eyes narrowed slightly,
and a cold light flickered vaguely in the bottom of his eyes. It seems to be with a male colleague. The specifics are not too clear to Wu Ma.
Professor Xia originally wanted to call the director of the publishing house last night and ask the director to go with a different person.
But since it was Wanya-chan who took the initiative to ask to go,
she could only agree to Wanya-chan's going.
Offered to go? And only one male co-worker.
Hua Linghan's mind quickly conjured up a handsome and gentlemanly face that seemed to be called Team Leader Lu.
The cold eyebrows suddenly became gloomy, and the air pressure around his body was extremely low, like mountains tipping over, pressing down so hard that people could not breathe.
Then he pulled open the door of the room and walked out with a cold stance. After Zhang sent him back,
he gave him the car keys. He inserted the key and quickly lit the fire, and sped all the way to the Peking newspaper office. It was now completely dark and there were not many pedestrians on the streets.
Hua Linghan pressed the gas pedal to the bottom,
lifting and bringing up dust along the way. A handsome face was taut, like a freshly sheathed sword, harsh and dangerous.
At this time most of the staff of the Beiping newspaper had already left work. But there were still some staff members specializing in writing,
proofreading,
and typesetting the newspaper for the next day's distribution who were still working overtime.
Director Mu, on the other hand,
was off work until 7 or 8 o'clock every day because he had to check the manuscripts handed in by the translation team as well as deal with other matters relating to the publication of books.
The car drove straight into the Beiping newspaper building, and Hua Linghan asked the security section personnel at the entrance before striding towards Director Miao's office. Director Mu. May I ask if Comrade Su-won is back from her business trip? Huo Linghan sees Director Miao's office door wide open as soon as he gets to the second floor.
Raising his left hand and lightly buttoning the door a few times.
His cold, pool-like, cold and dark eyes looked straight at Director Mu, who was sipping tea and looking at the manuscript, coldly opening his thin lips. Mr. Hua. Director Mu, who was reading the manuscript with fascination, was filled with surprise when he saw Huo Linghan, who was dressed in military uniform and dusty as if he had just rushed back from the disaster area, standing at the door of his office. Then he stood up and said, "Head Hua, I already called Professor Xia in the afternoon. Because of the muddy and slippery mountain roads that are difficult to navigate, Xiao Su won't be able to return to Beiping until tomorrow." Director Mu finished looking at Huo Linghan's wrinkled, dirt-stained uniform, as well as his frosty brow and eyes, and once again spoke hesitantly. "Captain Hua, did you just come back from the disaster area?" He had just come back from the disaster area without even changing his clothes and came to the newspaper office to ask him for someone. Director Mu couldn't help but wonder if this was what Su-won had said about just boarding at Professor Xia's house and not having anything to do with Head Hua. Director Mu. I know that it was Su-won who took the initiative to apply for a business trip to Xinjiang. But you also know that flooding has occurred in Xinjiang. And the mountain roads that have just been rained on are not good for walking. So as a leader, do you need to consider the actual situation at your discretion before making a decision? Huo Linghan did not answer Director Miao's question. His black eyes narrowed coldly. The bottom of his eyes cold mango-like ice. His body momentum is exceptionally cold deterrent. Oppressive. Heavy. So that people breathe exceptionally difficult. And Suwon is only a high school student right now. And there's only one male co-worker traveling with her. The cold and serious voice was pulled like a straight line, seemingly without any emotion. But it made people inexplicably fall in their minds. Director Miao had been a leader for so many years. So how could he not hear the meaning in Huo Linghan's words and the anger he was withholding? Director Mu. Even if you were to replace them with other lesbians, aren't you not quite putting the safety of lesbians at the forefront of your mind? Huo Linghan followed up by opening his lips again. Director Mu's face was slightly pensive. Although Head Huo was young. But as a regimental cadre, that compelling and intimidating aura gave him a wave of unexplained pressure. Nodding slightly, he also realizes that Xinjiang has just had a torrential downpour and shouldn't send someone forward at this time. So he speaks. Head Hua. This matter is indeed something that I didn't consider well enough. And I should have arranged for one more person to go forward. But Hua Head, also please rest assured that the person accompanying Comrade Su-won this time is Lu Rui, team leader, who is an advanced employee and outstanding youth of our Beiping newspaper, and will take good care of Su. Before Director Mu finished his sentence, the air around him instantly chilled, as if it was 10,000 years of ice, cold and piercing to the bone. Huo Linghan's high and stern eyebrows are drenched in frost. His cold white colorless thin lips are tightly pursed, and his black eyes are as cold and heavy as a pool of dark wells. Su-won volunteered to go on a business trip just to go with Lu Rui. And it was just the two of them, who had to stay together in Xinjiang for the night and wait until the next day to return to Peking. The hand that hung at his side clenched hard, the veins on the back of his hand bulging pale one by one. The pain of a torn wound coming from his shoulder. Director Mu. I was the one who picked up Comrade Su-won to come to Beiping in the first place. So I have to be responsible for her safety. Please write me the address. Huo Linghan takes out the blue workbook he carries from his pocket and hands it to Director Mu. Then he tightened his jawline. His black eyes looked straight into Director Mu's eyes, and spoke with cold hardness. I also hope that if there are similar business trips in the future, Director Mu can inform me in advance. I'll send her. This last sentence was extraordinarily cold and strong, revealing a sense of oppression. Chapter 83, Why is Huo Linghan here?
Director Mu snapped after hearing this and stared at Huo Linghan.
Although from start to finish, Chief Huo was joyful and angry. And it sounded like he was worried about Su Wan's safety. But he had at least come from a younger age. And the kind of possessiveness a man feels for a woman, like a kitten protecting its food, was all too obvious. Apparently Chief Hua has a thing for Comrade Su Wan. It was no wonder that when he had come to pick up Comrade Su Wan in the rainstorm the day before yesterday, he had detected that Head Hua had a kind of unspoken hostility and vigilance towards Lu Rue. From his behavior of blocking between the two of them, Su Wan and Lu Rue, he was simply unwilling to let the two have any contact. Now let him know that Su Wan and Lu Rue had gone on a business trip alone and had to stay overnight in the field. It wasn't obvious that Chief Huo was in a hurry and couldn't sit still. I guess as soon as I get the address, I'll drive all night to chase it down. Director Mu sighed softly inwardly and took the pen pinned to his chest and wrote the address in the blue workbook. Head Hua. When Comrade Su Wan volunteered to take Comrade Jiang Manhwa's place on a business trip, I also made it a point to get to know Comrade Su Wan and heard her say that she was just boarding at Prof. Xie's house, and that she wasn't familiar with you and didn't have much to do with you. Head Hua. If I had known that you were so worried about Comrade Su Wan's well-being, Head Hua, I definitely wouldn't have agreed to her going instead of Comrade Jiang Manhwa. After Director Mu finished writing the address, he coughed lightly, and his words revealed a hint of helplessness. Then scratched the tip of his nose with his hand. Huo Luohan looked at the address on the workbook. His angular facial contours extraordinarily icy cold and hard. After quickly committing the address to memory, he took a giant stride down the stairs. Sitting in the driver's seat, thinking about what Director Mu had just said, the thin lips whose color was as light as water pursed tightly, and his chest rose and fell slightly. The heart of his dark eyes was like a dagger in the dark night. Twisted the car key, pressed the gas pedal to the bottom, turned the steering wheel vigorously, and drove toward the mountain road that opened to Xinxiang City. Township Government Compound. Comrade Lu. Comrade Su. I'm really thankful for your help in translating the information overnight. This is our Township Government Compound's own border duck. Also our Xinxiang specialty. You guys try it. Su Wan and Lu Rue didn't arrive at the Township Government Compound until 12 o'clock at noon, and didn't finish translating the information until 9 o'clock at night. After they were done, a few Township Government cadres specially had the cafeteria make local specialties for them as a late-night snack, and warmly entertained them. Party Committee Dai. You're too kind. It's an honor for Comrade Su Wan and I to be able to add to the educational cause of our country. On an 8 centimeters table, Lu Rue and Su Wan both sat together. Lu Rue Lang modestly finished, also coyly glanced at Su Wan beside him. Dai Party Committee and other cadres in the township government offices not infrequently come to get a license to marry couples. Everyone smiled when they saw Comrade Lu's eyes fall on Comrade Su every now and then. Not to mention, you people from the capital city. Your looks are really handsome. When Comrade Su got off the bus, I thought it was some star from a pictorial that had come. Deputy Director He, who had a head of short floppy hair and a full, round face, looked at Lu Rue and Su Wan respectively and said with a smile, Comrade Lu is also handsome and gentlemanly. The two of you sitting together are quite a pair. Lu Rue's cheeks burned at Deputy Director He's words, but he was very happy and embarrassedly glanced at Su Wan beside him once again. Deputy Director He, I'm not from the capital. I came to the capital to go on. Su Wan put down her chopsticks and was just about to open her mouth to explain and avoid suspicion of her relationship with Lu Rue. Just skimmed a small young cadre leading in a tall, stocky, upright figure in military green. The uniform was stained with a deeper dewy wetness. The whole person was slightly distressed and tired. But those dark eyes were like a cheetah spotting its prey when it saw Su Wan. instantly becoming elite and sharp. Huo Linghan?
Suwan was very surprised when she saw that it was Huo Linghan.
Thought I was mistaken. What's he doing here? Commissioner Dai. This is. The young junior cadre was just about to open his mouth to be introduced.
Commissioner Dai then immediately stood up from the bench.
Isn't this Captain Hua? Who was in Anyang village for disaster relief?
While saying this, she walked towards Huo Linghan.
The people at the 8 centimeters table also looked towards the door.
And they were also very impressed with the young head of Hua. I heard that it was because of this chief was advanced judgment that the farmland and houses in the next village were not flooded. Commissioner Dai warmly greeted Huo Linghan as he came up to the table to eat with him.
Captain Hua. Didn't your troops return to the capital this morning? Is something else going on?
The last sentence made the leaders at the table tense up.
Committee member Dai. The relief work is currently over. I'm here to pick up someone.
Huo Linghan exchanged greetings with party committee member Dai and walked straight towards Suwan. Seeing Suwan and Lu Rui sitting together, his handsome face was covered with frost.
Cold and heavy with a sense of oppression. Captain Hua. It's so late. Why did you come?
Suwan stands up and looks at Huo Linghan,
whose eyes are full of red blood, and asks with great confusion and disbelief.
Listening to Dai's party committee member means that Huo Linghan has already returned to Beiping this morning.
And then rushed to Xinjiang City overnight to look for her? Mom doesn't feel comfortable with you staying out overnight and asked me to come over to take a look. Huo Linghan's dark eyes stare at Suwan,
his voice low with a husky tone.
Seeing this,
Deputy Director He beside him hurriedly gave up his seat for Huo Linghan to sit,
asking with concern, Chief Hua. So you and Comrade Su know each other?
Rush another person to the cafeteria to bring over a set of dishes.
No need.
I'll just sit here. Huo Linghan swept a glance around, then took a bench and added it between Suwan and Lu Rui. This table of 8 was all nearly full as well.
Suwan and Lu Rui then had to move to the side. Lu Rui just moved the bench to the side,
and Huo Linghan followed and moved next to him.
Lu Rui himself was of medium build and thin,
with a swarthy temperament.
Huo Linghan's long and imposing body almost left Lu Rui out of position as soon as he sat in.
And coupled with the naturally cold and oppressive aura around him, Lu Rui had to continue to move to the side.
In the end, Lu Rui was squeezed directly into the corner. Suwan's position was not much affected.
Looking at Huo Linghan's blanched and tired face,
the entire outline of his face seems to have lost a circle,
and the back of his clothes are wet for a large piece. Even the fingers resting on his knees couldn't control the slight tremor. This is a weakness caused by extreme fatigue and hunger.
Chapter 84, The Dilettante.
Apparently Huo Linghan hadn't rested much at all in the past few days of disaster relief, and the clothes on his right shoulder were still stained with blood, both dried and fresh. According to this situation, Auntie Xie shouldn't have let Huo Linghan come.
Captain Hua. It's so late. When we're done eating, why don't you stay at the township government compound with Comrade Lu and Comrade Su and the others?
Dai's party committee member said while he was planning to have the young junior officer from earlier go pack another bed out.
After all, it was now after 10 o'clock. Surely we could not drive back to the mountains all night again. We could only wait until the next morning. Don't bother. Party committee member Dai.
I'll take Suwan to my friend's house for the night later. Huo Linghan speaks in a firm tone,
then looks sideways at Lu Rui beside him,
his dark eyes cold and sharp.
Coldly speaking out. Team leader Lu. Right? It's going to be hard for you to go back to Beiping alone tomorrow.
Suwan was slightly stunned. Lu Rui also glanced toward Suwan, and said in a gentle manner,
Head Hua. Tomorrow I have to report back to the newspaper with Comrade Suwan a piece of time. And it's quite convenient to live in the township government compound.
I'll send her.
Hua Linghan opens his lips again. And his Tarzan-like aura directly hammers home the point. Captain Hua. You're already tired from driving all night. Why don't you stay at the township government compound tonight and leave tomorrow? Suwon could see that Hua Linghan's face was very heavy. Cold and out of place. So she spoke softly. It wasn't that she wanted to go back to Beiping with Lu Rui tomorrow. Or that she was worried that it would be dangerous for Lu Rui to go back alone tomorrow or anything. Rather, Hua Linghan's current state is in desperate need of rest. And it's safe to live in the township government compound. Not far from here. Let's eat. Hua Luohan turned back. His dark and deeply convergent eyes reflecting Suwon's Haiyue Qingwan face. And slowly said. The tone seemed light. But the attitude was very strong. Not allowing anyone to refuse at all. Suwon's delicate lush eyebrows gently tufted up. She very much do not like this kind of control. Suppression of the feeling. To meet on Hua Linghan's dark eyes. Like a pool of deep pools cannot be seen at a glance. But then quickly she lowered her eyes again. After all, he had driven all night to find her. She knew how hard it was to walk on that rugged, muddy mountain road that had just been rained on in a torrential downpour. Not to mention the night when you can't reach out and see. Chief Hua. You should eat quickly as well. Suwon lightly curved her lips and spoke in a shallow tone. When she finds a house, she's moving out immediately. Commissioner Dai and the others had wanted to offer a few words of advice. But they saw that Captain Hua was so insistent and that Comrade Su had agreed. And nothing more was said. Had some more dishes fried and a couple of buns warmed up. It's just that the relationship between these two, Head Hua and Comrade Su, really makes them a bit puzzled. As soon as this meal was over, Hua Linghan raised his hand and glanced at the watch on his wrist before taking Suwon to leave. Lu Rui wanted to go up and say a few words to Suwon. And was also more interested in knowing what the relationship between the two was. However, the cold, regal aura surrounding Head Hua caused Lu Rui to open his mouth and ultimately say nothing. He could only watch as the two men got into the jeep and said goodbye to the Dai Party committee member and a few other cadres before driving out of the compound. Suwon holds her green satchel and sits in the back seat of the car. And when she sees that Hua Linghan is using his hands to adjust the car's rearview mirror, she sits again in a position that the car's rearview mirror can't illuminate. The car's rearview mirror reflected Hua Linghan's hawk-like, cold, dark brows with extra clarity. After eating, he was in much better shape as a whole. Except that he was still a little tired. Why did you come to Xinjiang on business? Hua Linghan asked as he drove the car while opening his mouth after adjusting the rearview mirror in the car. Of course it's to contribute a little bit to the education cause of the motherland. Suwon hugged the green satchel in her arms. It's already fall. And it's a bit chilly at night in Xinjiang City. The voice was soft and gentle. But the words were polite and detached. Hua Linghan pursed his thin lips that were as pale as water. And said nothing more. And his deep and cold face was hidden in the darkness. At night the streets of the township hall were silent in all directions. Dark as ink. And hardly a bit of light could be seen. The vehicle had just driven out of the township government compound not too far when a few people on bicycles suddenly appeared in the alley in front of it to block the jeep's path. Someone else ran out of a side alley and shined an aluminum flashlight at the car. Suwon was sitting by the car window. And when she was hit by the blinding flashlight light, she immediately blocked her eyes with her hand. I saw them here when I came. Hua Lianhan stops the car with narrowed eyes. Suwon froze for a moment. A few dilettantes who had been squatting near the township government compound all night immediately ran over excitedly when they saw the car stop. Seeing that the pretty female interpreter who had come from Peking today was sitting in the car, he bared his teeth and shone his flashlight in the window with even more excitement. Originally they had planned to wait for the cadres in the township government to leave. They were going to climb over the wall to go in and peek at the pretty female translator taking a shower. And then there was also the intention of stopping them on the mountain road where they left Xinjiang City the next day. Anyway, there were only 2 people who came from Beiping. And the man who drove the car had the face of a weak scholar. They can do it with one punch. That female translator from Peking was really just like the actresses in their collection of movie pictorials. They've never seen anything more beautiful. That skin is as tender as if it could be pinched out of water. The chest is bulging. The waist is even more thin and soft. And the voice is also extraordinarily sweet and soft. Can't even begin to imagine what it's like to be pinned down. It must be awesome. The leader of the dilettantes. Hands on the handlebars, riding a bicycle to the jeep in front of the face of a lewd smile. Holding a flashlight cannot help but shine to the car. But the further we went, the more something was wrong. Chapter 85, running around with a cute face. The man sitting in the driver's seat was dressed in an army green uniform. And his hawk-like sharp eyes shone with a cold, ruthless, murderous chill. The aura was harsh, oppressive, and full of danger. It was as if the king of hell had come to claim his life. Just looking at them coldly and mercilessly, it made the dilettante at the head of the group, who was shining a flashlight, instantly fall off his bike with his legs so weak that he was on the verge of ting himself. Surprisingly, it's a military vehicle. And a regimental officer. He alone was enough to beat them to a pulp. And stopping a military vehicle, that's a peanut galleon. The ones with a temper could just execute them on the spot. The other dilettantes who leaned over also saw that it was a military jeep. And immediately wailed, turned pale, and ran away in all directions. Bicycle chains fall off. All just drop their bikes and run for the alley. Suwon recognizes a landlubber with a vertical center-parted head and big buck teeth in front of the headlights. It was none other than the dilettante who stood next to her, staring at her with one eye when Lu Rue asked someone for directions. But it didn't occur to me that they had been guarding the outside of the township government compound, just waiting for them to drive out. Thinking about the fact that they had planned to leave at 6 o'clock the next day to return to Beiping. If these landlubbers and dilettantes had stopped them on the mountain road back to Beiping, the consequences of that are simply unimaginable. The original in the hotpost was sent to a mental hospital because she was too pretty and thus violated. And then sold to a poor gully. Then if she fell into the hands of these landlubber dilettantes tomorrow, then the end would be similar to the original body. Suwon's hand gripped the green satchel in her arms a little harder. And her long, thick eyelashes couldn't help but tremble lightly. It's no wonder that Huo Linghan would forcefully take her to stay at his friend's place even though he hadn't rested his body for a few days. You know you're afraid now? Huo Linghan turned back. A pair of dark, deeply converging eyes falling heavily on Suwon's body, filled with the cold air of an icy man. How did you dare? How dare you travel alone with a male co-worker when you know you look inviting? At home you have your 3 young and strong brothers to protect you. In Beiping you have the Hua family. And the circles you come into contact with are all educated and cultured intellectuals. Would your male co-workers be able to protect you if something happened? Huo Linghan's left hand gripped the steering wheel hard. And his whole body was as cold and icy as if it had been dipped in a night's frost. Inside the black pupil covered with red blood filaments, like engraving, reflected the clear and bright figure of Suwon sitting in the back seat. Her silhouette in the night color was deep and shallow. A pair of translucent glistening watery eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of rain and mist, and was also blinking her eyelashes to look at him. Chief Hua. I thought that I could return on the same day I went. I didn't think about it that much. Suwon grabs the strap of her satchel and purses her lips truthfully. She also came instead of Jiang Manhwa precisely because she saw that Xinjiang City was close to Beiping and that she could go in the morning and come back in the evening. She also did not expect the original colleague to go together will become Lu Rue. The driver also did not come. Lu Rue is not familiar with the road conditions. The mountain road is muddy and bad. Delayed a lot of time. sincerely apologized as well, promptly knowing his mistake. I'm sorry for troubling you and Auntie Xia. I'll listen to Auntie Xia next time. Suwon looked at Ho Lingan's smooth and stern side face. His pair of dark eyes even darker than the color of the night. Like a lock holding her securely. Thinking about the fact that when he was eating just now, his weak entire hand was shaking uncontrollably. And he could barely even hold the food steadily. While up to now he still couldn't use his right hand to hold the chopsticks. But drove for hours on end up a mountain road to get to himself. And thank you, Captain Hua, for coming all night to pick me up. It's just that. Suwon straightened her back and leaned on the car cushion, converging her eyes. You just came back from Xinjiang City to help with the disaster. And you have injuries on your body. Shouldn't Auntie Xia have let you take a good rest? How could she be relieved to let you come alone to pick me up? The voice is clear and cold, like broken jade and ice. What appeared to be just a casual and puzzled question caused Huo Lingan's dark eyes to quickly and sharply narrow slightly. A sharp pounce on something. The body turned sideways, tensed in an instant. And the blood that flowed slowly through the body suddenly stagnated and reversed its flow at that moment. Like something carefully treasured. Suddenly hit by an arrow. He was able to clearly see that Suwon's eyes were bright, yet cold, without any reflection in them, like a pool of water without any ripples or waves. This is the letter your parents wrote to me. Huo Langhan coldly and indifferently converges his eyes and takes the letter in his pocket to Suwon, followed by coldly opening his lips. I received it today when I just returned to my unit. Suwon took the envelope with some uncertainty, then turned on the car's lighting and took out the letter inside. Just saw the letter. Parents have already known about Su, shall we? Feel that many things before should be wrong to blame her. They say she's not a bad person, but she has a bad temper. And they've raised her to be a bit of a brute. Since the two are not destined for each other. I hope that Huo Linghan can take good care of her as if she were a younger sister and discipline her. The words were very earnest and solemn. Because of her mother. She dreamed that she had been abducted to a ravine, locked in a pigsty, forced to give birth to an old, ugly man, and tortured to death. Suwon didn't expect Su's mother to dream about the situation of the original body in the original post. It's no wonder that Huo Linghan would drive over overnight after learning that she went to Xinjiang on a business trip. The air pressure on his body so low. All because of the mandate from her parents. Suwon folded the letter and put it back into the envelope. And returned it to Huo Linghan, pursing her bright red lips. Her eyes said sincerely, Huo leader. This time it really troubles you. I will pay attention to it in the future. And I won't let you bother me again. Huo Linghan received the letter expressionlessly and didn't speak. If the dark pupils of the black hole like a dark and heavy rotation, looking straight at the endless black night in front of him, as if it would swallow him up in the next second. The hands gripping the steering wheel tightened little by little. The muscles of his arms hard and sinewy. Then he stepped on the gas and headed off into the darkness ahead. Soon the jeep was parked in a large mixed-use yard. Huo Linghan mouthed friend Wang Shua before the Northwest forces under the hand of a company commander. Just recovered back this year. The two couples did not live with their in-laws and had no extra room. Just let Suwon and Wang Shua's wife share a room. And Huo Linghan and Wang Shua share a room. The night is as thick as ink. Sleeping aside, Wang Shua has long been snoring, with the sound of frogs outside the window. Huo Linghan lies on the bed, opening a pair of deep, red bloodshot eyes and looking at the beams of the room. By all rights, he'd only had a few hours of rest in 3 days and 2 nights. And he should have hit the pillow and gone to sleep. But couldn't get to sleep. It was like a string was pulled tight and taut in his head. The wound on his shoulder, which was about to heal and grow new flesh, gave off an itch. It was like a million ants were gnawing on his freshly grown new flesh. He breathed deeply,
thinking of Suwon's eyes and tone in the car when she asked him why he would come to pick her up.
It's cool. It's the alert. With a hint of quizzical tension. 2. Until he took out the letter Suwon's father had sent him. The faintly undetectable relief in her tone. He closed his eyes heavily. His handsome face repressed and restrained. His angular profile extraordinarily cold and hard. Chapter 86, like? The wound on his shoulder was getting itchy. He got up and went to the bathroom to tend to his wound. His night vision was good, and with the little bit of moonlight that leaked in through the window outside. He took off his white work undershirt and undid the bandage on the wound. Suwon was originally a light sleeper. And she quickly fell asleep when she first got into bed. Yet it wasn't long before she was awakened by the huffing and puffing of Wang Shua's sister-in-law. It wasn't really loud. It just stood out in the stillness of the night. Coupled with the fact that the two couples, Wang Shua and Wang Shua, should usually have a good relationship. The sleeping Wang's sister-in-law directly put her leg on her lap. Suwon was being noisy and her leg was being pressed. Now she was completely unable to sleep. She tried to remove sister-in-law Wang's leg, but it didn't take long for sister-in-law Wang's leg to press up again. And as soon as she rolled over, sister-in-law Wang rolled over with her, jerking and whirring right in her ear. Suwon had to get up to go to the bathroom. A lot of people in this era of homes used pull-cord open lights in their bathrooms and kitchens. Either a rope hangs as soon as you open the door, or the pull cord is just draped over the wall. Huo Linghan had just undone the bandage on his wound when he saw the bathroom door open. A touch of soft radiant light man's silhouette groped in. The body of the fresh and good-smelling soap fragrance mixed with the sweet scent of the girl straight to the human nostrils. It seemed to fill the entire bathroom at once, along with the already somewhat stuffy space. The temperature rose rapidly. Watch as the young girl first rustily touches the wall for a moment without touching the lamp cord. Then she touches it toward mid-air. The bathroom was already small, with a wooden basin for dirty clothes on the floor and a sink right next to the door. Almost as soon as he touched it, he felt a smooth and dry but tight and strong muscle. Suwon only felt that the bathroom was particularly dark and could not see anything, as if it was blocked by something. The touch made her feel around again in curiosity and suspicion. Her confused and sluggish head not reacting for a moment to what it was, and squeezing on it. Bon hard, but also very elastic. Waist repair tough and strong, full of young men's unique vitality. Pinch up when the muscles seem to be harder and stronger. This soft and delicate touch of the fingertips made Huo Linghan's breathing tight. His waist and abdomen contracted hard, and the veins hovering above it bulged out one by one in a pale manner, rushing for blood at great speed. The body, already wrapped in the slight dryness of summer, oozed sweat in a fine stream, and the muscles of his body crumbled hard as iron. His back was against the red brick sink table, and there was no place to retreat. Her light as a feather breath blazed and lightly sprayed his chest. In the sweltering space, a hot drop of sweat slid down the straight and upright line of his back. It's me. Huo Linghan opens his mouth in a low voice, a hint of raspiness in his rigid voice. Suwon, who had already realized what she was touching, heard Huo Linghan's sudden outburst, especially when it was right above her head and very close, and immediately retracted her hand in fear and let out a shriek. Ah! Chief Hua! Why don't you turn on the lights? And no clothes. Suwon hastily backed up a few steps, and then fixed her eyes to vaguely make out a tall and large silhouetted figure of a man standing in the bathroom doorway. It almost fills the entire bathroom. I can see it. Huo Lords coldly opened his lips, his chest rising and falling slightly, his dark eyes flickering for a moment. Quickly, he put on his work undershirt, then pulled the cord of the light at hand. The dim bulb illuminated the small bathroom at once. Suwon then saw Huo Linghan wearing a white plain work undershirt standing in front of the sink, his body erect and straight, revealing strong and powerful arm muscles, the veins thuja pale, a root of the bulge. The side profile was extraordinarily subdued, cold and sharp, and the whole person had a suppressed, self-controlled, yet wild sense of asceticism. A blood-stained bandage sat on the sink, and he lifted his left hand to scratch the itch that surrounded the wound. But the muscle veins throughout his body were connected, on the verge of grasping the wound. The scabbed and stitched wound is tugged at, and likewise tears at the tender new growth. Huo Linghan clenched his back teeth, his sharp knife brows locked, and after a few tries not only did he fail to scratch the wound, but instead caused blood to ooze out of the scabbed area. Finally, he simply grabbed the iodine vapors, intending to redress the wound after disinfecting it and leave. Captain Hua, why don't I help you? Suwon knew that the newly grown tender flesh of the wound was very itchy and the taste was unpleasant. To think that Huo Linghan was entrusted by her parents to drive over overnight to find her for fear of her being in danger. Just a clear voice and a natural, generous opening. With that said, he walked towards him. Huo Linghan pursed his lips, and the muscles that were already collapsed and rigid became more and more rigid. The look of her small, white, slender hands as they deftly scratched at his wounds came to mind at once. The fingers were like green onion segments. The finger bones were soft and slender. Each nail cap was round and clear, and the fingertips were lightly powdered. As she drew nearer, the temperature around her once again rose extremely fast, and the air was dry and stuffy. That fresh, sweet-smelling girl scent once again filled the entire tip of his nose. The surface temperature of his skin became boiling hot, and his blood flowed through his body at an extremely high speed. More and more sweat rolled down his back. Huo Luohan has a thick calloused hand with a gun tightened a little. Sharp short hair under the ear like a layer of rouge quickly reddened. Breathing became unnaturally rapid. Suwon unscrewed the faucet to clean her hands and was just about to lift them to help Huo Linghan scratch the wound. No need. Huo Linghan slightly inclines his shoulders, his brows lowered as he speaks indifferently. I'll have Company Commander Wang help me. Then grabbing the iodophore and bandages, he sidled out of the bathroom. His breath was cold and hard around him, and he didn't seem willing or even a little repulsed to be in the same room as her. Suwon thought of the confession that Huo Linghan had said to her in the basement of the hospital when she had filled in for Wantingting earlier. Although it was all said and done, it was impossible to really pretend that nothing had happened. And it was more than a little awkward. It is indeed important to keep some distance. Wang Shua had only just returned from being discharged from the Northwest this year, and his vigilance had not been lowered in the least. When she heard Suwon's ah, she immediately woke up and realized that Huo Linghan was not beside her. So she opened the door to the house, just in time to see the scene in the bathroom. Don't look at Huo Linghan's entire body is permeated with the indifference of rejecting others. But he can see that Huo Linghan is actually not only not resentful or rejecting, but is even looking forward to it in his heart. Before that, but whenever any woman wanted to approach or get close to Huo Linghan, his entire body, from his bones to his hair strands, was thick with wariness and vigilance. If Huo Linghan was unwilling and wanted to refuse, he simply wouldn't give Suwon a chance to get closer. I just don't know if it's because the old virgin is getting the hang of it for the first time and doesn't know how to get along with girls, or if he's been in the army for a long time and has a curmudgeonly mindset, always keeping the military rules and discipline in mind, feeling that and lesbians shouldn't be spending time with each other at night, especially in a private, confined space like the bathroom, or even scratching his itch. This should be something that can only be done after a more intimate comradeship, a sublimated revolutionary friendship. So as soon as Huo Linghan returned to the room, Wang Shua looked at his scalding red ears, a strong contrast to his frosty, cold and hard expression. Knew the kid was 100% moved. In fact,
From the time he came to him in the middle of the night with this dainty lesbian who looked as if she had stepped out of a classical serigraph. He then saw that his eyesight had been following this comrade Suwon since he entered the room. It was also more very attentive and focused on her. It's just that Suwon's sister doesn't know it. Like? Huo Linghan had just sat down on the edge of the bed when Wang Shuo yawned and took the iodine vial from his hand, nudging towards the door. Huo Linghan's body, which had already collapsed into a straight and rigid body, once again stiffened, and more blood oozed from the scabbed wound. A human girl has offered to scratch your wounds. Why do you still refuse with a stern face? When will you get a wife like this? You think it's a gun, and you're the chief of the regiment to give it to you first? You say you fight and charge the first. How to this object thing? Cowering up? Wang Shuo turned on the desk lamp and sat cross-legged on the bed, helping Huo Linghan scratch his wounds while teaching him assiduously. Although he was only the company commander, he was older than Huo Linghan. Plus the two had squatted in the trenches together, and their comradeship was relatively deep. Huo Linghan's deep and refined face, hidden in the dim light, flickers, and the fist on his knee clenches tightly. I see that Sister Suwon doesn't feel too enthusiastic about you. Between this man and woman, if they are always disciplined and honest, no one crosses the line, and they don't even say a single ambiguous word, there will never be any results. Wang Shuo finished and made another analogy, stretching out his own hand. Just like these two hands of ours. Whoever doesn't take the initiative to hold, whoever doesn't take the initiative to be next to each other, then these two pairs of hands will never be able to have an intersection. By the time it's taken by someone else, then it'll be too late for you to get it. Huo Linghan lowered his eyes, the center of his eyes swirling in a ghostly silence, his lips and teeth biting down hard. Almost as soon as Wang Shuo said these last words, his breath plummeted, cold as ice. Thinking of the words in the car where Suwon seemed to be perceptibly inquiring about him. So clear and cold. So guarded and wary. He slowly opened his thin lips, the side of his face grim. She'll run. What? Wang Shuo didn't hear white for a moment. But Huo Linghan had already turned off the table lamp and laid down on the bed. 9 o'clock the next morning. The gray, olive-green Jeep was parked at an intersection not far from the Beijing newspaper building. It's the newspaper's business hours. Suwon didn't really want the people at the newspaper to see it, thus causing unnecessary discussion. Just let Huo Linghan put her down one intersection ahead. Trouble Chief Hua. Suwon pulls open the car door and quickly walks out of the car. And when she's about to close the door, she pokes her head in again and looks at the man sitting in the driver's seat and asks, Captain Hua, are you coming back for dinner tonight? Huo Linghan's eyes glanced into the rearview mirror of the car, and he saw Suwon's bright red lips lightly curved, revealing shallow dimples on both cheeks. And a pair of morning dewdrop-like moist and translucent eyes were looking at themselves in a clear and clean manner. Light and unadulterated. I'll be sending out my paychecks today and wanted to make a dinner for you and Uncle Hua. Auntie Xia. Suwon fell to expressing her gratitude. I was going to buy some specialties in Xinjiang and bring them back. But who knew this accident would happen? Huo Linghan's black eyes flowed. His heart skipped a quick beat. But then he turned his head and opened his mouth expressionlessly, his voice deep and cold. It's not clear. Then I'll make some more, Suwon said thoughtfully, then closed the car door. Grabbing the strap of his satchel, he headed for the newspaper building. On the second floor of the publishing house, people gathered in twos and threes, discussing with worried and grave faces. Oh my God! How could something like this happen to team leader Lu? And what happened to Comrade Suwon, the temporary interpreter who went with team leader Lu? Suwon grows a fox charming face like that.
It is estimated that I am afraid that I don't know that I was dragged to the grass. That what? Gao Hui holding an enamel cylinder, which is soaked with cream of wheat, said sarcasm on the sidelines. But the heart is not to mention how happy. Team leader Lu has been beaten into a serious coma. How can a weak woman like her resist those strong men? I'm afraid that after being tasted by those men, she has been sold to some poor countryside. This kind of thing is not unheard of. Gao Hui, you don't talk nonsense. Jiang Manhwa came to work early in the morning and heard a call from the Xinjiang city side, saying that team leader Lu had an accident on his way back to Beiping, and that the money, tickets, and watch on his body had all been robbed. Chief editor Lu has already rushed over in the Public Security Bureau's car, but did not hear any news from Su Wan, which made Jiang Manhwa anxious, straight on fire. And when she heard Gao Hui say so, she could not wait to rush up and tear Gao Hui's mouth. Chapter 87, Captain Lu is a victim of you. This is just a guess on my part based on past reports and cases. Why are you so excited? Gao Hui inserted her waist and looked at Jiang Manhwa, who came straight at her. Without the slightest bit of fear, she said, "Of course I don't want anything to happen to Comrade Su Wan either. But it's a fact that Comrade Su Wan is young and good-looking. And going to that kind of enclosed township, where the only person traveling with her is team leader Lu. It's easy to be targeted by some of the local dilettantes and bandits. They work for one of the largest newspapers in Beiping and are certainly exposed to and hear more information and news than the average person. Hooliganism and criminal offenses have become increasingly serious and rampant everywhere in recent years. And there have been several hooligan incidents in their Beiping alone." Gao Hui, these speculations are not all sarcasm. From Xinjiang city to Beiping we'll have to walk a long mountain road. During this period, who knows what will come out? Especially the traffickers like Su Wan's thin waist and big ass the most. They can sell them for a high price. My husband has been in contact with an almost similar incident of women trafficking before. And Su Wan's kind of beauty. Being sold to the ravine to give birth to old bachelors is considered a good ending. In response to Jiang Manhwa's blooming anger, Gao Hui glanced at it with disinterest and continued. "I'm just afraid of being sold to a cabaret in Hong Kong City to work as a third-party girl. Sell it in the mountains and maybe you can get it back. Sell it in the harbor city and I don't think you can even get the body back. Anyway, it was not a matter of concern. Su Wan was there in place of Jiang Manhwa, not in place of her. Lu team leader has been robbed and beaten into a coma. Su Wan, a lesbian, will only be persecuted more. What is wrong with her, to tell the truth? You. Shut up for me. You are just jealous that Su Wan translation level is higher than you. And there is an officer to pick her up in a heavy rainstorm. You are just like a gutter rat who can't see the good in people." Jiang Manhwa got angrier and angrier as she listened, her almond eyes glaring angrily. Thump. Thump. Thump rushed to Gao Hui's face, threw the two braids behind her head and was about to fight with Gao Hui. "What? You still want to hit me, a pregnant woman?" Gao Hui was holding her 5-month pregnant belly. Plus there were several co-workers around her. And she didn't bring any fear at all, holding her head high. "I'm not afraid to tell you. Those people are probably rushing towards Su Wan. Now Su Wan is either being kidnapped and sold by those road-blocking bandits, or Su Wan fell off a cliff and died in the process of resisting. Anyway, something happened to Su Wan, and she definitely can't come back." Jiang Manhwa was so angry that her face turned red. Her showy nostrils flared. She huffed and puffed and gasped, gritting her teeth and about to tear Gao Hui's mouth. But he was stopped by his co-workers around him. Jiang Manhwa reached out and grabbed the enamel cylinder on the table again, to splash the tea inside towards Gao Hui. "Su Wan?" Just at this time a male colleague within the translation team immediately called out as he watched Su Wan walk up the stairs wearing clean and dry clothes and carrying a green satchel. Immediately after that, The colleagues on the second floor who were persuading and eating the fight looked toward Su-won with surprised faces. Su-won, you're back? It's simply great that you're fine. Jiang Manhwa, who was in an emotional state to tear Gao Hui's foul mouth, immediately ran over to hug Su-won. And after that, with red eyes and tail, she eagerly checked whether Su-won was injured or not. I'd hate myself if anything happened to you. After all, it was Su-won who kindly went to Xinjiang on a business trip in her place. And if anything really happened, she would live in guilt for the rest of her life. Su-won, why are you back? Gao Hui saw that Su-won had come back in a good way, with a strange and unbelievable face. The two people obviously went in a car together. How come team leader Lu had an accident halfway? But Su-won came back unharmed. Sister Gao Hui is sorry. Last night Professor Xia was worried about me, so he let Captain Hua drive to pick me up overnight. And just dropped me off in front of the newspaper office this morning. I didn't have an accident to disappoint you. Su-won coldly looked at Gao Hui's stunned and defeated expression. Her long, delicate and smooth eyebrows lightly twisted. She heard Gao Hui and Jiang Manhwa's quarrel when she went up to the second floor. I didn't think that those dilettantes that I met last night would not stop thieving. And the next day they robbed and injured Lu Rui on the mountain road back to Beiping. Of course it could have been done by another group of bandits and hooligans. To be able to stop and rob on the way back to Peking means that one intends to kill and murder. I don't know how Lu Rui is now. Whether his life is in danger. It's almost conceivable that if Hua Linghan hadn't come to pick her up last night, her situation would have been almost exactly as Gao Hui said in her mouth. She sucked in a breath of cool air, only to feel a chill down her back. It's fortunate that Head Hua went to pick you up last night. Or else I really can't imagine what will happen when you come back with team leader Lu today. Jiang Manhwa tightly pulled Su-won's hand and said with a palpitating heart. Then he turned his head and glared fiercely at Gao Hui, saying, certain people should really wash their mouths out and build up some virtue for their children in the future. Don't spew and curse others all day and night. And maybe one day retribution will come to them. If it wasn't for the fact that Gao Hui was pregnant, she would have gone up with both ears and slapped her foul mouth. Such people really have no empathy or sympathy at all. The more anything panics, the more malignant it is to say something. And it is a favorite to fall on the wrong side of the fence. Let's see if she can still laugh about it when it's her turn someday. He. Su-won, that you can be really shameless. Only in high school already know how to hook up with men. All have an officer object. Also all live in people's homes. But also to come to hang Lu team leader. Who here doesn't know that team leader Lu went on a business trip to Xinjiang because of you? If it wasn't for you, would something like this have happened to team leader Lu? Team leader Lu's serious injuries and coma were all caused by you. Gao Hui put the enamel cylinder in her hand on the table with force, holding her head high and pinching her waist, accusing Su-won with righteous indignation. You're still here proudly showing off your military officer's object. If there's anything that happens to the head of the Lu team, the chief editor of the Lu team will definitely not spare you. Let you go. You also said that it was team leader Lu himself who asked for it. What does it have to do with Su-won? Seeing the surrounding unidentified publishing house colleagues with different, accusing eyes looking at Su-won, Jiang Manhwa immediately ripped open his voice, once again raging to find Gao Hui to do battle. Su-won, however, pulled Jiang Manhwa's arm, her cool eyes looking straight at Gao Hui. Her face was filled with worry for team leader Lu as well as her lack of understanding for Gao Hui to do so. Sister Gao Hui. Team leader Lu is now in a coma with serious injuries. Everyone is very anxious and worried. If you usually have any opinions about Chief Editor Lu and Team Leader Lu, you can mention them. As an outstanding young man and an advanced employee, Team Leader Lu took the initiative to actively contribute to the cause of education in the motherland, and went out of his way to support Xinjiang. But you are here to deliberately discredit and rumorize Team Leader Lu. Describing Team Leader Lu. Who is passionate, righteous and responsible. As a dude who talks about his love for the sake of a love affair and spreads rumors about him. So what exactly are your intentions? When Chief Editor Lu comes back, I must reflect this situation to Chief Editor Lu. And see what he will think when he knows that Team Leader Lu is seriously injured and in a coma. Yet he still has to be maligned and slandered by the newspaper's employees. Suwon spoke with even more righteous indignation and pain than Gao Hui. She also knew that Lu Rui had gone to Xinjiang specifically for her. Not only would Gao Hui think this way, it was also Chief Editor Lu who would definitely think that it was all because of her that Lu Rui was seriously injured and in a coma. Her impassioned words brought Lu Rui's motives to an unprecedented height all of a sudden. So that even if Chief Editor Lu had any resentment towards her, it would not be good for him to come directly to her trouble. I didn't. Gao Hui's face turned green to a toad. And she was so angry that her chest wheezed and her stomach ached. I thought that I was 9 out of 10. And it was also the truth. But I did not expect to be hit by Suwon backwards. And she had no way to refute it. If she refuted it, it would be a disguised way of saying that she was deliberately smearing Team Leader Lu's image and spreading rumors about him. What are you doing? It's not messy enough. Is it? All hurry back to work. Director Mu carried his briefcase at this time and hurriedly walked in from outside. And his hair, which used to be combed meticulously, was now a bit messy. A hard glare at Gao Hui. Seeing that Suwon came back safe and sound, while breathing a sigh of relief in his heart, he called Suwon into his office. Gao Hui still wanted to go up and explain to Director Miao that she didn't have any opinions about either Chief Editor Lu or Team Leader Lu. And even more so, she didn't have that idea. But Director Miao shut her right out. Without waiting for Director Mu to open his mouth, Suwon took the initiative to inquire worriedly. Director Mu, I heard that Team Leader Lu had an accident on his way back to Beiping. What's the situation with Team Leader Lu now? Director Miao took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat on his forehead. And sighed softly. Currently, he has been sent to the hospital to wake up. Nothing serious. But according to the Xinjiang Public Security, that group of people came prepared. It's estimated that you guys were targeted just after you arrived in Xinjiang City. Suwon was relieved in her heart when she heard that Lu Rui was fine. It is true that this matter was not organized by me and other leaders. You look at your young comrades and ladies. You look inviting and conspicuous. Lu Team Leader hands and with a Shanghai brand watch. Wearing Hong Kong City's shirt and pants. At first glance is a rich kid. How can this not invite people to miss on it? Director Mu thumped his chest and said. Also thanks to last night, Hua Head found I want the address of the township government. To pick you back. Or with that group of ruthless strength. Director Mu really didn't dare to think about the latter. Male comrades will at most be beaten up and robbed of their wealth. But female comrades, especially such a beautiful one as Suwon, that may not be the case. At that time, when Chief Hua came to him, he still thought that Chief Hua was uneasy about Suwon and Lu Rui traveling alone. It's out of that possessiveness that men have for women. Now see, it was a soldier with a natural sensitivity and alertness to danger. Chapter 88, Buying Gifts for Hua Linghan. By the way, Group Leader Hua picked you up this morning. Right? Then how come you didn't come back with Team Leader Lu at that time? Director Mu asked with a slight frown. If he came back with Captain Hua and the others, I guess that group wouldn't dare to make a move against Lu Rui on the mountain road back to Beiping. Captain Hua took me to stay at his comrade's house when he received me last night. After which he came back the next day by another mountain road. I didn't expect this to happen on Team Leader Lu's way back either. Suwon hesitated for a moment, not to say the matter of encountering the second-rate man at night, with a slight hint of apology in her tone. It was thought that these dilettantes were coming for her. And Lu Rui should be safe as a male comrade.
Who knew I'd get mugged on the way back the next day?
Was it another group of people?
Or were the dilettantes from last night so bold that when they saw Lu Rui alone,
they went to stop and rob him again? Director Miao nodded and didn't say anything else.
So he let Suwon go to the finance office to settle the cost of the previously translated manuscripts.
And go back to take a nice hot bath to rest and relax first today.
Suwon thought that she was able to come back this time without any danger.
And it was really just as Director Mu said. Thanks to Huo Linghan.
So after she got her fresh and hot manuscript fee,
she went straight to the department store, wanting to buy some gifts for Huo Linghan as a thank you.
She was a person who didn't like to owe people favors.
And if she did,
she had to pay them back immediately. Or else she always felt like there were ants crawling around.
It's as if someone is chasing after them with a knife. She also doesn't know what Huo Linghan likes or lacks. Like the necessities that a man would normally have to use. Like a razor. He definitely has it. Instead,
I shopped around and bought anti-Xia Cheongsam of the same color as the autumn water,
which is very compatible with Auntie Xia's intellectual and gentle temperament.
Don't forget to throw on another shawl in the fall and wear it walking around the college campus and standing at a podium lecturing.
Instead, Uncle Hua and Huo Linghan's stuff was the hardest to buy.
Suwon suddenly thought of the man's trim and sturdy waist that she had accidentally touched last night,
with a well-defined abdomen and every muscle throbbing with a sense of power.
It's nothing like those gym workouts. She instantly knew what to buy for Huo Linghan and Uncle Hua. Belt is every man's necessity is also more durable. A good quality laissez can be used for 10 years. But you can't just use one. And it's always good to get a new one for some important and grand occasions. So Suwon came to the leather specialty shop, carefully picked two accord with their age temperament of pure handmade cowhide belt.
A cold and solemn low-key black. A calm and solemn brown.
Huo Linghan is young and trains often.
And Uncle Hua keeps his body in good shape. For size 110 centimeters to 130 centimeters is enough. Lesbian.
This was bought for your husband and your father-in-law.
Right?
You have a good eye.
The sales clerk squinted and smiled at the checkout.
Usually those who come to buy belts are for their husbands. But this lesbian bought two belts at once. One suitable for young people and one more stable, which seems to be for her husband and father-in-law.
No. It's a gift for the elders and the elders' sons. Suwon took out the brand new large reunion from the envelope, which still had the nice smell of RMB on it. Did not notice the deeper smile in the salesman's eyes.
It's natural to assume that it's getting to the point where you're meeting the parents and picking out gifts for your future father-in-law and husband.
Suwon bought another Hong Kong city dress for Xine after checking out. It's just that Wu's mom's gift wasn't forgotten.
Although this instantly cost her most of her manuscript fee, she, a person who had traveled from the latter part of the world and was in business,
could not afford to be a bit short of this kind of human contact.
Huo Linghan had given her so many votes before. So of course she had to use another way as a thank you.
After that,
I bought a special osprey from a fisherman uncle. If Huo Linghan comes back tonight,
he will kill the fish soup. And if he doesn't come back, he will put it in the water tank and keep it inside the agency's office. Chief, this is the information you wanted on Hu Ziqian's file. Platoon leader Li dustily runs in,
placing the information he just investigated from the Xinjiang city side onto Huo Linghan's desk. Huo Linghan returned to the unit and let people go to Xinjiang on a business trip to investigate the dilettante who stopped the military vehicle last night.
This Hu Ziqiang is simply lawless.
He just stopped a military vehicle last night. And today he even stopped and robbed a newspaper interpreter from Peking,
seriously injuring him.
Before that it was even more of an ex-convict. I just went to the local township police station and asked. And I heard that this Hu Ziqiang, relying on his grandfather being the director of the Public Security Bureau,
did not do much to bully men and women. Platoon leader Lee was so full of righteous indignation that he was close to cursing. Ho-hoed several female high school students from the townships who had fallen home and young female factory workers. It's all catch and release. Catch and release. Pay up. Huo Lingan's high and stern eyebrows screwed its. Open the file. Looked at the above that of who Zicheng committed things. From the time he was in school, he started to be a hooligan to his female classmates, bullying and assaulting his fellow classmates. Just the other day, the mute daughter of a farmer hanged herself because she couldn't stand the humiliation. And he was released after just a few days in the custody of the Public Security Bureau. The very next day after he was released, he set his sights on Su Wan, who had come from Peking. If he hadn't gone to pick up Su Wan yesterday, then Su Wan would have ended up pretty much the same as the female high school and female workers he had hobbled earlier. And the next day had the audacity to rob team leader Liu, who was a translator for the newspaper. It was probably still thinking that Su Wan would go back to Beiping with team leader Liu. Thinking of this, Huo Lingan's eyes were stern, lifting his cold, dark eyes to look at platoon leader Li. Is he being taken away by the Public Security Bureau now? Nope. The rest of the dilettantes took the fall for him. And he himself has been hidden somewhere by his family. Damn it. It's useless for the Beiping Public Security Bureau to go there. That was the reason for platoon leader Li's anger. Huo Liaohan coldly hooked his lips. Full of danger. Straight, erect backs leaned against the couch. Originally, he could only be sentenced according to provocation for stopping a military vehicle. But now, got it. After Huo Linghan tells platoon leader Li to go back and rest, he dials a phone. Deputy Director Zhang. I've seen the dossier on Director Hu's grandson. His grandson has committed so many offenses. And you've been willing to be a deputy? There was a heavy silence on the other end of the line. With his family condition background, it is impossible for him to lack money to rob. And he hasn't committed similar robberies before. I suggest you'd better check it. Huo Linghan gave a hint after a pause. Is it listening to the enemy station's radio and watching some bad movie? Deputy Director Zhang on the other end of the phone snapped to attention. Chief Hua. Don't worry, I'll investigate carefully. After hanging up the phone, Huo Luohan looked at a black, gold-framed American-made fountain pen sitting on the table. At that time, that American expert gave him a pair of fountain pens. They are also all black. And the styles are similar. But there is a difference in design between men and women. Female hands are smaller than male hands. That's why the fountain pen for women is made of a material that is a little lighter and more compact, and better suited to a woman's writing grip. That American expert was given to him as a gift for his future marriage. And that fountain pen for women was given to Su Wan by him. But he hadn't seen her use it until now. Huo Linggan's eyes darkened slightly, thinking about how she said she would cook dinner for him and the family today. Huo Lingguan glanced down at the watch on his wrist again. It was almost time for their family to have dinner. Huo Luohan pursed his lips, picked up that pen and found a material to start writing. He writes a few words, then looks down at his wristwatch, and then proceeds to write a few more words before his eyes drift inexorably to the phone on his desk. Then he bore down on a few more words as the minutes ticked by and the phone never rang. Huo Linghan always felt that this phone might be broken, and was putting down his pen to pick up the phone when he wanted to check if the phone line was plugged in. The shrill phone rang. His hand was immediately about to pick up the microphone. But just as he held it, he stopped for a moment. And it was several seconds before he put it to his ear and picked it up. Lord Han. Su Wan cooked a big table tonight. You come back soon. Hua Jiangwo's calm and robust voice comes from the other side of the phone. Dad. I still have a few things to take care of. Huo Linghan sits upright, his voice light and cold and calm. You're still a sick man. What can you do? Hurry back. Hua Jiangwo finished seriously and hung up the phone. Chapter 89 made it especially for you. Huo Linghan put down the telephone receiver and looked at the information on Hu Zichang's file on the table. Picking up a pen and adding some more information on it. After adding all the bad things he has done one by one. That's when he walked out of the office with the dossier bag. At this time in the Hua family, little Cindy changed into the red plaid patterned skirt that Su Wan bought. And the back of her waist was also decorated with a bow in a unique way. Is happily circling the living room. It was Wu Ma who held the brand new cloth shoes Su Wan had bought for her and smiled with folds at the corners of her eyes. You girl? You just received your fee and bought gifts for all of us. You don't even know to save your money. Xia Bailing held the fresh and elegant cheongsam in front of her body and compared it. The size was just the same as if it was tailor-made for her. The gentle square face was both pleased and distressed. Originally, she had planned to wait until school started soon. Just so she could take Su Wan and Xine to the department store to buy some clothes and shoes. But it didn't occur to Su Wan to buy it for them first. And it was a busy afternoon preparing a huge table for them. Where is this a little bit of the selfish and overbearing look that he had when he was in Xiantang village? What for a cylinder bean? Su shall we accidentally picked a long one. All have been put into the mouth. But Su Wan still forced to spit it out. I guess these are all things from childhood. They say that women have changed a lot. There's nothing to count when you're a kid. Hua Jiangwo sat on the sofa and looked at the light. Looked left and right at the brown belt. Nodded his head and praised. Good. Good. He'd had this one tied around him for almost 8 years. 2. And it was time for a new one. The two couples then looked at each other. Both seeing it in each other's eyes. Su Wan, this precious heart they are accepting. But this money for the gift must be returned to her. The best way, of course, was to send the money back to her parents back home in Su Wan's name. Sister Wan, I'll send you 2 big white rabbit milk candies and a kiss from me. Little Xine liked the dress very much and wore it like a princess. In order to express his gratitude, he ran to his room, took out his collection of 2 big white rabbit milk candies, wrapped his arms around Su Wan's neck and kissed Su Wan on the cheek. Giggle. 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 Wow. Sister Wan's body is so fragrant and soft. I want to kiss again. After little Xine kissed, her eyes lit up once again and said in a brittle voice. Good. Su Wan laughed softly and cooperatively brought her other cheek over. Huo Linghan sees this scene as soon as he opens the door with the dossier bag. 2 large and small heads came together. Su Wan bent over. A pair of glistening clear as water eyes light. Cheek dimples lightly sunk. Seems to be rubbed with honey generally sweet. Little Xine pouted and kissed her pink mouth right next to her charming dimples. Thick black hair under the exposed delicate white earlobes. Worried like a piece of good exquisite jade. Emitting a layer of soft and warm halo. From his angle he could just see a vermilion beauty mole dotted under her earlobe. Like a delicate apricot on snow. Extraordinarily delicate and moving. His eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. Lord Han is back? Xia Bailing, who was watching this cozy scene, looked up and saw a straight and long figure standing outside the door. Hearing that Huo Linghan had returned, Su Wan's watery eyes hurriedly looked towards the door. Dad. Mom. Huo Linghan walks into the house and removes his military cap, hanging it on the coat rack at the entrance, revealing the sharp half-inch hair that he just trimmed today, making the angular outline look especially sharp. Let's go to the study to talk after dinner. He walked over to Su Wan and handed her the brown file bag in his hand, lowering his voice. A pair of black eyes looked at Su Wan in a heavy manner. Rather oppressive. Little Xine, who was wrapping her arms around Su Wan's neck, was most familiar with these words. Almost subconsciously, he ducked behind Su Wan. Because every time she did something wrong and lost her temper, Uncle Junior would tell her so. To talk to her. Then it's a lecture and a standing penalty. Luckily she can't write yet. Or she'd have to write a review. Sister 1. Did you do something wrong? Little Xine whispered in Suwon's ear. Suwon looks at this file handed over by Hua Linghan with some confusion. What's wrong? Xia Bailing looked at Hua Linghan's behavior and also asked with some confusion. It's fine. Mom. Hua Linghan said in a faint voice. Then walked into the bathroom to wash his hands. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed that Cindy was wearing a beautiful new dress. Mom had a cheongsam of soft, smooth fabric resting on her arm. And Dad had a new brown belt on his hand. It was Wuma who was also trying on a new pair of cloth shoes. Everyone had a touch of joy in the corner of their eyes. Suwon said this morning that she's paying out her scripts today. And these should all be gifts she bought for everyone. But there doesn't seem to be one for him. His dangling hand closed slightly in a light clench. And his aura grew cold and heavy. Suwon, on the other hand, opened the file bag. Took out inside a file called Hu Ziqiang Information. The photo of a person she did not recognize. Features gangly. Obviously very young. Eyes but through a lecherous ruthlessness. In their parlance, it's a haunting. Again. The place of origin written on the file is Xinjiang City. Down the line is information about one of his crimes of raping and bullying lesbians. Starting in high school and preying on the pretty lesbians around him until he graduated from high school. With nearly a dozen victims in just a few years. And the latest new addition is the case where he robbed and injured Lu Rue today. Could it still be true that it was the same group of dilettantes that stopped the army truck last night? Couldn't have thought she'd hitch a ride back to Beiping with Lu Rue this morning. And that's why she went to stop the car and rob it. Injuring Lu Rue? Suwon immediately looked at Hua Linghan, who had walked out of the bathroom, and inquired with her eyes. Let's eat first. Hua Linghan meets her gaze and opens his lips in a faint voice. Then joined the family at the dinner table. The two, Xia Bailing and Hua Jiangwo, exchanged a look with each other, both guessing what had happened. It vaguely occurred to me that it wasn't related to Suwon's business trip to Xinjiang City yesterday. Lord Han. This is your favorite brine and boiled pig's ear side. Su girl specially learned to make it new for you today. When Wuma saw Hua Linghan return, she went to the kitchen to bring out the meal and didn't see the scene just now. And this bowl of fish soup. Su girl afraid that you are inconvenient. Just in the kitchen, I'll help you pick out the fish thorns. Wuma was very considerate in placing the bowl of fish soup with the fish spines picked out in front of Hua Linghan. Suya too had spent a lot of effort in order to make this table dish come out. Of course she had to say it. Yes. Lord Han. I just came back today. Suwon asked me what you like to eat. Quickly taste how well this pig ear edge is brined. Xia Bailing also echoed and put a chopstick of pig's ear edges as well as Lord Han's favorite 4 happiness dumplings into his bowl. So it's buying gifts for the rest of the family. But learning to cook his favorite dishes on purpose? Hua Linghan gently gripped the black, gold-framed fountain pen that was placed in his pocket, and picked up his chopsticks to clip 2 pieces of earring edge in his mouth. Although it was the first time I made it, it was very flavorful and chewy. Just like it was made to his taste. The flat corners of his lips raised upwards without any trace. Straightened his back. And his dark eyes looked deeply at Suwon, who was sitting across the table. Well, it's very good. Chief Hua. There's another plate if you like it. Suwon thought of the case of rape and bullying of women recorded in that Hu Ziqiang's file. If Hua Linghan hadn't insisted on taking her away last night, there's no telling what this bold hooligan will do in the township government compound. And the fact that this dilettante can still be fine after committing so many crimes means that his family must have an overpowering background. So again, his eyes were clear. And he said in a generous manner, in the future, If you want to eat it, I'll make it for you again. Head Hua. Chapter 90. It was said softly and brightly. But it was heard like raindrops slipping in early spring, tracing their way down his ear bones and across his blazing chest. Extra itchy and teasing. It made the heart in his chest beat violently as if he had just run 10 kilometers and done 200 push-ups. However, the face still maintained a pale cold and unperturbed. Both Xie Bailing and Hua Jiangwo's eyes are subtle as they look towards Hua Linghan. It feels like after Su Wan went on a business trip yesterday and Hua Linghan drove all night to chase her to Xinjiang to pick her back up. The relationship between the two has obviously produced some changes. At least it wasn't like before, when they were both well and raw. Just like what happened in Shingo. The dinner table is extraordinarily quiet. The two, including Wu Ma, are waiting for Hua Linghan's next reaction. And Xiao Xine is the only one who is immersed in the world of delicious food. She also likes to eat the 4 happiness dumplings, but she can't reach them with her short hands. So she has to stand up and pinch them, only to fall onto the table without holding them steady. She naturally repicks it up and puts it in her brother-in-law's bowl, while she repicks another one for herself. Hua Linghan doesn't move as he picks up the 4 happiness dumplings that Xine just put in his bowl and eats them, not answering Su Wan's question. Instead, he reopened his lips indifferently. Like a stern, disciplined but caring, responsible elder brother to his juniors in the family. The house has already been found for you. There are 2. One right next to the Reed High School in the staff family building. If you don't want to meet the school teachers both to and from school. And another one close to the school. 10 minutes walk from the family home of the departed cadres. I can show you around tomorrow if you're free from work. Ling Han. Xia Bailing immediately cast a sidelong glance at Hua Linghan. Yesterday, I came back from the disaster relief. And I didn't even bother to drink my water before I hurriedly drove to Xinjiang overnight to look for someone. How can you drive people out again when you're eating Su Wan's cooking at this moment? What does that mean? Shawan Don't listen to your Langhan brother? This is about to go to military training. Half a month have to live in the army. The end of the military training will have to go to class. If you think it's inconvenient to go to and from school, you can live in the school. Xia Bailing couldn't help but feel a bit angry, but still warmly advised Su Wan. Although the 2 residences that Hua Linghan found are both good. Su Wan is after all from a foreign countryside who came to the capital to go to school. In case they are bullied at school they don't know. Like Su Wan is good looking and easy to be targeted by some loafers outside the school. What if she is cheated? Hua Jiangwo also put down his chopsticks and said with a serious look on his face. Su Wan your aunt is right. We're not at ease with you living outside alone. And your parents are definitely not at ease either. You just wait until military training is over. Live at school. And when vacation is over, I'll have Lord Han pick you up. It's not as easy as you might think. Living out here alone in a rented house. Hua rarely spoke to Su Wan in such a serious and grave tone. That old subordinate of his made a trip to her school in addition to the village investigation. Tell him everything you've investigated. Ever since Su Wan came to town to study in high school, she has gotten close to some of the school's delinquent problem students, and often skips class to go play and skate with some dilettantes from outside the school. It also learned to climb and follow the bad example a lot. Now that Su Wan is getting a little bit better, Hua Jiangwo certainly doesn't want Su Wan to be brought down again after she goes to school. The capital can be much more prosperous and seductive than a small town. Yes. Shawan, didn't you say that if your brother Linghan wants to eat pig's ear, you'll make it for him again? How can you make it for your brother Linghan if you move out? Xia Bailing signaled Hua Linghan with her eyes, asking him to say something to make a stand. Hua Linghan, on the other hand, converges a pair of black eyes and looks at Su Wan seriously. The bottom of his eyes are ghostly. He is really just like a sensible elder brother. Respecting Soo-won's decision. Whichever way makes you feel more comfortable. You follow your own ideas. If you don't think the house is suitable, I can help you find another one. If you want to live in the Hwa household, you can stay in my room and have your own separate space. Although Ho Linghan is not really to drive people out, but his attitude, which dare to live in the house, serious and stern, just like a ghostly man. Xia Bailing was so anxious that she wanted to tell Ho Linghan to stop talking. Soo-won of course wants to move out because it's a bit more free and easy. Even though Uncle Hwa and Auntie Xia are very nice to her. But she, a person from the afterlife with an independent individual in mind, would find it inconvenient to live with even just her own biological parents. As for living in school, while she did miss her former college housing days, she was clearly reluctant to go back to living in a group again. In order not to let Uncle Hwa and Auntie Xia down, Soo-won didn't say it outright and said slowly, "Uncle Hwa, Auntie Xia, I haven't thought about it for the time being. I'll think about it more carefully in the next few days. Let's eat first." Ho Linghan stared at Soo-won's dark, snowy eyes and knew that she had actually made the decision to move out. Hua Jiangwo and Xia Bailing heard Soo-won say this and thought that Soo-won had taken their words in. The main thing is that as long as Ho Linghan doesn't get involved in helping Soo-won find a house, then Soo-won has no place to move even if she wants to move out. Therefore, Xia Bailing didn't forget to give Ho Linghan a warning look. After a meal, Hua went back to his room while Xia Bailing took little Xine to take a bath. Ho Linghan stood up and glanced at Soo-won, who was helping Muma clean up the dishes, before heading towards the study. After Soo-won put her rice bowl in the kitchen, she took the file bag and followed into the study. It seemed to be the third time she had entered this study, with portraits of great men and a stately inscription on the wall in the center. Hua Luohan, a military uniform, erect posture in that solemn word, extremely heroic, looked at Soo-won who walked in. The darkness in the bottom of his eyes turned over, pointed to the sofa in front of him, said in a faint voice, "Sit down." "Chief Hua, what do you want to talk to me about?" Soo-won walked over to the sofa in the far corner and sat down, knowing that the things Ho Linghan talked to him about should be related to last night's dilettantes. But it should be more than that. You've seen Hu Zichang's file. He's the douchebag who led the charge last night. And today he robbed Lu, the leader of your translation team. And if I hadn't been there last night, who knows what would have happened in the end. Ho Linghan also walks over to the sofa next to her and sits down. Soo-won only felt that the position beside her was sunk, and that long and straight figure was like a towering mountain looming down, giving people an inexplicable sense of tension. But more than that, it came from Ho Linghan's last sentence. He was right. If Ho Linghan hadn't come last night, the consequences of what happened would really be unimaginable. Since your family entrusted you to me, I am definitely responsible for your safety. I won't interfere in your affairs. But I hope you'll learn from yesterday's lesson and be able to inform me of what you're doing and going to do in the future. In case something like this happens again, there's no way I can answer to your family. Hua Luohan's long legs are folded together. His dark eyes fall heavily on Soo-won's Jewan white face. So, if you want to move out, I have preconditions. Chapter 91, checking in at all times. The tone of his voice was calm and serious, his jaw firm, and he was as extraordinarily oppressive as a tumbling edifice. It was as if the air in front of him had gotten a little thinner since he sat down. Soo-won can't help but sit up straight, her body tilting slightly towards the other side as she looks at Ho Linghan, who is gazing at her sideways. "Captain Hua, what are the conditions?" She knows that Ho Linghan won't put forward any excessive, over-the-top conditions, but they should be very strict, similar to the military rules and regulations kind. Be home at 8 every night. You want to go out with your classmates or study? It's okay if you come back a little later. But you need to let me know ahead of time.
I'll be checking in at all times. Huo Linghan opened his lips, though his tone was light and not harsh. But this was undoubtedly not the same as what Su Wan had thought. Treating her as if she were a soldier in the army and practicing military management.
Setting up a gate. And checking in.
And checking in with him in advance of what you're doing. Su Wan lightly blinked her dark and serene eyelashes. These conditions were all considered from her safety point of view. And were not considered harsh. Even if it was just her living in the Hua household. If she came back late, or if there was something going on, she would definitely tell Auntie Xie and Wu Ma a little bit in advance. But she didn't like the feeling of being regulated and constrained by rules and regulations. It is in the latter part of her life she lives in. The school is also 10 o'clock to close the door of the dormitory.
Captain Hua. What do you mean by checking in? Su Wan asked with some confusion. I'll call. Huo Luohan's tone is dry and expressionless as he opens his mouth. His large hand on his knee rubbing the thick gun calluses on his fingertips. The dark bottomless eyes fell on Su Wan's soft and bright face under the light for an instant. Slightly sideways. His voice low and thick. Of course it doesn't exclude that I will go to where you live as well as the school to check on you. The cold and solemn, heavy sense of oppression steeply deepened. Like a tidal wave to surround Su Wan's whole body. Su Wan's hand holding Hu Zichan's dossier tightened slightly and she lowered her head. She vaguely sensed that Huo Linghan had raised these conditions not just because of this matter of Hu Zichang. It should also have investigated some of the things the original did in town for high school. Maybe even the things investigated are more detailed than what is written on Hu Zichang's file. If some of those black materials of the original body in the village were egged on and framed by Su Shelwi. But all that dark stuff about truancy and absenteeism and hanging out with outsiders at the town high school can be real. Although the original body is not bad by nature. But it is really selfish and vain. Coupled with youthful rebellious period. Came to the town to go to school after the very dislike of their rural families. In order to fit in with the small group of well-to-do students in his class. He constantly asked his family for money to dress up. Pretending that his parents were also public officials in the town. And eventually, when he couldn't get the money, he stole it from his family. She even started hinting to seniors and male classmates who had a crush on her and pursued her to give her money. Hair cards, and sunflower seeds and peanut candies as snacks in order to support her face in the clique. The most dogged thing is that the original body takes the money and snacks it receives and then takes them to please the boy who was the top of the grade in the next class. Whose parents are high-ranking officials in the town. And who is also the school's school bully. Ended up being severely humiliated. That's why she was adamant about transferring to Peking in the first place. Then if that's the case, these seemingly lenient conditions proposed by Huo Linghan will definitely be enforced very harshly. Even just to control her better. Checking in at all times. Presumably several times a day. Come back a little late and you'll write a review and get criticized. Head Hua. I can do all these prerequisites you mentioned. After all, Uncle Hua and Auntie Xia will definitely be uneasy if I move out alone. But I'd like these conditions to wait until I'm enrolled in school. And then be adjusted accordingly as I adjust to the school. Su Wan knew that if Huo Linghan had already found someone to investigate those black histories she had in school, definitely will be extremely strict in the area of her interactions with her classmates. Even if she lives in the house Jiang Manhwa found for her, she still has to abide by his preconditions before she can move out of the Hua family. So she didn't bargain with him, intending to let him see her attitude first, and then afterward let him cancel those conditions he proposed. Yes. Huo Linghan's dark eyes look straight into Su Wan's eyes. And then immediately speaks again. Now, I'll talk to you about the second thing. Chapter 92, Planning to Marry? About you going to school. If you can't pass the Reed High School touch test, you don't get to enroll. At the moment, you need remedial classes in all your subjects except foreign languages. Especially your math is the weakest. Of course, your language background is also okay. Huo Linghan paused, thinking of the several love-filled letters she had written to him before. And although the content was hot and explicit, the writing was good. And she would also quote scripture. Pursing his lips, his jawline tightened. His eyes shifted to the calendar placed on the desk. And in a low, muffled voice, he said, "So for the rest of the half-month, in addition to completing your daily translations, you'll be grasping for time to study. I'll be back every day to tutor you in your homework." 2. When he said the last sentence, the pitch-black torch-like line of sight once again landed on Su-won's face. Extraordinarily firm. It seemed that the decision had been made. Not to ask her permission, but to inform her. "Chief Hua, I think." Su-won certainly didn't want Huo Linghan to tutor her homework. After all, she was confident that she would be able to pass the mapping exam. She also doesn't want people interfering with her study program. In particular, Huo Linghan, whose family has been in the military for 3 generations, and whose character is old-fashioned and boring, like an old cadre, must have asked her to sit and stand when she was studying. No different than watching elementary school kids. The Reed High School's mapping test is harder than the average high school's difficulty. And the questions are definitely much harder than your town's high school. So what are you going to do if you can't pass? Huo Linghan saw Su-won's resistance, put down his folded legs, straightened his erect body and leaned forward slightly. His voice low and serious. "Is it going to join the workforce? Or are you planning to marry someone? What you did before is all over the news. The Education Bureau will definitely be watching. And if you can't pass, it's unlikely that any other school will take you. And even if my dad and I want to give you a back door, it won't work." Huo Linghan locked her face and analyzed the stakes with her. It can be said that this mapping test is no less important than the college entrance exam. You can only be considered a junior high school graduate if you haven't finished high school. It's impossible for you to become an official employee of the translation agency. And secondly, if you want to find an official job in Beiping, you have to have a Beiping household registration. You can either find a job that will take care of your account, but it will take time with your current education. Or, Huo Luohan's thin lips were one and the other. His eyes were deep and calm. "It'll just have to be the account that falls into my house." "Settling your account with the Huo family? That's a great thing." Hearing this, Su-won, who originally didn't want to continue this topic, couldn't help but brighten her eyes for a moment, slightly raising her eyes to look at Huo Linghan. Because to be able to lie with Huo's family in the same account book, this layer of shell alone, that can be beneficial to her life and career in the future. Totally takes decades off her struggle. Even if she wants to go into business in the future, her business partners will be able to find a lot of business just by looking at her Huo family background, and will not suffer any difficulties. Doing anything would be a green light all the way. Of course, Su-won was only thinking about it with her father's relationship with the Huo family. At best, she could only go as far as the Huo family helping her find a job. Anything more than that is her not knowing any better. Huo Linghan's hawk-like sharp eyes quickly caught the beam of light at the bottom of Su-won's eyes, and his chest violently trembled. A dense, blazing flame quickly burning in his heart before spreading to all of his limbs and bones. Even his fingertips were starting to burn. The look on his face was even more cold, serious and stern, and his back was straightened. "So have you considered it clearly? Is it settling into the Huo family?" The latter phrase he placed in the back of his throat and rolled it, not saying it outright. If you want to settle into the Huo family, you either have to do so as the Huo family's adopted daughter or as a daughter-in-law. If the latter is the case, She can enroll directly without taking the school's mapping test and get extra points for the college entrance exam. Suwon is stared at by these dark pupils of Huo Linghan. Serious and oppressive. Knowing that he is analyzing these situations for her benefit. Then he thought about it and spoke. Head Hua. Didn't brother Xinhao graduate from Reed High School? There should still be quite a few previous high school test papers left. And the test points of the mapping exam should be a bit clearer. I'll just ask brother Xinhao directly. There's no need to bother Chief Hua for you to come back specially to tutor me in my homework. She was bending her lips and smiling, revealing the shallow pear swirls on both cheeks. And when Auntie Xia came back today, she also told me to let brother Xinhao tutor me in my homework, saying that brother Xinhao was just 2 points short of a perfect score in math in the college entrance exam. The implication is that she has promised Auntie Xia to let Meng Xinhao tutor her. Anyway, there was no way she was going to let Huo Linghan tutor her, or it would be nothing short of a shura. Huo Linghan pursed his lips tightly, not expecting Suwon to reply in this way. Looking at the clear, beautiful and bright smile between her brows, she seemed to be very much looking forward to Meng Xinhao tutoring her homework. The face looks like an ancient well, but the dark deep eyes are like a black hole, like a ghostly rotation. The hand resting on her knee slowly closed and gripped tightly, locking onto her clear pupils. I don't have any objection to you wanting Xinhao to tutor you. But what if you don't pass the touch test? Suwon can understand Huo Linghan's mistrust of her academic performance. After all, in terms of the original body's academic performance, it's almost difficult to achieve a leap in multiple subjects in a short period of time. Thus, it also proves that if she were to let Huo Linghan tutor her, she would definitely be quite strict, even to the point of harshness. And Meng Xinhao will definitely be more lenient in tutoring her. So Huo Linghan is uneasy. Captain Hua. Don't worry. I'll finish my translation work as soon as possible, and then put all my energy into my studies. I believe I should be able to pass the Reed High School's mapping exam. What if? Huo Linghan is still saying the same thing. You always have to think about what you're going to do afterward. I just want to go to school. I have no other plans. Suwon was silent for a moment and also expressed her determination. As the saying goes, things come in small packages. And despite her confidence in herself, who knows if there will be any surprises on the day of the exam. And she's a girl from the countryside. Going to school and taking the college entrance exam is her only way out. I know. Huo Linghan's voice was light, and he didn't say anything more. Head Hua. If there's nothing else, then I'll go out first. Suwon feels that Huo Linghan shouldn't have anything else to talk to her about either. After saying that, he put Hu Ziqiang's file on the coffee table, and then opened the study door and walked out. Huo Linghan looked at Suwon's back as she left and thought that when she was in the hospital earlier, Mom had said that she would introduce Suwon to Meng Xinhao. His entire body was taut and steel-hard. His erection so powerful it almost lifted the shirt off his chest. Raising his hand to look at his wrist, he went straight to the phone and dialed a string of numbers. Hello? Who is it? Meng Xinhao's bright voice came from the phone. It's me. There's still half a month before Suwon will take the Reed High School's entrance mapping test. If she fails the test, then Suwon won't have any school to attend. My mom wants you to come and tutor Suwon in her homework, especially in math. I want you to help Suwon's single-digit academic performance to 60 points. Just pass. Huo Linghan holds the phone receiver. Single digits? Meng Xinhao on the other end of the phone was shocked. Yes. 3 points. But of course it could have something to do with the fact that Suwon was sick at the time and it affected her play. Sister Suwon doesn't have a school if she didn't pass the touch test? Meng Xinhao took a deep breath on the other end of the phone and asked again. Yes. Huo Lingdan's words were solid. Cousin. I can get into the university or buy my father with a belt to whip out. Math test nearly perfect score. But also my luck blind. You tell auntie. My half-ass level can at best teach elementary school students. Suwon's sister even if. Meng Xinhao on the other end of the phone refused repeatedly. It wasn't that he disliked Suwon's sister's poor academic performance and refused to tutor her. But if Suwon's sister didn't pass the mapping exam and caused her to drop out of school, then he would be guilty of a great deal. Cousin. You're different. You're the one who's really gifted in math. And you were admitted to the military academy with the first place. Auntie should let you. The top student in the college entrance exam. Tutor sister Suwon. And with your tutoring sister Suwon will surely be able to pass the mapping exam. Chapter 93. You talk to my mom yourself. Huolingen's tone remains unchanged. The flat corners of his lips raise slightly without trace. And when he hears the sound of footsteps coming from the doorway, he coldly and faintly says, "Hang up." Just as he put down the microphone, he saw Suwon push in the door with a carton containing a black belt. Chief Hua. I'm really very grateful to you for what happened in Xinjiang. Can you take a look at this black belt to see if it fits? Suwon's voice is clear and pleasant. And she greatly brings the item to his attention. Huolingen's eyes moved slightly. And his erect posture stood in the light. Like a statue. Standing more standard than the sentries on duty at the guard post. Looking at the well-packaged black cowhide belt Suwon was holding in her hand. It was just like as if she was paying attention. The heart beating in his chest suddenly sank. As if it had been gently stepped on by a soft little foot. And the blood in the veins of his body boiled and rolled. It burned his ears. He hadn't expected her to buy him one too. Or a men's belt. He remembered that when he was in military school, his roommate's romantic interest had given him a men's belt as a token of affection. The straight back was tense. The muscles that had just relaxed had become stiff again. The back of his clothes could clearly print the muscle texture lines. The gnarled veins on the bend of his arms bulged out one by one. Chief Hua. I didn't know what you liked. So I picked out a belt for you along with Uncle Hua. Thinking you should be able to use it. Suwon saw that Huolingen's face was clear. Cold and deep. With no reaction. So she opened her mouth again. If the size doesn't fit. Or if you don't like the style or color. You tell me and I'll take it to you for an exchange. Saying this, Suwon then passes the belt forward again. Wanting Huolinghan to accept it. Huolinghan pursed his thin lips tightly. His rigidly handsome face is still a wave of unperturbed. Dark pupils of his eyes looking straight at Suwon. Then lowered his eyes. Flipping a report on the desk. And said in a faint formulaic voice, "This is my responsibility and vocation as a soldier. You take it back." Doesn't seem to care about what happened in Xinjiang yesterday? Just commonplace in fulfilling his duties and obligations as a soldier. So is this a banner for him? But it doesn't seem right. Chief Hua. This is a piece of my heart. Didn't you also help me find a house? And gave me so many tickets before. Suwon said. That's me misunderstanding you to make amends to you. Making mistakes shouldn't stop at verbal apologies and writing reviews. But actual actions. Huolinghan said sternly and righteously. Then he glanced at the cowhide belt on Suwon's hand. The style was simple and generous. The workmanship was fine. Very much to his liking. It should have been carefully chosen by her as well. In public. As a soldier I won't take a single needle or thread from the masses. Huolinghan stands straight. Deep pool like dark eyes branded on Suwon's clear and white face. Angular contour more and more cold and hard rigid. Thick knot in the throat micro uncheckable rolled a little. Cold and solemn voice slightly reveals some low horse, in private. I do not accept in addition to the object of the wife's family members of any of the women to send things. Suwon had thought that Huolinghan might refuse. But she hadn't expected it to be so one-dimensional. The military style and discipline is so good that he outright refuses to accept gifts except those from specific groups of people. Then in that case, Chief Hua, you can pass it on to brother Xinhao for me. As a thank you for tutoring me in my homework. Suwon had to say this. After all, this belt can't be returned. And it's useless for her to keep a man's belt as a woman. None of her 3 brothers in the family had the right occasion or even clothes to use the belt either. Huo Linghan looked at Suwon's dark, clean watery eyes that were almost able to reflect a human face. And the hand that was hanging down at his side was slightly clenched. And his chest rose and fell a little with it. Pursing his lips tightly, he did not speak. When brother Xinhao comes, it's fine for me to give it to him directly. Suwon batted her eyelashes lightly and didn't think much of it. Just as he was about to take it back, Huo Linghan's big hand held the box at once. And his pale voice said in a deep, cold voice, I happen to be passing by my little aunt's house tomorrow. So I'll help you give it to him by the way. Good. Then thank you. Head Hua. Suwon nods and glances at Huo Linghan, whose face is unmoving and stalwart as a mountain. Before walking out of the study, Huo Linghan lowered his eyes to look at the hand of good texture. Handmade black belt. Breathing deeply, if the obsidian-like bright eyes dark bottomless. And then clenched hard in the palm of his hand. Early the next morning, after Gao Hui learned that Editor-in-Chief Lu had already come to the newspaper. She was afraid that Editor-in-Chief Lu would have some opinions about her in light of yesterday's events. With a pregnant belly of more than 5 months, she took the lead and ran to the office of the chief editor of Lu to complain. Chief Editor Lu. It's that temporary interpreter. Comrade Suwon. Who has a bad style and an improper mind. Obviously already has an officer object. But is still hooking up with group leader Lu behind his back. This business trip to Xinjiang. It was that Xiao Su who took the initiative to replace Jiang Mengyue on the business trip in order to create alone time with team leader Lu. I guess her officer knew about her watery nature. So he rushed to Xinjiang in the middle of the night to take her away, leaving team leader Lu alone in the township government compound, causing team leader Lu to be robbed on his way back to Peking alone. Gao Hui stood in front of the office of the editor-in-chief Lu. Said that a righteous indignation, and even red eyes, seems to be sad for Lu Rue sad. Lu editor-in-chief. Listen to my hometown in Xinjiang said that the robbers at first is rushing to Xiaosu. Said that her business trip to dress up flamboyant. Tart. The result of the robbers stopped the Lu team leader's car. Found that Xiaosu is not in the car. A moment of annoyance before the Lu team leader into a coma with serious injuries. Otherwise if it's just a robbery, just grab the money and go. Why would they even hit someone? Team leader Lu was really killed by this little Su. Chief editor Lu has several white hairs sprouting from his temples. And after Gao Hui said so much, his face was always calm and cold and did not say a word. But his eyes vaguely contained a touch of anger. Lu Rue is his only son. Heard Lu Rue accident. His old mother and his lover are directly scared into the hospital. For fear that Lu Rue will have a long and short. And that gang of dilettantes was indeed heading for Suwon. He also knew that his son was applying to go to Xinjiang for this Suwon. But who knew that she had already had a date yet she still came to seduce his son. She eventually returned unharmed. But nearly cost him this only son. How could this not make editor-in-chief Lu angry? It was simply a scourge. The ruthlessness in chief editor Lu's eyes deepened. And after letting Gao Hui leave, Director Mu quickly walked into the chief editor's office. He frowned tightly as he flipped through the document translated by Suwon. Then through the manuscript translated by Suwon. Onto the coffee table. Reprimanding. Director Mu, you are also an old comrade. I read the manuscript translated by Comrade Suwon. The words used are too flamboyant and flamboyant. It's hard to make the readers resonate. You should also know the importance of this foreign literature. How can you let a student who hasn't even finished high school translate it? And in case the sales aren't satisfactory, who will take this responsibility? And this comrade Suwon. Her thought style is very questionable. Chapter 94, Old Things Bullying Newcomers. Editor-in-Chief. This piece was originally translated by Gao Hui. Comrade Suwon's translation level is significantly higher than Gao Hui's. And the main thing is that I also looked for Gao Hui to talk about it later on. But Gao Hui was adamant that she wanted to raise the price before she would translate it. Director Mu also knew that Chief Editor Liu was angry because of what happened to Team Leader Liu. And that's why he was picking on Suwon. But excluding the other first-class translators, he felt that Suwon was capable of translating this 200,000 word literary work well. Post-sale sales can't be bad with his experience. As for Suwon's style of thought, I understand that Comrade Suwon is currently in a single situation. And that Head Hua is not the object of Comrade Suwon's affections. Simply because Comrade Suwon is living on loan in Professor Xia's home. And Head Hua happens to be Professor Xia's son. It was now rumored in the unit that Suwon had an officer's date. And it was assumed that Chief Editor Liu thought so because he had heard this rumor. Director Mu then explained that as for Head Hua taking quite good care of Comrade Suwon or even being interesting, he didn't mention it. But just went on to say, a girl spending the night out in the field. Professor Xia inevitably didn't feel at ease letting Head Hua fetch the person back. But Liu Editor-in-Chief will not think so. More and more feel that this countryside Suwon deep heart just want to rely on their own beauty. Settled in the city to climb a high branch. Hooking up with Chief Hua on one side and his son on the other. Just like some young women who went to the countryside to join the army. They married the son of the village chief or branch secretary in order to work less and suffer less. He wouldn't let a woman like that remain in the publishing house. But Chief Editor Liu was a decent person. And Suwon was introduced to him by Professor Xie. So he definitely wouldn't make things too obvious. Leaning his back against the sofa, he crossed his hands on his knees. A pair of serious and majestic eyes refracting a cold light through the thick lenses. And turned to Director Mu, emphasizing, Director Mu, just because you like Suwon's translation style, you can't assume that the readers will like it as well. If word gets out that such a famous work of foreign literature was translated by a country student who didn't even graduate from high school, how will you let us hold our heads up in the media industry? How will outsiders scold us? Will outsiders even think that this work was made up by high school students themselves? Chief Editor Liu accused sternly. His voice piercing through the door panel and reaching the ears of Gao Hui, who was standing outside eavesdropping. As shrewd as she was, she naturally heard that Chief Editor Liu was trying to find a reason to dismiss Suwon. Then she's definitely going to put fire on it. By then, once Suwon left, this manuscript of $15 for 1,000 words, Director Mu would definitely hand it over to her to continue translating. And she could also take the opportunity to make a request for a price increase. That way she could save up early enough to pay for her plane ticket to the beautiful country. The standard of living in the West is so extravagant and free. It's a total paradise. And she's desperately trying to learn a foreign language in order to prepare for emigration. Even if it meant scrubbing dishes in the beautiful country. She felt it was better than staying in this poor country. With that, Gao Hui went down the stairs holding onto the stair railing and went to a phone. Calling a magazine that specialized in putting on sale people's stories and gossip. Where her college friend was from. Blow the whistle on a high school student from the countryside translating a first-class foreign literature manuscript. Inside the office, Director Mu was putting in a good word for Suwon against the pressure. And also took out the manuscripts translated by the other people in the translation team from the briefcase he was carrying. And gave them to Editor-in-Chief Liu for comparison. It was not that he was biased against Suwon. But he cherished his talent. Suwon was not the one with the highest level of translation in the translation team.
but only Soo-won had translated the kernel and mood of the original. But Editor-in-Chief Lu directly waved his hand, interrupting Director Mu's words, and also pressed to listen to these, and questioned with a stern face, "Director Mu, do you know how much royalties were spent on this literary work to buy it back from abroad?" 10,000 readers have 10,000 Hamlets. In case the work translated by her causes serious stagnation, can you afford the consequences? Director Mu, who was still bending over the two translated manuscripts for Chief Editor Lu to compare, froze for a moment. It was already clear what Chief Editor Lu meant. It was obvious that Chief Editor Lu had transferred all the anger of Team Leader Lu's injury from the robbery to Soo-won. Editor-in-Chief Lu, this literary work will be on sale in October. Time is tight and the task is heavy. And the other colleagues in the translation team all have manuscripts in hand. And if they are translated by someone else later on, there will be a clear difference in the translation styles, which may also affect the sales. Director Mu hung his head low and laid out the current difficulties directly. I'll apply to the president to see if we can extend the listing. Of course, it's not up to you and I to decide whether Soo-won is capable of this translation job. So in order to be fair and just, I'll call a meeting tomorrow and vote by show of hands, with the minority submitting to the majority. Editor-in-Chief Lu slowed down his tone again, with an air of negotiation. All for the sake of the newspaper and sales considerations. After all, this is a translation copyright that cost $200,000 to buy. If something goes wrong, none of us can afford it. I'm doing this for your own good. For the time being, let's just stop the translation work in Soo-won's hands for now. If Soo-won's level of translation is recognized at the meeting tomorrow, let Soo-won continue translating. Editor-in-Chief Lu resumed his previous amiable and good-natured attitude and smiled at Director Mu. In this way, he could use the voting result of the meeting as a pretext to dismiss Soo-won in a sensible and reasonable manner. And he could also use it to propose to President Jung to extend the time of the book's launch. It's really a good fight. Director Mu can only pin his hopes on tomorrow's meeting. As soon as Director Mu left the office door on the front foot, Editor-in-Chief Lu picked up the phone on the back foot and started contacting suitable translators. The progress of the translation of this book cannot be delayed. Soo-won he is also sure to resign. And he must never give her another chance to get close to his son. Soo-won reviewed her homework late last night, and went to the post office to remit money to her parents, and only came to the publishing house at 10 o'clock. As soon as she went up to the second floor, she noticed that the atmosphere was not right. Although she did not know the other editors and proofreading colleagues in the publishing house, but they all greeted her politely with smiles on their faces. But today, people just automatically ignore her when they see her. And the co-workers who walk up to her don't even look at her. It was as if she was just an heir. When she arrived at the translation team, the colleagues who were originally chatting and drinking tea were instantly silenced when they saw her coming. And it was very quiet, with only the foreign language broadcast still playing on the tape recorder in the office. Then he went back to looking down at the task at hand. That atmosphere of coldness, of ignoring, was very evident. Gao Hui sat in a reclining chair with a sneer on her face and rolled her eyes at her. Anyway, Soo-won came to sit at the newspaper just to look for a house. And if Huo Linghan helped her find a suitable house, she wouldn't come back to the publishing house. So how her co-workers are related, she couldn't care less. Placing his green satchel on the seat, he glanced at the time, just in time to listen to the foreign language broadcast. Because the foreign language content played on this station happened to be related to the book she was translating, Director Mu granted her special permission to use the radio at this time of day in order for her to better translate her work. I'm sorry. The foreign language broadcast I'm listening to has started, so I'll change the station first. Soo-won greeted politely as before. But this time none of them paid any attention to her.
And there were even those who exchanged glances with each other. Slightly disdainful and mocking. As if to say, what are you pretending for? You are about to be sacked by Chief Editor Lu. You really think that you are a high school student from the countryside? How excellent the translation level is. Suwon tuned into the radio station she was listening to as usual. But for some reason there was a zipping current noise coming from it. Gao Hui immediately crossed her arms and snorted coldly in a conspiratorial manner. We've been using this radio for so long and it's fine. How come it breaks when you touch it? Are you doing it on purpose? Because she knew that she was about to be dismissed by Chief Editor Lu. Gao Hui's targeting purpose was very obvious and her tone was unforgiving. Suwon coldly hooked a lower lip, turned around and deliberately looked at Gao Hui with a look of astonishment and tenderness and said, "Has it been fine without any current sound?" Then it tapped the radio, raising the pitch a bit, and also said conspiratorially, "So it looks like you're the old thing bullying the new guy." With this tap from Suwon, the current sound of the radio stopped at once, and the lady's smooth and pure foreign language broadcasting accent came clearly from inside. It's true that this old thing just needs to be given some color before it knows what's good for it. Suwon laughed while her eyes looked heavily at Gao Hui again with dark irony. How dare you call her an old thing? Gao Hui slammed her water cup on the table with a pop, stood up, crossed her waist, and sneered. Suwon, what are you so proud of? You really think your translation level is so good? Chief Editor Lu is very dissatisfied with your translation and has already planned to dismiss you. Chapter 95, Military Orders. Suwon's brows wrinkled slightly, realizing in a flash that the reason Chief Editor Lu really wanted to dismiss her was because Lu Rue was injured by a roadblock robbery. Plus, the whole publishing house was rumored that Lu Rue had gone to Xinjiang on a business trip for her. She then picked up the manuscript on her desk and headed for Director Mu's office. Director Mu, may I ask what's wrong with my manuscript? I heard that Chief Editor Lu is going to sack me. Suwon knocked on the door after getting permission to walk in. She saw Director Mu was pouring tea for a grandfather dressed as a farmer wearing a straw hat, an old white sweatshirt and blue pants. There was also a snakeskin bag at his feet. She didn't think much of it, thinking it was some relative of Director Mu's from the countryside. Then he spoke to Director Mu, inquiring about the veracity of the matter. Director Miao had originally thought about how to mention this matter to Suwon, but he didn't expect Suwon to learn about this news so quickly and even look for it. First, he looked respectfully at the old man with gray temples in front of him. The old man, on the other hand, took off the straw hat on his head and held it in his hand to fan the wind, smilingly signaling them to talk first. Suwon, I recognize your translation level. And you were personally recommended by Professor Xie. When the old man heard that it was the interpreter Professor Xie had recommended over, he glanced towards Suwon. It's just that Chief Editor Lu, considering that this is a work that cost $200,000 for the copyright, the entire publishing house values it very highly, and has made some suggestions about the style of the work you're translating. I guess, Director Mu said in a relaxed tone. That's why Editor-in-Chief Lu, out of caution, is planning to hold a high-level meeting tomorrow to go over the manuscript you translated. You don't have to think too much. You're a student who hasn't even graduated from high school, and you can easily translate the content of a first-class manuscript, compared to other comrades who have translated it even better. I'm sure you won't have any problems. Although these words were meant to comfort Suwon, the real intention was for another person in the room to hear. You can go back and rest for today. I still have some things to take care of. And you can also go back and ask Professor Xie for advice if there's anything you're not sure about. Director Mu's mention of Professor Xie once again was a polite hint that Suwon could go back and talk to Professor Xie about this matter, as long as Professor Xie was willing to step in. It was expected that it wouldn't be so easy for Chief Editor Lu to dismiss Suwon. After all, more words were not convenient for him to say. It was up to Su-won to comprehend it.
Of course, Su-won could understand Director Mu's words and hints.
It was also known that Director Mu was trying to comfort her. She had already translated nearly 100,000 words of the manuscript. And for such a long time, Chief Editor Lu had not even mentioned her opinion. Yet she said that there was something wrong with her manuscript as soon as something happened to Lu Rue. It is said that a decision will be made through a meeting. But in fact, it is just a formality. She's all ready to continue to take on translations from publishers to make money after high school. And save up enough money to buy a quadrangle sooner. And she just sent a sum of money back home today. So if she lost this job as a translator, there was no way the money she had left on hand could support her daily living expenses when she moved out and lived there. So this translation job she must keep. Director Mu. I understand Chief Editor Lu's worries and considerations. But with the manuscript I translated yesterday, the word count is currently 100,000 words. You also said that this work will be available for sale in October. And that someone else will translate the remaining 100,000 words at this time. Then the first thing readers will see is also the first 100,000 words I translated. And if readers don't like the first 100,000 words I translated, they won't read them even if it's just the later translation that's brilliant. And it will still affect sales. Su-won had been in the shopping mall for so long. And the thing she was best at was reading people's words. She quickly noticed that Director Mu was very respectful and polite to the old man dressed as a farmer sitting on the couch. The overall posture is lowered and slightly bent all the time. And then look carefully at the old man's hand, that cup of tea. Not ordinary chrysanthemum tea, but very precious Xinyang Mao Jian. This old man looks very simple. A peasant dress. But it is extraordinary temperament. Stable atmosphere. A little bit of bureau. It should be some kind of important leader. Sure enough, after she said this, Director Mu glanced again at the old man on the sofa who was fanning his straw hat, obviously wanting to see this old man's attitude. So Su-won said again, if the translation is done from scratch, then this 100,000 words of 15,000 is not a small expense. What is the newspaper going to do with the financial statement? Just waste it straight away? Or let me return the full amount? Director Mu frowned slightly at this question, turning his head once again to look at the old man sitting on the sofa. $100 or $200 of manuscript fee. He can still make the decision. 1,500, such a large sum of money. That is to be reported to the layers of approval. When the time comes to really start translating from scratch, the $1,500 will definitely have to be refunded by Su-won. But that's clearly not okay. The old man who was fanning his straw hat's hand didn't move, and raised his eyes to Su-won, and then looked at the manuscript she was holding in her hand. But still not a word was spoken. As if he was contemplating something. The reason why Su-won didn't choose to say the reason why Chief Editor Lu targeted her in front of the big leaders was because she knew that the big leaders didn't like subordinates who complained. Instead, it's more about strength. Director Mu, do you think it can be like this? I will first translate a few foreign short stories of a few thousand words and publish them in the newspaper. And if the result is not satisfactory, I will voluntarily return all the manuscript fees. Su-won lifted her chest and made up her mind, her eyes gleaming with extra determination. And she directly set up a military order. This startled both Director Mu and the old man on the couch. In particular, the old man, who had been silent all this time, looked at Su-won with eyes that abruptly lit up. This is obviously the girl child is very confident in her own translation level. $1,500 is a huge sum of money. In reason, it's impossible to get all of the 100,000 words of fees that have been settled to be returned. This boldness and courage made the old man appreciate Su-won very much and couldn't help but come to have a hint of interest. In fact, he had long heard about this comrade Su-won and group leader Lu from his secretary. After all, when someone from the publishing house traveled and encountered such a thing, he, as the president of the publishing house, must be the first person in charge. He came to see Director Mew to get specifics as well. But now it seemed that this comrade Suwon and what he had learned seemed to be completely different. That's 100,000 words? The old man opened his mouth. And while doing so, he took out his blue-striped handkerchief and wiped his old glasses. Suwon stood up straight and looked at the old man without the slightest hesitation. Since this manuscript is so important, I'm willing to take the test and let the market and the people test whether my translation style is capable of this translation job. My only request is that the translations I can pick and choose myself. Chapter 96, Don't You Dare. President. This comrade Suwon is still a high school student. It's the time of fervent youth. She only knows how to read. She doesn't have much work experience yet. Don't take it seriously. Director Mu hurriedly opened his mouth and gave Suwon a wink. This girl from the countryside is just honest. How do you know the mode of operation of this newspaper? It's not just about hard work and seriousness. It's more about a keen sense of smell and luck. And it just so happens that you've captured a story that resonates with the people. Or that some major case has happened. Then the sales will run. Moreover, there are only so many pages in the newspaper. Even if Suwon is only allowed to try to translate one and publish it in the newspaper, it means that the original page for short stories has to be given up for her. Once the sales are unsatisfactory, the losses incurred can be counted in tens of thousands of dollars. Like the lagging unsold newspaper that went straight to a pile of wall-to-wall waste paper. And the paper would also receive several sacks of letters of complaint, which would have an enormous impact on the North Pacific newspaper. It was clear that Suwon only needed to go back and tell Professor Xie about this matter. And Professor Xie would be able to help her resolve it. And yet they choose this self-immolation. Hearing Director Mu address the old grandfather in this way, Suwon knew that her guess was not wrong. Sure enough, it's a big brother level leader with the absolute power of speech of the publisher. President. Since full liberalization, young people's minds have gradually opened up. And they are able to accept new things faster and better. And will even take the initiative to absorb them. I also hope that you, President, will give me a chance to prove it. And if the results are well received, then it will show that the literature I have translated is able to stand the test of the market. Suwon actively fought for herself. Her dark and clear eyes were like stars. Bright and clear. And her voice was clear and strong. The words were really saying more than taking her draft to tomorrow's meeting to meet and decide. It would be more convincing to let young men and women, university students, and intellectuals test her translations. She didn't want to bother Auntie Xie. Most of all, even though with her help, she was allowed to stay for the time being. But as a senior leader of the publishing house, Chief Editor Liu has ways to make her leave of her own accord. So she's not just fighting for the job. She's trying to win more cards for herself again. As long as her translated short stories don't sell poorly. With such an excellent resume and body of work. Even if she leaves the Beijing newspaper, she can still work part-time as a translator for other newspapers. As far as I know, the newspaper pages have been full in recent months. And it's even more unlikely that you'll be given space to publish your translation of a foreign short story. President Jiang opened his mouth unhurriedly. From the looks to the dress are very low profile and simple. But as soon as he opened his mouth, the momentum and majesty of the high-level leaders who have been living in the city for many years came out. Every word is like iron nails going down. And there is no possibility of changing it. Suwon's dark eyelashes blinked lightly. Her heart sank. But her facial expression did not move. But President Zheng paused for a moment, looked at Suwon's eyes, and then slowly said with a smile on his face, "The publishing house does have a more cold story periodical. The reason why it is cold is because it has just been on sale for less than 3 months.
and the main contents are translated foreign short stories and poetry collections. But after 12 consecutive issues in 3 months, all of which have sold very poorly, we've decided to discontinue the read-along after this final issue. Little comrade. If you want to prove it, I can let you take full responsibility for the content editing and short story selection of this last issue. Do you dare to take over? This story publication is the one that Director Mu is in charge of. And the foreign short stories are all turned over by their translation team. Everyone was enthusiastic at first. But after seeing the dismal sales, no one wanted to take the job anymore by the last few issues. This is because the pay is not based on thousands of words, but is directly tied to sales. Everyone also defaulted to the idea that translating this short publication would be a waste of time and wouldn't sell more than a few copies. President, we have invested a lot of time, energy and personnel in this book. But 12 consecutive issues of the pronunciation are at the bottom of the sales list. And even many roadside newsstands, small stores as well as bookstores are unwilling to order. And the print run has even been cut by a large margin. Director Mu frowned. Because this reading voice was founded too much of a failure to be mentioned by anyone at the Peking newspaper. It's out there on bookstores and newsstands sitting directly in the corner eating dust. Afraid that Su-won didn't know about this book of readings, Director Mu spoke up to remind her. In his experience, the audience of this short reading book was originally narrow. Even if Su-won's translated manuscript was more colorful, it would still be a dead end. Without a certain base of readers, sales are unlikely to open up. President Jiang, however, only picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip of the refreshingly mellow tea. And Director Miao immediately stopped talking. Little comrade. The situation is just as Director Mu said. We're going to print 5,000 copies of the last issue. As long as you sell those 5,000 copies. This request was actually not too high. And it was even giving Su-won a chance. But the 12th issue has sold less than 4,000 copies so far. It's hard to increase sales of issue number 13 by 1,000 copies at once. Director Mu looked worriedly at Su-won and shook her head slightly at her, signaling her not to answer down. Okay, President. As long as I can get the sales of readings to reach 5,000 copies, you will continue to let me work part-time as a translator. However, Su-won just threw her voice after thinking for a moment. President Zhang's long and thick eyebrows raised slightly, looking surprised. And the focus of his pupils widened for an instant when she said this. Because he could see that Su-won was not a momentary whim, and had gone through a well-thought-out and very composed mind. No arrogance, no panic or confusion, and not even the slightest hint of timidity when confronting him. Yes. And I'll give you a $2 raise on the original price. President Jiang nodded, appreciating the girl a few more points, and said very boldly. Director Mu, on the other hand, was very anxious on the side, and his forehead and back were sweating with anxiety. He was trying to be happy for Su-won, and it wasn't that he doubted Su-won's level of translation, but the Xinhua bookstore, which was the main sales channel, was now only willing to order 2,000 copies. How are we going to open the market for the remaining 3,000 copies? This Su-won is really headstrong and whimsical. Even if she was eventually replaced, the vast majority of that minimum $1.500 manuscript fee would be saved. But it was a moment of triumph to gamble on that breath. Director Mu was really angry, anxious and very helpless, and could only take out the handkerchief in his pocket to constantly wipe the sweat from his head and neck. Su-won had already had a part of the plan in her head after she came out of Director Mu's office. Plus she would still be able to get a fee of 17 yuan for 1,000 words as long as she passed the test. This made her more and more energized. And once she returned to the translation team's office, she first collected the past issues of readings to study the reasons for the poor sales.
Gao Hui raised her head to see Suwon coming out of Director Mu's office. Not only did her eyes not even redden for a moment, she didn't even have a bit of a difficult expression. Instead, it also got more and more energized. Gripping the pen in her hand, she just called another small newspaper. And now they were furiously working on a story. There was absolutely no way she would let Suwon stay at the Beiping newspaper. With a grin on his mouth and a roll of his eyes, he turned to Suwon's back and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Yo! Certain people don't think that if they have a backstage and go to Director Mu, they won't be dismissed. Right? It's a pity that just like the yellowing leaves of autumn, no matter how much they languish, they are still blown off by the wind." Suwon was now scrambling to research the reasons for the dismal sales of readings, and was too lazy to pay any attention to this jumping up and down yin and yang clown. After a quick flick through a few pages of readings, he walked out with a couple of journals. Gao Hui had been waiting for Suwon's reaction. Yet Suwon didn't even look at her as she was leaving. The purpose did not reach. Of course. At the same time, the heart is also a little weak. Is afraid of Suwon behind the background of the background is still really Suwon to save down. So Suwon's appearance of ignoring her made her very angry. "Comrade Lu. When Suwon walked past you, did you smell a vixen's Thai odor?" Gao Hui turned her head and began to speak ill of Suwon to her co-workers as if she was venting her anger. Chapter 97, Sleeping with Men. The other comrades all looked at Gao Hui with some puzzlement when they heard this. But it was also vaguely clear that Gao Hui was insinuating Suwon. Gao Hui nuzzled her mouth and pointed in the direction Suwon left. "She's a rural girl who didn't even graduate from high school. How capable can she be? But it's just because she looks good and has a sweet mouth that attracts men to her. In order to be able to stay in the translation agency, I guess I should have gone to the hospital to find team leader Lu in a hurry at this moment. The rural girls I know are willing to do anything, including selling their bodies, to get a foothold in the city." The words "go sleep with a man," Gao Hui was close to saying it outright. There was even a secret mapping that Suwon was able to be recommended to the translation agency as a translator. And that was by sleeping with men. Suwon came to the reading room. And when she saw that the selling price of readings was priced at 59 cents, she pretty much knew what the reason for the dismal sales of this periodical was. Journals on the market now cost between 25 and 35 cents, 59 cents is pretty expensive. And the people who started this journal had a condescending attitude from the beginning, wanting to show that they were different from other journals. The short stories published aren't bad, but the content doesn't stand out to the extent that readers will fall in love with them and become addicted. The main thing is that he's not unique and irreplaceable. The same articles talking about aliens and presenting information about foreign knowledge are also published in other journals. The articles are not exclusive. They are just translated slightly differently by different translators. Why should readers pay exorbitant prices for readers? The only advantage of the reader is also that the whole issue is devoted to foreign short stories, whereas the others have only 2 or 3. This directly disrupted the plan in Suwon's head. She had originally thought of purchasing a few dozen, 100 books at her own expense, and then giving them to some students or people in the organization to read for free. First remove the reader's preconceived notions, then open up the sale. 100 copies would cost $59, which would be enough to buy 200 copies of other journals. That's why the selection of foreign short stories is now a top priority and must keep readers up at night and scratching their heads. Suwon quickly locked a subject in her mind based on the characteristics of this era. With that, he went to see Director Mu again. The young saleswoman at the leather counter in the department store is chatting with the saleswoman next door. A tall, handsome soldier in uniform was seen walking this way with a steely gaze. Straight away, the young saleswoman at the leather counter looked a little flushed. When the soldiers first arrived at the counter, the young salesperson's reception voice softened involuntarily, and she took the initiative to ask what items needed to be purchased. "Hello? Did you buy this belt from you?" Huo Linghan takes out the box containing the black belt and opens it to show the sales clerk. The salesman recognized at once that it was bought by the pretty lesbian yesterday. And nodded repeatedly. Yes. 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 It's ours. We just sold out 2 yesterday. A black one and a gray one. Bought by a young lesbian. Immediately afterward, the sales clerk looked up and asked, Is that lesbian your date? Are you here today to exchange this belt because you think it's not the right size? Huo Luohan's face was calm and reserved cold. But the tip of his ear unconsciously flushed with a touch of scarlet. His voice low. No. Trouble you to get me another one exactly the same. The salesman was a little puzzled because the belt was not cheap. Switch it around. Huo Linghan said without changing his face. As soon as the salesman heard this, he started to introduce it again in a gushing manner. Comrade soldier, this belt is of very good quality. It won't break even if you use it for 10 years. You already have one of them. You can take a look at our other styles. I only like this one. Huo Linghan directly interrupted the sales clerk. Then it seems that your object really has an eye for picking to your heart. It just so happens that there is only one left. The salesman smiled at this and took out the remaining one. Huo Linghan quickly settled the bill and left. To prevent getting the two mixed up. One is held in your arms and the other is just carried around. With that, he drove a military jeep to the Beiying newspaper office to pick up Su Wan for a viewing. He had arrived half an hour earlier. But until the people of Beiying newspaper got off work one after another and pushed their bicycles, they didn't see Su Wan come out from inside. Now that it was autumn and the sky was darker earlier than before, Su Wan was determining the subject matter with director Mu. Immediately after I got the novel I wanted to translate, I worked non-stop on it. Until it was completely dark. Su Wan was worried that Auntie Xia would be anxious if she waited too long at home. That's when he came out of the newspaper office with a small satchel on his back, grabbing it and carrying it just as he was about to run to the bus stop across the street. A familiar clear voice came from right behind her. Su Wan. Su Wan turned back to see Huo Linghan's long and upright figure walking over from the hazy streetlight. She then thought of how Huo Linghan had said at the dinner table that he would take her to see a house near the school after she got off work today. He wouldn't have been waiting outside the newspaper office. Would he? Get in the car. Huo Linghan's dark eyes landed on Su Wan's body for a moment before he spoke. Then she led Su Wan to the place where she had asked Huo Linghan to let her off the day before. It hadn't occurred to me that this curmudgeonly steel-straight man was actually quite delicate in his thoughts. Knowing that she didn't want her co-workers to see and talk about it. I've called the house. I'll take you to dinner first. Then we'll go see the house. Or do you want to eat after you see it? When he got into the car, Huo Linghan looked into the rearview mirror of the car and asked Su Wan's opinion in a light tone. By the looks of it, it really had been waiting outside the newspaper office for her to get off work for 2 hours at the very least. No need. Chief Hua. Let's go straight home. The house I want to wait until I'm done with the work at hand and see it in a few days. Su Wan sat on the back row, clutching the obviously heavy satchel in her arms. It's not that she forgot about it, but she didn't expect Huo Linghan's execution ability to be so strong. And after saying tomorrow at the dinner table, she really came to pick her up from work today to go see it. After I left the study yesterday, I saw that you didn't mention anything about going to look at houses today anymore. So I've been busy working. Su Wan said slightly apologetically. Huo Linghan knows that Su Wan has been busy. And when he got on the car, the pen indentations on his fingertips were illuminated extraordinarily clearly by the streetlights. And a lot of blue ink marks remained under his palms. It's me who didn't convey it clearly. Huo Linghan slightly converged his eyes down, followed by looking into the car's rearview mirror again. No rice was left at home. Eat before you go back? The firm jaw tightened involuntarily. Captain Hua. Why don't we go back and get down to rolling out noodles for dinner? Mrs. Wu said that logistics will send some freshly marketed greens today. Suwon is now all in the translation of the novel on the mind. A minute does not want to delay. Which has what mind to go to dinner? Just think of going back to get 2 steamed buns to deal with it. If it wasn't for the fact that Huo Lingnan hadn't eaten dinner either. She wouldn't even bother to order noodles. When you get back you have to choose your greens and wash them. Huo Linghan gripped the steering wheel in his hands tightly and didn't say anything. Then twisted the car key and started the vehicle. Suwon leaned back against the back seat and closed her eyes briefly to give her eyes a rest. But in his mind, he was still thinking about the plot of the novel and how to translate it better in Chinese. Instead, she felt a box in her hand and opened her eyes to see by the moonlight outside. Wasn't this the belt she bought? Didn't Mr. Hua say he'd take it to Meng Xinhao this morning? Meng Xinhao told my mom that he has to be in charge of this year's orientation duties and has to deal with some things in the club. So he doesn't have time to help you with your homework. Huo Lingdan's corner of his eye skimmed that Suwon had already spotted the belt. So he opened his lips and said coldly and stiffly. So when you're done I'll help you make up for your weakest math. You can take this belt back. The tone was still flat. But the strong aura was unabated. The first half of the sentence Suwon did not feel anything when she heard it. But instead she was still a little happy. But the latter half of the sentence made Suwon listen and directly made her lose her expression management. Thinking that she was sitting in the back row and it was dark. Huo Linghan couldn't see her even if he wanted to drive. The look was one of extreme reluctance. However, not knowing the night training of Huo Linghan through the car rearview mirror, will be her frowning and open mouth. That reluctant and resistant expression can be seen very clearly. It was even said that this straightforward and unabashed expression of rejection was the first time he had ever seen it. Maybe that's what she really felt inside for him. But just held back and didn't show it before. Huo Luohan drifted as if he was in an ice cellar. Pursing his lips tightly, the muscles in his arms and back collapsing tightly. The whole body fell silent in an instant. And just then the car had arrived at the Hua family's yard. Suwon quickly opened the car door and was about to get out of the car, not forgetting to take away the belt on the car seat on her way out. Chapter 98 Dismissal. She originally didn't want to take it back. But she was afraid that if she stayed, it would make Huo Linghan mistake her for consent and accept the belt as a thank you gift. With his horrible execution skills, what was she going to do with the rest of her life? Captain Hua. You're usually quite busy with training plus organizational study duties. So I can't take up any more of the rest time you only have. My co-worker Jiang Mengyue is also a graduate of a prestigious school. So I'll just ask her to teach me anything I don't know. Suwon finished in a clear and polite tone. And walked into the house with the belt. It barely gave him a chance to react. Huo Linghan looked at Suwon's impatiently escaping figure. His deep eyes sinking down a little. The blood in his body seeming to be condensed. Breathing deeply, his chest felt like it was being held down by something. Suffocating. English eyebrows furrowed. Then pulled open the door and stepped out of the car as well. It was now almost 9 o'clock. Hua Jiangwo was busy with work and hadn't come back yet. And Xia Bailing had already taken little Cindy to bed. Wu Ma, who was in the room, heard the movement coming from the kitchen and guessed that it should be Wanya too coming back. Just opened the door to the living room and looked around. It didn't matter if he didn't look. He was shocked and even rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Let's see if we're not seeing things for ourselves. Inside the kitchen, Suwon is waiting for the water to boil to roll out her hands, while Huo Linghan is standing in front of the sink picking and washing small green vegetables. The dim light shone on the tall and short forms of the two men. And the picture was one of rare and even somewhat uncanny coziness. Huo Linghan, who has always disdained women and never even wanted to be alone in a room with a woman, would actually take the initiative to help out in the kitchen. Especially the Lord Cold before the Wanya head has not been too treat. At all times of face. But also want to let Wanya head move out to live.
This really surprised Wu Ma too much. In fact, as early as when Huo Linghan drove all night to Xinxiang to pick up Wan Yaotu, she vaguely felt that Linghan was quite attached to Wan Yaotu. But the Lord Cold and always have no special reaction and behavior. Always give a person a kind of official feeling. It was Su Wan who didn't expect that after she took out the hand-rolled noodles from the refrigerator, Huo Linghan followed her in and naturally took out some small greens to help pick and wash them. Although he usually has a cold and serious old cadre style, he is not old-fashioned in his thinking. Nor is he chauvinistic, believing that the kitchen should be entered by women. But she didn't even want to continue the homework tutoring conversation with him right now, scrambling to read the foreign short story in her hand while the noodles were going down. Because of the subject she chose, it was challenging to translate, no detail could be left out in any one place. And the entire text had to be read in order to do so. Until after the bok choy is removed from the pan. Lard the bowl. Pour vinegar, soy sauce and salt. Mix the ingredients and serve the cooked hand-rolled noodles. Suwon then directly carried the noodle bowl and went upstairs to translate as she ate, not paying the slightest attention to Huo Linghan's eyes, which flickered as he looked at her. The good-looking eyebrows were slightly twisted together, seemingly covered with a layer of frost. When Wuma saw Suwon come out with the noodle bowl, she rushed back to her room. She seemed to see that Lord Han intended to talk to Wan Yatu. But Wan Yatu's mind was all on work. Could it be that Lord Han finally likes Wan Yahead? My goodness. When this idea came out, Wu Ma herself was taken aback and even a little excited. If that's the case, that's just great. From the first day that Wan Yatu came to the Hua family, she felt that Wan Yatu and Huo Linghan were a good match. Su Wan, who had returned to the study, took out her watchful eyes from when she was in high school in the latter part of her life. Brush up a little more on the questions to save time back then. Learn to eat with my left hand and write with my right hand during my 3 years of high school. With the deadline just a few days away, she didn't have any extra time to waste. Huo Linghan had been waiting in the living room for a long time without seeing Su Wan come down. Going upstairs to his room, he pulled out the black belt that he had carefully stowed away, his long, calloused hand gently rubbing the details of the belt. His eyebrows were deep and cold, and because his back was to the light, his entire handsome and stern face was hidden in the shadows, revealing only a slightly pointed chin. Then he gripped the belt hard in his hand, his eyes dark and sharp. The news flow in the newspaper press was very rapid. And the next day, almost as soon as those little magazines had just taken the trail papers to the newsstands to be sold, the leaders of the Beiping newspaper company were the first to learn that the translation team's recruitment of rural students who hadn't even graduated from high school to translate best-selling foreign literature was being published in the newspaper. And there is more than one published. In less than an hour, the story quickly spread throughout the Peking newspapers, especially the publishing house. Having a rural student still in high school translate literature bought at a high price is sure to be a curse for anyone who reads the tabloid newspapers. The impact on their publishing house has been huge, especially this literary work. Before the market has been exploded this shocking crisis of public opinion, how can it still be sold in the future? Gao Hui took the brunt of this little paper and directly found Director Miao's office, followed by some of the other translation team, and even other colleagues from the publishing house. Jiang Mengyue, on the other hand, tried to stop the persuasion. But how could the people in the translation group listen to advice in order to preserve the reputation of their translation group? What will other fellow translators think of their publisher's translation team in the future when they see this story? Would it be considered that their level is even higher than that of a student who has not yet graduated from high school? Not firing Su Wan would be an insult and a travesty to their translation team. Director Mu. Now that several paper media have reported on this matter, this will not only affect that work translated by Su Wan, along with the work translated by our entire translation team.
It will be perceived by readers as having been translated by a student who hasn't even graduated from high school. And our standard will be questioned by the public. Relying on her status as a pregnant woman, Gao Hui was the first to rush into the office, placing the newspaper in her hand in front of Director Miao's desk. The alarmist wants to escalate the situation. Since ancient times, which intellectual literati do not cherish their own reputation and face off, and even regard these more important than their own lives. Yes. Director Mu. It may be true that Comrade Su Wan's translation level isn't bad. But outsiders will only think that our publishing house is too hasty and irresponsible to allow a high school student to translate a book that was bought at a high price. All my relatives and friends know that I'm a translator for the Peking publishing house. And how does that make my neighbors and family look at me? Fired. Su Wan must be fired. Yes. Fire Su Wan now. We can't let Su Wan affect our entire publishing house as a large collective. Director Mu was scorched in the face of the translation team that rushed in. And at this time in the high-level meeting, Chief Editor Lu looked at the newspaper handed over by his secretary. His face gloomy. It must have been this Su Wan who flaunted her vanity and went around bragging to others that she was a translator for a publishing house. And that's why it was reported by several paper media. He had wanted to let Su Wan leave the newspaper in an honorable way. But now it seemed that he had been too lenient. Should have just fired her yesterday. Duck duck. Chief Editor Lu's hand tapped hard on the newspaper article, sweeping over everyone in the conference room with anger in his eyes. Extremely intimidating. Did Director Mu not come to the meeting? When you hired a high school student, you should have considered the consequences of today. Now the whole Peking paper is disgraced with it. And the effect is extremely bad. I don't think there's any need for a vote. Just expel Su Wan immediately now. Chapter 99, Visiting Team Leader Lu in the Hospital. Even if they are fired, the bad influences in public opinion have already been created and are irreversible. Just then the door to the conference room opened, and President Jiang walked in wearing a plain white shirt and black pants. Leaning on his crutches, with little emotion visible on his face. The tone was unhurried. Seeing this, Chief Editor Lu hurriedly got up and gave his seat to President Jiang. President, you sit. At the moment, this is the fastest, most direct way to be able to reduce the impact of public opinion. And if we don't make a decision soon, and then wait for public opinion to fester, it will directly affect the number of our books on sale. What about the little fallacy wouldn't just recruit someone in? And the person is still recommended by Prof. Xia. President Jiang sat down and looked at Chief Editor Lu, directly pointing out the key points. To directly fire Su Wan like this, isn't it equivalent to saying that the person Prof. Xia recommended is no good and slapping Prof. Xia's face? Chief Editor Lu stood by the side and listened in silence. The reason why he didn't directly let Su Wan go yesterday was because he took this relationship into consideration. When he saw the story today, the combination of personal and business matters made him fail to control his emotions for a moment. Just want to sack Su Wan as soon as possible. President. Then according to you, how should this matter be handled properly? Chief Editor Lu sat down on the left-hand side of the president. I think Su Wan's ability to perform the job of translator cannot be dismissed on the basis of a few newspapers and her academic qualifications alone, but should be left to the people to judge. President Zhang's tone is calm. Seemingly warm eyes carry themselves with a kind of long time, and the upper position of the person should have a through and through the temperament. Yesterday I went to the office of the small fallacy. Happened to run into Comrade Xiaosu. Took the initiative to ask the people to test the level of her translations. Is a very bold and courageous little girl. That's why I've decided to hand over the 13 issues of readings to her for translation. And as long as she can sell 5,000 copies, that's proof enough of her prowess. And not only will it be the perfect way to diffuse this public opinion crisis, but it's also more of a way to promote a wave of upcoming literary works. In the face of public skepticism, speaking with strength is the optimal solution. But the leaders here, who is not clear about the sales of readings, can be said to be the worst periodical of their newspaper in all the years of its creation. That is, Director Mo and Lu team leader have personally translated a few short stories, and it never got much of a reaction. Not to mention a country student who hadn't even graduated from high school. Could she have turned it into a miracle? President. Then what if 5,000 copies aren't sold? Editor-in-Chief Lu asked, holding up his black frames. Comrade Little Sue has made a military order with me that he will voluntarily leave the publishing house if he fails to meet it. And he will also refund the $1,500 of the manuscript fee. Just after President Jiang said this, the faces of the leaders in the entire conference room all showed some surprise to a greater or lesser extent. This little Comrade Sue is quite bold. Even Chief Editor Lu was a little unexpected. But this is not called courage for him, Su Wan, but recklessness and ignorance. Typical of the firstborn. Since this was something she had asked for, he would fulfill her. Saves him from having to find a suitable reason for her to refund part of her contribution. By the time Su Wan's eyes were filled with red bloodshot, and she came to the publishing house, the crowd viewed her with contempt, and at the same time, they were even more cynical. Even directly behind Su Wan's back, he was whispering crickets, waiting to see the joke. What gives you the right to move Su Wan's desk out? Zhang Mingyue's irritated voice came from the translation team. Sooner or later we're going to have to move anyway. This desk is in the way here. I haven't had a nap in days since she came to work here. Move, move, move. Gao Hui directly asked her male colleague to move Su Wan's desk out as soon as possible so that he could use it to put her recliner for her lunch break. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Su Wan standing in the doorway, and immediately snorted and opened his mouth. His voice extraordinarily high-pitched. Yo! Isn't this Comrade Su Wan, who made a military order with the president to sell 5,000 copies of Reading the Voice? Here to get your water glass back and leave the publisher? Then don't forget to return every penny of your manuscript fee. Gao Hui is simply too happy now. This effect is completely beyond her imagination. This is the main thing, is that this idiot even made a military order to prove his ability. Your eyes are so red. Were you so anxious that you didn't sleep all night last night? Or did you cry secretly? The periodical Reading the Voice has been translated by all of us in the entire translation team. That is, the famous translator Genji has translated a few of them. Do you think you're better than the famous translator Genji? From the moment Gao Hui knew that Su Wan had made this military order, she was already certain that Su Wan would lose. And she was completely in a victorious stance. She even thought that as soon as she took over Su Wan's manuscript, she would directly change Su Wan's first 100,000 words of the manuscript a little bit. And with a Chinese translation, she could easily get at least $1,500 in fees. Sister Gao Hui, I don't need you to worry about it. I've already told Auntie Xia that if I lose, Auntie Xia will recommend a better person to Director Mu to take over my job. Su Wan slightly curved her lips, seemingly smiling, then said to the male colleague who was about to move her desk, Trouble, Comrade Lu, you move the desk back to its original position? Otherwise, it will take a lot of effort to move it back again at that time. If I don't sit down, someone else will. Wasn't Gao Hui targeting her in everything because she was cynical that she had replaced the manuscript she was going to translate as soon as she arrived? And later because she couldn't successfully raise the price? These words directly poked Gao Hui's lungs, and his arrogant and dejected face instantly stank like a stone in a cesspool, filled with a serious sense of crisis. It's really ridiculous. It's because Prof. Xia didn't know people well enough to recommend you, a student who hasn't even finished high school, to the newspaper. And now it's being heavily reported by other small newspapers in Beiping. dragging down the reputation of our entire publishing house.
And now he's even trying to use his connections to plug in another person.
If you still have some face left, hurry up and pack up and get out of the publishing house.
Gao Hui was so angry that she felt her stomach being kicked by the baby,
which was a bit painful,
and said viciously, her voice raising another octave,
"That's right. If you want to make a fool of yourself,
don't drag our publishing house with you and make people think that our publishing house is a random place where any cat or dog can get in."
The translation team all immediately chimed in. Originally, the newspaper only reported that she was not highly educated,
and now she was inclined to translate the dismal-selling periodical readings,
which was not even more proof that she didn't even have the strength.
"Have you guys said enough?" Suwon came in through her own strength test.
"Others aren't clear. Aren't you all clear?"
Jiang Mengyue's hand was still pulling Suwon's desk,
speaking up for her,
and then immediately swept a glance at everyone's faces. This is clearly someone who was jealous of Suwon's ability and is targeting her.
Otherwise, how could it be so coincidentally reported by two small newspapers on the same day? The final sweeping gaze settled on Gao Hui's body.
Gao Hui's face couldn't help but quickly flash a flash of weakness,
followed by a quick cover-up with cold sarcasm.
"Humph. Who knows if she flaunted it out on her own or if she offended someone.
She wants to translate 13 issues.
It's just as well to save us wasting our time going through them.
I'd like to see how many copies of the journal she translates can be sold." Gao Hui rolled her eyes at Suwon.
Then he turned to the other colleagues in the translation team and said,
"Let's get going. We agreed to visit team leader Lu in the hospital today. Then how about we make a bet?"
Suwon stood in the doorway blocking Gao Hui's path and said in a cold voice,
"Chapter 100, let's gamble. As soon as I sell 5,000 copies, you'll give me a newspaper apology."
She didn't miss the flash of unnaturalness on Gao Hui's face just now. The more vain a person was, the more they would cover it up with anger. Of course, the ones she didn't get along with were not only Gao Hui, but also Fong Yu and her aunt Li Aiqing.
Granted.
From the day of the rainstorm, Huo Linghan came to pick her up and take her home,
telling her that nothing like that would ever happen again.
Fong Yu's side had been particularly quiet. But who could guarantee that Fong Yu and the others would not quietly play tricks in the dark and disgust her?
Whoever it was, she wouldn't let her go. Isn't Gao Hui as thick-skinned as a city wall?
Then she's going to make her publicly apologize in the newspaper for how she sidelined and bullied her new colleague.
Ha!
Gao Hui seemed like she had heard some heavenly joke.
Even the other co-workers heard it,
and they all burst into giggles and contempt, thinking that Suwon was simply too self-centered. Who gave her such courage? Come to the Beiping publishing house as a temporary translator for a few days, but also really think of themselves as a scallion.
Think it is some kind of extraordinary translation of famous writers? Good. Then what if you don't sell 5,000 copies?
Gao Hui scanned Suwon up and down and agreed almost without thinking,
fearing that Suwon would back out in general.
She wasn't going to let go of such a great opportunity to make some money.
"How about you give me $500 then?"
She went straight to the lion's den.
$500 is a year and a half's income for an average working family.
Especially Suwon, once lost, not only have to return the 1,500 manuscript fee, but also have to come up with another $500 out.
A student from the countryside couldn't scrape it together even if she had to. When things came to this point,
the other colleagues in the translation team didn't have the heart to work. So they watched Suwon with a good sense of humor to see if she had the guts to do this.
Good.
Suwon lifted her red and watery lips and agreed very decisively.
It just so happened that she had $500 on her. But she's a businesswoman, and the money definitely needs to be spent.
Even if she took all $500 to buy the readings, there was no way she would lose that money to Gao Hui.
Suwon, are you crazy?
Jiang Menghwa rushed over at once in a hurry,
wanting Suwon to withdraw the bet she made just now.
Although the reputation of reading tones isn't bad. Those willing to spend 59 cents to buy it are only those in the institutional cadre crowd. And it's hard to expand the sales at all. And we're just translators. It's the new and unique content that really draws readers in. So what are you trying to be able to do here? Hey! It was Soo-won who took the initiative to stop to make a bet with me. It's not like I forced her. Once both parties agreed to this bet, it's in effect. You can't deny it. Gao Wei dragged Jiang Mengyue over, not giving Soo-won a chance to back out at all. She even attended several workshops as one of the first veteran comrades involved in the translation of the readings. Too well aware of the journal. Reading voices. As Jiang Mengyue said, it had nothing to do with the translator at all. She was trying to prove her ability and proved it in the wrong place. It was a bet she was bound to win. That's right. Since Comrade Soo-won is so confident in herself, why don't I simply make a bet with you as well? Comrade Liu, who was going to move Soo-won's desk, opened his mouth. He just couldn't stand Soo-won, a student from the countryside, who didn't translate well. But all day long, he was winking at people and hooking up with either an officer or a Liu team leader. The snobbery is awesome. And it's clear that you're trying to climb the ladder. When you see a good family background and handsome looks, you will be warm and soft. A foxy look. Just a lovey-dovey attitude towards regular men. Just now he ordered him in a condescending tone. Looking down on who? Comrade Soo-won. How about adding me to the list? Seeing that you sound so tough. Is it because you have an officer to back you up? Or do you think that team leader Liu favors you and will definitely help you? Right? With one person taking the lead, the rest of the translation team jumped out to make a bet with Soo-won. The words were extremely mocking. As if Soo-won was a mouse that spoiled a pot of porridge. Then I'll bet $100 too, not that I can't afford $500. But I'm afraid she can't get that much. Immediately afterward, a female comrade also said, Comrade Soo-won, why don't you say anything? Are you afraid to? Soo-won, don't listen to them. They are just jealous of you. Follow me out. Jiang Mengyue must not watch Soo-won walk towards the fire pit. From the time Soo-won came to the translation team, they all had a more or less contemptuous and despised view of Soo-won. And the literati were contemptuous of each other. They fancied themselves as graduates of prestigious universities and intellectuals. And felt that Soo-won, a high school student, did not deserve to sit in the same office with them and insulted their status. Coupled with the fact that Soo-won was another one from the countryside, they were more or less despised in their hearts. But it has let them look down on, inwardly despise people. Contact with the level of people and all higher than them, but also better than them. How can not let them internal imbalance? Cynicism it. They are not doing it for the reputation of the publishing house, but are just using it as a way to throw stones and vent their grievances and unhappiness. No problem. Those who want to bet with me, just write your names down. I'll call any bet as big as you want. Soo-won raised her eyebrows and gave Jiang Mengyue a resolute look. All of them answered one by one. Soo-won, don't be confused. Jiang Mengyue was so angry and anxious that a fine layer of sweat oozed from her forehead. It was the same as a good sister who knows that there is a 10,000 foot cliff in front of her, but can't be persuaded to jump off the cliff. Upon hearing this, Gao Hui immediately returned to her seat and took the lead in writing her bet on the paper. The other colleagues in the translation team were even more annoyed when they saw Soo-won in this arrogant manner. It was her own bet to make with them. This kind of rural person with a heart of gold should be taught a hard lesson to see if she dares next time. The other two co-workers, who hadn't said anything, joined in the bet and beat the crap out of them. Gao Hui wrote 2 copies. One for her own safekeeping, while one was taken to Soo-won. Don't renege on your debt when you get there.
You guys too. Suwon looked at her and tugged lightly at the corner of her lips, her clear eyes gleaming. And she didn't even bother to look at what the bets written on the paper were all about. She had already made a military order with the president. So what were these bets? Rather, I'm afraid they'll deny it when the time comes. The words elicited another snort. And Gao Hui even rolled her eyes without a care in the world, full of taunts and mockery, before bracing herself and walking out with the rest of the translation team. Comrade Lu seems to have intentionally or unintentionally knocked down Suwon's desk on the way out, placed on top of the pen, and have not yet had time to pour the tea or splashed on the ground. There was a clanking sound, and the lesbian who followed kicked the enameled cup elsewhere. You guys don't go too far, Jiang Mengyue exclaimed, wanting to go forward and grab them, making them apologize and pick up the table. But it was pulled back by Suwon. It didn't matter if she tore her face off with the translation team, but Jiang Mengyue would still have to be a colleague with them in the future. And if she left, these people would definitely isolate and ostracize Jiang Mengyue. Sister Mengyu. Thank you. I have no relationship. But it is you who tore your face off with them for me. They must be. Surely, in being pointed out by 10,000 people, there is still someone who is firmly on her side, thinking and speaking for her. This really made Suwon very touched, tightly holding Jiang Mengyue's hand gratefully. What am I afraid of? I've long been used to their hypocritical faces, worshipping the high and stepping on the low, flattering and pleasing the leaders like you've never seen before. When my partner and I get married, I will go to his city to work. Jiang Mengyue also grabbed Suwon's hand and didn't care at all. Instead, she looked at Suwon with worry written in her eyes, knowing that the matter was now settled. It was useless to say anything more. Now I can only think about how I can help Suwon. Suwon. When the 13th issue comes out, I'll let my object and my family buy a few more copies. No. Dozens of copies. If only she hadn't rested yesterday, she might have been able to stop Suwon from making this military order. Any more than that, you can keep your draft money while they're not around. Let me help you hurry up and translate, lest they come back and intentionally make small moves, or even give you a bad hand, not letting you translate in peace. Jiang Mengyue believed that these people could definitely do it, and said that she was going to go and pick up the desk. Sister Mengyue, don't worry about this. I'll just take it back and translate it. And since team leader Lu was injured, as colleagues, we should definitely visit team leader Lu as a matter of course. Even though Suwon also wanted to translate the short story of the 13th issue as soon as possible, going now was just the right time to avoid suspicion. As for the table that fell to the ground, kicked to the side of the enamel cup, and leaking ink pen, she went home to translate. And not in the way of what she did. Just like that put it. Look at the time to be criticized by who is. Jiang Mengyue glanced at the table that hindered walking and thought about it. After all, many people in the newspaper now thought that team leader Lu's injury had something to do with Suwon. If all the people in the translation team went and Suwon didn't go, she would surely be pointed out and talked about. In the meantime, on the other side, in the office of the agency, Huo Linghan had just hung up the phone call Xie Bailing had made to him. He immediately had the clerk buy today's tabloid newspaper, looked at the report on it, and pointed to the editor's name on the tabloid newspaper. His eyes glazed over. Go and find out who told him to write this report, or who revealed it to him. Chapter 101, Are You Worthy? This must be a publishing house insider deliberately breaking the news to the tabloid newspapers, thereby relying on the power of public opinion to force Suwon to voluntarily leave the publishing house. If Director Mu hadn't called today to tell his mom about the causes and consequences, he wouldn't have known that Editor-in-Chief Lu would have blamed Suwon for all of Lu Rui's injuries. The most important thing is that Suwon obviously could have come back to tell his mother about this. But she made a military order with President Jung, wanting to rely on her own ability to stay at the Beijing newspaper. And when he picked her up last night, she never mentioned a word about it from start to finish. And then think of the undisguised reluctance as well as the avoidance when he had to tutor her in her homework. Huo Lingden's English eyebrows clustered up. His thin lips pursed tightly. Then picked up the receiver again and dialed the publisher's number. After Suwon and Jiang Manhwa bought some cookies, milk and fruits at the side food store, they came to visit Lu Rui in the ward of the military hospital. Although Lu Rui said that the injury is not serious, did not hurt the vitals, but those dilettantes are 16, 17 or 18 years old. The hand down is not at all light or heavy, resulting in multiple soft tissue contusions all over the body. His face is bruised and purple, and the back of his head is still wrapped in bandages. Because Lu Rui needed to rest and didn't have much spirit, Gao Hui and the others simply exchanged pleasantries when they arrived. Lu Rui's mom, Jean Wenli, then sent them away. However, when he heard Suwon's name and voice, Lu Rui opened his eyes at once. And when he saw Suwon who walked in, his originally frustrated and disappointed eyes were filled with excited starlight. Jean Wenli, who was sitting on the side peeling apples for Lu Rui, saw her deadbeat son become so agitated all of a sudden and looked at the two young girls who walked in with bad eyes. Almost by virtue of a mother's intuition, she instantly recognized the girl walking on the left with a twisted braid, a clear and bright appearance, and a tall and delicate figure, as Suwon, who had hooked up with her son and caused him to be injured. "Auntie, we are colleagues from Team Leader Lu's translation team. Suwon and I are here to visit Team Leader Lu." Jiang Manhwa carried fruits and politely greeted Jean Wenli. "Hello, Auntie." Suwon felt Lu's mother's intense anger as well as hostility almost the moment she walked in, as if she was going to blast her away in the next second. But she still called out to people in a gentle, polite and decent manner. Jean Wenli's father is the director of the steel plant. She grew up with a high level of respect and a proud posture, and very contemptuously swept Suwon a few times from the bottom to the top, and then looked at Jiang Manhwa and she struck up a few words. This kind of girl from the countryside, who had no sense of propriety to hang out with multiple men on the basis of her own good looks. She was really too dirty to even look at, especially after causing her baby boy to be so badly injured. The fact that she wasn't outright thrown out was all because she was well groomed. Suwon knew what she would face before she came and didn't care. So she inquired about Lu Rui's body with concern. "Comrade Suwon, I'm fine." Just such a warm and tender sentence, especially when Suwon looked at him with surging concern in her clear water-cut eyes. Let Lu Rui even days in the heart of the haze instantly dissipated to a clean, tired sleepiness is also more all. Hastily opened his mouth. "Fortunately that day you did not return to Beiping with me. A piece of that gang is rushing to you in money." Lu Rui had been well protected by his parents since he was a child, having never encountered such bandits and bullies before. I now look back with a pang of fear. They are all organized and premeditated. And the leader of that Hu Zichang's family is very background. My father and Beiping went to the public security are unable to take him. If you were in the car at that time, I do not dare to think that they will do anything to you. Lu Rui now also regretted. At that time, if and the driver went together, I guess that gang of dilettantes would not dare to be so arrogant, blatantly stopping the road to rob. Jean Wenli heard that her son had been hurt so much, but she was still bent on Suwon's safety. The face was even more unpleasant. This rural student came to see Lu Rui at this time, and also made a military order with President Jiang, even giving up his $1,500 in manuscript fees, just to stay in the translation team. Could she not know what she was resting on? Wasn't it because she thought the previous officer was a bad influence and wanted to have a better chance of getting close to her son and seducing him into marrying her? Team Leader Lu. All of these are what we didn't expect. Heaven's net is wide open. And the person who harmed you will surely be caught soon. The most important thing for you now is to get well. And our colleagues in the translation team are all very much looking forward to your early return. Suwon said in a sincere tone and looked at the wounds on the arm on Lu Rue's face. And did not exchange pleasantries with Lu Rue for long. Jiang Manhwa can also see that Mrs. Lu extremely do not treat Suwon. From the beginning to the end of the face is gloomy. Let a person like the back said also have to go back to work? Do not bother Lu Leader rest. The two then said goodbye to Jin Wenli and Lu Rue. Jin Wenli watched her shy son being seduced by the Suwon in a few words and couldn't move her eyes away. Her eyes were filled with cold frost. Her highly talented son, whom she had worked so hard to raise, could still be seduced by such a prodigal vixen? That's not good. The two had just walked out of the hospital room. And she also put down the fruit knife in her hand and followed out of the hospital room on her heeled stilettos. Wait! Called out Suwon with her arms around her chest. Directly and unceremoniously. He warned. Comrade Suwon. I've seen not one or two girls like you. I'm telling you to die while you can. And don't try to play any more schemes in front of my son. Her pair of phoenix eyes looked at Suwon with extreme mockery and contempt. The condescending stance was like looking at a country puppy. Don't you see what you are? Do you deserve it? This sentence was said with extreme harshness and arrogance. I'm only warning you this once. If you don't leave the publishing house after my son is discharged from the hospital and pester my son, I don't mind spreading the news about your promiscuous relationship to your school or your hometown. It's not enough to hook up with an officer. But you want to hook up with my son. What's the matter? Did you fail to hook up that night in Xinxiang? So you want to convert your target to my son again? Kim Manley had managed to restrain herself in front of her son at first. But now her eyes were dark, barbed, and viciously humiliating. In her eyes Suwon's body had long been unclean. Who knows what happened that night after she was picked up by that officer? Of course, from the beginning, when she knew that her son had a crush on this Suwon student and was going to travel with her on business, she didn't stand in the way. There was no way she would accept a rural daughter-in-law anyway. Why don't we just let his shy son have some fun with it? If she suffered a loss, it was because she had asked for it with a bad heart. But who knew that this trip almost made her lose her precious son? But Suwon was taken away by another man. She wanted to kill her at that time. Chapter 102, Reporting to the Police. Such unpleasant and insulting words coming out of Chief Editor Lu's wife's mouth made Jiang Manhwa frown and look at Suwon worriedly. It must have been Gao Hui and the others who came and moved the story in front of Mrs. Lu. Slandering Suwon. It's not even a thing. She was just about to open her mouth to help Suwon explain. A cold, stern voice came from behind. Please speak with respect. Suwon is the daughter of the person who saved my father's life and is living in our house. We have always treated her like family. And Suwon's family has written to me, asking me to take good care of her. If it were your daughter, would you be comfortable with her spending the night out with a male coworker in your unit whom you've only met a few times? Wouldn't you immediately try to get her back? Huo Linghan is dressed in a military green uniform, erect and heroic. His eyebrows sharp as a sword. With a lingering chill. Jin Wenli turned to look. And when she came into contact with Huo Linghan's stern eyes, her heart sank and her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. The arrogance and noble and compelling aura that passed through his body just now weakened a lot at once. This is that Captain Hua? Professor Xie's son. His father is said to be a big head of the military district. 3 generations in the army. With considerable influence in the whole of Beiping. And Suwon's dad turned out to be chief was savior. This was something that Gimli hadn't expected. and the hands wrapped around her chest slowly lowered. But still held her chin high, showing her anger as a mother. She had already decided that it was Soo-won who had hooked up with his son on a business trip to Xinjiang, only to fall into the arms of another man, which caused her son to almost die on the way back. And as far as I know, it was your son who took the initiative to go. And the original business trip to Xinjiang was made by another male colleague from the translation team, as well as a driver from the defense section who was familiar with the local people and road conditions. Your son, however, took the liberty of driving his own car and taking Soo-won to Xinjiang when he didn't know his way around. So isn't the problem with your son? The corners of Hua Luohan's narrow and heroic eyes are pressed low, and his aura is regal as he rebukes. Being irresponsible for one's own life and safety is even more so being irresponsible for the life and safety of others as well. This time it was only because I went to Xinjiang that I didn't cause more serious consequences. Otherwise. Hua Linghan paused for a moment, his metallic icy voice getting colder and harder and more rigid. I will definitely hold your son accountable in the end. It was close to just saying that he would make his son pay what he deserved. Soo-won and Jiang Mengyue's hearts were both startled. Gang. It's just too gangly. As soon as the tall and upright figure stood in front of them, it was as strong and reliable as a stalwart and lofty mountain. Soo-won knows that Hua Linghan's rigid, straight character that treats the family letter as a task to be carried out is not just as simple as just saying it. When Jean Wenli heard these words, her entire heart beat violently, and her face cracked a few slits with a high and forced expression. I never imagined that Head Hua would defend Soo-won so much. But of course this is very much in line with his military bloodline. Wide-eyed. Not only did she not have any heartfelt weakness, but instead pointed at Soo-won and sternly accused. If it wasn't for the fact that Soo-won has been hinting intentionally and unintentionally, winking at my son's office, smiling at him, and deliberately not fastening the collar buttons, always using those hands to fiddle with that thick and long braid of hers, my son would take the initiative to travel with her to Xinjiang on business? It's this business trip. And it's all because Soo-won first hinted at my son going. All of this was secretly told to her by Gao Hui when she came to the hospital room just now. This country girl doesn't know where she learned these underhanded hookups, always pretending to be innocent and delicate so that men will actively pursue her. It was her son who was too simple to be so easily fooled. Auntie. I was sitting right next to Soo-won. There was nothing at all. Jiang Mengyue immediately retorted angrily. What winks? What hints? It's all unknown who was making up rumors about Soo-won and making up stories about her. That's disgusting. Really? Then let's go to the ward now and figure this out with team leader Lu. Soo-won was just about to open her mouth to ask if these were the words of team leader Lu himself. And if they were, she would go directly to Lu Rui to confront him. Hua Linghan then said forcefully, his black eyes cold and dark. Yes. Auntie. I have never done what you said above. And I can't have my reputation slandered like that. Soo-won walked towards Lu Rui's hospital room after she finished speaking. My son needs to rest from such a serious injury. And so many people in the translation team said that. Could it be false? Jean Wenli didn't believe that Soo-won, a girl from the countryside, wouldn't take the initiative to show affection for her son. His son's family background, appearance, and talent are all first-class excellent. Which time is not a little girl to take the initiative to chase him and write him love letters? It's all because his son doesn't want it. Sure enough, it was really Gao Hui's people who were behind the rumors and slanders. Jiang Mengyue was about to go crazy with anger. And she couldn't wait to go and find Gao Hui's people right now. The rest of the translation team? The same guys who stood next to Director Mu when he went to pick up Soo-won during the last rainstorm? One of them is pregnant? The one called Gao Hui? The bottom of Hua Linghan's dark eyes were filled with danger. In that case, I'll just have to call the police and have team leader Lu go to the police station to cooperate with the Public Security Bureau's investigation. Rumor mongering and spreading rumors is against the law. After saying that, he looked at Su-won. You go home first. I'll handle this place. Su-won looks at Huo Linghan somewhat blankly, surprised with the original body's reputation in the school. Huo Linghan would actually trust her unconditionally, defend her, and stand by her side. There was no hesitation at all. Jin Wenli see Huo Linghan this situation just like to really. Simply a piece of hard bone is difficult to gnaw. Obviously there was some fear. Hate clenched his back teeth in anger. How could she let her injured baby boy be questioned by the police? And if Huo Linghan insists on having public security intervene, then public security will definitely go to the newspaper office and take Gao Hui and the girls away for investigation. Seeing this frank and fearless attitude of Su-won, the truth of the matter was about clear in her heart. Once identified, Gao Hui and the others will have to publicly review and apologize at the unit. Then isn't this equivalent to letting the whole newspaper know that it's Su-won who doesn't fancy his son? And instead it's her son who's in hot pursuit of a girl from the countryside like Su-won. Jin Wenli's face was unusually ugly. Even if she couldn't swallow this breath anymore, she had to reluctantly say, "Let's say I misunderstood Comrade Su-won." With her chin still held high, the few short words made the arrogant and noble Jin Wenli talk as hard as eating a fly. Dropping these words, Kim Manli was just about to step on her high-heeled leather shoes and leave. Huo Linghan coldly added, "I don't want your son to dwell on Su-won any longer. Or else I'll pass it back to his alma mater as well as his hometown just like you." This sentence directly pulled the mocking value full, directly countering what Jin Wenli had just said to Su-won. The dislike is simply great. Jiang Mengyue was stunned. Su-won has actually known for a long time that although Huo Linghan has always been a man of few words, his mouth is sometimes really poisonous. Jin Wenli's figure jolts fiercely, her feet on her high heels nearly falling, and she immediately looks angrily at Huo Linghan. It seemed as if it had been subjected to some kind of strange humiliation. The whole eyeballs are going to fall out. Isn't it? Huo Linghan only said this faintly, since she admitted that she was the one who misunderstood Su-won. Didn't that prove that it was her son who was pestering Su-won? If she can warn Su-won, why can't he warn her son? Jin Wenli was practically shaking all over with anger, feeling like she couldn't breathe, and her face was suffocating red as if she was constipated. You want to say something? But looking at Huo Linghan's expressionless face, he can't say anything. There were a lot of people coming and going in the hallway. In the end, she just had to quickly return to the hospital room with her face in her hands. Seeing this, Jiang Mengyue was very sensible and found an excuse to say that she had to go to the restroom. At the same time, he also didn't forget to whisper in Su-won's ear, "Hua headmaster can be really timely every time he comes. What a hero to save the beauty Yu. If head Hua hadn't come today, the hat of seducing team leader Lu would have been placed dead on Su-won's head." The same is said to call the police. Hua head said and Su-won said. That deterrent is absolutely different. As far as Mrs. Lu's kind of arrogant and conceited person was concerned, she would only blame others for all her sins and would never admit that her precious son had done a single thing wrong. After Jiang Mengyue finished speaking, she winked at Huo Linghan as she walked over to him and lowered her voice. "Head Hua, I'm leaving first. It's up to you." Don't look at Huo Linghan's righteous face just now. But it's absolutely impossible to say that he doesn't have selfishness. Huo Linghan's dark eyes swept, his line of sight falling straight onto Su-won's body. "Chief Hua, how did you get here?" Chapter 103, Don't just focus on looks when looking for a date. Su-won asked suspiciously, her warm and quiet eyes filling up as she looked at him. "I'm here to find you." Huo Linghan walks closer towards Su-won. His cold pool like dark eyes gazing at her inch by inch. His voice deep and cold. Jiang Manhwa, that sentence depends on you, that whisper still reverberates in the ears. Huo Linghan back tense. Two-cheeked jawline exceptionally harsh. Cold and hard. Dark eyes narrowed slightly. Suwon was a little surprised when she thought that Huo Linghan had come to the hospital to remove the stitches. Looking at his erect and heroic figure standing stolidly like a mountain in front of her, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds, caused Suwon's footsteps to take half a step backward. But she still met his gaze and asked, "Captain Hua, what is it you're looking for me for? Why do you think I came to find you?" Huo Linghan opened his condensed lips and asked rhetorically. He called Director Mu to find out about Suwon's current situation and realized that she had come to the hospital to see Lu Rue. Now the entire publishing house is waiting for the 13 issues of content to go on sale as soon as possible to dismiss Suwon and reduce the impact on the publishing house. The translation team in particular had the biggest problem with Suwon. She was even humiliated by Mrs. Lu chasing her out like that. Yet she still had no intention of telling him. That line of sight was like a big mountain, pressing on Suwon's body with an extraordinarily oppressive feeling. Since Huo Linghan was able to know that she was in the hospital, it meant that he knew about the other things as well. It's a real struggle to sell 5,000 copies of the pronunciation book. And the fact that she, an interpreter, made this military order doesn't prove how good she is, it's the content itself that counts. And she can only serve as an icing on the cake. Everyone would not understand this behavior of hers. They would only think she was stupid, out of her depth, reckless and brainless. Apparently Huo Linghan thought so as well. "Captain Hua, the matter of the military order. I can solve it myself," Suwon said in a relaxed tone. She knew exactly what she was doing and what the odds were against her. "Not this matter." Huo Linghan's gaze remains locked on Suwon. "If it's not this, then what is it?" All Suwon can think of is some of the original body's previous dark information. It should be that Huo Linghan has found out a few bad things about the original body at school. Now it's coming to her for verification. Cheng Qingwan's face in turn became relaxed and calm. Anyway, she had no deniability. So she had to admit it in a big way. "Did you forget what you promised me?" Huo Linghan asked in a faint voice. "Why didn't you tell us when you got back yesterday? There clearly could have been a better solution to this matter. I asked you to be able to let me know of anything you do in the future. Not to discipline you, but to prevent you from getting hurt more." The last words were calm and powerful. Su Wanqing's pupils swept for a moment, looking at Huo Linghan's expansive and deep black eyes, and softly said, "Chief Hua, thank you. But I didn't want to intentionally hide it. And I also told the president that the content of the novel would be of my own choosing. And that as long as I opened up the sales channels, I was confident that I could do a good job at this. I don't think I need to bother Auntie Xia and the girls with what I can do." These were Suwon's heartfelt words and her eyes were extraordinarily determined. Huo Linghan's black eyes lowered. Suwon's clear and moist face was then more clearly reflected in the bottom of his eyes. His thin lips pursed tightly. "Did not say anything else? Go." Suwon saw that Jiang Manhwa didn't go to the place where the toilet was. Instead, she directly walked to the stairway and waved at her. She knew Jiang Manhwa had misunderstood them. So she found a reason to bolt. Getting into the car, Huo Linghan didn't drive in the direction of the newspaper office. But it wasn't the way back to the military compound either. Huo Linghan raised his high and stern brow bones to look at Suwon, who was sitting quietly in the back seat of the car. Thinking of the words Mrs. Lu humiliated Suwon in the hospital. A hidden light flashed in the bottom of her eyes. Don't just focus on looks when looking for a partner. It's more about responsibility, character, and parents' families. These words are just like a reminder to Suwon that even if teen leader Lu is a good person and his family is superior, but his parents are not sure of right and wrong and are too protective of their children to be entrusted with their lives. Suwon was sitting in the back seat thinking about the translation and how to open up the sales channels. Just for example, so that the Xinhua bookstore could purchase some more copies of the readings. Coldly hearing Huo Lingen's words, a bit clouded, he nodded in agreement, expressing his opinion in passing. Yes, it's best to be an only child, with no siblings in the family. Because she herself was an only child, she naturally subconsciously stated her pre-crossing mate selection criteria. Huo Lingen's handsome and profoundly elegant face instantly changed, and even his eyebrows were sharply clustered. Almost completely unanticipated. Suwon looking for an object actually has such a requirement. And such a request can be unthinkable in families where every household has at least 2 children. An only child is simply a rarity. Even Lu Rui's family has older sisters and younger sisters. Why? Huo Linghan asked in a deep voice. Suwon froze for a moment before she raised her head and was met with Huo Lingen's dark and gloomy eyes in the rearview mirror. Also realized that it is now the 80s. She is now this choice of spouse criteria is very alternative. But still truthfully said, I do not like to deal with the relationship between the great aunt and the little aunt. Sisters-in-law. Strange trouble. Speaking of the object of this thing, is to remind her, soon to start the school year. She has to make up a object out as soon as possible. Write a letter to the mother of Su delivery. Chapter 104 Purchase of 5,000 copies, revised text. Huo Linghan took a deep breath. His eyes dark and bottomless. Holding the steering wheel of the hand unconsciously tightened. Pointing out, the country's one-child family is very rare. That is, there are 2 children's families or very few. The family atmosphere harmonious relationship will not be much more complicated. Even if there is. Huo Linghan paused. The knot in his throat moving slightly. A responsible husband will not let his beloved suffer. This kind of unrealistic thinking is not desirable. The thinking of her era was different from the thinking of the 1980s. She had been an only child for decades and was not going to be able to adjust to a family with many sisterly relationships. Suwon didn't say anything more, so she obediently and coquettishly sat on the back seat. It didn't seem to care about Huo Lingen's words. It was rather like not listening and not wanting to talk to him. At least in Huo Lingen's eyes. He stared into the car's rearview mirror and pursed his lips. You have to be realistic. The country is just now implementing the one-child policy. And there may be a lot of one-child children in the future. But it's almost impossible to find one in our generation. Well, you're right. Suwon then nodded her head meekly. She just made a random comment. I didn't expect Huo Linghan to correct her so seriously. Not wanting to continue the conversation, she went along with what he said. Obviously Suwon had already approved of his words. But looking at her movements as she twisted her head to look out of the car window, Huo Lingen's chest seemed to be blocked with a lump of cotton. Inexplicably suffocating. He narrowed his eyes slightly and eyed ahead. Then asked in a low, light tone, do you want me to accompany you back to the newspaper office to get your things? I've already taken it. Suwon glances towards Huo Linghan. The sunlight falling on his angular side profile extraordinarily rigid and stern. His breath quiet and calm. Huo Luohan glanced at the car's rearview mirror once again. Didn't say anything else. And turned the steering wheel to send Suwon back to the military compound. After that, they drove towards the main store of Xinhua bookstore on Zhonghua Road. It's the end of summer vacation. Students haven't started school yet. And the bookstore is packed. Director Du, who is already in his 50s, is as busy as the salesman, checking the shelf displays as well as the sales. At this time a young saleswoman approached Director Du and said, Director, this military comrade says he wants to discuss book purchases with you. Director Du, who was holding the workbook record, held up the presbyopia glasses that slipped down from under the bridge of his nose, and looked at the imposing military personnel following the saleswoman. The first thing that came to his mind was that it was hard to believe that the troops were going to come out with any books about the military as well. And the visitor's brow was heroic, his temperament firm and calm. He also served as a soldier in his early years. And at a glance, he knew that the other party's military rank would not be low, and that his eyes had been sharpened by experiencing the battlefield. Then he warmly and politely brought Hua Linghan to his office. Comrade Hua. It was the organization that decided to have the military publishing house publish some books for sale about remembering and commemorating war heroes. Wasn't it? Director Du asked Hua Linghan to sit down and speak, inquiring. No. Director Du. I'm bothering you today on my own behalf in the hope that the bookstore will be able to purchase a few thousand more copies of the next issue of Bain Publishing House's Readings periodical. Soldiers are more straightforward and don't beat around the bush. Hua Linghan sat upright in his chair and said succinctly. Moreover, he was only out for 3 hours. And with the terms he offered, Director Du would not be at a disadvantage. And it would even be beneficial to the bookstore as a whole. Comrade Hua. You're joking with me. Right? That Readings won't sell at all. And even if 10,000 copies were procured, that would only be piled up in the warehouse to eat dust and take up space. Director Du's hand that was just about to pour the tea stopped as soon as he heard it, and thought that he had heard it wrong. This request was just too unbelievable. His face also became serious and forceful. If the other man hadn't been in uniform and had discussed the matter with him directly, he wouldn't have even met him. It is that only 1,000 copies. That is also because there is the name of the Beiping Publishing House on. Comrade Hua. Don't blame me for being straight talking. The price of this Readings is twice as expensive as other periodicals. So who among the common people is willing to buy it? Right now I'm worried about what to do with that inventory of the first 12 issues. I'll buy back all that I can't sell. Hua Linghan looks at Director Du. One word at a time. Before Director Du could say the words that followed, he was directly hard controlled by Hua Linghan's words. The Peking Press intends to print 5,000 copies of Readings. And I want the bookstores to purchase all of them. And I'll underwrite anything that doesn't sell within a week. Hua Linghan added immediately after. Serious and earnest. This is the equivalent of going through the hands from the new bookstore once. The bookstore can also reap his fair share of profits. And also do not have to worry about sales and inventory at all. That's a win-win situation for bookstores. Director Du was filled with shock, his mind quickly calculating a number before composing himself to calm down. Comrade Hua. Can I see your documents? Hua Linghan converges his eyes and takes out his military ID from his pocket. Director Du took over to open a look. But also a bit of the chief. The rank is not low. Once again surprised. Said, the chief is now a month of allowances. Subsidies plus bonuses of a kind every month probably have. A total of 179. 5. Hua Linghan replied, not caring about his skepticism. You've only been a chief for less than 2 years. Right? Director Du took another look at the time on the document before returning it to Hua Linghan. Comrade Chief, I'll do some math for you. This book unit price of 59 cents. 1,000 copies is 590. 2,000 copies is 1180. I guarantee that the maximum number of copies of Reading the Voice can be sold 3,000. This 1180 is not a small number. Is your income as a chief for a year? You use your year's income to buy so many useless books? Director Du picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea, shaking his head repeatedly. He really couldn't figure out what this chief wanted to do. If you're ordering it for the troops, you can absolutely contact the publisher directly. Director Du. This is not a useless book. Huo Linghan stops Director Du's words. You've seen my work unit. And I can guarantee that any book that hasn't been sold for more than a week, even if 5,000 copies of a copy aren't sold, I'll buy them back. Here's a $500 deposit. Huo Luohan took out the brand new $500 taken out by the City Credit Union and placed it on the table, along with a note signing his name similar to the contract. Whether the books are sold or not, this is only good for you. The long-boned hand, covered with gun calluses, pushed the note in front of Director Du in a decisive and forceful manner. Instead of saying that Huo Lingnan was asking for help, it would be better to say that Huo Lingnan was now party A. Director Du watched Huo Linghan take out the $500 so readily, and then looked at the contents of the note, and froze in a daze for a long time. The steel seal on top of the military ID card is real. There is no way the identity could be fake. With the army as an endorsement guarantee, he was completely at ease. On the contrary, if the books were all sold, he would still get a good commission. It's a solid business partnership. And for Head Huo to be able to pull out $500 so easily, without batting an eye, just wouldn't be an ordinary family. Even if he didn't agree, I'm sure Chief Huo would have other methods to find other people. Director Du shook several times inwardly, just like a huge piece of pie suddenly falling from the sky, still somewhat in disbelief. After deliberating for a while, he pressed down the words he wanted to exhort, and turned to ask seriously, Chief Huo, I can procure 5,000 copies of the readings. But as the person in charge, I have to know a little bit about the reason you're doing this. Don't I? Chapter 105. I like it. I like. Huo Luohan Black Pupil Deepland. Inside is a person cannot see through the infinite seawater. Thin lips cold start. Collection. Seeing this, Director Du also knew that there was no need to pursue the matter any further, and hammered out. Okay. Chief Huo, I promise you that our bookstore will purchase readings according to 5,000 copies. It's also not clear that the content of these 13 issues is that different, and why Chief Hawk is purchasing readers in bulk. At that time, I would also trouble Director Du to be able to place the books on the most prominent shelves. Huo Linghan nodded and said again immediately afterward. Huo Linghan is now party A. And there is nothing wrong with making such a request. Anyway, the more they purchase, the most profit they will make, without any worries. And it's only right to write a big letter and help publicize it when the time comes. Chief Huo, don't worry about this. We'll do it right. Director Du pauses, pulls out a De Chien Men cigarette from his pocket, hands it to Huo Linghan, and cautions, not optimistically, however, Head Huo, perhaps you should have the rest of the money ready. He knew very well the sales of the 12 issues of Pronunciation, and only the first 1 or 2 issues sold a little better. Huo Linghan looked at the cigarettes that were handed over, and did not pick them up. Stood up, his stance as straight and tough as a pine, his voice low and calm. I will remit them to you when the time comes. Tomorrow is the final due date. And after Suwan returns to Huo's house, she locks herself in her room and carefully translates her carefully selected short stories. Among other things, she picks out a mystery case, lets the reader solve it vicariously as the detective, and then leaves the suspense at the end by not revealing the murderer and saving the reveal for the last page, creating enough anticipation and curiosity for the reader. She also includes a selection of humorous and funny jokes in the back. It's pretty much just a replica of those latter-day nationally known sets of a certain sound, a certain person, or whatever. Suwan has been translating from morning to night. Her right hand is about to write off, leaving deep pen marks on her middle finger. And the callus of her writing hand is going to be rubbed out. During the period, Xia Bai Ling came up twice. Very distressed. Personally fried 2 eggs for Su Wan. Originally wanted to say something to Su Wan. But see Su Wan desk piled up all kinds of manuscripts. Also did not bother more. It was not until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning that Su Wan finally finished translating and organizing all the manuscripts. By 10 o'clock the next morning, Su Wan found Director Mu with the manuscript. Also reviewing the manuscript were Editor-in-Chief Lu and 2 other leaders of the journal readings. Looking over the manuscript submitted by Su Wan, each one of them frowned tightly. Even Director Mu's face was very unpleasant. What Su Wan chose to come out with is completely contrary to the idea they had in mind when they started the reading. Even cancelled all of their most popular articles about life as a foreigner. Chief Editor Lu flipped through a few pages. His face hung grimly. And after looking at the reaction of the others, he raised his head and questioned Su Wan in a stern tone. Comrade Su Wan. Although the sales of readings are not good, but the reputation has always been guaranteed. Look at what you have translated. Do you want to completely and utterly smash our publishing house's signboard? Another leader beside him also had a cold face. Completely disapproving of the manuscript Su Wan submitted up. Comrade Su Wan. Shouldn't the style of suspenseful deduction be tense and exciting? You even interspersed a selection of jokes in it. Who are you trying to laugh at? Although Director Mia knew that Su Wan had chosen a few suspense and deduction topics, he did not expect Su Wan to adopt them in large quantities. The topics were novel, but they left people with no desire to read on at all. Sighing, she said, Su Wan, your sudden change in the previous style of reading voice will not only result in the loss of the original readership. It's the new readers who won't be able to accept it. This secret room murder case, I read the original foreign language. The original thinking logic is very strong. Everywhere hidden details. But you in the translation of part of the content to the direct deleted, resulting in my reading tasteless. Completely uninterested in reading on. Chief Editor Lu's hand pounded the table with force, slamming Su Wan's translated manuscript as useless. And with such a serious case of suspenseful deduction, your translation style makes it very out of character. And it's confusing to watch and not know what's going on. President Zhang gave you the opportunity to prove your translation skills. And this is how you return the favor? You knew you couldn't do it. So you just broke down and dragged our entire publishing house down with you. So that we, the editors who worked so hard and carefully to make the content, all of our efforts would go down the drain and suffer the condemnation and abuse of our readers. Right? Chief Editor Lu received a call from Xinhua Bookstore today. And when he heard that the other party wanted to purchase 5,000 copies, he guessed that it was the Hua family that had made the move. Still thinking about seeing how the Hua family site is going to end up when a few thousand copies don't sell. But it didn't occur to him that Su Wan was trying to bring down their entire publishing house. Such content and quality printed out and sold on the market will definitely be laughed at by their peers. And even more so, it will become the biggest black spot in the history of their newspaper. Gao Hui, who was hiding outside and eavesdropping, heard a chorus of rebukes inside and hurriedly covered her mouth for fear of laughing out loud. It seems that she had overestimated Su Wan's translation level. She wasn't very good either. It was Director Mu who also looked away. And in fact, the ability was a far cry from hers. Humph. Ra robbed her of her 15,000 word fee. When the journal goes on sale, she will definitely ask Director Mu to give her a price increase. And then there's her huge $500 gambling bill. Gao Hui thought about getting closer and closer to her dream of a beautiful country and happily hummed and left. Editor-in-Chief Lu. Leaders. These manuscripts are all translated and organized by me after staying up for 2 big nights. 1,000 readers have 1,000 Hamlets. No matter how the market reacts, I will be responsible for what I say. Su Wan stood in front of the conference table, listening to the slamming and belittling. not looking favorably. Secretly pinched his palms. But still straightened his back. Like a red plum blooming in the wind. Whether it's her selection of material or translation style, or even the layout and content design is a replica of her predecessor's best-selling magazines. So she was convinced that she hadn't made a wrong step. It's up to the readers nowadays to accept this novel subject and trope. Comrade Suwon. You really won't die until you see the Yellow River. And you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Chief Editor Lu skimmed his lips and coldly grunted. Then stood up. Then we'll wait and see just how many copies of Reading the Voice edited by Comrade Suwon will sell. After that it was a big stride. The other two leaders followed suit and stood up. Exasperated. Originally. According to the original style, perhaps 4,000 copies could still be sold. But now I think a few hundred copies are enough. The words were nothing short of disappointment. And more than anything else, anger at the fact that his own operation had been magically altered for 12 issues. Director Mu, who left last, couldn't stop hanging his head. But it was too late to change the script on the fly. It takes just 2 short days from print to market. By Monday, the entire 5,000 copies of the 13 issues of Readings were loaded on trucks and sent to the Shinhwa bookstore. Chapter 106, Selling Out. Originally, it was also to be sent to several other economically more developed provinces. But taking into account that there are people touting for the convenience of subsequent repurchase, in order to save a bit of round-trip transportation costs, it is directly dispersed to the 3 Shinhwa bookstores in Beiping City. However, Director Du also kept his promise. And the 3 Shinhwa bookstores all made special large print posters and moved the readings to the front door of the Shinhwa bookstore to publicize and sell them. As soon as Gao Hui thought of the $500 that would soon be within her reach, she dragged her other colleagues to the nearby Shinhwa bookstore early in the morning to see the joke of Suwon's translation of The Reading of the Sound of the Voice that no one had asked for. Just came to the door of the Shinhwa bookstore. I saw the blackboard in front of the Shinhwa bookstore with white chalk greatly written, "Today's new book Express Reading Sound Hot Listing." It was also specially circled with red chalk to draw more attention to it. Ranfei stacked in front of the Shinhwa bookstore. Read the Voice to and fro. Many people have not stopped. Some people see the words on the board and head straight for the bookstore without a second glance. Some people who had never read Readers curiously asked the salesman how much this magazine cost. And when they heard 59 cents, they directly frowned and walked away. What kind of magazine is this? I've never even heard of it. But it's sold twice as expensive as World and Selected Stories. A whole hour had passed and no one had stopped under the bookstall for 5 seconds. Let alone bought it. If it were any other magazine or book, and the bookstore had made such a big deal out of it, there would have been a lot of people gathered in front of the bookstall. It's never this bleak and cold. As Gao Hui and the others watched, they were practically laughing their heads off. At first they saw the bookstore promoting the readings so vigorously. I was really worried about selling a copy. But it turned out that not a single copy had been sold in an hour. What's the point of bothering? Moving them out during the day and then moving them back in their original condition at night. Stacking them in front of the bookstore. Making it look like they're going to have a sale. Gao Hui said mockingly, holding her pregnant belly. That's right. I see that the worst of the other journals have sold 10 books. I really don't know how Suwon dared to be so arrogant. On her messy translation of A Pass, the subject matter chosen by the editor-in-chief of Lu, those leaders criticized as worthless. Even Director Mu are not optimistic. It is estimated that if it is given to others for nothing, they will not even look at it and take it directly back to paste the wall. See? The crowd is all over the place. The translation team chimed in. The eyes swept over the bookstall as if they were looking at trash. Just then the college student who was originally just standing in front of the bookstall waiting for someone to come by, after casually flipping through a page, immediately bought a copy without hesitation. After buying it, he squatted right next to the bookstall and read it thirstily. Even the few companions he waited for came and asked him to go to the movies. But he didn't go. All 3 companions saw this and were curious to see how exciting the magazine was. Only to be caught up in the tight, exciting, reversing and re-reversing plot in just 3 minutes. They all ran to the salesman to buy the book, not even blinking at the price of 59 cents. And as soon as they got it, they couldn't wait to open it and read it. A number of students passing by who saw it were also curious enough to walk over to the bookstall and pick up a copy of Readings and read it. This reading basically never put it down again. Completely captivated by the brilliantly crafted plot, causing the front of the bookstall to quickly fill up with students from different grades. In a moment, however, there were students who paid for a copy on the spot, while those who didn't have enough money on them pooled their money to buy a copy. There were even some who had just finished buying other magazines and just took the one they had and returned it to buy this one. The salesman, who was still very clean, was incredulous. And Director Du even made a bold decision when he saw it. Rushed to call the heads of the other 2 bookstores and ask them to break down a few more copies of Readings to proactively market to readers to try them out. Especially the people who bought the books did not leave immediately, but instead just sat down on the flower bed of the new bookstore and read. This led to an increase in the number of people who gathered around to join in the fun. "Comrade salesman, bring me 25 copies of Readings," a young man on a bicycle shouted as he crowded up to the bookstall. The people around the hilarious crowd were a little shocked that the magazine was that good. There was a question from someone in the crowd. Of course, the professor of our department bought a copy to the school, and the teachers and students rushed to read it, and sent me as a representative to help one of them buy a copy back. The youth spoke with 2 eyes. After paying for and receiving the 25 copies of Readings, he immediately rode off on his bicycle. Stimulated by this youth's drive, those who were still a bit hesitant immediately flocked to make purchases. This scene of scrambling to pay first directly made Gao Hui and the others look dumbfounded. Watch as it goes from a scant few copies to selling dozens at a time. A salesman was so busy collecting money that another salesman came to help keep order. However, this was just the beginning. And as word of mouth about Reading the Voice festered, the number of people purchasing it by midday grew in a direct spurt. Most of them are bought on bicycles while taking a break from eating. As few as 1 book, or as many as 7 or 8. All of them were brought for colleagues in the unit or section. Xinhua bookstore front crowded with people. Director Du and salesmen so busy that they could not even drink. The hundreds of copies of Readings stacked at the door were sold out in a flash. And the scariest part was the growing number of people who came to buy them. Eventually they could only be sold over the counter. And long lines of people came to buy them in the hot sun. At this rate, these 5,000 copies are simply not enough to sell for 2 days. Quickly notify the printing house to increase the printing volume and print another 5,000 copies. Director Mu, who learned of this news, immediately and decisively had someone call the printing house. A smile piled up on his face, not realizing that he had looked away this time. Director. The Xinhua bookstore in Western Province called to purchase 3,000 copies. Director Mu. Director Song from the post office wants to purchase 10,000 copies. The publishing house's section officer in charge of purchasing ran over panting. Straight away, the entire second floor press was stunned. 10,000 copies? Director Mu stretched out a finger, so shocked that he could barely speak a complete sentence. The fire of this sound reading has just exceeded his imagination. It's even something they've never had since their publishing house was founded. Yes. Director Son looked at our 13 issues of Reading the Voice and found the content unique and the translation style popular with young and middle-aged people, especially with the student population predominating, and intends to order 10,000 copies to send to the country first, so that more people can see it. When the people in the translation team heard this, all of their faces were as ugly, stiff, and white as a corpse that had been dead and stinking for 3 days. How come? Just over 100 copies were sold in the morning. And that was it for a while. Not many people bought it when they left either. How is it that an afternoon has gone by and reading the voice has exploded to this level? Chapter 107. Gao Hui with a big belly spread on the chair. Huffing and puffing. Puffy face and blowing up like a balloon. Take a needle to poke immediately can explode. The eyes were dull and lifeless. The ends of them red with envy and irritation. What's 13,000 copies? It signaled that Suwon had not only completed the bet in half a day on sale, but had even over-delivered. Yet this is only the first day. And the trend is only going to get better later as word of mouth festers. In this way, not to mention the fact that she can't get the manuscript with a unit price of 15,000 words. Suwon will even be able to secure her position in the translation team with this. And any high-priced manuscripts will be at her disposal. She, a full-fledged employee, would always be pushed down by Suwon, a temporary interpreter, and condescend to the second level. And the manuscript fee is linked to sales. The more sold, the higher Suwon's share. She was so cynical that her gums were crunching. Her face was suffocating red and blue like a zombie. And she was constantly bubbling with corpse breath. While the departments of the other publishers were busy, with call after call coming in. The office of the translation team was as quiet as a morgue where several corpses had been parked. On the other hand, Professor Xie, with a joyful smile on his brow, rushed to Hua's house with the readings in hand. Seeing Suwon was sitting quietly with Wu Ma outside the courtyard picking vegetables with a gentle and quiet look, unaware of the fact that her translation of readings had been a big seller. Xiaowan, do you know that your translation of readings is very popular among young students? Especially your translation style is very special and immersive. My students said that there is a long line outside the Xinhua bookstore. It's just that all the way back here I've come across several sets of people having heated discussions about the murderer inside the book. Professor Xie took Suwon's hand as he spoke happily and excitedly. The gentle brow shows a kind of love that comes with being a mother. Wu Ma, who was tending to the leaks, saw the book in Professor Xie's hand and hurriedly pointed to this book, saying in amazement, Professor Xie, you said that this book was translated by Wanya too? My goodness. I saw several people in the compound holding this book. Yeah. I also saw Shinho riding his bike while looking at this book. And I reminded him to watch the road. Suwon itself targets high school and college students as well as the recently graduated student population. Now in the summer vacation. Once accepted in the student body, then the spread of fermentation will be very fast. 1 to 10. 10 to 100. So she didn't expect much on the first day. But she didn't expect to be so popular in just half a day. Then it looks like she made the right bet. She makes a refreshing change from the traditional style of translation by cutting straight to the chase, condensing the essentials, and writing the best, most absorbing parts as an introduction. It gets you extremely interested from the first word and then puts in the body of the text so that you read on with a sense of anticipation that builds and builds and builds and builds. The only drawback is that middle-aged and old people, influenced by traditional literature, are not as quick to accept new things as young people, and may be more resistant to her compact, fast-paced narrative style of translation. But she had carefully researched that there were several universities and high schools in Beiping alone. And one university had tens of thousands of students. So as long as there were 1,000 students in one university who bought them, that would be 5,000 in 5 high schools and universities. It's totally up to snuff. Are there really so many people buying this book and discussing it now? To be honest, Suwon was really quite surprised. As far as she knew, the new China bookstore had only purchased 1,000 copies. And with the newsstands, at least 3,000 were still at the printers. I didn't realize that any sales avenue this narrow could spread so quickly among the student body. Of course it's true. Sister Suwon. I stood in line for half an hour just to buy the readings. Meng Xinhao rode his bike and rode to the Hua family's yard with a dashing drift. His clear face reddened by the sun. His clear eyes shining brightly. And his face filled with excitement. Hua Hong jumped down from the back seat of the bicycle, first glancing at Suwon, and then immediately afterward asked in a pleading manner, "Sister-in-law, this magazine, Reading the Voice, all of its contents were translated by Suwon?" "Yeah. Isn't the genus name on every novel?" "Little one stayed up for 2 big all-nighters to translate it," Xia Bailing said with exceptional pride, grasping Suwon's hand and patting it again and again. And when she said the last sentence, it carried a hint of heartache. Hua Hong looked at Suwon with great consternation. That look was like looking at a backward student who had been hanging on to the bottom of the class who had suddenly scored in the top 10 of the class. Although she also knew that Suwon worked as a temporary translator at the Beiping newspaper and had some talent in languages, she thought that at most she would be translating some foreign children's books or short sentences in foreign languages. When Xinhao told her that Reading the Voice was translated by Suwon, she was a little less than convinced. "But I didn't expect it to really be Suwon." "Suwon, was this all done by you alone and independently?" Hua Hong once again inquired, looking at Suwon's eyes as if they had already produced some changes. It was because Suwon's translation standard was really very excellent and her foreign language word reserve was exceptionally rich. Xinhao can't even compare. With that level of foreign language proficiency, it's no wonder they were mistaken for spies in the first place. "Yes. Aunt read." Suwon nodded. Xia Bailing also obediently told Hua Hong all the causes and consequences of the matter, which even made Hua Hong stare incredulously, taking a closer look at Suwon. This should be more than just talent, in which it had nothing to do with her hard work. She had made a special trip just to confirm the veracity of the story. And now it was verified. Hua Hong's face reveals surprise, and looks at Suwon with a hint of appreciation in her eyes, and says on the spot, "Suwon, your foreign language subjects won't be a problem. But your other subjects can be tightly reviewed. And I'll let Xin how come to give you tuition for the rest of the summer vacation to try to get you to pass the entrance exam. Reed High School has always been weak in foreign languages and can't compete in foreign language writing contests or anything else than other schools. If Suwon enrolled in Reed High School, she would definitely be able to get a ranking back for their school." "Good. I was worried about this matter." Xia Bailing agreed in a row. "I'm all set to let Lord Han give her remedial lessons." "Then thank you, Auntie Hong." And also troubled brother Xinhao. As soon as Suwon hears Hua Linghan, she rushes to respond. Militarized remedial classes are something she really can't stand a bit of. "Ha?" Meng Xinhao scratched his head. Although in his heart he felt that Suwon's younger sister was really great. But that single-digit math score really kind of freaked him out. Math and foreign language are really two completely different concepts. It's not that I'm unwilling. I'm afraid that if I don't tutor well, in case Sister Suwon doesn't pass the exam, wouldn't Sister Suwon be out of school? Suwon is a diligent and hard-working child. I believe Suwon is capable. Just don't worry about the tutoring." Although Xia Bailing wasn't convinced either. It was impossible to leave Suwon without books. Just then the phone in the study rang. It was Director Mu calling for Suwon. "Suwon, your translation of Reading the Voice has already broken our publisher's sales record. We've received nearly 30,000 orders so far." Director Mu's excited, leaping voice almost blew up the phone receiver. Director Du of the Xinhua bookstore's head office distributed the 5,000 copies purchased to the other 2 Xinhua bookstores in Beiping, causing the heads of the Xinhua bookstores in the provinces to be so upset that they all called us directly, asking us to hurry up and add more copies to the print run. "Suwon, you've exceeded your quota. The president asked you to come to the publishing house now. Director Mu. Didn't the Xinhua bookstore purchase only 1,000 copies? Was it added later? Suwon also never thought that this effect is actually several times better than she expected. Of course. Also caught a key information in it. Puzzled to follow up. Don't you know about this? Director Du suddenly offered to raise the purchase quantity to 5,000 copies the day you turned in your manuscript. And he even helped publicize it today. But the main thing that sells so well is that you have solid content that is loved by your readers. Director Mio is also the truth. Is gold will always shine. There is no hard content. No matter how much publicity. Marketing is useless. This book, reading the voice in the early stage so unpopular, was degraded to nothing. How could the director of the new China bookstore do be no reason to purchase 5,000 copies? Then the only possibility is Auntie Xie or Uncle Hua. In order to help her accomplish her mission, used their connections. Suwon hurriedly turned her head to look at Auntie Xie, who was talking to Auntie Hong outside the window. A flash of surprise flashed in his dark, clear eyes, and his eyes grew slightly hot. It looked like they were well on their way to covering for her. Chapter 108, Are You in Love? Originally, she just didn't want to trouble Uncle Hua and Auntie Xie. But she didn't expect to end up in trouble. Agency office building. Meeting just ended. Hua Linghan then capped the pen, closed the conference documents, and with a sharp stack on the table, he quickly walked out of the conference room. Political Commissar Liu, who was slowly packing up his things in preparation for exchanging a few more words with Hua Linghan, turned around only to see a remnant of feet like the wind. This kid. Is he in love? Fluffy. In such a hurry to leave? Political Commissar Liu couldn't help but laugh and curse. Headmaster. The readings you asked for. Hua Linghan had just walked to his office when Xiao Zhang handed him a magazine. Chief. This magazine is bought by quite a lot of people. Only the new China bookstore has a sale. Other newsstands have not had to sell. How many? Hua Linghan asked after him as he took over the readings. From the time I went in to the time I left, there were 6 people buying. The guard answered the question scrupulously. I've also heard that there have been 12 previous installments of readers. And it's been lukewarm. And this last installment suddenly caught fire. The fact that 6 people bought it in such a short period of time is a testament to how well the readings sold. Then, according to this, the goal of 5,000 copies is perfectly achievable. Hua Linghan's black obsidian-like eyes are bright and starry, and his entire cold angular profile softens as he lightly hooks his lips, squeezing the magazine in his hand. He then said with a grimace, "Got it." The office door just closed. Hua Linghan immediately opened the magazine and read it. Almost every article next to the author is labeled Suwon translation. Look at the article carefully. Word for word. Each one is so short and engaging that you can't wait to read them all in one sitting. Especially one of them, which he had read in the original foreign language, was translated by Suwon in Chinese, giving a different feeling and making the article as a whole even more stunning. Suwon really has an amazing talent for foreign languages, and it seems that she enjoys the language very much. If we can train for diplomacy in the future. Hua Linghan black eyes convergence. Turn to the last page to see Suwon name seems to be in the printing process stained with a bit of dust. He stretched out his forefinger carefully. Will be the name of the top of the ash wipe clean. Report. A loud report came from outside the door. Come in. Hua Linghan raises his head, quickly closing the magazine and putting it in the left drawer. His softened demeanor quickly resuming its usual rigid coldness and meticulousness. Leader. I've found out what you've explained. It's Gao Hui, a translator from the Beijing publishing house. And the two are from the same hometown. As it happened, when Gao Hui called the editor of the Trail newspaper, The editor of the trail newspaper was pounding the tape recorder tape.
And all the conversation between the two was recorded inside the tape.
The clerk walked in with a cassette tape. It's Hi Wise again.
So she had always bullied and made up Soo-won on the basis that she was an old and senior employee of the publishing house.
Huo Linghan took the tape and put it into the recorder.
And the sound of the conversation between the two came from inside. And although Gao Hui's voice in the microphone was very small, but listen carefully to be able to hear that it was Gao Hui's timbre.
And also hear clearly what she was talking about.
Not only did she explode the fact that Soo-won was a high school student to the trail newspaper, in case the story caught fire, she also had the editor of the trail newspaper treat her to dinner.
Huo Linghan's breath around his body suddenly sank. His eyes, like a lone cold star, took out the tape. And then said to the clerk, "Send this to the publishing house's director Mu."
Yes.
The clerk stood at attention. Chief editor Lu just came back from Xinjiang, sitting in the back seat of the minivan,
his face grim to the extreme,
his hands indignantly pinching a closing list.
Even under the pressure of the Peking Public Security Bureau, the Xinjiang side still refused to hand over the mastermind and did not return the stolen goods.
Other watches and money tickets are not even.
The main thing is the jade pendant that Lu Rui has been wearing close to his body for more than 20 years.
It was left to him by Lu Rui's deceased grandfather. Those dilettantes got the benefit of the doubt again and took all the blame.
He couldn't bring that criminal mastermind to justice even if he just wanted to. And his son is still lying in a hospital bed unable to get out of it. The more chief editor Lu thought about it,
the angrier he got.
And reached out to rip open a button on his shirt, just as he saw Soo-won walking towards the entrance of the publishing house.
The suppressed anger was singled out in an instant, and could not be suppressed. If it wasn't for this woman,
how could Lu Rui be so hurt and almost die on his way back to Beiping?
From childhood to adulthood they couldn't afford to touch a single finger of Lu Rui.
Afterwards the woman acted as if nothing had happened. Not a word of apology. Not a word of guilt. It's not clear with that officer from Hua's family.
She has to be really innocent.
How could the Hua family step in and allow Director Du of the Xinhua bookstore to raise the purchase to 5,000 copies at once?
What was the relationship between her family and the Hua family? To deserve the Hua family to do this bit of work for her?
Even if you increase your purchases, what's the point of selling them and not having readers to buy them?
Both her translation style and the subjects she picks are a mess. Just like a child's playground.
He'd never seen such a bad journal.
Comrade Xiao Su, are you here at the newspaper now to ask the president for mercy? The minivan pulled up in front of the publishing house. Chief editor Lu pulled open the door and stepped out of the car,
holding up the glasses on the bridge of his nose,
the lenses glowing with a cold, chilling light.
Soo-won froze for a moment,
obviously not expecting to run into Chief Editor Lu at the door.
Have you calculated how much damage you're going to do to the newspaper this time because of your selfish,
irresponsible behavior?
Chief Editor Lu stuffed the wrinkled closing slip into his coat pocket and walked towards Soo-won.
Have you sold a single copy of Reading the Voice now? Chief Editor Lu angrily rebuked Soo-won, almost as if he was transferring all the anger and indignation he had received in Xinjiang onto Soo-won.
If Soo-won hadn't been a demon and hooked up with his son in the first place,
this wouldn't have happened at all. Relying on your youth and beauty,
and with the Hua family's connections, you ran to our newspaper.
And it wasn't enough for you to plague my son,
but you also wanted to plague our entire Beiping newspaper,
trying to bring our entire publishing house into disrepute.
I'll tell you, I'll pursue this matter to the end.
Not only is your manuscript fee to be returned in full, it's the printing of 5,000 copies of readings that you'll have to bear all the expense costs. Apologizing and making amends is useless.
You hurry up and leave the publishing house for me now. Chief Editor Lu pointed in the direction of the main entrance, his ferocious voice rising at once.
Let the window offices on the first and second floors of the publishing house hear this roar from Chief Editor Lu. They stood up and went to the window to look out. Soo-won stood still, facing the 50-year-old. Angry and intimidating big leader warning.
A trace of fear didn't show on Xing Changwan-wan's face.
Instead, it was very calm. Why don't you hurry up and leave? Chief Editor Lu roared,
forcing his eyes on Soo-won. It seemed to be provoked by Soo-won's expression.
Chief Editor Lu. President John's majestic,
cold and solemn voice came from the second-floor window. Leaning hard on his crutches.
Sales of reading voices have broken records. Chapter 109, Dog Bites Dog.
Local bookstores in other provinces besides Xinhua Bookstore have already placed purchase orders for 38,000 copies.
President Jiang grimaced.
All of these orders add up to more than the previous 12 issues sold. And whereas before they were the ones who reached out to bookstores in the provinces,
now it's those bookstores who are calling in begging for purchases. What? Chief Editor Lu's pupils under his lenses contracted violently,
and his whole body shook fiercely. It seemed as if he had heard something unbelievable,
making him react after a while.
Is it surprising that Reading Voices broke a sales record,
even surpassing the previous 12 issues combined?
Chief Editor Lu had trouble accepting this.
Then looked at the president standing in front of the window on the second floor,
as well as the two leaders behind him.
It's just like it's all true.
Then look at the staff standing by the windows on the first and second floors. And think about the sarcastic reprimands he just said. The sun baked fiercely on Chief Editor Lu's face,
and the whole face burned red with a fiery pain.
The sweat on his forehead was like frying oil,
bubbling out.
Soo-won's translation is so poor in content and style that it's not even eye-catching.
So how could it sell so well? What exactly is the problem?
And he wasn't the only one who wasn't impressed.
It was everyone. Duck. President Jiang called Chief Editor Lu into his office in full view of everyone. Tapped his cane hard on the ground. Squinted at Chief Editor Lu. And reprimanded. The manuscript translated by Soo-won,
which I showed to the professor of foreign languages,
was praised for being very excellent.
But in your mouth it was said to be worthless. I did just see that you were using your power for personal gain, deliberately targeting Soo-won because of your son's matter.
Soo-won, with her alone,
has created such brilliant results for their publishing house that the 3 Xinhua bookstores alone are estimated to have 1 or 2,000 sales a day today.
President Jiang definitely couldn't let Soo-won be aggrieved and did her justice.
I've already learned that it was Team Leader Lu who heard that Comrade Su was going to replace Comrade Jiang on a business trip to Xinjiang and took the initiative to find Director Mu to apply. And Director Mu also advised that Team Leader Lu be allowed to go with the driver from the security section. It was Team Leader Lu who insisted on driving himself.
What does having an accident back there have to do with little Su?
Just your son's baby.
And Comrade Little Su is not the baby of the family?
President Jiang almost peeled off Editor-in-Chief Lu's face and scolded him directly.
President, I didn't mean that at all.
I was also worried about the sales volume of readings. That's why I didn't control myself for a moment. I was also thinking about our publishing house. When Comrade Xiao Su handed in the draft before, I and several other leaders read it.
Indeed.
Editor-in-Chief Lu was cursed and hung his head low, his face as ugly as a pig's liver. But he still refused to admit that he was deliberately targeting Soo-won because of Lu Rue's matter. President Jiang directly dumped the purchase orders from the provincial bookstores directly in front of Editor-in-Chief Lu.
Then it can only be said that you are old and your vision can't keep up with the current times.
You almost sent such a good seedling
to another publishing house.
I just can't dig it up even if I want to pay a high price in the future.
Reprimands kept coming out of the office, especially when President Jiang threw an order in front of Chief Editor Lu. Many people saw it through the glass window. The atmosphere of the entire translation team office was unusually weird.
President Jiang's sentence of paying a high price to dig
almost completely affirmed Soo-won's position in the translation team, and even the publishing house. It's not even an exaggeration to say that it was Suwon who saved the day and brought back the reading voice, which was about to close down. It also clarifies the stylistic subject matter of the readings to come. We have already received 38,000 purchase orders, exceeding the bet with you by nearly 8 times. Not counting the ones that have already been sold today. Jang Manhwa took Suwon's hand and spoke in a high voice. Her head held high and her eyebrows stretched out as she swept her eyes one by one over the gray, ugly faces of the crowd. How dare these people question Suwon when they haven't even read what she translated and have no idea how talented she is? It's time to honor the bet. Isn't it? Before they were sold, they were high-minded, sarcastic and superior in every way. It's only been on sale for a day now. And look at them all. They look like they've just been plucked out of the graveyard. Comrade Suwon. I'm sorry. It's our fault. We were just fooling around with you. We didn't take it seriously. Comrade Lu immediately stood up with a smiling face. What he wrote on the bet was $200. A unit price of $7 for 1,000 words. This $200 could require him to translate more than 30,000 words. According to his progress, that is nearly half a month's salary. It's all his hard-earned money. He thought Suwon was bound to lose. So the amount was also written high. Who knows? With one person wanting to renege, then the rest of the people who wrote the high-stakes bets must not want to give them either. Yes. Suwon. It's all Gao Hui's fault. She started it. We didn't even intend to make a bet with you. I saw them write it. So did I. I have an old man at home who is sick. And I have 2 children to raise. In time for you to come to my house tomorrow and try my handiwork. The lesbian who kicked away Suwon's enamel cup earlier also hung a pleasing smile and sold her misery in passing. She was betting $100. And even though her unit was $10, that was still several days' worth of her earnings. The main thing is that Gao Hui only needs to apologize if she loses. But she earns $500 if she wins. And they are real money. This change who will be happy This is not typical of the wrongdoer. There's a lot of money to burn. Right. Right. Suwon. I apologize to you and make amends to you. It's us who spoke poorly. And it's the editor of that trail newspaper who is to blame for causing us to misunderstand you. You said. Read the voice is now bursting with fire. The end of the year to settle your share will certainly not be low. You are not bad this dozens. $100 is not it? Others have tried to apologize for it. Of course. There are also backbone. Willing to take the money out to admit defeat. But also put the blame on Gao Hui's body. If it is not for her repeatedly in the office to provoke, encourage, they wouldn't have been so hot-headed to follow and gamble. And they really regret it now that they think about it. Gao Hui, who had been sitting paralyzed in her chair without saying anything, heard everyone putting the blame on her. Immediately stood up with a big belly and said in a sharp, sarcastic voice, really disgusting opened the door to disgust. Disgusting to the home. That bad as I hold down your hands to sign? Wasn't it one of you who wanted to beat up on Suwon and make a fortune off of her and took the initiative to ask for it? You want to rely on me when you lose. I'll be damned. None of you can rely on the past today. That bet is on me. If any of you don't pay up, I'll post this bet on the publisher's doorway. So that everyone can see you're disgusting. Can't afford to lose faces. It's not like Gao Hui lost any money anyway. So it's just a matter of apologizing in the newspaper. What's that got to do with it? What else can a pregnant woman do to her? I just don't believe it. If the loser was Suwon, would you guys really not want that money? Gao Hui's words directly poked everyone's lung tubes. Especially since Gao Hui was going to fish out of water with everyone and post the bet on the publisher's door. It made these people even more anxious and red in the face. arguing with Gao Hui. Almost without Suwon having to say anything else. The people in the translation team directly began to dog-eat-dog, accusing each other and tearing each other apart. Chapter 110 Dismissal of Gao Hui. As Gao Hui said, if she was the one who lost, would these people let her go? So Suwon just watched coldly as the originally quiet translation team became cock-a-hoop all of a sudden. It only took a few rounds for these people to be unable to argue against Gao Hui, who was in possession of their reasoning and had explosive fighting strength. Instead, they will also invite people from other departments to come and watch them laugh. Comrade Lu then licked a face and came to Suwon to beg for mercy. After all, Suwon seems to be much better than Gao Hui to talk. Comrade Suwon, we all know that you are a student from the countryside. And after returning all the manuscript fees, where is the money to lose to us? We were all just talking in anger at the time, egged on by Gao Hui and blinded. Even if you gave it to us, we wouldn't take it. That's right. Such a large sum of money. How much impact will it have when it gets out? As soon as Comrade Lu's words fell, there was another female comrade who helped. Wouldn't it make others scold us for ganging up on you as a student? How can we do something so unethical? The meaning of these words is obviously a moral abduction, implying that if Suwon really took such a large sum of money, it would be a bad influence on her. The arc of Suwon's cold smile deepened at the corner of her lips as she looked at the two people in front of her. You're right. Such a large sum of money. No matter who loses or who wins, it will have a great impact when it is spread out. So I've never thought of accepting this money. When the crowd heard this, the looks on their faces were visibly relieved. Instead, I intend to donate the money to women and children in poor mountainous areas and give a piece of love. As soon as Suwon's words fell, the entire translation team froze in place, their faces turning white and red and white again. It was like choking. Not a word could be said. Still want to use moral abduction to get this debt over with? Then she'll just take morality to a higher level. She was not going to ask for the money, but they had to pay what they deserved for their mouths and words. Gao Hui looked at the expression of each of them eaten. The yin and yang sarcastically. Ha! This is a good deed. I have to give you a good publicity. Perhaps at the end of the year, the publishing house will also give more donations to the people who opened a commendation meeting. You, Comrade Lu and the others were infuriated. You still have to apologize to Comrade Suwon in the newspaper? Isn't it just an apology in the newspaper for this matter? I'm willing to lose a bet. I won't shamelessly cheat like you guys. Gao Hui straightened out her torn and wrinkled clothes. Even though her heart was very indignant and her eyes were full of indignation when she looked at Suwon. But that didn't hurt her at all compared to them shelling out a few days' worth of manuscript fees. After all, the entire publishing house didn't think highly of Suwon at the time. More than that, it includes your slander in front of the publisher and Mrs. Lu. The rumor about my innocence. Suwon asked her to apologize in the newspaper not for this small matter, but for all the evil she had done. There's also the report about the trail newspaper in the next 2 days. I'll also check it out. Suwon's eyes looked toward Gao Hui. Gao Hui's face changed slightly, her sharp voice rising all of a sudden. Suwon, what do you mean? You offended Fong Yu before. You also robbed Fong Yu's blind date team leader Lu. All of us have seen these. Didn't you deserve to be retaliated by her? We're all on the same translation team. What good does this do us? I see. Now that reading the voice is selling like hotcakes. You see that I'm a pregnant woman and my family background isn't as big as Fong Yu's family. Plus you've always been dissatisfied with me. So you're trying to put this pot on my head and wrongly accuse me. Aren't you? Gao Hui hugged her own stomach and spoke with both indignation and vulnerability. And also accused Suwon backwards. At your young age, your heart is just too vicious. Gao Hui. I think you're the vicious one. Director Mu walked in at this time with a tape and said in a stern voice. Looking at Gao Hui, who was like a hobnail. His face was filled with shock and anger. In order to squeeze Suwon out and get a high paycheck for your articles, you deliberately broke the news to the editor of the tabloid newspaper at that juncture. Gao Hui looked at the director Mu, who angrily walked in, pointing directly at himself. His heart panicked, but still pretended to be calm, resisting death, perfectly utilizing the point that she was pregnant, pretending to be more and more vulnerable and aggrieved. I don't have it. Director Mu. You can't be, because of the comrade Suwon sold out of the readings. What she said is what she said. It is clear that she is intentionally targeting me. There isn't. Listen to the tape yourself. Director Mu didn't bother to talk to her much, directly inserting the tape into the recorder and pressing the play button. Soon the conversation between Gao Hui and her hometown came from inside the recorder. The tone and inflection of that speech was just like Gao Hui's. When the first words of Gao Hui's speech came from inside, her face whitened with the naked eye. Obviously, she hadn't expected their conversation to be recorded. Originally, the crowd didn't believe that it was Gao Hui who broke the news. But hearing the recording clearly undoubtedly stirred up the group's anger. So from the very beginning, the culprit was Gao Hui. If she hadn't pulled such a stunt, they wouldn't have lost a few days' worth of manuscript fees for no reason. The others, led by Comrade Liu, could see how angry and hateful they were. Director Mu. Gao Hui damages the collective interests for her own selfish desires, has serious ideological and moral problems, and can't let such a person continue to stay in the publishing house. Yes. We request the dismissal of Gao Hui. Didn't you admit that you lost the bet and want to apologize to Comrade Suwon? You're going to go and put in the newspaper right now that you're jealous of Suwon and stirring up internal unity. Two of the lesbians were so angry that they dragged Gao Hui to the newspaper office. Even if she's fired, she'll have to make her apologize in print. And she mustn't be so cheap. They themselves have many grievances and opinions about Gao Hui. And now that they have been fooled by Gao Hui when she used them as a gun, it can be said that they hate Gao Hui even more than Suwon. Pressure didn't even need Suwon and Zhang Manhwa to make a move to stomp her to death. And the rumors you spread, slandering Suwon's innocence, we all heard it. All published in the newspaper and written up. Once this kind of thing in the newspaper, then Gao Hui is a rat. Not to mention in the Beiping newspaper cannot stay. Is the Beiping she has no foothold. A mouthful of spit from one person could drown her. Gao Hui's face is like fire. In front of the iron evidence there is no way to argue. The bucket of sweat straight out. She knows very well that she is pregnant now. The newspaper can't fire her for sure. But to ask her to apologize in the newspaper, that's also absolutely impossible. With that, covering his stomach, he began to wail and scream in agony. Ah! My stomach! My stomach hurts. After all, she's a pregnant woman. And it wouldn't be good if something happened to the baby in her belly. Director Mu chilled his face and told the translation team to send Gao Hui to the hospital. Chapter 111: A Celebration Banquet. Director Mu. Seeing as how Sister Gao Hui is in such distress, we have to hurry and notify Sister Gao Hui's husband to come. Suwon said at this point in time, pretending to be worried. Because there was Su Xiaohui, that white lotus flower pearl, in front of her. Suwon could see at a glance that Gao Hui's facial expression was switched to fake and was obviously pretending. How could she let Gao Hui escape on the pretext that she was pregnant and unwell? The 7 inches of a brazen, shrewish person like her are in her family and husband. After saying that, Suwon walked to the tape recorder and took out the tape. Then put it together with the betting agreement, and straight away she was about to walk out of the door. What are you doing? Gao Hui immediately asked nervously as soon as she heard that she was going to her husband's flat and that she had taken the tape away. Of course it's to your lover's unit. Sister Gao Hui, you're not feeling well. So hurry up and go to the hospital. Anyway, you husband and wife are one. It's the same to let your lover write a published apology on your behalf at that time. Suwon's voice was soft and gentle. And her face still had a caring, considerate look. But the killing power was extremely strong. Sure enough, Gao Hui's face went white as far as the eye could see. And she didn't cover her stomach in pain and wail anymore. Her husband is now in the critical period of promotion. If Suwon will make a fuss about this matter to his husband's unit and leaders, then her husband's promotion is definitely out of the question. And her ferocious mother-in-law and sister-in-law will probably try to grind her down. I'll write you an apology statement now. Is that not okay? Gao Hui gritted her teeth. And for the first time, a look of panic and fear appeared on her face. Most of all, she had always lied to her in-laws about her real income, saying that she was only paid 7,000 words and that she had hidden the rest of the money. If her in-laws found out, her dream of a beautiful country would be shattered. No, Sister Gao Hui. You now have a stomachache. You must go to the hospital. If anything happens, we can't afford it. Just let your husband do it for you by apologizing and affirming. Suwon finished with a flip of her pigtail and walked towards the door even more firmly and decisively. Gao Hui's panicked stomach doesn't hurt anymore. And her posture is still extraordinarily flexible. She scurried to Suwon's front at once, grasping Suwon's hand tightly, grinding her teeth, almost squeezing out the unwilling voice from the throat tube. I don't have any pain now. And I'll apologize to you in front of everyone right now. Apologize. It's my mind, my heart that is not right. For the sake of the high price of the article. Use improper means to force you to leave the newspaper. And you shouldn't make up nonsense about you and Team Leader Lu. You've always kept your distance from Team Leader Lu. The latter was close to directly begging Suwon not to go to her husband's flat. The others, seeing that the always shrewd and shameless prick Gao Hui was actually subdued by Suwon, also hurriedly paid out money to honor their bets. There are also large amounts of money that are asked to be borrowed that are immediately honored. I said that this money is donated to women and children in poor mountainous areas. Just give it together to Director Mu to donate. Suwon didn't reach out to pick it up, speaking frankly and clearly. This made the crowd feel a sense of shame. That their college students from higher learning institutions were not as aware as a high school student from the countryside. Each one blushed and hung his head low. I'm also willing to gamble. Comrade Xiao Su is a hit. In addition to honoring the price increase to Xiao Su, there will be an additional bonus to Comrade Xiao Su. After President Jiang reprimanded Editor-in-Chief Lu in his office, he came to the office of the translation team. As far as Suwon's nature of not causing trouble and not being afraid of it was concerned, it really made him appreciate it. The chief editor Lu, who followed behind, whose face had not yet eased up from being reprimanded, raised his hand to hold up the mirror frame, writing Suwon's name and expressing his own attitude. I'll say again here that both Suwon and Team Leader Lu are in a pure comradeship. And I don't want to see anyone spreading gossip in the future, affecting the unity within our publishing house. As for this behavior of Comrade Gao Hui, it has seriously violated the discipline of our publishing house. I advise Comrade Gao Hui that you should take the blame and resign yourself. Chief Editor Lu. I know I am wrong. I am just a moment of confusion. Gao Hui was fiercely stunned for a moment, wailing and begging for mercy. Even her feet were soft. She can't afford to lose this job. But President Jiang and Editor-in-Chief Lu both looked extraordinarily cold and unselfish, as if there was no longer any room for negotiation. She can break the news to the tabloid newspapers today for her own selfish reasons. And who knows if she'll leak the contents of her publisher's books to the right family in advance for money in the future.
After President Jiang announced that he would hold a celebration banquet for Suwon at the State Hotel today, Director Mu returned to his office and dialed the phone. The telephones in the offices of the organization are divided into internal and external lines.
Hua Linghan, who was in the process of formulating next week's training plan,
put down his pen and picked up the microphone when he heard the ringing of the outside phone.
Head Hua. Thanks to the audio tape you sent.
Or else we really wouldn't be able to handle this matter. And now the higher-ups have decided to let Gao Hui take the blame and resign. Director Mu said rather gratefully over the phone. Knowing that Chief Hua did this all for Suwon. But it did help him solve a big problem.
You're welcome. Hua Linghan's slender fingertips rubbed the fountain pen on the table. His back straight. The president will be holding a celebration banquet for Suwon after work. So I might be a little late getting back. So I'll also trouble you to tell Professor Xia about it.
Director Mu went on to say some more words of praise for Suwon.
Okay. I'll pass it on to my mom.
Hua Linghan's right hand grips the phone receiver slightly tighter, bringing the receiver a little closer to his ear again. It seemed to be waiting for the other side to say something else. But Director Mu hadn't mentioned anything about the tapes other than how well the readings were selling now and how much the president appreciated Suwon. Afterwards, Director Mu said that he would send Suwon home after the celebration, and hung up the phone with a smile on his face. Hua Linghan listened to the beeping blind sound coming from the phone, pursed his lips, his eyes dark and inscrutable, and dialed the Hua family's phone. When Xia Bailing heard that the publisher was going to organize a celebration banquet for Suwon today, the corners of her eyes and eyebrows were overflowing with a spring-like warm sunshine smile.
Little one. This girl is really powerful. When today is over,
it's time to make her focus all her energy and mind on her studies. I've already asked Xin how to come over and tutor Xiaowan in her homework starting tomorrow,
in an effort to pass the Reed High School exams. Isn't Xin how unwilling?
Hua Linghan's sharp eyebrows clustered slightly.
Willing? Willing? He's willing now.
He was going to come over tonight to tutor Xiaowan. But it's even for her celebration today.
I heard from your dad that you're pretty busy at work right now. Are you still coming back for dinner tonight?
There was a brief moment of silence on the receiver. Only the sound of low breathing.
Not going back. Hua Linghan opened his lips and said coldly and stiffly.
It's also true that you guys live on an upper floor.
So you really need to pay attention to the impact. Xia Bailing hung up the phone after saying that. Chapter 112, Can You Stand Still?
Hua Linghan grips the pen in his hand tightly, puts down the telephone receiver,
and leans on the back of the chair.
Then pulls open the drawer and looks at the readings that are filled with Suwon's name.
Unbuttoned the collar in stifling annoyance.
President Jiang booked a private room at the state-run hotel.
And it was 8 o'clock by the time it was over.
Suwon drank a lot of soft drinks,
and under Jiang Mingyue's strong recommendation also drank a drink similar to rice wine, which was refreshingly sweet and slightly alcoholic.
After returning to Hua's house in a relaxed mood and taking a shower, he fell back to sleep. The night is already very dark. Hua Lingcheng has just finished 200 push-ups with his strong bare upper body, and sweat is sliding down his neck and down his chest. It ran all the way down to his lean, powerful waist, moistening his gray shorts. Panting slightly, he sat on the edge of the bed, taking a towel in one hand to wipe the sweat from his face and pulling out the letter he had hidden under his pillow. Under the dim lamp, the letter paper was already yellowed, and the beautiful handwriting flowed into his heart like slowly flowing living water. The explicit and provocative content, even if he has already memorized it backwards. Every time he looks at the oracle, but it is still stained like blood, and the depths of the ear are slightly hot. The chest rose and fell violently. Brother Hua, you are the tip of my heart and I want to be your mother-in-law. It was hard for him to imagine her in the letter like a scorching peach blossom, warm and bright and full of love. Why did it shift so quickly? As if that peach blossom had never bloomed for him.
Breathing grew ragged. And the heart of his eyes sank again and again. Spinning around, he walked out of the dormitory with a change of clothes and an enamel tray. Suwon slept until the middle of the night. The after effects of the wine began to come up. Her body was hot. Her head was dizzy. And she especially wanted to go to the toilet. She stiffened up in bed and did some intense mental struggle. And eventually couldn't hold it in any longer. So she got up in a daze and went downstairs to use the restroom. The light in the stairwell was out when I got back today. And my body, which had just been forced to turn on, hadn't fully awakened yet. And my feet were still weak. She leaned against the wall and slowly made her way down. In the darkness, one foot suddenly stepped out of place and the whole person fell down the stairs at once. Just then a pair of strong, sturdy arms wrapped around her waist and took her into their arms. Suwon, whose head was sleepy and groggy, was startled and panicked as she hugged the person in front of her. Those strong arms wrapped around her waist even more forcefully. Shadowed light shines through the stairwell window. Suwon's nostrils are full of freshly bathed soapnut fresh breath mixed with a man's unique masculine flavor. The man's features against the light vaguely can only see the angular contours. The bridge of the nose is high and straight. Especially that pair of eyes extraordinarily dark and bright. Like a cheetah foraging for food in the dark night. Able to lock the target in an instant. The exhale breath was hot and rolling as it sprayed over her delicate neck. And her entire body was lifted up in the air. The sandals on her feet falling somewhere. The white, slender calves hung staggered and intertwined in front of the man's long, straight legs. The glistening, tiny toes were able to slightly touch the leather shoes under the man's feet. The big hands with thick calluses on her waist were extraordinarily hot. Like fire through a layer of cotton material. Almost able to roast her skin in general. His entire body was hard and muscular. Like a brick wall. His body temperature was high. And his temperament was extraordinarily quiet and subdued cold. It was like the ice and snow of the heavenly mountains. So one could not desecrate it. The whole thing was filled with a sense of self-control and repressed asceticism. Hua? After realizing who the person in front of her was, Suwon immediately let go of her hand. Her toes stepping on the edge of the stairs. It's a little strange how Chief Hua is still back at Hua's house so late at night. His hair seems to have just been washed and not dried. Or did he come back a long time ago and just came up from his shower? When she opened her mouth, there was a sweet aroma of rice wine. And her voice, which had just woken up from sleep, was soft and sticky, with a slightly drunken huskiness. Very charming. And obviously a little drunk. The clear eyes that looked up at him were watery with spring and a hint of confusion. And the red lips were bright and tender. The whole body is soft. Like a piece of warm, soft, raw, warm sheep's fat jade and delicate like a freshly shelled lychee resting in the heart of a person's palm trembling. Cheeks flushed. Huolingen's breathing is slightly disorganized. His back is taut. His undulating chest is like a fire. Hard and hot. And the temperature deep in his ear root, which had just dropped, burns up again. Slowly letting go of her tender waist. Suwon's feet had only just touched the ground when her foot tilted and Huolinghan re-wrapped his arm around her waist. Can you stand still by yourself? He looked at Suwon with obscure eyes. His voice low, magnetic and mute. I'm fine. Thank you, Captain Hua. Suwon nodded, holding onto the wall next to her. Her head was a little groggy but her person was awake. Huoluohan Shualong, wrapped in the summer slightly dry body, stood in front of her. Baked her cheeks more and more hot. Palm sweat sheen. Moving to the side stairs and separating himself from him for a distance. He looked down to find his slippers that had fallen on the stairs. Chapter 113, What You Like. But the little light coming in from the stairwell window couldn't see anything at all. And Suwon's head was fuzzy and dizzy. And she felt a little lightheaded. Holding it in again. Loose strands of hair stuck to his cheeks and neck. And even the breath he exhaled was dense and hot and wet. Finally, after a few searches, I couldn't find it. So I headed downstairs in my bare feet. The glistening, small shoulders bumped into the man's hot, hard chest, and the soft, watery skin of his arms brushed against his strong, sinewy arms. What's the rush to go downstairs? Huolingen's throat tightens like a long, straightened thread. His voice raspy as water. His black, torch-like eyes firmly locked onto her. I need to go to the restroom. Suwon's voice was low and mixed with an urgent trill that couldn't see the stairs under her feet. Huolingen's hand hanging down at his side clenches, converging his eyes and lightly grinding his back teeth. In the next second, he leaned down and held Suwon's knee nest with one hand, letting her sit on his arm, easily carrying her and walking towards the stairs. Suwon was shocked, subconsciously wrapped her arms around Huolingen's neck. And the handsome and smooth side profile was presented in front of herself in an enlarged manner, with a sword eyebrow and starry eyes, clear and noble, and a thick knot in the throat that was sexily protruding. It rolled up and down unobtrusively as he breathed. Strong, sturdy arms underneath her held her firmly and steadily as she walked down the stairs. Every muscle in her body was rock hard, and the characteristic scent of male hormones blazed through her. Suwon's sharp and delicate breath lightly exhaled on the man's chin, then quickly inclined her head. If the staircase light had been on, the forbidding, high-strung man with a big belly and a wolf's waist would have been sexually tense as he hugged her sheepishly and delicately. But right now she couldn't think of anything else. Her legs tightened together as she was held back by her urine. Her face flushed and more sweat seeped from between her forehead in a thin stream. As a distraction, the hand around his neck, fingertips gripped his collar hard. I really do regret not getting up earlier to use the restroom. Huolinghan pursed his lips, his straight back taut. She in her arms was like a bunny caught in a hunter's trap, but unexpectedly well behaved. Without any struggle. Peach cheeks and snowy skin, pouting and dainty. The beautiful strands of hair swept across his chest like a starburst, the flames spreading all the way to the base of his neck. But his face remained a calm and collected one. His night vision was already good, and he walked down the darkened stairwell as if he were walking. Soon after, he carried Suwon to the bathroom. Suwon couldn't wait any longer and struggled to get down before she reached the door, and couldn't wait to run into the bathroom barefoot and close the door. Huolinghan stood outside the door, Suwon's delicate and warm temperature still lingering on his arm. His chest rose and fell inexorably, the sweltering heat causing drops of sweat to roll down his back. Breathe deeply. A subtle sound of water suddenly came from the bathroom. Realizing what Huolinghan, his body instantly stiffened, turned around and quickly left, his handsome and high-cooled face a red hot. After Suwon finished going to the toilet, she washed her face again to clear her head a bit more, and just opened the toilet door. She sees Huolinghan walking down the stairwell with her slippers and placing them in front of her. Trouble you. Head, Hua. Suwon held onto the doorframe to put on her slippers and thanked heartily. Just rinsed with water on the face of a piece of moist. The tip of the nose is still stained with undried water droplets. Cheeks red, especially like peach blossoms on the snow. Clear eyes flow between the unspeakable pure desire to move people. The floor of the bathroom is dry, which means Huolinghan came back after washing in the unit. Although it's a little strange why he didn't just sleep in the unit and go back to Hua's house in the middle of the night. But if he hadn't come back in time, she would have had a bruise here. Huolinghan's bottomless black eyes swept over Suwon's face. His low voice didn't have a hint of undulation, but it vaguely carried a hint of raspiness. How are the sales of your reading selling? I heard that more than 2,000 copies have been sold. Originally, the Xinhua bookstore was only willing to purchase 1,000 copies. But probably because of Auntie Xia's help, the Xinhua bookstore purchased all 5,000 copies. And also helped publicize them. Su Wan's eyes are soft and gentle. The corners of her lips contain a smile, revealing sweet dimples on both cheeks. Captain Hua. Do you know about this? Unclear. Huolingdan's jaw is taut and his face is waveless. Only a pair of deep eyes grow more and more hidden. Su Wanli nodded lightly, but felt that besides Auntie Xie or Uncle Hua, it couldn't possibly be the person in charge of the Xinhua bookstore who would risk stagnant sales by purchasing all of them after seeing what she had translated. Then it's just Auntie Xia helping her through the back door. Auntie Xia has been so good to me. I don't even know how to thank Auntie Xia. Head Hua. Then do you know what Auntie Xia likes? Su Wan's heart welled up with the slightest touch. When everyone was not optimistic and belittled her, only Auntie Xia chose to believe in her. This trust is really very precious. Huoluahan's long bony fingers rubbed the thick gun callus one by one, holding his breath. His throat slightly hoarse. After a while opened his lips. You can ask tomorrow. Su Wan was a bit disappointed, but immediately asked. Chief Hua. Then what do you want to eat for breakfast tomorrow? I'll get up and make it for you. There's going to be a touch test soon. You should spend all your time studying. Huolinghan rubs the gun calluses on his hands once more, his eyes gazing at her. Well, it's really not good to pay back a favor owed to this guy and get lectured again. Su Wan then nods her head obediently and coquettishly, then intends to go upstairs to sleep. But Huolingdan's straight and long stature is like a stalwart mountain, firmly blocking in front of her.